Chapter 1, A Hint of Red. Water Blue Planet, Dragon Country. In a simple rental house in the corner of an urban village in Huadu. No. A handsome young man woke up from his sleep with a scream of fear. Where am I? The boy looked around, and then his expression suddenly changed. He found himself lying in a single room with simple facilities and extremely old. Isn't I having a party at the villa? My goddess of carefree, it's so hard to get hundreds of people together, this is my happy moment? How did we end up in such an old, dilapidated single room? The young man called out Yang Hao, his mind going fuzzy at this moment. Ouch! At this moment, the boy felt a headache and a strange memory suddenly flooded into his mind. Next, Yang Hao understood everything. I actually traveled through time and space to a parallel world called Water Blue Planet. I didn't expect that this powerless, idle guy actually has a girlfriend who is as beautiful as the internet celebrity in his previous life. Could this be true love? Yang Hao read the memory of this body in disbelief. In his subconscious, the best goddesses are all toys trained by rich people. He was originally this kind of person. He was a senior executive of a small company on Earth, with a monthly salary of millions and real power in his hands, so he could live such a comfortable life. This company is called Woyo Media, the media company with the most beautiful internet celebrities on Earth. How does the saying go? I don't envy the Mandarin ducks or the immortals, I only envy my boss who lives a carefree life every day. The boss eats meat, the executives drink soup. Yang Hao is a 9th-generation genius with a pure yang body. What kind of needs are particularly great? As a company executive, it is normal for him to follow his boss's footsteps, take advantage of his position, and impose unwritten rules on his employees. So what are the popular internet celebrities, milk caps, florals, DeBeo, etc.? No one escaped his clutches. Just when he was celebrating his unspoken rule over hundreds of worry-free goddesses, he was having a party in the villa. This caused the wrath of heaven and people. His originally healthy body suddenly became overloaded and he immediately passed out. When he woke up again, he found himself in this simple single room. He became a man who drank and gambled all day, but he didn't have anything left. This guy also left him a natural D, Kurokoyu's girlfriend. It's not a sky-breaking start. At the same time, a cold mechanical sound rang in Yang Hao's mind. Bite. It has been detected that the host is reading this book. The sign-in system for the super rich is being activated. Bite. The sign-in system for the super rich has been activated successfully. Do you want to receive the novice gift package? If Yang Hao hesitates for a second, he will be wronged by the 100 worry-free goddesses he had hidden rules with in his previous life. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully receiving the novice gift package and obtaining 10 billion in cash. Bite. It is detected that the host has one daily sign-in opportunity. Do you want to sign in? Check in. Bite. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining the physical strengthening potion. However, at this moment, the door of the room was pushed open from the outside, which scared Yang Hao, who was about to use the physical strengthening potion. Looking up, I saw a professional woman wearing black stockings and high heels, walking into her room with her 1.8-meter tall legs, and then closing the door behind her. Yang Hao looked at the woman's actions and asked, "Who are you? What are you doing?" The woman quickly came to Yang Hao and covered Yang Hao's lips with a slender jade hand. The other hand raised a finger and made a silencing gesture in front of her cherry-like mouth. However, at this moment, there was a sound of footsteps outside, and an angry voice said, "You bunch of rubbish, what are you doing? You can't even take care of a woman who is taking Chinese medicine." "Master Lu, don't worry, she's been given Chinese medicine, she can't run far." After the footsteps, the outside returned to silence. The woman released her hand that was covering Yang Hao's mouth and said, "Thank you for your help. We will meet again if we are destined." After saying that, the woman stood up and left. However, as luck would have it, at this moment the drug she had been given earlier took effect. She suddenly lost her strength and fell towards Yang Hao. Yang Hao was startled and reached out to catch her. But in my memory, the original owner seemed to have a girlfriend? Although the relationship between the two was not very harmonious, the beautiful woman who could control Koro still loved him very much. What should he do now? Online help needed, urgent. 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 Thinking of this, Yang Hao felt a little guilty, and pushed the beautiful woman away and said, "Miss, I want to, but I have a girlfriend, and I can't let her down." The woman smiled charmingly at Yang Hao and said, "Am I not pretty enough? Yang Hao looked at the beautiful woman in black silk and high heels uniform with a slender waist. An oval face, delicate features, skin as white jade. I want to say against my will that she is not beautiful. But in front of this gorgeous beauty, the words stuck in my throat and I couldn't say them. She could only nod, and the woman once again turned to Yang Hao and said in a charming voice, "Help me. I really can't bear it anymore, it's so hot, I won't treat you badly." Yang Hao looked at the woman and said, "Woman, did you ask for this?" After saying that, Yang Hao hugged her soft and slender waist. His muscles became firmer at a speed visible to the naked eye. His originally thin body became strong and powerful, and his strength increased exponentially. If one fails to control it properly, with a loud bang, the already weak wooden bed will collapse. Yang Hao put his arm around her waist and lifted her up into the air, not feeling any effort at all. The effect of the strengthening potion continued to intensify. Yang Hao felt a warm current flowing into his dantian, and his body was being developed crazily. 8-pack abs, a dog waist, it's simply a super double change. However, her consciousness was already blurred, and she instinctively grabbed Yang Hao's white t-shirt. When her jade hand touched Yang Hao's chest, she murmured, "Wow, I didn't expect you to have so much flesh, so hard and firm." Yang Hao had never expected that his body would become so perfect. He felt that his appearance had changed. Wow, 8-pack abs, I love them so much. Time flies, and the night is silent. When the morning sun shines through the window and shines on the woman's flawless face, her long eyelashes tremble slightly as she opens her beautiful big eyes. Looking at the messy room, I thought to myself, this time is too crazy. It's like a mouse being the mother of a cat. Looking at the handsome man lying next to me, with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, a resolute face like a knife, his eyes slightly narrowed with long eyelashes, and a hint of laziness, he muttered softly, "He looks good, sister didn't lose out last night." After saying that, he took out 200 yuan from his pocket and put it on Yang Hao's chest, enduring the pain in his body. He forced himself to get up and leave. Yang Hao looked at the woman's back as she left, and a subtitle appeared in front of him. Character Gu Wancheng. Realm, none. Value, 92. After reading the message, Yang Hao lowered his head and looked at the bamboo mat on the ground. Sure enough, there were some bright red spots on the originally yellow bamboo mat. He smiled bitterly and shook his head, watching the woman leave, thinking to himself, "Who are you looking down on? I worked hard all night, and you only gave me 200 yuan. I am a rich man with tens of billions in savings." Then he got up and started to get dressed. While he was getting dressed, he checked his attribute panel. Host, Yang Hao. Realm, early stage of Mingjin. Appearance, 98. Industry, none. Skills, none. After getting dressed, Yang Hao walked out of the house with a guilty conscience, and then went to the gold shop next door, spent 5,000 yuan to buy a gold necklace, and headed towards the factory where the original owner's girlfriend worked. After walking for about 20 minutes, Yang Hao arrived at a clothing factory. The factory was not very big, only about 1,000 square meters. Chapter 2: Visiting Girlfriend. As soon as Yang Hao entered the factory, he heard a girl's voice. "Wow, who is this man? He's so handsome. Damn, isn't this Shi Shayan's lazy boyfriend? I didn't expect him to be so handsome after dressing up." "You are talking about that factory beauty Shi Shayan. No wonder she is willing to spend money to support him. With such a pretty face, I would be willing to do the same." "You are talking nonsense, aren't you? It's strange that he would like you with your appearance. You should just focus on the sewing machine, right?" "No, am I the only one who knows that Shi Shayan and this guy are childhood sweethearts and grew up together?" Although the discussion was very quiet, Yang Hao, who had strengthened his body, could still hear it clearly. Yang Hao came to Shi Shayan's workstation with a smile on his face. It must be said that the original owner had a very good aesthetic taste. Although Shi Shayan was dressed simply, her eyes were lively and her skin was tender. Even the loose work clothes could not hide her natural beauty. Looking at Shi Shayan, who was working hard, he said, "Take a break first. Look what good things I brought you." After that, Yang Hao took out the box containing the necklace and placed it in Shi Shayan's hand. Shi Shayan opened the box and saw that it was actually a gold necklace. She was a little surprised and asked, "Where did you get the money to buy this?" Yang Hao couldn't tell her that he had a super rich system with 10 billion in deposits. Even if Shi Shayan believed it, even if she really believed it, this was the only trump card that he had when he traveled through time, and he must not reveal it to anyone. After thinking for a while, didn't the original owner gamble frequently? So he said, I won a little money at Santa's place last night. I bought it for you because it looked nice. Do you like it? It's not that Yang Hao had never won money before, but after winning, he would spend the money on wine and women, and never bought her a gift. Moreover, I also handed over my monthly salary to Yang Hao, so it was not like he spent all the money. Even Yang Hao's own rental house. He was too lazy to clean it up. Shi Xiaoyan was a little flustered when she suddenly received a gift from him. But since it was given by Yang Hao, Shi Xiaoyan still said, I like it very much, thank you husband. The word husband made Yang Haochuan's heart flutter. He picked up the necklace, put it on Shi Xiaoyan, and said to Shi Xiaoyan, when will you come to my place to stay for 2 days? However, before Shi Xiaoyan could answer, a middle-aged man walked in and said to Yang Hao, who are you and what are you doing in my factory? Yang Hao looked at the middle-aged man, who was short and fat, with a big belly, a standard middle-aged Mediterranean look. When he looked at Shi Xiaoyan, his eyes were full of vulgarity. Seeing the middle-aged man's vulgar eyes, Yang Hao felt disgusted. Without waiting for Yang Hao to speak, Shi Xiaoyan put her lips close to Yang Hao's ear and said, you go back first. I will visit you at your rental house another day. While speaking, she did not forget to put her lips close to Yang Hao's ear and blow air. The hot air in his ears and the tingling feeling made Yang Hao happy. Yang Hao looked at Shi Xiaoyan and suddenly a panel appeared. Character, Shi Xiaoyan. Realm, none. Appearance, 89. After all, it is his own special car. Yang Hao is still very confident about this. You have to know that in the original body's memory, he knew very clearly that she loved him very much. Yang Hao looked at Shi Xiaoyan affectionately and said, why don't we stop working here? Look at the look in your boss's eyes. He seems to want to eat you up. Hubby, don't worry. I have a good relationship with the boss's wife. She doesn't dare to do anything to me. Besides, I don't want to be a vase that does nothing, said Shi Xiaoyan. After listening to Shi Xiaoyan's words, Yang Hao was a little distracted for a moment and decided to support her choice. Just when Yang Hao was distracted, seeing that the bald middle-aged boss was about to get angry again, Shi Xiaoyan spoke again, boss, don't be angry, I'll let him leave now. After saying that, he pushed Yang Hao away, and soon Yang Hao was pushed to the door. Shi Xiaoyan comforted him, don't be unhappy, I will go back to see you tonight. Seeing Shi Xiaoyan's cute pleading appearance, Yang Hao was too lazy to argue with the poor boss. He smiled evilly at Shi Xiaoyan and said, are you just going back to see me? Shi Xiaoyan said, hubby, you are so mean. For the sake of the necklace, you can do whatever you want tonight. As the two were talking sweetly, Boss Lu, who was over 40 years old, came out of the factory. He came to Yang Hao and said, why don't you get out of here right now? You are delaying my factory's production. Can you afford to pay for it? After that, he turned to Shi Xiaoyan and said, why don't you go to work quickly? You are wasting time here and you don't want your salary anymore. Just as Yang Hao was about to beat up this wretched middle-aged bald man, Shi Xiaoyan stopped him and said, you go back first, I'm going to work. Watching Yang Hao turn and leave, Boss Lu said to Shi Xiaoyan, if you find a man like this, you might as well follow me. At least you don't have to work so hard. Seeing Yang Hao leave, Shi Xiaoyan's expression changed instantly, and she said to Boss Lu in a cold voice, do you know why I travel around the world? What do you mean? I am willing to find a boyfriend, it's none of your business what kind of boyfriend I find. When Yang Hao heard Shi Xiaoyan's words, he never thought that the obedient little girl in front of him also had such a wild side. Yang Hao said with contempt in his heart, with the scale of this factory, it can only make a few 100,000 a month at most. I don't know who gave this old man the confidence to talk to me like this. At this moment, Yang Hao has sentenced the factory owner to death, but the boss is still unaware of it. When Yang Hao turned the corner and walked down the stairs, a beautiful woman with a plump figure and creamy skin bumped into his arms. Yang Hao saw that the woman's skin was white, and the feeling of flesh was simply the ceiling of the slightly plump world. Especially the peerless World Cup, how to say it? Natural Big G, do you understand? Even though Yang Hao had seen hundreds of goddesses in his previous life, he couldn't help but be excited. At the same time, the information panel appeared in front of Yang Hao. Character, Su Mei. Realm, none. Appearance, 88. After reading the woman's message, Yang Hao said to Su Mei, Beauty, are you okay? Although it was Su Mei who hit the opponent with the ball, Yang Hao was full of male hormones, which still made Su Mei a little distracted. She greedily sucked the breath from Yang Hao. After reacting, he stammered shyly, I'm fine. At this time, Shi Xiaoyan said to Su Mei, Boss, you are here. Su Mei smiled and said, Xiaoyan, is this your friend? Sure Shayan smiled with her eyes narrowed into slits and said, "It's my lazy boyfriend." Sumei thought to herself, "No wonder you are willing to work to earn money to support him. With his looks and body, he looks very strong." She teased, "Your boyfriend is awesome, right?" Sure Shayan thought about it and said shyly, "It's just like that. A thin dog." Although the voice was very low, Yang Hao could still hear it clearly. The original owner was indeed a thin dog, and his body was also hollowed out, but what does it have to do with me now, Yang Hao? You actually said I was a thin dog. Tonight I will let you know how a thin dog turns over and sings. However, when Yang Hao heard Sure Shayan call Sumei the boss lady, he couldn't help but feel a little sorry. The dog's good cabbage was eaten by the pig again. He said to Sure Shayan with some doubt, "The wife of that fat pig just now." Yang Hao's voice was very low, so Sumei naturally didn't hear what he said. Sure Shayan said, "Don't let your imagination run wild. Sister Sumei is my best friend. It's because her family is greedy that they married her to our boss Lu." Yang Hao sighed in his heart, what a pity to lose such a beautiful woman. He smiled and extended his hand to Sumei, introducing himself, "Hello, Sumei, my name is Yang Hao, Shayan's boyfriend." Sumei gently held Yang Hao's hand, and her smile was even more charming. "Hello, Yang Hao, Shayan often mentions you." Yang Hao felt the softness in his hand, and his heart was moved, but he remained polite on the surface. "Shayan always praised you for being beautiful and gentle. After seeing you today, it really is as you said." Sumei chuckled, with a glint in her eyes. "Thank you for the compliment. You are very handsome too. If you are free, you are welcome to visit my home." After saying that, she looked at Yang Hao meaningfully, then turned and walked into the factory. Yang Hao looked at her back and couldn't help feeling curious. This Sumei seemed to be very interested in him, but her relationship with that wretched boss was not very good. It seems that this small factory is no longer necessary. Damn the fat man, without the factory, how can I keep the beauty? After leaving the garment factory, Yang Hao took out his old cell phone and dialed. Not long after, the call was connected. "Brother Hao, what's the matter? Why are you calling me so early?" "Sanner, there is something I need your help with." Sanner, the original owner's best friend, is also a lazy person, but he is smart and works as a junket operator in a casino, which is also a job. It's just that this person is too loyal, and all the money he earned was lost by the original owner. Chapter 3 Landlady's Sister. "Sanner, let's meet at the old place. I just need your help with something," Yang Hao said and hung up the phone. As for the old place, it is a barbecue restaurant on the snack street behind the commercial city. Because there is a very beautiful proprietress in the store, Yang Hao and his group of friends often go to this store to drink. When Yang Hao arrived at the barbecue restaurant, Sanner and two friends were already waiting in the restaurant. Since the barbecue restaurants in Huadu are usually for late-night snacks, there are basically no people now. As soon as Yang Hao entered, the proprietress greeted him, "Brother Hao, you are here. Your friend is waiting for you inside." This sound is like a brothel girl in ancient times calling out, "Master, come and play." Suddenly, Yang Hao felt a headache and some beautiful scenes appeared in his mind, which were hard to describe. This is why the original owner likes to come to this store with friends. Not to mention that the boss lady is really good looking, with a beautiful face, a slightly worldly air, and a well-proportioned figure, which is the best. This made Yang Hao a little confused. How could such a top-notch girl marry a dark and fat barbecue guy? However, the next second, the information on the system panel made Yang Hao understand everything. Character: Li Xiao. Realm: None. Value: 82. As for the proprietress Li Xiao, I have heard many legends about her and heard that she is looking for an honest man to take over. And the original body is as handsome as the reader, and often comes here to eat barbecue. I often get drunk and have to be helped to go to the toilet by the boss's wife. I silently mourned for the barbecue brother for 2 seconds, and then I thought that the barbecue brother was not at a disadvantage. Just talking about the skills he has acquired through many battles, the barbecue brother must be very happy. After greeting Li Xiao, Yang Hao walked into the barbecue restaurant. Sanner and his friends saw Yang Hao and said, "Brother Hao, if there is something wrong, we can't talk on the phone. We have to call the brothers here." Yang Hao came and sat down next to Sanner and said, "Sanner, let's drink first and then talk slowly." "Okay, Brother Hao, you have the final say." After Yang Hao sat down, he started to order skewers, while Li Xiao was recording and teasing everyone with her charming voice. After ordering the skewers, Li Xiao asked the boss to grill them. Yang Hao said, "I'm going to the bathroom first." Li Xiao smiled and said, I'll take you there. The three of them smiled but didn't say anything. They all knew exactly what they were going to do. Entering the toilet, Li Xiao said to Yang Hao, let me help you. The sight of Li Xiao's eyes shining made Yang Hao recall the scene in his memory. I wanted to refuse, but after all, it was a debt of love left by the original owner, so I just let her do it this time and won't come to this store anymore. Seeing that Yang Hao did not refuse, Li Xiao began to help Yang Hao gently. Brother Hao, I haven't seen you for a few days. You seem to have grown taller. Remove the word seem. It's so obvious, can't you see it? Yang Hao said unhappily. Brother Hao, hurry up, there are not many customers now, don't let Fatty find out. It's just that Yang Hao has been strengthened. Although his movements are fast and his lethality is strong. But the increase in physical strength still has side effects. For example, now he can't save time at all. Soon the skewers and wine were served. Yang Hao took a bite of the skewers and found them to be average. But there is such a superb boss lady, who can go to the toilet with such a handsome guy as the reader. No wonder the business is so good. Several people were bragging and drinking at the same time. When it was almost time, Yang Hao said, Saner, you know Boss Shayan, right? Saner nodded and said, I know him. I saw him once when I went to visit my sister-in-law with you last time. That's good to know. Try to teach him a lesson. Why? My sister-in-law still works in his factory. If she offends him, what should I do if he makes things difficult for her? Don't mention it. This son of a bitch actually coveted your sister-in-law's beauty. Do you think I can tolerate this? Of course not, Brother Hao, I'll take a few people to smash this guy's factory. Yang Hao thought for a moment and said, Saner, don't be impulsive. We are good people who abide by the law. You guys should find a way to trick him into going to the casino, and then make him owe more money, and then let him use his wife to pay off the debt. Brother Hao, he covets your girlfriend, and you touch his wife. Brother Hao, you are such a good person. Yang Hao smiled and said, the one who knows me best is Saner. I'll leave this matter to you. After it's done, Brother Hao will help you make a fortune. No problem, we will take care of this little thing. We will definitely take care of it for Brother Hao, the three said in unison. Yang Hao paid the bill, and the others staggered out of the barbecue restaurant. After parting, Yang Hao returned to his simple rented room. However, just as he got downstairs, a simply dressed, plump woman called him. Xiao Hao, can you help your sister? Yang Hao looked at this beautiful woman with a stunning face and misty almond eyes. Based on the original owner's memory, he immediately remembered who the person was. Isn't this the fabulous landlord lady that the original owner wanted to peek at every day? At the same time, a piece of information appeared in front of Yang Hao. Character, Morong Shui. Realm, Late Ming Jin. Appearance, 98. Looking at this message, Yang Hao's eyes widened. He never thought that his landlord's sister was not only beautiful, but also a master in the late Ming Jin stage. With a slight smile, Yang Hao said to Morong Shui, of course I am willing to help the landlord's sister. Since you are willing, please follow me into the house. Yang Hao nodded and followed the landlady into the room. It's a hot summer evening. Two people are actually repairing the water pipes. Xiao Hao, you are awesome, hurry up and install the faucet. Morong Shui jumped with excitement, her proud figure swaying violently. However, Yang Hao did not notice that when he installed the faucet, water splashed all over the two of them. When Yang Hao saw this, his handsome face instantly turned red with embarrassment. Landlord's sister, can you please stop jumping? What's the point of jumping? I asked you to help fix the water pipe, but you're sweating all over. Yang Hao complained, what the hell are you doing? Don't you know what your body shape is? You're just jumping around like this. You'd scare anyone into sweats. Morong Shui suddenly realized something and looked down. My face turned red. Little Hao, you are capable of this? I asked you to fix a water pipe. But you peeked at me. Next month, your rent will double. Morong Shui raised her fist and punched Yang Hao in the chest, then laughed awkwardly. Yang Hao pretended to be sad and said, really? Landlady, I helped you fix the water pipe, but you actually want to raise my rent. You don't love me anymore. Humph. Brat Xiao Hao. Is your sister such an ungrateful person? I'll treat you to a midnight snack tonight. After saying that, Morong Shui drove Yang Hao out of the room. She went to change her wet clothes. Yang Hao pouted and went upstairs to his simple single room. When Yang Hao got home, he saw the falling apart bed and the dried blood on the mat on the floor. He knew that he had not had any dreams last night. So he changed his clothes and went downstairs to the furniture store. With the money, he naturally had to buy a good bed. Yang Hao picked out a wooden bed and a soft mattress. After paying, Yang Hao asked the clerk to send it home. The clerk delivered the bed to Yang Hao's home. After looking at the broken bed on the ground, he shook his head and said to Yang Hao, "Women are meant to be loved. Be gentler next time." Yang Hao rolled his eyes after hearing what he said. He didn't need to think about it. He was also a single dog and didn't understand women at all. Strength is the foundation. For women, great strength can bring about miracles. After installing the bed, Yang Hao asked the clerk to take the broken bed out and throw it away. Not to mention that the clerk's service attitude was quite good. Although he said a few words, he still helped Yang Hao take the old bed downstairs and throw it away. Yang Hao washed up and lay down on the bed. Don't say that the new bed cost 8,800 yuan, but it felt different. It was soft and comfortable. Are you bored lying down? Yang Hao took out his phone and turned on Douyin. Maybe all men have the same hobbies? Every time Yang Hao scrolls, he sees videos of plump and sexy beauties dancing. At this moment, a prompt sound appeared. "Annie baby, the show you follow, has started airing." Yang Hao clicked in without thinking. You don't know until you click in. Once you click in, wow, it turns out that all men have the same hobbies. A system message appears. Characters, Annie Yang. Realm, none. Appearance, 85. Maybe it was because it had just started, there were only about 10 people in the live broadcast room. Yang Annie really knows how to grasp people's hearts. Wearing tight yoga pants, with a soft and tight beautiful back, the figure is wrapped in a curvy shape. Chapter 4 Baby Annie. The perfect figure swayed leisurely on the screen, making Yang Hao's throat itchy and he couldn't help swallowing. For these internet celebrities, Yang Hao has only one attitude in his past and present life: no favorite, only more favorite. Looking at the subtitles on the phone screen, Yang Hao forced himself not to move and read carefully. As expected of an baby, her figure is amazing. A Gatling gun would be perfect. Brother, can Gatling be watched for free? A bunch of freeloaders, look at my brother's big rocket. And baby, thank you, my brother, bye, for your big rocket. Will the top brother on the list tonight have a chance to have dinner with Anne? Yang Hao also became interested when he heard what Yang Annie said. After all, she was the only female anchor that the original owner followed. With such a pretty figure and a lowly's face, does he believe it when he says the original owner has no thoughts? Since spending some money can satisfy the original owner's wish, why not do it? As soon as he said it, Yang Hao posted a comment saying, "Annie baby, are you serious? Annie baby, brother Hao, can you ask the brothers in my live studio? Annie, never lie. Yang Hao, Annie baby, are you ready? I'm about to take action." Then Yang Hao topped up and swiped the rocket in one go. The rocket special effects on the screen could not be stopped at all. Unconsciously, Yang Hao had spent more than 100,000 yuan. This amount of money was not a big deal for him now, but for a small anchor, it was like a super rich man coming. He had to perform well to keep the big brother. No matter what Yang Hao asked for, she had to satisfy him. But Yang Hao just gave gifts, as if he had no desire or request, which made Annie baby a little curious. I feel more and more that Yang Hao is mysterious. Mystery is the beginning of a woman falling into the abyss. After a live broadcast, Annie baby said, "Tonight's live broadcast ends here. Brother Hao, send me Earth Hao. I will add you when I get off the air." Yang Hao replied, "Okay," and sent his Earth ID to him in a private message. Soon, a reminder sound came from Yang Hao's Earth. Before Yang Hao could check, Yang Hao's phone rang. Yang Hao looked and saw that it was his best landlord's sister. After the call was connected, Yang Hao asked, "Landlord's sister, what's the matter with you calling? Xiao Hao. Didn't we agree to treat you to a midnight snack tonight? I'll be waiting for you downstairs." Yang Hao answered immediately and hung up the phone. He jumped up from the bed and ran downstairs. When he came downstairs, Yang Hao saw Morong Shui wearing tight jeans and a white hot girl t-shirt. Such a pure dress is a huge contrast to the landlord's sister who teases her whenever she has something to do. Yang Hao came behind her and patted her shoulder. Morong Shui instinctively grabbed Yang Hao's hand and then gave her a reverse slam. It's me, the landlord's sister. Please let me go quickly. It hurts. How come you walk without making any sound, you bastard? Landlord's sister, how could there be no sound? It's because you were so engrossed in watching the handsome guy that you didn't notice me. You are such a snob. Is there anyone in the whole village more handsome than you? Of course, most of the readers of this book are more handsome than me. You are the only one who talks too much. Come with me to the riverside for a stroll. Yang Hao currently lives in a village in Huadu City. There is a river next to the village. At night, there are various snack stalls on the riverside, which is very lively. Of course, in the black corners on both sides, there are also the characteristics of the urban village streetwalkers. As soon as night falls, they go out. The railings on both sides are crowded with people, forming another kind of scenery. But this has little to do with Yang Hao. In the past, Yang Hao just came to the river with his friends to see if there were any top quality products. He really has never been a consumer. After all, he is handsome enough. If Sher Shayan is not at home, he will go to the barbecue restaurant with his brothers after strolling along the river, and then go to the toilet with the boss's wife while the boss is grilling. Yang Hao nodded, followed Morong Shui, and walked to the riverside. 5 minutes later, the two arrived at the riverside. The moonlight sprinkled on the river, making the waves sparkle. The breeze gently blew Morong Shui's hair, making her look even more beautiful. Strolling along the river bank, the two chatted while enjoying the scenery. In the night, the streets along the river are bright as stars, and the sounds of hawking are endless. Yang Hao and Morong Shui came to a barbecue stall and sat down. Morong Shui said, "Xiao Hao, the barbecue here tastes very good." Yang Hao nodded and said, "Since Sister Shui praised it so highly, I must have a good taste of it." Morong Shui quickly ordered the barbecue and said to Yang Hao, "Have a drink." Yang Hao smiled and said, "I'll listen to my sister." Just as Yang Hao and Morong Shui were chatting and drinking, a system prompt sounded in Yang Hao's mind. Byte. Congratulations to the host for signing in daily. Do you want to sign in? Check in. Byte. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining 60% of the shares of Huadu Weiman Textile Company, Limited. According to the original owner's memory, Weiman Textile Company has a market value of tens of billions and is the largest textile company in Huadu City. Yang Hao excitedly brought the system panel. Host, Yang Hao. Realm, early stage of Mingjin, Ningjin, Enjin, Huajin, Danjin, Zhaojin. Industry, 60% of textiles for the people, valued at 30 billion. Skills, none. Appearance, 98. After reading the system introduction, Yang Hao thought to himself, the super rich system is really good. He has accumulated hundreds of billions of assets in just one day. At this moment, a rough voice pulled Yang Hao out of his joy. Kid, get out of here if you know what's best for you, and leave the girl behind. Yang Hao looked up and saw a man with a ferocious look and a scar on his face standing in front of him. There were 3 or 4 burly men standing behind him. Yang Hao was a little confused. He didn't know when these people appeared in front of him. Could it be that I was too engrossed in looking at the system panel just now? However, before Yang Hao could speak, a man behind the scarred man said, "You little bastard, Brother Biao told you to get out, can't you hear me?" Morong Shui looked at Yang Hao jokingly, smiled and said, "Little brother, you seem to be in trouble." Yang Hao ignored them and said to Morong Shui, "Sister Shui, it's not that I'm in trouble, they're after your people. You came out with your sister, so shouldn't you help her drive away these flies?" Yang Hao pretended to be scared and said, "Sister, I'm a little scared. Why don't you just obey them? You bastard, I've been so good to you, and this is how you repay me." Seeing Yang Hao and Morong Shui chatting on their own and not paying any attention to him, Brother Biao said, "Asshole, how dare you ignore me, brothers, kill him." As soon as he finished speaking, several big men behind him rushed towards Yang Hao. Yang Hao picked up the plate on the table and smashed it on the face of the big man who was rushing in front. The big man wailed, and Yang Hao stood up and said with a smile, "Brother, why are you using your thick skin to hit the plate in my hand?" However, the answer he got was the fists of several people behind the big man. Yang Hao dodged them. Then he used a set of turtle punches on several people in turn. He knocked the men down with just a few punches. Yang Hao approached the scarred man step by step, saying as he walked, "Brother Biao, right? How come I have never heard of your name?" Seeing Yang Hao approaching, Brother Biao's eyes turned cold and he took the starting position of the 8th level punch. He sneered at Yang Hao and said, "Don't think you are invincible just because you know a little bit of kung fu. Look at me, I will lean on you." Brother Biao rushed forward and hit Yang Hao's chest with his elbow. The speed was so fast that Yang Hao didn't have time to dodge. After being hit by Brother Biao, Yang Hao felt pain in his chest and took 2 or 3 steps back before he could stabilize himself. Yang Hao looked at Brother Biao again, and a line of information appeared. Character, Sang Biao. Realm, peak of the early Ningjin stage. Value, 75. Seeing this line of information, Yang Hao became interested. Although Sang Biao was obviously a little stronger in realm. But Yang Hao also wanted to know where his limit was. After all, he had used body strengthening potions to reach the level of Mingjin. His physical strength was stronger than that of ordinary Mingjin. Otherwise, he would not have just felt pain. And with Morong Shui at his side, he was not at all afraid, and rushed towards Sang Biao in one step. Chapter 5, Buying Clothes. Seeing this, Sang Biao did not dare to neglect it and sent an 8th level cannon punch towards Yang Hao's fist. The 2 fists collided, and the sound of the explosion broke the sky. Sang Biao retreated 3 steps, and Yang Hao retreated 5 steps. Although Yang Hao seems to be at a disadvantage, his body has been strengthened by strengthening potions, and he is stronger than Sang Biao in both strength and resistance to blows. The 2 fought again, punching each other. Sang Biao, who had the upper hand at the beginning, gradually fell into a disadvantage after dozens of moves. The wounds on his body were all blue and purple. On the other hand, although Yang Hao had no boxing skills and was hit more often, his wounds were not obvious. In addition, the 2 had been fighting for a long time, and Sang Biao gradually became exhausted. He was hit in the chest by Yang Hao's punch and flew backwards, spitting out a mouthful of blood. After Sang Biao stood up, he bowed to Yang Hao and said, "I was blind and didn't recognize the great man. Please forgive me, little brother." Yang Hao wiped the sweat from his forehead. After testing his own strength, Yang Hao no longer wanted to trouble Sang Biao. He said to Sang Biao, "It's okay. This is the first time I've had such a good fight." Sang Biao bowed and led his brothers away. Morong Shui said to Yang Hao, "I didn't expect your little brother to be so powerful." Yang Hao waved his hands and said with a wicked smile, "Compared to Sister Shui, I am far behind." Morong Shui's eyes turned cold. She stared at Yang Hao and said, "Since you have discovered me, there is no need to keep you. Sister Shui, you can't be ungrateful. I am still useful to you." Yang Hao felt that he could defeat Sang Biao, who was at the peak of the early Ningjin stage, which was already his current limit. If Morong Shui really wanted to kill him, it would be difficult for him to survive. Morong Shui's eyes turned, and she said with a hint of mischief, "Tell me, what's the point of keeping you here?" "Sister Shui, I know everything. As long as you stay, I can help you clear your pipes if they get clogged. If your light bulbs are broken, I can help you change them." Yang Hao teased with a smirk, his legs already ready to be oiled. After hearing Yang Hao's ridicule, Morong Shui was not angry. She laughed out loud and said to Yang Hao, "It seems that you are not very useful. A great master of Mingjin can only repair ordinary daily necessities. There is not much point in keeping you. Who says it's useless? This is also a very laborious project." The 2 chatted leisurely, ate barbecue, and enjoyed the evening breeze until 2 in the morning, when they went home together. Downstairs in the rental house, Morong Shui said to Yang Hao, "Xiao Hao, do you want to come to your sister's house and have a seat?" "No, Sister Shui, I have something else to do tonight." After saying that, Yang Hao ran upstairs like a flying bird. As soon as Yang Hao entered the room, he saw Shi Xiaoyan, who had just come out of the bath. Her perfect body was wrapped in a bath towel. When she saw Yang Hao, she said, "Why did you come back so late? I've been waiting for you for a long time." "Wife, I had something to do just now, so I went out for a while." "You look so beautiful tonight." Yang Hao stretched out his hands and wanted to hug Shi Xiaoyan. Shi Xiaoyan took a step back and said playfully, "Why are you so anxious? Go take a shower." Yang Hao ran into the bathroom happily, and soon he came out of the bathroom. Seeing Shi Xiaoyan in bed, Yang Hao. The next morning, Yang Hao woke up slowly from his simple single room. Shi Xiaoyan had gone to work without knowing when. I took out my phone and saw that I had accepted Ann Baby's friend request. But just after I accepted it, I received a message from the other party. "Brother Hao, what were you busy with last night? I waited for you all night. I worked overtime last night so that I could date you today, and you blame me." Annie Baby didn't expect that Yang Hao was busy all night for her. She was a little touched and said, "I'm at Huadu Foreign Languages College. Are you free tonight? Let's have dinner together." Yang Hao thought for a moment and said, no problem. I happen to be free tonight. After chatting with Annie Baby for a while, they agreed on a meeting time. Yang Hao then got up and washed up. After washing up, Yang Hao decided to buy some clothes. There was no other way. The original owner was wearing cheap clothes and looked like a gangster. Yang Hao didn't like this kind of clothes. After going downstairs, Yang Hao went to a steamed bun shop and bought 2 meat buns and a cup of soy milk, then took a taxi to the trade city. After arriving at the trade city, Yang Hao did not wander around and went straight to the men's clothing area. There are so many men's clothing stores of various brands, it's dizzying. Finally, Yang Hao came to a Dior store. It's not because the clothes are so colorful, but mainly because the lady standing at the cashier is so beautiful. Men? When they see a beautiful woman, they want to get close to her and take a look. Even if they can't get her, they can still enjoy their eyes. But when Yang Hao walked into the store, the salesperson looked at the cheap goods he was wearing and no one paid any attention to him. Yang Hao could only walk around the store and look around. Just as he was looking at a white t-shirt he liked and was about to buy it, a voice interrupted his movements. Stop it now, do you have money? If you touch it, can you afford to pay for it if it gets dirty? Yang Hao looked back and saw a salesperson looking at him with disgust. Yang Hao smiled and said, you guys are running a shop to do business, don't you want to let customers see it? Of course it's for customers to see, but are you a customer? Can you afford it? Yang Hao shook his head. It's already 2024 and there are still such salespeople who look down on others. Yang Hao ignored her and said to the cashier at the front desk, come over here and tell me about the clothes in your store. At the same time, the girl's message appeared in front of Yang Hao. Character, Kai Jiao. Realm, none. Value, 92. Kai Jiao looked at Yang Hao with a puzzled look on her face, and asked curiously, boss, are you calling me? She works as a cashier and has never been asked by customers to introduce clothes, but she can still make sales and get commissions. Yang Hao smiled bitterly and said, look, besides you, is there anyone else in this store willing to pay attention to me? Kai Jiao looked around the store and saw that there were no customers. She nodded and began to introduce clothes to Yang Hao. The two chatted and laughed for more than 10 minutes. Kai Jiao carefully introduced the clothes in the store to Yang Hao. Seeing that it was almost done, Yang Hao said to Kai Jiao, can I buy it first and you deliver it to me in a few days? Kai Jiao looked at Yang Hao in confusion and said, boss, stop teasing me. It's just buying clothes. It will take a few days for the delivery. I bought a lot, I have to go back and clean up my room, otherwise I have nowhere to put them, I can pay first. Kai Jiao thought for a moment and said, our store can deliver goods to your door, but you need to pay a certain service fee. These are all minor issues. Give me one of all your styles. We'll add a global number. When my room is ready, you can send it to my home. After hearing what Yang Hao said, the salesperson who had mocked Yang Hao at the beginning said, he has no money but is still pretending to be stupid. Xiao Kai, don't believe him, otherwise he will have no money to pay and your work will be in vain. Yang Hao was too lazy to have a verbal confrontation with this kind of service staff. He just wanted her to see others taking the commission she deserved, and this kind of salesperson would feel very uncomfortable, more uncomfortable than if you scolded her. Yang Hao directly took out his bank card and handed it to Kai Jiao, saying, go and calculate it. Then swiped the card. Kai Jiao smiled, took the bank card, and started calculating the price. Half an hour later, Kai Jiao held up a bill of more than 10 meters and said to Yang Hao, boss, the total is 12,320,028. Can I round off the zero and make it 12,300,000? Yang Hao said, no need to touch the change, just take the amount you deserve. I'll just put on one set of clothes and leave. I'll let you know in a few days and you can send the rest to me. Kai Jiao smiled and swiped the card. Yang Hao took a white t-shirt, put on white trousers and white leather shoes, and left the store. Looking at Yang Hao's back as he left, the sales staff in the store regretted their decision to the core. Blame yourself for not being more enthusiastic? Chapter 6: Buying a car. Yang Hao left the clothing store and thought about meeting Annie Baby in the evening. So I decided to buy a car to get around, so it would be much more convenient to go out in the future. Yang Hao bought a watch in the mall and replaced his old cell phone with a new one. I took a taxi to the largest 4S store in Huadu, changed my clothes, and with Yang Hao's temperament. A true rich young man, Yang Hao was surrounded by beautiful salesmen as soon as he entered the 4S store. Yang Hao took a look and was attracted by one of the salesmen. Exquisite facial features, a curvy figure, and black silk high heels, the perfect figure is wrapped in a curvy shape, full of temptation. Yang Hao looked at him, and a message appeared in front of Yang Hao. Character, Chen Shishir. Realm, none. Appearance, 85. Although her appearance is not top-notch, her plump and soft figure is the favorite of men. Yang Hao said to Chen Shishir, "Please introduce your company's cars to me." Chen Shishir smiled and said, "Okay sir, follow me." Yang Hao followed Chen Shishir to the VIP room and sat down. Chen Shishir took out a stack of information, came to Yang Hao and said with a smile, "Boss, I wonder what kind of car you need." Yang Hao looked at Chen Shishir and said, "I want an expensive car with bright headlights and shiny taillights." Chen Shishir gave a meaningful look and said, "Boss, what do you think of this 4-circle A8? Yang Hao took the picture. The silver-white car body was indeed quite flashy. While Yang Hao was looking at the pictures, Chen Shishir began to introduce the performance and accessories of the vehicle. After listening to Chen Shishir's introduction, Yang Hao nodded and said, "Do you have a car in stock? If you are satisfied, when can the formalities be completed as soon as possible?" "Boss, we have a car in stock. After you purchase the car, the formalities can be completed in 2 hours." Yang Hao looked at Chen Shishir and said, "Let's go for a test drive. If you are satisfied with the test drive, we will buy these 2 cars." Soon Chen Shishir brought Yang Hao to the exhibition hall, and Yang Hao sat in the driver's seat. Chen Shishir sat in the passenger seat, and Yang Hao drove the car, rushing out of the 4S store like an arrow. Following Chen Shishir's navigation, we soon turned into a road that was not accessible. Chen Shishir instructed Yang Hao to pull over. "I'll have to take a closer look at this, but isn't it easy to rear-end a car this expensive?" "Don't worry, boss. This car is expensive and most people can't afford it. You can drive it with confidence." At the same time, dark clouds covered the sky and heavy rain poured down. This test drive was so nerve-wracking that it made me sweat. "Boss, did you pay for your driver's license? Look at me, I'm so scared that I'm sweating all over." "Ha ha, but this car is awesome. Next time I buy a car, I'll ask you to test drive it." "Thank you for your care, boss. Let's leave your contact information." The two exchanged contact information. Yang Hao drove back to the 4S store quickly. Signing the contract and swiping the card in one go, Chen Shishir was busy going to handle the formalities for Yang Hao. Yang Hao was in the VIP room enjoying the air conditioning, and time passed by little by little. 2 hours later, the car's license plate, insurance and other formalities were all completed. Chen Shishir handed the documents to Yang Hao, who took the contract and planned to leave. Chen Shishir said to Yang Hao, "Welcome to visit us next time, boss." Yang Hao smiled evilly and said, "Aren't you afraid of losing more money on the next order?" Hearing Yang Hao's teasing, Chen Shishir shyly said, "It may not be a loss. What if it is enjoyment?" Yang Hao did not answer, but drove away and soon arrived outside Huadu Foreign Languages College. I took out my phone and sent a message to Annie Baby. Not long after, a girl with a willow-like waist but unusually plump body appeared at the entrance of the college. Yang Hao looked over. Although her figure was not very coordinated, she had a unique charm. He was attracted by her at first sight. The girl's skin was unusually white, giving her a sickly look. Yang Hao rolled down the car window, waved at the girl and said, "Annie, here." Annie Baby saw Yang Hao waving, came to Yang Hao's car, opened the passenger door, and sat in. Yang Hao said to Annie, "Sister Annie, you really know where to grow your flesh. Brother Hao, please stop making fun of me. Being too big is a problem. It's a burden when I walk." Yang Hao glanced at Annie Baby. "This is too Versailles. How many women want it, but they can't grow it?" Seeing Yang Hao not speaking, Annie said to Yang Hao, "Brother Hao, your car is not cheap, is it?" "Ah. Is having money also a kind of trouble? It hurts your kidneys so much that even if you take supplements all day long, you may not be able to make up for it." The car suddenly fell into silence, and Yang Hao drove quickly to Huadu International Hotel. This is the largest 5-star hotel in Huadu, integrating catering, entertainment, accommodation, etc. There is a beach outside the hotel. Yang Hao parked the car in front of the hotel and got out to open the door for Annie Baby. And Baby got out of the car gracefully and the two walked into the hotel together. The lobby was magnificent. Yang Hao walked to the front desk and booked a presidential suite. Then they took the elevator to the room. As soon as the door opened, Annie Baby was shocked by the luxury of the room. Yang Hao smiled and said, "Do you like it? This is specially prepared for you." Annie Baby nodded with emotion. Yang Hao hugged her gently and whispered in her ear, "Tonight, you are my queen." A blush appeared on Annie baby's face. She nodded slightly, with shyness in her eyes. After touring the room, Yang Hao said to Annie, "Sister Annie, it's getting late. Let's ask the waiter to deliver the food to the room, or go to the restaurant for dinner." Annie knew what Yang Hao was thinking, but seeing that Yang Hao was handsome and rich, she naturally wanted to satisfy Yang Hao. So he said to Yang Hao, "Brother Hao, let's have our meal in the room. After the meal, we'll take a rest and then go to the beach to play." Yang Hao nodded and asked the waiter to bring dinner and a bottle of red wine. The two of them ate and drank, and slowly, Annie began to smoke. You know, just for this meal, Yang Hao spent hundreds of thousands of. Chapter 7: Annie Baby's Company. After tasting the delicious food and drinking the red wine, Annie felt a little tipsy. Her pretty face blushed as she said to Yang Hao, "Brother Hao, I feel a little dizzy. Can you help me go to the room and rest for a while?" "Okay." Yang Hao helped the tipsy Annie into the master bedroom. The bed in the master bedroom was very big. Yang Hao helped Annie to the bedside. Annie grabbed Yang Hao's hand and said, "Brother Hao, don't leave, stay with me." "Okay, I won't leave. I'll stay with you." "Yeah, Brother Hao is the best." Time flies by, the night is getting darker and darker, the two tipsy people open their eyes. "Annie, are you awake? Let's go to the beach and have a midnight snack." "I'll wash up first, Brother Hao, please wait for me." Soon, Annie finished washing up and walked out of the bathroom radiantly. She took Yang Hao's hand and the two took the elevator downstairs. The beach was brightly lit at night, and people were having fun on the beach. Yang Hao and Annie were walking on the beach, enjoying the tranquility and beauty of the night. The sea breeze caressed their faces, bringing a hint of coolness. As they walked, they came to a snack stand by the sea. The stalls are filled with all kinds of delicious food, and the aroma is fragrant. Annie started picking excitedly, and Yang Hao looked at her with a smile. After choosing their food, they found an empty seat and sat down, enjoying the food while admiring the sea view. Annie happily told her own interesting stories, and Yang Hao listened quietly, interjecting a few words from time to time, and their laughter echoed in the night sky. After having supper, Yang Hao and Annie decided to sit on the beach for a while and feel the beauty of the night. They stayed together, immersed in a happy atmosphere. After an unknown amount of time, the beach became crowded with people, and Annie and Yang Hao also returned to the hotel. As soon as he entered the room and closed the door, Yang Hao couldn't wait to hug Annie's slender waist. "Brother Hao, why are you here? Are you going to let your sister live? Meeting is fate, how can we waste our time? Come on, Sister Annie, I believe you can do it." The next morning, the sun shone through the French windows onto Yang Hao's handsome face. He slowly opened his hazy eyes, glanced at Annie who was sleeping soundly beside him, touched her head, and whispered, "Are you tired last night? Who told you to be so naughty?" Then he stood up, closed the curtains, put on his clothes and left the room. Thinking that he had not used the sign-in last night, Yang Hao said to the system master, "Sign in." Byte. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining 98% of the shares of Huadu International Hotel. Yang Hao heard the system voice and asked in confusion, "It's already 98, why don't you get 100%? Open the system panel again. Host, Yang Hao. Realm, early stage of Mingjin. Industry, Wayman Textile 60%, valued at 30 billion, Huadu International Hotel 98%, valued at 32 billion. Skills, none. Appearance, 98. Checking the system panel, Yang Hao decided to inspect the Huadu International Hotel while Annie was resting. After a tour, I found that the whole hotel was well organized and there was nothing wrong with it. He took out his cell phone and opened the address book. Sure enough, Su Yini, the general manager of Huadu International Hotel, was in it. Yang Hao dialed the number without thinking. Soon the call was connected, and a voice that was 3 parts charming and 3 parts cold rang out, "Hello? I'm Su Yini. Who are you looking for?" "I'm Yang Hao, Manager Su, I'm in the hotel lobby, please come and pick me up." Hearing Yang Hao, Su Yini paused for 3 seconds and then said, "You are the new boss of our hotel?" "Yes. I'll be down to pick you up right away." Yang Hao sat on the sofa in the hotel lobby and waited. Not long after, he saw a natural beauty with a queen-like temperament walking out of the elevator. She was followed by several hotel executives, walking with her own DGM. A pair of long legs, moving, the cold temperament is more charming. She came to Yang Hao, looked at him with a pair of charming big eyes and said with a confident smile, "You must be Mr. Yang. Hello, my name is Su Yini." Yang Hao looked at her. She had a high nose bridge, a bright and confident smile, a tall figure and healthy wheat-colored skin. The body is full and full of elasticity, a message appears. Character, Su Yini. Realm, none. Appearance, 90. Hello, Miss Su, please take me to your office so I can see the financial statements for this quarter. Okay, Mr. Yang. Yang Hao stood up and walked in front, Su Yini followed behind him. On the surface, he was calm, but in fact, his heart was already turbulent. She never expected that her new boss was not only young but also so handsome. He was just like the readers. It was not an exaggeration to call him the national male god. Soon Yang Hao came to Su Yini's office. Yang Hao sat in the boss chair and checked the financial statements for this quarter. Su Yini was standing by, occasionally glancing at Yang Hao, who was looking at the report carefully. I have to say, serious men are really handsome. Before I knew it, Su Yini was fascinated. Half an hour later, Yang Hao finished reading the financial statements and said to Su Yini, "Very good. The hotel will be managed by you in the future. I have something to do, so I'll leave now. Director Yang, I'll see you off." "No, I'll just walk around the hotel." After Yang Hao left, Su Yini thought to herself, if the new boss uses unspoken rules, should I agree to it? Or should I agree to it? Yang Hao naturally didn't know what Su Yini was thinking. He came to the restaurant, bought some snacks, and then returned to the presidential suite. After returning to the room, Annie was already fine. When she saw Yang Hao coming in, she said seductively, "Brother Hao, where have you been? I thought you didn't want me anymore." Yang Hao put breakfast on the table and said, "I'm going to buy breakfast for Annie baby. Just because you worked so hard to make me happy last night, I can't bear to leave you. Brother Hao, you are so bad." In the next 2 days, Yang Hao accompanied Annie baby to play at Huadu International Hotel. Of course, Yang Hao did not torment Annie. It was not until Annie surrendered and asked Yang Hao to send her back that the two of them reluctantly left the Huadu International Hotel. In the past 2 days, Yang Hao signed in but did not gain any skills or industries, but instead received a cash reward of 1.88 billion. When sending Annie home, Yang Hao looked at her perfect and straight back and said with some regret, I don't know when I can continue to eat this piece of fat meat." Seeing that the balance on his card exceeded 10 billion again, Yang Hao decided to change his living environment. So they drove to the sales office of Jinbi New City, which is the nearest high-end residential area to the village in the city where Yang Hao used to live. Although it is not the most luxurious in Huadu, the price is not cheap. The average suite costs 70,000 to 80,000 yuan per square meter. Chapter 8: Buying a House. As soon as Yang Hao walked into the sales office, a group of sales ladies surrounded him. "No way, who asked Yang Hao to drive a 4-circle A8 here? He is fully capable of buying a house here." Yang Hao looked around at the sales ladies with a smile, and finally his eyes fell on a girl in her early 20s with a very good appearance. Character, Li Shuaqin. Realm, none. Appearance, 91. Li Shuaqin is petite and only about 1.5 meters tall. Her height does not affect her appearance. She has a beautiful baby face and fair and tender skin. Although she is petite, her bulging chest seems to be stretching out her professional white shirt. Yang Hao walked up to Li Shuaqin with a smile and said, "Can you introduce me to the room types here?" As soon as Yang Hao finished speaking and Li Shuaqin hadn't answered, the surrounding sales ladies started talking. "Why choose her? She has been here for 3 months and hasn't been able to place a single order. Choose me. I can do anything to place an order." "That's right, she looks skinny, why not choose me, my sister? I have fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs. I will definitely satisfy the boss." Maybe Li Shuaqin was too close to Yang Hao, and the rest of the salesman's words fell into her ears. I blurted out, "I can too." She was originally a student at Huadu Conservatory of Music. Because her mother was seriously ill, she came out to work part-time. She has been working for 3 months and has not received a single order. If her mother doesn't have surgery, she probably won't live much longer. Besides, her family's money has been drained by her mother's illness, so she is so anxious when she sees an opportunity. Yang Hao looked at the innocent Li Shuaqin in front of him strangely and said, "What can you do? Can you introduce me to the apartment layout here?" Li Shuaqin nodded and took Yang Hao to the VIP room. Arriving at the VIP room, Li Shuaqin brought the information and explained it to Yang Hao while he was checking it out. I have to say that Li Shuaqin has worked hard. From her proficiency in explaining, I know she has put in a lot of effort. It's just that the competition in the industry is too fierce, so this little beauty who sticks to the bottom line can't open an order. After some explanation, Yang Hao decided to buy a double-story flat on the top floor. He said to Li Shuoqin, "Can you take me to see the house?" "Sure, I'll get the key." Yang Hao nodded. Soon Li Shuoqin brought the key and took Yang Hao to see the house. Li Shuoqin invited Yang Hao to take a sightseeing bus. Along the way, Yang Hao found that the green environment of the community was very good, and there was a small park in the community. Soon the two of them stopped in front of a building with more than 20 floors. Li Shuoqin took Yang Hao in the elevator and soon arrived at the large flat on the top floor. After opening the door, Yang Hao took a look and saw that many of the interior decorations were made of high-end furniture. This large flat has an area of about 500 square meters on the first floor. The lower floor is mainly a living room, dining room, gym, kitchen, and guest rooms. After the tour, the two came to the second floor, which mainly houses the master bedroom, the second bedroom, and a home theater where they can watch movies and sing karaoke. After entering the master bedroom, Li Shuoqin hugged Yang Hao from behind and said, "Boss, as long as you sign this order and lend me another 100,000 yuan, I can agree to anything you want." "What makes you decide you're worth the extra $100,000? Yang Hao's voice was not polite at all. Li Shuoqin felt a little disappointed after hearing it. But she still decided to try. She pressed her forehead against Yang Hao's back and said, "I'll borrow 100,000 from you. I'll pay you back when the commission comes in. I really need this money." After that, she began to slowly unbutton her white shirt one by one. Yang Hao looked at this small girl with an unusually plump figure. She looks so skinny when she's dressed, but she's so plump when she's undressed. I don't know how she got this small body. Yang Hao swallowed and said, "Hurry up and put on your clothes." "Isn't it enough for me to promise you?" Li Shuoqin put on her clothes shyly. Yang Hao came to sit on the bed in the master bedroom and said to Li Shuoqin, "I bought this house. I can lend you 100,000 yuan, but house sales are not suitable for you. Are you interested in being a live-in nanny for me? I want to earn 500,000 yuan a year." Li Shuoqin thought about it and said, "I also think that real estate sales is not suitable for you. It's not impossible to be your live-in nanny, but I will only do it for 1 year. After 1 year, you can't stop me from leaving." Yang Hao nodded and said, "Let's go sign the house purchase contract first." Soon the two came to the sales department, and after signing the house purchase contract, Li Shuoqin submitted her resignation report. The house was already decorated and ready for immediate move-in. After returning to the house, Yang Hao called Kai Jiao. After asking her to deliver the clothes she bought and sending her the address, Yang Hao hung up the phone. Not long after, Kai Jiao came to Yang Hao's residence carrying the clothes Yang Hao bought. Yang Hao opened the door and said to Kai Jiao, "The cloakroom is on the second floor. Can you go up and help me sort and hang them?" "Of course, no problem, boss, lead the way." When she came to the cloakroom, Kai Jiao sorted out her clothes while imitating the little sister on Douyin, revealing something from time to time. "Are you kidding? It's so hard to meet such a handsome and wealthy boss. If she doesn't try her best, she will look down on herself." Yang Hao knew what she was thinking, and said with a gentle smile, "It's getting late, why don't you stay and have dinner together?" "Okay, I'll go help you cook after I finish sorting the clothes." After hearing this, Yang Hao thought to himself, "What a joke. I don't have any ingredients at home, how can I cook?" "You don't have to do it. I just moved here. I asked the hotel to deliver it." After saying that, Yang Hao went downstairs. He called Su Yini and asked her to arrange for someone to deliver dinner to him. Although the hotel does not have a delivery service, the boss requested it. Su Yini had no choice but to arrange it. Soon, the doorbell rang. Yang Hao opened the door, asked them to put down their food, and then let them leave. This meal was not very luxurious. Apart from 7 or 8 dishes, there were 2 bottles of red wine worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. Just after the delivery person left, Kai Jiao also came down after finishing her clothes. Yang Hao sat at the dining table and said, "Now that you're down, come sit down and have dinner with us." Kai Jiao did not refuse. She knew this was not the time to refuse. She sat opposite Yang Hao. Yang Hao smiled and said, "Do you have anything else tonight? If not, let's have a drink. I can go home after I deliver your clothes today. I don't have anything to do in the evening." Yang Hao took out some red wine and the two of them chatted while eating. The atmosphere was very warm. After an unknown amount of time, Kai Jiao held her forehead and said, "Ow, I feel a little dizzy. Can you help me to rest for a while?" Yang Hao looked at her pretending to be drunk and really wanted to laugh. No wonder they say men become bad when they have money. How many people can stand such a test? He came to Kai Jiao, helped her up, and walked towards the master bedroom upstairs. Chapter 9, Sanner Car Accident. Entering the master bedroom, Yang Hao helped Kai Jiao lie down on the bed. Just as she was about to leave, Kai Jiao opened her eyes, grabbed Yang Hao's hand and said, "Don't go, I'm scared." "Okay, I won't leave. I'll stay with you." However, at this moment, Kai Jiao's cell phone rang and she answered the call. "Xiao Jiao? Why haven't you come back yet?" "Xiao Jiao, what's wrong with you?" "Dad, I accidentally hit my foot. It hurts." "Ah. You're already an adult, and you're crying so loudly over such a minor injury. When will you come back?" "Dad, I'm staying at my colleague's house tonight and I won't be going home." At midnight, a system notification sounded in Yang Hao's mind. Byte. Congratulations to the host for signing in daily. Would you like to sign in? Check in. Byte. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining the Medical Sages book. Do you want to learn it? Study. Suddenly, Yang Hao felt a pain in his head, and a series of medical knowledge poured into his mind, including all the knowledge of Chinese and Western medicine from ancient times to the present. Because of the huge amount of knowledge, Yang Hao's brain crashed for 3 seconds. After receiving the medical knowledge, Yang Hao looked at Kai Jiao, who was sleeping, and his interest was instantly awakened. Kai Jiao murmured in her sleep, "You are here again, do you want me to live?" But her words did not stop Yang Hao, instead they made him feel interesting. Time flies. The next morning, Yang Hao stood up, stretched, and washed up. Not long after, Kai Jiao was also woken up by the alarm clock. After washing up, the two went out to have breakfast together. Kai Jiao took a taxi and left. Yang Hao said to Kai Jiao, "Come and visit us often when you have time." Kai Jiao rolled her eyes at Yang Hao and told the driver to drive away, leaving Yang Hao alone in the wind. After watching Kai Jiao leave, Yang Hao's phone rang. Yang Hao saw that it was his best friend Sanner who opened the door, so he quickly answered, "Sanner, it's done. Brother Hao, please come to the hospital quickly. Third brother was hit by a car and is still being rescued." Yang Hao panicked when he heard this. You know, Sanner is a good brother who grew up with the original owner wearing open crotch pants. The two went to primary school and junior high school together, then dropped out of school together, worked together in society for 2 years, and finally went to Huadu to work in the south. During this period, Sanner was closer to Yang Hao than to his own elder brother. "Which hospital are you in?" "I'll be there right away." Huadu First People's Hospital. Yang Hao quickly hung up the phone and drove his A8 towards the hospital. When he arrived at the first hospital, Yang Hao came to the emergency room and Sanner was still being rescued inside. Yang Hao sat on the bench and waited silently, with every detail of the original owner and Sanner emerging in his mind. Yang Hao was somewhat moved by the deep affection between the two. He said silently, "Sanner, as long as you come out of the emergency room, I will let you accompany me to be rich." At this moment, the door of the emergency room opened. A doctor wearing a mask walked out of the emergency room. Yang Hao stepped forward and asked, "Doctor, how is my brother?" "The man has been rescued. As for when he will wake up, it depends on his luck. You should go and pay the medical bills." Yang Hao nodded and went to pay the medical bills. As soon as he arrived at the cashier, he saw Li Shuoqin. Yang Hao stepped forward and said, "Shuoqin, why are you in the hospital?" Li Shuoqin looked at Yang Hao and said, "Boss, my mother is in the hospital, I came here to pay for the surgery." "What disease does your mother have? Is the chance of successful surgery high?" "Less than 50%, but I still want to try." Yang Hao thought for a moment and said, "Which ward is your mother in? I'll go over and take a look later. I've learned some medical skills and I can help your aunt later. My mother is in ward 302. Yang Hao paid the money and went to Sanner's ward to check on him. He found that he was fine and would be fine as long as he rested. He took out 10,000 yuan and said to Sanner's friends, "Please take good care of Sanner." "Where is the person who hit Sanner? Why didn't he come to the hospital?" "Brother Hao, the driver who hit Brother San, drove away after hitting him. If we hadn't taken Brother San to the hospital, he would probably be dead." Yang Hao gritted his teeth and said to the two of them, "Take good care of Sanner. I'll go investigate who hit Sanner. Yang Hao finished speaking and left the ward. Soon Yang Hao came to ward 302. After entering the ward, I saw a middle-aged woman with a pale face lying on the bed. With just one glance, Yang Hao saw that the woman's physical condition could not support the operation. Shaking his head, he smiled and said to Li Shuaqin, I took a look and your mother's condition is not suitable for surgery. But if I don't have surgery, my mother won't be able to hold on for a few more days. Yang Hao took a look and found that Western medicine could only perform surgery on such patients, otherwise they would just have to wait for death. But Yang Hao was different. He knew both Chinese and Western medicine, so he said, Shuaqin, if you trust me, I can prescribe a prescription so that Auntie can recover first before the surgery. This way the chances of success will be much higher. Li Shuaqin looked at Yang Hao, a hint of hesitation flashed in her eyes. After all, Yang Hao was just her boss, not a professional doctor. But her mother's condition was critical, and she had no better solution. Finally, she decided to trust Yang Hao once. Okay, I believe you. Yang Hao nodded, took out a pen and paper, wrote down a prescription and handed it to Li Shuaqin. You follow this prescription to get the medicine, give it to Auntie on time every day, and Auntie's health will be restored in half a month. Li Shuaqin took the prescription and held it tightly in her hand as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. Thank you, Brother Hao. Yang Hao smiled and shook his head. No need to thank me. I just know a little bit. Please take good care of Auntie. I have something to do and I'll leave first. Afterwards, Yang Hao left the hospital. He still had to investigate the driver who hit Sanner. Professional matters should be left to professionals. Yang Hao found a private detective and found out in just half a day that the vehicle involved in the accident was the car of the eldest son of the Wang family in Huadu. At the same time, Yang Hao also learned about the Wang family in Huadu. Although it was only a second-rate family, it was not something Yang Hao could afford to offend. Although he couldn't afford to offend the Wang family at the moment, Yang Hao still collected evidence and reported the case. But apart from being able to prove that the car belonged to the eldest son of the Wang family, there was no evidence to prove that the person who ran the accident was the eldest son of the Wang family. The Wang family just found a subordinate to take the blame, and the matter was left unresolved. Yang Hao was helpless about this matter. He couldn't do anything to the Wang family, but that didn't mean the Wang family wouldn't do anything to them. That afternoon, the Wang family sent someone to the hospital to teach Sanner a lesson. Chapter 10 Death Threats. Fortunately, the people sent by the Wang family were ordinary people. Yang Hao drove them away with his early Ningjin cultivation. Although the people were driven away, Yang Hao did not dare to be careless and stayed in the hospital to take care of Sanner. However, in the Wang family villa in Donghai Bay, after the eldest son of the Wang family got the news, the people he sent not only failed to teach the poor guy a lesson, but also got beaten up. He was so angry that he smashed the teacup and yelled, "Waste, all waste." After venting his anger, he said to his little follower, "Go call Uncle Quan. I have something to discuss with him." The little follower nodded and left, and soon brought back a hunchbacked old man. The old man said to young Master Wang, "Young Master, why did you call me here? What's the matter?" Young Master Wang said, "Uncle Quan, I want you to help me get rid of someone." "Master, I haven't moved my old bones for a long time. If you have anything to say, please tell me." So the eldest son of the Wang family gave Uncle Quan the order to kill Sanner. However, at the hospital, Yang Hao was dozing off when the system prompt sounded in his mind. Byte. Congratulations to the host for signing in daily. Do you want to sign in? Check in. Byte. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the gate to another world. Do you want to use it? System, what is the use of the gate to another world? Gate to another world, randomly teleport to a new world, while the main world time is blocked. Yang Hao said to the system, you can teleport to any world. That's right, host. Yang Hao looked at his attribute panel. Host, Yang Hao. Realm, early stage of Mingjin. Industry, Wayman Textile 60%, worth 30 billion, Huadu International Hotel 98%, worth 32 billion. Skill, Medical Saints Book. Appearance, 98. Looking at his initial Mingjin cultivation, Yang Hao thought to himself, I'd better not use this gate to another world for now. If I am teleported to a higher martial arts world, I'll be finished. However, things did not go as planned. Just as Yang Hao was about to go back to sleep, a hunched figure appeared behind him silently. Let's go out and talk, the old man said to Yang Hao in a hoarse voice. Yang Hao glanced at the old man, and a dangerous aura appeared. Looking at Sanner, who was still unconscious on the bed, Yang Hao said, "Lead the way." The old man brought Yang Hao to the rooftop of the hospital. He turned around and said to Yang Hao, "Young man, you were very good, but you offended the wrong person. Don't blame me if you go down." After saying that, without waiting for Yang Hao to answer, he attacked Yang Hao directly. Seeing the old man attacking, Yang Hao had no way to dodge, so he could only bite the bullet and raise his fist to meet him. The two fists collided, the air exploded, Yang Hao was knocked back, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. A message appeared in front of Yang Hao. Character, Sun Quan. Realm, initial stage of dark energy. Seeing Yang Hao flying out, he just vomited blood but was not dead. Sun Quan said, "Hey, you kid is not dead." After saying this, Sun Quan attacked Yang Hao again. When Yang Hao saw Sun Quan's attack, he thought to himself, "My life is over." However, at this moment, the system prompt sounded in Yang Hao's mind. Bite. The host's life is in danger. The gate to another world is automatically used. Bite. Another world is being drawn. Congratulations to the host for winning the water margin world. Automatically teleporting. Sun Quan, who was originally attacking Yang Hao, stopped in mid-air, and Yang Hao's body disappeared instantly. The next second, Yang Hao fell from the sky and landed on an empty road, unconscious. Bite. The host has been detected to have entered another world. The sign-in system for the super-rich has updated the sign-in items. After an unknown amount of time, a carriage passed by Yang Hao. A young girl who was only 28 years old said, "Madam, there is a person lying on the official road, and he seems to be seriously injured." A pleasant voice came from the carriage, "Chunmei, save him and put him in the carriage." After a long bumpy ride, Yang Hao woke up from an ancient room. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a cute girl saying, "Sir, you are awake." Yang Hao asked curiously, "Miss, where am I?" "This is Shiman Mansion. It was our wife who saved you." Hearing this, Yang Hao immediately realized that he was in Yanggu County, at the home of Shiman Qing, the great official of Shiman. As expected of a wealthy family in ancient times, this room is magnificent. Yang Hao smiled and said, "Miss, can you take me to see your wife? I want to thank her in person." "Come with me," the girl said, and took Yang Hao out of the room. Yang Hao looked at the girl's back, and a message appeared. Character, Chunmei. Realm, None. Appearance, 89. After walking for a few days, Chunmei brought Yang Hao to the outside of Wu Yuanyang's room. I knocked on the door, and Wu Yuanyang's voice came from inside, "Come in." Pushing open the door, Chunmei let Yang Hao in, then closed the door. After Yang Hao entered the room, he saw a woman in a white gauze skirt. She has an ordinary appearance, but is very attractive, yet gentle and dignified, with the bearing of a mistress of the house. Character, Wu Yuanyang. Realm, None. Appearance, 85. Wu Yuanyang saw Yang Hao's handsome face and said, "Young master, are you awake?" Yang Hao was stunned at first, then he reacted and said to Wu Yuanyang, "Thank you, madam, for saving my life." Wu Yuanyang said with a smile, "I wonder how you, my dear, can thank me for saving your life?" Yang Hao showed a wicked smile, pulled Wu Yuanyang over and said, "Of course I will pledge my love to you." With Wu Yuanyang's surprise, Yang Hao showed his true manliness. "You are such a bad boy. I don't know how I compare to Mr. Shiman." Wu Yuanyang said to Yang Hao, "I wonder if the young master has any relatives?" Yang Hao thought about this era and said to Wu Yuanyang, "Madam Wu, bandits broke into our village and I escaped at the risk of my life. How could I have any relatives left?" Wu Yuanyang showed sympathy and said to Yang Hao, "If you are willing, you can be a servant beside the great master." Wu Yuanyang's words hit the mark of Yang Hao's heart. Who in the future world would not envy Shiman Qing, who had a huge fortune at home, several beautiful wives, and colorful flags flying outside? As long as he could conquer all the ladies in Shiman Mansion and then tamper with the dragon and tiger pills of Mr. Shiman, everything in the Shiman Mansion would be his. This would definitely be the peak of his life. With this idea in mind, Yang Hao couldn't stop thinking. He said to Wu Yuanyang, "Thank you, madam, for your promotion. I will definitely serve you well every night." Wu Yuanyang smiled and nodded. She said to Chunmei, who looked a little pale, "Little girl, don't let outsiders know what happened today." Chunmei said, "Don't worry, madam, I know." At night, Shiman de Guanlin was out drinking and never came home. Yang Hao entered Wu Yuanyang's room again and received a very high evaluation from Wu Yuanyang. "Although Mr. Shiman is as strong as an ox, you are better than him." Chapter 11, Divine Skills to Strengthen the Foundation. After Yang Hao came out of Wu Yuanyang's room, he had his first sign-in in the water margin world. Bite. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining the divine skill to strengthen the foundation and nourish the essence. Strengthen the foundation and nourish the essence, consolidate cultivation, strengthen physical fitness, and increase recovery ability. Yang Hao looked at this skill and smiled mischievously. He no longer had to worry about hurting his waist. Moreover, with the strengthening foundation and nourishing essence, he no longer had to worry about his unstable foundation. I twisted my waist, and my tired waist instantly felt much more relaxed. Back in the guest room, Yang Hao quickly fell asleep. The next morning, Yang Hao just woke up from bed and saw Chunmei standing in front of his bed. "Sir, are you awake? The master is back. After you wash up, go to the living room. The lady is also here." Yang Hao nodded, washed up, and went out. It must be said that Shiman de Guanren was really a wealthy man in ancient times. It took Yang Hao 7 or 8 minutes to walk from the guest room to the hall. When they came to the hall, Shiman Qing sat in the main seat, and on the right sat Wu Yuanyang and Shiman Qing's wives. There were several maids standing behind them. Yang Hao walked into the hall, came to Shiman Qing and said, "Greetings, Mr. Shiman." Shiman Qing looked at Yang Hao and said, "You are the distant relative that Yun Yang mentioned. Stay with me from now on." "Thank you, sir." After Shiman Qing met Yang Hao began to look at Shiman Qing's wives, and messages appeared one after another. Character, Li Jiaoer. Realm, None. Appearance, 90. Character, Meng Yulo. Realm, None. Appearance, 83. Character, Sun Shui. Realm, None. Appearance, 88. It has to be said that Shiman Qing's wives all have their own merits in appearance. Li Jiaoer was originally a prostitute in a brothel, with a hint of prostitute air. Because of her humble origin, she was often looked down upon by servants, and she did not have much sense of belonging to Shiman Mansion. Meng Yulo was originally a lady from a noble family, with an elegant temperament and dignified facial features. She was very rich, so she never asked about the affairs of Shiman Mansion. Sun Shui was originally Shiman Qing's first wife's maid, and she was also a beautiful girl. Because of her humble background, in the original book, after Shiman Qing died, she was sold by Chunmei to be a prostitute because she had an affair with a servant, and finally hanged herself. After learning about these people, Yang Hao made a plan in his mind. Shiman de Guanren went back to his room to rest, and several ladies also left. Yang Hao first followed Wu Yunyang to her room. After some discussion, Wu Yunyang also planned to help Yang Hao take over Shiman Mansion. After all, Shiman Qing drinks all day and won't come to Wu Yuanyang's room for 10 days or half a month. How cruel a thirsty woman's heart is, just look at Pan Jinlian to know. After the discussion, Wu Yuanyang asked Chunmei to take Yang Hao to Sun Shui's courtyard. Although Sun Shui was Shiman Qing's concubine, concubines did not have a high status in this era. Yang Hao took a look at the simple furnishings and knew that Sun Shui was not living well. She was a little wild cat who needed care. Yang Hao knocked on the door gently, and a gentle voice came from inside. "Who is it?" "It's me. Aunt Wu asked me to come find you," Yang Hao said in a low voice. The door opened, Sun Shui leaned out, and when she saw it was Yang Hao, a hint of surprise flashed across her face. She moved aside to open the door, and Yang Hao entered the room. There was a faint fragrance in the room. Sun Shui lowered her head slightly, her eyes a little shy. Yang Hao walked up to her and said softly, "I heard from Aunt Wu that you are not having a good time here." Sun Shui's eyes suddenly turned red. She bit her lip and said nothing. Yang Hao reached out and held her hand, saying gently, "I will come to see you often in the future. If you need anything, just tell me." Sun Shui raised her head and looked at Yang Hao, tears of gratitude flashing in her eyes. Yang Hao smiled slightly and whispered in her ear, "Don't worry, everything will be fine." After saying that, he kissed her forehead gently, then turned and left. Sun Shui looked at his back and felt a warm feeling in her heart. This feeling planted a strange seed in her heart. Yang Hao returned to his room and began to think about what to do next. Just as he was thinking, Shiman Qing sent someone to call him. Soon Yang Hao came to the hall. Shiman Qing took him to collect rent and told Yang Hao that these things would be his job from now on. Yang Hao was also thinking about going to the ancient streets, so he followed Shiman Qing out of the building. Shiman Qing is indeed a local rich man in Yanggu County. He has done all kinds of bad things, but wherever he goes, people always smile and call him Master Shiman. After collecting rent from several families, Shiman Qing came to Wanpo's tea house and did not shy away from Yang Hao. Shiman Xing said to Wang Pa, Auntie Wang, how are you contacting the young lady I told you about last time? Wang Pa smiled and said, she has already agreed to come to my house to perform during the day. Don't worry, Mr. Shiman, this young lady will be yours soon. Shiman Xing laughed loudly, took out some silver and said, I trust Aunt Wang to do the work, and I hope Aunt Wang will take care of it. Yang Hao naturally knew who the young lady Shiman Xing was talking about. Wasn't she Pan Jinlian, the stubborn and dry-barked wife of Wu Dalong? If Shiman Chang knew that provoking Pan Jinlian would lead to his death, would he still do it? After Shiman Xing finished chatting with Wang Pa, Shiman Xing took Yang Hao to collect rent again. When they came back from collecting rent, it was already dinner time. Shiman Xing did not eat dinner at home, but went out to drink with Hua Zishu and others. After dinner, Yang Hao looked around and then sneaked to Sun Shui's villa. Yang Hao just walked in and startled Sun Shui, who was sitting on the bed. When she saw that it was Yang Hao, Sun Shui breathed a sigh of relief and asked, why are you here? Yang Hao smiled evilly and said, I just can't forget Sister Shui, so I came to see you specially. Sun Shui looked at Yang Hao's handsome face and perfect figure, and closed the door like a thief. Don't tease me anymore. Now that you've finished reading, you can leave now. How could Yang Hao give up such a good opportunity? He hugged Sun Shui's waist from behind and said, Sister Shui, you want to chase me away now? It's been a long time since Master Shiman came to see you. Don't you miss it? Sun Shui had never heard such explicit words before, and her face immediately turned red with shame and she said, you are such a scoundrel, you have no shame. I don't want shame, I want you. The next morning, Sun Shui looked like a liberated slave, with a sweet smile on her face. After leaving Sun Shui's villa, Yang Hao returned to his servant's room and signed in directly to the system. Bite. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and receiving a fortune. Yang Hao's eyes suddenly lit up. Just when he was worrying that he didn't have the currency of this era, the system sent him thousands of taels of gold. Isn't this a clear example of getting rich overnight? After looking at the gold and grinning for a while, Yang Hao began to plan his next move. After making the plan, Yang Hao left his room. Chapter 12, Rescue Pan Jinlian. Soon, Yang Hao arrived outside Li Jiaoer's yard. Now is the time when peach blossoms are in full bloom. Li Jiaoer is playing the zither under the peach tree. The sound of the zither is sad and lonely, as if expressing the owner's mood at the moment. Yang Hao stood quietly outside the yard and listened. He could feel the loneliness and sadness in Li Jiaoer's heart. At the end of the song, Li Jiaoer sighed softly, raised her head, and saw Yang Hao standing at the door. The two looked at each other. Come in and sit down. There was a hint of expectation in Li Jiaoer's voice. Yang Hao was stunned for a moment, then he opened the door and walked into the yard. Li Jiaoer looked up at him, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. I was just passing by, and came over to take a look when I heard the piano music. Yang Hao explained. What do you think of this song? Li Jiaoer pointed to the guqin in her hand. It sounds good, but... Yang Hao hesitated to speak. But what? Li Jiaoer asked. There seems to be a kind of sorrow in the song, said Yang Hao. Li Jiaoer smiled slightly, maybe, this song is written for myself. Yang Hao smiled and said, it seems that third aunt is also a person with a story. Li Jiaoer smiled and began to talk about her past. As a loyal listener, Yang Hao was sometimes surprised and sometimes regretful. The chat lasted until the evening, and Yang Hao reluctantly left. Just as Yang Hao was about to leave the courtyard, Li Jiaoer asked, will you come to see me again? Yang Hao smiled gently and said, wait for me, I will definitely come back. After dinner, when everyone was asleep, Yang Hao went out again. In the dark night, after visiting Wu Yuanyang's yard, Yang Hao climbed over the wall again and entered Li Jiaoer's yard. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Yang Hao's mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully refreshing your daily sign-in. Do you want to sign in? Check in. Bite. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God-level guqin skill. Yang Hao was just worrying about the long night and didn't know what to talk about with Li Jiaoer. Yang Hao opens the system panel. Host, Yang Hao. Realm, early stage of Ming Jin. Industry, Wayman Textile 60%, valued at 30 billion, Huadu International Hotel 98%, valued at 32 billion. Skills, Medical Saints Book, Strengthening the Foundation, Divine Guqin. Appearance, 98. After checking the system panel, Yang Hao walked into Li Jiaoer's room quietly. Coming to the bedside, seeing Li Jiaoer sleeping soundly, Yang Hao couldn't help but kiss her on the forehead. Although Yang Hao's movements were light, he still woke up Li Jiaoer from her sleep. Li Jiaoer was so frightened that she was about to scream. Yang Hao quickly covered her mouth and said, "Third aunt, it's me, don't scream." Li Jiaoer's mouth was rubbed. She couldn't make any sound. She could only nod to indicate that she would not scream. Yang Hao just let go of his hand, and as soon as Yang Hao let go of his hand, Li Jiaoer whispered, "Young Master Yang, why are you coming to my room so late? I am just envious of third aunt's snow-white skin, so I came to take a look." The next morning, Yang Hao and Li Jiaoer began to discuss piano art. As a passerby from the modern era, he knows too many songs. The discussion about piano art became Yang Hao teaching Li Jiaoer to learn new songs. It was just that while Yang Hao was teaching Li Jiaoer the song, his eyes would always look towards Meng Yulo's courtyard from time to time. Li Jiaoer knew what Yang Hao was thinking, so she smiled at Yang Hao and said, "Young Master Yang, are you interested in Sister Yulo?" Yang Hao smiled and said, "The one who knows me is Jiaoer." The original novel does not introduce Meng Yulo's birth and hobbies, but only says that Meng Yulo is very rich. Li Jiaoer said, "If you like her, just seduce her. I heard that Sister Yulo goes to Qingshuan Temple to pray every month. If you cater to her preferences, I believe Yang Lang will succeed. There's no rush for this. Today I'm just discussing music with Jiaoer." After saying that, Yang Hao smiled evilly and moved towards Li Jiaoer. As for not being able to have sex in broad daylight, Yang Hao, who came from modern times, didn't care at all. Yang Hao and Li Jiaoer played the piano and composed music all day long, and their feelings grew deeper and deeper. One day, Yang Hao accidentally learned that Meng Yulo would go to Qingshuan Temple outside the city to burn incense and pray for blessings in a few days. He came up with a plan and decided to take this opportunity to get close to Meng Yulo. So, Yang Hao set up an elaborate encounter at Qingshuan Temple in advance. In the past few days, Yang Hao signed in every day. In addition to receiving gold, he also received a second-level body strengthening potion. After using it, Yang Hao's realm was raised to the initial stage of dark energy. However, Meng Yulo also arrived as expected. She was praying devoutly in the temple, but accidentally knocked over an incense burner nearby, causing a small fire. Just when Meng Yulo was at a loss, Yang Hao happened to appear, carried her out of the fire and resolved the crisis. Meng Yulo was very grateful to him, and the two had a very pleasant conversation. Yang Hao took the opportunity to invite Meng Yulo to visit the temple together. He was elegant and charming in his words and deeds, which made Meng Yulo secretly fall in love with him. At the time of parting, Yang Hao presented Meng Yulo with a box of cakes from Zuixinlu. Meng Yulo was delighted and shyly accepted the gift. Looking at Yang Hao's receding back, Meng Yulo said blankly, "How wonderful it would be if I could have met you before I got married." However, Yang Hao didn't know all this. He didn't go back to Yanggu County directly, but went to a nearby county town, bought some medicinal herbs and a mask, and then returned to Yanggu County. Just as I walked to Wang Po's tea house, I heard a cry for help. The voice was gentle and beautiful. Yang Hao didn't think much, put on a mask, climbed over the wall and entered. As soon as I entered the yard, I saw Shiman Qing pulling at a woman's clothes. Yang Hao walked like lightning, came behind Shiman Qing, and put his knife on Shiman Qing's neck. Shiman Qing fainted. Yang Hao looked at the woman, and a message appeared. Character, Pan Jinlian. Realm, none. Value, 92. Pan Jinlian's face is like a delicate painting, beautiful and full of stories. Her eyebrows were as thin as silk, like the dark green of distant mountains, and below them were a pair of bright eyes, like the surface of a deep lake, flashing bright and cunning light. She has a slim figure, elegant lines, and just the right amount of fullness that highlights her feminine charm. The slender legs, coupled with the 3-inch golden lotus, made Yang Hao's heart beat fast. At this moment, Pan Jinlian came towards Yang Hao and murmured, "Sir, help me, I have been drugged." Looking at Pan Jinlian who was drugged, Yang Hao shook his head helplessly. After all, it's a human life, how can he not help? After a long time, Pan Jinlian had already woken up, but she only vaguely remembered what had just happened. She said to Yang Hao, "Thank you for saving me today. If you are happy, you can come to my house to find me at any time." Chapter 13, Shiman de Guanren's Special Way of Death. Yang Hao raised his lips slightly and said to Pan Jinlian, "I will find you." There is no other way. Pan Jinlian was born with a holy body. She would act wildly when she met a strong man. This feeling is not something that ordinary people can understand. After leaving the room, Yang Hao saw Shiman Qing lying on the ground. He picked him up and climbed over the wall to leave. After finding an empty corner and leaving Shiman Ching in the alley, Yang Hao returned to Shiman Mansion. After returning to Shiman Mansion, Yang Hao returned to his room and began to make fake dragon tiger pills with the purchased medicine. The Shiman family was originally a family of traditional Chinese medicine, and Shiman Cheng would definitely be able to detect ordinary poisons, so Yang Hao paid with a pill that smelled exactly like the dragon tiger pill. The effect is just thousands of times stronger than the dragon tiger pill, which is very terrifying. After taking this medicine, you can be said to be an invincible fighter. After preparing the medicine, Yang Hao sneaked into Shiman Ching's room and replaced Shiman Ching's dragon and tiger pill with. Then I returned to my room and waited leisurely. After dinner, Yang Hao went to Wu Yuanyang and others' yard to complete the task as usual. After 3 missions, Yang Hao's sign-in was refreshed again. Yang Hao did not consider signing in directly. Bite. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You have obtained the martial arts skill 7-star fist. Do you want to learn it? Study. Suddenly, Yang Hao had the 7-star fist in his mind, and his proficiency was like that of a master who had practiced for decades. After learning the 7-star fist, Yang Hao became more agile. With a few dodged moves, Yang Hao climbed over the wall and entered Meng Yulo's room. Yang Hao came to Meng Yulo's bed and patted her face gently. Meng Yulo opened his sleepy eyes and asked, "Why are you in my room?" Yang Hao smiled evilly and said, "Of course I came here for Madame Meng." "Young Master Yang, please leave now. Master Shiman will not let you go if he finds you." When Yang Hao heard this, he laughed in his heart. "If he doesn't let me go, then I can let him go. If you hadn't waited until I got rid of him and you had helped me hide and reach the pinnacle of my life, I wouldn't be here. Don't worry, Mr. Shiman is drinking wine, he won't find out." She didn't know what to do and could only cry silently. Yang Hao gently kissed away Meng Yulo's tears and said to her, "Shimen Cheng will not live long. Don't cry. Live a good life with me from now on." After saying that, Yang Hao left Meng Yulo's yard. However, as soon as he left the yard, Yang Hao saw Shiman Cheng, who had just returned from drinking wine. Perhaps because of Pan Jilian's incident today, Shiman Cheng was a little unhappy. When he saw Yang Hao, Shiman Cheng said, "Go and call your wives into my room." Yang Hao nodded and started to call people. Shiman Cheng returned to the room and took out a box like a treasure. Then he opened it and swallowed the pill inside. Just after swallowing it for a while, Shiman Cheng's eyes became bloodshot. He yelled, "Woman, give me a woman." Yang Hao was also shocked when he saw this scene. He knew that his medicine should have exploded and killed him after taking it. Why did it happen like this? At this moment, a message emerged. Characters: Shiman Cheng. Realm: half-step transformation. Shiman Cheng seemed to have lost his mind, slamming the door panel into the air and chasing after anyone he saw. Seeing the maid in the mansion, he pounced on her like a hungry wolf. Yang Hao also knew why this happened, because Shiman Cheng was a master of half-step transformation, so his body was much stronger than that of an ordinary person. So his body can still tolerate this drug. As long as he releases it quickly, he won't die. At such a critical moment, how could Yang Hao let him have a chance to vent his anger? He put on a mask, came behind Shiman Cheng and punched him with full power. Shiman Cheng, who was thinking about venting his anger, didn't notice Yang Hao at all and was knocked away by Yang Hao's punch. Shiman Cheng steadied himself, and with red eyes he said to Yang Hao, "No matter who you are, I will kill you." After saying that, he rushed towards Yang Hao. Yang Hao dodged the attack sideways and kicked Shiman Cheng in the stomach. Shiman Cheng stretched out his hand to block it, and kicked Yang Hao on the butt with such great force that Yang Hao flew out. Shiman Cheng took advantage of the victory and attacked Yang Hao with quick punches and continuous moves, forcing him to retreat step by step. At this time, several other ladies also rushed to the scene and were shocked to see Shiman Cheng's strange behavior. Yang Hao shouted loudly, "Get out of here!" Before he could finish his words, Shiman Cheng suddenly exploded and punched Yang Hao in the chest with powerful force. Yang Hao was blown away again and hit a tree as big as a bull. The tree was broken by Yang Hao, but Yang Hao also used the resistance of the tree to stabilize his body again. The severe pain made Yang Hao tremble all over, and Yang Hao felt unprecedented pressure. But he did not back down, and went all out to fight Shiman Cheng to the death. He knew that if he delayed long enough, Shiman Cheng would explode and die. The two fought again. After dozens of moves, Yang Hao was completely bruised and even had 3 broken ribs. Shiman Cheng was like a tiger, punching Yang Hao in the temple. Yang Hao no longer had the strength to resist and closed his eyes. Several ladies in Shiman Mansion shouted no. They all closed their eyes and accepted their fate. Just when Shimin Ching's fist was 1 millimeter away from Yang Hao, there was a loud bang and Shimin Ching screamed ah. Blood gushed onto Yang Hao's face like a fountain, staining his clothes red. Yang Hao felt the warm blood and opened his eyes. Although Shimin Ching did not explode to death, he died because he did not vent his anger in time. Seeing this, Wu Yuanyang and several sisters hurriedly helped Yang Hao up. She looked at Shimin Ching with disgust and said, "Let the servants collect the body of the master and say that he died of excessive intake of aphrodisiacs." Yang Hao was helped up by Wu Yuanyang and others. Seeing that Shimin Ching was no longer a threat, Yang Hao relaxed and fainted. Wu Yuanyang called a doctor to treat Yang Hao. She was relieved when she learned that it was just some skin injuries and his life was not in danger. Yang Hao was in a coma for several days before he woke up. Under the care of Wu Yuanyang and other ladies, Yang Hao recovered quickly. After Shimin Ching's death, Yang Hao took charge of the entire Shimin mansion. While Yang Hao was recovering from his injuries, he lived a life of revelry every night. Another half-month passed before Yang Hao's injury was completely healed. During these days, Yang Hao signed in and won 1,000,000 taels of gold, the Overlord Spear technique, and the innate power skill. With natural supernatural power, even if Yang Hao is only in the early stage of dark energy, he has the confidence to defeat the masters in the late stage of dark energy. After his injury healed, Yang Hao naturally wanted to go see Pan Jinlian. He took advantage of the night to come to Wu Dalong's house. I saw Pan Jinlian and Wu Dalong sleeping. Chapter 14 Wu Song appears. Yang Hao came to Pan Jinlian and gently woke her up. Pan Jinlian opened her sleepy eyes and saw Yang Hao wearing a mask. He was startled at first, then asked, "Why are you here?" Yang Hao smiled evilly and said, "Of course I miss you. You bastard, you didn't come to see me for so long. I thought you forgot about me." Yang Hao said helplessly, "I was injured some time ago, so I couldn't come to see you." Pan Jinlian took Yang Hao's hand and said, "Let's go downstairs." Yang Hao stopped Pan Jinlian and said, "Let's do it here. Don't you think it's more exciting?" Pan Jinlian hesitated and said, "It's not possible here. What if Dalong wakes up?" Yang Hao was stunned and said, "As long as you keep your voice down, how can he wake up when he is sleeping like this?" Although Pan Jinlian was a little scared, she agreed to Yang Hao's suggestion. Yang Hao hugged Pan Jinlian into his arms and kissed her lips heavily. Yang Hao frowned and ignored him. Wu Dalong didn't want to expose it. After all, he was so ugly, and it was a great honor to marry Pan Jinlian. However, when he saw Pan Jinlian's unruly behavior, he could no longer tolerate it. "Don't worry, I'm here." Yang Hao comforted Pan Jinlian, then turned and looked at Wu Dalong. I saw the short Wu Dalong sitting on the edge of the bed, like a child. He looked at Yang Hao and Pan Jinlian with anger in his eyes. Yang Hao sneered and said, "Wu Da. You are not good enough yourself, but you don't let others pursue happiness. What's your intention?" Wu Dalong looked at Yang Hao, who was wearing a mask and mocking him, and he immediately flew into a rage. He rushed towards Yang Hao and said, "Asshole, I'm going to kill you." But he was no match for Yang Hao. As soon as he rushed to Yang Hao kicked Wu Dalong away without changing his stance. Yang Hao didn't want to pay any attention to Wu Dalong and continued to talk sweetly to Pan Jinlian. Without saying much, after a long while, Pan Jinlian said to Yang Hao, "Sir, how should he deal with it?" Yang Hao took out a pill from his pocket and said, "Give this to him. It is colorless and tasteless. Even if we do an autopsy, it can only be said that he died of a sudden heart attack." Pan Jinlian said hesitantly, "Sir, I dare not." Yang Hao said, "I am wearing a mask, so it is impossible for him to find me. If you don't want me to, he will do this to you after I leave. And he knows my existence, so I dare not come to see you again." Hearing how Wu Dalong would treat her, Pan Jinlian still felt a little soft-hearted, but when she heard that Yang Hao was not coming, Pan Jinlian said, "Sir, I will do it." After saying this, Pan Jinlian stuffed the medicine into Wu Dalong's mouth. After Wu Dalong struggled painfully, he died with his eyes wide open. Yang Hao took off his mask and said to Pan Jinlian, "I will give you some money to handle the funeral. Then I will marry you and you can leave behind a good name of selling yourself to bury your husband." Pan Jinlian said, "I know what to do now." Yang Hao gave her some money and said, "I will come to marry you in 3 days." After saying this, Yang Hao disappeared into the darkness. Just when he was halfway there, Yang Hao saw Hua Zishu, drunk and sleeping on the street. Hua Zishu was already poor. He used to drink with Shimin Ching, but Shimin Ching always asked people to send him home. Now Shimin Ching is gone. He passed out drunk on the street. Yang Hao thought about it. It was midnight and he didn't plan to go home. He decided to go to Hua Zishu's house to steal the house. He went forward and kicked Hua Zishu, but there was no reaction at all. Yang Hao went directly to Hua Mansion, which was next to Shiman Mansion. Yang Hao was also familiar with the place. Soon they came to Li Pinger's room and looked at her sleeping. Yang Hao came forward and gently woke her up. Li Pinger opened her eyes and saw that it was a stranger. She was about to yell. Yang Hao covered her mouth and said, "I'm from Shiman Mansion next door." "Stop shouting, let's talk." Li Pinger nodded in agreement. Yang Hao let her go and said, "Brother Hua and I are good brothers. He has been drained of his body, but he still drinks all day long. I couldn't bear to leave you alone, so I asked me to help you at midnight." Li Pinger was surprised and said, "It was Hua Zishu who really asked you to come." "Pinger, I didn't lie to you. You know Hua Zishu better than I do." After hearing what Yang Hao said, Li Pinger said, "I have indeed been feeling a little empty and lonely lately. Thank you for your help." Yang Hao showed a wicked smile that no one noticed. It must be said that Li Pinger is the best of the best. Li Pinger has fair skin and a short stature, but she is full-bodied, far beyond the average person, and has a baby voice. She is definitely a top-notch loli in the future. No wonder she became the favorite of Shiman de Guanren. Who wouldn't love such a woman? Readers can't put it down after reading it. Character, Li Pinger. Realm, none. Appearance, 93. Facing such a beauty, Yang Hao hesitated for a second, which was disrespectful to the readers. Afterwards, Li Pinger looked at Yang Hao reluctantly and said, "Sir, will you come again?" Yang Hao smiled evilly and said, "If you miss me, put a pot of flowers on the wall." After saying that, Yang Hao left without looking back and climbed over the wall back to Shiman Mansion. Back in the room, Yang Hao signs in. Maybe it was because he was in a good mood. This time when he signed in, Yang Hao obtained the feng shui technique. This feng shui technique is incredible, including finding dragon points, feng shui formations, physiognomy of the sky, physiognomy of the earth, etc. If it wasn't for my luck, how could I have signed up for such an awesome skill? It was just that with so much knowledge, even though Yang Hao had a system enlightenment, it took him an hour to fully understand it. Time flies. In the following days, Yang Hao spent his time drinking and partying, except for his daily check-in. He was a real Shiman Cheng. However, Yang Hao has a super rich system and has much more money than Shiman Cheng. The legend of Yang Hao gradually spread in Yanggu County. Because they lived in Shiman Mansion, they soon became familiar with Hua Zishu. Hua Zishu's adoptive father, Eunuch Gao, had a relationship with him, and Yang Hao was rich. Yang Hao quickly replaced Shiman Cheng's position in Yanggu County and took Pan Jinlian home as his concubine. But Yang Hao's luck seemed to have run out. During this period of time, he signed in with either gold or some useless weapons. Yang Hao's system space is almost becoming a cold weapons warehouse. However, the more proud a person is, the more frustrated he will be. Just when Yang Hao was dominating Yanggu County, the news of the tiger-killing hero spread, and soon the Yamen runners accompanied the tiger-killing hero and paraded the big white tiger with hanging eyes through the streets. Yang Hao looked at the man, who was indeed one of the 10 strongest men in Water Margin. He was of sturdy build, about 6 feet tall, with a ferocious face, like a killer god. Yang Hao knew without thinking that this was Wu Song. Chapter 15, Lion Tower Battle with Wu Song. With just one glance, Yang Hao sensed the dangerous aura from Wu Song. A piece of system data appeared in front of Yang Hao. Character, Wu Song. Realm, Dark Power Peak. Special skills, Rage, Drunk. Rage, unexpected combat effects when enraged. Drunk, attack power doubled. Yang Hao exhaled and thought to himself, no wonder Wu Song could beat a tiger while drunk, and even kill Shiman de Guanren who was at the half-step transformation level with one punch. But Yang Hao was not panicked at all. Although he was the one who killed Wu Dalong, even with the medical conditions of later generations, it would be impossible to find any clues. He shouldn't fight with Wu Song, but for some reason, Yang Hao had an inexplicable sense of opposition when he saw Wu Song. Yang Hao did not take these things to heart. Wu Song returned with honor and became the governor of Yanggu County. But compared to the official position Yang Hao had bought with money during this period, it was still much lower. When Wu Song returned home and heard that his elder brother had died unexpectedly, he certainly didn't believe it. So he found Wu Dalong's grave and performed an autopsy on him, but still found nothing. He had a feeling that his elder brother's death was related to Mr. Yang, who married his sister-in-law. Although the whole Yanggu County was saying that Pan Jinlian sold herself to bury her husband, he still felt that there was something strange about it. So that night, Wu Song sneaked into Shiman Mansion, found Pan Jinlian, and asked her directly about his doubts. Although Pan Jinlian tried her best to deny it, she was a woman after all, and Wu Song still saw the clue from her evasive eyes and frightened expression. Although Wu Song did not embarrass Pan Jinlian, Yang Hao still saw him leaving. Yang Hao shook his head helplessly and said, "It seems that this matter cannot be resolved peacefully." Yang Hao turned around and went back to the room, thinking about how to deal with the situation. He knew Wu Song's strength very well and had to be fully prepared. Yang Hao decided to use his official status to try to negotiate with Wu Song. A few days later, Yang Hao invited Wu Song to meet him at the Lion Tower. After 3 rounds of drinks, Yang Hao got straight to the point. "Brother Wu, I know you have doubts about Wu Dalong's death, but there are indeed some misunderstandings." Wu Song glared at him. "My brother's death was bizarre, it must have something to do with you." Yang Hao remained calm and said, "I can tell you the truth, but only if you promise not to do anything." Wu Song hesitated for a moment and finally agreed. Yang Hao began to weave his own lies and put all the blame on the dead Shiman Qing. The meaning is very simple, that is, Shiman Qing fell in love with Wu Dalong's wife Pan Jinlian. Then Wu Dalong was killed, and Shiman Qing also died from taking too much aphrodisiac. The reason why he married Pan Jinlian was because Pan Jinlian had no money to handle Wu Dalong's funeral, so she sold herself to him as a concubine. After hearing this, Wu Song's eyes widened and he violently attacked Shiman Qing. But since the person is dead, Wu Song cannot seek revenge on Shiman Qing, so he has to give up. The time of peace always passed quickly, and Yang Hao's status in Yanggu County became higher and higher, but the good times did not last long. On this day, Hua Zishu's godfather, Eunuch Gao, passed away. Yang Hao attended the funeral and couldn't help himself, so he had an affair with Li Ping'er. As luck would have it, Hua Zishu saw them and fainted in anger. Yang Hao knew that he had to get rid of Hua Zishu. Otherwise, when he woke up, even if he didn't cause trouble for him, he would be caught doing something shameful at Eunuch Gao's funeral. He couldn't survive in this era. After all, Eunuch Gao was a popular figure in the palace. His network of relationships was very complicated, so Yang Hao smothered Hua Zishu to death. Yang Hao hid Hua Zishu's body in a secluded place and then left the scene as if nothing had happened. He knew that he had to deal with this trouble as soon as possible, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. After returning home, Yang Hao began to plan his next move. He planned to create a false impression that Hua Zishu was missing, making people think that he had left Yanggu County, and then met and was killed by mountain bandits. Then let Li Ping'er arrange his funeral. With an idea in mind, it was natural to take action. The next day, Yang Hao asked Li Ping'er to arrange for someone to drive a horse-drawn carriage out of Yanggu County. At the same time, someone spread the news that Hua Zishu's carriage had a huge amount of gold. It is said that birds die for food and people die for money. When this news came out, the mountain bandits outside Yanggu County were alarmed. However, what Yang Hao didn't expect was that when the bandits were robbing Hua Zishu, he was met by Wu Song. Wu Song chased the bandits away and went to check the carriage, but he found that not only was there no gold in the carriage, but even Hua Zishu's body had been dead for a day. He had always had some doubts about his elder brother's death, and now that he saw Hua Zishu's body, he decided to take advantage of it. He called several of the Yamen runners who had the best relationship with him and asked them to send Hua Zishu's body back. Let's say Hua Zishu was killed by bandits. If it was Yang Hao who did it, after the funeral, Yang Hao would take Li Ping'er as his concubine. As expected, Wu Song did not expect that soon after Li Ping'er's funeral, Li Ping'er was brought into Yang Hao's mansion and became his concubine. At this moment, Wu Song was sure that his elder brother Wu Dalong was killed by Yang Hao and Pan Jinlian. Wu Song heard that Yang Hao was hosting a banquet in the Lion Tower, so he went there alone and met Yang Hao. Wu Song said, "Yang Hao, give me back my brother's life." "Brother Wu, where do you get this from?" "Yang Hao, stop pretending. My elder brother Wu Dalong was killed by you and Pan Jinlian. I will avenge him today." After saying that, Wu Song rushed towards Yang Hao. Although Wu Song had the cultivation of the peak of dark energy. However, Yang Hao also has the combat power of the peak of dark energy, and the two are evenly matched. For a while, the two were evenly matched. As time went on, after a few moves, Wu Song was actually at a disadvantage. Wu Song was beaten by Yang Hao's 7-star fist and had no power to fight back. Yang Hao forced Wu Song from the first floor to the second floor. Seeing that there was no hope for him to avenge his elder brother, Wu Song was extremely angry. He seized the opportunity and punched Yang Hao in the chest. Yang Hao was hit in the chest by Wu Song and flew backwards, spitting out blood. If my body hadn't been strengthened with strengthening potions, my body would be much stronger at the same level. I guess Yang Hao would be dead with just this one punch. Wu Song used up all his strength to deliver this punch. He looked at Yang Hao with regret and jumped off the building to escape the scene. Yang Hao did not let Wu Song go just because he escaped. He started to pay for the arrest of Wu Song in Yanggu County. Wu Song may know that he cannot kill Shi Mancheng at present, so after escaping from the Lion Tower, Wu Song left Yanggu County. Wu Song was not found, and Yang Hao had a bad feeling in his heart. However, at this moment, the magistrate of Yanggu County brought news that Dongping Prefecture wanted to see him. You know, Yang Hao is now the richest man in Dongping Prefecture. He not only took over Shi Mancheng's business, he also used the gold he earned from signing in to buy some properties and married Li Pinger, swallowing up the Hua family's wealth. Chapter 16, Madam Enters Bianjing. In this era, there is no room for survival without cooperation between government and business. Although Yang Hao didn't want to care about these social conventions, reality still forced him to bow his head and go to see the prefect of Dongping. Although the prefect of Dongping greeted Yang Hao with a smile, his eyes were full of calculations. The two of them talked happily, each with his own thoughts. Finally, the prefect of Dongping revealed that Master Kai of Bianjing was celebrating his birthday and was going to adopt a godson this time, and asked Yang Hao to prepare a gift. Yang Hao nodded, not caring about the little tricks of the Dongping prefect. After all, Master Kai had great power in the government, and if he could establish a relationship with him, it also brought a lot of benefits to Yang Hao himself. After returning to Yanggu County, Yang Hao began to prepare gifts for Master Kai. This time Yang Hao also spent a lot of money. Just preparing a gift for Master Kai cost him 100,000 taels of gold. Although 100,000 taels of gold may not seem like much, in this era when 2 taels of silver could buy a wife, 100,000 taels of gold was enough to marry 500,000 wives. After preparing the birthday gifts, Yang Hao said goodbye to Wu Yuanyang and others, and promised to take them to Bianjing after he settled down in Bianjing. This time I went to Bianjing with the prefect of Dongping and was accompanied by officials, so there was no need to worry about safety issues. Yang Hao and his party soon arrived in Bianjing. For a modern man, Yang Hao's ability to maneuver is still very strong. Just a few days after arriving in Bianjing, Kai Taisher's trusted subordinates were conquered by Yang Hao's golden strategy. It can be said that Yang Hao was the one who was most responsible for Master Kai's adoption of a godson. It was Grand Tutor Kai's birthday, and without any surprise, after Yang Hao presented his gifts, he was adopted as Grand Tutor Kai's godson. After becoming the adopted son of Grand Tutor Kai, Yang Hao took over the Grand Tutor's mansion and made friends with many dignitaries in Bianjing. In just a month, Yang Hao's business spread all over Bianjing. This month, Yang Hao signed in and received millions of taels of gold, as well as various seeds that were not available in this era, and some useless items. With wealth that rivaled that of a country, Yang Hao naturally bought his own mansion in Bianjing, so he sent people to pick up Wu Yuanyang and others to enter Bianjing. One day, Yang Hao was strolling on the street when he saw a woman dressed in men's clothing. I am being deceived by a man selling a sword on the roadside. The man claims that his sword is a family heirloom that can cut hair and melt iron like mud, but he actually wants 1,000 taels of gold for it. Yang Hao looked at the woman in men's clothing, who had a pretty face and a slender figure, and a valuable jade pendant with a dragon pattern hanging around her waist. A message appeared in front of Yang Hao. Character, Zhao Hongying. Realm, Peak of Mingjin. Appearance, 95. Yang Hao looked at the heroic woman and pretended not to notice that her female companion was dressed as a man. He placed his hand on Zhao Hongying's shoulder and said, "Brother, don't be fooled. This sword is just an ordinary iron weapon." However, before Zhao Hongying could say anything, the maid following behind her said, "Sir, please show some respect to my master." Yang Hao put force on his hands, hugged Zhao Hongying into his arms and said, "We are all men, we cherish each other, there is no need to disrespect each other." Then he turned around and whispered in Zhao Hongying's ear, "Am I right, brother?" Zhao Hongying's face instantly turned red with embarrassment. She had never been so close to a man, let alone such a handsome man. She said to the maid, "This gentleman is right. Shilian, why don't you apologize to this gentleman?" The maid pouted and said, "Sir, I don't want to apologize. We should go back, otherwise the master will be anxious again." After hearing what the maid said, Zhao Hongying stopped worrying about the sword and said to Yang Hao, "My dear brother, I have something to do at home. We will meet again if we are lucky." Yang Hao looked at Zhao Hongying and her maid leaving with a meaningful smile on his face. Seeing that Yang Hao had ruined his business, the stall owner said to Yang Hao, "Sir, do you know the rules of the business world?" Yang Hao's voice became flat, and he asked the stall owner, "What rules?" "Humph, since you ruined my business, you have to compensate me for my losses." "How come I didn't know there was such a rule in Bianjing?" "Stop talking nonsense. Do you want to pay me today, or I'll break your legs?" As soon as the stall owner finished speaking, he saw several people surrounding him. Yang Hao looked at the people who gathered around him, and found that none of them were warriors. I couldn't help but smile and said, "Do you think they have the strength to do that with just a few of them?" Seeing that Yang Hao was unmoved, the stall owner said to the others, "Brothers, destroy him for me." Several people quickly came over to Yang Haobo. Facing this group of vicious ordinary people, Yang Hao just punched each one of them, and it only took a few punches to deal with them. Seeing how powerful Yang Hao was, the stall owner knelt on the ground and said, "Master, spare my life." Yang Hao smiled coldly and turned away. As Yang Hao was passing a street, he heard a woman screaming, "No, let me go. Hey, little lady, come back with me, I will love you well." Yang Hao squeezed into the crowd and saw a group of yamen runners surrounding two people. The man had a wretched look and was flirting with a beautiful woman in white. Yang Hao looked at the woman and a message appeared. Character, Zhang Jinyang. Realm, none. Appearance, 88. As soon as the information came out, Yang Hao exclaimed, "Fuck. Isn't this the wife of Lin Chong, the instructor of the 800,000 Imperial Guards?" Although Zhang Jinyang committed suicide in the end, it was closely related to Lin Chang's cowardice. Lin Chong had many opportunities to kill Gao Yanniai, but he just didn't have the courage to do it. In the end, he was framed by Gao Yanniai, was exiled, his wife committed suicide, and his father-in-law died. How could Lin Chong be worthy of such a loyal woman? Seeing Gao Yanniai rushing towards Zhang Jinyang again, Zhang Jinyang had nowhere to hide. Yang Hao jumped up from the crowd and kicked Gao Yanniai. Gao Yanniai was kicked away, and the surrounding yamen runners attacked Yang Hao. Yang Hao's fighting power was no less than the peak of dark energy, so what could these ordinary yamen runners do? Just a few moves, the yamen runners were lying on the ground. Yang Hao came to Zhang Jinyang and said, "Madam, are you okay?" At this time, Lin Chong and Lu Zhishan arrived late. After comforting Zhang Jinyang and thanking Yang Hao, Lin Chong took Zhang Jinyang away. Yang Hao glanced at Gao Yanniai on the ground and disappeared into the crowd. After returning to the mansion, Xiao Si, who went to pick up Wu Yuanyang and others, also came back. Yang Hao looked at Wu Yuanyang and others standing in a row to welcome him and smiled evilly. He plunged directly into the land of gentleness and indulged himself. As the saying goes, the land of gentleness is the grave of heroes. But when it comes to Yang Hao, everything changes. The longer Yang Hao stays in the land of gentleness, the more powerful he becomes. Instead, this land of gentleness becomes scary under Yang Hao's nightly revelry. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Gao Yanniai did not cause trouble for Yang Hao, but found out that Zhang Jinyang was Lin Chang's wife. He and Lu Qian colluded with each other and wanted to do something indecent to Zhang Jinyang in Lin Chang's house. Lin Chong, who had just returned home, saw Gao Yanniai and beat him up. Gao Yanniai, who failed to succeed, hated Lin Chong to the extreme. Chapter 17 Returned to Dongping Prefecture. After returning, Gao Yanniai discussed with Lu Qian and decided to let Lin Chong give the sword to General Gao, thus falsely accusing Lin Chong of assassinating General Gao. The two hit it off. Yang Hao naturally didn't know about these things. Since becoming the adopted son of Master Kai, Yang Hao had spent a lot of money, but Master Kai was unable to arrange any official position for him. Today, Yang Hao was studying biology with his wives when he saw Xiao Si rushing over to report that Master Kai wanted to see him. Yang Hao naturally had no reason to refuse, so he followed Master Kai's housekeeper to the master's mansion. When Yang Hao saw Master Kai, he bowed and said, "Adoptive father." Master Kai nodded and said to Yang Hao, "Since you and I are father and son, we are on the same boat. I have decided to let you take over the Dongping Prefecture's soldiers. What do you think?" Yang Hao thought about it. Although Dongping Prefecture's soldiers only had tens of thousands of people, the commander of Dongping Prefecture was also a third-rank official. "I guess my cheap adoptive father has done a lot of work," so I nodded and said, "I am willing." Master Kai nodded with satisfaction, then picked up a document from the table and handed it to Yang Hao. "This is the appointment letter. You must go to Dongping Prefecture to take up your post within half a month. However, the situation in Dongping Prefecture is a bit complicated, so you must be careful in dealing with it." Yang Hao took the appointment letter and was secretly happy. He knew this was a rare opportunity and he must seize it. The next day, Yang Hao and his confidants set out for Dongping Prefecture. Along the way, he was thinking about how to turn this force into his own army and how to establish his own power in Dongping Prefecture. When they arrived at Dongping Prefecture, they were greeted by a group of stern-looking soldiers. The leader was full of hostility towards Yang Hao. How could he not hate him? He had been in the army for so many years and was about to get a promotion and a pay raise, but he was replaced by Yang Hao, who came out of nowhere. Yang Hao was not prepared to tear his face off with him right away, so the two of them had a hypocritical conversation. Soon Yang Hao arrived at the general's mansion. Through observation, Yang Hao found that many maids and servants were spies arranged by others. It seems that the position of general makes many people jealous. Yang Hao returned to his room as if nothing had happened. At midnight, Yang Hao signed in again. Bite. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining the Dark Cloud 18 guards. Yang Hao checked the information of the 18 Dark Cloud guards. Wow, the leader is a great master in the early stage of Hua Jin, and the other 17 guards are all masters at the peak of Dark Jin. Moreover, everyone is good at infantry combat, cavalry combat, swordplay, spearmanship, and archery. They are definitely ancient special forces. With such a configuration, even if Yang Hao is surrounded by a million-strong army, the 18 Dark Cloud guards can protect him and allow him to escape safely. Just after checking the information of the Dark Cloud 18 guards, a figure appeared in front of Yang Hao. He wore a black cape, a golden mask, a scimitar on his waist, and a bow and a spear on his back. Yang Hao said to the man in black, "You are the leader of the 18 guards of Dark Cloud." The man nodded and said, "Yes, sir." Yang Hao asked, "Where are the others?" "They hide in the dark, waiting for their master's orders at any time." Yang Hao said, "From now on, you will be called in Yiba. Please pay more attention to the governor's mansion in the future. I want to know what everyone in the mansion has done." "I understand, my lord. You should leave first." The next day, Yang Hao went to the military camp early in the morning, but before he arrived at the camp, he was stopped by the deputy commander with more than 100 people. The deputy commander said to Yang Hao, "If you are here just to hold the title of general, I don't want to get rid of you. Who asked you to come to the barracks to seek death?" Yang Hao glanced at the deputy commander, whose cultivation was only at the initial stage of dark energy, and the people following him were at the peak of bright energy. "If it was before, I would have been in danger, but last night I signed in and got the Dark Cloud 18 guards. Killing the person in front of you is like playing." Yang Hao smiled and said, "Do you think you can kill me with just these few people?" The deputy commander did not want to delay with Yang Hao at all, in case something unexpected happened, so he ordered to kill Yang Hao. The deputy commander led the charge, and Yang Hao shouted into the air, "Where are the 18 Dark Cloud guards?" In just a blink of an eye, 18 men in black rushed out from different directions. And he rushed forward and subdued the deputy commander with just 3 moves. The other men in black also quickly dealt with the people brought by the deputy commander. Yang Hao looked at the subdued deputy commander indifferently. "How dare you commit treason?" The deputy commander looked at the man in black, who suddenly appeared in horror. "How come you have such a powerful guard?" Yang Hao sneered, "This is my trump card, how could you know it?" After saying that, Yang Hao said to him, "Kill them all." Then he turned and headed for the military camp. After entering the camp, because there was no deputy commander, the others were still very obedient. Yang Hao quickly took over the military power. After everything was settled, Yang Hao planned to go to Bianjing to bring Wu Yunyang and others to Dongping Prefecture. After all, you can only feel at ease if you keep your own people by your side. After Yang Hao returned to Bianjing, he heard that Lin Shom was exiled 3,000 miles away for assassinating General Gao. Yang Hao thought of Lin Shom being exiled and Zhang Jinyang committing suicide. He didn't want such a woman to die like this, so he went to Zhang's house. When Yang Hao arrived at Zhang's house, Zhang Jinyang was about to hang herself. Yang Hao ran forward and hugged her legs, saving her, and said, "Are you okay? There's no need to hang yourself for a man who doesn't love you." Zhang Jinyang said to Yang Hao, "You are talking nonsense, my husband loves me." "He loves you, why didn't he kill Gao Yanniai?" "My husband is only loyal to the court." Yang Hao sneered and said, "He only cares about himself. Just wait and see. When his life is in danger, he will definitely become a traitor." "Impossible, my husband will never become a traitor." Yang Hao said, "How about we make a bet? 3 months later, if Lin Shom becomes a traitor, you will be my woman. If not, I will help him get justice." Zhang Jinyang said with a firm look in her eyes, "I bet with you." After the two made the bet, Yang Hao said, You and your father should come with me to Dongping Prefecture. Gao Yanniai will not let you go if you are in Bianjing. Zhang Jinyang said, No, I have to wait for my husband to come back. If you don't think about yourself, you should think about your father. Finally, under Yang Hao's persuasion, Zhang Jinyang agreed to go to Dongping Prefecture with Yang Hao. Then Yang Hao took Wu Yuanyang and several other ladies back to Dongping Prefecture. Back to Dongping Prefecture. Zhang Jinyang's father was arranged by Yang Hao to go to the military camp for training. Although Zhang Jinyang's father was old, he was the instructor of the 800,000 Imperial Guards. He is a master at training soldiers, but Yang Hao just signs in at the general's mansion and lives a life of revelry and debauchery. Time passed, and 2 months later, Liangshan attacked Zhu Jiazhuang. However, on the list of leaders, there were the names of Lin Chong and Lu Zhishan. Yang Hao said to Zhang Jinyang, Lin Chong went to Liangshan. He wanted to be a rebel, but he was unwilling to kill Gao Yanniai for you and give up his position as the instructor of the Imperial Army. Chapter 18 Wu Song becomes a monk. Impossible, my husband is not that kind of person, said Zhang Jinyang. Yang Hao smiled evilly and said, Let me capture him. Don't forget the bet between us. After Yang Hao finished speaking, he took an E to the military camp. The remaining 17 people were guarded by Yang Hao in the governor's mansion to protect Wu Yuanyang and others. After selecting the troops, Yang Hao did not go directly to Zhu Jiazhuang, but went to the road between Zhu Jiazhuang and Hu Jiazhuang. As soon as he arrived, he saw the dwarf tiger Wang Ying and his men fighting with Hu Sanyang. Yang Hao did not stop, but handed his soldiers over to an E for command, and rushed into the battlefield to help Hu Sanyang fight against Wang Ying. After a round of fighting, Yang Hao also found that Wang Ying was only in the middle stage of dark power. After only a few rounds, he was severely injured by Yang Hao and fled with his men. Yang Hao came to Hu Sanyang and said, Miss, you are not hurt, right? Hu Sanyang looked at Yang Hao with her peach-like eyes. She thought to herself, where did this handsome man come from? Yang Hao also looked at Hu Sanyang carefully. Not only did Hu Sanyang have a healthy wheat-colored skin, but her figure was like that of a fitness expert in later generations. Not only is she plump, but she also has a slim waist. She also looks very strong, with a pair of long, slender and toned legs, and a perfect body. Character, Hu Sanyang. Realm, initial stage of dark energy. Appearance, 89. Hu Sanyang said to Yang Hao, Sir, are you sent by Zhu family manor to pick me up? Yang Hao smiled and said, I am not from Zhu Jiazhuang, I am from Dongping Prefecture. I heard that Liangshan was attacking Zhu Jiazhuang, so I came here to support them. Hu Sanyang nodded and headed towards Zhu Jiazhuang with Yang Hao. When they arrived at Zhu Jiazhuang, the militia from Zhu Jiazhuang were fighting with the troops from Liangshan. The Liangshan side led the charge, and it was Lin Chong and Lu Zhishan. Yang Hao joined the battle without thinking. With the participation of Yang Hao and Hu Sanyang, Liangshan quickly withdrew 10 miles. However, Yang Hao was still a step too late and failed to keep Hu Sanyang's fiancée. Actually, Yang Hao had a chance to keep him, but Yang Hao valued Hu Sanyang, so he could only watch her die without saving her. After cleaning up the battlefield, Yang Hao signed in again. Bite. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 3rd stage strengthening potion, would you like to use it? Yang Hao used it without any consideration. After a moment of pain, Yang Hao opened the system panel. Host, Yang Hao. Realm, early stage of Huajin. Industry, Wayman Textile 60%, valued at 30 billion, Huadu International Hotel 98%, valued at 32 billion. Skills, Natural Power, Strengthening the Body, Medical Sage's Book, 7-Star Boxing, Overlord Spear, Feng Shui Mysticism. Appearance, 98. After signing in, Yang Hao fell asleep. The next morning, Yang Hao had just gotten up when he heard shouts of killing outside. When Yang Hao arrived, Liangshan launched another attack. Seeing that Hu Sanyang was about to be captured again, Yang Hao took action again to keep her. Due to Yang Hao's improvement in cultivation, Wang Ying did not survive the battle with Hu Sanyang and was shot dead by Yang Hao. Seeing this, Lin Chong rushed towards Yang Hao with his spear. Yang Hao used his Overlord Spear technique. The powerful spear knocked the spear out of Lin Chang's hand and killed him. Lin Chang's body was taken away, while Liangshan attacked Zhu Jiazhuang twice without success. Moreover, they suffered heavy casualties and began to lose morale. Song Jiang had no choice but to withdraw his troops. However, throughout the battle, Yang Hao did not find Wu Song. According to the original plot, Wu Song should have gone to Liangshan at this point in time. Don't ask me who Liangshan is and why I went there. I don't know either. But throughout the war, Yang Hao failed to find Wu Song. Just as Yang Hao was thinking, and he came to Yang Hao and said, "My lord, something bad has happened. I just received a message from an heir saying that someone is attacking the general's mansion, and that person is very skilled in martial arts." Hearing this, Yang Hao had a bad feeling in his heart. "Instruct an Yi to take over the army and transport Lin Chang's body back." He was about to rush back to Dongping Prefecture, but just as he left the house he ran into Hu Sanyang. Seeing Yang Hao in a hurry, Hu Sanyang asked, "Sir, what's the matter?" Yang Hao said, "Something happened in Dongping Prefecture. I will rush back immediately. I'll go with you." "Okay." Yang Hao nodded, and the two of them rode on a horse and quickly rushed to Dongping Prefecture. When they arrived at Dongping Prefecture, they saw flames rising from the general's mansion and constant shouting and killing. Yang Hao's heart tightened and he quickened his pace as he rushed towards the general's mansion. Inside the mansion, a man in black was fighting fiercely with an heir. This man's swordsmanship was sharp and his moves were brutal, and an heir was gradually at a disadvantage. Yang Hao shouted and joined the battle. He used his superb spear skills and engaged in a fierce battle with the man in black. The man in black was very powerful and was on par with Yang Hao. Seeing this, Hu Sanyang brandished her two swords to assist Yang Hao. At the critical moment, Yang Hao seized the opportunity and stabbed out with a special move. The man in black had no way to avoid it and his arm was cut off by Yang Hao's gun. At the same time, the mask of the man in black fell off. This man was none other than Wu Song. His cultivation also broke through to the level of Hua Jin. Wu Song, whose arm was broken, knew that he was no match for Yang Hao, so he turned around and fled. Just as Yang Hao was about to chase him, an heir said, "My lord, a girl came to your mansion today and said she is your friend. She was seriously injured while trying to save the mistresses and is in critical condition." Yang Hao's eyes showed a trace of confusion. What friends? But Yang Hao gave up chasing Wu Song and returned to his mansion. "I saw a beautiful woman in white clothes, already unconscious." Yang Hao saw that the woman was none other than Zhao Hongying, who was dressed as a man. Yang Hao did not dare to delay and quickly treated her. The medical saint book was indeed a product of the system. As expected, after a round of rescue, Zhao Hongying was out of danger. In the following days, Yang Hao lived a life of revelry every night. He signed in and obtained 3,000 ghost carriers. All of these 3,000 cavalrymen were masters of dark force, and their leader was a master at the early stage of transformation force. It is not an exaggeration to say that these 3,000 cavalrymen can stop a million lions. And Yi also brought back Lin Chang's body. When Zhang Jinyang saw Lin Chang's body, she also realized that Lin Chong had gone to Liangshan as Yang Hao had said. Although she was sad, she accepted this reality and became Yang Hao's woman. Seeing that there were more and more goddesses around Yang Hao, Hu Sanyang no longer had the reserve of a girl, so she joined this big family. After Zhao Hongying recovered from her injury, her relationship with Yang Hao became increasingly complicated, and she finally gave in. After Wu Song's arm was cut off, he found a temple and became a monk. However, when everything was going well, Hu Manor Master found Hu Sanyang and asked her to go back and take over Hu Family Manor. Finally, Yang Hao decided to resign his official position and move his family to Hujia village. Of course, he was followed by the 18 Dark Cloud Guards, the Ghost Carriers, and a part of the Dongping Prefecture army. After arriving at Hujia village, Yang Hao signed in every day and lived a colorful life. He found that this could also improve his cultivation. A year passed quickly. During this year, Yang Hao improved his cultivation to the peak of Huajin in a lively and colorful way. Because he had no skills, he could no longer improve. In this year, the only things Yang Hao signed in for were gold and some high-yield crop seeds. Chapter 19, Martial Alliance. In a quick year, Yang Hao had a lot of fun every night, but found that no one was pregnant. Yang Hao also understood that this so-called portal to another world was just like the dungeon in the game, just to improve himself. Now, he has no way to improve anymore, so he should return to the main world. Moreover, Hujia village has been turned into a fortress-like existence by Yang Hao over the past year. In this era of exchanging children for food, although every household may not be extremely wealthy, they still have enough food. Yang Hao also kept the gold he had signed in that year. Hujia village could be said to be richer than the national treasury. With the addition of the ghost-carrying cavalry and the Dark Cloud 18 guards, Hujia village is absolutely safe in this era of cold weapons. Looking at Pan Jinlian and others who were sleeping soundly, Yang Hao smiled kindly and then left the mansion. Arriving at a deserted valley, Yang Hao said to the system, "Send me back." "Host, are you sure you want to go back?" the system asked. Go back, I miss my girlfriend. The next second, a white light flashed, and Yang Hao disappeared into the mountains. A mechanical sound rang in Yang Hao's mind. Byte. Host returns to the main world, sign in and replace items. The next second, Yang Hao appeared on the rooftop of Huadu Hospital, and a fist as big as a casserole enlarged in front of him. At the critical moment, Yang Hao used the 7-star fist and punched Sun Quan on the shoulder. The powerful force knocked Sun Quan away. Sun Quan fell to the ground, spurting out a mouthful of blood, looking at Yang Hao in horror and saying, "Impossible, how can you be so strong?" Yang Hao stood up leisurely, walked to Sun Quan, and said in a cold voice, "Submit or die." Sun Quan struggled to stand up, a hint of ruthlessness on his face. "Yang Hao, don't be too proud. The Wang family doesn't have a master, just wait for death." After he finished speaking, he took out a dagger and stabbed Yang Hao. Yang Hao dodged sideways and kicked Sun Quan to the ground. "You are so stubborn. If that's the case, don't blame me for being rude." Yang Hao stepped forward and grabbed Sun Quan's neck. Just then, a group of men in black appeared, surrounding an old man. "Stop." The old man stared at Yang Hao sharply. Yang Hao turned around and saw that the old man was followed by someone he knew. It turned out to be his landlord's sister, who had a rather complicated identity. In order not to embarrass the landlord's sister, Yang Hao exerted force on his hand, and with a snap, Sun Quan's neck was strangled by Yang Hao. "Boy, you are so brave." After the old man finished drinking, he stretched out his palm, turned it into a claw, and attacked Yang Hao. Seeing the old man's attack, Yang Hao clenched his fist and punched the hand that was grabbing him. The fists and claws collided, creating a strong wind. The old man took 3 or 4 steps back before he could stabilize himself. Yang Hao stood still, and in the contest of strength, Yang Hao clearly had the upper hand. The old man laughed and said, "Young man, you are very good at doing things. Are you interested in joining our martial arts alliance?" At this time, a message appeared. Character Lei Jun. Realm, Peak of Huajin. Huajin is also known as Grandmaster. Yang Hao looked at the old man in confusion and asked, "Aren't you here with him to kill me?" The old man smiled and said, "Xiao Shuer, explain it to him. I'll have someone deal with the scene first." Morong Shui walked out of the crowd, pointed to an empty place and said to Yang Hao, "Little brother, let's go over there and talk." "Landlord's sister, what happened?" Morong Shui did not rush to answer him, but walked ahead. Yang Hao followed behind, and soon they came to a deserted corner. Morong Shui turned around and hugged Yang Hao and said, "You little bastard, you scared me to death." Yang Hao felt the softness coming from his chest, swallowed his saliva, and tried to keep himself calm and said, "Sister Shuer, don't be afraid, what's going on?" "I received news that a dark power expert was coming to kill you, so I asked the leader of the Huadu branch of the Wuming to save you. I didn't expect you to be so powerful." Yang Hao was confused and asked Morong Shui, "What kind of organization is the Wuming?" "No way, you don't even know the Martial Alliance." "I really don't know where you got all your strength from." "I don't know either." "Sister Shuer, you know my hometown is a small mountain village in Province C. One day I met an old man who was full of knowledge. He gave me a book and then he died. I practiced according to the book and found that it really strengthened my body. Later, I kept practicing and this is what happened." Hearing Yang Hao's words, Morong Shui's forehead wrinkled into a shape. She had been taught by someone since she was a child, and polished her foundation. Now, after 20 years, she has reached the late stage of Ming gene cultivation. This kid has reached the state of Hua gene while practicing, and judging from his appearance just now, his strength is actually higher than that of Alliance leader Lei. Is there any justice in the world? Although this little brother is more powerful than himself, he is a complete novice in the world of cultivation. So she said to Yang Hao, "Little brother, the Wuming is a force formed by the 3 hidden sects when the country was founded. The main reason for the existence of the Wuming is to prevent warriors from killing innocent people." Yang Hao asked curiously, "Does Dragon Country have any other mysterious organizations besides the Martial Alliance?" "Don't mention it, it's true. When the country was founded, the imperialists were still determined to destroy our Dragon Country, so the king asked the warriors in the anti-Japanese army to form the Shenlong Squad. The Shenlong Squad is very mysterious and only prevents the imperialists from invading. Even the Wuming doesn't know much about them. They only know that the Shenlong Squad is more powerful than the Wuming." Yang Hao finally understood that the Wuming was an organization that managed martial artists internally, while the Shenlong Squad was an organization that managed the invasion of foreign practitioners externally. After Morong Shui explained Yang Hao's doubts, she asked Yang Hao, "Are you interested in joining the woman?" Yang Hao thought about it and felt that even if he had reached the peak of Hua Jin, he was still not invincible. Before he could fully grow up, he still needed a powerful backer. So he said to Morong Shui, "I can join the martial alliance, but I am used to freedom and don't have any particularly difficult problems. I hope the martial alliance won't bother me. It's great that you're willing to join the martial alliance. I'll pass your request on to alliance leader Lei." After saying that, Morong Shui turned and left. Yang Hao then returned to the ward and looked at Sanner lying on the bed. Yang Hao took out a jade bottle from the system space. These are the healing pills Yang Hao made from the herbs he collected in the water margin world. He took out the pill and put it into Sanner's mouth. The wound on Sanner's body began to heal visibly, and 2 hours later, Sanner woke up. He saw Yang Hao and said, "Brother Hao, thank you." Yang Hao smiled and said, "Do we still need to say thank you to each other? But I haven't even started the task you gave me, and I'm already causing you trouble again." Hearing this, Yang Hao's eyes were a little confused. He said to Sanner, "Come with me to see your sister-in-law tomorrow. I miss her a little bit." Although it was only a few days for Shi Shayan, it had been a year or two for Yang Hao. Chapter 20: My Sister's Phone Call. After a night, Sanner's injuries had healed. Yang Hao handled the discharge procedures for him. The two of them got into Yang Hao's 4-circle A8. As soon as they got in, Sanner said, "Brother Hao, you've become rich recently and now you can drive a nice car." "What luxury car?" "It's just a means of transportation. If you like it, I'll give you one after I've dealt with Boss Shayan," Yang Hao said with a smile. "Brother Hao, it's settled. That old guy won't be around for much longer." "Oh, now that you say that, does that mean the fish has already taken the bait?" Yang Hao said. Hee, before I had the car accident, that old guy had done enough, but he was still letting it go. As long as the net is closed, he will go bankrupt on the spot, Sanner said with a smile. Yang Hao chatted with Sanner for a while and learned about the situation. So he took out his cell phone and called Shi Shayan. Soon the call was connected. Yang Hao said, "Wife, are you free at noon? Let's have lunch together." "Brother Hao, when did you become so corny?" "I have nothing to do at noon, come over here." Although Shi Shayan said corny words, the smile on her face almost made her eyes disappear. Soon Yang Hao arrived downstairs of Shi Shayan's factory. He and Sanner sat in the car with the air conditioner on, waiting for Shi Shayan to get off work. Time passed slowly, and finally at noon, Yang Hao saw Shi Shayan and Sumei walking hand in hand in the crowd leaving get off work. Yang Hao waved to Shi Shayan and said, "Wife, here." Shi Shayan saw Yang Hao waving, and after saying goodbye to Sumei, she ran towards Yang Hao. Seeing Yang Hao's car, Shi Shayan asked, "Did you borrow this car from a friend? We can't afford to pay for it if it's scratched." Yang Hao said, "Get in the car, I'm a very steady driver." Yang Hao and his two friends went to a nearby Sichuan restaurant, and Yang Hao ordered a few dishes at random. Then he said to Shi Shayan, "Shayan, why don't you stop working in this factory? I have been investing with my friends recently and have made a lot of money. I'm doing fine now. For our future, I'll earn as much as I can. The problem is that your bald boss keeps looking at you with a sly look all day long. I'm worried. Our boss has the desire but not the courage. With Sister Sue here, he doesn't dare to do anything to me." Yang Hao did not dwell on this issue. The three of them had dinner and chatted together. After dinner, Yang Hao and Shi Shayan agreed to go home to see him in the evening. Yang Hao then sent Shi Shayan back to the factory. Seeing Shi Shayan entering the factory, Yang Hao took out a packet of medicine powder from the system space and handed it to Sanner, saying, "Find a way to put this medicine into the water that Boss Shayan drinks." "Brother Hao, this is easy to handle, but what is the effect of this medicine? Can we find out after taking it? Are you kidding?" This medicine was prepared by Yang Hao in the water margin world according to the formula in the doctor's handbook. It is colorless and tasteless, and it is difficult to detect. So he smiled gently and said, "Sanner, after taking this medicine, you will lose that function, and your temper will become irritable and impulsive. Even if you go to the hospital for a checkup afterwards, nothing will be found." "Is it so awesome? Where did Brother Hao get this medicine? Do you have extra? Can you give me another one?" Yang Hao nodded and gave Sanner another dose of medicine, although he didn't know what Sanner wanted to do. But Yang Hao believes in Sanner's character and will not do anything bad to him. After Sanner took the medicine, he said goodbye to Yang Hao. After Sanner left, Yang Hao returned to the rental house. he bought some flowers and balloons to decorate the room. As night fell, Yang Hao appeared again at the gate of Shi Shaoyan's factory. Seeing Shi Shaoyan coming out of the factory, Yang Hao hurried forward to greet her. The two got into the car hand in hand, went to a Western restaurant together, and had a romantic dinner. After returning to the rental house, Shi Shaoyan was very moved when she saw the flowers and balloons arranged by Yang Hao. The two hugged, and just as Yang Hao was about to kiss Shi Shaoyan, Yang Hao's cell phone rang. Yang Hao ran away as soon as he saw the note. It was his younger sister. He was a little confused. At this moment, Yang Hao suddenly had a headache. Some memories about the original owner's family emerged in Yang Hao's mind. After accepting the memory, Yang Hao couldn't help but sigh that other people who traveled through time and space were either orphaned or had their parents die. And when I traveled through time, not only were my parents still alive, but I also had a lovely little sister. Yang Hao apologized to Shi Shaoyan. Sorry, I have to take a call first. Shi Shaoyan nodded to show her understanding. Yang Hao turned around and walked out the door, still feeling a little uneasy. After all, according to his memory, the original owner's parents loved him very much. But the old couple were genuine farmers, and what they could give him was very limited. The original owner was a lazy person, how could he understand these things? So after coming to Huadu, I didn't contact my family for several years. Now that my sister is calling me, I guess something happened at home. Exhaling a breath, Yang Hao pressed the answer button. The phone was connected, and a crying voice came from the other end. Brother, it's great that you answered the phone. Little sister, what's wrong? Something happened to my parents. The little sister choked up and said. Dad broke his leg while chopping wood in the mountains, and Mom fainted out of worry. Yang Hao's heart tightened, and he quickly asked, what's the situation now? They have been sent to the town's hospital. My mother is fine, but my father needs surgery. But the family has no money at all. Little sister, don't worry about the money, I'll transfer it to you right away. After that, the two exchanged a few pleasantries, and Yang Hao spent the money to transfer 200,000 yuan to his younger sister. It's not that Yang Hao doesn't want to give more. He is just afraid that giving too much at once will make his family think too much. After all, Yang's father only had a minor operation. After paying the medical expenses with 200,000 yuan, there will be a lot left, which can also improve the lives of his family. Then let them slowly accept the fact that their son has become a super rich man. After transferring the money, Yang Hao left a message to his sister on the earth, spend it with confidence. If you run out of money, tell me. I don't lack money. The next second, the younger sister replied, Brother, I'm going to take the college entrance examination soon, will you come back? We haven't seen each other for many years. Looking at this message, my memory resurfaced. A little girl was like a follower, sticking to me all day long. Yang Hao couldn't help but reply, don't worry, I will definitely go back to accompany you to take the college entrance examination. After replying, Yang Hao put these troubles behind him and returned to the rental house. Although the rental space is small. Brother Hao, did you take any medicine? Why do you feel completely different? What do you mean? Was I really that bad in the past? I wanted to ask you last time, but I didn't know how to start. If the medicine has side effects, you should not use it. It was fine the way it was before. Shaoyan, what do you mean by that? Don't you like me now? Brother Hao, I still like you from before. You are a little too extreme now. Chapter 21 Watching the female anchor again. Bite. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining 80% of the shares of Xingchen Group. At 2 a.m., Yang Hao signed in again. He was so excited that he trembled when he heard the system notification tone. Xingchen Group, whose headquarters is in Huadu, is a leading group in the entire Dragon Country, with a market value of hundreds of billions. Xingchen Group includes industries such as industry, medicine, and real estate, and each of them is one of the best in Huadu. However, Yang Hao's excited trembling woke up Shi Shaoyan, who had just fallen asleep. She said in a tired voice, Hubby, are you sleeping? Don't bother me. It is said that when a person is happy, he feels refreshed. Yang Hao is no exception. He said to Shi Shaoyan, Little fairy, why are you so charming? Eat me, old son. In the morning, Yang Hao woke up from his sleep and opened the system panel. Host, Yang Hao. Realm, Peak of Transformation. Industries, Wayman Textile 60%, valued at 30 billion, Huadu International Hotel 98%, valued at 32 billion, Xingchen Group 80%, valued at 288.8 billion. Skills: strengthening the body, natural power, medical sage's book, 7-star fist, overlord spear. Appearance: 98. After looking at his own attributes, Yang Hao looked at Sher Shayan, who was sleeping next to him. She was so tired that she hadn't woken up yet. At this moment, Yang Hao's cell phone rang. After answering, Sanner's excited voice came. "Brother Hao, your medicine is so effective. I gave it to that fat guy last night, and he actually mortgaged his factory. Keep watching him, guide him at the critical moment, and use whatever you can to pay off the debt." Sanner replied yes and hung up the phone. It was not until noon that Sher Shayan woke up slowly. Her first reaction was, what time is it? Am I going to be late for work? Honey, it's already noon. Why don't you skip work today? No, I won't eat lunch. I have to go to work. I'll come see you in a few days. After saying that, he opened the door and left without caring about Yang Hao's request. After Sher Shayan left, Yang Hao drove to his newly bought house. As soon as he entered the house, Li Shuoqin was already in the room. Seeing Yang Hao, Li Shuoqin said gratefully, "Boss, thank you so much. I can go to work today." After Li Shuoqin gave her mother the medicine prescribed by Yang Hao, she felt much better. Yang Hao smiled and said, "You don't have to rush to work. You can stay with your aunt in the hospital. I can handle it in the next few days. I have hired a nurse for the hospital, and I also want to start working early and pay back the money you lent me." Yang Hao nodded, said nothing more, and returned to the room. Li Shuoqin helped clean up the room downstairs, and also cleaned up the kitchen, and then went out. Yang Hao was a little bored in the room, so he turned on Douyin and found that Annie Baby was not live streaming. Yang Hao just started to swipe randomly. With the system's identification, he would not be fooled by the beauty filter at all. As he was scrolling, Yang Hao saw the information displayed by the system. Character: a Huan heir. Realm: none. Appearance: 88. This female anchor looks fresh and juicy, well behaved and cute, cheerful and pure. Yang Hao just entered the live broadcast room. With a height of 170 centimeters and long legs of 169 centimeters, he is simply a leg god. Before Yang Hao could say anything, he heard the host's sweet voice saying, "Welcome to my live broadcast room, Dad Wu Yu." Yang Hao took a look and thought, "Wow, it's great, it's full level, but this anchor is a bit too flattering." Just as Yang Hao was thinking, a confession balloon special effect flashed across the phone screen. Huan Air spoke again, "Thank you, my Wu Yu father, for the confession balloon." Yu Yu sent out several confession balloons. Seeing this, Huan Er stood up and bowed to the screen. Suddenly, a person stared at the camera on the screen. She said sweetly, "Thank you, my desireless dad. I love you, moi." Wu Yu couldn't stand it any longer, and several confession balloons popped up immediately. It has to be said that a woman's career is directly proportional to her career line. In just a few minutes, Huan Er successfully earned a lot of money, and even the netizens in the live broadcast room were jealous. "Brother Wu Yu, you are confused. If you have some money, why don't you go to De Bao Jian and get personal service to satisfy your physical and mental needs? Isn't it good? The guy above, you know nothing. Haven't you seen the beautiful Huan Er making a lot of money? After the show ends, he might ask Wu Yu to act like a drama queen. Isn't he more attractive than the big sword? He. Got it +1. Got it +2. Yang Hao listened to Huan Er's sweet voice and perfect figure, and followed suit. Got it +10,086. Yang Hao hid the level of the account, so it looked just like Xiao Bai's account. Plus, the original owner was too lazy, so he changed his name to Brother Hao. Even the avatar is not set, it is still the original gray. Just as Yang Hao was about to speak again, a reminder sounded, "You have been banned by the anchor for 3 months." Yang Hao was so angry that he almost smashed his phone. What did he do wrong to be banned? At this time, Huan Er started to talk about it, saying that Yang Hao's account was a black fan and was here to cause trouble. Yang Hao was so angry that he was itchy, but he was banned and couldn't send any messages. At this moment, a system prompt popped up, "Annie Baby, whom you follow, started a live broadcast." Yang Hao clicked in without saying anything. As soon as he entered, Annie said, "Brother Hao, you are online. Annie, help me connect with a female anchor named Huan Er, let's go and do something." Brother Hao. How did she offend you? Just be obedient. Don't worry, I won't let you lose. Okay, Brother Hao. Soon, Annie Baby successfully connected with Huan Er. Yang Hao directly typed, tell her that if you lose the PK, you should bark like a dog 100 times. Although Yang Hao was the only one in the live broadcast room, Annie was not intimidated at all. She showed the momentum of a big anchor with millions of people online and said to Huaner, little sister, let's have a PK. If you lose, you will bark like a dog 100 times. Do you dare to accept it? Huaner took a look at Annie's live broadcast room and saw that only Yang Hao was there. He immediately complained in the live broadcast room. Brother Wu Yu, look at that black fan asking the anchor to bully others, you have to help him. Wu Yu said, relax. I have your brother Wu Yu to help you. My strength is not comparable to that of a rookie. I just like brother Wu Yu, he's so awesome. She licked her tongue. The PK between the two sides began. Yang Hao directly used hundreds of rockets to clear the way, and directly silenced Huaner's live broadcast room. Fans in Huaner's live broadcast room can't sit still anymore. This is an offense to a real boss. Huaner, you're on your own. Ha, Big Brother is playing in the live broadcast room, and you actually touched Jingyan. However, Wu Yu, the elder brother whom Huaner called Dad, had already left the live broadcast room. Huaner looked at the scorebar and sent a private message to Yang Hao, Brother Hao, I was wrong, please let me go. I can do anything. This is my Earth number. Yang Hao looked at the Earth and added it back. Chapter 22 Watching a movie. Soon, a message came from the other side. Is it Brother Hao? Yes. Can you forgive my recklessness? I'll treat you to dinner. This is available, where is the address? Soon the other party sent a location. Yang Hao looked at the address, it was only more than 20 kilometers away from his current location. Yang Hao replied, see you in the evening. I continued watching the live broadcast, and accidentally spent more than 1 million in Annie Baby's live broadcast room. Seeing that it was already evening, Yang Hao washed up and prepared to go out. As soon as I went downstairs, I met Li Shuoqin who had just come back from shopping. Li Shuoqin said to Yang Hao, Boss, are you going out? Will you come back for dinner in the evening? Yang Hao smiled and said, I won't be back at night, just do your own thing. After saying that, Yang Hao went out. Driving his 4-Circle A8, he arrived outside a residential area after more than 10 minutes. Yang Hao took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Huaner, I'm here, you come down. Give me a few minutes, I'll be right down. 5 minutes later, Huaner came out of the community wearing JK. Yang Hao lowered the car door and said to Huaner, get in the car. Huaner saw Yang Hao's handsome face and said in surprise, you are Brother Hao. Yang Hao nodded, and Huaner's heart was immediately moved. Such a beautiful face was worth it even if she had to pay for it. What's more, he is a hidden boss. Huaner got in the car and kept trying to find topics to chat with Yang Hao. Yang Hao answered her in a casual manner. Soon the car stopped outside a restaurant. Yang Hao asked, what do you think of this restaurant? Although this restaurant is not the most luxurious in Huadu, it is a popular restaurant with an average consumption of more than 2,000 yuan per person. Huaner said, this restaurant has a good reputation, but I haven't been here either. Let's go to this one. You go in first and I'll go park the car, Yang Hao said. After Yang Hao parked the car, he walked into the restaurant. Huaner had already chosen a seat by the window and was waving at him with a smile. Yang Hao sat down and the waiter handed him the menu. Huaner took the menu, ordered a few signature dishes, and then handed the menu to Yang Hao. Aren't you going to order anything? Huaner asked curiously. Yang Hao smiled slightly, I'm not too particular about food, I like what you ordered too. Huaner was very happy to hear that, and the two of them chatted while waiting for the food to be served. At this moment, there was a sudden noise in the restaurant. Yang Hao looked in the direction of the voice and saw a man loudly scolding his female companion. The woman is quite delicate, with long hair and a curvy figure. She was speechless after being scolded by the man, and Yang Hao's body was strengthened. Although he was far away, Yang Hao also understood what the man meant. It means a man invites a girl out, buys her a gift, and treats her to a meal. As soon as the meal was over, the girl wiped her mouth and went home. And this is not the first time that the man has behaved like this. This time he got mad and refused to let the woman leave. Yang Hao is not a saint and does not intend to pay attention to this matter. However, Huaner said in a virginal way, Brother Hao, look at that man, he is really too much. Yang Hao smiled and said, it's normal for you to have a temper after being taken advantage of. Huaner said to Yang Hao, if I were like this, would you be like that man? Yang Hao touched his face and said, with my looks, are you willing to? In this comparison, Huan Er also felt that he would not leave. After they had dinner, Yang Hao said to Huan Er, let me take you home. I haven't watched a movie for a long time. Brother Hao, why don't you watch a movie with me? Yang Hao nodded, and soon, under Huan Er's command, he came to a movie theater. In addition to the multi-person hall, this cinema also has a private hall, which is decorated in a particularly luxurious way. Just like a hotel, there are not only sofas, but also beds and bathrooms. Moreover, the cinema also has a movie-watching companion service, with beautiful women accompanying you. How much does a movie cost? However, Yang Hao and Huan Er were together, so naturally they would not go to watch. After buying the movie tickets, the two entered the private room. Huan Er said to Yang Hao, Brother Hao, the environment here is pretty good, isn't it? Yang Hao nodded. The room was very clean and tidy. Even the bed sheets were new. Because it is a cinema, the room is relatively large and the viewing effect is also very good. In order to make customers feel comfortable, the cinema also provides incense to relieve fatigue and increase hormone secretion. Huan Er lit a stick of incense and said, Brother Hao, let me give you a massage. Yang Hao looked at Huan Er with some surprise, but still agreed. Huan Er walked behind Yang Hao and gently massaged his shoulders. As the massage progressed, Yang Hao felt relaxed and he closed his eyes, enjoying the tranquility. However, he did not notice the sly look in Huan Er's eyes. Huan Er's hand gradually moved downwards, touching Yang Hao's strong pectoral muscles intentionally or unintentionally. Yang Hao suddenly opened his eyes and grabbed Huan Er's hand. What are you doing? There was a hint of displeasure in Yang Hao's voice. Huan Er's face flushed, and she said shyly, I'm sorry, Brother Hao, I just want to make you more comfortable. Yang Hao let go of Huan Er's hand and said in a cold tone, no need, just watch the movie. Huan Er bit his lip and swore to himself that he must take down Yang Hao. As the movie played, Huan Er went into Yang Hao's arms intentionally or unintentionally. Who told them to watch a horror movie? The soft beauty in his arms, even if Yang Hao had always intended to be Lu Xiaohui, he couldn't resist. Yang Hao coughed lightly and tried to focus on the movie. However, Huan Er whispered softly in his ear as if to tease him on purpose. Yang Hao endured his inner restlessness, he knew that he could not do anything out of line. At this moment, the horror plot in the movie reached its climax, and Huan Er was so scared that he hugged Yang Hao tightly. Yang Hao felt the soft body in his arms, and his heart beat faster involuntarily. He took a deep breath and decided to change the subject to distract himself. The sound effects in this movie are quite realistic. Huan Er relaxed a little and agreed, yeah, it's a bit scary. Although she said it was scary, her fingers slid over Yang Hao's muscular body. Yang Hao shook his head helplessly. Being as handsome as the reader is also a kind of trouble. Seeing Yang Hao remain silent, Huan Er became more and more courageous. She touched Yang Hao's abdominal muscles with her soft little hands and said in surprise, Brother Hao, you have 8 abdominal muscles. Woman, you are playing with fire. Yang Hao's voice was a little hoarse, and it was obvious that he had endured it to the extreme. Brother Hao, I just like playing with fire, so please don't be too gentle with me. Humph, little devil, you asked for this. Time passed, a movie ended, Yang Hao renewed the payment. Brother Hao, it's quite late, please take me home. Yang Hao started to renew his subscription and then said to Huan Er, isn't there still a movie that we haven't finished watching? Let's finish watching it first. Brother Hao, it's too late, let's go back first. Why should I listen to you? You forced me to come to the movie. Chapter 23 Personal Assistant. Another movie ended, Huan Er exhaled like a orchid, Yang Hao said coldly, let's go. Huan Er said weakly, don't you want to take a break? Look at me like this, do you need a rest? But do I need it? Why? As the saying goes, there are only cows that die of exhaustion, but no land that is plowed to death. You? Humph, who are you looking down on? Just leave if you want to. The two of them left the theater. Yang Hao looked at Huan Er limping against the wall and said with a sly smile, what's wrong? Are you injured? I didn't, Huan Er suddenly realized and said, you were so bad. Yang Hao smiled, sent Huan Er home, and drove back to Jinbi New City. Just got home, the system prompt sounded in my mind. Byte. Congratulations to the host for signing in and updating daily. Do you want to sign in? Check in. Byte. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining God-level enterprise management. No words all night, the next morning. Yang Hao was awakened by the ringing phone. Yang Hao clicks the connect button. A mature woman's voice came. Hello, Mr. Yang. I am your personal assistant Shen Tian. When will you come to work at Xingchen Group? Hearing this, Yang Hao was stunned. Why do I still have to go to work for the Star Group that I obtained by signing in? He asked curiously, Shen Tian, why should I work as a shareholder? Boss Yang, you acquired the Xingchen Group the day before yesterday. After you acquired it, the former chairman and president of Xingchen Group resigned. So now the company is leaderless and needs you to take charge of the situation. Moreover, the company's employees are looking forward to the arrival of the new president. Shen Tian explained. Yang Hao shook his head helplessly. Okay, I'll be there in a moment. He thought, since it was already his own company, he might as well go and take a look. Yang Hao came to Xingchen Group, and it was Shen Tian who came to pick her up. Shen Tian is a woman in her early 30s, but she has very good skin. Character, Shen Tian. Realm, none. Appearance, 90. Shen Tian is wearing an OL suit. Black silk seductive, delicate features, fair and tender skin, S-figure S4 waist, naturally, firm breasts, long legs, and hips. This beauty and figure perfectly meet the ultimate fantasy of readers of having a secretary to do when there is something to do and having nothing to do when there is nothing to do. When Yang Hao saw Shen Tian, he said to her, have the executives from each department hold a meeting in the conference room in 10 minutes to report on their work. Shen Tian looked at Yang Hao, young and handsome. His resolute and vigorous appearance made her eyes light up. This definitely satisfied the girl's fantasy of a domineering CEO. He took Yang Hao to the meeting room, and while walking, he arranged for the secretaries behind him to notify the executives of various departments. Soon, the group's senior executives came to the meeting room and welcomed Yang Hao. Then the work reports began. Yang Hao listened to the reports from various departments and gained a preliminary understanding of the company's operations. However, Yang Hao discovered that there were some problems in the company's management, which required reform and adjustment. He used his God-level corporate management skills to formulate a series of effective measures. Not to mention, with his God-level management ability, Yang Hao can find any loopholes in the company's management system in an instant. After the meeting, Yang Hao, led by Shen Tian, came to the president's office. Yang Hao sat in the boss chair. Shen Tian poured him a cup of coffee. Yang Hao took a sip and said to Shen Tian, go and handle your work. Don't come in and disturb me unless necessary. Shen Tian bowed and said yes. The rest didn't matter, but this bow, maybe the load was too heavy, or maybe her white shirt was of poor quality. A button popped out and fell into the coffee in Yang Hao's hand. Shen Tian quickly said, Mr. Yang, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Yang Hao looked at Shen Tian, her cleavage under the black lace seamless underwear. You definitely did it on purpose, he said coldly. After saying that, he pointed at Shen Tian's chest. Shen Tian screamed and quickly covered her chest with her hands. Her face turned red instantly, and a hint of shyness and panic flashed in her eyes. Yang Hao raised the corner of his mouth slightly, looking at her with a smile. I didn't say it was the buttons of the clothes. Shen Tian's heartbeat quickened. She bit her lip and tried to keep herself calm. Boss Yang, please don't joke like this. I'm going out first. After saying that, she turned around and prepared to leave the office. At this moment, a pair of big hands hugged her from behind. Boss, please don't do this, I still have to go to work. Yang Hao put his lips close to her ear and said, it's okay to delay work for a while. What's most important is to be happy, right? Shen Tian is panicking. The bosses in novels are not like this. I wondered where it came from, or where it came from. A strange feeling attacked her brain nerves, causing her to temporarily lose the ability to take the test. But he is really handsome, has a great body, and is so strong. I like it so much. What should I do? Waiting online, urgent. 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 Yang Hao took out a cigarette, smoked it, and said to Shen Tian, are you interested in being the president of Xingchen Group? Hearing Yang Hao's words, Shen Tian said in shock, Boss Yang, I can't do it, and the people below don't obey me. Shen Tian was in a state of panic. How many levels of official promotion is this? Yang Hao thought about it and realized that Shen Tian was right. If she were to become the CEO now, it would be hard for her to convince the public. So he spoke again, from now on, you will handle all the documents. If you have any questions, you can ask me. And you can use this president's seal at any time. No, aren't you afraid that I will sell your company to you? Yang Hao came to her side. Shen Tian was surprised and asked, "You are here again?" After a long while, Yang Hao asked, "Do you dare?" Shen Tian held her waist and said with a sweet breath, "Mr. President, I will never dare to do that again." At this moment, Yang Hao thought of the Wang family, a second-rate family in Huadu. Not only did he hit his brother, but he also sent someone to kill him. So he asked Shen Tian, "Does the Wang family have any cooperation with our Xingqian group?" Shen Tian thought for a while and said, "There are some small collaborations, but the Wang family has been trying to attract investment everywhere by claiming to have a collaboration with Xingqian group." Yang Hao's eyes turned cold and he said, "Cancel all cooperation with the Wang family, and issue a notice that our Xingqian group will never cooperate with any company that has cooperated with the Wang family." "I understand, President." However, Yang Hao's move gave hope to many third-rate or second-rate Huadu families. Many people wanted to take over the Wang family's business, including the impoverished Gu family. But these are all later. After giving the order, Yang Hao just wanted to take a break. His cell phone rang. After Yang Hao answered the call, Sanner's voice came. "Brother Hao, everything is settled. The old man's factory mortgage and loan accounts are in my hands. I asked him to bring his wife to the nightclub tonight to settle the debt." "How much is the total amount?" "I will prepare it. I can't make it difficult for you to work in the company." Chapter 24 Xingyao Media. Sanner smiled and said, "It's okay, Brother Hao. Thanks to the medicine you gave me last time, I was able to cure my boss. Now I'm talking about love with the boss's wife." As soon as Sanner finished speaking, he heard a charming voice coming from the other side of the receiver, "Don't stop, I'm about to reach the peak." Yang Hao was so angry that he hung up the phone and cursed "Damn Chow thief." After cursing, Yang Hao dressed up carefully again and said to the mirror, "Damn it, tonight I want to be." Yang Hao drove to the Yi's Club. As the largest private club in Huadu City, Yi's has been able to prosper for a long time. In addition to its luxurious decoration, it is also because it has done a good job of keeping secrets. Because of the strong background, the surveillance in the club is really not accessible to ordinary people. Yang Hao came to the 4-8 boxes. Next to Sanner sat a middle-aged beauty with a charming look. Although she is over 35, her skin and figure are well maintained, just like a young woman in her 20s. Seeing Yang Hao coming in, Sanner stood up and said, "Brother Hao, hurry up and sit down." Yang Hao was not polite and sat in the main seat. Sanner introduced Yang Hao again, "My girlfriend, Brother Hao, is the one I just talked to you about on the phone." Yang Hao nodded and said to Sanner, "Come out for a moment." Sanner didn't ask any more questions and followed Yang Hao out of the box. In the corridor, Yang Hao whispered to Sanner, "30 is like a wolf, 40 is like a tiger, don't drain your body for the sake of momentary pleasure." "Brother Hao, how did you tell that? I've been feeling overwhelmed lately." Yang Hao reluctantly took out a jade bottle from the space. After the pill entered his stomach, a warm current rose in Sanner's dantian, and Sanner felt as if he was bathed in the sun. "Brother Hao, this feels really awesome." Yang Hao smiled and said nothing more, and returned to the private room. Although this pill is not as powerful as the strengthening potion that Yang Hao signed in, it can slowly improve the physical condition and make Sanner reach the strength of a top special forces soldier. If this pill is put on sale, it will definitely be snapped up. However, Yang Hao had no intention of selling it. The reason why he gave it to Sanner was because Sanner had been with the original owner since childhood. Not long after returning to the box, Shi Xiaoyan's boss, Boss Lu, brought Sumei to the box. When Boss Lu saw Yang Hao, he knew that he was being set up. His eyes were filled with anger, but when he saw Sanner and his several burly younger brothers, he smiled and said, "Third brother, I brought Sumei here, let's see what's between us." Before Boss Lu could finish, Sanner interrupted him and said, "Ask me about Brother Hao." Boss Lu looked at Yang Hao, and Yang Hao smiled evilly and said, "Old man, aren't you very awesome? Let my girlfriend be your woman." Although Boss Lu felt aggrieved, as a man, he had to be flexible and flexible. He smiled and said to Yang Hao, "As long as you are willing to forgive my debt, I will divorce Sumei tomorrow." Yang Hao did not agree immediately, but looked at Sumei. He did not know until he saw Sumei's expression and combined it with the contents of the medical saint's book. Sumei's life is obviously not harmonious. It seems that Boss Lu is just a paper tiger, with appearance but no substance. He said to Sumei, "I don't need to say more. You know why your husband brought you here today. Are you willing?" Sumei said, "I am willing. I would rather follow you than him. The future may be better." Yang Hao nodded and said, "I don't want every woman. I understand. I will behave well tonight. Hearing Sumei's words, Yang Hao did not say much, but said to Boss Lu, you will get divorced tomorrow, I will give you the IOU, now you can leave, and leave Sumei behind. Boss Lu left feeling aggrieved. Sanner also drove his men out. Sanner, Yang Hao, and 4 others were left in the box. Sanner said, Brother Hao, I feel full of strength now. How about we have a competition here? Yang Hao naturally had no objection, but Sanner regretted it at the beginning. The two of them were not of the same weight class at all. As time went by, Sanner could only watch as his boss's wife cried bitterly in order to help Sumei. I knew I had made a stupid decision. I have to say. Sanner has a good eye, although the boss lady is a little older. But because of regular maintenance, it has become abnormal. It really has a unique flavor. After a busy period, Yang Hao won the final victory. At this time, the system prompt sounded again in Yang Hao's mind. Byte. Congratulations to the host for signing in daily. Do you want to sign in? Yang Hao chose to sign in without any hesitation. Byte. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining 90% of Xingyao Media's shares. When Yang Hao heard this, he felt like he had returned to his previous life, when he was a senior executive at Wuyo Media. Although Xingyao Media in this world has a market value of only a few billion, it is a company that incubates internet celebrities in Huadu. 100% of the beautiful female internet celebrities in Huadu are contracted internet celebrities of Xingyao Media. Yang Hao smiled bitterly. It seems that he is destined to work hard for the happiness of others. The next morning, Yang Hao took Sumei to go through the divorce procedures with Boss Lu. At the same time, he took over Boss Lu's clothing factory from Sanner. Although Boss Lu offered Sumei a beauty on earth, Yang Hao only returned him the IOU of 200,000 yuan. After accompanying Sumei to handle the divorce agreement, Yang Hao said to Sumei, the factory will be handed over to you to manage from now on. Let Xiaoyan do some easy work. Don't tell Xiaoyan about our affairs for the time being. I will help you manage the factory. Remember to come and see me when you are free. Sumei said to Yang Hao. Yang Hao replied, I'll take you to the factory first. I'll come to see you when I have time. After that, Yang Hao sent Sumei back to the factory. After that, Yang Hao went to Xingyao Media. The president of Xingyao Media is a 30-year-old divorced young woman. She has a 3-year-old daughter. However, when Yang Hao, the largest shareholder, came to the company for the first time, she was the one who received him personally. When Yang Hao saw her, a message appeared. Character, Lin Wanru. Realm, None. Appearance, 89. Lin Wanru is tall, with natural D-cup, fair skin, picturesque eyebrows and eyes. She looks gentle and lovely, with a kind of maternal love. Yang Hao said to Lin Wanru, take me to the office first. Lin Wanru did not refuse. She took Yang Hao to the office, and Yang Hao said to Lin Wanru, bring the company's financial statements here. Yang Hao looked at the report and found no major problems. However, Yang Hao still found faults. He found a lot of small problems. Yang Hao pointed the problem to Lin Wanru and said, this is your ability. I have to consider whether to change the president. Chapter 25 Gu Family Banquet. No, Mr. Yang, I have a daughter to raise. As long as you don't replace me, I can do anything. Do you think someone like me would lack people to work for me? Lin Wanru came to Yang Hao, and with a dazed look in her eyes, she walked behind Yang Hao with temptation. The slender fingers passed over Yang Hao's shoulders and rested on Yang Hao's strong chest. He whispered softly in Yang Hao's ear, as long as Director Yang nods, I can do anything. Even if you have any excessive hobbies, I can work hard for you. Hey, then you have to work hard to do your job well. I don't want an incompetent person to stay around me. Don't worry, Mr. Yang, I am very capable at work. I wonder if you can be a generous boss and satisfy me. After that, she drew circles on Yang Hao's body with her fingers. Needless to say, Yang Hao felt very good about the tingling sensation. The two people's laughter echoed in the office. Director Yang, are you serious? I know I'm wrong. Didn't you say it was okay? I'm just fulfilling your wish. Ah. No way? I was wrong, I give up. If admitting defeat is useful, what is the point of a referee? After a long while, Yang Hao said to Lin Wanru, you performed well. Work hard in the future. If I see you make a mistake again, I will not forgive you. After saying that, Yang Hao left Xingyao. He still had to go to work at Xingshan Group. Yang Hao drove his 4-Circle A8 and soon arrived at the underground parking lot of Xingshan Group. Taking the elevator to the president's office, Yang Hao just entered the office. Lin Wanru sent an invitation letter and said, "Director Yang, this is an invitation letter from the Gu family to Mr. Gu's 80th birthday." Yang Hao was stunned for a moment and said, "Isn't the Gu family a third-rate family? We still need to give him face." Lin Wanru said, "Director Yang, the Gu family was once a first-rate family in Huadu. For some unknown reason, their business was hindered a few years ago, and they have become a third-rate family. However, Mr. Gu still has a high status in the upper class." Yang Hao thought for a moment and said, "For this kind of banquet, do you always bring a female companion?" "Generally they will bring a female companion. Even the golden bachelors in the circle will invite female companions to participate." "Is that so? Come with me tonight." Lin Wanru naturally had no reason to refuse. She could only nod and agree. As night fell, Lin Wanru changed into a sparkling wine-red evening dress. Yang Hao was attending a cocktail party tonight, so he did not drive his own car, but hired a special driver. A Rolls-Royce Cullinan worth over 10 million. However, the place where the banquet was held was Yang Hao's Huadu International Hotel. After Yang Hao got off the car, Lin Wanru took his arm and walked into the venue. "Maybe it was because I came late. As soon as I entered, I heard an old man say to everyone, 'Today I invited you not only to celebrate my 80th birthday, but also to announce an important news. My granddaughter Gu Wancheng is going to be engaged to Yi Fan, the eldest son of the Yi family.'" Yang Hao looked at Gu Wanqing on the stage and was stunned. "Isn't this the woman who rushed into his private room and gave him 200 yuan? And from the looks of her, she's already pregnant, so it can't be hers." Yang Hao, who had studied the medical saint's book, quickly calculated the time. With his god-level feng shui skills, Yang Hao could sense that the baby in Gu Wanqing's belly was most likely his own. He shouted, "I don't agree with this marriage." As soon as Yang Hao finished speaking, everyone in the banquet hall looked at him. Who is this person? How dare he cause trouble at Mr. Gu's birthday party? The Gu family was once a first-class family. Even though it has declined now, it is not something that ordinary people can mess with. Gu Wanqing also looked at Yang Hao, thinking to herself, "Why is he here? Is this the right place for him to be?" However, Mr. Gu was there. Gu Wanqing did not take the initiative to speak to Yang Hao. When Mr. Gu saw Yang Hao, his eyes narrowed into a slit and he said in a cold voice, "Whose kid are you? How dare you cause trouble at my banquet?" Yang Hao did not answer, but Lin Wanru spoke first. "This is our Xingshan Group president Yang Hao." Yang Hao's name may not be known in Huadu, but everyone in Xingshan Group knows him. Hearing that Yang Hao was the president of Xingshan Group, people around him began to talk about it. Yang Hao ignored the discussions around him, walked straight to the front of the stage, looked at old man Gu and said, "The child in Gu Wanqing's belly is mine." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. Gu Wanqing widened her eyes. She never expected that Yang Hao would say such words in such an occasion. Old Master Gu was so angry that his beard was shaking. He pointed at Yang Hao and cursed, "What an arrogant boy! Do you know what you are talking about?" Yang Hao responded calmly, "Of course I know. I came here today to tell everyone that Gu Wanqing is my woman. No one should even think of taking advantage of her." Yi Fan stood up and glared at Yang Hao, "Who do you think you are? How dare you snatch a woman from me?" Yang Hao raised his lips slightly. "Ask Wanqing if she is willing to get engaged to you." As he spoke, he looked at Gu Wanqing, his eyes full of confidence. "So what if she doesn't agree? My engagement with her was made since childhood. Who do you think you are?" Yi Fan said, his eyes filled with hatred and murderous intent as he attacked Yang Hao. Who wouldn't hate it when someone slept with his cheap and beautiful fiancée? Yang Hao easily dodged Yi Fan's attack and kicked him to the ground. The information of colleague Yi Fan appeared in front of Yang Hao. Character, Yi Fan. Realm, Dark Power Peak. Do you think you are qualified to fight with me? Yang Hao said disdainfully. Yi Fan covered his chest, climbed up with difficulty, and glared at Yang Hao fiercely. When Mr. Gu saw this, his face turned very ugly. "Mr. Yang, this is our Gu family's family affair, please don't interfere," said Mr. Gu. "Mr. Gu, I respect you as my elder, but I can't ignore this matter. Wanqing is my woman, and I will never let her marry someone else," Yang Hao said firmly. At this time, Gu Wanqing finally couldn't bear it anymore. She ran to Yang Hao and hugged him. "Grandpa, I don't want to marry Yi Fan. If you force me, I will commit suicide here, Gu Wanqing said. Old Master Gu looked at the scene in front of him and sighed helplessly. Forget it, forget it. In this case, let's call off this marriage. Yifan looked at Yang Hao and Gu Wanqing angrily, then turned to Old Man Gu and said, Grandpa Gu, if you cancel this marriage, aren't you afraid of angering my master? Old Master Gu snorted coldly and said, I will naturally give an explanation to your master, but it is not your turn to act so presumptuously in front of me. After saying this, the aura of Grandpa Gu radiated outward, and all the martial artists present could feel that Grandpa Gu was actually a master of Huajin. At this moment, everyone present also understood why the Gu family had fallen into decline and became a third-rate family, but there were still many second-rate families who gave him face. Chapter 26 God-Level Hacker. After the banquet, Yang Hao was taken to Mr. Gu's study. After entering the study, Mr. Gu said, Young man, do you know why I betrothed Wanqing to Yifan? I don't know, please tell me, Mr. Gu. Old Master Gu fell into a long memory. After a long while, he slowly said, 18 years ago, Medicine King Valley was preparing to enter the world, and the place it chose was Huadu. Yang Hao did not interrupt Mr. Gu, but listened to him recalling and telling his story. The general meaning is that 18 years ago, the hidden sect Yaowang Valley was preparing to enter the world. The son of the master of Medicine King Valley was sent. The son of the master of Medicine King Valley was a second-generation ancestor who had never learned much. He fell in love with Gu Wanqing's mother, who was married to Gu Wanqing's father and gave birth to Gu Wanqing. Naturally, he would never fall in love with him, so he had his men kidnap Gu Wanqing's mother and plan to rape her. Finally, Gu Wanqing's father arrived and accidentally killed the son of the owner of Yaowang Valley. Mr. Gu originally planned to let Gu Wanqing's father flee the country with his property. Who knew that just after selling off the family property, the head of Medicine King Valley came with his men to kill him? In order to protect Gu Wanqing's father died in battle, and Yaowang Valley originally planned to destroy the Gu family. But at the critical moment, Yifan's master appeared. With his own strength, he defeated Yaowang Valley and made it hidden again. Gu Wanqing also made a marriage contract with Yifan, waiting for Yifan to come down the mountain to marry Gu Wanqing. Later, Gu Wanqing's mother died of depression due to excessive grief. Mr. Gu no longer had the mood to manage the Gu family, so the Gu family never recovered and became a third-rate family. After listening to what Mr. Gu said, Yang Hao asked curiously, Do you know how strong Yifan's master is? Grandpa Gu thought about it for a while and said, At least he is at the peak of Grandmaster, peak of Dan Jin, and it is possible that he has surpassed Grandmaster. When Yang Hao heard this, it seemed that he had really caused a big trouble. If he was in the early stage of Grandmaster, he might be able to fight back with his natural strength and recovery ability. In order to prevent Mr. Gu from worrying, Yang Hao said to him, Yifan is not the only one who has a master. If his master dares to go down the mountain, I will go and ask my master to come out of the mountain. Master Wu Zhongxing, this is also a plan for Yang Hao's rights and interests. Mr. Gu nodded and said, Wanqing is now in your hands. I hope you won't let her down. Yang Hao nodded and left Mr. Gu's study. After Yang Hao left, Mr. Gu took out a photo of his genius son. After Yang Hao left, he found Gu Wanqing and the two met. Yang Hao said to Gu Wanqing unhappily, Wanqing, why am I only worth 200 yuan? Gu Wanqing said awkwardly, You bastard, you actually still remember this? Okay, let's not talk about this, but I have a girlfriend, you know this, are you still willing to be with me? You, Ben, there is no monogamy in the world of warriors. Warriors are full of energy and blood. If they only marry an ordinary person, they will be ruined. Hearing Gu Wanqing say this, he also knew that Gu Wanqing didn't care how many women he had. But as a man, he should also express his attitude, so Yang Hao smiled gently and said, No matter how many women I have in the future, you will always be the one I love the most. Gu Wanqing hugged Yang Hao's neck and said, Hubby, you were so nice. However, Yang Hao's side was full of honey, but Yifan's side was different. I don't know where Yifan got to know the eldest son of the Wang family. After a chat, he found that they had a common enemy. Yifan's eyes were filled with hatred, and he said to the eldest young master of the Wang family, Brother Cohen, I am seriously injured and I am not Yang Hao's opponent yet. If you can find 100 pairs of same-sex men and women, I can break through to the Grandmaster level and then I can kill Yang Hao. Wang Cohen said, They are just the worthless lives of ordinary people. Leave them to me. You just stay in the secret room and recover from your injuries. The next day, Yang Hao left Gu's house and signed in. Bite. Congratulations to the host for obtaining god-level hacking skills. Just when Yang Hao was considering whether to go to Xingyao or Xingchen to work, Yang Hao's phone rang. When Yang Hao saw the caller, it turned out to be his landlord's sister. After the call was connected, Morong Shui said anxiously, "Xiao Hao, dozens of boys and girls disappeared in Huadu City last night. We suspect it was done by a warrior. Please help keep an eye out for them." "Got it, Sister Shui." After hanging up the phone, Yang Hao went to the mall and bought an Alienware laptop with super high configuration. Then they used hacking techniques to invade the entire Huadu City surveillance network. After checking, Yang Hao did not find any clues. Only a warrior can do things so perfectly. And there was more than one person, but Yang Hao didn't take it too seriously. After all, with the Wuming and the law enforcement team, it will not take long to find these people. Now that he has hacking skills, Yang Hao begins to hack into Wang's company. Soon Yang Hao found a lot of evidence. Without thinking, he posted it online. Tax evasion, hidden rules for female subordinates, and even the core technology of the Wang family was exposed online. Because of Xingqin's announcement, the Wang family had already suffered serious damage. In addition, these revelations, although no relevant departments have proved. But in addition to this scandal, Wang Group's stock began to fall continuously. To make matters worse, Wang Group began to teeter on the brink of bankruptcy. After doing all this, Yang Hao returned to the large flat he bought. After not going home for a few days, Li Shuoqin cleaned the house. Seeing Yang Hao coming back, Li Shuoqin said, "Boss, you're back." Yang Hao nodded and said to Li Shuoqin, "How is Aunt?" Li Shuoqin smiled happily and said, "My mother is fine. The nurse took good care of her, and the doctor said she can have surgery. The success rate is 80%. That's great, but don't rush to operate on your mother. Take good care of her. Once she's recovered, as long as the doctor doesn't encounter any accidents during the operation, your mother's operation will be successful." "I know, so I didn't agree to have surgery on my mother right away, but Brother Hao, you helped me so much. I want to thank you very much." "How are you going to thank me?" Yang Hao asked curiously. "This is a secret," Li Shuoqin said mysteriously. After saying that, he ran away shyly. Yang Hao returned to his room. Just when Yang Hao felt bored, Li Shuoqin knocked on the door, and Yang Hao said, "Come in." When Li Shuoqin entered the room, she saw her holding a bowl of soup and said to Yang Hao, "Brother Hao, I specially stewed an old hen to thank you." Yang Hao took the chicken soup. After learning the medical sage's book, he immediately smelled that there was something wrong with the soup. And it's a very powerful aphrodisiac that even bulls can't resist. But Yang Hao's body is already stronger than the bull, so it can be said that ordinary medicine is not a problem for him. But he also wanted to see what Li Shuoqin wanted to do, so he drank the soup in the bowl in one gulp. Chapter 27 Star Entertainment. After Yang Hao drank the soup, he saw Li Shuoqin slowly cleaning up the dishes. He didn't know what Li Shuoqin was waiting for, so he pretended that the drug was taking effect. Seeing that Yang Hao's medicine was taking effect, Li Shuoqin stroked his face and said, "Brother Hao, I'm sorry. I know I don't deserve you, but you have helped me so much. I can only give you the most precious thing I have." After that, he began to pull off Yang Hao's clothes. Looking at Yang Hao's perfect figure, Li Shuoqin was a little fascinated. After realizing what was happening, Li Shuoqin said, "When did I become so enthusiastic? Ouch, that hurts." Seeing that Li Shuoqin was on the right track, Yang Hao stopped pretending and said with a sly smile, "Now you know it hurts." Li Shuoqin was shocked to see Yang Hao awake. "Aren't you taking Chinese medicine? How come you're fine?" "If I were so easily drugged, I don't know how many times I would have been drugged." "You bad guy, you deliberately lie to others, you are so bad. Don't you see who is greedy for whose body? I am innocent." The next morning, the first thing Yang Hao did when he woke up was to sign in. Byte. Congratulations to the reader for signing in successfully and obtaining 70% of the shares of Tianqing Entertainment. When Yang Hao heard the prompt, he was delighted. The system understood me best. It gave me a media company and an entertainment company. Moreover, as the largest entertainment company in Huadu City, Tianqing Entertainment is worth a lot of money. Open the system panel. Host, Yang Hao. Realm, Peak of Transformation. Industries, Weiman Textile 60%, valued at 30 billion, Huadu International Hotel 98%, valued at 32 billion, Xingqin Group 80%, valued at 288.8 billion, Xingyao Media 80%, valued at 3 billion, Tianqing Entertainment 70%, valued at 30 billion. Skills, Strengthening the Foundation, Natural Power, Medical Sagebook, 7-Star Fist, Overlord Spear, feng shui magic, enterprise management, god-level hacker. Appearance, 98. After getting up and having breakfast, Yang Hao decided to go to Tianqing Entertainment. After all, it was his own company, so he still had to learn more about it. Yang Hao did not inform anyone and drove to Tianqing Entertainment alone. After all, it is an entertainment company, so the security is very good. As soon as Yang Hao arrived at the gate of Tianqing Entertainment, he was stopped by the security guard. Yang Hao was not in a hurry either. He said to the security guard, "Brother, I'm here to see Mr. Li. Can you please be flexible?" When Yang Hao arrived, the system had already saved the phone number and name of the president of Tianqing Entertainment in Yang Hao's phone. He naturally knew that the current president of Tianqing Entertainment was named Li. The security guard said to Yang Hao, "Do you have an appointment?" "I just want to see our CEO Li." Yang Hao was very satisfied with the attitude of the security guard. After all, it was an entertainment company, and many artists had their own privacy, so they naturally couldn't just let anyone in. He said to the security guard, "I'll make an appointment right away." However, the slap in the face didn't come too quickly. At this moment, a man in a striped suit, holding a bouquet of flowers, said to the security guard nonchalantly, "I'll go find your general manager Li." The security guard let the person in without asking any questions. Yang Hao curiously asked the security guard, "Why doesn't he need to make an appointment when he comes to see Mr. Li? How can you compare with him? He is the young master of the Lin family. Many of our company's movies are invested by his family." Yang Hao thought hard. The Lin family is just a second-rate family in Huadu, with assets of only tens of billions. I didn't expect his son to be so arrogant in his own territory. Yang Hao took out his phone and dialed it directly. The phone rang for a long time, but no one answered. Yang Hao was very angry and called Mr. Li again, but still no one answered. Yang Hao asked curiously, "Is your CEO Li in a meeting? Why didn't he answer my call?" The security guard said, "Mr. Lin is here. How can Mr. Li be in the mood to answer your call?" "What do you mean?" Yang Hao asked. "It's just that Mr. Li doesn't have time to deal with you," said the security guard. Yang Hao pushed the security guard aside and rushed into Tianqing Entertainment. Soon, Yang Hao arrived outside Mr. Li's office. Hearing the messy noise inside, Yang Hao was about to push the door, but was stopped by a beautiful woman rushing out from the corner. "Hello, I'm Secretary Li. Please tell me what's going on." Yang Hao's eyes turned cold and he said, "Get lost." Then he pushed open the door of the office. Yang Hao was shocked by the sight. If it weren't for the desk blocking the important parts, Yang Hao would have gone to wash his eyes. What caught my eye was a woman who looked to be in her early 50s, flirting with Mr. Lin who was in his early 20s. Before Yang Hao could speak, a woman's voice like a broken gong came out, "Who let you in? Get out. Mr. Li, you have 3 minutes to bring your financial statements and business contracts to the meeting room for the board meeting." After that, Yang Hao said to the secretary, "Notify all directors to hold the board meeting. Those who fail to do so within 3 minutes will be automatically kicked out of the board meeting." After Yang Hao finished speaking, he walked directly towards the meeting room. 3 minutes later, only 2 shareholders were in the meeting room, and their combined shares only accounted for 5% of the total. Even Mr. Li didn't come. Yang Hao's eyes turned cold. It seems that if someone doesn't give me face, I don't need to show any mercy. So he called Shen Tian. There was nothing he could do about it. The only powerful companies under his control were the legal department and the finance department of Xingchen Group. The call was quickly connected. Yang Hao said to Shen Tian, "Notify the legal department and the finance department to come to Tianqing Entertainment." Shen Tian asked, "Boss Yang, what are you doing at Tianqing Entertainment?" "Tianqing Entertainment is an industry I just acquired. What do you think I am doing?" "Okay, Mr. Yang. 10 minutes. The waiting time always passes slowly." However, 10 minutes passed and the other shareholders did not come, nor did Mr. Li. Instead, it was the members of the legal department led by Shen Tian and the members of the finance department who came first. Yang Hao said to the 2 shareholders present, "I want to check the accounts now. Do you agree?" Seeing Yang Hao making such a big fuss, the 2 naturally had no objection. Yang Hao directly arranged for the people from the finance department to enter the finance department of Tianqing Entertainment to start checking the accounts. The people from the legal department followed, and the financial staff of Tianqing initially said that they would not check the accounts without the order of General Manager Li. But when Yang Hao took out the share certificate, everyone fell silent. An hour later, the staff of the finance department checked the finances and found all kinds of financial fraud, misappropriation of public funds, and profiteering. Billions of dollars were involved in just one quarter. Especially the benefits delivered to Lin's group, which amounted to $3 billion in just one quarter. Yang Hao directly asked the legal department to collect evidence and directly investigate the relevant personnel. In just one day, not only the president of Tianqing Entertainment was arrested, but also more than a dozen senior executives were arrested. For a time, people were in a state of panic, and even the share price of Tianqing Entertainment plummeted. In just one day, Yang Hao lost more than $2 billion. Such a large company cannot be leaderless. Yang Hao appointed Shen Tian as the president of Tianqing Entertainment. Shen Tian's ability is still very strong. She released the news on the second day after taking office. Xingchen Group and Tianqing Group have reached a permanent strategic partnership. As soon as the news came out, the stock price went up wildly. Chapter 28: Entering the Dragon. After arranging the matter of Tianqing Entertainment, Yang Hao planned to go to Gu Group to see Gu Wanqing. After Gu Wanqing took over the Gu family's business, she mainly developed the cosmetics industry. When Yang Hao came to Gu Group, he had to say that there were many beautiful women in the cosmetics company. Yang Hao came to the front desk and said to the girl at the front desk, "Is your general manager Gu here?" "I'm looking for your general manager, Gu." The girl at the front desk asked, "Do you have a reservation?" "No." "I'll inform Mr. Gu. What's your name?" "My name is Yang Hao, thank you for your help." Soon the girl at the front desk called Gu Wanqing's office. After a while, the girl at the front desk hung up the phone and said to Yang Hao, "Sir, please sit in the lounge for a while. Our general manager Gu will come down to pick you up soon." Soon Gu Wanqing came to Yang Hao with her secretary, talked for a few words, and then took Yang Hao to the office. Yang Hao stayed with Gu Wanqing in the office that day. Fearing that Gu Wanqing might have a miscarriage, Yang Hao did not dare to do anything rash. After get off work in the evening, the two returned to Gu's villa and had dinner together. Yang Hao stayed at Gu's house overnight. Yang Hao hugged Gu Wanqing and fell asleep. At midnight, Yang Hao signed in again. Bite. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining the gate to another world. Yang Hao thought about it and decided to use the gate to another world. A mechanical sound rang out, and Yang Hao disappeared on the bed. Bite. Congratulations to the host for entering the Tianlong world, daily sign-in items are updated. Not long after, Yang Hao appeared in a valley. Looking at the cave in front of him, Yang Hao tried hard to recall the original plot. There are only two such valleys. One is the Deaf and Dumb Valley, and in the cave is the Woyazi who was injured by the bell. The other place is the Longhuan Blessed Land where Duan Yu obtained Beiming Divine Art and Lingbo Weibu. Yang Hao looked at his attribute panel. Except for the realm becoming the top level, the other attributes remained unchanged. Yang Hao also understood that Hua Jin was equivalent to first rate, and above first rate was acquired, and above innate. In the Tianlong world, the first rate ones are really noobs. Even the cannon fodders like the four evils are at the innate level. Yang Hao didn't dare to run around, so he had to seek wealth and honor in danger. He went into the cave. A jade sculpture of a sword dancing in the cave looks like a fairy descending to earth. "Thank you for bowing 1,000 times in front of the jade carving, for letting me drive you." Yang Hao is not a fool like Duan Yu. He punches the ground. After attacking for about 1,000 times, the ground in front of the jade sculpture suddenly broke open, and two secret books appeared in front of Yang Hao. However, just as Yang Hao was about to reach out to take the secret book suddenly ignited without fire, and Yang Hao took out an empty. What's going on? Yang Hao was confused. The IQ of the ancient people was so high. It can distinguish between kowtow and knock, and it also has a self-destruct device. Seeing the secret manual disappear from his sight, Yang Hao decided to stay in the cave for a while. After all, it's too difficult to go out now. On the first day Yang Hao lived in the cave, he signed in and obtained the Beiming Divine Art. Then 72 training pictures appeared in Yang Hao's mind. The original Beiming Divine Art only had 36 pictures. After practicing, they could be promoted to the peak of Xian Tian. However, to practice the Beiming Divine Art one must not have practiced internal skills, which is just right for Yang Hao. Yang Hao began to practice from the first painting. In one day, Yang Hao only practiced to the second painting. As you can imagine, the Beiming Divine Art is not as easy to learn as imagined. On the second day of signing in, Yang Hao obtained Lingbo Weibu. In the following time, Yang Hao stayed in the cave and practiced day and night. After a month, Yang Hao practiced Lingbo Weibo to perfection. However, Bei Ming divine art was stuck at the 30th painting, and his realm was also stuck at the initial stage of Xian Tian. Yang Hao also gained a lot of gold and martial arts secrets by signing in this month, but they were not very advanced. What made Yang Hao happiest was that he actually gained immunity to all poisons. Since his cultivation was stuck, Yang Hao decided to go out for a walk. Yang Hao walked out of the cave and came to the valley, and flew up using Qingdong. As soon as Yang Hao flew up the cliff, he saw a group of people chasing a young man in white. Yang Hao climbed up the tree using Qingdong, and saw the young man in white being modified to fall off the cliff. Yang Hao knew without a second thought that the man in white who fell off the cliff was Duan Yu. I don't know if Duan Yu can still have adventures without Bei Ming magical skills and Lingbo Weibo. Not long after the man in white fell off the cliff, the people chasing him left. At this time, a girl in green appeared. She was about 17 or 18 years old and had a dozen small green snakes in her hands. Eyes are smart, playful, and cute. Character, Zhongling. Realm, early stage of acquired period. Value, 86. Yang Hao flew down from the tree and landed silently behind Zhongling. Zhongling felt something strange behind him and said in fear, "Don't kill me, don't kill me." As she spoke, she released the little snake in her hand. Yang Hao said, "Don't worry, I won't kill you." However, as soon as Yang Hao finished speaking, he felt a pain in his foot. He looked down and saw that it was Zhongling's green snake that bit his foot. Yang Hao's inner strength was aroused, and the little snake was shaken away by Yang Hao and turned into a ball of blood mist. Seeing this, Zhongling said to Yang Hao, "You bastard, you actually killed my baby." After saying that, he slapped Yang Hao with his palm. Yang Hao dodged and hugged Zhongling's slender waist with one hand. "Lecher, let me go." "Humph, you woman, how can you be so vicious, poisoning others at such a young age?" "I'm just scared. I'm afraid you're a bad guy. Please let me go." Yang Hao directly picked up Zhongling and said, "I just happen to be in need of a wife. From now on, you will be mine." After saying that, he carried Zhongling down the mountain. Soon Yang Hao carried Zhongling to the Dali Palace, found an empty room, and said to Zhongling, "Wait for me in the room, don't think about running away. This is the Dali Palace, and there are many masters here." After saying that, Yang Hao sneaked into the imperial kitchen of the Dali Palace. After taking 2 roast chickens, Yang Hao returned to the room he had just been in. He handed a chicken to Zhongling and said, "Fill your stomach first." Zhongling took the roast chicken and started to eat it in big mouthfuls. She was definitely a foodie. After eating the chicken, Yang Hao went to Tianlong Poetry again and took a walk. Then he remembered that the 6 Meridians divine sword had been burned. However, Yang Hao signed in that night and got the 6 Meridians divine sword. But after Yang Hao studied, he found that even with his initial level of cultivation, he couldn't fire 6 swords at once. Yang Hao then settled down in the Dali Palace, where he practiced every day, signed in, and secretly ate food. Occasionally, I would chat with Zhongling, and as time went by, Yang Hao finally cultivated the Bei Ming divine art to the 36th level, and his cultivation level also reached the peak of the innate level. He can finally use all 6 swords at once. In the past half month, Yang Hao signed in with not only gold, but also 1 finger of the sun and god level cooking skills. With my current cultivation, as long as the few immortals in the Tianlong world don't take action, I will be invincible. That night, Yang Hao came to Yushu Temple under the moonlight. As soon as I arrived at the entrance of Yushu Temple, I saw a beautiful young woman in her early 30s standing in the moonlight, her skin shining brightly. Chapter 29 Saving Mu Wanqing. Without thinking, Yang Hao also knew that this person was Dao Baifeng. Character, Dao Baifeng. Realm, acquired peak. Appearance, 90. Yang Hao covered his face and flew into the open space of the Taoist temple. Dao Baifeng saw someone entering the Taoist temple and asked, "Who are you?" "Who am I? I came here tonight just to see the legendary White Jade Guanyin. You lecher are looking for death." Dao Baifeng drew his sword angrily and attacked Yang Hao. Yang Hao used the 1 yang finger to knock the knife out of Dao Baifeng's hand. Then he quickly came to Dao Baifeng and pressed her acupoints. Back to the room I lived in with Zhongling. Left the Dali Palace with Zhongling. However, what Yang Hao didn't know was that Dao Baifeng said with endless aftertaste, "She knows 1 finger Yang. Which royal family of Dali is she from?" After Yang Hao took Zhongling out of the Dali Palace, he said to Zhongling, "Where are we going next?" Zhongling said, "I want to go home. I've been out for a long time." Yang Hao nodded, and the 2 of them set out on the journey home together. Along the way, Yang Hao discovered that Zhong Ling always seemed to be hesitant to speak, as if she had something on her mind. He couldn't help but ask, "Xiao Linger, do you have anything to say to me?" Zhong Ling bit her lip and finally mustered up the courage to say, "Brother Yang, actually I like you. Ever since you sent me delicious food every day." Yang Hao was moved when he heard this. He didn't expect that Zhong Ling, a little foodie, would fall in love with him because of delicious food. Yang Hao smiled and said, "This time I will send you back, propose marriage to your parents, and then take you to travel around the world." "You said it, you can't cheat." Soon the two arrived at Wanjia Valley. The valley master, Zhong Wanshou, was not there. Only Zhong Ling's mother, Gan Baobao. Yang Hao followed Zhong Ling into Wanjia Valley and met Gan Baobao. Gan Baobao has a pretty face, and her charming eyes vaguely resemble Zhong Ling. It's just that Gan Baobao is still more charming, exuding the unique charm of a mature woman. Character, Gan Baobao. Realm, middle stage of acquired period. Appearance, 85. Seeing Gan Baobao like a lively elf, Zhong Ling ran to Gan Baobao and said coquettishly, "Mom, I miss you so much." Gan Baobao looked at Yang Hao and asked, "Who is this? Why are you bringing all these people to Wanjia Valley?" "Mother, he is my husband. We came to Wanjia Valley to propose marriage." "Where are you from?" "We came from Dali." Hearing Dali, Gan Baobao said, "Take him away quickly." However, at this moment, a laugh broke the conversation between the two. Gan Baobao said, "It's too late. You guys go to the East Wing and take shelter first." Although Zhong Ling didn't know what happened, he still listened to him and took Yang Hao into the East Wing. Soon a shifty-looking guy appeared in the hall. He said to Gan Baobao, "Is Linger back? I think I saw him just now." Gan Baobao said, "You must have seen it wrong. Linger didn't come back." Zhong Ling ran out at this time and said to Zhong Wanshou, "Daddy." Seeing Zhong Ling go out, Yang Hao followed her out. Zhong Wanshou asked about Yang Hao, and Zhong Ling introduced him to him. He asked about the person she and Yang Hao met in Dali. Moreover, Yang Hao was so handsome that Zhong Wanshou immediately suspected that Yang Hao was the prince of Jinan. However, he did not say anything. During dinner, Zhong Wanshou gave them aphrodisiac. Yang Hao naturally knew that there was medicine, but he was immune to all poisons, so he wanted to see what Zhong Wanshou was going to do. So he pretended to be a Chinese medicine doctor. When he saw Yang Hao taking Chinese medicine, Zhong Wanshou said to the servants in the valley, "Put him in the dungeon." Gan Baobao said, "Isn't this a bad idea?" Hearing this, Yang Hao also knew what Zhong Wanshou wanted to do. Didn't he think he was Duan Yu? He wanted them to have an affair. The key is that I am not like that. Although this old man has a vicious mind, why can't I hate him? But I have poisoned myself. It depends on whether you can withstand the poison I have given you. Yang Hao and Zhong Ling were locked together, and Zhong Ling's fine sweat beads were seen flowing from her forehead. The next morning, Yang Hao also poisoned Zhong Wanshou while Zhong Ling was asleep. I gave Gan Baobao aphrodisiac. Zhong Wanshou drank a cup of tea and was killed instantly. After Gan Baobao drank the tea, he found that Zhong Wanshou was no longer breathing. After the detoxification, Gan Baobao still arranged a funeral for Zhong Wanshou. After the funeral, Yang Hao suggested that they go on a journey together. At noon that day, Zhong Ling looked outside the carriage and saw a figure in black passing by. "Sister Mu," Zhong Ling called out. "Black people riding horses?" Looking back, he didn't answer, but accelerated, trying to get away quickly. However, at this time, several people rode by and soon surrounded Mu Wanqing. The two sides fought, and Zhong Ling anxiously said to Yang Hao, "Brother Hao, go and save Sister Mu." After hearing this, Yang Hao quickly flew out of the carriage. Although Yang Hao was very fast, he was still a beat slower. Mu Wanqing was hit by a palm and flew backwards. She fainted. Yang Hao acted quickly, using the 6 Meridians divine sword. With just one move, he killed several people. Then he came to Mu Wanqing, took her pulse, and started CPR, followed by artificial respiration. Just as Yang Hao was about to give artificial respiration again, Mu Wanqing opened her eyes. He slapped Yang Hao on the face and yelled, "You lecher, I'll kill you." Then she pulled out a dagger from her waist and rushed towards Yang Hao. Yang Hao dodged, and at this moment, Zhong Ling got off the carriage. Said to Mu Wanqing, "Sister Mu, stop it." Seeing Zhong Ling, Mu Wanqing stopped attacking. Zhong Ling said to Mu Wanqing, "Sister Mu, why do you want to kill my husband?" "Sister Linger, you said this scoundrel is your husband." Yang Hao said, "What a pervert. I was just saving you. I've never heard of mouth-to-mouth rescue." Yang Hao began to teach them cardiopulmonary resuscitation and artificial respiration first aid methods. After Yang Hao's introduction, the two of them half-believingly accepted the fact that Yang Hao was the one who saved people. Yang Hao invited Mu Wanqing to go on the road together, so he had time to check on Mu Wanqing. Character, Mu Wanqing. Realm, Acquired Peak. Appearance, 91. The three of them set out on the road together, and Mu Wanqing joined this family beating group under the coaxing and deception of Yang Hao. Along the way, Yang Hao traveled with two beauties, attracting many people's attention. Mu Wanqing was still as cold as ice, but she would occasionally be amused by Zhongling's innocence and cuteness. Zhongling was like a happy little bird, chirping non-stop. Chapter 30 Robbery of Suzhou. When a few people passed by an inn, they were ready to take a rest. Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves was heard in the distance. Just as Yang Hao and the others sat down, two men and one woman walked in from outside the inn. Two men, one is extremely wretched, with a pointed face and monkey cheeks, the other looks fierce and has a full beard. The woman is about 40 years old but still has a beautiful figure. Yang Hao looked at this group and knew without thinking that these three people were Yin Zhenghe, Yu Laosan and Yi Ernyang, two of the four evil men. Yin Zhenghe saw Yang Hao and the others sitting together, and said to Yu Laosan, "This boy is really lucky, look at the beauties around him." Yu Laosan said, "Don't cause trouble. If you delay the things that the boss has told you to do, you will suffer the consequences." "You idiot, you know nothing. Have you ever tried the beauty of a beauty?" Yun Zhenghe said and walked towards Yang Hao and the others. When Yin Zhenghe came in front of Yang Hao, he didn't even look at Yang Hao, but teased Mu Wanqing, "My beauty, it's been so hard for me to find you." Mu Wanqing looked at Yin Zhenghe, her temper flared up, and she attacked Yin Zhenghe directly. Although Yin Zhenghe was the weakest of the four villains, Mu Wanqing was no match for him. She was defeated by Yin Zhenghe in just 3 or 5 moves. Seeing this, Yang Hao pointed his young finger and hit Yin Zhenghe with his finger. Yin Zhenghe tried to resist but was still pushed back several steps before he could stabilize himself. Yin Zhenghe was surprised and asked, Young Finger, who are you?" As one of the four evil men, and a member of Xixia Yipentang, he actually has no information about this man. Yang Hao smiled evilly and said, "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that today is the day you die." Yu Laosan and Yi Ernyang saw Yun Zhonghe was defeated and rushed forward to help. Although they are equally strong, both are in the early and middle stages of the Xiantian. 1 + 1 does not equal 2. Yang Hao fought 1 against 3 and fought from inside the inn to outside. The last palm sent the 3 flying to the ground. At this moment, a voice came. "My dear friend, can you please give me Duan Yanqing a little face and let this matter go?" As soon as he finished speaking, a man with scars all over his body holding a cane fell from the sky. Seeing this man, Yun Zhenghe and the others got up from the ground and said, "Big brother." Yang Hao said, "What if I don't agree? Then we can only see the real tricks in action." After that, he used his walking stick to move his fingers and performed the young finger. Duan Yanqing's cultivation has reached the peak of innateness, but due to physical reasons. Even if Yang Hao also used the one young finger to fight Duan Yanqing was defeated with only 3 fingers. Yang Hao said to Duan Yanqing, "I won't kill you today, but if you mess with my people again in the future, don't blame me for being ruthless. We are the ones who have offended you. We will leave now." "Wait. I wonder if you have anything else to say?" Duan Yanqing asked. "I can heal your injury, but after that, you have to work for me for 10 years, Yang Hao said. After all, he still needs some people to work for him when he comes to this world. Duan Yanqing wanted to agree immediately, but he belonged to Xixia Yipentang, and Xixia Yipentang belonged to Li Qiushui. Li Qiushui's cultivation was too high for him to contend with now. Even if he recovered, he probably wouldn't be able to last more than 2 rounds under Li Qiushui. He said to Yang Hao, "I need to think about this." Yang Hao did not insist, and returned to the inn to have dinner with Zhongling and others before continuing on his way. Yang Hao's destination is Mantua Villa. 1 is to stop Mrs. Wang from hunting Mu Wanqing. Second, he came to the Tianlong world and he was unwilling to meet Wang Yuyan. Just when he passed by the Deaf and Dumb Valley, he happened to meet a group of people from Jianghu, who helped him solve the steamer Qi situation. This time Yang Hao did not try to solve the problem, after all, this was an opportunity for others. If I were to untie the trap of the steamer myself, would it suddenly disappear like it did before the jade carving? Sure enough, after many people tried it without success, a young monk with acne all over his face randomly put a The steamer trap was solved and the cave door opened. Seeing someone break the steamer trap, the others left one after another. Yang Hao did not leave, but settled Mu Wanqing and others and left alone. He knew where Su Zhu was teleported to after Wayazi taught him the power. Sure enough, Yang Hao arrived at the destination less than half an hour later. A little monk fell from the sky. Yang Hao saw the dull little monk and attacked him directly. Su Zhu had no time to react before Yang Hao grabbed his arm. Used the Beiming divine art to absorb Su Zhu's inner strength. When Yang Hao absorbed Su Zhu's inner strength, the Beiming qi in Su Zhu's body automatically circulated. I want to absorb Yang Hao's inner strength, but it runs automatically, and it is not as powerful as Yang Hao's. In just a few minutes, the 70 years of internal energy that Wayazi had passed on to Su Zhu was sucked out by Yang Hao. Yang Hao grabbed Su Zhu's neck and used a little force. Su Zhu was strangled to death, and Yang Hao fumbled around on him for a long time. Finally found the Xiaoyao ring, which is the inheritance ring of the Xiaoyao sect's leader. Possessing this ring is equivalent to being the leader of the Xiaoyao sect. After getting the Xiaoyao ring, Yang Hao was about to leave when suddenly his internal qi started to flow wildly. Yang Hao didn't dare to think about anything else, so he found an empty cave and began to practice Beiming divine art. Time passed by minute, and after a full half day, Yang Hao finally transformed Su Zhu's Beiming qi into his own. Yang Hao absorbed Wayazi's 70 years of skills and broke through to the early stage of Grandmaster, above Xian Tian. He also cultivated the Beiming divine art to the 38th level. After returning to his residence, Yang Hao called Mu Wanqing and others to continue on their journey. After walking and stopping for a few days, Yang Hao finally arrived at Mantua Villa. Seeing the guards of Mantua Villa, Yang Hao stood at the bow and said, "Please inform them that the current leader of Xiaoyao sect is here to visit Madame Wang." After hearing this, the guard asked Yang Hao to wait outside for a while. I ran to report it. Not long after, a beautiful woman in green came out of the villa. The woman came to the bow and said, "Sir, my wife is Qing." Yang Hao looked at the woman. Character, Abi. Realm, First Class. Value, 82. As expected of Morongfu's personal maid, she is not only beautiful. Judging from the data, she is already Morongfu's woman. No wonder even in the original drama, even if Morongfu became stupid, she still stayed with him. But now that I am here, I can only say sorry. Following Abi into Mantua Villa, they were soon led into a hall. A woman in her 40s sat dignifiedly in the main seat. The woman has delicate skin, which is 80% similar to a jade sculpture. She is dressed in gorgeous clothes, revealing her proud cleavage. Character, Mrs. Wang. Realm, Acquired Peak. Value, 87. Seeing Yang Hao coming in, Madame Wang asked, "You said you are the current head of the Xiaoyao sect, do you have any evidence?" Yang Hao stretched out his hand, showing the Xiaoyao ring on his finger, and said, "As the daughter of the former Xiaoyao sect leader Wayazi, you are familiar with this ring, right?" Seeing the Xiaoyao ring, Madame Wang excitedly said, "Junior brother." Chapter 31 Apricot Forest. When Yang Hao heard Madame Wang address him like this, he knew that Madame Wang recognized his identity. Yang Hao said to Madame Wang, "Sister, I came to Mantua Villa this time to trouble you with two things." "Tell me about it." "The first thing is the grudge between you and Qin Hongmian. Qin Hongmian's disciple is my friend. I hope you can put aside your grudges and laugh it off. I can promise you this. I will go with you to see Qin Hongmian." "What's the second thing?" "The second thing is to go to Langya Blessed Land to learn Xiaoyao sect martial arts." Mrs. Wang knocked her hands and said, "I'll let Yu Yan accompany you." For Mrs. Wang, Yang Hao is handsome and the head of the Xiaoyao sect. Much better than her cousin Morong, who only wants to restore his country. Letting Wang Yuyan accompany him to the Blessed Land to practice martial arts was also meant to bring them together. Yang Hao naturally had no objection to Mrs. Wang's arrangement. Under the guidance of Mrs. Wang, Yang Hao came to the back garden. Wang Yuyan, dressed in light yellow, was like a butterfly, dancing in the sea of flowers. Character, Wang Yuyan. Realm, none. Appearance, 95. Yang Hao knows why Wang Yuyan is so devoted to Morongfu. After all, women in this era are more conservative. Although Wang Yuyan is still a virgin, she is naturally taken advantage of by Morongfu. Moreover, the two of them were engaged, so they naturally wanted to taste the forbidden fruit. However, because people of that era were conservative, Yang Hao, the bastard, would definitely get the upper hand in the future. No wonder Duan Yu is more handsome than Morongfu, and has more money than Morongfu. He always saves Wang Yuyan from danger. She is always upset with Morong Fu. But Yang Hao doesn't care, he is not a gentleman like Duan Yu. Yuyan, come here for a moment, Mrs. Wang said to Wang Yuyan. Wang Yuyan smiled and said, Mom, why are you here? Let me introduce you. This is your junior uncle. You take him to the blessed land to learn martial arts. I understand, mother. Wang Yuyan took Yang Hao into the blessed land, and there were indeed many martial arts in the blessed land. Although none of them are peerless martial arts, there are many unique martial arts of small sects. In the following days, Yang Hao signed in every day and practiced martial arts, chatting with Wang Yuyan from time to time. As a modern person, it is not too easy to fool an ancient person. Half a month later, Yang Hao felt that the time was ripe. The next morning, Yang Hao walked out of the blessed land, and he had learned all the martial arts in the blessed land. Just at this time, Zhu, a maid of the Morong family, came to Mantua Villa. When he saw Wang Yuyan, he said, Miss, our master invites you to his home for a chat. Wang Yuyan looked at Yang Hao, and Yang Hao said, Shall I accompany you to the Morong family? Wang Yuyan knew why Yang Hao accompanied her. First, he was worried about her safety, and second, he probably wanted her to break off the engagement. Wang Yuyan also knew that she was sorry for Morong Fu, so she said to Yang Hao, Wait, I hope you won't have a conflict. Yang Hao nodded to show his agreement. Yang Hao really didn't take Morong Fu, this little shrimp, seriously. After all, this guy is unlucky. In the early stage of the original play, Morong Fu was as famous as Xiao Feng. As a result, others had endless adventures, but he only knew how to restore his country, and in the end he couldn't even beat Duan Yu. Under Zhu's leadership, Yang Hao and Wang Yuyan soon arrived at the Morong family. After arriving at the Morong family, without waiting for Wang Yuyan and Morong Fu to greet each other, Yang Hao said to Morong Fu, Don't look for Yuyan anymore, she is already my woman. Babu Tong said, Asshole, how do you talk to our young master? Ha, he is your young master. He is not your young master. Asshole, I'll kill you. After that, the four great officials of the Morong family attacked Yang Hao. Yang Hao was in the early stage of the Grandmaster, and he only used one move to deal with them. Seeing that his four ministers were no match for them, Morong Fu said, Young man, can you please give me some face and let them go? Yang Hao said contemptuously, Who are you? You are just a fool who daydreams about restoring his country. How can you have any face in front of me? You bastard. Morong Fu was so angry that he attacked Yang Hao. Yang Hao narrowed his eyes and sent out a palm strike. Morong Fu was unable to catch it even when he used Dozhuan Xingyi. After being beaten and thrown out, Wang Yuyan saw Morong Fu was injured and vomiting blood, and said to Yang Hao, Uncle Junior, please let my cousin go. Yang Hao would never spoil her, let alone begging him for another man. He said in a cold voice, If you beg me, will I let him go? Woman, you think too highly of yourself. You are just a plaything. After saying that, Yang Hao attacked again. At this moment, a man in black appeared. He exchanged blows with Yang Hao, uttered a muffled groan, picked up Morong Fu from the ground and left quickly. Yang Hao looked at the man in black who left. Character, Morong Bo. Realm, Early Grandmaster. Yang Hao showed a playful smile. It was getting more and more interesting. Yang Hao was not in a hurry to leave Morong's family. After searching around Morong's family, Yang Hao finally found a basement. There are various martial arts secrets in it, including the Morong family's Dozhuan Xingyi. After Yang Hao finished searching for martial arts books, he started searching for valuables. Then he took Abai, Zhu, and Wang Yuyan back to Mantua Villa. Because Wang Yuyan begged for mercy for Morong Fu, Yang Hao would naturally punish her. Facing Yang Hao's punishment, Wang Yuyan said that the punishment was too harsh. After staying in Mantua Villa for a few days, Yang Hao called Zhu into the room. Character, Zhu. Realm, Acquired Peak. Appearance, 89. After Zhu came in, she said to Yang Hao, Sir, I wonder what you want to see Zhu about. Yang Hao smirked and said, Do you want to know where your sister is? You know my sister, can you please tell me? Yang Hao said, Of course there is no problem, but what can you give? I will change your clothes right now. Zhu's hard work finally paid off. Yang Hao was willing to take her to find her sister and told her that her sister's name was Zi. Yang Hao decided to take Wang Yuyan and the others away from Mantua Villa. After all, he still had a lot of things to deal with. So a group of people left Mantua Villa together. Along the way, Yang Hao traveled around the mountains and rivers, leaving footprints everywhere. Along the way, Yang Hao was a ruthless man who didn't talk much. He would bully anyone he disliked. Soon we arrived at the apricot forest, where a beggars' guild conference was being held. At this time, Xiao Feng also arrived at the apricot forest. When he saw Yang Hao and others, his heart couldn't help but move. Yang Hao felt Xiao Feng's gaze and took the initiative to step forward and say hello. Chapter 32 Lingzhou Palace. After all, Xiao Feng is also a tragic character in the original play. His parents were killed when he was young, and he was adopted by the leader of the beggars' sect. Then he was wrongly accused, kicked out of the beggars' sect, and his beloved woman was beaten to death by him. He finally became a prince of Liao, but died miserably for the sake of the land that nurtured him. It can be said that Xiao Feng loves this land more than most people nowadays. Yang Hao and Xiao Feng chatted for a while, and the beggars' clan conference began. This meeting was to try Xiao Feng, and it was revealed that Xiao Feng was a chitin. Yang Hao watched Kong Min and others wrongly accuse Xiao Feng with cold eyes, and did not intend to intervene. After all, Xiao Feng's growth was the result of being driven out of the beggars' sect. After the beggars' sect conference ended and Xiao Feng was expelled from the beggars' sect, Yang Hao came to Kong Min and asked, "Do you want to live or die?" Kong Min is indeed the most beautiful woman in the world. Even though she is in her 30s or 40s, she still looks like a young woman in both figure and appearance. Especially the purple charm on Kong Min's eyebrows also made her look more worldly. Character, Kong Min. Realm, First Class. Appearance, 88. What do you mean? I am the wife of the deputy leader of the beggars' sect after all, Kong Min said. Ha ha, wife of the deputy leader of the beggars' sect, are you kidding me? If Xiao Feng knew that you were caught having an affair and then killed deputy leader Ma, would you still be alive? Yang Hao sneered with contempt. How do you know these things? Kong Min asked. If you want to keep it a secret, then don't do it yourself. But don't worry, as long as you follow me, I promise you will live a life of wealth and glory. In Yang Hao's view, Kong Min is also a tragic character. After being abandoned by Duan Zhengchun, she married an old man in order to survive. If anyone in the Tianlong world deserves to die, it is Duan Zhengchun who deserves to die the most. It's perfectly fine to marry a few more concubines. But this old man abandoned his wife and children. Kong Min also knew that if Xiao Feng knew what she had done, there would definitely be no good results, so he agreed to Yang Hao's proposal and was willing to follow Yang Hao. Yang Hao won Kong Min, but he actually didn't pay anything, and Kong Min was also a miserable person. After following Yang Hao served her with delicious food and drinks during the day, but at night. Although Yang Hao is very strong, he is always gentle and polite to others. Even if it makes people feel uncomfortable, they still can't blame him. Instead, they feel useless and unworthy of him. After Yang Hao relaxed for a while in Xingzilin, the group set off again. Half a month later, Yang Hao finally arrived at the foot of Pyumiao Peak. I found an inn and arranged for Wang Yuyan and others to stay. Yang Hao went to Lingzhou Palace. Along the way, Yang Hao saw many people from the martial arts world. Yang Hao asked doubtfully, "Did I encounter the 72 blessed places and the 36 caves besieging the Lingzhou Palace?" However, Yang Hao did not pay attention to these small shrimps. When he arrived outside Lingzhou Palace, Yang Hao met a female disciple patrolling the mountain. Yang Hao stepped forward and said, "Could you please inform Tong Lao and tell him that his nephew is here to see you?" When she heard that it was Tong Lao's nephew, the female disciple who was patrolling the mountain hesitated for a moment, then went to report. Soon, 4 beauties who looked almost the same appeared. Yang Hao knew that these 4 were the plum, orchid, bamboo and chrysanthemum 4 people sitting under the Tianshan child grandma. Yang Hao looked at the 4 people, and their information was exactly the same. Characters: plum sword, orchid sword, bamboo sword, chrysanthemum sword. Realm: early stage of innateness. Appearance: 90. Who can not love quadruplets like this? Yang Hao's eyes lit up when he saw them. You are Tong Lao's nephew, Mei Jian said in a cold voice. Yes, Yang Hao replied. How do you prove it? Mei Jian continued to ask. Yang Hao stretched out his hand, revealing the Xiaoyao ring, and said to Mei Jian, do you recognize this Xiaoyao sect's leader's token? Come with me, Tong Lao is waiting for you in the main hall. Mei Jian Dao. Yang Hao followed Mei Jian to the main hall of Lingzhou Palace. A woman in white was as graceful as a fairy. Lying on the bed, 2 women are sitting, one is massaging her head and the other is massaging her feet. Character: Heroine Wu. Realm: Late Grandmaster. Appearance: 91. Seeing Yang Hao, the woman in white sat up and said, "Let me see the ring on your hand." Yang Hao didn't think much about it and threw the ring in his hand to Wu Xingyun. Wu Xingyun took the ring, looked at it carefully and asked, "Where is your master now?" Yang Hao said, "Master was ambushed by his disciple Ding Chuanqiu and fell off a cliff, his meridians were damaged, and he was hanging on to his life by the North Sea Qi. After he passed on his skills to me, he passed away." "Impossible, how could such a powerful person like my junior brother just disappear like this?" After saying that, Wu Xingyun attacked Yang Hao. Yang Hao did not dare to underestimate the enemy. Although heroine Wu has a rejuvenation period, it is obviously not time yet. Yang Hao used all his strength to take Wu Xingyun's palm, but was knocked away. Although no one was injured, the difference between the two was obvious. Yang Hao said to Wu Xingyun, "Master Wu, my master Wayazi asked me to go to Lingzhou Palace to learn martial arts." "Please stop, Master Wu." "Huh, what else did he say?" Wu Xingyun asked. Yang Hao thought for a moment and said, "Master also said that once you have seen the sea, all other waters are but puddles. Once you have seen Mount Wushan, all other clouds are but mounds." This is also the sentence in the original play that made Wu Xingyun and Li Qiushui feel relieved. In order to stop Wu Xingyun from continuing to attack, Yang Hao could only say. Sure enough, Wu Xingyun laughed after hearing this and said, "It turns out that junior brother has always liked junior sister Li Canghai, not that bitch Li Qiushui. It's a pity that we have been fighting for so many years and even broke up the Xiaoyao sect." Now that he knew that Wu Yazi didn't like Li Qiushui, Wu Xingyun's hatred instantly dissipated a lot. Naturally, he was willing to train Yang Hao. After all the disciples of Xiaoyao sect were good-looking, and his nephew was even more handsome than his younger brother Wu Yazi. So he said to Yang Hao, "Come with me." Yang Hao followed Wu Xingyun into a cave. Wu Xingyun said, "This is where I usually practice. All of the Xiaoyao sect's martial arts are here. I will just practice in seclusion here." Yang Hao nodded, Wu Xingyun left, and Yang Hao began to practice the martial arts on the wall. "What are the Tianshan Jimei hand, the 8 desolations in 6 directions for my own supremacy, the Xingqi talisman, etc.?" A month later, Yang Hao was still in seclusion. He had completed the martial arts on the wall and had broken through to the middle stage of Grandmaster. He also cultivated the Bei Ming divine art to the 60th level. The Bai Ming Qi in the body is more pure. However, just as Yang Hao was about to leave, the people of the 72 blessed lands and the 36 caves invited some people from the underworld to attack the Lingzhou Palace. The disciples of Lingzhou Palace were massacred. In the main hall of Lingzhou Palace, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Chrysanthemum led the disciples of Lingzhou Palace to desperately resist. However, at this moment, a voice came, "Xingqiu Old Immortal has boundless magical power." Ding Chuanqiu and the Xingqiu sect disciples rushed to Lingzhou Palace. Just one palm, and the 4 of Mei Jian were defeated. Chapter 33 Journey to Xixia. At this time, Tianshan Tonglao, who had turned into a little girl, stood up from the bed. Although she has regained her youth, her cultivation has not been completely lost, and her martial arts skills are still there. In the fight with Ding Chuanqiu, Tianshan Tonglao was at a disadvantage, but after all, she was a great master in the late Grandmaster stage. Obviously, her proficiency in the moves made her struggle to hold on. At this moment, Ding Chuanqiu hit Tianshan Tonglao on the chest. The Tianshan child grandma was beaten and vomited out. Just when she thought she was going to die here, a white shadow appeared in front of Tianshan Tonglao like a banished immortal. Ding Chuanqiu hit Yang Hao with a palm, and Yang Hao's Bai Ming magic skill started to work automatically. Ding Chuanqiu's inner strength was absorbed by Yang Hao. Ding Chuanqiu tried hard to pull his hand away, but his body was like a suction cup. Ding Chuanqiu couldn't be pulled out at all. In a hurry, Ding Chuanqiu could only cut off his arm with his sword. Ding Chuanqiu, whose arm was broken, was about to run away. Yang Hao caught up with him using Lingbo Weibu and grabbed Ding Chuanqiu's head with his claws. Bei Ming divine art is activated, Ding Chuanqiu's face is distorted, and Yang Hao absorbs his internal energy. After a long time, Ding Chuanqiu's internal energy was completely absorbed. Yang Hao attacked again, and the 6 Meridian's divine sword fired like a Gatling gun. A few minutes later, everyone in the Jianghu, the 72 blessed lands, and the 36 caves were all dead. The only one standing and breathing was a girl in purple. Character, Azzy. Realm, early stage of acquired period. Appearance, 90. Yang Hao said to the girl in purple, "Your name is Azzy?" The girl looked at Yang Hao in surprise and said, "You know me? You stay in Lingzhou Palace first." After I have dealt with the matter at Lingzhou Palace, I will take you to see your sister. Hearing that she could meet her sister, Zi asked, You know my sister, how is she doing? After all, when she and Aju were abandoned by Ruan Qingzhu, they both remembered. Your sister used to be a maid of the Morong family, but now she is my woman. After hearing that her sister was Yang Hao's woman, Zi started to become clingy, calling her brother-in-law sweetly. Maybe this girl just has a crush on her brother-in-law. Yang Hao was indifferent to her and arranged for her to stay in Lingzhou Palace. He began to heal Wu Xingyun. Ding Chuanqiu's internal strength was wasted, but Yang Hao did not kill him. He directly had his 5 thorns broken and thrown off Piumiao Peak. After healing Heroine Wu stayed in seclusion in a cave to spend this period of rejuvenation. All matters of Lingzhou Palace were handed over to Yang Hao. Lingzhou Palace is such a beautiful place that Yang Hao would definitely not be willing to leave. Moreover, Yang Hao would stay in Lingzhou Palace to prevent any powerful enemies from invading again. He sent someone to pick up Wang Yuyan and others in the inn and take them to Piumiao Peak. In the following days, Yang Hao began to live a life of revelry every night on Piumiao Peak. Of course, how can we miss the 4 swords of plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum? Even though they joined last, they are Yang Hao's favorites. After all, the happiness of 4 people cannot be replaced by 1 person. Zi and Aju recognized each other. At Zi's instigation, Aju asked Yang Hao to accept Zi as well. For Yang Hao, these different worlds are like dungeons in a game, so he naturally would not refuse them. Wu Xingyun's retreat lasted for half a year. When she finished this retreat, her cultivation level broke through to the peak of the Grandmaster level. His appearance also became younger. The first thing he did after he came out of seclusion was he wanted to find Yang Hao and ask her to go to Xixia with him to clear up the misunderstanding with his junior sister Li Qiushui. Are you willing to go to Xixia with me to meet my junior sister? In fact, when Ding Chuanqiu attacked her, Yang Hao fell from the sky handsomely. Her heart was shaken, and she realized during her retreat that her feelings for Wu Yazi were not love at all. I just wanted to defeat Li Qiushui. Now that my thoughts were clear, my realm naturally broke through. Yang Hao naturally would not reject Wu Xingyun. After arranging Wang Yuyan and others at Piumiao Peak, he went down the mountain with Wu Xingyun. In the past 6 months, a lot of things have happened in the martial arts world. Xiao Feng also changed his name to Xiao Feng, but these things have nothing to do with Yang Hao. She and Wu Xingyun rode in a carriage and traveled to Xixia. Yang Hao used the earthy love words of later generations to make Wu Xingyun finally happy. But Wu Xingyun was very happy. Although this person was his nephew and there was a problem with their seniority, he was happy. Wu Xingyun is even more beautiful after being with Yang Hao. But then they rushed to Xixia much faster. After all, they were 2 great masters, and soon they arrived in Xixia. After finding an inn to stay in, although Wu Xingyun no longer hated Li Qiushui, in order to make things difficult for her, Wu Xingyun actually stole the great Xia princess Li Qinglu away in the middle of the night. How could Yang Hao refuse such a beautiful woman? Character, Li Qinglu. Realm, First Class. Appearance, 91. So, after Yang Hao woke Li Qinglu up, he finished his work and knocked her out and sent her back. The next day, when Li Qinglu woke up from her bed, she looked at her room in confusion. How could the dream be so real, and I woke up with pain all over my body? In the following days, Wu Xingyun checked Li Qiushui's residence. At the same time, Li Qinglu was stolen out at night. There is no other way. She wants to stay in peak condition. She can't be as hard-working as Yang Hao. Yang Hao was willing to play with Wu Xingyun. Wu Xingyun sneaked out, and he finished his business. Then he knocked Li Qinglu unconscious again and sent her back. This goes on, which makes Li Qinglu depressed. She dreams about the same person every night. How can she not be embarrassed? Until one night, Li Qiushui and Wu Xingyun met. In order not to alarm others, the 2 of them left the city tacitly. Wu Xingyun and Li Qiushui fought each other, and the fight was evenly matched. Their fight alarmed Yang Hao, who also flew out of the inn window. He came to the place where the 2 were fighting. I have to say that the martial arts of the Xiaoyao sector really good looking. The fight between Wu Xingyun and Li Qiushui is like a fairy dancing, so elegant and beautiful. Character, Li Qiushui. Realm, Late Grandmaster. Value, 92. Not to mention, Li Qiushui looks like a young girl, and the years have left no traces on her. But she was wearing a veil, her eyes were charming. Just when the 2 were fighting to the fullest, Li Qiushui said, "You have made a breakthrough." There was no other way. After fighting for a long time, Li Qiushui clearly felt that he was the one being suppressed. Moreover, in this fight, Wu Xingyun obviously did not use any killing moves. You are still so stupid. You just realized it now. Wu Xingyun said and stopped fighting. When Wu Xingyun stopped, Li Qiushui naturally stopped too. After all, she was no match for Wu Xingyun. She said to Wu Xingyun, "What do you mean?" Wu Xingyun asked, "We have fought for our junior brother for half our lives. Do you really love him?" Li Qiushui said, "If I don't love him, how can I spend half my life with you?" "No, you don't love me, you just don't want to lose to me, otherwise you wouldn't have married the Emperor of Xixia." Chapter 34 Fusion Technique. Yes, you are right. I just don't want to lose to you. After saying this, Li Qiushui seemed to have lost his mind and laughed crazily. "Oh no, she's going to go crazy," Wu Xingyun said in surprise. Hearing Wu Xingyun's words, Yang Hao also flew down from the tree. Together with Wu Xingyun, they suppressed the qi running wild in Li Qiushui's body. Under the full suppression of Wu Xingyun and Yang Hao, Li Qiushui fell into a coma. Yang Hao stepped forward to feel her pulse and said to Wu Xingyun, "There is only one way to save her." "What method?" Wu Xingyun asked. "I can only use the Beiming qi to help her transform the qi that is running wild in her body." "Why don't you just act now? Why are you talking so much nonsense? Shouldn't you step away?" Yang Hao said. "I have seen every hair on your body. Hurry up, I will protect you." Yang Hao no longer hesitated and began to help Li Qiushui with his treatment. After a long time, the violent qi in Li Qiushui's body calmed down. With the support of Yang Hao's skills of strengthening the foundation and cultivating the essence, Li Qiushui broke through to the peak of the Grandmaster. At the same time, Yang Hao also broke through to the late Grandmaster stage. After Li Qiushui woke up, she knew what happened, but she was an experienced person and was not shy. Instead, she became inseparable from Wu Xingyun. Finally, she discussed with Wu Xingyun and passed on the immortal Changchun Gong and Xiao Wuxiang Gong to Yang Hao, and then took Li Qinglu back to Lingzhou Palace. The two of them want to restore the glory of Xiaoyao sect together. After Yang Hao learned the immortal Changchun Gong and the Xiao Wuxiang Gong, the system prompted that the Gong method Yang Hao practiced could be integrated. Yang Hao naturally knew that after the fusion of the skills, it was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 1, so he chose to fuse. Bite. Northern Divine Art plus Eternal Youth Art plus I Am the Only One Art plus Light Footsteps can be integrated with free and easy wind control art. Beiming Divine Art plus Eternal Youth plus The Shift of the Stars plus I Am the Only One plus Light Footsteps plus Strengthening the Foundation and Nourishing the Essence plus Yi Jing Jing plus Natural Divine Power plus Xiao Wu Xiang Gong plus Shi Sui Jing can be combined into the Heaven Devouring Earth Great Yin Yang Wu Ji Gong. Xiaoyao Yu Feng Ju, when practiced to the extreme, one can control the wind and walk in the air. Swallowing heaven and earth to fight Yin and Yang Wu Ji Gong, the ancient Kuanping Gong method can devour the energy of all things in the world to practice. When practiced to the extreme, it can devour the world, destroy gods and demons. The same technique can only be integrated once. Please choose carefully, host. Without thinking, Yang Hao wanted to choose the Heaven Devouring Earth Great Yin Yang Wu Ji Gong, but this gong was obviously missing the Marrow Cleansing Sutra and the Muscle Changing Sutra. Yang Hao knew that Yi Jing Jing was learned by Yutanji in the late Tianlong period, and Shi Sui Jing seemed to be the practice of the sweeping monk. However, when Yang Hao heard that the second technique was quite powerful, he decided to give it a try. So Yang Hao set out again. When he passed by Ruan Xingju's residence, Yang Hao went in to take a look. After forcing his way in and pretending to be cool. Under Yang Hao's coercion, Ruan Xingju agreed to go to Lingzhou Palace and told Wu Xingyun and others about Yang Hao's trip to Shaolin. After parting with Ruan Xingju, Yang Hao went to Qin Hongnian's residence. Still using force, under the suppression of the powerful Yang Hao, any resistance is equal to teasing. The unparalleled Yang Hao, with just a slight attack, is the ceiling of this world. Let Qin Hongnian forget who Duan Zhengchun is, and agree to go to Linglingjiu Palace to wait for Yang Hao to return. Going south all the way, Yang Hao finally arrived at Shaolin Temple. According to the original plot, Yang Hao found the Yi Jing Jing in the Sutra Library, and he came to the back mountain of Shaolin. He found the meditating sweeping monk, and the two fought. Yang Hao discovered that the sweeping monk was also a master at the peak of his cultivation. The two fought for thousands of rounds, but neither could defeat the other. Yang Hao said to the sweeping monk, "Lend me your Marrow Cleansing Sutra, or I will destroy Shaolin Temple." "You don't have that ability yet," said the sweeping monk. "Really? How can we be included in it?" At this moment, a voice came from a distance, and Wu Xingyun and Li Qiushui arrived at the same time. "Ha, two little kids, if it was your master Zaiyayozi, I would be a little afraid of him. Even if the three of you join forces, what can you do to me?" After saying that, the sweeping monk attacked again, fighting 1 against 3. Although he was at a disadvantage. But the Shaolin Kung Fu is unparalleled in defense. The three fought for 3 days and still failed to defeat the sweeping monk. Yang Hao said to Wu Xingyun and Li Qiushui, "Two uncles, you guys go straight into Shaolin, kill them all and burn down the sutra library. I'll hold this old bald donkey back." "Okay, let's go there now." "Wait a minute," the sweeping monk said. "Why, have you figured it out?" Yang Hao said with a wicked smile. "I really don't know how a despicable person like you could cultivate to such a level." Yang Hao did not answer this question. The sweeping monk continued, "I can show you the marrow cleansing sutra, but you must promise not to spread it to others, and you must not cause trouble in Shaolin in the future." After reading the Shisui Jing, the system prompt sounded. "Do you want to merge now? The fusion time is long and cannot be disturbed." Hearing this prompt from the system, Yang Hao chose not to merge for the time being, and returned to Lingjiu Palace with Wu Xingzhua. After returning to Lingjiu Palace, Yang Hao reveled every night. It seemed that he had forgotten about the fusion technique. After a month of leisure, Yang Hao said to Wu Xingyun and Li Qiushui, "I will go to Pyumiao Peak to find a place for retreat. During this time, I hope the two senior brothers can help look after them." Wu Xingyun and the others naturally had no reason to reject Yang Hao, so Yang Hao went to retreat. Wu Xingyun and Li Qiushui issued an order to close Pyumiao Peak. Yang Hao walked all the way to the top of the mountain, and finally found a place that looked like a paradise on earth. This place is surrounded by clouds and mist, and there is also a natural hot spring. Yang Hao said to the system integration. Byte. The technique is being integrated. The host cannot move or be disturbed. Countdown to integration, 365 days. When Yang Hao saw this time, he started to curse in his heart. But the system ignored him and started to circulate the qi in his body. As time goes by, the world is in turmoil, and many things come to light. The only peaceful place is Pyumiao Peak, but after Yang Hao went into seclusion, everyone started to roll inward. They are all working hard to cultivate. After all, high cultivation can keep one's face young and prolong life. On this day, Yang Hao finally integrated his skills, and his cultivation level directly broke through to the peak of the Grandmaster level. Yang Hao opens the Properties panel. Host, Yang Hao. Realm, Grandmaster Peak. Industries, Wayman Textile 60%, valued at 30 billion, Huadu International 98%, valued at 320, Xingchen Group 80%, valued at 288.8 billion, Xingyao Media 80%, valued at 30, Tianqing Entertainment 70%, valued at 30 billion. Skills, Heaven Swallowing and Earth Devouring Great Yin Yang Wuji Gong, Medical Sage's Book, Feng Shui Metaphysics, God-Level Enterprise Management, God-Level Hacker, God-Level Cooking. Appearance, 98. After reading the attribute panel, Yang Hao smiled evilly, and at the same time he also felt the limitations of heaven and earth. The limit of this world is the Grandmaster realm. Yang Hao descended from Pyumiao Peak and returned to Lingjiu Palace. This year, the Lingjiu Palace has undergone tremendous changes. The four swords of plum, orchid, bamboo and chrysanthemum have all broken through to the peak of the innate realm. The rest of the people have also reached the early and middle stages of the Xiantian realm, but they have not been active in the martial arts world, so many people in the martial arts world still don't know about the Lingjiu Palace. After all the members had practiced for a whole year, Yang Hao planned to take them down the mountain for a walk. But before leaving, at Wu Xingyun's suggestion, he renamed the Lingjiu Palace to Xiaoyao Sect. Yang Hao naturally agreed, and became the head of the Xiaoyao Sect, while Li Qiushui and Wu Xingyun served as the supreme elders of the Xiaoyao Sect. One person is responsible for the transmission of power, and one person is responsible for the punishment. Chapter 35 Leaving Tianlong. The four swords of plum, orchid, bamboo and chrysanthemum serve as the four guardians of Xiaoyao Sect. After everything was arranged, Yang Hao led all the members of Xiaoyao Sect to travel the world. Just after coming down the mountain, I got the news that the Liao dynasty was going to attack the Song dynasty. Moreover, the Beggars Sect has already held a hero conference, gathering people to go to the border. As a person from the future, Yang Hao naturally knows that the greatest heroes serve their country and their people, and he also knows that those who are not of the same race must have different hearts. So he led the Xiaoyao Sect disciples to the border, and at the same time Li Qiushui notified Xixia to send troops to fight against the Liao dynasty. Dali was a neighboring country of the Song dynasty. After hearing the news, it was willing to help the Song dynasty fight against the Liao dynasty. With the participation of Xixia, Dali, and Xiaoyao sect, the Liao army was defeated. You have to know that Yang Hao was a person from the later generations. Even if he doesn't have the conditions to make hot weapons, he can still make zhuge lian nu and steel. In addition, people in later generations have more unconventional ideas. Yang Hao used military tactics like a god. Even so, the war between Song and Liao lasted for 3 years. The war was still very cruel. If Yang Hao had not signed in every day and obtained a lot of food, the Song dynasty would have had no chance of winning. Even the Xiaoyao sect disciples led by Yang Hao only had 1 out of 10 left. Fortunately, the person Yang Hao loved was fine. At this moment, Yang Hao also understood why Xiao Feng in the original play wanted to force the Liao dynasty to withdraw its troops by threatening to die. The Song dynasty valued civil officials over military officials. Most of the unfaithful people were scholars, and most of the righteous people were butchers. The Song dynasty valued culture over military affairs. Scholars thought they were superior to others. Scholars were in power, so who cared about the lives of ordinary people? After the war, Yang Hao brought everyone back to Xiaoyao sect. Xiaoyao sect also became famous because of this battle and became the #1 sect in the world. However, Yang Hao, this scumbag, not only set a rule that Xiaoyao sect only accepts female disciples. He also required that he only accept disciples based on their appearance, and he himself stored all the gold and food he got from signing in Xiaoyao sect. These golden grains have already exceeded the income of the Song dynasty in 100 years. He himself spent 2 years happily in the Xiaoyao sect, drinking new tea. After all, it was ancient times. After a long time, Yang Hao also felt bored. So he returned to the modern Huadu. On Gu Wanqing's bed, Yang Hao slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at the sleeping Gu Wanqing, kissed her on the forehead, and then stood up and walked to the French window. Looking at the brightly lit night scene, it seems like a different world. The next day, Yang Hao just walked out of Gu's villa. He could feel the evil spirit rising to the sky. Yang Hao looked at. Just happened to see the Wang family villa, full of resentment. How many immoral things must one have done to have such a big grudge? After saying that, Yang Hao headed towards the Wang family villa. The reason why he could see the evil spirit and resentment. It was also because Yang Hao suddenly reached the peak of Grandmaster level. Only then can you discover that feng shui is so powerful. When Yang Hao sneaked into the Wang family villa, he was startled by the resentment in front of him. The resentment came from the basement of the villa. Yang Hao went to the basement and was shocked by the scene in front of him. The ground was littered with dead children, with no flesh or blood on their bodies. Seeing Yang Hao, Yifan opened his eyes. "You're here, huh? Today is the day you die," Yifan laughed. Yang Hao sneered and said, "You want to kill me? You are only at the peak of Huajin, but I have already broken through Danjin. Killing you is no joke." After saying that, Yifan rushed towards Yang Hao. Yang Hao raised his hand and shot out a young finger, piercing Yifan's shoulder. "You are actually a shield innate with your true energy released. This is impossible, absolutely impossible." Yang Hao smiled evilly and said, "Now that you know, there is no need for you to live." After saying that, Yang Hao sent out a stream of qi, each of which was like a bullet, leaving a bloody hole on Yifan's body. Yang Hao used 3,600 fingers in total, and not only was Yifan's martial arts crippled, but even his breathing became weak. Yang Hao didn't even look at Yifan, and let him fend for himself. Yang Hao came out of the basement and did not give the Wang family face, and started to massacre in the villa. For a time, the Wang family villa was flooded with blood, and the Wang family was unable to leave a single person alive. After dealing with them, Yang Hao left. After thinking about it, Yang Hao decided to buy a bigger villa. After all, there are so many people around me, and just one big flat is not enough to live in. Soon Yang Haoliu arrived at Panshan Villa, which was built on the mountain. It is one of the most luxurious villa areas in Huadu, and all the people living there are well-known figures. After the sales lady's strong recommendation, Yang Hao, exhausted and sweating, reluctantly bought the best apartment in the building. Yang Hao moved into his new home and invited many friends to a party. Everyone was barbecuing, drinking and talking about future plans in the courtyard. After 3 rounds of drinks, Yang Hao noticed a strange man standing under a big tree not far away. He has a tall and straight figure, a stern temperament, and a hint of mystery in his eyes. Yang Hao walked over curiously, and the man took the initiative to say, "Mr. Yang, can I have a word with you?" Yang Hao nodded and followed him to the side. The man introduced himself. I am from the woman, and I am here to investigate the Wang family case. I wonder if Mr. Yang can tell me what happened that day. Yang Hao was speechless. He did it himself. I can tell you. Yang Hao smiled evilly and said, I don't remember either. If Sister Schwer comes over, I might be able to remember something. Seeing that Yang Hao was unmoved, the man did not dare to fight him. After all, the data showed that Yang Hao was definitely a master of Huajin. How could I, a guy at the early stage of dark power, be this guy's? He had no choice but to leave. After the man left, Yang Hao returned to the villa again. The villa is full of Yang Hao's female friends. They are car salesmen, house salesmen, company presidents, personal assistants, internet celebrities. Everyone knows their relationship with Yang Hao, but no one points it out. After all, they knew how powerful Yang Hao was, and no one could match him. Although Yang Hao's alcohol tolerance was amazing, he couldn't handle the opponent's large number of people. That night, he drank until he was drunk. The days of drunkenness always pass by so fast. The first thing Yang Hao did when he woke up the next day was to sign in. However, the headquarters of the company I signed with this time is not in Huadu. Bite. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining 75% of the shares of Modu Irin Cosmetics Company. Yang Hao took a look and found that this Modu Irin Cosmetics Company was a well-known cosmetics company in Modu, with a market value of over 100 billion. Looking at the growth of his assets, Yang Hao smiled and was no longer as excited as he was at the beginning. It was just out of stock for a while, and then a phone call came. Hello, I am Lang Qingqiu, the current president of Irin Cosmetics. May I ask Mr. Yang, when will you come to inspect the company? Yang Hao thought for a moment and said, I'm in Huadu now. I'll go over there when I have time. After hanging up the phone, Yang Hao still planned to go to Xingchen Group to work. After all, Xingchen Group is the largest group under his control so far. Yang Hao drove to Xingchen Group and sat at the president's desk, watching Shen Tian processing documents. I can't help but sigh, it's too easy to be a CEO. Yang Hao stayed at Xingchen Group for a whole day. He had lunch with Shen Tian at noon. After get off work, they went out together to meet clients. Yang Hao didn't want to go at first, but he heard that they were discussing cooperation with the Lu family, one of the 4 major families in Huadu. And the other party is a playboy. Yang Hao can't sit still. He was not afraid that Shen Tian would change her mind, but he was afraid that the other party would be too mean. What if Shen Tian got into trouble? It would be bad to plant a green grassland for yourself. Chapter 36, Meet Sang Biao again. Yang Hao and Shen Tian drove to the place for the discussion. When they arrived, Yang Hao found out. The place where they agreed to discuss business was Huadu International Hotel. The two of them came to the private room together. After entering, they found that there was not only the eldest son of the Lu family, but also 2 bodyguards. In addition, there was another person sitting next to the eldest son of the Lu family. It was none other than the old man who was cheated by Yang Hao and divorced and sent his wife away, Boss Lu. As soon as Yang Hao entered, he heard young Master Lu say, Uncle, since you've returned to the Lu family, you should go out more often and see the world. Boss Lu flattered, Nephew, you are right. With this attitude, anyone with a discerning eye can tell who has a higher status. Yang Hao didn't care. Not to mention that the Lu family took back a piece of trash that they didn't value, he wasn't afraid even if he became the enemy of the entire Lu family. He came and sat down next to young Master Lu, and Shen Tian sat next to Yang Hao. Since Shen Tian sat down, young Master Lu has never taken his eyes away from her. Being surrounded by beautiful women is also a kind of trouble. Shen Tian began to introduce the 2 parties. He said to Yang Hao, this is the general manager of Lu Group and also the young master of Lu Group. Yang Hao smiled and said, Hello, Mr. Lu. It's our first meeting. Mr. Lu is a very handsome man. Yang Hao tried hard to show his kindness, but Lu Xiao nodded coldly. Shen Tian wanted to get angry, but was stopped by Yang Hao. Shen Tian began to introduce Yang Hao, Mr. Lu, this is the chairman and president of our Xingchen Group. Young Master Lu looked at Yang Hao and said in a cold voice, we are cooperating with the Xingchen Group. As long as Mr. Yang can let your secretary accompany me for 1 night, I will sign the contract immediately. Hearing this, Yang Hao frowned. He said to Shen Tian, is the Lu family richer than me? No. If we don't cooperate with the Lu family, will we suffer more, or will the Lu family suffer more? Yang Hao asked again. The Lu family, and a lot of our collaborations are delivering benefits to the Lu family. Why is this happening? Yang Hao was somewhat curious about who in this era would feel that they have a lot of money and give benefits to others. I don't know either. It was the decision made by the former chairman, Shen Tian said. Lu Xiao just listened to Yang Hao and Shen Tian chatting without interrupting them. Yang Hao said, cancel all cooperation between Xingchen Group and the Lu family, and issue a notice that Xingchen Group will never cooperate with the Lu family. Hearing Yang Hao's words, young Master Lu couldn't sit still. You know, Lu's group has relied on Xingchen Group for profits over the years. If the cooperation is cancelled, Lu's group may go bankrupt in a month or two. Thinking of this, he said to Yang Hao, Boss Yang, you are looking for death. Yang Hao looked at young Master Lu with contempt and said, if I don't cooperate with your Lu family, I'm just looking for death. Young Master Lu, those idiots in your Lu family, do you think you can compete with Xingchen in business? Humph, if you cancel the cooperation, I promise that the warriors of my Lu family will not let you live beyond tomorrow. After hearing young Master Lu's arrogant words, Yang Hao understood that everything was here. No wonder the former chairman of Xingchen Group would transfer benefits to the four major families in Huadu. It turns out it was because of the use of force, but would Yang Hao be afraid? He himself is already at the peak of the Grandmaster level, who is he afraid of? You don't have to threaten me. I will cancel all business with your Lu family when I go back now. We will hold a business invitation banquet the day after tomorrow. You know, Yang Hao also heard from the old man of the Gu family about the strength of the Huadu family. Generally speaking, the highest level of cultivation for the first-class families in Huadu is Huajin. The Gu family almost became the first family in Huadu with their double Huajin. In Yang Hao's eyes, such warriors are just like ordinary people. Yang Hao didn't take such threats seriously at all. As long as the Lu family warriors dare to come, he will make them never return. Why not massacre the Lu family like you massacred the Wang family? Because the Lu family didn't do anything crazy. Yang Hao took Shen Tian away, and Wang Dasha was so angry that he threw the. At this time, Boss Lu saw that Yang Hao had offended Lu Fashao and felt that his chance for revenge had come. He started to fool Lu, who was not smart to begin with, and after being fooled by Boss Lu, he just picked up the phone and dialed. Soon the call was connected, and an old man's voice came from the other end of the line. Haha, how come Mr. Lu has time to call me today? Lu Xiao said, Masterin, help me get rid of this person, the reward will be satisfactory. Tell me who it is, young Master Lu. Xingchen Group President Lu Dashao said. When Lorden heard this title, he thought that as the underground emperor of Huadu, although he didn't have a lot of money, his power would definitely not be much worse than any of the four major families in Huadu. Hearing that the person to be dealt with was the president of Xingchen Group, Masterin was silent for a long time and said, this time is different from the past. If you succeed, I will give you 200 million. Hearing this, Masterin gritted his teeth and decided to kill Yang Hao. When Yang Hao returned to Xingchen Group, he asked Shen Tian to notify everyone to cancel all cooperation with the Lu family. As soon as the news came out, the Lu family's stock price plummeted. The Lu family lost billions just by one piece of news. After Yang Hao finished dealing with the company's affairs, Yang Hao was ready to go home. Shen Tian also followed Yang Hao back to the villa. After all, the first to enter the water tower is the first to see the moon. Yang Hao is such an outstanding man, and so many women have moved into his villa. If you don't work hard, are you waiting for him to become someone else's? However, as soon as Yang Hao arrived at the underground parking lot, he was stopped by someone. Yang Hao looked up and saw that it was an old acquaintance, Sang Biao. Sang Bian saw Yang Hao and asked in surprise, why is it you? Yang Hao smiled and said, tell me, who asked you to come? This sad Biao is none other than brother Biao who was beaten by Yang Hao by the river. Sang Biao knew that he couldn't defeat Yang Hao today, and in his opinion, Yang Hao was about the same strength as him. He said to Yang Hao, for today's matter, why don't you just forget about it and just pretend that I was never here? Yang Hao said, it seems I still have to take action. So what if you attack me? We are equally strong. Even if I run, you can't catch me. Hearing Sang Biao's words, Yang Hao smiled evilly and said, really? If you can take my move, I won't ask you any more questions. Hearing Yang Hao's words, Sang Biao made the starting gesture of the 8th level punch. Seeing this familiar scene, Yang Hao smiled and said, I'm going to take action, are you ready? Sang Biao nodded and said, come on. Then he yelled and prepared to rush forward. However, as soon as he raised his leg, he saw a finger-sized hole appear at his foot. Sang Biao was stunned on the spot, his true energy was released, and he was a great master of Dan Jin acquired. You know, my boss, in Yi, is only at Hua Jin level. Are you kidding me? It hasn't been long since then, and the guy who used to be as strong as me is now far better than me. Yang Hao looked at the stunned Sang Biao and asked, "Are you still going to fight?" "No, no." Yang Hao said, "Now can you tell me who asked you to come?" "It was Master Yin who asked us to come here. He said he wanted to teach you a lesson." Yang Hao sneered. He didn't know any Mr. Yin. It was probably the eldest son of the Lu family who did it. But since Master Yin sent someone to deal with him, don't blame Yang Hao for being rude. He said to Sang Biao, "Are you interested in bringing your brothers to be my personal bodyguards?" Sang Biao said, "But Master Yin will not let us go." Yang Hao said coldly, "Do you think that I, the chairman of the Xingqian group, can't give you a place to settle down? Don't worry, I will take action as long as there are warriors. It's just that I'm lazy. The people you call can help me deal with conflicts among ordinary people. Don't you want to have an enviable job? Are you just like the short mules that are like rats crossing the street?" Chapter 37 Wind God. Sang Biao and his men lowered their heads after being told by Yang Hao. Finally, Sang Biao agreed with Yang Hao's opinion and became his personal bodyguard. As for the rest, Yang Hao also arranged for them to join the Xingqian group and become a glorious security guard. After arranging everything, Yang Hao and Shen Tian returned to the villa together. Because they met Sang Biao, when they returned home, a table of delicious food was placed on the dining table by themselves. After dinner, Yang Hao picked up some grapes and everyone went to the top floor of the villa to play. On the top floor of the villa is a small garden with swing-style hanging chairs. Next to the garden is a swimming pool, and next to the swimming pool is a leisure viewing platform. The next day, Yang Hao went downstairs early and signed in. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have signed in successfully and received 10 billion in cash. Yang Hao looked at the account information and started preparing breakfast. Yang Hao, who has god-level cooking skills, prepared breakfast for everyone in a short time. Just at this moment, a group of beautiful girls came down from upstairs in neatly dressed clothes. After breakfast, they said goodbye to Yang Hao and went to work. After everyone left, Yang Hao packed up and drove to work. Halfway through the journey, there was a traffic jam ahead. Yang Hao just slowed down when a heavy truck hit the rear of his car. The impact force made Yang Hao instinctively use his internal force to protect his body. A few minutes later, the truck driver looked at Yang Hao unharmed as he came out of the truck. Seeing that Yang Hao was fine, the truck driver was stunned for a moment, stepped on the accelerator again, and crashed into Yang Hao. With Yang Hao's current physical strength, he wouldn't get hurt even if he didn't dodge. But Yang Hao didn't want others to look at him like a monster. So he used footwork to dodge. Yang Hao's footwork seemed slow, but it was extremely fast. After dodging the heavy truck, Yang Hao realized that this was a deliberate attempt to kill him. Soon a plump and pretty female law enforcement officer arrived. The heavy truck driver was arrested, and the female law enforcement officer said to Yang Hao, "Sir, please come with us and go back to the law enforcement team to record your statement." Yang Hao looked at the female law enforcement officer. Character, Wang Yuqi. Realm, early stage of Ming Jin. Appearance, 94. Yang Hao was a little excited by her heroic appearance. After thinking about it, he agreed to Wang Yuqi's request since he had nothing to do today. Soon Yang Hao came to the law enforcement team. After Wang Yuqi questioned Yang Hao, he was released. The driver who hit Yang Hao was a dying man and was drunk. No useful information could be obtained, even though Wang Yuqi knew that this was a murder for hire. But there was no evidence. She couldn't find the person behind it. Yang Hao knew it very well. He knew it was arranged by the eldest son of the Lu family. However, the eldest son of the Lu family is not having a good time at the moment. His dad is using his big dick to teach him a lesson. Why would you offend the president of Xingqian Group for no reason? Do you know that our Lu family has relied on Xingqian Group for financial support in recent years? We have to fight, because Mr. Lu, the share price of Lu Group fell to the limit again within less than an hour after the stock market opened today. Yang Hao left the law enforcement team and found himself very close to Xingyao Media. It just happened to be scrapped, and there was no car to drive. Yang Hao walked for 7 or 8 minutes to reach Xingyao Media. Just as he arrived at the company gate, a woman rushed towards him. Yang Hao took a look and saw that she had a plump figure and a decent appearance. Lu did not avoid. A soft body in my arms, a woman's fragrance in my nose. The woman pushed Yang Hao away in a panic and said, "Sir, are you okay? This is my business card. I have something urgent to do. I'll contact you later." Yang Hao watched the woman leave. Character, Xinyu. Realm, none. Value, 81. Looking at this number of drivers, Yang Hao was a little surprised. But Yang Hao is not surprised at all that an employee of an internet celebrity company has such a record. Throwing the business card into the trash can, Yang Hao went to the president's office. Seeing Lin Wanru working hard, Yang Hao sat aside and drank tea for a while. Suddenly I thought of something, this 108th driving. If there is any scandal, the company will be implicated. Yang Hao said to Lin Wanru, call all the internet celebrities in the company to let me see. Although Lin Wanru didn't know what Yang Hao wanted to do, she still agreed. Yang Hao started to look at them one by one, and wrote down the names of those with more than 2 digits. Yang Hao handed the list to Lin Wanru and said, sell the internet celebrity contracts on it to other media companies as quickly as possible. Lin Wanru looked at the dozen names, including some of the top anchors. However, Yang Hao must have had his own plans when he issued this order. Without asking any more questions, I went to arrange this matter. After arranging this matter, Lin Wanru did not busy herself with the documents, but accompanied Yang Hao to drink tea and chat. At noon, the two went to a Western restaurant for lunch. The two had just returned to the company when something went wrong. The video of Xin Xiao's mess was exposed. There are not only yellow-skinned and white-skinned people, but also black-skinned people. Lin Wanru read the news and said to Yang Hao awkwardly, boss, you are farsighted. However, the media company that took over Xin Xiao was busy and overwhelmed. When they started doing PR work, they never thought that they would have to clean up the mess for the newly acquired internet celebrity without earning a penny. Yang Hao found a driver from Xingyao Group and went to the 4S store. When Yang Hao arrived, Chen Shishir was sorting out the information. Seeing Yang Hao, Chen Shishir asked curiously, Brother Hao, why are you here? She also went to Yang Hao's villa these 2 days. Although she was very happy, she still felt a little jealous when she saw the group of beautiful women. But they are all excellent. In the past 2 days, she has achieved a lot more results. The sales champion is definitely gone. Yang Hao said to Chen Shishir, I had a car accident today and came here to pick up a car for transportation. Do you have any recommendations? Chen Shishir thought about it, then took out a picture from the file and said, this Pagani Fengshan just arrived yesterday. Are you interested? Yang Hao is old and sees that the silver-white car body is really good. Let's take this one, Yang Hao said with a smile. Want to take it for a test drive? No, can I do without you at night? Yang Haolio paid the money and signed the contract, spending more than 25 million. After all the formalities were completed, it was evening, and Yang Hao drove Chen Shishir back to the villa. Yang Hao and Chen Shishir returned to the villa together, and others also came back from get-off work one after another. Everyone was amazed when they saw Yang Hao's new car. After dinner, Yang Hao took Chen Shishir to the rooftop garden. Under the beautiful moonlight, Yang Hao gently pushed Chen Shishir on the swing. The breeze blew, bringing a hint of coolness. Shishir, thank you for helping me choose the car. Yang Hao said softly. Chen Shishir smiled and said, as long as you like it. The two of them quietly enjoyed the tranquility and beauty of the moment. Suddenly, Yang Hao's cell phone rang, breaking the silence. He picked up the phone and his expression gradually became serious. After hanging up the phone, Yang Hao looked at Chen Shishir and said gently, there are some things in the company that I need to deal with. I may have to go out for a while. Chen Shishir nodded in understanding, it's okay, go ahead and be safe. Chapter 38 Returning Home. After Yang Hao left the house, his face became gloomy. Just now, Gu Wanqing's assistant called him and said that Gu Wanqing was missing. Yang Hao came to Gu's house, found the servant, and brought Gu Wanqing's clothes. Then he drew a talisman with blood and folded it into 1,000 paper cranes. Then he injected his inner strength into the paper cranes, and the paper cranes flew around Gu Wanqing's clothes. He flew out of the window, and Yang Hao followed closely behind the paper cranes. This is a kind of tracking technique in the Fengyue Xianshu that Yang Hao learned. Soon, Yang Hao followed the 1,000 paper cranes to a dilapidated building. When Yang Hao entered, he saw Gu Wanqing tied to a pillar. There were 7 or 8 big men around him, and they also discovered Yang Hao. One of the big men put a knife on Gu Wanqing's neck and said to Yang Hao, hand over the shares of Xingchen Group, or I will kill him. Yang Hao looked at that person with a colder look in his eyes. He never provoked anyone. Now someone is threatening me with my woman and the child in her belly. Who do you belong to? I will give you double the amount he gave you, Yang Hao said coldly. The qi in my body has started to circulate. The man obviously relaxed his guard when he heard what Yang Hao said. Double, even 5 times, we will not betray Masterin. Before the man finished speaking, a finger-sized hole appeared on his forehead. The body fell backwards. Brother Wang. However, Yang Hao did not leave these people behind. He used the 6 Meridians Divine Sword and killed 6 people in one move. Gu Wanqing was shocked by what happened. Yang Hao came to her and said, "My woman is not that easy to deal with. If you are scared, we can separate." Gu Wanqing said, "Brother Hao, I'm not scared, it's just that this is the first time I've seen someone die in front of me, so I'm a little uncomfortable." Yang Hao didn't say much, he picked up Gu Wanqing and left, he didn't even bother to deal with the body. After sending Gu Wanqing home, Yang Hao called Sang Biao. After the call was connected, Yang Hao said to Sang Biao, "You used to work with Masterin, do you know who his biggest rival is?" "Brother Hao, it's Sister Hong, the eldest sister of the second largest underground force in Huadu. Zhang has no way to find Sister Hong." "Brother Hao, Sister Hong is in Yi's now. Come and take me to see her." After the call ended, Sang Biao drove a Rolls Royce to the downstairs of Kogu's house. Yang Hao comforted Gu Wanqing again and left the Gu family. The two soon arrived at the nightclub. Sang Biao came to the door of the box based on the information he had investigated. Pushing the door open, Yang Hao was stunned. It was Sanner in the box with his woman. Yang Hao said to the woman in surprise, "You are Sister Hong." "Brother Hao, you just know it now," Sanner said with a wicked smile. "Since you are Sister Hong, our business will be much easier to discuss. What's up? Take down Lorden and let you be the king of the underground world of Huadu. The chances are slim. After all, Masterin has many experts under his command, and he himself is an expert in Huajin. I will take care of the warriors, and I will also send people, but you have to take care of the territory we have seized, otherwise there will be another Masterin." "Okay, I agree to this cooperation." A few of them drank a little and decided to do it tonight. Sister Hong began to gather her brothers, and Yang Hao even gathered most of the security guards in the company. There are hundreds of people. That night, Yang Hao and his men went from place to sweep the territories of those who stayed up late. After receiving the news, Masterin came with his men, but there was no fight between the two sides. Instead, they resorted to a duel. Yang Hao took one look and rejected Mr. An's decision to compete. Directly attack and kill all the warriors under Masterin. Then he grabbed Masterin's neck and said, "My Xingqiang group has never offended you, the underground emperor, right? Why are you attacking my woman?" At this moment, Masterin also felt how powerful Yang Hao was. He was a master of Huajin, but he was like a little chicken in Yang Hao's hands. The fear in his heart made Yi blurt out, "Master Lu asked me to do it." Yang Hao used his 2 fingers to strangle Yi's neck, and then said to Sang Biao, "Let's go to Lu's house." That night, Yang Hao killed all the warriors of the Lu family, and those who were not warriors, regardless of gender, age, or status, broke their legs and threw them out. He also set fire to the Lu family villa. After burning down the Lu family, Yang Hao returned to the villa. Bite. Congratulations to the host for winning the Magic City International building. Yang Hao took a look and saw that the Magic City International building was worth 50 billion. Yang Hao was a little curious. Why is it the industry of Magic City again? Could it be that the system wants him to go to Magic City for fun? I thought that I didn't have much to do in Huadu. Why not go to Shanghai for some fun? Just when Yang Hao was planning to go to Shanghai for some fun, his cell phone rang. Looking at the phone number, Yang Hao was a little curious as to why his sister, who was still in high school, would call him so late at night. Yang Hao didn't think too much and answered the phone. "Brother, when will you come back?" "I will take the college entrance examination in a few days." Yang Hao then remembered that he had promised his sister. "I will leave tomorrow and arrive home in 2 days." Yang Hao thought about it and told the people in the villa about it. Finally, everyone else had to go to work. Shi Shayan decided to follow Yang Hao back to sea. After all, they grew up together, and Shi Shayan is also familiar with Yang Hao's family. Yang Hao naturally would not refuse, and finally the two decided to take a plane back. The next morning, the two arrived at Huadu Airport. After getting on the plane, I have to say that the women in the mountain city have good skin. Because Shi Shayan was there, Yang Hao was unable to chat with the stewardess. Yang Hao warned himself that next time he took a plane, he must be alone. After more than 2 hours of flight, the plane landed at Jiangcheng Airport and the two took a taxi and went directly back to the countryside. The taxi ride cost 300 yuan, and you will know how remote Yang Hao's hometown is. Yang Hao's home is located in a small town under Jiangcheng. Yang Hao just returned home. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. Yang Hao's mother saw Yang Hao and Shi Shayan. She didn't ask about their well-being, but said to them, "You must be tired from driving, and you haven't had lunch yet. Mom will cook you a bowl of noodles." Although she spoke very little, Yang Hao could still sense her concern from her tone. Soon, 2 bowls of hot egg noodles were served by Yang Hao's mother. After Yang Hao and Shi Shayan finished their noodles, they took a short rest and then went to school with their mother. Yang Hao stood at the school gate, waiting for his sister to finish school. Not long after, the bell rang and students rushed out. When Yang Hao saw his sister walking out of the school gate, he immediately went to meet her. "Brother!" When the sister saw Yang Hao, her eyes sparkled with joy. Yang Hao patted his sister's head gently and asked with a smile, "How are you preparing for the exam?" The younger sister nodded confidently, "Don't worry, brother, I will definitely do well in the exam." Yang Hao smiled with relief. He believed in his sister's ability. Afterwards, he took his sister and Shi Shayan home. Along the way, the brother and sister talked and laughed. Yang Hao was in a particularly good mood listening to his sister telling stories about interesting things at school. After returning home, Yang Hao helped his mother with housework, while Shi Shayan accompanied her sister to review homework. At night, the family sits around the dinner table and enjoys a warm dinner time. Chapter 39, Laughing at the World. Although the food is not very rich, it is very warm. After dinner, there was no entertainment in the countryside, so I prepared to wash up and go to bed. Just as Yang Hao was about to enter the house with Shi Shayan, Yang Hao's mother called the guest. "You guys are back home, so you should sleep separately. Bring some gifts to Shi's house tomorrow to see your parents together." Yang Hao's mother's words were very soft, but Shi Shayan and Yang Hao both listened to them. After all, it is a small town, and people still take these things very seriously. So Yang Hao could only return to his room alone. When the early morning comes, the system sound. Byte. Congratulations host, the daily sign-in has been refreshed successfully. Do you want to sign in? Check in. Byte. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining the gate to another world. Use the gate to another world. Suddenly, a suction force sucked Yang Hao into the black hole. Byte. Welcome host to the world of Xiao. The next second, Yang Hao appeared in a forest, exhausted. He lay on the ground, his body hollowed out. At this moment, a beautiful young man came to Yang Hao and asked, "Sir, are you okay?" Yang Hao looked at the man. He was so handsome, he must be Lin Pingji. He smiled and said, "Can you take me to a nearby inn?" Lin Pingji did not refuse and walked towards the nearby inn with Yang Hao on his back. After booking a room for Yang Hao, Lin Pingji left. Looking at the innocent Lin Pingji, Yang Hao thought to himself, "You saved me today, I will protect you once in the future." Then Yang Hao fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Hao woke up again, his whole body filled with strength. Yang Hao found that his cultivation had also recovered. The consumption of using the gate to another world is not something that ordinary people can withstand. After all, the first 2 times he fainted. Yang Hao came downstairs to the inn, ordered a roast chicken, and started eating it with big mouthfuls. However, at this moment, a thin man with a mustache and wearing a green shirt came to the inn with a group of young people. "Lin Jinnan's son dared to kill my son, so I will destroy his Fuwei escort agency tonight. Master, we have found out that Lin Jinnan has been asking for external help these days, but no other sects have come to Fuzhou." Yang Hao did not make a move, but ate the roast chicken and returned to his room. At night, Yang Hao went to the old house in Xiangyan Lane and searched for a while. Not to mention, he actually found the sword manual of exorcism written on the cassock. Yang Hao looked at the sword manual of exorcism, and the first sentence read, "If you want to practice this skill, you must castrate yourself first." Looking at these 8 characters, Yang Haoliu felt a chill. I really don't know how those ruthless people in the original drama could bear it. After looking at the sword techniques, Yang Hao put away the cassock. With his current cultivation level, he definitely won't be able to practice the sword manual of exorcism. However, he didn't know any powerful swordsmanship, but this sword manual of exorcism gave him some inspiration. Although the exorcist sword technique is not powerful, but based on my own cultivation level. Using this sword technique, you can completely defeat Feng Qingyang. After packing up the sword manual of exorcism, Yang Hao rushed to the Fuwei escort agency. When Yang Hao arrived, the Fuwei escort agency was already littered with corpses. "Damn, I'm late." Hearing the sound of fighting, Yang Hao rushed towards the sound and saw Lin Jinan and Yu Tsunghai fighting. "Stop!" Yang Hao shouted. His internal force hit Yu Tsunghai on the back, causing him to fall forward due to inertia. The sword in his hand just pierced into Lin Jinan's body. "Father!" "Jinnan!" Yang Hao moved as fast as lightning and stabbed Yu Tsunghai's chest with a sword. A stream of venom sprayed out, and Yang Hao did not dodge at all. The green venom, with a burning sensation, made Yang Hao's eyes hurt. However, Yang Hao has long been immune to all poisons, so naturally no one can harm him. However, Yang Hao still wailed in pain and closed his eyes. "Sir, are you okay?" Lin Pingji asked. "I can't see anymore, can you help me get some rest?" Yang Hao asked. "Of course you can." After Lin Pingji helped Yang Hao leave, Yu Tsunghai's lower body was separated, became a dwarf and disappeared into the night. After Yang Hao sat down, Madame Wang said to him, "Thank you for avenging my husband. Until Mi's eyes are healed, Lu can live in our house." Yang Hao thought about it, nodded and said, "What are your plans for the future?" Lin Pingji said, "Of course, I want to develop the Fuwei escort agency." Yang Hao shook his head and said, "Your current strength is simply not enough to support the Fuwei escort agency. Sir, please teach me martial arts so that I can support the Fuwei escort agency." Yang Hao pretended to hesitate, and after a long time he said, "Forget it, you and I are destined to be together. While I am at the escort agency, I will teach you some martial arts." Mrs. Wang said, "Pinger, why don't you kowtow and become my disciple?" Just as Lin Pingji was about to kneel down, he felt a stream of air pulling him up, and he couldn't kneel down at all. "I won't accept you as my apprentice," Yang Hao said with a smile. "Why?" Lin Pingji asked. "You and I are just master and disciple. During my time at Fuwei escort agency, I will learn as much as I can." After that, Yang Hao took out another cassock and said, "This thing is for you. Although it may be a treasure to some people, it is just garbage to me." Lin Pingji took the cassock, opened it and saw that it was exactly the same as the exorcism sword technique he was currently learning. The only difference is the palace. Seeing Lin Pingji's expression change, Yang Hao said, "I will teach you some sword techniques, which may not be as quick as the exorcism sword technique. But if you practice it to the extreme, you can definitely surpass the exorcism sword technique." After saying that, Yang Hao took out a sword manual, which he obtained in the Tianlong world. It was the swordsmanship of the Wuliang sword school. If Wuliang sword technique is practiced to the extreme, it can break through the innate realm, but pixie sword technique, once practiced to the limit, will reach the peak of the acquired realm. Even the sunflower manual is the same. It is impossible to break through to the innate level because of the incomplete body. Lin Pingji took over the sword manual and began to practice sword every day. Yang Hao signed in every day and basked in the sun to let Mrs. Wang change his medicine. These days, Yang Hao is signed in all the martial arts of swordsman. Except for Duga 9 swords and Zisha magical skill, all other martial arts and skills are useless to Yang Hao. On the contrary, Yang Hao spent the whole day accompanying Mrs. Wang these days, helping her to recover from the pain of losing her husband. Don't think that Mrs. Wang has a son like Lin Pingji. She is well maintained, not only has a curvy figure, but also has tight and smooth skin. Plus a royal sister face, a perfect woman. Character, Mrs. Wang. Realm, second-rate peak. Value, 87. During the time Yang Hao spent at Fuwei escort agency, he also discovered that this world also restricted his ability to make further breakthroughs. Unable to continue to break through, why did he come to this world? In the following days, Yang Hao lived a life of lying down and signing in. After signing in for the martial arts of the Laughing Proud world, the remaining sign-ins are either gold or food. Fortunately, he pretended to be so well dressed that he had Madame Wang to accompany him every day, otherwise he would have been bored to death. Although Lin Pingji's talent is not very good, he is still very hardworking. These days, he finally broke through to the first-class realm. Chapter 40, Retirement. After Lin Pingji reached the first-class level, he followed in his father's footsteps and began to take on escort duties. He went out to escort the convoy, leaving only Madame Wang and Yang Hao in the escort agency. Yang Hao has a problem with his eyesight, so he always takes advantage of Mrs. Wang intentionally or unintentionally. Mrs. Wang naturally thought that Yang Hao's behavior was unintentional. It's just that the unique hormonal smell of Yang Hao always makes Mrs. Wang blush. That night, Yang Hao pretended to get up at night and went to the wrong room. He lay down next to Madame Wang. Madame Wang was so frightened when she saw Yang Hao lying next to her that she dared not even breathe. Feeling a little scared and expectant, Yang Hao felt something soft in his hand at midnight. Lin Zhennan has been dead for a long time, and Mrs. Wang also needs her own life. Until one day, Lin Pingji broke through to the acquired realm. Yang Hao took off the cloth from his eyes and said, "Pingji, my eyes are healed now. You have few rivals in the martial arts world now. I plan to go out for a walk." Hearing that Yang Hao was leaving, Lin Pingji asked, "Master, when will you come back?" Yang Hao thought for a while and said, "I will come back when I am free. We may meet again in the arena." After all, they have been together for such a long time, and they are both teachers and friends, so they still have some feelings for each other. Yang Hao is naturally reluctant to leave, and he doesn't like parting. Seeing Yang Hao was leaving without saying a word, Madame Wang, who was both Yang Hao's husband and friend, felt a little sad. Yang Hao looked at Madame Wang's sadness and said with sympathy, "Don't worry, I will come back once a month in the future." After saying that, Yang Hao used his Qigong skills and disappeared into the escort agency. Soon after Yang Hao left Fuzhou, he heard that Lu Chengfeng of the Hangshan sect is about to hold a ceremony to retire from the underworld. Hearing that there was something going on, Yang Hao decided to go take a look, so he headed towards Hangshan. When they reached a forest, Yang Hao saw a man carrying a nun through the forest. Yang Hao followed with Lingbo Weibu and soon caught up with the man. Yang Hao looked at the woman on the man's shoulders. Character, Yilin. Level, second rate. Value, 92. Without thinking, Yang Hao knew that the man was Tian Boguang. A closer look reveals that Tian Boguang's cultivation is only at the peak of the first-class level. However, this person is extremely fast, and with his sharp sword, it is difficult for ordinary people at the postnatal level to take him down. Yang Hao stopped in front of Tian Boguang and said, "You are a flower thief, do you have any future? You didn't catch nun sanding, but caught a little nun. Isn't it embarrassing? Who are you to dare to block the way of your uncle Tian?" Tian Boguang said arrogantly. He thought that no one in this world could catch him. Although his martial arts skills are not high, he runs fast. Yang Hao smiled and said, "You and I are from the same field, why don't we have a competition? If you win, you can be my younger brother. What if you lose?" Tian Boguang asked back. "I won't lose." Yang Hao smiled evilly and attacked directly. Before Tian Boguang could react, the sword was already on Tian Boguang's neck. "You lose," Yang Hao said with a smile. Tian Boguang had never seen such a powerful person before, and immediately said, "Big brother. Since you call me brother, shouldn't you show some respect to me?" Yang Hao hinted at Yilin beside him. Tian Boguang understood immediately and handed Yilin to Yang Hao. Yang Hao took Yilin and detoxified her. Then he said, "I'm going to Lu Qingfeng's hand-washing meeting to have some fun. Do you want to go?" "Of course. How could I, Tian Boguang, miss such excitement?" Tian Boguang nodded repeatedly. He had long wanted to meet Lu Chengfeng, the famous man in the martial arts world. Yang Hao took Yilin and Tian Boguang to Hangshan together. Along the way, Yilin remained silent, obviously not having recovered from the previous shock. When they arrived at Hangshan, Yang Hao and others met Lu Chengfeng. He was presiding over a hand-washing ceremony, and many martial artists came to congratulate him. Yang Hao saw an old nun in the crowd, who was Yi Jin's master, Master Ding Yi. Nun Ding Yi also noticed Yilin beside Yang Hao, and walked over to her and said, "Where have you gone, little girl? We couldn't find you along the way." Yilin said to Yang Hao, "Brother Yang, I will go back to Hangshan sect and stay with my master first." For a simple girl like Yilin, Yang Hao rescued her from Tian Boguang, treated her well along the way, and did not do anything excessive to her. Then Yang Hao was her savior. At this moment, a voice said, "Lu Chengfeng colluded with the demon cult, today's retreat meeting is cancelled." Lu Chengfeng on the stage looked at the newcomer and said coldly, "Lu Bai, your Songshan sect is going too far. We are also thinking about the Five Mountains Sword sect. Humph, what if I really want to retire today?" As he said this, he was about to put his hand into the golden basin. Lu Bai slapped out with his palm, knocking over the golden basin and said, "If you hand over the demon sect elder Chu Yang today, I will spare the lives of your family." As soon as Lu Bai finished speaking, a group of Songshan sect disciples came out from the backyard and captured Lu Qingfeng's family. "Brother Chu and I met because of music, and we are attracted to each other. If you want to kill me, go ahead. I will not betray Brother Chu." Yang Hao felt like killing Lu Chengfeng for what he said. Dozens of blood relatives were no match for Chu Yang, who was connected by music. "In that case, kill him," Lu Bai said. Seeing that the Lu family was about to be massacred, Yang Hao took action. The figure was like a ghost, shuttling among the disciples of Songshan sect. The Songshan disciples who put knives on the necks of Lu's family were all injured by Yang Hao. Yang Hao said coldly, "Lu Bai, go back and tell Zhuo Lengshan that I have protected the Lu family." Seeing Yang Hao's quick move, Lu Bai immediately wanted to retreat and said to Yang Hao, "I will tell sect leaders what you said. We in Songshan sect will not let you go." Yang Hao smiled coldly and said, "I'll wait." After saying this, Yang Hao used his inner strength to push the fallen golden basin back onto the table. Yang Hao said to the martial artists present, "The hand-washing meeting will continue, but Lu Chengfeng, I hope that after you wash your hands of martial arts, you will not appear in the Central Plains martial arts world. Of course, your family will not be harmed. In the future, any of your enemies who touch the Lu family will also be my enemies." Lu Chengfeng showed a grateful look and reached his hand into the golden basin. With Yang Hao there, no one could stop him again. Lu Chengfeng successfully retired from the golden basin. After Lu Chengfeng retired from the business, Chu Yang also jumped down from the roof. He took out a scroll of bamboo slips and said, "This is the music for swordsmen composed by Brother Lu and I after we spent our entire lives on it. I'm giving it to you, little brother." Yang Hao did not hesitate to be polite with the two and took over the music composition for swordsmen. Lu Chengfeng and Chu Yang held hands, flew to the roof, and disappeared from everyone's sight. No one has seen the two since then. Yang Hao also settled down at the Lu family, and there were many female members of the Lu family. Yang Hao also decided to train Lu Jing in Shu Fian. He taught the two martial arts while enjoying the service of the Lu family's women. Chapter 41 Huashan. The two of them had very good qualifications. In half a month, they broke through the second-rate realm. So Yang Hao took these two little burdens with him to travel the world. As for the rest of the Lu family, as long as I am still alive, no one in the Lu family dares to touch me. Yang Hao took Lu Jing and Shu Fian to travel in the rivers and lakes. When they met bandits, Yang Hao did not take action but let the two girls take action. Soon Yang Hao and the other two arrived at the foot of Mount Hua. Yang Hao found an inn to stay in. While the three of them were having dinner, a woman with a cold temperament and beautiful face appeared. Character, Dongfang Bai. Realm, Acquired Peak. Appearance, 90. Seeing this name, Yang Hao was surprised that he had traveled to the world of the female version of Dongfang Bubi. This female boss is cold, arrogant, and her invincible aura can make people want to conquer her. Dongfang Bai walked straight to Yang Hao's desk and looked at him coldly. Yang Hao's heart tightened. Could it be that his identity was exposed? "Are you Yang Hao?" Dongfang Bai asked. Yang Hao stood up and bowed, saying, "It's me. What can I do for you, young lady?" "Fight with me," Dongfang Bai said calmly. Yang Hao was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Miss, you recognize the wrong person? I am just an ordinary warrior, how dare I fight with you?" Dongfang Bai frowned slightly. "I chased the flower-stealing thief Tian Buguang all the way here. I heard that the last place he appeared was here, and he was with you." Yang Hao sighed inwardly. He didn't expect to be implicated. It seemed that this battle was inevitable. Could it be that Dongfang Bai knew that Lin was his sister? Otherwise, why would he chase Tian Buguang all the way? It seems that I still need to teach my little brother some life-saving methods. The big guys from the east have their eyes on him. If he continues like this, he might die without knowing how. Yang Hao looked at Dongfang Baidao and said, "Tian Buguang and I are of the same kind. I can fight with you, but what if you lose?" Dongfang Baidao, "No matter what, I can promise you." Yang Hao smiled evilly. What a joke! Even if her master Dugucho Bai came back to life, he would not be her opponent. Yang Hao said, "You should make the first move, otherwise I'm afraid you won't even have a chance to make a move." Arrogant. Dongfang Bai attacked Yang Hao right after he finished speaking. The needle shot out like a dragon, and the silver needle sparkled in the moonlight, attacking Yang Hao. Yang Hao waved his hand and all the needles fell to the ground. I saw the white jade like palm of the east in my eyes. Yang Hao dodged with a light step, then grabbed Dongfang Bai's waist and said, "You lose. How come you are so powerful? What realm are you in? It's not your business to consider what realm you are in, but remember our bet and come to my room tonight." After Yang Hao finished speaking, he continued to eat with the two little beasts. He was not worried at all that Dongfang Bubi would run away. After dinner, Yang Hao arranged for the two beasts to rest and returned to his room. At midnight, Dongfang Bai sneaked into Yang Hao's room. The weak candlelight can't see the figure clearly, the two people are entangled, and the candlelight is swaying. The next day, Yang Hao said to Dongfang Baidao, "Please help me take care of my two little disciples for a while. I will go to Huashan to deal with some things. I'll take them for a walk in the martial arts world. If you miss them, just go to Blackwood Cliff and wait for us." Yang Hao thought about it and decided that this was a good idea, so he took out some detoxification pills and healing pills. I went to Mount Hua and came to the foot of Mount Hua. Seeing the patrolling disciples, Yang Hao said to them, "Please inform Sect Master Yu and tell him that Yang Hao is here to see you." Soon Yang Hao was invited up and met Yu Buchuan in the main hall of Mount Hua. Yang Hao said some meaningless words, saying that Ling Huchong was colluding with the demon cult and other slanderous words against Ling Huchong. Yu Buchuan was so angry that his liver hurt. When Yang Hao left, he deliberately dropped the cassocks of the sword manual of exorcism on the ground. After Yang Hao left, Yu Buchuan picked up the cassock and showed ecstasy. But when he saw the first sentence, Yu Buchuan's mouth twitched. "Hurry up and put the cassock in your arms." Yang Hao did not leave Huashan, but went directly to the Cliff of Repentance. You can see the whole picture of Huashan sect on Sigua Cliff. He just wanted to see what would happen after Ling Huchong was forced to break up with Yu Buchuan. Will Yu Buchuan still practice the sword manual of exorcism? The reality did not disappoint Yang Hao. After Ling Huchong came back, he was expelled from the sect by Yu Buchuan. Then Yu Buchuan also secretly practiced the sword manual of exorcism in the back mountain. While Yu Buchuan was practicing swordplay, Yang Hao sneaked into Ning Zhengze's room. Character: Ning Zhengze. Realm: early stage of acquired period. Appearance: 89. Ning Zhengze woke up as soon as Yang Hao entered the room. Who? Ning Zhengze went to get the sword, but Yang Hao quickly pressed Ning Zhengze's acupoints. Ning Zhengze couldn't move at all. Yang Hao came to Ning Zhengze and whispered, "Don't think that Yu Buchuan can come to save you." In order to promote the Huashan sect, the old guy has castrated himself and is now practicing in the back mountains. Ning Zhengze looked somewhat desperate after hearing this. Yang Hao said, "Now is not the time to despair. Wait well. I will help Yu Buchuan keep it a secret. If you don't want me to, I will tell the world about it." Ning Zhengze thought about Yu Buchuan's love of face. If this matter was announced to the world, if I don't help him, he will be so embarrassed that he will commit suicide. So he agreed to Yang Hao's request. Yang Hao left Ning Zhengze's room contentedly. He believed that after this incident, Yu Buchuan's image in Ning Zhengze's mind would be greatly reduced. Next, Yang Hao prepared to find Feng Qingyang. He wanted to see if Feng Qingyang's 9 swords of Dugu was the same as the one he signed in for. Not long after, Yang Hao found Feng Qingyang in a cave on the Cliff of Repentance. Feng Qingyang was very surprised at Yang Hao's arrival, but after learning the purpose of his visit, he smiled slightly. Feng Qingyang and Yang Hao both used Dugu 9 swords to compete. Yang Hao also suppressed his cultivation to the peak of the acquired realm. He is indeed a super boss who has mastered the Dugu 9 swords to perfection. Although Yang Hao won in the end, he could feel that Feng Qingyang was much stronger than Dongfang Bai. Feng Qingyang praised Yang Hao's swordsmanship, saying that he had reached a height that ordinary people could hardly reach. Yang Hao took the opportunity to ask Feng Qingyang about the essence of Dugu 9 swords, and the two discussed the way of martial arts together. After the communication, Yang Hao gained a lot and decided to say goodbye to Feng Qingyang. After leaving the cave, Yang Hao settled down at Sigua Cliff, where he practiced during the day and discussed martial arts with Ning Zhengze at night. Because of Yu Buchuan, Ning Zhengze taught Yang Hao everything he knew. Yang Hao has learned so much knowledge and feels refreshed every day. On this day, Yu Lingshan returned to Huashan and learned that Ling Huchong had been expelled from Huashan. I planned to come to Sigua Cliff to have a look. Yang Hao looked at the lively, cute and innocent Yu Lingshan and decided to protect her innocence. Character: Yu Lingshan. Level: second rate. Appearance: 91. After lighting a strong incense on the cliff, Yang Hao hid away. Yu Lingshan came to the platform of Sigua Cliff to practice martial arts. I can only say that she is still too young and didn't even notice the existence of the incense. Chapter 42: The 5 Poison Sect. Yu Lingshan felt her body getting hotter while practicing swordplay. Just when she was about to give up, Yang Hao appeared and saved her with his body. After being rescued, Yu Lingshan kept thanking Yang Hao. She thought that her health problems were caused by practicing kung fu and becoming obsessed. Yang Hao naturally accepted Yu Lingshan's thanks with a thick face. After leading Huashan for a while, Yubuchuan, the head of Huashan, received an invitation from Mr. Wang of the Golden Sword sect to celebrate his birthday. So the entire Huashan sect went out to the Golden Sword Gate. Yang Hao naturally followed him, but as soon as he arrived at the Golden Sword Gate, he met Lin Pingji and Mrs. Wang. After not seeing each other for more than a month, Mrs. Wang became more charming and seductive. Lin Pingji's skin was darker than before and he looked more calm and steady. Seeing Yang Hao, Lin Pingji stepped forward and said, "Master, long time no see?" Yang Hao smiled and said, "Pingji, you are very good. You didn't peek during the time when the master was away." Lin Pingji smiled and began to introduce his uncle and grandfather to Yang Hao. On the day of the birthday banquet, Yang Hao was naturally invited by the Wang family to sit in the main seat. A group of people in Jianghu asked one after another, "Who is this person? He is even more noble than the leaders of various sections. I know that he was the one who saved the Lu family during Lu Chengfeng's retirement ceremony." After the banquet, Yang Hao planned to go out for a walk. Walking into a bamboo forest, Yang Hao heard the sound of a melodious piano in the distance. "I saw a man playing the piano and wielding a sword at will, and he was using the Duga 9 swords. It goes without saying that this man is the protagonist of the original novel, Ling Hu Chong." However, Yang Hao did not like this person, although he was free and easy. But as a Huashan disciple, Ning Zhongzi treated him like his own son. But he did not make any contribution to the development of Huashan. It was because of him that Yu Lingshan married Lin Pingji, Ning Zhongzi died in the end, and Yu Buchuan castrated himself, which was also closely related to him. If he had handed over Duga Jujin to Yu Buchuan, or had not secretly colluded with the Sun Moon sect, he would not have been expelled from Huashan sect. Lao Yu would not castrate himself because there was no successor. Yu Buchuan may not be a good person, but he has a strong sense of belonging to the sect. He can give up everything to promote Huashan sect. Seeing the scene before him, Yang Hao naturally knew that the person who was talking about the piano was the saintess of the demon cult, Reningying. Wasn't he her entanglement with Ling Hu Chong just to rescue her father Renwushing? Even if they rescued Renwushing, Yang Hao would not care, but the most important thing was that after rescuing Renwushing, they would attack their own Dongfang girl. It is impossible for me to stay by Dongfang Bai's side all the time. In this case, why not sacrifice yourself and capture Reningying to help her save Renwushing? So Yang Hao took action. He used the 13 swords of the Divine Gate. With his superior internal strength, he easily defeated Lin Hu Chong, who used Duga 9 swords. After defeating Ling Hu Chong, Yang Hao said to Reningying behind the curtain, "Saint Aunt, let's make a deal." "What deal?" a disembodied voice came. "Let the rest of the people leave first," Yang Hao said. "Lu Zhu, take Ling Hu Chong and leave now." "Yes, mother-in-law." Ling Hu Chong was taken away. Yang Hao spoke again, "Come out, Reningying." Reningying came out from behind the curtain, with a beautiful face, dense big waves, blue eyes, and a perfect image of a beautiful Persian girl. Her lazy look was so charming. Character, Reningying. Realm, top-notch. Appearance, 93. "What kind of deal do you want to make?" Reningying asked. Yang Hao said, "I know where your father is and I can help rescue him." "What can you give?" "If you can really help me rescue my father, I'm willing to give anything," Reningying said. "In that case, I'll collect my reward first." After saying that, Yang Hao walked towards Reningying. Reningying wanted to resist, but with her limited skills, she was like a little chicken in Yang Hao's hands. Obviously resistance is futile. "You've got the reward. When are you going to rescue my father?" "You just broke it, take a day off and set off tomorrow," Yang Hao said with a sly smile. The next morning, Reningying and Yang Hao left the green bamboo forest and headed towards the West Lake. When he arrived at West Lake, Yang Hao did not go to fight like Lin Hu Chong did, but went straight into Plum Manor. After rescuing Renwushing, Yang Hao handed him over to Reningying and said, "Your father is in your hands. Our deal is done. It's time for me to leave. See you again if we're destined to meet again." After saying that, Yang Hao used Qinggong to leave. Reningying looked at Yang Hao's back as he left, unable to come back to her senses for a long time. However, at midnight, Yang Hao disguised himself as Lin Hu Chong. They found Renwushing and fought each other. Yang Hao only used Huashan sword technique, and he was not as good as Duga 9 swords. In order not to reveal his flaws, Yang Hao pretended to be sick and fought with Renwushing for hundreds of moves. The last sword pierced his heart, and Renwushing shouted, "Duga 9 swords, it's really powerful." All of this was seen by Reningying. Yang Hao killed Renwushing and left. Renanian came to Renwushing and said, "Dad, don't worry, I will definitely avenge you." So she issued a hunting order against Ling Huchong. Yang Hao was a little bored with his travels in the martial arts world, so he decided to go to Miaojiang to see the mysterious Five Poison sect. So we headed towards Miaojiang. Soon Yang Hao arrived at the Five Poison Ridge. Yang Hao saw the female disciple guarding the mountain gate and said, "I am Yang Hao, and I am here to visit you." After hearing this, the disciples guarding the mountain had no idea who Yang Hao was. One of the disciples went in to report and quickly came out to lead Yang Hao in. The Five Poison sect has a unique architectural style and poisonous objects can be seen everywhere. When the leader Lan Fenghuang heard that someone came to visit, he asked his disciples to bring him to the main hall. Yang Hao met Lan Fenghuang and explained his purpose. Lan Fenghuang looked at him with a hint of surprise in her eyes. She thought that this person actually dared to come to the Five Poison sect alone, so he must be extraordinary. She smiled and said, "Why did you come to my Five Poison sect?" Yang Hao went straight to the point and said, "I would like to see your sect's poisonous insect witchcraft." Lan Fenghuang raised the corner of her mouth slightly, thinking that this man was quite direct, and immediately agreed to his request. Character, Blue Phoenix. Realm, top-notch. Appearance, 89. Lan Fenghuang said, "If you want to see the poison technique I taught you, then you have to see if you have the ability." After saying that, Lan Fenghuang asked his disciples to serve wine. The disciples of the Five Poison sect are all female. Yang Hao picked up the wine glass and drank it all. As soon as the wine went down his throat, he felt dizzy, but he had a body that was immune to all poisons and looked at Lan Fenghuang. "Is this wine poisonous?" Yang Hao asked. Lan Fenghuang smiled and said, "This is the special wine I taught you. Only after passing this level can you see the real poisonous insect witchcraft." Yang Hao used his internal energy to force the poison out of his body. Seeing this, Lan Fenghuang secretly praised him and the smile on her face became even brighter. "Good, you passed the test. Come with me." Lan Fenghuang stood up and led Yang Hao into the forbidden area of the Five Poison sect. In the forbidden area, Yang Hao saw all kinds of poisonous insects, as well as many strange poisons. Lan Fenghuang introduced to him the characteristics and uses of these poisonous insect witchcraft, and Yang Hao listened with great interest. Finally, Lan Fenghuang took out a poisonous insect and said, "This is the magic skill I taught the town sect. Do you want to see it?" Chapter 43, Meeting Shi Shaoyan's parents. Although this is not an advanced technique, Yang Hao is still a little curious. After all, this was the first poison technique he had seen. But there is no free lunch in the world. Yang Hao said to Lan Fenghuang, "What do I need to do?" "Be my husband," the leader of the Five Poison sect, Lan Fenghuang said with a wicked smile. Sister Lan, you are so funny, just what I want," Yang Hao laughed. What follows is a mess of stories, which I will not write. The next morning, Yang Hao just woke up. Lan Fenghuang asked, "What is the Saint of the Sun Moon sect doing?" She actually asked the entire sect to hunt down Ling Huchong? After hearing this, Yang Hao smiled and said, "Let them solve the Jianghu affairs themselves, and we will continue." After that, Yang Hao lived in the Five Poison sect, or the days of happiness and joy. He did not even go to the election of the Five Mountains leaders in the Jianghu. But when I heard that the Five Mountains Sword sect was going to attack the Sun Moon sect, Yang Hao became interested and asked someone to find out who was the leader. What Yang Hao didn't expect was that it was Ling Huchong who actually defeated Yu Buchuan and Zhuo Lingchan and became the leader of the Five Mountains. Because he was hunted by the Sun and Moon sect for many years, the first thing he did after he ascended to power was to use the Five Mountains Sword sect to destroy the Sun and Moon god level. Yang Hao thought to himself, how could it turn out like this? I saved Renwushing and Mei Zhuang, and then I killed him. Logically, Ling Huchong should have been tortured by the inner power of the Peach Core 6 immortals. How could they have merged? In fact, Yang Hao didn't know that Ling Huchong was being hunted down and fled to Mei Zhuang. In the Mei Zhuang dungeon, he learned the star-absorbing technique, and by chance, he obtained the Yi Jing Jing in the Shaolin Temple. His cultivation has reached the peak of the acquired realm. Coupled with the peerless swordsmanship of Duga 9 swords, Ling Huchang's fighting ability is not inferior to Dongfang Bubi. However, Yang Hao couldn't just ignore the Five Mountains Sword sect siege of Blackwood Cliff. After all, the leader of the Sun Moon sect is her own Dongfang girl. Yang Hao smiled and said to Lan Fenghuang, "Are you interested in going down the mountain to take a look?" "Okay, I also want to go and see the fun," Lan Fenghuang said excitedly. So, Yang Hao and Lan Fenghuang went down the mountain together and headed towards the Blackwood Cliff. Along the way, they saw many martial artists, some of whom were disciples of the Five Mountains Sword sect, and some were masters from other sects. It seems that this time the Five Mountains Sword sect is determined to destroy the Sun Moon sect. Yang Hao sighed. Humph, these so-called famous and upright sects only know how to fight and kill all day long. Lan Fenghuang said with disdain. When they arrived at Blackwood Cliff, the battle had already begun. The disciples of the Five Mountains Sword sect engaged in a fierce battle with the followers of the Sun and Moon sect. Now Wu Chong is leading Yu Buchuan and other leaders of the Five Mountains Sword sects to besiege Dongfang Bubi. Moreover, the battle between the two sides has entered a fierce stage, and Dongfang Bubi is clearly at a disadvantage. Although she is very powerful, she still cannot defeat 6 people alone. Yang Hao saw that Dongfang Bubi was about to lose and was about to take action. Then a man appeared. This man was none other than Tian Budwang. At first, he was hunted by Dongfang Bubi, but later he found out that Dongfang Bubi was his elder brother Yang Hao's woman. At this critical moment, he naturally wanted to save Dongfang Bubi, but his joining did not cause any waves at all. On the other side, Lin Pingji was also very anxious, but he was stopped by a dwarf, who was none other than Yu Tsunghai from the Qingqing sect. After years of training, Lin Pingji's cultivation has reached the late stage of the acquired realm. He is in a close fight with Yu Tsunghai and cannot get away at all. Seeing that Ling Hu Chang's sword was about to pierce Dongfang Bubi's chest, a long sword fell from the sky and knocked the sword out of Ling Hu Chang's hand. A domineering voice came from a distance, "You are looking for death." As soon as the voice fell, a man was seen holding Dongfang Bubi in his arms and saying, "Are you okay?" The person who came was none other than Yang Hao. Ling Hu Chong looked at Yang Hao and asked, "Why are you helping this evil guy?" "I am willing," Yang Hao said, and several sword energies were sent out, killing Ling Hu Chong and the heads of the Five Mountains Sword sects. With the death of the head of the Five Mountains Sword sect, the battle ended. On the other side, Lin Pingji also successfully killed Yu Tsunghai. After the Five Mountains Sword sects withdrew, the alliance was also dissolved. Each sect needs to elect a new leader, and Yilin will inherit the Hengshan sect's position. Yu Lingshan succeeded as the leader of Huashan sect. The other sects fought each other for the position of leader. Because of Yang Hao, the martial arts world fell into peace again. No one from the Sun Moon sect or the Five Mountains Sword sect dared to provoke him. So someone suggested that we choose a leader. Finally, Yang Hao took the position of leader of the martial arts world. Time flies. After Yang Hao became the leader of the martial arts world, he had beauties around him every day. No matter how happy you are, you will get bored after a while. 3 years later, Yang Hao disappeared. Yang Hao, who returned to the real world, woke up from his bed. The next morning, after breakfast, Yang Hao took some gifts and went home with Shi Shayan. Shi Shayan's home is much better than Yang Hao's, although they are both in a small town. Yang Hao's home is a 2-story building at the edge of the town. Shi Shayan's home is in the center of the town, and the first 4 stories are connected, with 3 floors upstairs. Each floor is a large flat with 4 storefronts. If measured in terms of money, Yang Hao's house is only worth tens of thousands of yuan, while Shi Shayan's house is worth millions. When Yang Hao arrived at Shi Shayan's home, he was met with disdain from her parents. There is nothing we can do about it. His family is poor and he used to be a troublemaker. But I happened to be thick-skinned and brought gifts to the door. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. Shi Shayan's parents couldn't chase her away. After Yang Hao endured the cold stares from Shi Shayan's parents, and Shi Shayan assisted him, Shi Shayan's parents finally agreed to a meeting between the 2 parents. The parents of both parties agreed to meet at a restaurant. Yang Hao took Shi Shayan and his parents to the restaurant early to wait. Soon, Shi Shayan's parents also arrived. The 2 families sat together and began to talk about their marriage. Although Shi Shayan's parents were still somewhat reluctant, they finally agreed to the marriage at Shi Shayan's insistence. The wedding was scheduled for a month later, and Yang Hao and Shi Shayan began busy preparing for it. Shi Shayan was naturally very happy about the wedding, but Yang Hao was still a little scared. The beautiful girls around him were waiting for him to pamper them. However, Yang Hao had no objection to the decision made by both parents. In the following days, Yang Hao lived a life of daily check-in. It's just that the system is a bit weak during this period. What Yang Hao signed in was either hundreds of millions of cash or some low-value industries. However, on this day, Shi Shayan said to Yang Hao, "Brother Hao, we are having a high school reunion, do you want to go?" Yang Hao looked at her and said, "No one notified me." Shi Shayan said angrily, "How dare you say that? In high school, besides me and Sanner, did you have any other friends? And you two are so stupid that you quit the class group. Chapter 44 Class Reunion. I'll go with you tomorrow. Which hotel shall we meet at? Yang Hao asked Shi Shayan. Red Maple Hotel in the county, Shi Shayan said. When Yang Hao heard this, he wondered if this was the property he obtained by signing in. Although it is only a 3-star hotel, it is indeed the best hotel in the county. When the agreed time came, Yang Hao and Shi Shayan went to the Red Maple Hotel together. As soon as they entered the box, everyone welcomed Shi Shayan. After all, when Shi Shayan was in high school, she was also a school beauty. Not to mention the suitors, she is simply the goddess in the eyes of men of the same grade. But when they saw Yang Hao, someone started to mock him. Hey, isn't this the leader of our class? Now that he's out of school, where can he be the boss? To be honest, the word gangster is not a good label after entering society. The person who spoke was Yang Hao's former high school monitor. When he was in school, this guy loved to meddle in other people's affairs. Because he was the squad leader, he acted like a leader at that time. This is in stark contrast to Yang Hao, a famous naughty student in his grade. The two of them also had conflicts. The squad leader made a mocking remark, and naturally there were also horse-skinned people who followed suit. Yang Hao, I heard that you went to Huadu to work as a security guard? Ha, is it possible to be a security guard for 3,000 a month? If you don't say something nice to the squad leader, go to their company and they will give you 5,000 a month. Yes, the squad leader is now the HR manager of Lanson Technology. Everyone was talking, either praising the monitor or belittling Yang Hao. No one spoke for Yang Hao. Yang Hao was speechless. Although he had been idle before, he had never been a security guard. Although Yang Hao's income was not as good as that of a security guard before. Hearing everyone praising the monitor, Yang Hao was too lazy to refute. Shi Shayan wanted to speak up for Yang Haoming. But Yang Hao stopped him and said to Shi Shayan, we are just here to have a meal, there is no need to argue about anything. Moreover, Lanson Technology is also Yang Hao's industry. I don't know how I, the class monitor, felt when I lost my job that night just to show off and treat my classmates to a meal. Yang Hao pulled Shi Shayan to sit down, completely ignoring the sarcasm from others. At this time, the waiter began to serve the dishes. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, everyone started chatting. By the way, squad leader, is your company still hiring? Someone asked. Why, you want to come? The squad leader smiled, but our company has very high requirements, ordinary people can't get in. Hey, monitor, we are all old classmates, so please be flexible. That's right, squad leader, give me a chance. The squad leader was secretly pleased with himself, but pretended to be very embarrassed. I can't make the decision either. It depends on what the boss thinks. If you really want to come, you can go ask Mr. Yang. Shi Shayan suddenly said. Mr. Yang? Which Mr. Yang? Someone asked curiously. Which other Mr. Yang? Of course it's our Yang Hao. Shi Shayan looked at Yang Hao with a smile. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire private room fell silent, and everyone stared at Yang Hao with wide eyes. Yang Hao smiled and said, I don't participate in the management of the company's affairs, I just share the profits. After saying that, without waiting for anyone else to speak, he pulled Shi Shayan away. Shi Shayan called 2 good friends and left the room. When he arrived at the Red Maple Hotel, Yang Hao directly called the general manager of Lanson Technology. His purpose was very clear, which was to fire the pretentious squad leader. Yang Hao just hung up the phone, Shi Shayan and the other 2 came out. She said to Yang Hao, Brother Hao, I'm sorry, I really didn't know it would be like this. Silly girl, what are you thinking about? It's not your fault. You should attend fewer gatherings like this in the future. It's too boring. There's no one who can fight. Yang Hao touched Shi Shayan's hair and said with a smile. At this time, a girl next to Shi Shayan said, Where are we going to play next? Yang Hao looked at Shi Shayan, who said, I'm the same as you. I haven't been back for several years. How would I know where to have fun? At this time, another girl said, Why don't we go to the Dynasty? I heard it's fun. Dynasty nightclub, the most luxurious nightclub in the county, is also a very chaotic place. But is Yang Hao afraid? Of course not. Since someone proposed it, Yang Hao naturally agreed. So a few of them took a taxi to the Dynasty nightclub. This nightclub is also magnificent, but for Yang Hao, who often plays in international cities like Huadu. The decoration of this dynasty nightclub seems very ordinary. After entering, Yang Hao and his friends directly requested a luxury box. This box is luxurious and spacious. Not long after entering the box, someone came to serve wine. Yang Hao and his group had a great time in the luxurious box, with music and laughter ringing out one after another. Not long after, a group of girls in revealing clothes walked into the box. The girl leading them was wearing heavy makeup and had seductive eyes. "Handsome guy, do you need a little sister to drink with you?" the leading woman asked in a sweet voice. Yang Hao took a look and felt no emotion at all. He had seen this kind of scene too many times in Huadu. However, Shi Shayan and her girlfriends were a little shy and didn't know what to do in such a situation. "We don't need it." Shi Shayan quickly refused. "Don't be so reserved, beauties." The leading woman interrupted Shi Shayan, "You are here to have fun." Seeing this, Yang Hao stood up and looked at the leading woman coldly. "We don't need to drink with you, go out." His voice was filled with unquestionable majesty. The leading woman obviously didn't expect Yang Hao to be so tough. She was stunned for a moment, but soon regained her smile. "Okay, call me anytime if you need anything." After that, she took the other women out of the box. Yang Hao looked at Shi Shayan, smiled and said, "Ignore them, let's have our own fun." Then he picked up the microphone and sang a popular song, and the atmosphere in the box became lively again. Just when Yang Hao and his friends were having fun, a woman dressed as a waitress pushed the door open and walked in. Then he closed the door and looked outside nervously. Yang Hao looked at the woman, who had a petite and cute figure, clear eyes and a beautiful face. Character, Li Xiaoyu. Realm, none. Appearance, 89. However, what is coming will come, and there is no way to avoid it. The door of the box was kicked open from the outside. Li Xiaoyu stepped back and was about to fall. Yang Hao stepped forward, supported her and asked, "Are you okay?" Li Xiaoyu said, "I'm fine." "Boy, I advise you to stop meddling in other people's business and let her go with us." Several big men walked into the box and said to Yang Hao. Yang Hao didn't want to cause trouble, but looking at these people, they didn't look like good people at all. He said to Li Xiaoyu, "What's going on?" Li Xiaoyu looked at Yang Hao and began to tell the story. It turns out that Li Xiaoyu is a waiter at the Jinbihuing nightclub, and he goes to deliver wine to the private room. Li Xiaoyu accidentally spilled wine on a guest. The other party asked her to pay 100,000 yuan in compensation. She came to work in the nightclub because her family was short of money. "Where can I get the money to compensate the other party?" So the other party wants to drag her into the box to humiliate her. She took the opportunity to escape, and then ran into Yang Hao's box to avoid being chased by the other party. After hearing this, Yang Hao didn't want to get involved in this matter. After all, isn't it normal for such things to happen in nightclubs? However, before Yang Hao could speak, the leader of the group said, "She is the woman our brother Wang likes. Get out of the way if you know what's best for you." Yang Hao was furious after hearing this and said to the big men, "What if I insist on intervening? Humph, our brother Wang is the provincial Sanda champion. If you don't want to die, get out of here." Yang Hao found the big man's words funny. The Sanda champion was just a competition that martial artists were unwilling to participate in. Not to mention the provincial champion, even the Olympic champion could make him cry with just one Mingjin. "Go away, I'm in a good mood today and I don't want to fight with you," Yang Hao said. Hearing Yang Hao's words, several big men burst into laughter. They are the bullies in the county. They are the only ones who threaten others. How can they let others threaten them? Brothers, since he doesn't know what's best for him, fuck him. After saying that, several big men attacked Yang Hao. Yang Hao didn't even raise his head, and knocked down several big guys with one punch. However, at this moment, a domineering voice came, "Who dares to cause trouble in my magnificent nightclub?" Yang Hao looked up and saw a man with triangular eyes, a pointed chin and a three-sheep hood walking towards him. Behind him were 7 or 8 big men in black suits. Yang Hao raised the corner of his mouth slightly, not afraid of the man in front of him at all. Who was it I thought? It turned out to be Lord Tiger, the security captain of Tiger Lord's Golden Splendid nightclub, and Golden Splendid was the property that Yang Hao had obtained by signing in these days. So he naturally knows some of the company's top executives, but the top executives may not know him. "Who are you, kid? How dare you act wildly in my territory?" Lord Tiger glared at Yang Hao. Yang Hao sat calmly on the sofa, picked up the wine glass and took a sip. "I'm Yang Hao, the owner of this nightclub. Tiger was stunned at first, then sneered, just you? A young boy dares to pretend to be the boss? Yang Hao gestured to Li Xiaoyu to hand him the phone, and then dialed the general manager's number. Manager Li, please come to room 888 of Dynasty Nightclub immediately. After a while, Manager Li hurried to the box. Boss Yang, what do you want? When Lord Tiger saw this scene, his face turned very ugly. So you are really the boss? Yang Hao stood up and looked at Master Hu coldly. Master Tiger, I don't care how capable you are in the county, but when you work in my territory, I will never allow you to bully the weak. After saying that, Yang Hao looked at Tiger Lord with cold eyes. His cold eyes made Tiger Lord feel a chill. Boss Yang, it's not that we want to bully you, but we can't afford to offend Boss Wang. He is the eldest son of the richest man in the county, Tiger explained. To be the richest man in the county, at least in this county, he must have some connections in both the underworld and the white world. But would Yang Hao be afraid? In terms of fists, he can beat a whole team by himself. In terms of financial resources, he has hundreds of billions of assets and tens of billions of cash. He would be afraid of the richest man in the county. If there were really ignorant officials who made things difficult for him, he wouldn't mind treating him with a young finger. You don't need to touch the opponent to get close to the one finger of the sun, and its power is stronger than that of a long-range sniper rifle. Ordinary people can't find him. Yang Hao smiled and said, take me to meet the richest man in the county. Tiger Lord didn't dare to say anything more and took Yang Hao to another box. In the box, 7 or 8 young men in their early 20s were surrounded by a group of prostitutes in revealing clothes. Yang Hao turned on the light, and a weak male voice came, who dares to disturb my pleasure? Yang Hao walked up to the man and looked down at him, are you young Master Wang? The man raised his head and saw Yang Hao. He said arrogantly, yes, I am young Master Wang. Who are you? How dare you disturb my good deeds? Yang Hao smiled slightly, I am the owner of this nightclub. I heard that you want Li Xiaoyu to compensate you 100,000 yuan? What? You want to pay back the money for her? Young Master Wang looked at Yang Hao with disdain. Yang Hao shook his head. I won't give you a penny. Besides, don't even think about setting foot in this nightclub again. After hearing this, Master Wang stood up angrily and said, who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that? As he said this, he raised his hand to slap Yang Hao. Yang Hao reached out and grabbed his wrist, then gently twisted it, and young Master Wang screamed in pain. I don't want anyone to get into trouble in my business, but if you don't know what's good for you, I don't mind teaching you a lesson. Yang Hao let go of Master Wang's hand and said coldly. Master Wang covered his wrist and stared at Yang Hao, just wait, I won't let you go. Yang Hao smiled and said, I'm at your service any time. After saying that, he turned and walked out of the box. Tiger Lord followed behind and asked nervously, Boss Yang, will you get into trouble by doing this? Yang Hao glanced at him and said, don't worry, I will bear all the consequences. He knew that these second-generation rich people would not give up easily. But he didn't care. Compared with him, these second-generation people with some money were nothing. After returning to the box, seeing that Shi Shayan and the others had almost finished playing, Yang Hao decided to go back. Just as Yang Hao was about to leave, Li Xiaoyu grabbed Yang Hao's hand and said, Boss, can you take me with you? Yang Hao thought about it. He had already helped her out, and how could he refuse such a beautiful woman who was eager to come up to him? So I said, let me take you home. Out of the magnificent club. Yang Hao asked Shi Shayan and others to take a taxi back to town. Yang Hao took a taxi to send Li Xiaoyu home. When they arrived downstairs of Li Xiaoyu's house, just as Yang Hao was about to leave, Li Xiaoyu said, thank you for taking me home. Why don't you come to my house for a cup of tea? Yang Hao naturally would not refuse the invitation of a beautiful woman, and followed Li Xiaoyu upstairs. Li Xiaoyu lives in a one-bedroom rental house, which is not very spacious. In addition, women love beauty, so her room is filled with clothes, cosmetics, and a dressing table. The room looks even smaller. There is very little furniture in the living room, just a single sofa and a table. Li Xiaoyu quickly brought a cup of tea to Yang Hao. Yang Hao took a sip. It was not a famous tea and the taste was ordinary. Yang Hao finished his tea and said to Li Xiaoyu, I finished my tea too. I should go home. Chapter 45, The World of Condor Heroes. Brother Yang, can you stay with me? I'm a little scared, Li Xiaoyu said. At midnight, a system notification sounded in Yang Hao's mind. Byte. Congratulations host, the daily sign-in has been refreshed. Do you want to sign in? Check in. Byte. Congratulations to the host, you have signed in successfully and obtained the gate to another world. Use the gate to another world. Yang Hao disappeared from the bed, and the next second the system prompt sounded. Byte. Welcome host to the world of Condor Heroes. Hearing the system prompt, Yang Hao complained, it's another low-level martial arts world. It's really difficult to deal with it. The next second, Yang Hao's eyes went dark and he fell from the sky and fainted. However, what Yang Hao didn't know was that he was dragged into a cave by an old woman while he was unconscious. When Yang Hao woke up, a chill rose from his back. Yang Hao was lying on a jade-like bed. A cute little sister, with her chin on her hands, looking at him. Seeing Yang Hao wake up, the girl said, "Big brother, you are awake." Yang Hao took a look at the girl, who was about 16 or 17 years old, with an ethereal temperament, just like a fairy. Yang Hao glanced at the dark surroundings and knew without thinking that he was lying on the ancient tomb sect's 10,000-year-old ice bed. And it was Granny Sun who dragged him into the cave. Character, Little Dragon Girl. Realm, early stage of acquired period. Appearance, 95. But looking at Xiaolong Nu's current age, it seems that the plot has not yet begun. Yang Hao said to the system with some curiosity, "Brother Tongzi, you sent me here so early, am I going to cause harm to the martial arts world?" Host, the plot has already begun. Wei Jing will send Yang to Chuanjin sect in a while. As for what you want to do, it's up to you. Yang Hao felt very frustrated when he heard the system prompt, so he started to play badly. Don't say that the days of playing badly every day really go by very quickly. Before he knew it, a month had passed. During this month, Yang Hao bribed Xiaolong Nu with delicious food every day. Xiaolong Nu, a young and naive girl, becomes Yang Hao's loyal follower. Yang Hao also obtained many martial arts from this world by signing in, such as the Nining Manual, the Dragon Elephant Prajna Sutra, the Xiantian Gong, the Blue Sea Tide Song, and so on. Under Yang Hao's guidance, Xiaolong Nu also reached the peak of the acquired realm, the critical moment of practicing the Jade Girl Heart Sutra. Regarding Xiaolong Nu's desire for the Jade Girl Heart Sutra, Yang Hao decided to help her practice it. The two came to the back of the ancient tomb and found the pond where Yang Guo and Xiaolong Nu practiced. However, Yang Hao and Xiaolong Nu were very successful in their practice. The Jade Girl Heart Sutra was successfully practiced, and Xiaolong Nu was promoted to the early stage of Xiantian. Looking at Xiaolong Nu's cultivation, there are few people in the Condor Heroes world who can rival her. Yang Hao planned to go to the Jianghu to have a look. After all, the beauty Yang Huang Rong at this time was only in her early 20s, in the prime of her youth. If I don't go, do I have to wait until Yang Wu grows up and Huang Rong gets old before I go? With an idea in mind, Yang Hao bid farewell to Xiaolong Nu and went out to explore the world. Yang Hao's first stop was not Xiangyang, but Lujiazwang. Everyone knows that according to the plot, after Li Macho massacred Lujiazwang, she not only gained the title of Red Snake Fairy in the world. It didn't say where she went, but Yang Hao wanted to capture this icy beauty when she massacred Lujiazwang. Yang Hao rode a fast horse and soon arrived outside Lujia village. Yang Hao found an inn to stay in and waited for 3 days. Finally, the news of Li Macho came. That night, Li Macho massacred Lujiazwang. Yang Hao had also arrived, but he did not stop. Instead, he watched quietly as Fong Li Macho massacred Lujiazwang. When Li Macho was about to leave with Lu Wushuang in her arms, Yang Hao appeared and blocked her way. Character, Li Macho. Realm, acquired peak. Appearance, 90. Brother Lu and I have a deep relationship. You have massacred hundreds of people in Lujia village, so you have to pay something for it. Yang Hao smiled evilly and said to Li Macho. Ghosts have deep feelings, they don't know each other at all, but there is no evidence after death. What price do you want me to pay? Li Macho said to Yang Hao. Yang Hao smiled evilly and said, why don't we make a bet? You and I will fight. If I lose, I will be your slave. If you lose, you will be my slave girl and I will teach you as you please. Li Macho was still very confident in her kung fu. As long as the 5 masters are out, there are few people in the world who can be her opponent. So he agreed to Yang Hao's proposal and attacked Yang Hao with the whisk in his hand. Yang Hao didn't fight back at all, he just kept dodging. What a beautiful body movement. Li Macho never expected that Yang Hao's Qinggong was so powerful. She used all her strength, but naturally could not touch the corner of Yang Hao's clothes. Yang Hao easily avoided Li Macho's attacks and at the same time continued to provoke her, angering Li Macho. Li Macho became more and more crazy, and her moves became more and more fierce, but Yang Hao avoided them all cleverly. Yang Hao seized the opportunity and kicked Li Macho's knee, making her kneel on one knee. Then, he made a quick move and pressed the acupoints on Li Macho's body, rendering her unable to move. You lose. From now on, you will be my slave girl. Yang Hao looked at Li Macho with a smug look on his face. A trace of despair and unwillingness flashed in Li Macho's eyes, but she had no choice but to accept that she had been subdued. She gritted her teeth and swore to herself that she would take revenge one day. Although Yang Hao could see that Li Macho was unwilling, would he, a master at the peak of his powers, be afraid? He didn't care at all. Even if she practiced in this world for another 100 years, she would never be able to surpass him. He took Li Macho and the baby Lu Wushuang on the road, heading towards Shenyang. They found an inn in Shenyang and rested for a day. The next day, Yang Hao let Li Macho into his room. As for what happened in the room, I don't know. Dear readers, please feel it for yourself. Late at night, Yang Hao sneaked into Guo's house. After a search, Yang Hao entered the room of Gui Jing and Huang Rong. In Huang Rong's surprised eyes, Yang Hao pressed Gui Jing's acupoints. Let him pass out, then press Huang Rong's sub-acupoints and say let's talk. Huang Rong nodded. With the speed at which Yang Hao appeared, she was sure that Yang Hao's kung fu was definitely better than her father, Huang Laoxia. Character, Huang Rong. Realm, acquired peak. Appearance, 91. Seeing Huang Rong nod, Yang Hao untied her acupuncture points, and then said to Huang Rong, do you want your brother Jing to die or live? Alive, Huang Rong said. Since you want your brother Jing to live, just listen to him. I promise not to hurt your brother Jing. Huang Rong nodded. She had no right to refuse. She could only compromise. In the following days, Yang Hao settled down in Shenyang City for a year. This year, Yang Hao often went to Guo's house to talk with Huang Rong, but when they talked, Guo Jing always fell asleep. Li Macho was also taught the Jade Girl Heart Sutra by Yang Hao, and Yang Hao also told Li Macho that as long as she could beat him, he would let her go. Moreover, Yang Hao also helped Li Macho break through to the early stage of Xiantian. Chapter 46, Martial Arts Conference. Although there is a beauty by his side, he will get bored after a while, so Yang Hao decides to take Li Macho back to the ancient tomb. Li Macho felt that it was inconvenient to wander around alone with Lu Wushuang. So he agreed to Yang Hao's suggestion and went back to the tomb sect with him. The two of them walked and stopped along the way, and it took them half a month to return to the ancient tomb. As soon as he arrived at the tomb sect, Yang Hao saw a snow-white figure at the entrance of the ancient tomb. This person is none other than Xiaolong Nu. Longer, it's so cold, why are you here alone? Yang Hao said to Xiaolong Nu. I'm waiting for Brother Yang to come back, Xiaolong Nu said. It turns out that after Yang Hao went out to explore the world, Xiaolong Nu also wanted to go out and have a look, but she had been in the tomb clan since she was a child and had never left the mountain. The unknown is terrifying, so Xiaolong Nu gave up going down the mountain and came to the entrance of the ancient tomb every day, waiting for Yang Hao to come back. Junior sister, long time no see, Li Macho said. Xiaolong Nu looked at Li Macho and said, Sister, where have you been? Why haven't you come back for so long? At this time, Xiaolong Nu and Li Macho had not yet become enemies, and their relationship was as good as that of sisters. Yang Hao briefly told Xiaolong Nu about his experience of going out. When she heard about Li Macho's tragic experience, Xiaolong Nu couldn't help but burst into tears. When Li Macho saw how much Yang Hao cared about Xiaolong Nu, she suddenly felt a little jealous. At this moment, Yang Hao suddenly said, Longer, Macho should stay in the ancient tomb this time, so that we can have a companion. Xiaolong Nu smiled and nodded in agreement, then took Li Macho's hand and said affectionately, Senior sister Macho, the three of us will live here together from now on. From then on, Yang Hao, Xiaolong Nu and Li Macho lived a peaceful life in the ancient tomb. However, this peaceful life was broken when Grandma's son came back with a little boy. This little boy is none other than the lucky son of the Condor Heroes world Yang Guo. At this time, Yang Guo was just a little boy of about 10 years old, but because of a duel, he was wrongly accused of killing his fellow disciples and was hunted down by the Chuanjin sect disciples. He happened to meet Granny Sun on the road. Granny Sun took pity on him and took him back to the ancient tomb. As for whether Yang Hao was in the ancient tomb, Yang Hao naturally didn't want him to be in the ancient tomb. However, he was also picked up by Grandma's son, so he naturally had no right to express his opinion. Xiaolong Nu was kind-hearted, so she let Yang Guo live in the Tomb Raiders. Taking in Yang Guo would naturally cause the Chuanjin sect to cause trouble for the ancient tomb sect. However, with two innate masters, Li Macho and Xiaolongnu, the Chuanjian sect will definitely not take advantage of the situation like in the original drama. Because of the feud between the two sides, when the Mongolian prince Huadu led his people to Mount Zhongnan to find the Tomb sect, the Chuanjian sect did not stop them, but instead informed them of the exact location of the ancient Tomb sect. Although Li Macho and Xiaolongnu were both born with the same talent, Huadu used Mongolian soldiers. There were so many people that just when Xiaolongnu and Li Macho were exhausted from killing people, Yang Hao stood up. He looked at the enemies coming at him like a tide, and a gleam of determination flashed in his eyes. I saw him making hand gestures and muttering something, and suddenly, a powerful aura emanated from his whole body. The ground began to shake, and countless stone pillars rose from the ground, blocking the attack of the Mongolian soldiers. Yang Hao performed a mysterious feng shui technique, which was so powerful that everyone was shocked. Seeing this, the Mongolian soldiers retreated in fear. Behind Yang Hao, Xiaolongnu and Li Macho also stopped, panting. They looked at Yang Hao's back, their hearts filled with gratitude and admiration. After dealing with the Mongolian soldiers, Yang Hao looked in the direction of Huadu and said, "If you don't want to die, get out of here." Huadu had been scared to death by Yang Hao for a long time. When he heard Yang Hao telling him to get out, he ran away with his but pissed. A few years later, Lu Wushuang also began to learn martial arts. Xiaolongnu and Li Macho broke through to the middle stage of Xiantian. As Yang Gua had no one to teach him, he was still a rookie in martial arts. The only thing he knows is the basic Xuanjian swordsmanship. However, news came that day that a martial arts conference was held in Xiangyang to elect a martial arts leader to jointly resist the Mongols. Hearing this news, Yang Hao thought of Huang Rong. He hadn't seen her for a long time and wondered how she was doing. So all the members of the Toon clan, except Lu Wushuang and Granny Sun, went down the mountain and sent thousands of people to Xiangyang. Maybe it was the guidance of heaven, or maybe Yang Gua didn't want to be a light bulb. As soon as he came down the mountain, Yang Gua left alone on the pretext of training. Yang Hao didn't care at all about Yang Gua's departure. After all, his life or death had nothing to do with Yang Hao. The three of them laughed and talked all the way, and it took them half a month to reach Xiangyang. On the night of arriving in Xiangyang, Yang Hao went to Gua's house. That night, Wei Jing, who often suffered from insomnia, slept particularly soundly. Yang Hao stayed at Gua's house for a few nights, during which time he chatted with Huang Rong about everything under the sun, having a very pleasant time. However, he never forgot the purpose of this trip to participate in the martial arts conference. On the day of the martial arts conference, everyone was talking about it and guessing who would become the new leader of the martial arts world. Yang Hao silently observed the heroes and secretly evaluated their strength in his heart. The competition started and all the masters showed off their unique skills. The scene was so intense that it was hard to tell who would win for a while. At this moment, Yang Hao saw a familiar figure, Yang Gua. He didn't expect that Yang Gua also came to Xiangyang and participated in the martial arts conference. Although Yang Gua's martial arts have improved, they are still not at the top level. Although not at the top level, it has reached the peak of the acquired realm. Yang Hao thought carefully about the original plot and estimated that Yang Gua must have met Ouyang Feng, who was practicing the Nining manual backwards, and Hong Qigong, who was about to die. And he also received martial arts lessons from the two. Just when the fight was getting intense, King Jinluan brought his disciples Huadu and Darba to cause trouble. Darba is a god of great power and a simple and honest person. He is invincible in the ring. In the end, it was Huang Rong who defeated Dalba. As for Huadu, he was insidious and cunning. Seeing that Huang Rong had defeated Dalba, his internal strength had not yet recovered. He went on stage to challenge Huang Rong, but Huang Rong was defeated due to lack of internal strength and was seriously injured. Seeing this, Yang Hao naturally wanted to check Huang Rong's pulse and treat her. Yang Gua also went up to the ring. Huadu was no match for Yang Hao. But Huadu was defeated, and King Jinluan stepped onto the stage and defeated Yang Gua with just one move, sending him flying out of the stage. Seeing Yang Gua flying out of the ring, Hu Jing jumped up from his chair and caught Yang Gua. Then he flew onto the ring. Although Gu Jing was a little stupid, he had mastered the 18 dragon subduing palms to perfection. Fighting with King Jinluan, the two fought hard and it seemed that King Jinluan was about to lose, but unexpectedly several golden wheels flew out from behind him. Even with the golden wheel, he was still no match for Gu Jing. The golden wheel split off a wheel and attacked Gu Jing's eldest daughter, Gu Fu. Chapter 47, Kill Jinluan and Repel Mongolia. Seeing this, Gu Jing took the wheel of the golden wheel with all his heart. He was hit in the chest by Jinluan and flew out of the ring, seriously injured. Everyone watching took a deep breath. No way, Hero Gua actually lost. What should I do? Are we really going to let this barbarian become the leader of the martial arts world? Jinluan also shamelessly asked, who else? However, in the next second, in the surprised eyes of everyone, Yang Hao turned into a shadow and stepped onto the stage. How dare you come to the Central Plains to act wildly? Yang Hao said in a cold voice with contempt. You won't know until you compete with me, King of the Golden Wheel. King Jinluan attacked Yang Hao, but in his unconfident eyes. Yang Hao knocked him off the stage with just a light palm strike. Yang Hao's victory drew cheers from the audience. He said to Jinluan in a cold voice, hurry up and take your people away. Jinluan didn't dare to stay, and left with Dalba and Hoadu in disgrace. Everyone wants Yang Hao to be the leader of the martial arts world, but Yang Hao does not have the mentality of a great hero who serves the country and the people. So Guojing was pushed out, and the position of Wulin leader was given to Guojing. After Yang Hao stepped down, he left with Xiao Longnu and Liam Ocho. After returning to the inn, Yang Hao lived a semi-retired life. Every day, he either accompanied Xia Longnu to catch loaches or accompanied Li Macho to dig eels. Occasionally go to Huang Ron to let Guijing have a good sleep. Life is ordinary but fulfilling. Until one day, Xiao Longnu wanted to go out to the rivers and lakes, so Yang Hao and the other two left Shangyang. The three of them wandered around the rivers and lakes, and welcomed Dzi into the country. Seeing the Mongolian soldiers burning, killing and looting, Yang Hao also killed many Mongolian soldiers. Although Yang Hao was powerful, the court did nothing and Yang Hao had no power of his own, so he could only watch the people suffer. Yang Hao recalled the Mongolian invasion. After being resisted by Guijing, they invaded again more than 10 years later. The Condor hero Yang Gua appears and kills Jinluan, but Shangyang is destroyed and the Song dynasty is completely destroyed. During this time, Yang Hao planned to use the food and money signed in by the system to build his own power. Yang Hao knew very well that he could not change the situation by his own strength alone, so he decided to find like-minded people to jointly form a powerful volunteer army. So he went around looking for information and looking for knights with the same ideals. During this time, Yang Hao met Huang Yaoshi and took Xiao Longnu to the unrequited valley. I thought that in the face of absolute strength, the Lord of Jueqing Valley would not dare to attack Xia Longnu again. But Yang Hao underestimated Gongsun Ji's lust for Xiao Longnu. Xiao Longnu was still poisoned by the heartless flower and forced to marry Gongsun Ji, but Yang Hao had watched the original drama. At the same time, he had studied the medical saint's book, so he naturally knew that the heartbreak grass was the antidote to the heartless flower poison. Perhaps it was God's will, Xiao Longnu still jumped off the cliff. And the strange thing is that Yang Hao can't get down the cliff at all. Every time he wanted to go down, there was always a force stopping him. Yang Hao was furious and destroyed the Jueqing Valley. Yang Hao was still furious and captured Gongsun Lui. Character, Gongsun Lui. Realm, early stage of acquired period. Appearance, 89. Yang Hao vented his anger towards Jueqing Valley directly on Gongsun Lui. Yang Hao also understood that if he wanted to bring Xiao Longnu down from the cliff, he would probably have to wait until 16 years later according to the original plot. After venting, Yang Hao began to plan for the future. Li Macho was sent by him to various places to receive refugees, and at the same time he selected some people to start training. Build your own army. The Song dynasty was now facing the Mongol invasion and had no extra energy to deal with these. Yang Hao stayed in the ancient tomb to learn martial arts from Lu Wushuang. Unknowingly, more than 10 years had passed. Over the past decade, Li Macho has had millions of soldiers under his command. Li Macho and Yang Hao were rarely together, and Lu Wushuang's talent was also average. More than 10 years have passed, and her cultivation is stuck at the peak of the acquired realm. But she is beautiful and has a sense of dependence on Yang Hao. In order for her to break through the innate state, Yang Hao taught her the Jade Girl Heart Sutra. And help her practice, a man and a woman, alone in the same room. Naturally these beautiful scenes happened. More than 10 years of signing in also allowed Yang Hao to have enough food and raise his soldiers to be extremely strong. And Yang Gua also became one of Yang Hao's generals. Because of the setback, King Jinluan has also been practicing Dragon Elephant Prajnaparamitakung for the past 10 years. In the original drama, King Jinluan cultivated to the 10th level, but because of the appearance of Yang Hao, King Jinluan actually cultivated the Dragon Elephant Prajnaparamitakung to the 12th level. The Golden Wheel Dharma King, who had cultivated the Dragon Elephant Prajnaparamitakung to the 12th level, began to feel a little proud. Lead your disciples to challenge the world's heroes and fight against Guo Jing, Huang Yaoshi, Zhou Badong, Yiding, and other 5 great masters on the top of Huashan Mountain. With a 1-down 5-way victory, Yang Hao rushed to Huashan when he got the news. Jinluan had already left the Central Plains and returned to Mongolia. He served as a national teacher under the Mongolian Khan and recruited many Mongolian masters to join the army and marched south to Xiangyang. However, the Jin dynasty was destroyed, and Wan Yanping, who escaped, had a beautiful encounter with Yang Hao, who was heading to Huashan. Upon learning that Mongolia was heading south to Xiangyang, Yang Hao did not stop and went directly to Xiangyang. The little girl Guofu has grown into a grown-up girl, and even the infant Guoxiang has become a well-known beauty in Xiangyang. Character: Guofu. Realm: early stage of acquired period. Appearance: 88. Character: Guoxiang. Realm: middle stage of acquired period. Appearance: 91. Huangrong has also broken through to the Xiantian realm in recent years. The face ages more slowly, so it still looks beautiful. This is Yang Hao's favorite, so he will not let her go. So Guo Jing cured his insomnia easily. Guofu is unruly and willful, Guoxiang is sweet and lovely, but they are both obsessed with looks. Yang Hao sacrificed his peerless beauty and made them dizzy. The Mongolian army invaded, and the Xiangyang defenders, led by Guo Jing, had an extremely difficult battle. Just when both sides were losing, Li Macho led a 1,000,000-strong army to attack. The Mongolian army was annihilated, and Yang Hao also fought with Jinluan. Even if he had cultivated to the 12th level of Dragon Elephant Prajna Sutra, he was still no match for Yang Hao. Why are you so powerful? This is the last words left by King Jinluan in the world. After killing Jinluan, Yang Hao led his army to the capital of Song Dynasty. The Song Dynasty valued civil officials over military officials, and there were no military generals to defend the city. In less than a day, the capital of the Song Dynasty was captured by Yang Hao. Yang Hao also ascended the throne at this time. The first thing he did as an emperor was to get rid of those corrupt officials. At the same time, the military examination was emphasized, and the money and food obtained by Yang Hao's signing in filled the treasury. The first thing Yang Hao did when he ascended the throne was to grant amnesty to the entire nation and exempt the country from taxes for 3 years. During Yang Hao's reign, he attached great importance to commerce and worked hard to increase crop yields. But it is said that everyone in the world can have enough food to eat, a prosperous scene. As a young man with a reserve of modern consciousness, I know too well the direction of development of this era. Moreover, Yang Hao also established his own chamber of commerce and money house. Chapter 48, Meeting at the Bar. Because Yang Hao has the business acumen of later generations, all the money of the Song dynasty is in his hands. Coupled with the exemption of agricultural taxes, the world is at peace. Although Yang Hao has several concubines in his harem, the position of queen has always been vacant. Those who know Yang Hao know that he is waiting for Xiao Longnu, while those who don't know urge Yang Hao to take a queen. 16 years have passed since Xia Longnu jumped off the cliff. Yang Hao brought Li Macho, Wei Jing, and others to the cliff of Jueqing Valley. Although the water was bottomless and misty, Yang Hao did not hesitate and jumped down. This time Yang Hao didn't feel any resistance and jumped off the cliff directly. He fell into the water. According to the original play, Yang Hao swam into a cave. As expected, Xiao Longnu has not changed at all in the past 16 years. She is as natural as a fairy, swinging on the swing. The two met again, and they had endless words to say, which finally turned into 2 tears of longing. After Yang Hao brought Xiao Longnu back to the palace, he made her his queen. A few years passed, Yang Hao felt bored, and returned to the real world. When Yang Hao opened his eyes again, he found himself on Li Xiaoyu's bed. Li Xiaoyu was still sleeping as he left. Yang Hao's eyes became deeper, full of the accumulation of years. Even his memory was a little fragmented. After all, he had spent more than 20 years in the Condor hero's world. The next day, after Li Xiaoyu woke up, Yang Hao took her to the largest for-son store in the county. He has been back for half a month, it's time to buy a car. After some selection, Yang Hao bought a Land Rover for himself and a Porsche for Li Xiaoyu. Although I don't know whether Li Xiaoyu will go to Huadu with me, but it's not a loss for Li Xiaoyu to give her this Porsche. After saying goodbye to Li Xiaoyu, Yang Hao drove back to the town. Today is the day of Yang Hao's sister Yang Jing's college entrance examination. It is divided into 3 days. In the past 3 days, Yang Hao has been accompanying his sister to the examination room except for signing in every day. In these 3 days, Yang Hao obtained more than 1 billion in cash and god-level writing skills. Yang Jing's academic performance was very good, and she was admitted to Shanghai University as she wished. Yang Hao originally wanted to go to Shanghai to check out his own business, so this was a good opportunity to send his sister there in advance. Shi Xiaoyan watched Yang Hao grow stronger and stronger. She also felt a crisis in her heart. In order to make herself worthy of Yang Hao, she decided to go back to Huadu directly to manage the clothing factory that Yang Hao gave her. She wants to build her own brand and make it bigger and stronger. However, when leaving, Yang Hao went to Li Xiaoyu's house. After some discussion, Li Xiaoyu decided to accompany Yang Hao to the Magic City. After seeing Shi Xiaoyan off that day, Yang Hao and the other two boarded the plane to the Magic City. With Yang Hao's good looks and the fact that he was sitting in first class, he was naturally approached by many stewardesses. But his sister and lover were there. Yang Hao himself would not leave a phone number. The plane arrived in Shanghai very quickly, and Yang Hao naturally stayed at the Shanghai Grand Hotel near the sea. Modu Hotel is a famous 5-star sea view hotel in Modu. The night view of Shanghai is more beautiful than that of Huadu, and the nightlife is more abundant. Because of his sister Yang Jing's presence, Yang Hao suffered. On the first day of moving in, Li Xiaoyu lived with Yang Jing, leaving Yang alone in the empty room. Yang Hao is also a restless person. After playing with his sister on the beach, Yang Hao took a taxi to a nearby bar. However, as soon as he entered the bar, Yang Hao saw a beautiful figure. Tall figure, beautiful face, wearing casual trendy t-shirt and a Lolita skirt. A pair of straight and slender legs. It's hard to take your eyes off them. This woman was none other than one of the stewardesses who greeted Yang Hao on the plane. Character, Xiang Qingyao. Realm, none. Appearance, 93. Yang Hao looked at Xiang Qingyao, who was swaying wildly on the dance floor. He took the initiative to come to Xiang Qingyao. Yang Hao picked up a glass of wine, handed it to Xiang Qingyao, and said with a smile, "Beauty, what a coincidence, please do me a favor and have a drink." Xiang Qingyao looked at Yang Hao, nodded, and walked off the dance floor with Yang Hao. Arriving at the bar, Yang Hao ordered 2 cocktails and handed one to Xiang Qingyao. Xiang Qingyao took the wineglass, glanced at Yang Hao, and raised the corners of her mouth, revealing a charming smile. She took a sip of wine and looked at Yang Hao with a dazed look. "Handsome guy, why are you drinking here alone?" Xiang Qingyao's voice was gentle and a little charming. Yang Hao smiled and said, "I just sent my sister to Shanghai. She lives in a hotel. I was bored, so I came here to have a drink." Xiang Qingyao nodded slightly. "I see, then you are really a good brother." The two of them had a very happy chat. Yang Hao intentionally or unintentionally revealed his wealth and strength, which made Xiang Qingyao very excited. After 3 rounds of drinking, Xiang Qingyao said to Yang Hao, "I'm going to the bathroom." Yang Hao smiled evilly. The hint should be so obvious, so he said, "I'll accompany you." I have to say that the bar bathroom is definitely a place to check in. The lights are dim, and some men and women who are trying to save money are looking for comfort here. Yang Hao looked at Xiang Qingyao beside him and said, "How could these people be like this?" Xiang Qingyao smiled and said, "I'll give you something." Then Yang Hao had more. Yang Hao narrowed his eyes into a line and looked at Xiang Qingyao with the crooked smile of a dragon king. Xiang Qingyao looked at Yang Hao's evil smile and became even more fascinated, adding to the stimulation of alcohol. However, at this moment, Yang Hao's cell phone rang. Yang Hao saw that it was a message from Li Xiaoyu. The general meaning is that his sister fell asleep and she came to his room to find him. After reading the message, Yang Hao apologized to Xiang Qingyao and left. He didn't even leave his phone number to Xiang Qingyao. Yang Hao took a taxi back to the hotel and saw Li Xiaoyu sitting in the dark. Seeing Yang Hao coming back, Li Xiaoyu asked, "Where have you been?" Yang Hao naturally didn't dare to say that he went to the bar and found a little sister for you. He smiled and said, "It's a bit boring to be alone, so I went out for a walk." "Really?" Li Xiaoyu said with some disbelief. "Whether it's true or not, you'll know if you try it," Yang Hao said with a wicked smile. On this day, Yang Hao signed in as soon as he woke up. "Luckily, I got 80% of the shares of Magic City Hotel." The Magic City Hotel was the hotel where he stayed. The system gave him 80% of the shares worth 50 billion. After Yang Hao accompanied his sister and Li Xiaoyu to have breakfast, he took them to visit the Magic City. Modu is worthy of being one of the commercial centers of Dragon Country. The prosperity is far beyond Huadu. Moreover, Yang Hao also underestimated the fighting power of women. After going out, Yang Hao vowed never to go shopping with a woman again. The two women were a scene. They kept strolling around without stopping, not even having lunch, and strolled until the afternoon. Yang Hao has completely become a toolman, except for paying the bills and carrying bags. With the fighting power of the two of them, Yang Hao found that he couldn't even lift them with his hands. In the evening, Yang Hao returned to the Magic City Hotel carrying a lot of bags. Even though Yang Hao's physique was different from that of an average person, he still felt backache from walking around. Chapter 49 Inspection Work. After dinner, Li Xiaoyu did not avoid Yang Jing and followed Yang Hao into his room. The bathroom door opened and the slender Yang Hao walked out of the bathroom. He was wearing a long robe and pajamas, with no belt around his waist. His strong chest was exposed, his 8 abdominal muscles were perfect and full of strength, and the faintly visible waistline made his abdomen look like a congenital gossip. Yang Hao saw Li Xiaoyu and said with a sly smile, "You're awake." Li Xiaoyu was a little dazed when he saw Yang Hao's perfect figure. He didn't come back to his senses for a while. "What are you looking at?" Yang Hao raised his lips and looked at the naked Li Xiaoyu with a wicked smile. "Oh, I didn't see it." Li Xiaoyu lowered his head quickly, not daring to look at Yang Hao again. After all, the pain of her bones being crushed made her dare not provoke Yang Hao. After breakfast, Yang Jing suggested going to Shanghai University, although school had not started yet. But she will spend the next few years at Shanghai University, so she wants to go and see it in advance. After all, she is the original body's biological sister, so Yang Hao will naturally not reject her. Love your own sister. Yang Hao contacted the manager of the Magic City Hotel and arranged a luxury Rolls-Royce. Soon they arrived at Magic City University. Because it was a holiday, there were only a few people walking around in Magic City University. After the three of them walked around Shanghai University, Yang Hao sent Li Xiaoyu and Yang Jing back to the hotel. He did not rest in the hotel, but went to Iran Cosmetics Company. This is his most valuable company in Shanghai. As soon as I arrived at the front desk, a beautiful girl asked, "Sir, what can I do for you?" Yang Hao looked at the girl at the front desk. She had a pretty face, an oval face, and a bright red cherry mouth. She looked like an internet celebrity. As expected of the company, she is beautiful. Character, Xiaoyu. Realm, none. Appearance, 84. Yang Hao smiled and said, "I'm looking for your CEO Lang. Do you have an appointment?" Xiaoyu asked. He originally wanted to see what was going on inside the company. Naturally, he did not inform Leng Qingqiu in advance. So no reservation. Xiaoyu heard that there was no appointment, so she naturally wouldn't let Yang Hao into the company. In desperation, Yang Hao could only call Leng Qingqiu. Not long after, Leng Qingqiu brought the company's senior management to pick up Yang Hao. As expected of the #1 cosmetics company in Shanghai, the CEO Leng Qingqiu is naturally a cool and elegant lady. Her beauty is rare in the world. Even the company executives behind her are all beautiful women with their own merits. Leng Qingqiu came to Yang Hao and said, "Director Yang, welcome to our company. Everyone, please feel free to do anything. I'm just here to take a look." Yang Hao greeted everyone with a smile, and then began to tour the company under the guidance of Leng Qingqiu. Along the way, Yang Hao saw the company's various facilities and departments, and had a clearer understanding of the company's development. When he arrived at the R&D department, Yang Hao saw a familiar figure. It was a female student he had seen when he was visiting Shanghai University with his sister. If his sister and Li Xiaoyu were not there, he would have wanted to approach her. "I didn't expect to meet you here." Character, Lin Xiao. Realm, Dark Power Peak. Value, 92. Yang Hao didn't expect that this woman was actually a warrior. At this moment, she was concentrating on conducting an experiment and did not notice that Yang Hao had been staring at her. "Mr. Yang, this is our company's R&D genius, Lin Xiao." Leng Qingqiu introduced. Yang Hao nodded, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect that an inconspicuous little girl he met casually was actually a research and development genius. "Lin Xiao, come here." Leng Qingqiu shouted. Lin Xiao raised his head and saw Yang Hao. A look of surprise appeared on his face. "Do you know each other?" Leng Qingqiu asked curiously. "Well, I met him by chance this morning," Yang Hao said with a smile. Next, Yang Hao chatted with Lin Xiao for a few words and learned about her current research project. Yang Hao admired Lin Xiao's talent very much and expressed his support for her research work. After leaving the R&D department, Yang Hao said to Leng Qingqiu, "This Lin Xiao is very good, we need to train him well." Leng Qingqiu nodded. She was also optimistic about Lin Zhao's potential. After taking a tour of the company, Yang Hao was satisfied with the overall situation of the company. After touring the company, Leng Qingqiu took Yang Hao to the president's office. Yang Hao asked her to bring the financial statements and read them carefully. After reading it, Yang Hao nodded with satisfaction. When he looked up, he saw Leng Qingqiu's beautiful face, with a pair of cold eyes looking at him. Yang Hao smiled and said, "You manage very well, keep up the good work." Leng Qingqiu was also very happy to be recognized by Yang Hao. After all, who wouldn't like such a rich and handsome boss? Yang Hao looked at Leng Qingqiu's straight black silk legs and her perky hip skirt. "Boss Lang, are you free tonight? Can I invite you to dinner?" Leng Qingqiu naturally did not refuse. After get off work, the two came to a Haidilao restaurant. Because Yang Hao learned that Leng Qingqiu was not a native of Shanghai, but from Jiangcheng. Jiangcheng people love hot pot, so Yang Hao chose Haidilao. During the meal, the two chatted happily. Yang Hao was humorous and made Leng Qingqiu laugh continuously. Leng Qingqiu also showed her smart and wise side, and exchanged insights on business with Yang Hao. After dinner, Yang Hao suggested taking a walk to help digest the food, and Leng Qingqiu readily agreed. They strolled along the street, enjoying the night view of the magic city. As they walked, Yang Hao mustered up the courage to hold Leng Qingqiu's hand. Leng Qingqiu was slightly startled, but did not break free. And so they walked hand in hand, enjoying this beautiful moment. Unconsciously, the two of them walked to the downstairs of Leng Qingqiu's house. This is a high-end residential area. Leng Qingqiu saw the downstairs of his house and invited Yang Hao to sit up. Yang Hao did not refuse and followed Leng Qingqiu up the stairs in the elevator. I have to say that Leng Qingqiu's quality of life is still very good. She lives in a large flat, about 500 square meters. Walking into the house, Yang Hao was attracted by the layout inside. Simple yet elegant, every detail reveals Leng Qingqiu's taste. "Would you like something to drink?" Leng Qingqiu asked. "Coffee, thank you." Yang Hao sat on the sofa and looked around. Leng Qingqiu brought a cup of fragrant coffee, placed it in front of Yang Hao, and then sat next to him. "Mr. Yang, thank you today," Leng Qingqiu said softly. "What are you thanking me for?" Yang Hao asked with a smile. "Thank you for spending a wonderful night with me." There was a hint of tenderness in Leng Qingqiu's eyes. Yang Hao held her hand. "It's my honor too." Leng Qingqiu, actually I. At this moment, Yang Hao's cell phone suddenly rang. He glanced at Leng Qingqiu apologetically and answered the call. "What? Okay, I'll go back right away." After hanging up the phone, Yang Hao stood up. "Something happened to my younger sister and I have to go back to deal with it." Yang Hao looked at Leng Qingqiu apologetically. "It's okay, go ahead." Leng Qingqiu nodded in understanding. Yang Hao hurriedly left Leng Qingqiu's home, feeling a sense of loss. Chapter 50. My sister got into a car accident. Yang Hao was really sorry that the meat that was about to be in his mouth had to be postponed again. But now is not the time to think about these things. Just now he received a call from Li Xiaoyu. Just tonight, when she and Yang Jing were shopping, a car hit them. Yang Jing pushed her away, but she was hit by the car and flew out. He is currently being treated in the hospital. It is better to trust yourself than the hospital, so he must rush over. When Yang Hao rushed to the hospital, Li Xiaoyu burst into tears outside the emergency room. Seeing Yang Hao, she seemed to have found her backbone. She said to Yang Hao in a hoarse voice, "Brother Hao, Xiao Jing has been in there for half an hour. What should I do?" "It's okay," Yang Hao comforted Li Xiaoyu while waiting at ease. Another half an hour passed, and a doctor wearing a mask came out and said, "I'm sorry. We tried our best." Yang Hao's eyes turned cold, and he said to the doctor, "I'll go in and take a look." After Yang Hao entered, he saw Yang Jing on the operating table. She had 7 or 8 broken bones and was unconscious, covered in blood. The strong impact had ruptured Yang Jing's spleen. Yang Hao put his finger on Yang's pulse, but there was almost no pulse. Even the current equipment can't detect any signs of life. But the moment Yang Hao touched her pulse, he found that Yang Jing was in a state of pseudo-death. He didn't care about anything else, and took out the silver needle to seal the acupuncture points, preserving the remaining vitality in Yang Jing's body. Said to the medical staff, "I will be the lead surgeon for the next operation." Yang Hao took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and then his hands flashed like a phantom, and silver needles accurately pierced into the acupuncture points all over Yang Jing's body. The medical staff nearby were stunned. What kind of method was this? However, what shocked them even more was that Yang Jing, who had already lost her breath, actually had a weak heartbeat. Fine beads of sweat oozed from Yang Hao's forehead. He concentrated his energy, controlling his internal energy to enter Yang Jing's body through the scalpel, repairing the damaged organs and bones. Time passed minute by minute, and the operation was finally completed successfully. Yang Hao walked out of the operating room tiredly, and Li Xiaoyu hurried to meet him. "How is it?" she asked anxiously. Yang Hao smiled. "Don't worry, she is out of danger." After hearing this, Li Xiaoyu was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. Yang Hao patted her shoulder gently and comforted her. "Don't cry, Xiaojing will be fine." After saying that, Yang Hao fainted. It wasn't because he was not powerful at the peak of Grandmaster level, but because he had consumed too much energy to save Yang Jing. Yang Hao slept for a whole day and night. When he woke up, not only did his internal strength recover, but he also showed signs of a breakthrough. Yang Hao quickly arrived at Yang Jing's ward. Yang Jing had already woken up in the ward, but the driver who caused the accident had not appeared. Yang Hao came to the bedside and said to Yang Jing, "Sister, take good care of your injuries. I will take care of the rest." Yang Jing nodded. She was still very weak and had no strength to speak. Yang Hao came to the outside of the ward and called the police. After reporting the case, Yang Hao began to sign in. Bite. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining 51% of the shares of Penguin Group. Yang Hao took a look and was amazed. My god, 51% of Penguin Group S shares are worth 1.7 trillion. This directly surpassed all of Yang Hao's previous assets. Not long after, at the Pengcheng Penguin Group headquarters, Ma Dada saw that someone had acquired 51% of Penguin's shares overnight. My first reaction was that someone was targeting me and wanted to take away my position as the president of Penguin. But after thinking about it, he still called Yang Hao. After the call was connected, Ma Dada said, "Hello, Mr. Yang, when will you come to Pengcheng? I don't have time to visit friends, you just work hard." "I will always support you," Yang Hao said. Ma Dada also understood what Yang Hao meant, and his tone suddenly changed, becoming a licking dog. After I hung up the phone, the law enforcement team arrived not long after. The leader was a tall, slender woman who looked like a lotus emerging from the water. Character, Chu Yuxuan. Realm, Peak of Ming Jin. Appearance, 90. Chu Yuxuan said to Yang Hao, "You were the one who reported the case." Yang Hao nodded and said, "My sister was hit by a car and the driver ran away." "Tell me the details, we will definitely give you an explanation," Chu Yuxuan said. Yang Hao began to tell Chu Yuxuan where the accident happened, the other party's car model, etc. After listening to Yang Hao's story, Chu Yuxuan went to the scene to investigate. However, when she checked the nearby surveillance cameras, she found that all the nearby surveillance cameras were broken. How could such a coincidence happen? She smelled a conspiracy. However, at this moment, Chu Yuxuan received a call from the director of their law enforcement bureau, asking her to stop investigating the matter. Chu Yuxuan refused and was suspended directly. In desperation, she could only call Yang Hao and tell him everything. Yang Hao was not in a hurry and directly took out a laptop. Using hacking techniques, start investigating the video of the day. Soon Yang Hao found out what was going on. From the video, Yang Hao saw that the person driving the car was enjoying something indescribable. Because of these things, he was distracted and the car crashed into Yang Jing and Li Xiaoyu. With the video, Yang Hao must find the person. Through hacking technology, Yang Hao found out that this person was Morong Chueshue, the eldest son of the Morong family, the first family in Magic City. Yang Hao showed a wicked smile. No wonder the law enforcement agency wanted to stop him from investigating. With this background, no one dares to touch him in Shanghai. The Morong family can be said to be a 1,000-year-old family. Not only is the wealth ranked first in the Magic City, but even in the ancient martial arts world, the Morong family still ranks first. Even the martial alliance of the Magic City is somewhat afraid of the Morong family. But is Yang Hao afraid? He is a master at the peak of his powers. Went to the Morong family alone. The Morong family's manor was located in the suburbs of the Magic City. Yang Hao arrived in front of the manor and shouted at the inside, "The head of the Morong family, come out and see me." As soon as Yang Hao finished speaking, several innate auras came over and pressed on. Who dares to cause trouble in my Morong family? After Yang Hao felt a few auras, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he didn't care at all. He used his internal energy and shouted loudly, "Morong Chushue, come out and die." The sound waves spread out like ripples, causing those innate masters to retreat again and again. The head of the Morong family heard the noise and came out with a group of people. He looked at Yang Hao and said in a deep voice, "Who are you? Why did you come to my Morong family to cause trouble?" Yang Hao sneered and threw the video in his hand. "Your eldest young master from the Morong family hit my sister in the street and tried to evade responsibility. I'm here today to ask for an explanation." After watching the video, the head of the Morong family's face became extremely ugly. He turned around and slapped Morong Chushue hard. "You rebellious son, you actually did such a thing." Morong Chueshue covered her face and argued, "Father, I was just careless at the time." "Shut up." The head of the Morong family shouted, "Apologize to this gentleman immediately and bear all the consequences." Morong Chushue reluctantly walked in front of Yang Hao, lowered her head and said, "I'm sorry." Yang Hao snorted, "Is just an apology enough? I want your Morong family to pay the price." Chapter 51, Teaching the Morong Family a Lesson. Hearing Yang Hao's words, the old guys in Morong's family also got angry. "Don't think that just because you have a high level of cultivation, we in the Morong family will be afraid of you. Come on, brothers," the old man in the lead said. A group of innate masters surrounded Yang Hao. A sneer appeared on Yang Hao's lips, and his figure flashed, moving among the crowd like a ghost. His attacks were as fast as lightning, and each of them contained terrifying power, making the innate masters of the Morong family cry out in pain. A moment later, the ground was filled with wailing members of the Morong family. Yang Hao clapped his hands and looked at everything in front of him with indifference. "You Morong family are really ignorant of your own life and death. You dare to provoke me." Yang Hao's voice was as cold as ice, which made people shudder. "Today I am just giving you a small lesson. If there is a next time, don't blame me for being ruthless." After saying that, Yang Hao turned and left, leaving the Morong family members with horrified faces. However, at this moment, a voice came, "In my Morong family, she is the one who comes and goes as you please." "Grandfather," the people of the Morong family said in unison. Yang Hao also looked back and saw an old man with white hair and a childlike face. He had an ethereal temperament, like an old charlatan. Seeing Yang Hao turning around, the old man said, "Young man, you are very good, but my Morong family is not a place where anyone can act wildly." Character, Morong Woody. Realm, Early Grandmaster. After looking at Morong Woody's message, Yang Hao laughed and said, "Old man, what do you want?" "Since you are here, just stay," said Morong Woody. Yang Hao's eyes turned cold and a powerful aura emanated from his body. Morong Woody felt this momentum and was shocked. Yang Hao moved and rushed towards Morong Woody like lightning. Morong Woody quickly used his martial arts to resist, but was still hit in the chest by Yang Hao's punch. He took a few steps back, spitting blood. "Boy, you actually..." Morong Woody stared at Yang Hao with wide eyes. Yang Hao looked at him coldly. "Don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you are in the early stage of Grandmaster." After saying that, Yang Hao launched another attack. Morong Woody tried his best to resist, but was ultimately defeated by Yang Hao. He fell to the ground, breathing weakly. Yang Hao glanced at him and turned away. The people of Morong family hurried forward to support Morong Woody. "Grandfather, how are you?" Morong Woody shook his head. "This person's strength is unfathomable. Our Morong family is no match for him." After Yang Hao left, he did not take the Morong family's affairs to heart. After all, he is not a murderer. Since he hit his sister, he should just teach them a lesson. After returning to the hospital, Li Xiaoyu has been taking care of Yang Jing, and Yang Hao is still a little moved. After having dinner with the two of them, Yang Hao asked Li Xiaoyu to go back and rest. He guards his sister alone. At midnight, the system prompt sounded. Byte. Daily sign-in refreshed successfully. Please ask if the host has signed in. Check in. Byte. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining the gate to another world. Yang Hao did not think twice and directly used the gate to another world. A suction force sucked Yang Hao into the black hole. Byte. Welcome host to the Tang Dynasty world. The next second, Yang Hao fell from the sky and landed in a forest. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Hao woke up again and found that his clothes were torn by branches. His body was covered in dust, and he looked like a beggar. Yang Hao looked around his space and found no gold or silver, nor any ancient gowns. I shook my head helplessly. If I had known that I would have earned food and gold by signing in, I would not have left all of it to the women. After walking out of the woods, Yang Hao saw a group of people. They were dressed in rags and staggered as if they had not eaten a full meal for a long time. Yang Hao had just arrived and didn't know the way. So he walked towards them. Yang Hao found an old man and asked, "Old man, do you know how far Chang'an City is from here?" The old man said to Yang Hao, "You are also fleeing from famine, right? Chang'an City is 100 miles ahead." After hearing this, Yang Hao said, "Old man, are you also going to Chang'an City? Why don't I go with you?" The old man did not refuse, and Yang Hao was not in a hurry to get going. He walked slowly with the team. Before I knew it, it was night. Everyone was resting on the road. Yang Hao just closed his eyes and was about to rest when he suddenly heard the sound of horse hooves coming closer and closer. He opened his eyes alertly, stood up and looked around. I saw a group of men in black riding horses galloping towards me, holding swords and looking very murderous. The old people and children in the crowd were suddenly panicked. The leader said to the crowd, "Hand over your money, children, and women, or I will send you to hell." Just by the tone and the clothes, you can tell he is a bandit. This place is less than 100 miles from Chang'an. These bandits are so arrogant. Who can believe that they have no one to protect them? An old man came out from the crowd. He looked very respectable. He said to the bandits, "We can give you money and food, can you please let us go?" His voice was pleading. "Humph, old man, who do you think we are? We not only want money, we also want people," said the bandit viciously. Seeing this, Yang Hao slowly stood up and prepared to take action. "Boss, there's a beautiful woman over there." One of the bandits pointed at Yang Hao and shouted. The bandit leader looked over, a hint of greed flashing in his eyes. "Little beauty, come with me, I promise to give you delicious food and drinks." The bandit leader rode his horse towards Yang Hao. Yang Hao looked at the woman next to him. She was indeed a great beauty. Not only does she have skin as white as snow, but she also has a charming figure, and her temperament doesn't look like a peasant. Character, Xia Aman. Realm, none. Value, 92. Seeing this name, Yang Hao thought for a long time and didn't expect that there was such a celebrity in the Tang dynasty. But how could such a beauty be allowed to be occupied by bandits? A cold light flashed in Yang Hao's eyes, and he decided to strike first. When the bandit leader approached, Yang Hao suddenly jumped up and kicked him off his horse. Seeing this, the other bandits rushed over waving their weapons. Yang Hao dodged the attack nimbly, and then used a set of boxing techniques to beat the bandits to a pulp. "If you don't want to die, get out of here!" Yang Hao shouted loudly. When the bandits saw how powerful Yang Hao was, they all fled. "Thank you for saving my life," said the old man gratefully. "You're welcome. Let's pack up and continue on our way," Yang Hao said. Everyone started to pack up, and Yang Hao came to Xia Aman and asked, "Miss, are you okay?" "Thank you very much for saving me, I am very grateful." Xia Aman thanked Yang Hao. Yang Hao smiled and said, "You don't look like a peasant woman, how could you be among them?" Xia Aman heard Yang Hao's question. He had nothing to hide, so he said to Yang Hao, "I was originally a courtesan in the Jiafangxi. On the way to Chang'an, I met bandits. All my maids and servants were killed. I followed the refugees to Chang'an." Chapter 52 Hot Pot Restaurant. When Yang Hao heard that she was from the Jiafangxi, he wondered who would go to the Jiafangxi. The women who went to the Jiafangxi were all the relatives of the criminals. Yang Hao smiled and said, "Who is your father? What crime did he commit?" The reason why Yang Hao did this was naturally because he thought he was a prophet and wanted to see if he could help their family overturn the case. However, when Xia Aman said his father's name, Yang Hao knew that he was overthinking. Xia Aman's father was a county magistrate. He was wrongly accused of corruption and was beheaded. All his female relatives were sent to the Jiafangxi. After listening to Xia Aman's brief account, Yang Hao smiled helplessly and said, "Just follow me from now on. I will definitely help your father overturn the case." "You really have a way to help my father overturn the case," Xia Aman said. "Don't worry, since I said it, I will definitely do it," Yang Hao said. "Thank you, sir," Xia Aman said with a smile. After everyone packed up their luggage, they set out again. System prompt sound. Byte. Congratulations to the host for signing in daily. Do you want to sign in? Check in. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully, and congratulations to the host for winning a fortune. Yang Hao shook his head helplessly and continued to follow the team. At dawn, Yang Hao and his companions arrived at the gate of Chang'an. However, Yang Hao and his group were all fleeing famine, and they were stopped by soldiers before they entered the city. Yang Hao brought Xia Aman to the soldiers and talked for a long time. In the end, he had to use his superpowers and gave them 1 or 2 taels of gold before the soldiers let them enter the city. After entering the city, Yang Hao bought a few meat buns and ate them with Xia Aman. I went to a clothing store in Chang'an City. The waiter saw that Yang Hao and Xia Aman were dressed like beggars. He said to the two of them, "Get lost now, don't delay our business." Hearing this, Yang Hao became a little angry. He said to the waiter, "How come you don't know we're here to buy clothes?" The waiter wanted to drive Yang Hao away. However, Yang Hao took out some gold and shook it in his hand. The waiter immediately turned into a dog and started introducing ready-made clothes to Yang Hao and the others. There is no commission for salary in this era. So Yang Hao didn't change the waiter. After they picked out their clothes, Yang Hao prepared to find a house. So the two of them came to the dental clinic. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse, because the clothes Yang Hao picked are all exquisite silk. Plus, both of them look like the sons and daughters of wealthy families. Xiao Si from the dental shop did not make things difficult for Yang Hao and the other two. Soon Yang Hao picked a yard on Chang'an Street. It took them an entire afternoon to clean up the yard. After having a quick meal at a restaurant on the street, the two returned to the yard Yang Hao bought. There were no entertainment programs in this era, so Yang Hao took Xia Aman to the roof to watch the stars. The two of them chatted while looking at the stars. Before she knew it, Xia Aman had developed a curiosity about Yang Hao. Slowly, driven by curiosity, Xia Aman let down his last defense. The next morning, the roof tiles were broken all over the floor. The first thing Yang Hao did when he woke up was to sign in. This time, Yang Hao received 10,000 kilograms of potatoes. After signing in, Yang Hao and Xia Aman washed up and went out. Soon the two of them arrived at the market. In addition to buying some food, Yang Hao also bought a few maids and servants. The days of lying down always pass quickly, and before I knew it, half a month had passed. Yang Hao felt that since he had come to this world, he had to do something. Otherwise it would be too boring, so Yang Hao decided to open a restaurant first. To open a restaurant, you need a shop. So Yang Hao started looking for a store. After several days of searching, Yang Hao finally found a suitable store. It is located in a downtown area with a large flow of people and many other businesses around it. It is considered a good location. After Yang Hao took a fancy to this store, he immediately negotiated the price with the owner and paid a deposit. Next, he began to work on the renovation and recruiting employees. With sufficient funds on hand, Yang Hao planned to turn the restaurant into a first-class luxury place. After the hotel was renovated, Yang Hao decided to open a hot pot restaurant in Datong. After all, there is no chili in this world, and only when you sign in can you get a lot. So Yang Hao officially opened his first hot pot restaurant in Datong. On the opening day, Yang Hao invited a dragon dance team and a drama troupe, attracting many citizens to watch. He also launched a free tasting event to allow people to taste the unique hot pot flavor. The aroma of hot pot wafted in the air, attracting passers-by to stop. People were attracted by this novel way of eating, and the restaurant was immediately packed. Yang Hao was busy shuttling among the guests, with a satisfied smile on his face. Xia Aman, wearing new clothes, stood elegantly behind the counter, in charge of the cashier. As time went by, more and more people heard about the hot pot here, and the restaurant's fame gradually spread. That day, Yang Hao was about to play soccer when suddenly a voice called him. "Little brother, don't close the shop yet. I came here because of your reputation, just to taste the hot pot. Mr. Huang, please slow down." When Yang Hao heard the name Master Huang, he looked at the man. The man was intimidating without even getting angry, and the guards following him were also murderous. As a modern person, how could I not know that the title of Mr. Huang is a title similar to that of the emperor? So he smiled and said, "Dear guests, please come in." With them sitting down, Yang Hao took out the bottom of the pot. After serving them some food and bringing them some drinks, Yang Hao was about to leave when the middle-aged man called Mr. Huang said, "Brother, have a drink with me." Yang Hao was delighted and sat down without saying a word. He secretly thanked God that he didn't reveal any flaws just now. The taste of this hot pot is really unique. I have traveled all over the country but have never tasted anything so delicious. Mr. Huang exclaimed. Yang Hao responded modestly, "Mr. Huang, you are too kind. The hot pot in our small shop is just to cater to the tastes of the general public. After 3 rounds of drinks, Mr. Huang suddenly changed the subject and asked, "Little brother, your hot pot restaurant is so popular, do you have any secret recipe?" Yang Hao was shocked and quickly replied, "There is no secret recipe. It's just fresh ingredients and proper seasoning." Mr. Huang smiled and stopped asking questions. He seemed satisfied with Yang Hao's answer. "I enjoyed the meal very much today. Little brother, I will come again if I have the chance." Mr. Huang got up and left. Yang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. After Mr. Huang left, Yang Hao smiled evilly. "Come back next time, I'll get you drunk, and then I'll steal your beauty from the palace." With this idea, Yang Hao came up with the idea of brewing strong liquor. After all, Li'er was an emperor who came down from horseback, so he could drink a lot. After all, when he was on the battlefield, he and his generals also ate meat and drank wine with big mouthfuls. The alcohol content of the wine of this era is about the same as that of beer in later generations. I guess he wouldn't get drunk even if he drank all night. Yang Hao had an idea and started to work on it. After returning home, he began to study how to make distilled liquor. Chapter 53, Sneaking into the Palace. Even with the knowledge of later generations, Yang Hao spent a whole night to research the equipment for distillation. The next morning, Yang Hao began to recruit workers and opened a distillery workshop. Due to the generous salary offered by Yang Hao, dozens of workers were recruited in just one morning. He then taught the workers the process of making distilled liquor in detail. Under Yang Hao's guidance, the workers quickly mastered the key points and began to engage in production work. Soon after, the first batch of distilled liquor was successfully produced. Yang Hao tasted it himself and found it to be mellow and more fragrant than ordinary wine. He nodded with satisfaction, feeling a sense of accomplishment. On the next day, Yang Hao bought a shop, renovated it, and started selling distilled liquor. Yang Hao also gave it an elegant name, Zion Renzui. As soon as Yang Hao's distilled liquor was launched, it became popular in Chang'an and was in short supply. Yang Hao had no choice but to purchase in limited quantities. However, on this day, a burly man came to Yang Hao's wine shop to buy wine. As a result, the waiter told him that no one was limited to buying 1 bucket of wine. The burly man was furious, overturned the table on the spot, and shouted, "Why can't you let me buy it? I have plenty of money." Yang Hao rushed over when he heard the sound, and frowned when he saw the man in front of him. The man was tall and muscular, and dressed in fancy clothes. He looked like a young master from an official family. But Yang Hao did not back down. He said calmly, "My dear brother, the wine in our store is indeed limited in purchase. Please forgive me." The burly man glared at Yang Hao. "Do you know who I am? How dare you not sell me wine?" Yang Hao sighed inwardly, thinking that this was another person who took advantage of his power to bully others. He said calmly, "I don't care who you are. Everyone is equal in my place." The burly man heard this and became even more furious. "Good boy, if you don't accept my toast, I'll punish you." As he said this, he raised his fist and punched Yang Hao. Yang Hao dodged by moving sideways. He didn't want to fight in the store to avoid hurting innocent people. He glanced outside the store and said to the burly man, "Let's go out and solve it." "Just get out, who's afraid of who?" the burly man said and walked out of the store. Yang Hao followed him out. This time, without waiting for the burly man to make a move, Yang Hao took the lead. With just a light punch, the burly man was knocked away by Yang Hao. This is the result of Yang Hao only using 1/10,000th of his strength and not using any internal force at all. Then he walked towards the burly man step by step with cold eyes. "You can't kill me, my father is Duke Lu Cheng Yaojin." Yang Hao paused. "Don't look at Duke Lu. Look at the simple-minded man. In fact, he was more tactful than all the generals in the Tang dynasty, otherwise he would not have become a veteran of 3 dynasties and had a good end." Yang Hao said to the burly man, "Your name is Cheng Chomo." The burly man laughed and said, "You know me?" "I don't know him, but I'm very curious about your father." After saying that, Yang Hao turned to Cheng Chomo's servant and said, "Go back and tell your duke that his son caused trouble in my shop and personally brought 1,000 taels of silver to redeem him." After saying that, Yang Hao picked up Cheng Chomo with one hand and said, "Stay in the store obediently and don't think about running away, otherwise I can't guarantee that you won't lose any limbs." Cheng Chomo also knew that Yang Hao's martial arts were far superior to his, and it was impossible for him to escape from him. Yang Hao left Cheng Chomo in the store and went about his own business. Although Cheng Chomo was unwilling, he had no choice. In the evening, Chang Yaojin came to the store with a group of servants. When he saw that his son was safe and sound, he finally felt relieved. Are you the shopkeeper? Cheng Yaojin looked Yang Hao up and down. That's right. Yang Hao answered neither humbly nor arrogantly. Good boy, you have some courage. You actually dare to attack my son. There was a hint of admiration in Cheng Yaojin's tone. Duke Chang, your son caused trouble in my shop and smashed a lot of things in my shop. Shouldn't he pay for it? Yang Hao said calmly. Cheng Yaojin burst into laughter. Okay. I, Cheng Yaojin, admire people with courage and insight the most. I will pay you back for the money today. However, your immortal wine is really good. Please send as many as you have to my house in the future. Yang Hao was delighted, thinking that being able to establish a relationship with Cheng Yaojin would definitely be very beneficial in the future, so he quickly agreed. The peaceful days passed one by one. On this day, Yang Hao was in a hot pot restaurant. Mr. Huang came in with 2 guards. Boss, give me a portion of the soup base from last time, and 2 pots of the best liquor in your store. Yang Hao hurried over and asked with a smile, Mr. Huang, how come you have time to come here today? Mr. Huang replied with a smile on his face, it's because your hot pot is so popular that I came here today to eat it again. Yang Hao ordered someone to bring a pot of newly brewed wine and fill a glass for Mr. Huang. Mr. Huang smelled the aroma of the wine, nodded with satisfaction, took a sip, and praised it highly. Good wine. This wine is even better than the imperial wine in the palace. Yang Hao said modestly, Mr. Huang, thank you for the compliment. I'm glad you like it. Mr. Huang put down his wineglass, looked at Yang Hao thoughtfully for a while, and said, Yang Hao, your wine is really rare in the world. I have an unreasonable request, I wonder if you can agree to it. Yang Hao asked doubtfully, Mr. Huang, just say whatever you want. As long as I can do it, I will do my best. Mr. Huang smiled and said, Brother Yang, come and have a drink with me. A hint of surprise flashed in Yang Hao's eyes. This was a rare opportunity. He immediately agreed and toasted with Mr. Huang. After 3 rounds of drinking, Mr. Huang and the guards he brought with him were all drunk by Yang Hao. Yang Hao arranged for Mr. Huang and his men to rest in the backyard. Alone, wearing night clothes, sneaked into the palace. Yang Hao randomly picked a palace and sneaked in. Through the gauze curtain, Yang Hao saw a woman in her early 30s lazily lying on the bed. After Yang Hao walked in, the woman asked in a dreamy voice, Your Majesty, is that you? Yang Hao didn't say anything, but after sitting on her bed for a long time, the woman said reflexively, You are not His Majesty. Who are you? If you don't say anything, I will call for help. Yang Hao covered her mouth with his hand and said, How do you know I'm not? You are awesome, don't yell, I will treat you well. The next day, when Yang Hao left, he could already see everything in the room clearly. Looking at woman. Character, Yang Fei. Realm, none. Appearance, 89. Yang Hao knew that concubine Yang was a princess of the Sui dynasty and one of Li Shimon's favorite women. This wave is not bad. However, just as Yang Hao was about to walk out the door, a hoarse voice came from behind him. Will you come again in the future? Why does the Oriole's clear voice become hoarse? This is a question worth pondering. I don't know. Chapter 54, Dugyujing. I will definitely come. After Yang Hao finished speaking, he jumped out of the window and left. After leaving the palace, Yang Hao did not return to his residence, but went to a hot pot restaurant. Seeing that Lier and his guards were still sleeping, Yang Hao also found a room in the backyard to rest. Time flies, another month has passed, and Lier has not come to the hot pot restaurant again in this month. With the reputation of beating up Cheng Chumo, no one came to Yang Hao's shop to cause trouble anymore. On this day, when Yang Hao's hot pot restaurant opened, people in the city were panicking. After some inquiries, Yang Hao learned that Chang'an was surrounded by an army of 200,000 led by the Turkic Khan. Emperor Li Shimin is negotiating with the Turkic Khan. Even the Emperor Li Yuan was there. Yang Hao knew that this negotiation could be said to be the most unfair one in the history of the Tang dynasty. Now that I'm here, how can I let it continue to happen? He took out the Overlord spear from the system space and came to the city wall. Leaping down from the city wall, Yang Hao fell into the enemy camp like a god of war, with the Overlord spear in his hand flashing with cold light. He charged forward, and wherever he went, the enemies fell to the ground. Upon seeing this, the Turkic Khan was shocked and quickly ordered his troops to besiege Yang Hao. However, Yang Hao's strength was too strong and the Turkic army could not stop him at all. Yang Hao rushed straight towards the Turkic Khan. As soon as the Overlord spear came out, the Turkic Khan's head fell to the ground. When the Turkic army saw that their leader was dead, they fell into chaos. Li Shimin on the city wall saw the scene and said to the guards around him, "Junxian, that's the owner of the hot pot restaurant." Li Junxian looked at Yang Hao, who was like a killing god in the Turkic battle formation, and said with shock in his eyes, "It's him. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. Whose general is this? He is so brave. Your Majesty, I want to fight." The generals asked Li Shimin to fight. Li Shimin saw that the Turkic Khan was killed, the morale of the Turkic soldiers was low, and the battle formation was in chaos. He shouted, "Open the city gates, and attack with all your troops. Kill them for me." Yang Hao saw Chang Yaojin, Qin Shubao, and other veterans of the Tang dynasty go out of the city to kill the enemy. He began to quietly fight his way out of the Turkic battle formation. Then he disappeared on the battlefield. In this battle, the Tang dynasty won without any suspense. Just after the war ended, Li Shimin was trying to find Yang Hao. It was discovered that Yang Hao had disappeared without a trace. After a fierce battle, Yang Hao saw that the Tang dynasty was on the verge of victory, so he returned to his own residence. Although he was strong and had great endurance, he still felt a little nervous when he took the head of the Turkic Khan from among 200,000 enemy troops. Fell into a deep sleep. After that day, Li Shimin often came to the hot pot restaurant and chatted with Yang Hao about major events in the world from time to time. There are some state affairs that he doesn't know how to deal with, and he will ask Yang Hao. To Yang Hao, the questions Li Shimin asked were like questions to a 3-year-old child. After the problem was solved, Li Shimin was also happy to drink and got drunk every time. Every time Yang Hao took advantage of Li Shimin's drunkenness, he would go to Li Shimin's harem and rape him. However, Yang Hao seemed to have average luck. Every time he chose a palace, it was always with some middle-aged and older women. I have to say that Li Shimin's harem is still very good. Every time I go there, I can have a different experience. Li Shimin also knew that Yang Hao did not want to be an official, so neither of them talked about destroying the Turks. Just telling his son not to offend Yang Hao. However, there are many blind people in this world. Just when Yang Hao opened branches all over Chang'an and made a lot of money. Prince Li Chencheng was jealous of Yang Hao's money, so he sent Zhang Sunchong to cause trouble for Yang Hao. You know, Yang Hao got too much food by signing in every day. So he opened food stores everywhere. I watched him lower the grain price in Chang'an by 30% alone. However, some are happy while others are sad. The business of Changsun family in Chang'an mainly depends on the grain store. With Li Chengxian's instigation, Chang Sunchong was so excited that he brought people to trouble Yang Hao. Who is Yang Hao? He fought against 200,000 Turkic troops alone. The people brought by Chang Sunchong were not enough to fill Yang Hao's teeth. He not only beat Chang Sunchang's followers, he also cut off one of Chang Sunchang's fingers and asked his followers to send it back to Chang Sunwuji. And asked Zhang Sunwuji to redeem the person with the 100,000 taels of silver within 3 days. After Chang Sunwuji got the news, he immediately went to the palace and reported the matter to Li Shimin. When Li Shimin learned that it was Yang Hao who did it, and understood the whole story, Li Shimin said to Zhang Sunwuji, "Brother, it's not that I don't want to help you, but I really can't do anything about this matter." With Yang Hao's murderous look, if he were to break into the palace at night, I guess even the emperor would be dead. Li Shimin shook his head helplessly. "That child is not even afraid of me, let alone you. I think you should prepare the money quickly, otherwise Chonger's life will be in danger." Chang Sunwuji gnashed his teeth, but he could do nothing. How could he not know how powerful Yang Hao was? Now he could only blame himself for his bad luck. On the other side, Yang Hao sat leisurely in his own shop, looking at the mountains of silver in front of him, feeling secretly proud. It feels so good to be rich. Yang Hao fought happily, completely ignoring Chang Sunwuji's anger. Days passed, and one day Yang Hao's hot pot restaurant welcomed a young Taoist priest. Yang Hao knew without thinking that he was Li Chunfeng, a master of metaphysics. However, during the conversation with Yang Hao, Li Chunfeng felt more and more terrified. After seeing Li Chunfeng off, Yang Hao planned to go out for a stroll on Chang'an Street. Just when he was getting bored with his stroll, the sound of horse hooves came closer and closer. A carriage was speeding along Suzaku Street and was about to hit a little girl. Yang Hao was faster than the carriage. He picked up the little girl with one hand, dodged, and grabbed the reins of the horse with the other hand. The carriage stopped and a beautiful woman came out. She said to Yang Hao, "I really need your help, my little girl is Duga Jing." Character, Dugu Jing. Realm, Bright Strength. Appearance, 91. When Yang Hao heard Duga Jing's request, he smiled and nodded. He gently put the little girl down, then walked over to the carriage and checked the horses. The horse was frightened, but it's okay, it's fine now, Yang Hao said confidently. He skillfully controlled the horses and calmed them down. After a while, the carriage returned to normal. Dugu Jing looked at Yang Hao with gratitude, admiration and appreciation flashing in her eyes. Thank you for your help, sir. May I ask your name? Dugu Jing asked softly. You're welcome. My name is Yang Hao. Yang Hao replied with a smile. Yang Hao. Dugu Jing silently recited the name, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. I will remember what happened today. If I have the chance, I will definitely repay you. Yang Hao smiled and waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need to worry about it. It's just a small favor. If you're okay, go home early. Yang Hao said. Dugu Jing nodded, thanked Yang Hao again, and drove away in the carriage. Yang Hao looked at Dugu Jing's receding back and his heart couldn't help but move. Chapter 55, Expedition. As a person from later generations, I am very familiar with the surname Dugu. Although not one of the 5 surnames in 7 famous clan, the Dugu family has produced several queens. Even Dugu Jing was the queen chosen by Li Shimen for Li Changqian. However, Li Changqian was finally deceived by Chengxin and eventually embarked on the road of rebellion. But these are all later stories. After parting with Dugu Jing, Yang Hao returned to his mansion. A few months later, everything was peaceful. Yang Hao bought a lot of poisonous salt near Chang'an. That day, Yang Hao was taking a nap in the hot pot restaurant when Mr. Huang came with his guards. The two hadn't seen each other for several months, and as soon as they met, they started to exchange pleasantries. After a good meal and a few drinks, Yang Hao said to Lier, Brother Huang, can you do me a favor? Oh, what's the matter? Lier asked with some confusion. Brother Huang, can you help me get the salt permit? Of course, I won't ask for your help for nothing. I have invented a magical tool for tilling the land. One person can easily till the land, Yang Hao said with a wicked smile. Although he knew that Mr. Huang was Lier, he could still get the salt permit even if he didn't give any gifts. But in this era of Ziyuanli, it goes without saying how great the temptation of Quanli is for an emperor. Oh? What kind of magical tool for farming? Let me see it. Li Er immediately became interested. Yang Hao asked someone to bring a strange thing, showed it to Li Er, and explained how to use it. Li Er tried it and found it really easy and labor-saving. He couldn't help but exclaimed in delight, what a treasure! This is a national treasure. If you give it to the emperor, let alone salt permits, even the current emperor can give you an official title. Yang Hao quickly shook his head and said, I don't want to be an official. I just want to guard this piece of land and become a rich man. After such a long period of contact, Lier also understood that Yang Hao did not dislike power, he just did not want to be restricted by the rules and regulations of the court. So he said to Yang Hao, don't worry, brother Yang, I'll take care of this matter. The two men finished their discussion and continued drinking. Naturally, the meal ended with Lier getting drunk. Yang Hao sent Lier to the guest room to rest, and said to Lier's guard, take good care of brother Huang, I still have some business matters to take care of. After saying that, Yang Hao left. These guards didn't ask too many questions. Yang Hao quickly drove to the palace along the familiar route. Yang Hao avoided the patrolling soldiers this time and searched for a long time before he chose a palace to enter. However, before Yang Hao entered the master bedroom, he heard a cough. My lady, are you okay? A little maid's voice came. I'm fine, it's just an old illness, you guys go and rest, the woman said kindly. Not long after, a maid came out of the room. Yang Hao avoided the eunuchs and palace maids and entered the bedroom directly through the window. Didn't I tell you to go to bed early? Why are you back so soon? Yang Hao did not say anything, but approached her step by step. At this moment, the woman turned around and saw Yang Hao. Surprised, who are you and how did you get in? Yang Hao quickly stepped forward and covered her mouth. Yang Hao looked at the still charming Changsun Wugo. Character, Changsun Wugue. Realm, none. Appearance, 89. Looking at the phoenix robe and the blue shirt overlapping on the ground, and the white inner clothes scattered all over the ground. I understand everything that just happened. Yang Hao said to Changsun Wugo, I will help you cure your qi disease. Give me some time and I will prepare medicine for you. Next time you come to the palace, I will bring it to you. Are you leaving? Changsun Wugo asked. I think Lier will be back soon. I have to leave. After saying that, Yang Hao jumped out of the window and left. When I returned to the hot pot restaurant, Lier had already left. A few days later, Lier found Yang Hao again. This time, Lier came to give Yang Hao a salt permit. And also conferred the title of County Baron on Yang Hao. Although it is the lowest title, it is also a change of identity. With a title but no official post, and no need to attend court, Yang Hao was naturally happy to accept it. Yang Hao took the salt permit and the imperial edict, and was secretly delighted. He expressed his gratitude to Lier and promised to make good use of this opportunity to develop his career. After a period of time, Yang Hao's hot pot restaurant became more and more popular, and his new farm tools were also widely spread among the people and were deeply loved by farmers. However, Yang Hao was not satisfied with this. He knew very well that in this historical world, only by constantly improving one's own power could one truly gain a foothold. So, Yang Hao began to take in orphans from all over the world and teach them martial arts secrets. After hard work, their military strength gradually increased, and the number of people in the orphanage increased. Another 2 years passed, Luo Yi rebelled, Li Chengxian went to gild his guild. As a result, Li Chengxian was beaten to the point of throwing away his armor and weapons, and even the 2 generals defending the city, Yu Qigong and Du Gujian, were injured and unconscious. At the same time, the military god Li Jing led Shen Yaojin, Qin Shubao, and other veterans to fight the Turks in the north. For a time, there was no one general available in the court. When Li Shimen heard that Li Chengxian was missing on the battlefield, he could no longer pretend. So I found Yang Hao. Brother Yang, I need your help, Li Shimen said straight to the point. Brother Huang, how can you call yourself I? Yang Hao said with a wicked smile. Brother Yang, as long as you help me, you can choose any noble woman in Chang'an City. Lier had been in contact with Yang Hao for so long, so he naturally knew that Yang Hao seemed to be not interested in anything. Only the attitude towards beauty is different. That's what you said. I heard that Li Zhengdao has a daughter who is both talented in literature and martial arts and as beautiful as a fairy. Look. Come back victorious, and I will grant you a marriage. Ha, leave everything to me, brother. Yang Hao smiled and took the military token from Lier. The next morning, Yang Hao took the military token and went to Shijing camp to select 50,000 soldiers. They hurriedly marched to Macheng, where Li Chengxian disappeared. Yang Hao came to the city and had no time to rest. Luo Yi began to attack the city. Because both generals Yu Qigong and Du Gujian were seriously injured, the morale of the defending troops was low. Just as Mo City was about to be breached, Yang Hao led 50,000 troops to open the city gate and rushed out. Yang Hao led the charge into the enemy camp, the spear in his hand like a dragon emerging from the sea. Enemies fell wherever he went. Seeing this, his subordinates were greatly encouraged and followed closely behind him, shouting loudly to kill. Luo Yi's rebels were defeated and Yang Hao took the opportunity to lead his troops to attack fiercely and defeated Luo Yi in one fell swoop. After Luo Yi withdrew his troops, Yang Hao immediately ordered the treatment of the wounded and the rectification of military discipline. At this time, someone came to report that Li Chengxian's whereabouts had been found. Yang Hao rushed to check, only to see Li Chengxian had thrown away his armor and weapons, hiding in a cave, unconscious from hunger. Yang Hao ordered his men to take him back to the city and take good care of him. After settling everything, Yang Hao began to think about his next plan. He decided to pursue the victory and completely wipe out Luo Yi's rebels. However, after a few days, Yang Hao had not yet set out, and Luo Yi led his army to attack the city again. Yang Hao's pupils lit up when he saw the 18 black-clad heavy cavalrymen around Luo Yi. Chapter 56 Return. Each of them has reached the peak of innate cultivation, and the leader is at the early stage of Grandmaster. Moreover, they are proficient in swordsmanship, archery, and horsemanship. No wonder in history, the 18 riders of Yin Yun were able to capture a city and escape unscathed. Yang Hao took out a Shirdan bow, which is the most powerful bow and arrow that can be made in this era. Yang Hao held the bow in his left hand and took out 9 arrows with his right hand. Swish, 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 9 arrows shot out, heading straight for Luo Yi. This is the god-level archery skill Yang Hao has acquired over the years, 9 stars in a row. The leader of the 18 riders of Yin Yun raised his sword and went forward, but the first arrow knocked him back several steps. Luo Yi was secretly surprised to see that his opponent could use such exquisite archery skills. But he did not back down. As the successor of the Luo family's spear skills, he had his own pride. He was seen waving his spear, trying to shoot down the arrow shot at him. However, Yang Hao's archery skills were too superb, and each arrow was like lightning, making it difficult for Luo Yi to resist. In a blink of an eye, Luoyi had shot down 8 of the 9 arrows. The last arrow was also powerless when it hit Luoyi's heavy armor and fell to the ground. Seeing this, the 18 riders of Yan Yun immediately drove their horses forward, ready to kill Yang Hao in one fell swoop. Yang Hao also jumped down from the city wall, tightening the bowstring in his hand, ready to fire the next round of arrows at any time. After another round of arrow rain, Yang Hao met the 18 riders of Yan Yun. Yang Hao conjured up the Overlord spear out of thin air and charged at the 18 riders of Yan Yun with the might of a master. Yang Hao brandished the Overlord spear like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, and fought with the 18 riders of Yan Yun with the force of a vine dragon. The leader of the 18 riders of Yan Yun shouted angrily, and the 18 of them attacked Yang Hao at the same time. Yang Hao was fearless and fought against the entire 18 riders of Yan Yun on his own. The battle was extremely fierce. The Yan Yun 18th Cavalry gradually fell into a disadvantage, and wounds gradually appeared on Yang Hao's body. Seeing Yang Hao injured, Luoyi also rushed towards Yang Hao with a spear. Luoyi is a master of martial arts, and is already in the middle to late stage of the Grandmaster level. Yang Hao instantly fell into a difficult battle. But he still gritted his teeth and persisted, fighting hard to kill the enemy. In the end, Yang Hao relied on his extraordinary endurance and recovery ability to kill all of the 18 riders of Yan Yun. Luoyi was also captured alive by Yang Hao, and the war between the two sides ended. The rebels led by Luoyi also surrendered. Ha, ha, do you think you won? Luoyi laughed crazily. What do you mean? Yang Hao asked, puzzled. Ha, the 200,000 strong Turkic army has taken a small road to Chang'an. Now that Chang'an has no generals, it is probably about to fall. Yang Hao thought about it. Chang'an now has only 100,000 soldiers and there are indeed no outstanding generals. If a 200,000 strong Turkish army really arrived in Chang'an, the city would surely fall. Yang Hao crippled Luoyi's martial arts and handed him over to Yu Qigong for care. He rode his horse and rushed towards Chang'an. That night, Yang Hao signed in while riding his horse, and unexpectedly obtained an enhanced version of the 18 riders of Yan Yun, named the 18 Guards. Each of them has the cultivation level of a late Grandmaster, and the leader is at the peak of the Grandmaster level. Moreover, the 18 riders of Yan Yun were wearing black cloth armor and wearing ghost head masks. The 18 guards signed by Yang Hao were wearing white armor and black iron masks. A group of 19 people, moving as fast as the wind, without stopping for a moment. The journey that would have taken half a month was completed in just 5 days by Yang Hao and his companions, who traveled day and night. Arriving outside Chang'an, we saw that the Turkic soldiers were attacking the city. However, Lier is also a horse emperor. Although his martial arts are not very good, the 3,000 black armored soldiers under his command are not vegetarians. Now he is personally guarding the city. Although Lier's military law is not as good as Li Jing's, but in the entire Tang dynasty, it was also very high. The city defense station was doomed to fail, but it held out until Yang Hao returned. Seeing that the two sides were fighting and Chang'an City was about to be breached, Yang Hao led his 18 guards to join the war. Yang Hao and his 18 guards charged into the enemy army like killing gods. The Turkic army was defeated and fled in all directions. Yang Hao took the opportunity to open the city gate and attack the Turkic army together with the defenders in the city. With the joint efforts of Yang Hao and the defenders, the Turkic army was finally repelled. After the war, Yang Hao was warmly welcomed by the people in the city. He became a hero in people's eyes, and his heroic deeds were spread everywhere in Chang'an City. The Turkic army retreated during Li Erjian's reign, and it was Yang Hao who saved Chang'an City. He immediately appointed Yang Hao as Marquis of Xiaoyao and gave him Li Zhongdao's daughter in marriage. After everything calmed down, Yang Hao returned to the mansion and asked Yu Qigong and Dugu Jian to repay him for saving his life. One married a daughter, the other married a sister. Dugu Jing was already favored at home. If she hadn't nodded in agreement, Yang Hao would have been beaten to death by the Dugu family. Another 10 years passed, and all the orphans in Yang Hao's orphanage were trained by him. Whether in the army or in the court, Yang Hao has the final say. Moreover, the businessmen trained by Yang Hao were even more abominable. They actually took over all the businesses of the 5 surnames and 7 families. Of course, things didn't go smoothly at the beginning, but Yang Hao sent out 18 personal guards. After slaughtering the 2 companies, they could only compete for business obediently. The top 10 trading companies in the entire Tang dynasty are all run by orphans trained by Yang Hao. Lier was completely sidelined and Yang Hao was named the King of Freedom. He is also the first heterosexual king since the founding of the Tang dynasty. Yang Hao even forced 3 princesses, Gao Yan, Chang'e, and Jin Yang, to marry him in the name of helping Li Er defend his country. Li Shimon's backyard also became Yang Hao's backyard. The days of ease are always pleasant. Yang Hao feels bored and prepares to return to the real world. Yang Hao disappeared in the Tang Dynasty world and reappeared in the Magic City Hospital. Yang Hao looked at the night view of Shanghai through the window, his eyes full of the accumulation of years. Looking at his sister on the hospital bed, Yang Hao's sister also woke up at this time. He looked at Yang Hao and said, "Brother, go and have a rest." "I'm fine." "Little girl, why are you worrying so much? Take good care of yourself. When you are well, your brother will give you a gift." Yang Jing nodded, closed her eyes and continued to rest. Nothing happened that night. The next morning, Li Xiaoyu came to see Yang Hao and his wife with breakfast. After chatting with Li Xiaoyu for a while and asking her to take good care of her sister, Yang Hao left the hospital. Before he knew it, it was time for Yang Jing to sign up. In the past 2 months, Yang Hao had either signed in or accompanied Li Xiaoyu and Yang Jing. Yang Hao has a lot of businesses, especially in Shanghai, which is worth trillions. This is also the result of Yang Hao's 2-month sign-in. Yang Hao also found that signing in Shanghai has a very high chance of obtaining Shanghai's industry. After helping his sister sign up, Yang Hao decided to go to Huadu. However, as soon as Yang Hao got off the plane, he received a call from Sang Biao. "Brother Hao, something bad has happened." "Fuck you, I'm fine, tell me what's going on," Yang Hao said unhappily. "Miss Gu has been kidnapped, and they said they wanted you to go to Baiyun Mountain or Qingyun Temple." Yang Hao remembered that he had not offended any stinky Taoist priests. He said to Sang Biao, "What's going on?" Chapter 57 Douyin Activities. "We don't know either." When Miss Gu was arrested, the other party left a letter. After Yang Hao hung up the phone, he turned his gaze to Li Xiaoyu, his eyes revealing a hint of apology and worry. "I need to deal with some things immediately, so I can't accompany you. But I have arranged for someone to pick you up, I hope you can understand." Li Xiaoyu looked at Yang Hao's anxious expression and understood that he was facing an important matter, so he answered sympathetically, "It's okay, go ahead. I will take good care of myself." Yang Hao looked at Li Xiaoyu with gratitude, then quickly dialed Shi Shaoyan's phone number. He briefly explained the situation and asked Shi Shaoyan to go to the airport to pick up Li Xiaoyu. After the call, Yang Hao called a car and left in a hurry, leaving Li Xiaoyu alone waiting for Shi Shaoyan's arrival. At the foot of Baiyun Mountain, there were crowds of people. Yang Hao took the cable car to the top of the mountain. Going further in, there is no road at all, only dense forests. Yang Hao entered the forest and walked for more than 10 kilometers before he saw a Taoist temple. The Taoist temple is isolated from the world and a bit shabby, as if no one has lived there for a long time. Yang Hao came to the Taoist temple and knocked on the door. An old man with white hair and beard opened the door of the Taoist temple. "Old man, we don't know each other. I wonder why you asked me to come to your Qingyun temple," Yang Hao said with a smile. "You killed my disciple, so I'll kill you if you come to Qingyun temple," the old man said. "It's easy to kill me. There's no need to implicate others. Let Miss Gu go," Yang Hao said with a smile. "Miss Gu, she is in the house. If you can defeat me, you can save her and take her away," said the old Taoist priest. Yang Hao narrowed his eyes. Character, Daoxian. Realm, Grandmaster Peak. When Yang Hao saw the old man's message, he never thought that there was such a powerful old man hidden in this city. "Go ahead," Yang Hao said gently. The old man was using Tai Chi, and Yang Hao dodged the old man's attack. He used his unique skill Zixia magic art, and when his fists and palms collided, bursts of roaring sounds were heard. Although the old man's Tai Chi skills were exquisite, he gradually fell into a disadvantage in front of Yang Hao's powerful internal strength. Yang Hao seized the opportunity and kicked the old man in the chest. The old man had no way to avoid it and was kicked several meters away. Yang Hao walked into the house and found Miss Gu. She looked safe and sound, but a little frightened. "Let's go." Yang Hao took Miss Gu and left the Taoist temple. "You won't kill me," the old man's voice came from behind. "I never kill innocent people. The reason I killed your apprentice Yifan is because he practiced magic and used the blood of young boys and girls to practice magic." After hearing Yang Hao's words, the old man fell silent. He is a kind person, otherwise he would not have saved the Gu family 20 years ago. Moreover, he had medical skills and saved countless lives when he was walking in the mortal world. I didn't expect that the successor I chose would start harming others and practicing magic as soon as he came down the mountain. He blamed himself for not investigating clearly before taking action against Yang Hao. If he had found out that his apprentice was such a person, he would have cleared the door without Yang Hao taking action. After Yang Hao and Gu Wanqing returned to Huadu, Yang Hao took Gu Wanqing's pulse. I have to say that the old man didn't make things difficult for her, and the baby in her belly was also doing well. Just when Yang Hao was bored, Yang Hao's phone rang. It wasn't someone else who opened the phone. It was Annie baby's phone. Brother Hao, Douyin is holding an event tonight, can you go with me? Yang Hao thought for a moment and asked, where will it be held? This time it will be held at Huadu Hotel. Okay, I'll pick you up later. Yang Hao said and hung up the phone. Gu Wanqing said, if you have something to do, go and do it. Don't worry, I'll stay with you for a while, Yang Hao said with a sly smile. But Gu Wanqing is pregnant, although it has been about 3 months, and the fetus is stable. Although it is possible, after all, it is his own child, Yang Hao can only force it into the saint mode. Yang Hao drove to Annie's house, picked her up and went to Huadu International Hotel. The beach outside the hotel was packed with people, estimated to be tens of thousands. Yang Hao and Annie took their belongings to the hotel room and washed up. The two went to the beach. There were rows of seats in front of the stage on the beach. As soon as Yang Hao and Annie sat down, a girl came up to Yang Hao and said, Brother Hao, why are you here? Yang Hao looked at the girl, it was none other than Huan Er. Yang Hao asked her to sit down next to him and said, you are here to participate in the event too. Huan Er nodded, looked at Annie and said, Brother Hao, will you help me or her tonight? It turns out that Douyin's activities are just for fun, and the ranking of activities depends entirely on Krypton Gold. Whoever receives the most gifts will be the first. Yang Hao touched Huan Er's hair and said, of course I'm helping you. Annie snorted coldly and ignored him. Yang Hao knew Annie was angry. So he put his arm around Annie's waist and said, I will help you as much as I helped her. The event started, and the host announced the entry and performances of the contestants one by one. Those who can attend the event are all well-known internet celebrities, both men and women. The appearance is naturally extraordinary, and it can be regarded as a visual feast. But they removed the sound card. The level of live performance was not satisfactory. I can only say that this event made some people become famous overnight, while others became a joke. With Yang Hao here, the results are naturally very good. The event is over. In the morning, Yang Hao woke up. The tissues all over the floor showed that last night was not an ordinary night. After getting up, washing up, and having breakfast, we spent 2 more days at the beach. Yang Hao naturally had no reason to refuse such a happy day. However, Yang Hao thought about how busy he was last night and didn't even have time to sign in. Sign in now. Bite. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining the Yellow Emperor's Canon of Internal Medicine. The Yellow Emperor's Canon of Internal Medicine is really awesome. It not only records the most primitive Chinese medicine, but also contains the legend that the Yellow Emperor had sex with 3,000 women at night and his black hair turned white. It can be said that he has practiced the Yellow Emperor's internal classic, and everything can be ridden. Didn't you see that Huan Di rode a dragon? It can be seen that he has cultivated Kung Fu to the highest level. In the past few days, Yan Hao accompanied them to play on the beach during the day and went to the bar inside the hotel to drink at night. After the two of them discussed it, they decided to go back home on the first day. That night, Yang Hao signed into the gate of another world again. After thinking about it, Yang Hao used the gate to another world. A black light pulled Yang Hao into the black hole. Welcome host to the Etienne world. This time Yang Hao was not unconscious, but appeared in a valley. Before Yang Hao could see clearly what was going on around him, a group of monkeys threw fruit at him. Yang Hao felt it and found that the heaven and earth energy in this valley was much stronger than that in the previous low-level martial arts world. Moreover, the peaches in the valley are very big, more than twice as big as those outside. Yang Hao thought about it according to the plot and realized that this was the bottom of the cliff where Zhang Wuji fell. According to memory, Yang Hao found Bai Yuan's body halfway up the mountain. Chapter 58 Zhu Wulian Huan Zhuang. Yang Hao opened Bai Yuan's body and took out the 9-yang magic skill from it. After just one look, Yang Hao learned it. After learning the 9-yang magic skill, Yang Hao would not stay in the valley for several years like Zhang Wuji. So he used Qinggong to fly up the cliff. Next to the cliff was Zhu Wu Lian Huanzhuang. Looking at Zhu Wu Lian Huanzhuang, Yang Hao couldn't help but think of the Snow Ridge twin pearls in the original play. In the original drama, one of them is vicious, the other is skilled in martial arts and simple, and most importantly, neither of them has a good ending. Should I help them? Yang Hao thought about it and had the answer in his mind. I must help, but how? With an idea in mind, Yang Hao began to act. At midnight, Yang Hao sneaked into Zhu Wu Lianhuan Manor and saw a woman in blue. Character, Wu Qingying. Realm, First Class. Value, 87. Yang Hao jumped in through the window, and Wu Qingying immediately noticed something strange. Who? Yang Hao pretended to be drugged and came to Wu Qingying and said, Miss, save me. How can I save you? Wu Qingying asked when she saw Yang Hao's handsome face. As long as you are willing to save me, you don't have to do anything, I will do it myself, Yang Hao said. I am willing to save you, Wu Qingying said. After all, saving people? Of course I have to save you. But the next second, she regretted it. She saw Yang Hao's eyes were bloodshot and he looked like he was going crazy. How could you do this, you bad guy? You were willing to save me. At most, I will go down and ask your father for marriage. Yang Hao smiled evilly. Although Wu Qingying likes Wei Bai, she has lost her innocence now. Seeing Yang Hao is so handsome, she can only nod and agree. Yang Hao looked at the shy beauty in front of him, feeling proud. He decided to send Wu Qingying back to her room first, and then go to her father to propose marriage. The next day, Yang Hao came to Zhu Wu Lianhuan Manor with a gift. When everyone in the manor saw Yang Hao, they all showed surprised expressions. Wu Qingying's father was very angry when he learned about this. But when he saw the betrothal gift behind Yang Hao, his attitude changed. Finally, he agreed to the marriage. It is said that money makes the world go round, no matter what era it is. After the marriage was arranged, Yang Hao lived in Zhu Wu Lianhuanzhuang. Every day, apart from signing in, he would practice boxing and chop wood in the yard. Occasionally go meet Wu Qingying to see who was more powerful. However, Yang Hao was already a veteran of many battles, so it was only a matter of time before Wu Qingying surrendered. However, Wu Qingying was immersed in this happy time. Yang Hao was also being watched by someone. Every day when Yang Hao was doing boxing and chopping wood naked, there was always a pair of eyes watching him. With Yang Hao's cultivation, he naturally discovered it, but when Yang Hao found out it was Zhu Jiuzhen, Yang Hao did not attack her. Although Zhu Jiuzhen attacked Zhang Wuji in the original drama, is Zhang Wuji as handsome as herself? Is he as rich as herself? Is his martial arts as good as hers? The answer is none of them. Facing Yang Hao's daily fitness temptation, Zhu Jiu really couldn't stand it anymore. In the original play, she dared to seduce Zhang Wuji, which shows that she has extraordinary courage. But when the temptation reaches its peak, it is time to explode. At this moment, Zhu Jiuzhen can no longer bear it. He no longer considered whether Yang Hao was Wu Qingying's fiancé and took the initiative to appear beside Yang Hao. When Yang Hao was practicing boxing and chopping wood, Zhu Jiuzhen would bring him water and wipe his sweat. Wu Qingying is a beautiful woman who loves to study. She is well educated and reads books in her room every day. He didn't notice anything unusual about Yang Hao. Yang Hao naturally accepted everyone who came, and occasionally let Zhu Jiuzhen touch his abdominal muscles to satisfy her curiosity. Character, Zhu Jiuzhen. Level, second rate. Appearance, 88. That day, after Zhu Jiuzhen brought water to Yang Hao and wiped his sweat, he said to Yang Hao, Brother Hao, the table in my room is broken, can you help me fix it? Yang Hao naturally couldn't refuse, but when Yang Hao came out of Zhu Jiuzhen's room, maybe the table legs were repaired, but Zhu Jiuzhen's legs were broken. He walks with a limp, so funny. For many days after that, Yang Hao lived a sleepless life day and night. There is no way, Zhu Jiu is really strong, seeing that Yang Hao accompanies Wu Qingying at night, he must let Yang Hao accompany her during the day. After a long time, Yang Hao had no problem at all. Wu Qingying and Zhu Jiuzhen felt that they were getting more and more exhausted. It seems that I have stayed up too late and my body is weak. Yang Hao also noticed this. So he said to them, I plan to travel around the world. You guys have a good rest at the farm and I will come back to pick you up. After bidding farewell to Zhu Wu Lianhuanzhuang, Yang Hao went down the mountain. The first place Yang Hao wanted to go was Wudong Sect. Yang Hao played with the mountains and rivers along the way and soon arrived at the foot of Wudong Mountain. I am Yang Hao, come to see Master Zhang. Yang Hao's voice was not loud, but it echoed throughout the entire Wudong Mountain. Even Zhang Sanfeng, who was in seclusion in the back mountains, could hear it clearly. Zhang Sanfeng could sense Yang Hao's extraordinary strength just from the sound. With a sigh, he stood up and walked out. Soon, an old man with white hair and beard, who looked like an immortal, following behind are 5 middle-aged. Seeing Yang Hao, Zhang Sanfeng said, "I wonder why you came to my Wudong sect." Yang Hao looked at Zhang Sanfeng. "Wow, this guy is actually a master at the peak of his powers, and he is still a virgin." Thinking that he had been stuck at the Grandmaster level for so long, he said to Zhang Sanfeng, "I've heard that Master Zhang is invincible. Today I come to challenge him and seek an opportunity to break through." Zhang Sanfeng was not a man who liked to fight. He smiled and said, "What if I don't agree?" Yang Hao naturally knew what Zhang Sanfeng needed, so he took out the 9-yang magic skill and said, "I wonder if Master Zhang is interested in what I have." Zhang Sanfeng looked at the 9-yang magic skill in Yang Hao's hand. He felt guilty about Zhang Suishan's death. If he had taken action at the beginning, how could he have been forced to death by others? Now that he saw the technique that could heal his disciple, how could he not want to? "Tell me your conditions," Zhang Sanfeng said. "Let's have a competition. If you win, I'll give it to you," Yang Hao said. Zhang Sanfeng nodded slightly and agreed to Yang Hao's request. The surrounding Wudong disciples gathered around him. It was a great opportunity to watch the Grand Master take action. Yang Hao and Zhang Sanfeng stood opposite each other, and the atmosphere was tense. Yang Hao used all his strength and his moves were fierce, but Zhang Sanfeng used softness to overcome hardness and dealt with it easily. The two sides fought back and forth, neither giving in. At the critical moment, Yang Hao suddenly had an idea and used the Biming divine art. As soon as Zhang Sanfeng's Tai Chi touched Yang Hao's body, they pulled each other. Zhang Sanfeng wanted to cling to Yang Hao and rub him, so Yang Hao clinged to Zhang Sanfeng and suck him hard. A trace of surprise flashed across Zhang Sanfeng's eyes, and then he used all his strength to perform Tai Chi to compete with Yang Hao's Biming divine art. In the end, Yang Hao won slightly thanks to his strong physique and endurance. Zhang Sanfeng admitted defeat with a smile, but he did not give up the 9-yang magic skill. So Yang Hao suggested that Zhang Sanfeng exchange his Tai Chi and cultivation experience with him. After considering for a long time, Zhang Sanfeng agreed to Yang Hao's request. After learning Tai Chi and learning from Zhang Sanfeng, Yang Hao realized that martial arts should not be about memorizing moves in a rigid way. Martial arts should be free to do as one pleases. Chapter 59 Wanan Temple. Yang Hao had a feeling in his heart, and found an opportunity for a breakthrough. So he said goodbye to Zhang Sanfeng and came to the valley of Kunlun Mountain again. The vitality of heaven and earth here is much more abundant than outside. Yang Hao concentrates on practicing. In a blink of an eye, 2 years passed, and Yang Hao finally broke through to the Grandmaster level. This is because the vitality of heaven and earth is so strong, otherwise it would be impossible to break through. After Yang Hao's breakthrough, he clearly felt that the vitality of the valley had become much weaker. Yang Hao also understood that in this world, if one wanted to break through to the Grandmaster realm, you must have a blessed place with abundant vitality of heaven and earth. Looking at the valley, Yang Hao reluctantly left and looked at Zhuwu Lianawanzhuang. Yang Hao decided to go back and take a look, but just as he arrived at Zhuwu Lianawanzhuang, Yang Hao saw a young man and several old men making trouble. Yang Hao listened for a while and roughly understood that the meaning was to let the Zhu family fulfill the marriage contract. Yang Hao knew without a second thought that the guy shouting was Wei Bai. Just as the two sides were arguing and about to fight, Yang Hao struck Wei Bai on the shoulder with his young finger. "The two pearls of Shuling are both my people, Yang Hao. If you dare to cause trouble, believe it or not, I will destroy your Wei family." Yang Hao's voice was cold, coming from far away. Yang Hao's flying is different from ordinary Qigong. Yang Hao's flying method is closer to flying in the air. This is also a method that Yang Hao can use only after he breaks through to the Grandmaster level. Seeing Yang Hao, a group of people who had reached the acquired level or even those who had not yet reached the acquired level were directly shocked. What kind of cultivation does it take to be able to do this? Even Wei Bai, whose shoulder was pierced by Yang Hao's young finger, said softly to Yang Hao, "Brother, I didn't know they were your women, otherwise I wouldn't dare to do it even if you gave me 10,000 guts. My mother has a good figure and good looks, how about I pay her back to make amends to you?" Yang Hao showed a look of disdain. "No matter how beautiful she is, with a big son like you, she is probably a useless old woman. How could this interest Yang Hao? What Yang Hao was interested in was sitting on Mount Amei, okay? Get lost." Yang Hao's thief spit out a word stiffly. "Let's get out of here now." The people brought by Wei Bai fled out of the villa. Yang Hao glanced at the owner of Zhu Manor. It was this old guy who influenced Zhu Jiuzhen in the original drama, causing her to have evil intentions. So Yang Hao didn't want to pay any attention to them, so he called Wu Qingying and Zhu Jiuzhen and went back to the room. How long do you plan to stay this time? Wu Qingying asked. I will leave in 2 days and go out to travel the world. Occasionally, I will have a feeling and make a breakthrough. This breakthrough lasted for 2 years, said Yang Hao. When they heard that Yang Hao had been delayed for 2 years because of his breakthrough, they calmed down a little. After all, not coming back to see them for 2 years is a bit too much. The world is dangerous, you have to be careful. Zhu Jiuzhen looked at Yang Hao worriedly. Don't worry, I'm a grandmaster. Yang Hao patted his chest. So what are your plans? Wu Qingying asked. I want to explore some mysterious places, maybe I'll encounter something there. Yang Hao's eyes flashed with excitement. Well, that's fine, but you must pay attention to safety. Zhu Jiuzhen instructed. I will, and you should take care of yourselves too. Yang Hao nodded. In the next few days, Yang Hao prepared some necessary items and embarked on a new journey. As soon as he came down the mountain, he heard about the 6 major sects gathering to besiege Guangmingding. Yang Hao didn't think much and rushed directly towards Guangmingding. With Yang Hao's martial arts, he came to Guangmingding and entered the secret passage quietly. He came to the secret passage not for the great shift of the universe. He got it by signing in to play the great shift of the universe. He had cultivated to the 7th level. He entered the secret passage mainly for Yang Zhao's daughter Yang Buhui and the poor Persian girl Xiao Zhao. Sure enough, Huang Tian's efforts paid off, and he really met Xiao Zhao in the secret passage. The two followed a monk to the cave where Yang Dingtian went astray and died. The two were locked in a cave, and based on their understanding of the plot, they found the Persian version of the great shift of the universe. Yang Hao gave Xiao Zhao the secret book of Qiankuan de Neng Yi without even looking at it. Xiao Zhao was deeply moved. Yang Hao opened the stone door with a casual palm strike, and used his internal energy to break the handcuffs on Xiao Zhao's feet. Yang Hao took Xiao Zhao out of the secret room, only to find that a fierce fight was going on outside. He saw that the Ming cult members were besieged by the 6 major sects and the situation was critical. Yang Hao decided to help. He displayed his powerful martial arts and defeated several enemies in an instant. The 6 major sects were all shocked when they saw this. They originally thought that the Ming cult was powerless to resist, but they did not expect such a powerful figure to suddenly appear. Yang Hao's joining reversed the situation and boosted the morale of the Ming cult members. Under the leadership of Yang Hao, the Ming cult gradually gained the upper hand. However, at this moment, a melodious flute sound was heard, and everyone suddenly felt dizzy. Yang Hao was shocked. He realized that this was the sonic power of a master under Princess Xiaomin. He immediately gathered his energy and let out loud roars. Everyone woke up from Yang Hao's roar and saw that the sound wave was useless. Zhao Min ordered her men to retreat. The 6 major sects also knew that Yang Hao was there today. Even if all of them attacked together, they would not be able to defeat Yang Hao. After the people from the 6 major sects left, Yang Xiao recognized that Yang Hao used the great shift of the universe. So he recommended him as the leader of the demon sect. After Yang Hao became the leader, he began to rectify church affairs. He abolished some unreasonable regulations and promoted some capable people. Xiao Zhao became his right-hand man, helping with church affairs during the day. At night, he helped Yang Hao wash and warm his bed. Under Yang Hao's leadership, the strength of the demon cult grew day by day. The entire Guangmingding was built into a special edition. However, just when Yang Hao was training his troops and doing construction at Guangmingding, a message came that the people from the 6 major sects were detained in Wan'an Temple. Wan'an Temple was in the capital of the Yuan dynasty. After receiving the news, Yang Hao took Xiao Zhao and the others to Wan'an Temple. As soon as Yang Hao arrived at the capital of the Yuan dynasty, he saw that the entire city was on high alert. This is obviously an attempt to suppress Yang Hao with the army. Seeing this, Yang Hao couldn't help but sneer. If it was before, he might still be afraid of the army, but now he is a grandmaster, how can he die so easily? So he and Xiao Zhao disguised themselves and sneaked into the capital, and found an inn to stay in. Yang Hao stayed in the inn while preparing the antidote for the tendon-eating cartilage powder. After all, the people in Wan'an Temple are all martial arts masters who have been drugged. The next morning, Yang Hao and Xiao Zhao dressed up as a couple and swaggered into Wan'an Temple. With their superb disguise skills, they successfully sneaked into the temple. While searching for the imprisoned person, Yang Hao accidentally discovered the court's conspiracy. It turns out that the imperial court not only wanted to use the 6 major sects to contain the demon sect, but also attempted to stir up disputes in the martial arts world and reap the benefits. Yang Hao secretly rejoiced that he had discovered the conspiracy in time. He decided to rescue the people from the 6 major sects first, and then find a way to expose the evil deeds of the court. After some twists and turns, Yang Hao found the prisoners. He quickly detoxified everyone and told them the truth of the matter. Everyone was grateful and decided to follow Yang Hao to fight against the court. Chapter 60, Capturing Zhao Min Alive. Yang Hao quickly arrived at the top floor, where all the people from the Amei sect were imprisoned. Yang Hao first detoxified them, but Nun Niju helped the demon cult because Yang Hao appeared on Guangmingding. No matter what, he wouldn't save her. Actually, Yang Hao didn't want to save her either. So he left with his Amei disciples. As soon as he walked out of Wan'an Tower, Zhao Min led the army to surround Yang Hao and other martial artists. Zhao Min sat on the horse, looking down at Yang Hao and others. Character: Zhao Min. Realm: First Class. Appearance: 90. Yang Hao's figure was as fast as lightning, charging alone among thousands of troops. His figure was like a ghost, and the sword in his hand was waving, turning into cold light. Wherever he went, the enemies fell down one after another. His eyes were firm and cold, without any fear. He had only one belief in his heart, which was to fight his way out for the people behind him and capture Zhao Min alive. Zhao Min saw Yang Hao's bravery from a distance and couldn't help but be secretly surprised. She didn't expect that Yang Hao was so powerful that he could move freely among thousands of troops. Yang Hao approached Zhao Min step by step. His body was covered in blood, but his momentum was getting stronger and stronger. Finally, he came in front of Zhao Min, with his sword pointing at her throat. Zhao Min's face turned pale, but she did not beg for mercy. She knew that begging for mercy was useless at this time. She could only wait for Yang Hao's decision. Yang Hao looked at Zhao Min, his heart filled with anger. He remembered everything Zhao Min had done to the people in the martial arts world, and the anger in his heart burned even more vigorously. He said coldly, "Zhao Min, come visit me at Guangmingding." After that, he grabbed Zhao Min's shoulders and saw that the rest of the people in the martial arts world had left, soaring into the sky and disappearing into the night. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly came, "Yang Hao, let go of my sister." But Yang Hao had disappeared long ago, and soon Yang Hao met people from the 6 major sects. Took them back to the Central Plains. Yang Hao also brought Zhao Min back to Guangmingding, and Zhao Min came to Guangmingding again. This place no longer looks like a martial arts sect, but rather like a military camp. Everything is in good order. Moreover, the main force against the Yuan dynasty was originally the followers of the Ming cult. She decided to stay and investigate Yang Hao's background, but in the following days, Zhao Min regretted it. Facing Yang Hao's training, she felt worse than death. I can only let Yang Hao train me little by little to change my slave nature. Her eyes, which were originally full of spirit, were dimmed by Yang Hao's training. Serving Yang Hao had become her instinctive reaction. Just like the slave girl in a certain country movie, you can do whatever you want. After seeing that Guangmingding was built perfectly, Yang Hao signed in every day and obtained a lot of gold and food, so he was not worried at all that he could not defeat the Dazi of the Yuan dynasty. After finishing the work on Guangmingding, Yang Hao decided to visit the 6 major sects. Yang Hao's first stop was Amei. Because of the death of Nun Niju, Amei hated Yang Hao even more. Even if Yang Hao said that his intention was to resist foreign invaders, they would refuse without hesitation. Character: Guizhou Jiruo. Realm: Late First Class. Appearance: 91. Character: Ding Minjun. Realm: Late First Class. Appearance: 88. After solving the problem of Amei, Yang Hao went to Wudong and Shaolin. Because of the friendship with Zhang Sanfeng at the beginning, Zhang Sanfeng expressed that Wudong was willing to help Yang Hao achieve his hegemony. After dealing with Wudong, Yang Hao went to Shaolin. Shaolin was even more powerful and expressed its willingness to call on all the sects in the world to fight against Yuan together. With the continuous influx of people from the underworld joining in, and with the support of Yang Hao's money and food, soon, the demon cult had a very large army and began to formally fight against the Yuan dynasty. Coupled with the Yuan dynasty's abuse of the Han people, the power of the demon cult grew stronger and stronger. With Chen Yuchen, Zhu Yuanzhang, and other generals fighting for Yang Hao on the front line, Yang Hao was not worried at all. After a year of fighting with the Yuan dynasty, Yang Hao called back the purple-robed Dragon King and threatened her with Xiao Zhao. Yang Bulue was also possessed by Yang Hao's charm. A year later, Mongolian Dazi returned to the grassland. When Yang Hao ascended the throne, he first reduced the taxes on farmers. Anyway, he has plenty of gold and silver, so he doesn't care at all. After ascending the throne, Yang Hao asked Zhu Yuanchang to help with daily state affairs. Since he couldn't handle it well, he was killed. Now let's invite the next person. As for himself, he spent his days running back and forth between the harem and the Amay sect. After playing for 10 years, Yang Hao finally returned to reality. Returning to the real world, Yang Hao sees Annie and Huaner and becomes restless again. The next morning, the two of them ran away, leaving Yang Hao behind. There was nothing they could do. Yang Hao was too much. Although he has been in E10 world for more than 10 years, Annie and Huaner have not had time to rest yet. This time difference is a bit too hurtful. Yang Hao didn't care much about it. He called the hotel manager and asked her to arrange 2 private butlers. The so-called private butler is simply a tool that these big hotels arrange for guests in the presidential suite. Not only does it help the homeowner with food, clothing, housing, and transportation like a personal assistant, but it can also help customers solve personal problems when necessary. After enjoying the massage, Yang Hao also drove back to his villa. As the number of industries increased, Yang Hao had no idea what was going on. However, just when Yang Hao felt bored, his phone rang. After Yang Hao got through, he found out that it was a party held inside Star Media. This party included all the company's top executives, as well as some first and second tier celebrities. Yang Hao naturally chose to attend. As night fell and the lights came on, Yang Hao, dressed in a gorgeous suit, stepped into the Star Media banquet hall. Inside the banquet hall, bright lights twinkle like stars, making the entire space look dreamy. The guests were dressed in their best clothes, chatting and laughing, and the air was filled with the rich aroma of champagne and delicious food. Yang Hao walked slowly along the red carpet, feeling the attention of everyone. The surrounding walls were covered with photos of celebrities from Star Media. Their smiles were bright and charming, as if telling me about the company's brilliant achievements. After the banquet began, the host walked onto the stage and warmly welcomed all the guests. Afterwards, the senior leaders of Star Media delivered a speech, reviewing the company's development history and looking forward to the bright future. In the following performance session, the stars took to the stage one after another and brought everyone wonderful shows. Their melodious singing and graceful dancing made everyone present intoxicated. When the performance was over, Yang Hao also saw the strength of Star Entertainment. It can be said that there are so many beauties. At this time, the host came on stage again and said to everyone in the banquet hall, "Tonight, we have invited our mysterious chairman. Now we would like to invite our chairman Yang Hao to come on stage and speak to everyone." Chapter 61 Your kidneys are made of iron. Amid the cheers of the crowd, Yang Hao stood up and walked onto the stage. Wow, the chairman is so young. Chairman, you are so handsome. The chairman's figure looks very fierce at first glance. Yang Hao took the microphone and said to everyone, "Tonight's banquet is great." After Yang Hao finished his speech, he stepped down from the stage, and then it was time for everyone to share their thoughts. Chairman Yang Hao's identity is exposed, and a large number of female stars come to Yang Hao to talk about life. Female star? The most incomprehensible creature in the world. They are basically goddesses in front of people and dogs behind people. There were so many people that Yang Hao liked, so he told them their room numbers. Character, big power. Realm, none. Appearance, 89. Characters, hot baba. Realm, none. Appearance, 88. Character, Han Shuang. Realm, none. Value, 87. Character, Bao Shuang. Realm, early stage of Ming Jin. Appearance, 90. In his previous life, Yang Hao died after having a party with internet celebrities in a villa, but his body couldn't handle it. And tonight, he decided to have an all-star party, just to see if his current Grandmaster-level body can withstand it. At this moment, the presidential suite of the hotel was in a mess, with all kinds of snacks and red wine bottles rolling on the floor, telling people about the absurdity and wildness of the past 2 days. That's right, the banquet had ended 2 days ago, but Yang Hao had been staying in the presidential suite the entire time, not leaving for 2 whole days and nights. Yang Hao, who hadn't slept for 2 days, walked out of the room, still full of energy. I couldn't help but sigh, it's great to be young, strong, and no longer have to worry about sudden death. Yang Hao drove out of the hotel and was passing the traffic light when a heavy truck rushed towards him. Directly caused half of Yang Hao's car to be destroyed. If Yang Hao was an ordinary person, he would definitely die. But Yang Hao, who was at the Grandmaster level, was not hurt at all. He got out of the car to check where the heavy truck that hit him was parked and did not run away. Yang Hao came to the heavy truck and looked at the truck driver. The truck driver has died, and judging from the body, he had severe cancer. The cancer cells had already spread. Yang Hao didn't need to think too much. It was entirely possible that he had hired someone to kill someone. Not long after, a group of law enforcers arrived, and the leader was actually someone Yang Hao knew. It was Wang Yuqi, who had met Yang Hao once. After Wang Yuqi arrived, she asked her men to investigate the scene and began to take notes for Yang Hao. After hearing Yang Hao's story and the traces of on-site investigation, although the brakes of the heavy truck failed. But judging from the traces of the car, it was obviously aimed at Yang Hao. After hearing Wang Yuqi's analysis, Yang Hao took the initiative to say that his personal safety was threatened and asked Wang Yuqi to protect his safety. Rich people have privileges. After Wang Yuqi asked her superiors for instructions, they agreed without hesitation. In the following days, Yang Hao stayed in the villa at Wang Yuqi's request. She said it was for his safety, so Yang Hao naturally cooperated with her and began to live a life of staying at home. He just signs in every day, and then his various CEO subordinates, personal assistants, celebrities, and internet celebrity friends come to visit him. The days are so wonderful, so vivid and colorful. Seeing such an extravagant life, Wang Yuqi couldn't help but say to Yang Hao, "Boss Yang, are your kidneys made of iron? Aren't you tired from doing this every day? Girl, you are too narrow-minded. My kidneys are made of diamond. They are not that easy to break." Yang Hao raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a 3-point obscene and 3-point evil smile. It adds a bit of robe to his already handsome face. Wang Yuqi was stunned and blurted out, "I also want to try this diamond to hit my kidneys." "Ha, you'll be able to do this for a while." Yang Hao laughed and went upstairs, leaving Wang Yuqi alone in the wind. That night, Yang Hao signed in again. Obtained the gate to another world. Yang Hao did not consider. Used it directly. Bite. Welcome host to the Dupo world, I hope the host can live safely. The next second, Yang Hao was swallowed by the black hole. Appeared again, already outside Wutan City. Damn it, God. Is this the world I can be in? Send me back now. As soon as Yang Hao opened the door, he checked his own realm and compared it with the realm of the current world. His Grandmaster realm is only equivalent to the Doling realm. What the hell is this? You should know that in the Dupo world, there are Do Wang everywhere, and Do Zong is worse than a dog. Isn't this making things difficult for the little people? However, he could still walk sideways in Wutan City, because Wutan City was just the world of a few great fighting masters. Moreover, Xiao Yan is a time traveler and has a golden finger. He can go and steal his golden finger. With this idea in mind, Yang Hao went straight into Wutan City. After some inquiries, Yang Hao found Xiao Yan. At this time, Xiao Yan was just a waste of the 3rd level of fighting power. Once a proud child, at the most miserable time. Yang Hao came to Xiao Yan and said to him, "You are Xiao Yan." Xiao Yan asked doubtfully, "Who are you?" Yang Hao's aura was revealed, oppressing Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan also felt that Yang Hao's aura was even stronger than that of his father Xiao Zhan. "I see that you have amazing bones, a martial arts prodigy that is rare in 100,000 years. Are you willing to become my disciple?" Yang Hao said with a wicked smile. Seeing Yang Hao's evil smile and the corners of his mouth raised, Xiao Yan said speechlessly, "Why don't you say that you are the crooked-mouthed Dragon King?" "Of course not. The Y-beaked Dragon King may not be as strong as me." Yang Hao looked at Xiao Yan and said, "You actually know the crooked-mouthed Dragon King. Do you know the Imperial Jade Liquor?" "Ha ha, 180 per cup, give me the money," Yang Hao replied. "You also traveled through time," Xiao Yan said. "We are from the same hometown, you can trust me now, right?" Yang Hao said to Xiao Yan. As the saying goes, when fellow villagers meet, they shoot each other in the back, but Xiao Yan didn't think much about it. He said to Yang Hao, "Of course I believe you. After all, we may be the only 2 people in this world who come from the same place. I am a waste anyway, so there is nothing for you to plot against me." Yang Hao smiled and said, "Do you want to learn the North Sea Divine Art? Do you want to learn the Lingbo Microstep? Do you want to learn the One Yang Finger?" Xiao Yan, "Yes, I want them all." Yang Hao, "Bring something in exchange." Xiao Yan searched his entire body and found nothing valuable, so he took off the ring on his hand and handed it to Yang Hao. Yang Hao was stunned for a moment. It was so easy to get it. Xiao Yan said, "You won't dislike it, right? This is all I have." How could Yang Hao refuse Xiao Yan's kindness? Taking the ring, Yang Hao said to Xiao Yan, "Come with me to the Warcraft Mountains for training." Xiao Yan naturally did not refuse and followed Yang Hao into the Monster Mountain Range. When they arrived at the Monster Mountain Range, Yang Hao taught Xiao Yan the Beiming divine art and Ling Bo Weibu, and then said, "You practice on the periphery, and I will practice in a deeper place." So the two separated, and Yang Hao found a cave and began to study the ring on his hand. At this moment, the system's voice sounded. Chapter 62 Test. An ingestible item has been detected. Please ask the host if he wants to ingest it. Yang Hao asked the system curiously, "What can I devour?" The power of Yao Lao's soul and the sealing power of the ring. After absorbing them, this ring becomes an ordinary storage ring. Yang Hao thought about it and realized that although Yao Lao was powerful, he couldn't teach him anything, so he chose to swallow him. As Yang Hao devoured it, Yao Lao's soul power and the power of the seal ring were devoured by Yang Hao. Yang Hao's cultivation level improved like a rocket. Grandmaster mid-stage. Late Grandmaster. It was not until he reached the peak of Grandmaster that Yang Hao's breakthrough stopped. Yang Hao's soul power probed into the ring. Countless spiritual stones, martial arts, and skills. Yang Hao thought about it and transferred the burning art, Yao Lao's medicine practice technique, medicine practice tips and other items, as well as several earth-level martial arts to the system space. After transferring a large portion of the spirit stones, Yang Hao decided to return the remaining things to Xiao Yan. When Yang Hao was learning the burning technique, the system prompted him that his technique could be integrated. Yang Hao did not think twice and directly integrated the technique. As a result, his technique became a divine technique. The heaven swallowing and earth burning art, this technique not only has a tenfold increase in chi reserve compared to ordinary techniques, but it can also devour everything and turn it into energy, thus improving one's cultivation. Unlike the burning technique, which can only fuse with strange fire to improve cultivation, it can also cost one's life if one is not careful. After integrating the skills, Yang Hao began to study martial arts. It turned out that the 6 Meridians Divine Sword and Light Footsteps he practiced were both top-grade martial arts in this world of fighting spirit. After studying fighting skills, Yang Hao began to study Yao Lao's medicine training skills. As a result, the system prompted that there were skills that could be integrated. So Yang Hao combined the Medical Saint's book with the medicine-making technique left by Yao Lao. It directly turned into the Heavenly Medical Alchemy Classic, which recorded medical skills and alchemy techniques. In just 2 days, Yang Hao became a 6th-grade alchemist, on par with a 6th-grade physician. As a 6th-grade alchemist and physician, Yang Hao can refine all the elixirs used by Do Wang and heal all the injuries caused by Do Wang. According to the records in the treasure book, both doctors and alchemists are divided into grades 1 to 9, followed by holy grades and divine grades. After finishing his studies, Yang Hao planned to go to the outer area to see Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan was indeed a genius. After obtaining the Beiming divine art and Ling Bo Weibu, Xiao Yan had cultivated from the 3rd stage of fighting power to the 9th stage of fighting power in just a few days. After calculating the time, it was time for the Xiao family to test their strength. Yang Hao handed the storage ring to Xiao Yan and said, "This ring is a sealed storage ring. After I unsealed it, I found that there are many cultivation resources. It's of little use to me, you can take it back." Xiao Yan said to Yang Hao, "Thank you, brother Yang." Yang Hao smiled and said, "You should work hard on your cultivation. Your family will be testing soon. It will be difficult for you to win with your current level of cultivation." Xiao Yan naturally knew this and replied to Yang Hao that he would work hard. Then he injected soul power into the storage ring. Xiao Yan found that the cultivation resources inside were more than he had imagined, more than the entire Xiao family. Seeing his surprised look, Yang Hao said to Xiao Yan, "Try to break through to the fighter level after you return." After saying that, Yang Hao stopped paying attention to Xiao Yan and began to study the income from signing in these days. He signed in gold coins, spirit stones, herbs, and pills every day. There is everything, all kinds of things. The two of them were silent along the way. Yang Hao lay down to sign in, while Xiao Yan concentrated on practicing. Finally, they arrived at Wutan City. Xiao family is one of the 3 major families in Wutan City, and Xiao Yan is the young master of Xiao family, so it was naturally very smooth for him to enter the city. After Yang Hao and Xiao Yan entered the city, the Xiao family's test had already begun. When the two arrived at the test square, the Xiao family disciples laughed at Xiao Yan. After all, in their minds, Xiao Yan was just a piece of trash who wasn't even a fighter. Among the younger generation of the Xiao family, the most powerful ones are already at level 9. At this time, a member of the Xiao family noticed Yang Hao beside Xiao Yan and laughed loudly. "Hey, isn't this our young master Xiao? Why did you bring back a beggar?" After hearing this, the other members of the Xiao family also burst into laughter. Xiao Yan clenched his fists and was about to refute, but was stopped by Yang Hao. Yang Hao raised the corner of his mouth slightly, took a step forward, and said calmly, "It's still unclear who the beggar is." Before he finished speaking, Yang Hao's aura suddenly exploded, and the terrifying breath made it hard for everyone present to breathe. The Xiao family members who were laughing just now turned pale and looked at Yang Hao in horror. Even Xiao Zhan, the head of the Xiao family, and all the elders of the Xiao family came over. I thought to myself, who is this person? How can he have such a strong pressure? Yang Hao didn't even look at them, but said to Xiao Yan, "Go and test it quickly, and then take me downstairs to wash up." The reason why he was ridiculed as a beggar was because he had stayed in the Monster Mountain range for so long without washing, and he was in a hurry along the way. That's why I'm so exhausted. Xiao Yan cast a grateful look at Yang Hao, then quickly walked to the test steel. He took a deep breath, placed his palm on the stone tablet, and circulated the fighting spirit in his body. There was a flickering light on the stone tablet, and after a moment, it showed Xiao Yan's current realm a 1-star fighter. What? This is impossible. How could this loser become a fighter in such a short time? The Xiao family members present were in an uproar. They could not accept this fact. Xiao Zhan and the other elders were also shocked. They looked at each other and saw the joy in each other's eyes. Xiao Yan turned and looked at Yang Hao with a confident smile on his face. Yang Hao nodded slightly to show his approval. At this moment, the whole place was silent. Those who had laughed at Xiao Yan before lowered their heads, their faces filled with shame. Xiao Zhan burst into laughter, and his voice spread throughout the square. After the test, Xiao Yan took Yang Hao to wash up. After washing up, Yang Hao went to the street. He was going to buy a furnace for alchemy. When Yang Hao went out to the street, Xiao Yan was also called to the study by his father. As soon as he entered the study, Xiao Zhan said to Xiao Yan, "Yener, who is the person who came back with you?" Xiao Yan said awkwardly, "It's the elder brother I just recognized." Xiao Zhan asked again, "You were able to break through to the fighter level with the help of your elder brother, right?" "Yes, the technique I am practicing now was also taught by my elder brother." Xiao Zhan was silent for a moment, then said, "In that case, you must get along well with him. This person can help you break through to the fighter level, so he must have an extraordinary background. Try to find out more about his identity. If you can make friends with him, it will definitely be good for our Xiao family." Xiao Yan quickly nodded in response. At the same time, Yang Hao was looking for an alchemy furnace in the market. He walked into a shop and was greeted warmly by the owner. After Yang Hao explained his purpose, the shop owner took out several alchemy furnaces for him to choose from. After careful comparison, Yang Hao finally chose an ancient-style alchemy furnace. After paying, Yang Hao left the store. He carried the alchemy furnace and strolled on the street, thinking about his next plan. At this time, he noticed a group of people gathered not far ahead, seemingly watching the fun. Yang Hao walked closer and saw that it was a peddler selling a strange medicinal herb. He recognized this medicinal herb. It was called soul flower, and it was the main ingredient of the 7th grade elixir soul healing pill that appeared in the Tianyi Dan Dian, and it had the effect of healing soul damage. Chapter 63, Leaving Wutan City. Yang Hao bought the herbs and returned to the Xiao family. He took out the ancient alchemy furnace, dripped blood to recognize the master, and a flash of light appeared. Then it disappeared without a trace. Yang Hao closed his eyes and looked inward. A Dan Ding appeared in his dantian. Hanging in the center of dantian, rotating continuously. Yang Hao practiced his skills and found that his training speed had more than doubled. With another thought, the alchemy cauldron appeared in Yang Hao's hand. Yang Hao took out some ingredients for a first-grade elixir, and soon the elixir was made. The success rate of the pill was twice as high as his bare-handed refining. Before Yang Hao could be happy, a message appeared in his mind. The Dan Ding is called Qiankuan Warji Ding, which can double the speed of cultivation. Even the purification of herbs can be improved by 3 levels. Moreover, this Dan Ding is a fighting weapon that combines power and defense. You can input fighting spirit, true spirit, spiritual energy to hit people, and you can also use it as a shield for defense. In the following days, Yang Hao stayed in his room studying alchemy. It was not until 2 months later that Nailan Yenran brought the elders of the Yunlan sect to cancel the engagement. Xiao Yan shouted out the passionate words, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, don't despise the young and poor. Yang Hao just walked out of the room. When Yang Hao arrived at the hall, Nailan Yenran had already left with the elders of Yunlan sect. Yang Hao looked at their backs as they left and said to Xiao Yan, "You are unhappy. Do you want me to help you vent your anger? Xiao Yan looked at Yang Hao in shock and asked, Brother Yang, can you beat the elders of the Yunlan sect? You have to know that the elders of Yunlan sect are masters of Douwan level. Yang Hao raised his lips. He didn't know if he could win. After all, he was only at the peak of the Grandmaster level. Don't worry, I will go and avenge you right away. But you may not be able to return to Wutan City this time, so you have to practice well, Yang Hao said with a smile. Why? Xiao Yan asked puzzledly. The Yunlan sect doesn't only have Do Wang. Brother can't defeat Do Zong in one day, Yang Hao said self-deprecatingly. Why not just forget it, wait until we have achieved some success, then we can go and fuck her. We cultivators should not fear the heavens or the earth. But at this moment, a girl walked in. The girl has a pretty and playful face, and her bright eyes seem to be able to penetrate people's hearts. Her long hair is smooth and black, falling to her waist like a waterfall, giving people a feeling of both softness and strength. She has a slender and well-proportioned figure, like a sculpture. Whether she is standing or walking, she exudes a heartwarming aura. Character, Xiao Suner. Realm, Fighter 8 stars. Appearance, 95. She said to Xiao Yan, Brother Xiao Yan, don't be sad, Suner is here with you. Yang Hao said to Xiao Suner, you must be Xiao Suner, you are so beautiful. Xiao Suner glanced at Yang Hao and sighed in her heart, how can there be such a perfect man in the world, with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, and a face as sharp as a knife, he is even more handsome than Brother Xiao Yan. But she has duty blood after all, and is naturally cold. She said to Yang Hao coldly, who are you? What does my beauty have to do with you? Sister Suner really has a temper. I like you so much. Remember my name is Yang Hao. We will meet again. After saying that, Yang Hao disappeared. Just as he arrived at the door of Zhao's house, a beautiful figure stopped him. Character, Xiao Yu. Realm, Fighter 7 stars. Appearance, 91. Xiao Yu has an absolute admiration for the strong. When Xiao Yan was a waste, she, as Xiao Yan's sister, talked about him a lot. But after Xiao Yan became stronger, she fell in love with Xiao Yan again. She said to Yang Hao, are you leaving? Yang Hao said, it's time to leave. After all, Wutan City is just a small border town. Xiao Yu, will you come back? Not necessarily. If you are willing, wait for me outside Wutan City at midnight tonight. After saying this, Yang Hao turned into a shadow and disappeared from everyone's sight. Yang Hao was very fast. He put on the mask and quickly caught up with Nalan Yenran's team. Yang Hao stopped them and said to the elders of Yunlan sect, Nalan Yenran stays, you can leave, otherwise all of you stay. The leader, Elder Lu, is still charming and a beautiful young woman who has not been developed. Character, Elder Lu. Realm, Early Do Wang. Appearance, 88. She had been in the sect for many years, and she had never heard such arrogant words. She said to Yang Hao, boy, you are looking for death. After saying that, Do Wang's momentum exploded, and Yang Hao was not to be outdone. The aura around him burst out. Elder Lu saw that Yang Hao's aura was only at the peak of Do Ling, and he was still one step away from Do Wang. Boy, today I will teach you what it means to say that everyone below the Do Wang is an ant. After saying that, she turned her unethical fighting spirit into wings, flew in the air, and used fighting skills to attack Yang Hao. Although Yang Hao's martial arts training has reached the point where he can walk in the air. But he couldn't last long, and he wasn't as agile and fast as Elder Lu, who had transformed his fighting spirit into wings. However, Yang Hao couldn't defeat him in the sky, which meant that Yang Hao had given up. Haven't you seen a sniper rifle shooting down a plane? Yang Hao thought so, and used the 6 Meridians Divine Sword to attack Elder Lu in the sky. The power of the 6 Meridians Divine Sword was so great that it directly knocked Elder Lu down from the air. Yang Hao took advantage of the situation and rushed forward to engage in close combat with her. Elder Lu didn't expect Yang Hao to be so difficult to deal with, and he couldn't get rid of him for a while. At this time, Nalan Yenran was watching the battle from the side. She was secretly surprised that Yang Hao's strength was so powerful. Under Yang Hao's fierce attack, Elder Lu gradually fell into a disadvantage. She realized that she had met a strong enemy and had to fight with all her strength. Yang Hao seized the opportunity and used a set of fierce sword skills to directly attack Elder Lu's vital points. Elder Lu had no way to avoid it and was eventually stabbed by Yang Hao's sword, falling to the ground. When Nalan Yenran saw this, her face changed drastically. She didn't expect Yang Hao to be so powerful and easily defeated the elder of Yunlan sect. Yang Hao looked at Nalan Yenran and said coldly, Nalan Yenran, if you want to live, take Elder Lu and follow me. After saying that, Yang Hao turned and left, leaving Nalan Yenran confused. Soon Nalan Yenran picked up the injured and unconscious Elder Lu and followed. Yang Hao led them to the outskirts of Wutan City, where a carriage pulled by a monster was parked. Yang Hao didn't need to think, he knew it was Xiao Yu who was waiting for him. Yang Hao didn't think much and took Nalan Yenran into the carriage. As soon as they got on the carriage, Nalan Yenran said to Yang Hao, please save Elder Lu, she is dying. Yang Hao raised his lips and said, you can save her, but I have to collect some things when I save people. Are you sure you want to save her? Please save Elder Lu. I am willing to pay any price. Yang Hao smiled evilly and said, okay, I'll save you. Yang Hao looked at his medical skills and elixirs and quickly saved Elder Lu, who had returned to the city. But he sealed Elder Lu's cultivation. Xiao Yu drove the carriage while Yang Hao collected the medical fees in the carriage. Chapter 64, Penance. Yang Hao and his party continued on their way and soon arrived at the imperial city of the Gamma Empire. Along the way, both Nalan Yenran and Elder Lu witnessed Yang Hao's powerful. And Yang Hao has broken through to the early stage of Wu Wang fighting king through these days of signing in. However, there are many people in the Do Wang realm in the Jama Imperial City. Yang Hao bought a house in the Jama Empire Imperial City. That day, Yang Hao went to the miter auction to dispose of the useless pills in his hands. Although these pills were useless to Yang Hao, the quantity was huge after all. The shopkeeper was unsure, so he called the auction house's young master, Yafei. When Yang Hao saw Yafei, he showed a perverted expression. Yafei is indeed the stunning beauty in Fights Breaks Fear. Her enchanting charm makes people fall in love with her. Her face is like a blooming flower, and her fair skin exudes a luster like white jade, as if charming petals gently falling in front of people's eyes. Her eyes were as deep as a pool, sparkling with charming light, as if hiding endless wisdom and tenderness. Yafei has a graceful figure, like a dancer, moving her elegant body. Her long hair fell like a waterfall, gently brushing against her slender shoulders, highlighting her beauty even more. Her curves are exquisite, perfectly showing the feminine beauty and charm. Her clothes are elegant and luxurious, and every piece of clothing highlights her noble temperament. Character, Yafei. Realm, Do Wang Qixing. Appearance, 96. The first thing Yafei felt when she saw Yang Hao was that he was simple, clean, young, and energetic. She smiled gently and said to Yang Hao, are you here to sell pills? Can I see the pills first? Yang Hao took out the pills from his system space. There were a lot of them, ranging from 1st grade to 6th grade. Yafei smiled and said, little brother, how do you want to sell these pills? Yang Hao scratched his head and said with a smile, I don't really understand these either, just give it to me as you see fit. Yafei was secretly delighted. Such a large amount of pills, and of good quality, if she could eat them all, it would definitely be a huge profit for the miter auction house. Yafei pretended to be calm and said, how about this, brother, I'll give you a total price, and see if you are satisfied. As she spoke, she quoted a number. Yang Hao was slightly surprised, as the price was a little higher than he expected. He immediately nodded in agreement and said with a smile, sister, you are so generous. Let's do it this way. After the transaction was completed, Yang Hao prepared to leave the auction house. Yafei called him and said with a smile, brother, if you have such good things in the future, remember to come to me. Yang Hao nodded and left middle auction house. After returning to the residence, Yang Hao, Nalan Yenran and Elder Lu talked and began to practice hard. She felt a sense of urgency. After all, the royal family of the Jama Empire was ruled by the Do Huang. Moreover, the leader of Yunlan, Yun Yun, whom he had offended, was a Do Zone master. He had to break through as soon as possible. When Yang Hao was in seclusion, he found that the technique he practiced could devour the crystal cores of monsters many times faster than absorbing spirit stones. He looked at Nalan Yenran and Elder Lu and said, you can go back to Yunlan sect. I will go to Yunlan sect to find you within a year. After hearing what Yang Hao said, the two looked at each other. If Yang Hao dared to come to Yunlan sect within a year, sect master Yun Yun would definitely make sure he never came back. Although it was comfortable to be with Yang Hao, it was forced after all. Plus, they were together day and night, so naturally, they didn't have a good impression of Yang Hao. Yang Hao was willing to let them go, so they left naturally. After Nalan Yenran and Elder Lu left, Yang Hao took Xiao Yu to the Monster Mountain Range. The monsters in the Monster Mountain Range outside the Imperial Capital are much more powerful than those in the Monster Mountain Range outside Wutan City. Yang Hao didn't think much about it. After entering the Monster Mountain range, Yang Hao began to kill the monsters and took out his magic crystal core. At the same time, he also taught Xiaoyu the 9 scriptures. The two of them hunted monsters in the Monster Mountain range during the day and practiced at night. This went on until half a year later, when they met the little medical fairy who went to the Magic Beast Mountain range to collect herbs. Xiaoyu was poisoned by aphrodisiac in order to save Xiaoxian. Yang Hao sacrificed himself to detoxify Xiaoyu. During the past 6 months, Yang Hao has been devouring the Magic Beast cores non-stop. His cultivation has reached the peak of the Martial King, and he is only one step away from the Martial Emperor fighting Emperor. After Yang Hao successfully removed the aphrodisiac from Xiaoyu, Xiaoxian was very grateful to him. "Thank you for saving me. My name is Xiaoxian." Xiaoxian looked at Yang Hao sincerely. Yang Hao smiled slightly. "You're welcome, it's just a coincidence." However, Yang Hao discovered that Xiaoxian had a special physique, which was actually a poisonous body. "Are you the poisonous body?" A hint of surprise flashed in Yang Hao's eyes. The little Dr. Fairy nodded, her eyes revealing helplessness. "Yes, I have been looking for a way to treat it." Yang Hao had an idea, maybe he could help the little medical fairy. He told Xiaoxian that he had a way to control the onset of the evil poison body. After hearing this, a glimmer of hope appeared on little medical fairy's face. In the following days, Yang Hao and Xiaoxian practiced together in the Demon Beast Mountains, and he taught Xiaoxian how to control her poisonous body. As time went by, Xiaoxian's strength gradually increased, and Yang Hao finally broke through to the Martial Emperor realm. During this period of time together, a deep relationship developed between Yang Hao and Xiaoxian. "Yang Hao, thank you. If it weren't for you, I might not be able to get rid of the troubles of the poisonous body." The little medical fairy looked at Yang Hao affectionately. Yang Hao gently held Xiaoxian's hand and said, "We are partners, and it is our duty to help each other." After calculating the time, there are only less than 2 months left before Yang Hao and Nailan Yanran agreed to meet. So he planned to leave the Monster Mountain range and head to Yunlan sect. After parting with Xiaoxian, Yang Hao and Xiaoyu went to Yunlan sect together. On the way, Yang Hao and his companions met Dumisha. Queen Dumisha was seriously injured and could not transform at all. Character, Dumisha. Realm, Dozun severely injured. Appearance, 94. Yang Hao took her on the journey. After another month, Yang Hao and his party finally arrived at the foot of Yunlan Sect Mountain. Just as Yang Hao was about to go up the mountain, he was stopped by the Yunlan Sect's mountain guarding disciples. "Who are you? How dare you trespass into our Yunlan sect?" one of the disciples shouted loudly. Yang Hao frowned. "I'm here to look for Nailan Yanran." "Senior sister Nailan?" The two mountain guarding disciples looked at each other and then changed their expressions to respectful. "Excuse me, who are you?" "Yang Hao." Yang Hao said lightly. "So it's young Master Yang. My apologies." Two disciples made way for him. "Senior Sister Nailan has already told us that if young Master Yang is coming, we don't need to inform him and can just go up directly." Yang Hao nodded and walked towards the mountain with Dumisha and Xiaoyu. Along the way, all the Yunlan sect disciples he met were very respectful to him. When he arrived at the main hall, Yang Hao saw Nailan Yanran and Elder Lu. "Yang Hao, you are finally here." Nailan smiled sweetly, with a barely perceptible shyness flashing in her eyes. Chapter 65 Calculation. Although Nailan Yanran hated Yang Hao for forcibly taking away her virginity. However, over the past year, Yang Hao's appearance has always appeared in her mind. After all, the longer you have been with him, the more you will savor it. Just when Yang Hao was about to say something to Nailan Yanran, a voice came, "You are the scoundrel who took away my apprentice's innocence." Yang Hao looked up and saw a white figure falling from the sky. Her stunning beauty and graceful figure make people think of Bai Yue Guang, which makes people's heart beat fast. Her beauty is that of a fresh, refined, noble and elegant beauty. Her face is as delicate as a painting, and her eyes are as deep as the sea, as if containing endless wisdom and power. She has a high nose bridge and rosy lips, and every smile of hers seems to melt the ice and snow, making people intoxicated. Her long hair flowed like a waterfall, dancing in the wind, adding a touch of elegance and agility. Yunyun's figure is equally stunning. She has a graceful figure and exquisite curves, and exudes an elegant temperament whether she is standing or walking. Her movements are light and powerful, as if every step is dancing to her own rhythm, making people unconsciously follow her pace and fall into her charm. Character, Yun. Realm, Dozone 7 stars. Appearance, 98. Yang Hao's mouth corners were raised, handsome and boundless, his face was as sharp as a knife, revealing a hint of evil, making him even more handsome and compelling. Who are you? What happened between me and Yanran has nothing to do with you, Yang Hao said. Asshole, you are looking for death. Yun Yun was devoted to cultivation, so how could she understand love between men and women, the ways of the world? He would never talk too much if he could take action, and he exuded the aura of a Dozone master. Seeing this, Yang Hao released the aura of a Do Huang. Although his realm was not as good as Yun Yun's, he practiced a god-level technique, so he was not in awe. Yun Yun let out a delicate cry, and a long sword appeared in her hand, stabbing towards Yang Hao. Yang Hao dodged the attack with a flash, and at the same time an iron rod appeared in his hand. He wielded an iron rod and engaged in a fierce battle with Yun Yun. The two of them fought back and forth, neither giving in, and it was difficult to tell the winner for a while. Nalan Yanran, who was watching the fight, was extremely anxious. She didn't want to see either of them get hurt. She shouted, "Stop it! Stop fighting!" However, the two men who were in a fierce battle could not hear her shouting at all. All they care about is each other in victory or defeat. Yang Hao suddenly exerted his strength and forced Yun Yun back. He looked at the beautiful woman in front of him and felt a little pity in his heart. He put away the iron rod and said to Yun Yun, "Let's end today's matter here. Yanran and I are truly in love, and I hope you can help us." "I'll help you, you big-headed ghost, you little thief, come and kill me!" Yun Yun shouted. He attacked Yang Hao again, and suddenly the wind and clouds changed, and the sword energy flew. Yang Hao dodged sideways, then stepped forward, stretched out his hand to grab Yun Yun's wrist, and said softly, "Miss Yun, why are you so persistent?" "I am sincere to Yanran." Yun Yun struggled to break free, her beautiful eyes filled with anger as she scolded, "Shameless bastard, stop talking nonsense." Yang Hao shook his head helplessly, let go of his hand, and took a few steps back. Nalan Yanran hurriedly ran between the two, grabbed Yun Yun's arm, and persuaded, "Master, don't fight anymore. He is right, he and I are truly in love." Yun Yun was stunned, looking at Nalan Yanran, a hint of disappointment and loneliness flashed in her eyes. Yang Hao took the opportunity to speak, "Miss Yun, I know you are Yanran's master, but love is something that cannot be forced. I hope you can understand." Yun Yun bit her lip and uttered a few words to Nalan Yanran, "You will be locked up in the quiet room for a year." "Yes, master." Although she was reluctant, Master Yun was really good to her, so she didn't dare to disobey Yun Yun's orders. Yang Hao looked at her back and sighed in his heart. Seeing Yang Hao sigh, Yun Yun no longer made things difficult for Yang Hao and returned to her retreat. As night fell, Yang Hao sneaked into Yunlan's sect again. She came to Nalan Yanran's quiet room. "Yanran, let's leave," Yang Hao said to Nalan Yanran. "No, I can't let my master down," Nalan Yanran said sadly. Yang Hao thought about it. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "It seems that this is the only way." "Brother Hao, do you have a solution?" Nalan Yanran said. "Yes, we can let your master understand the joy of being a woman." Yang Hao raised the corner of his mouth and tempted Nalan Yanran. "Brother Hao, what do you want to do?" Nalan Yanran asked. Yang Hao took out a pill from the system space and said, "This is a 9th grade pill, the Yin Yang He pill. As long as your master can eat it, not only will he be tricked, but it will also improve her cultivation afterwards. It's simply the best for picking up girls." "But how can we get master to eat it?" Nalan Yanran asked. "Go to your master and act pitiful, admit your mistake to her, and then offer her tea to apologize." Yang Hao showed an evil look. After hearing this, Nalan Yanran immediately thought this was a good idea. "So I took the tea and went to the place where Yun Yun was in seclusion." Nalan Yanran knocked on the door gently, and Yun Yun's voice came from inside, "Come in." Nalan Yanran pushed open the door, walked into the room, lowered her head and walked in front of Yun Yun, handing her the tea. "Master, I know I was wrong, please forgive me." Yun Yun took the teacup and glanced at Nalan Yanran. "It's good that you know you were wrong. Don't make the same mistake again." After saying that, she brought the teacup to her lips and drank it. Not long after, Yun Yun felt her body getting hot and a strange feeling came over her. She looked at Nalan Yanran, and saw a sly smile on Nalan Yanran's face. Yang Hao walked out from the darkness, looked at Yun Yun, and a sly smile appeared on his lips. The next morning, a deafening roar resounded through the sky. "I'm going to kill you, you bastard. Sister Yun, don't be impulsive. Look at the ground and think about what happened. You really can't blame me." The strips of her white gown overlapped irregularly. Yun Yun's face turned red in an instant. She clenched her fists and glared at Yang Hao with gritted teeth. Yang Hao said innocently, "Sister Yun, you were not like this last night." "Shut up!" Yun Yun shouted angrily, "You despicable villain." At this time, Nalan Yanran walked in. When she saw the scene, she immediately understood what had happened. "Master, you and brother Yang." Nalan Yanran said shyly. "Yanran, you actually conspired with him to plot against me." Yun Yun said angrily. "Master, I'm doing this for your own good. You've always been pure and simple, and I feel sorry for you. Also, brother Yang is a very good person, and he's sincere to me." Nalan Yanran explained quickly. Yun Yun was silent for a moment, and the anger in her heart gradually subsided. She knew that although what happened last night was deliberately planned by Yang Hao, the feeling was indeed wonderful, and her own cultivation had also improved a lot. "That's all," Yun Yun sighed, "but this matter cannot be spread to others, otherwise I will lose face." Yang Hao and Nalan Yanran smiled at each other. They knew that Yun Yun had tacitly acknowledged their relationship. Chapter 66, Heading to Zhongzhou. After dealing with Yun Yun, Yang Hao stayed in Yunlan sect. All day long, apart from signing in, I just chatted with Nalan Yanran about love. But from that day on, Yang Hao never saw Yun Yun again. Yun Yun never left the retreat room since that day. Time passed slowly, and a year passed. Yang Hao's cultivation also broke through to the early stage of Wuzong Dozone. Nalan Yanran and Elder Lu also broke through to the Dohuang level. On this day, Yun Yun also came out of seclusion, and her cultivation had broken through to the Dozun realm. As soon as Yun Yun came out, she said to Yang Hao, "If you want me to follow you completely, you must defeat me." Yang Hao raised his head and looked at Yun Yun hanging in the air. The next second, he soared into the sky like a cannonball. Yang Hao raised the corner of his mouth slightly, his whole body was filled with energy, he stomped his foot hard in the air, and rushed directly towards Yun Yun. The two men fought fiercely in an instant, and terrifying energy fluctuations continued to spread. As a Dozun warrior, Yun Yun's strength is naturally extremely powerful, but Yang Hao is not weak either. He can use various martial arts at will, and the fight with Yun Yun is evenly matched. The two sides fought back and forth, neither giving in. Finally, Yang Hao seized a flaw in Yun Yun and punched her right in the chest. Yun Yun groaned and took a few steps back. Yang Hao took the opportunity to step forward and hugged Yun Yun tightly. "From now on, you are mine," Yang Hao said in a low voice. Yun Yun snorted coldly and said, "Come again." Yun Yun flew into the air again and fought with Yang Hao. The various fighting skills were so brilliant that a hint of excitement flashed in Yang Hao's eyes. He could feel that Yun Yun's strength was stronger than before. He took a deep breath, the internal energy in his body circulated wildly, and with a flash of his body, he attacked Yun Yun again. This time, he was faster, stronger, and his moves were more fierce. Yun Yun showed no sign of weakness and fought against him with all her might. In the fierce battle, Yang Hao gradually gained the upper hand. Finally, he used a superb sword skill to break through Yun Yun's defense and held her in his arms. "Are you still fighting?" Yang Hao asked softly in her ear. A blush appeared on Yun Yun's face and she glared at him angrily, but did not struggle anymore. Yang Hao laughed and slowly landed with her. After defeating Yun Yun, that night, the two relived the accident a year ago. Only this time I was more awake, and the feeling was more obvious. The next day, Yang Hao suggested going to Zhongzhou for some fun. You should know that Yang Hao has reached the 9th level in both medical skills and alchemy skills this year. Plus, he knew that Zhongzhou was the ceiling for fighters in this world. For example, the several ancient tribes in the original drama are all in Zhongzhou. Although the ancient clans no longer have duty, they are still duty bloodline after all. There are so many saints, half-saints everywhere. After making the decision, Yang Hao led Yun Yun, Nalan Yanran, and Xiaoyu to set out together. He originally wanted to bring Elder Lu with him, but Elder Lu wanted to stay in Yunlan sect. After all, the Yunlan sect manages many empires, and without a master in charge, it is easy to be attacked by surprise. After bidding farewell to the Yunlan sect, the group headed to Zhongzhou. After arriving in Zhongzhou, Yang Hao joined the Alchemist Association. With his 9th grade alchemist strength, he became a guest elder of the Alchemist Association. You have to know that the power of the Alchemist Association is not much weaker than the 8 ancient clans. After all, the friends of the alchemist are all over the world, and every high-quality alchemist has a fighting mad friend of the same level. After settling down in Zhongzhou, Yang Hao would make pills and sign-in every day. When he was bored, he would chat with Yun Yun and others about love and romance. On this day, Yang Hao had just finished refining the elixir when he heard that a strange fire had appeared. Yang Hao was still very eager for the strange fire. After all, the strange fire was considered the most powerful energy body in the world. Once swallowed, his cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. In order to improve his cultivation, Yang Hao left the gentle land and went to the place where the strange fire appeared. Because the news of the birth of the strange fire spread throughout Zhengzhou, when Yang Hao arrived, there were already a large number of people. In order to fight for the strange fire, they fought fiercely, and several Dozun masters were among them. Seeing this, Yang Hao didn't want to rob it by force. Seeing that all parties were fighting for the strange fire, no one noticed him, so he sneaked closer to the strange fire and then ran away from the scene. After running for an unknown amount of time, Yang Hao thought he was safe and was about to stop to refine the strange fire. However, at this moment, 3 Dozun stopped him. How dare you snatch something that our soul palace has set its sights on? Hand it over immediately. In the original drama, Xiaoyan fought against the Soul Clan for Yao Lao's soul. I didn't expect that after I devoured Yao Lao's soul, I still offended the Soul Clan. However, Yang Hao was still not inferior to the 3 Dozun. In order to seize the initiative, Yang Hao took the initiative to attack. Yang Hao stood proudly in the void, the power of Wu Zong surging, and his eyes revealed determination and fearlessness. The 3 Dozuns surrounded him in a triangle, their doqi shining brightly like the scorching sun. The battle was about to break out, and Yang Hao took the lead in attacking. His body was as fast as lightning and he rushed towards one of the Dozuns in an instant. The fist whistled, carrying the power to destroy everything, and collided violently with Dozun's attack. For a moment, the sky was bright with light and fighting spirit was everywhere. Yang Hao and the 3 Dozun started a fierce battle, and every collision caused a loud noise that shook the earth. He displayed his martial arts skills, and his body movements were unpredictable, making it difficult for the 3 Dozuns to grasp him. At the same time, his attacks were as intense as a storm, leaving his opponent no chance to breathe. The 3 Dozuns were not willing to be outdone. They each displayed their powerful fighting skills and engaged in a desperate battle with Yang Hao. In the sky, various lights intertwined together to form a colorful picture. Yang Hao fought 1 against 3, but he was not at a disadvantage at all. His martial arts power became stronger and stronger, as if he was going to tear the world apart. The battle ended. Yang Hao killed a Soul Palace Dozun and seriously injured 2 others. Even though Yang Hao had great endurance and a recovery ability far beyond that of an ordinary person, he was still exhausted and seriously injured. You have to know that this is a leap forward. How can it be easy to fight 1 against 3? Just as Yang Hao was about to use his internal energy to heal his wounds, a small dragon appeared in front of him. He spat at Yang Hao, and the wounds on Yang Hao's body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yang Hao looked at the dragon in front of him curiously. Character, Xinglin. Realm, Dozong Peak. Appearance? Can be viewed after transformation. Yang Hao tried hard to recall the plot. It turned out that Qinglin was of the ancient dragon clan. She met Xiaoyan during the fight for the strange fire and eventually became the queen of the dragon clan. I killed Xiaoyan's golden finger. Without Xiaoyan, I met the dragon girl. He smiled and said to Qinglin, "Little guy, are you willing to follow me?" After hearing this, Qinglin shrank directly, and finally became the thickness of a bracelet, wrapped around Yang Hao's other wrist. Yang Hao looked at the 2 bracelets on his wrist, one of which was the dragon girl Qinglin and the other was the queen Medusa. I couldn't help but smile. In ancient times, Su Xian dared to kill a snake. Could I learn from him in the future? Thinking of this, Yang Hao looked at the Medusa on his wrist. Medusa, who was sleeping, suddenly had a bad feeling. Trembled slightly. Chapter 67, Saving Yunlan Sect. The next second, the little green snake that was still wrapped around Yang Hao's wrist flew up from Yang Hao's wrist. After a flash of light, a woman appeared at the same place. Her face is like a blooming flower, delicate and beautiful. Her eyes were as bright as stars, sparkling with endless wisdom. Her high nose bridge outlines her noble temperament, and her rosy lips seem to exude the magic of temptation. Her skin is fair and delicate, like snow-white jade porcelain, which is fascinating. Medusa has a graceful figure, a slender posture and attractive curves. Her body proportions are just right, whether it is her plump chest or tight waist, both highlight her feminine charm. Medusa's temperament is noble and cold, like an iceberg beauty, irresistible. Her eyes are as sharp as an eagle, revealing strong confidence and decisiveness, which makes people involuntarily attracted to her. Under her powerful aura, people can't help but be full of curiosity and awe towards this mysterious goddess. Medusa's appearance is extremely beautiful, and her delicate facial features are like the most perfect masterpiece of God. Her hair flows like black clouds, adding a touch of wild and unruly charm. Her skin is as white as snow, exuding a mysterious and attractive glow, which makes people want to get closer, but they are afraid of being intimidated by her aura. Character: Medusa. Realm: Dozun 3 stars. Appearance: 97. Since Medusa had just transformed, she was completely naked, and Yang Hao was a little dazed. How could there be such a perfect queen in the world? Yang Hao came to his senses and quickly took off his coat and put it on Medusa. There was a hint of displeasure in Medusa's eyes, but when she saw Yang Hao's nervous look, the corners of her mouth rose slightly, and she felt a strange feeling in her heart. At this time, Yang Hao's sound transmission note sounded, breaking the awkward atmosphere between the two. He picked up the sound transmission note and checked it, and learned that the Yunlan sect had an urgent matter that needed his attention. Yang Hao looked at Medusa helplessly and said, "I have something important to do and I have to go back." "You?" Medusa interrupted him coldly, "I can take care of myself, you don't have to worry about me." After that, she turned and left, leaving behind a charming back. Yang Hao looked at her receding figure, feeling a sense of loss. He realized that he seemed to have developed a special feeling for this beautiful snake demon who had just transformed. Yang Hao didn't think too much about it, and came to Yunyun's room and said, "Something happened in Yunlan sect, let's go back quickly. When you reach the Dozun realm, you can tear open the space cracks with others and teleport over long distances." Yunyun brought Yang Hao, and after a few teleportations, they appeared above Yunlan sect. Because Yunyun had not appeared for a long time, the royal families of the major empires thought that something had happened to Yunyun, so they formed an alliance to attack Yunlan zone. Watching the battle below, several martial emperors were besieging Elder Lu. Elder Lu was struggling to hold on. Yang Hao shouted angrily and rushed down in a flash. He held the Overlord spear tightly in his hand and swung it violently. A powerful innate energy gushed out, forcing back several martial emperors who were besieging Elder Lu. "Who dares to touch my Yunlan sect's people?" Yang Hao's voice echoed on the battlefield like thunder. Yunyun also rushed over later, and when they saw Yang Hao coming, hope ignited in everyone's hearts. Yang Hao and Yunyun looked at each other and understood each other. Together, they displayed powerful fighting skills, and in an instant the weather changed drastically, shaking the heaven and earth. With the joint efforts of the two, the enemies were defeated one after another and the situation of the battle was reversed in an instant. Upon seeing this, the morale of the Yunlan sect's disciples was boosted and they launched a counterattack. However, at this moment, a sinister laugh came. He, you are indeed someone who dares to go against my soul palace. You really have some strength." Yang Hao looked at the person who came. He was wrapped in a black cloak and his face could not be seen clearly. However, Yang Hao was not at all weak, and attacked the person with the 6 meridians divine sword. The man in the black cloak dodged Yang Hao's attack easily and said mockingly, "Is that all you can do?" After saying that, he waved his hand, and several black air currents swept towards Yang Hao. "Fuck, half-saint." Yang Hao quickly dodged to the side and swung the Overlord spear, stabbing forward with all his strength. But the man in the black cloak just slightly turned his body to avoid the attack. The two sides fought back and forth, neither giving in. Suddenly, the man in the black cloak seized the opportunity and hit Yang Hao on the chest. Yang Hao took a few steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yunyun hurriedly used her fighting skills to help Yang Hao. But the man in the black cloak was very strong and easily blocked her attack. Yang Hao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the man in the black cloak with a firm gaze. "No matter who you are, don't even think about hurting anyone from the Yunlan sect." After saying that, Yang Hao stood up with the support of the Overlord spear, his eyes filled with murderous intent. His morale was rising steadily. In the middle period of Emperor Wuzong. In the late Wuzong period. Wuzong peak. It didn't stop until the middle stage of Wuzun, middle stage of Dozun. The reason why Yang Hao had such a crazy breakthrough was because he used all the cultivation improvement cards he had obtained by signing in over the years. He originally planned to cultivate his skills to the limit of this realm and then use the skills breakthrough card. He didn't expect that now he has used all of them. "Impossible, how could you break through so quickly?" the man in black shouted in shock. "Ha, this is not something you should know. Come and die for me." After Yang Hao finished speaking, he rushed out with the Overlord spear in hand. Yang Hao had a fierce battle with the man in the black cloak, wielding the Overlord spear as fast as the wind with great momentum. The man in the black cloak was not to be outdone, and the black airflow was surging, strange and unpredictable. At the critical moment, Yang Hao used the Overlord spear to break through the defense of the man in the black cloak, and the tip of the spear pointed directly at his throat. "Who are you? Why are you attacking my Yunlan sect?" Yang Hao glared at him. The man in the black cloak had a flashing look in his eyes and gritted his teeth as he said, "I am the messenger of the Soul Palace, and today I am here to destroy your Yunlan sect." After saying that, he used up his last bit of strength, trying to launch a fatal attack. However, Yang Hao would not give him a chance, and suddenly raised the Overlord spear in his hand, knocking him back dozens of meters. The Soul Palace messenger fell to the ground, barely breathing. Yang Hao turned around and looked at his disciples, and said loudly, "This man is left to you to deal with." The disciples of the Yunlan sect were excited and stepped forward to surround the Soul Palace envoy. Seeing the sea of blood and corpses in front of the Yunlan sect's mountain gate, Yang Hao decided to find an obedient royal family to manage all the territories under the Yunlan sect. In the end, Yang Hao did not find anyone from the Gamma Empire among this group of imperial alliances. He said to Yun Yun, "Some empires should have news." "Well, it's time to unify," Yun Yun said. "All disciples of Yunlan sect who have reached the level of Doling before, come with me to Jama Imperial City." The group set out from Yunlan sect in a mighty procession, and it took them 2 months to reach the imperial city of the Jama Empire. After all, there were too many people, and for the Doling level disciples, they could only walk. Chapter 68 Goodbye Yafei. Yang Hao and his party went to the imperial palace of the Mega Empire. Emperor Jia held a banquet to welcome them. After learning about the purpose of Yang Hao and others' visit, Emperor Gamma expressed his willingness to send troops to attack the rest of the empire. These childish wars, Yang Hao would not participate in them. He asked Elder Lu to bring the disciples of Yunlan sect to help the Jama Empire expand its territory. He took some time out from his busy schedule and moved into the mansion he had bought before. That day, Yang Hao went to the Damadal auction house again and happened to meet the auction house's young master, Yafei. "Mr. Yang, you are such a rare guest. How come you have time to come to my auction house today?" Yafei said with a smile. "I need some herbs recently, so I came to take a look." Yang Hao replied. "So that's how it is. Young Master Yang, if you need any herbs, just tell us. We at Mitre Auction House will do our best to satisfy you." Yafei said. "Thank you very much, Miss Yafei. I need some rare herbs to make pills." Yang Hao said. "No problem, Mr. Yang, please wait a moment. I will ask someone to prepare it." After Yafei said this, she turned around to make arrangements. After a while, Yufei came over with several staff members, holding some boxes in their hands. "Young Master Yang, these are the herbs you need. Take a look and see if you like them." Yafei handed the box to Yang Hao. Yang Hao opened the box and took a look, then nodded, "These herbs are of good quality, I am very satisfied." "As long as young Master Yang is satisfied. If you need anything else, you can tell me at any time," Yafei said. "Okay, thank you Miss Yafei." Yang Hao paid the money and prepared to leave Mitre Auction House. At this time, Yafei said, "Mr. Yang, Yafei needs your help with something. I wonder if you are willing to help me." Yang Hao stopped and said to Yafei, "I can help you. But I don't know what kind of reward Miss Yafei can give me." Yafei smiled and said, "Mr. Yang, let's talk upstairs." Yang Hao nodded and followed Yafei upstairs. In a private room upstairs, Yafei and Yang Hao sat opposite each other. "I've taught you so many times, but you can't even clean it up." Yafei looked at the maid in front of Yang Hao and said coldly, Young master. I'm sorry. I'll do it again." "Get out of here, you piece of trash. I'll do it myself." After that, he came to Yang Hao and helped him wipe the tea stains off his robe. "Sister Yafei, don't bother with that. Just tell me the truth," Yang Hao said to Yafei. "Young Master Yang, my father was the head of the Mitre family. However, after he was seriously injured, the elders of the family began to make moves and hoped that young Master Yang would save my father," Yafei said straight to the point. Yang Hao thought about it, looked at Yafei's natural big E and said, "It's no problem to save your father. I wonder what reward you can give me. As long as young Master Yang can save my father, Yafei is willing to marry him," Yafei said firmly. Yang Hao's heart moved. He looked at the beautiful Yafei in front of him, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. "In that case, I will agree to your request. However, I have one condition," Yang Hao said. What are the conditions? Please tell me, Mr. Yang. Ye Fei asked. I want Mitre Auction House to obey my orders from now on. Yang Hao said lightly. Ye Fei hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Okay, I promise you. Yang Hao stood up and said, It's decided then. Wait for my news. After that, he turned and left. Ye Fei looked at Yang Hao's departing back and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Hao returned to his residence and learned from Yun Yun that the Gama Empire's army had already left the city. I have to say that the emperor of the Gama Empire is still very quick. The army was assembled in just 2 days. Yang Hao said to Yun Yun, Let's go to Zhongzhou in a few days. I promised Ye Fei to treat her father. Yun Yun nodded. As for the war between empires, it was enough to have Elder Lu around. After all, the last time the empires besieged Yunlan sect, all the Dohuan-level people were killed by Yang Hao. In addition, with the death of the half-saint of the Soul Palace, they will not send out any more experts in the short term. 2 days later, Yang Hao asked Ye Fei to set off together to the Mitre family in Zhongzhou. On the way, Yang Hao accepted the reward she gave him. Yun Yun had no opinion on Yang Hao's behavior. After all, she has been alone with Yang Hao recently, and it is really tiring. In just half a month, the three of them set foot on the land of Zhongzhou again. After Yang Hao and his party arrived at the middle family, they were warmly welcomed. Although he knew that the welcome was fake, Yang Hao did not care. He went straight to check on Ye Fei's father's injuries and found that his injuries were very serious and required a rare medicinal herb to heal Snow Lotus. Yang Hao told Ye Fei the name of the herb and said he would find a way to find it. Ye Fei was moved to tears and said that she would fully cooperate with Yang Hao. In the next few days, Yang Hao searched everywhere for clues about this medicinal herb. Finally, he got a piece of news that this medicinal herb might exist in an ancient relic. Yang Hao led Yun and Ye Fei to the ruins without hesitation. In the ruins, they encountered various dangers, but Yang Hao resolved them one by one with his powerful strength. Finally, they found the herb. Yang Hao successfully used it to cure Ye Fei's father. Ye Fei was even more grateful to Yang Hao, and the middle family also announced that they would obey Yang Hao's orders from now on. After dealing with the middle family, Yang Hao returned to his previous house in Zhongzhou. Nalan Yanran and Xiaoyu are still here, but Medusa has left. Hearing that Medusa had left, Yang Hao felt an ominous feeling in his heart. So he decided to go find Medusa alone. Yang Hao began his journey of pursuit. He asked around for the whereabouts of Medusa, walking through deserts and mountains. Along the way, he encountered many challenges and difficulties, but he never gave up. During a dangerous adventure, Yang Hao accidentally discovered a mysterious desert. It is said that there is some kind of powerful force hidden here. Yang Hao went deep into the desert, facing the strong wind and sandstorm, and moved forward with difficulty. In the heart of the desert, he discovered an ancient town. As he entered the city gate, a strange light illuminated the entire space. In the light, Medusa's figure gradually emerged. Yang Hao rushed towards her, but was bounced away by a transparent force. Yang Hao looked at Medusa, who seemed to be performing some kind of ritual. She cut a hole in her wrist with a knife, and her blood flowed into an ancient altar. Medusa also slowly fainted. Yang Hao screamed desperately, but Medusa could not hear him at all. Yang Hao looked at the barrier in front of him anxiously. He didn't know how to set up a formation, but his skills were awesome. Start to use the heaven-devouring and earth-devouring technique to devour the power of the barrier. However, the power that formed the barrier was too strong. At first glance, Yang Hao swallowing was just a drop in the bucket. Yang Hao could only choose to slowly kill time, as time passed day by day. Half a year later, Yang Hao's cultivation level reached the late stage of Wuzun. 1 year later, Yang Hao's realm reached the peak of Wuzun. Chapter 69 Saving Medusa. 2 years later, Yang Hao broke through to the early stage of Wuxing Fighting Saint. When Yang Hao broke through, the energy of the barrier was also devoured by Yang Hao. The barrier is like glass, breaking bit by bit. Yang Hao teleported to the unconscious Medusa. I checked her pulse and found that her blood was almost drained and her breath was very weak. At this moment, a shadow appeared on the altar, with a human body and a snake tail. The hair on the top of the head is made up of small green snakes. The shadow said, "My bloodline, since you have come to our ancestral land, I will awaken your imperial bloodline, and I hope you can avenge my clan." As soon as the shadow finished speaking, a blood-red light enveloped Medusa. Medusa's body seemed to be pulled and slowly floated in the air. She once again changed from a human form into a small green snake, trying hard to devour the energy in the blood-red light. As the energy was absorbed, the little green snake grew bigger little by little. In the end, he turned into a human body with snake hair and wild tail. Medusa in the blood snake light slowly opened her eyes, the bloody light disappeared, and Medusa turned back into human form again. She looked at Yang Hao with cold eyes and said indifferently, "Who are you and why are you here?" Yang Hao looked at Medusa in confusion and said, "You don't recognize me? Foreigners, please leave the Medusa tribe, or I will be rude to you," Medusa said in a cold voice. Yang Hao looked at Medusa's cultivation, but she was only at the martial saint level. He himself had also broken through to the fighting saint level in the past few years. With all my martial arts, can I still not beat her? What if I don't leave? Court death. The battle between the fighting saint Medusa and the martial saint Yang Hao was about to break out. Medusa was wearing a purple dress, with a graceful figure and endless majesty in her eyes. Behind her, 9 huge snake tails were dancing, emitting a terrifying aura. Yang Hao was dressed in a white robe, holding a spear, looking heroic. He exudes a powerful aura that no one dares to underestimate. As soon as the battle began, Medusa launched an attack. Her snake tail lashed towards Yang Hao like lightning, bringing up a gust of wind. Yang Hao was not afraid at all. He swung the spear in his hand and a golden light shot towards the snake's tail. There was a loud bang, and the light collided with the snake's tail, causing a huge explosion. Medusa's snake tail was knocked back, but she did not stop attacking, but launched an attack again. Yang Hao was not to be outdone. He brandished his spear and engaged in a fierce battle with Medusa. For a moment, there was a gleam of light and continuous explosions, and the entire battlefield was shrouded in their battle. As the battle progressed, Medusa gradually gained the upper hand. Her snake tail became more and more flexible, and her attacks became more and more fierce. Yang Hao gradually felt that he was unable to cope with the situation, and multiple wounds appeared on his body. Just when Yang Hao was about to collapse, he suddenly burst out with a powerful force. A golden light emanated from his body, enveloping Medusa. Medusa felt threatened by this power and tried to break free, but she was unable to move. Finally, Yang Hao waved the spear in his hand, and a golden light penetrated Medusa's body. Medusa screamed, and her body gradually softened, cooperating with Yang Hao's output, making a graceful and moving sound. Yang Hao looked at Medusa and felt relieved. He knew that he had won the battle, but he had paid a heavy price. His body was covered with wounds and blood stained his robes red. But he didn't care about these. He felt the joy of victory through his actions. "Brother Hao, what happened to me? Are you okay?" Yang Hao looked at Medusa. Wow, this is how she could recover her memory. It caused him to be beaten so badly. He feels like crying but has no tears. After the two of them had a conversation, Yang Hao also learned that the enemy of the Medusa clan was the Soul clan. In order to break through to the duty level, the Soul clan leader sacrificed the Medusa clan to help him break through. The only one who was transported away by the leader of the Medusa clan was Medusa. After listening to Medusa, Yang Hao decided to help her destroy the Soul clan, but the Soul clan was too secretive, and Yang Hao in the original play could not figure out where their base was. I only know that the Soul Palace is the power of the Soul clan. So Yang Hao planned to return to Zhongzhou and start from the Soul Palace to investigate the Soul clan. Yang Hao led Medusa and other powerful people on the journey to find the Soul Palace. They overcame numerous obstacles, went through countless battles, and finally found several dozen halls of the Soul Palace. In the battle with the branch hall, Yang Hao showed great strength and leadership. He commanded with confidence and worked closely with Medusa and others to defeat the enemies of the Soul Hall time and time again. However, the Soul Hall has many branches and their strength should not be underestimated. The battle was extremely fierce and both sides paid a heavy price. But Yang Hao did not give up. He firmly believed that as long as he persisted, he would be able to find the Soul Palace headquarters and completely eliminate this evil force. Under his encouragement, Medusa and others were also full of fighting spirit. They continued to move forward, constantly searching for traces of the Soul Palace. Finally, after a long journey, they found the Soul Palace headquarters. The place is heavily guarded and filled with a powerful atmosphere. Yang Hao knew very well that this would be an unprecedented fierce battle, but he was not afraid. He led everyone and rushed into the headquarters resolutely. In the headquarters, they encountered the top masters of the Soul Palace, but Yang Hao relied on his extraordinary strength and wisdom to escape danger time and time again. Medusa and others also exerted their strongest strength and fought side by side with Yang Hao. After a thrilling battle, Yang Hao and his companions finally succeeded in destroying the Soul Palace headquarters. After destroying the Soul Palace headquarters, Yang Hao planned to go to the ancient clan, hoping to learn about the Soul Clan from them. So Yang Hao and Medusa went to the ancient tribe. It is not so easy to enter the ancient clan's land, but fortunately Yang Hao and Xiao Sun'er knew each other. Moreover, Xiao Sun'er is the young master of the ancient clan. After Yang Hao found Xiao Sun'er, he told her everything about the Soul Palace and, based on the original plot, revealed the news that the Soul Clan wanted to dominate the continent. After hearing this, Xiao Sun'er felt that Yang Hao would not deceive her, so she decided to take him to see her grandfather. Xiao Sun'er's grandfather is none other than the head of the ancient tribe. After looking at Yang Hao, Xiao Sun'er's grandfather released the aura of a top Do Shang, trying to oppress Yang Hao. However, Yang Hao also released the aura of the martial saint, and the two auras intertwined in the air. It caused a series of explosions, and no one could win. After a long while, the old man laughed loudly and said, "Young people are really formidable. At such a young age, they have such profound cultivation. I am not as good as them." "Thank you, Patriarch Gu," Yang Hao said with a bow. "Tell me the purpose of your visit to my ancient tribe this time," said the chief of the ancient tribe. Chapter 70 Killing Emperor Hun Tian. Yang Hao once again told the old man about the Soul Palace. At the same time, he told the old man that the Soul Clan wanted to unify the continent. However, as an ancient clan, the old man did not know where the Soul Clan was. Although the old man didn't know where the Soul Clan was, he still contacted the Xiao Clan to fight against the Soul Clan together. For a time, all races were on guard against the Soul Clan. At the same time, at the request of the old man, Yang Hao was allowed to marry Xiao Sun'er. In the following time, Yang Hao began to retreat in order to welcome the appearance of Emperor Hun Tian. 2 years later, Yang Hao broke through to the peak of Martial Saint and was about to become Martial Emperor. However, at this moment, Emperor Hun Tian and the Hun clan appeared on the continent again. The dark masses of Soul Clan members, plus the Soul Emperor who is at the peak of duty. The war between the Soul Clan and the 8 ancient clans is about to break out. In the sky, Emperor Hun Tian stood proudly, emitting endless power of the Do Emperor, which was frightening. The Do Shang warriors surrounded Emperor Hun Tian, and their bodies also had powerful Do Qi surging, shining brightly. The battle began, and all kinds of gorgeous fighting skills bloomed like fireworks, lighting up the sky with colorful lights. As Emperor Hun Tian waved his hand, black fighting spirit surged out like a tide, transforming into a huge palm that slapped towards the saints. The saints displayed their unique skills one after another, and the light and darkness collided with each other, making a deafening noise. On the ground, the armies of both sides were also fighting fiercely. Shouts and screams were intertwined, and blood dyed the earth red. The strong men of the Soul Clan gradually gained the upper hand by relying on their powerful strength and cruel means. However, the saints of the 8 ancient clans did not retreat. They worked closely together and resisted tenaciously. They knew very well that this battle concerned the fate of the entire continent. In the fierce battle, Emperor Hun Tian's figure shuttled back and forth like a ghost, and every attack brought huge damage. But the saints were not willing to be outdone and fought a desperate battle with Emperor Hun Tian. They needed to delay time and wait for Yang Hao to break through to become Emperor Martial. The entire battlefield fell into chaos, and the light of fighting spirit illuminated every corner. Fighting saints of various races were defeated by Emperor Hun Tian one after another. At the critical moment, Yang Hao broke through and dueled with Emperor Hun Tian. In the sky, the duel between Yang Hao and Emperor Hun Tian entered a white-hot stage. The aura of the two peerless masters permeated, changing the color of the entire world. After Yang Hao broke through to the martial emperor, his strength increased greatly, but Emperor Hun Tian was after all a peak Do emperor and still had the upper hand. However, Yang Hao did not retreat at all. His eyes were firm and the true energy in his body burned even more vigorously. Emperor Hun Tian displayed his powerful fighting skills, and rays of light shot towards Yang Hao. Yang Hao flashed and cleverly avoided these attacks. At the same time, he also launched his own special moves and started a fierce fight with Emperor Hun Tian. The fight between the two caused energy fluctuations between heaven and earth, and the fighting saints below were watching the duel nervously. They knew that the outcome of this battle would determine the fate of the entire world. Every collision between Yang Hao and Emperor Hun Tian made a loud noise, as if it was going to tear the sky apart. Their figures intertwined in the sky, making people dizzy. As time passed, Yang Hao gradually found the flaw of Emperor Hun Tian. He seized the opportunity and delivered a fatal blow. Emperor Hun Tian sensed the danger and wanted to dodge, but it was too late. In the end, Yang Hao's attack hit Emperor Hun Tian, knocking him down from the sky. After destroying the Soul clan, the continent returned to peace again, and Yang Hao chose to return to the Yunlan sect. Living a colorful and leisurely life, 10 years later, Yang Hao broke through to the peak of martial arts. At the same time, Yang Hao also missed his relatives in the main world, so he chose to leave the Dupo world. When Yang Hao woke up again, he was already in a room in a hotel in Huadu. Looking at the beautiful night view of the city through the French window, revealing a meaningful smile. However, just when Yang Hao felt relaxed, a conspiracy against him was unfolding little by little. In a luxurious manner in the imperial capital, a man wearing a black mask said to the old man beside him, "Are you sure he is my uncle's son?" "Master, I am sure," the old man bowed and saluted to the masked boy in front of him. If he were an ordinary person, I wouldn't bother to care about him. But he actually controls half of the country in Huadu, so there's no need to keep him. You arrange for someone to go to Huadu. I don't want him to leave Huadu alive, the young man said in a hoarse voice. Yes, young master. As for Yang Hao, as soon as the sun rose, he began to inspect various companies and reward the female president who helped him manage the company. However, while Yang Hao was rewarding his men with ease, he signed in. Groups of highly skilled strangers poured into the flower city. Their cultivation level was at least at the Grandmaster level. 3 days later, Yang Hao came out of the villa. I was about to go on a date with a little internet celebrity I just met, but when he drove to a deserted place, hundreds of people blocked Yang Hao's way. Yang Hao drove down the door. Wow, the leader of this group of people has the cultivation level of a grandmaster, and the rest are all masters. Seeing Yang Hao getting off the car, the leader said to Yang Hao, "Boy, do you have any last words to say? Don't worry, we will take good care of your women after you die. Since you are so confident that you can kill me, why don't you tell me who sent you?" Yang Hao's eyes narrowed into a line. Looking at the hundreds of people in front of me, it's like looking at dead people. So what if I tell you? We are from the Yang family in the imperial capital. The Yang family has 80,000 masters and 8,000 great masters. It is the #1 family in the imperial capital. After hearing this, Yang Hao sneered and said, "You can go die now." Then he gathered his true energy, waved his hand, and the hundreds of people in front of him turned into ashes and dissipated into the air, as if they had never appeared. Yang Hao drove to the place where he and the little internet celebrity had agreed to meet as if nothing had happened. As soon as he entered the coffee shop, Yang Hao saw her. She has long golden hair that falls on her shoulders like a waterfall, and her hair sparkles with dazzling light, as if kissed by the sun. Her eyes are big and bright, like a deep lake, and there is a hint of mystery and playfulness in her blue eyes. Her eyebrows are long and curved, like 2 light willow leaves, and the slightly upturned eyebrows add a bit of charm. Her nose is straight, small and delicate, her lips are as red as cherries, and her slightly upturned mouth corners always bring a sweet smile. She has a small and delicate face, a pointed chin and smooth lines, giving people a cute and charming feeling. Her figure is petite yet curvaceous. Her waist is so slender that it seems like it could be broken with a slight grip, while her hips are round and plump, showing her feminine charm. Her legs were long and straight, and her skin was as white as snow and as delicate as mutton fat jade. Chapter 71 Rushing to the Magic City. Character, Xia Kaixian. Realm, None. Appearance, 85. Yang Hao looked at the girl with a baby face and huge breasts in front of him. Although her baby face was a bit exaggerated, her breasts were really huge. He came and sat down opposite Xia Kaixian and said, "It's our first meeting. Please take care of me." Xia Kaixian snorted coldly, "Don't keep me in suspense. You men spend money to date little internet celebrities like us just to eat meat, don't you?" Yang Hao raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a wicked smile that deserved a beating, and said, "Since you were so direct, I won't beat around the bush. Let's go." Yang Hao brought Xia Kaixian to a luxury hotel. After entering the room, Yang Hao stared at Xia Kaixian's figure without any concealment. "What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig your eyes out," Xia Kaixian said coquettishly. Yang Hao smiled, walked up to Xia Kaixian, put his hands on her shoulders, and said softly, "Don't be angry, I just admire your beauty. But I'm not here just to eat meat." Xia Kaixian raised his head and stared straight at Yang Hao, his eyes full of confusion and curiosity. There was a hint of provocation in her voice, as if she wanted to challenge his bottom line. However, Yang Hao was not affected by her attitude. Instead, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a confident smile. Yang Hao smiled mysteriously, as if he had endless secrets in his heart. Suddenly, he reached out, put his arms around Xia Kaixian's waist, and held her tightly in his arms. Xia Kaishuan's eyes widened, having totally not anticipated this sudden move. Her body trembled slightly, but she was unable to break free from Yang Hao's arms. At this moment, a thought flashed through Xia Kaishuan's mind: this seemingly thin man in front of him actually possessed such powerful strength. She couldn't help but doubt her previous judgment. Perhaps this man was not as simple as she thought. Yang Hao's voice came out coldly, as if squeezed out from between his teeth. He warned Xia Kaishian to be obedient and promised that he would not treat her unfairly as long as she obeyed. Xia Kaishian felt the majestic aura emanating from him and his heart tightened. She realized that this man might understand the rules of the game better than she did and be more sophisticated. Although Xia Kaishian felt somewhat unconvinced, she also understood that it was not appropriate to confront Yang Hao at this time. After all, she needed his strength to achieve her goals. So, she gritted her teeth and nodded silently to show her agreement. Seeing this, Yang Hao nodded with satisfaction and released the hug. Yang Hao's figure gradually disappeared, leaving Xia Kaishian standing there with a lot of thoughts in his mind. She couldn't help but wonder about this man's true identity and purpose. Who is he? Why is he here? And why is he so interested in her? At midnight, Yang Hao signed in again and obtained a group worth hundreds of billions. Just when Yang Hao was happy, he received a call from his sister Yang Jing. After the call was connected, Yang Hao said to Xia Kaishian, "I have some things to deal with. Let's stop here today." Xia Kaishian stood up and left obediently. She was too scared. She was not only afraid of Yang Hao's aura, and as a representative of men's dignity. After Xia Kaishian left, Yang Hao answered the phone. As soon as the call was connected, an anxious voice came from the other end. "Are you Xiaojing's brother? Xiaojing is sick. I don't know what disease she has. She is unconscious in the hospital." Listening to the anxious crying voice of the girl, Yang Hao picked up the phone and dialed, and soon Sang Biao answered the call. "Arrange a flight for me to go to Shanghai tonight." "Brother Hao, the only way to get to the Magic City tonight is to charter a plane," said Sang Biao. "Please ask the airport to make the arrangements. I'm heading to the airport now." After saying that, Yang Hao hung up the phone. Not long after, Yang Hao arrived at the airport. After Yang Hao arrived at the Shanghai Central Hospital by charter flight, he rushed straight to Yang Jing's ward. He saw his sister's pale face and his heart was filled with anxiety and worry. The doctor briefed him on Yang Jing's condition and said that further examination was needed to determine the cause. Yang Hao decided to find a way to cure his sister himself. Yang Hao only needed to take a glance to see that his sister was not sick, but was poisoned, and it was not an ordinary poison, but a goo poison. No wonder the hospital couldn't find out what was wrong. But Yang Hao had studied the Heavenly Medicine Pill Classic, so he had some experience in detoxification. He took out a pill and placed it next to Yang Jing's mouth. After a while, an invisible iron wireworm crawled out of Yang Jing's mouth. Yang Hao cast a spell, and a flame burned the iron wireworm into powder. After checking Yang Jing's pulse again, Yang Hao found that Yang Jing was just suffering from deficiency of qi and blood, and that she just needed to rest. Of course, Yang Hao also had pills that could instantly restore her health, but those were for practitioners. Given Yang Jing's current physical condition, taking this medicine would make her weak and unable to benefit from it, and would instead damage her foundation. After removing the poison from his sister's body, Yang Hao walked out of the ward with a gloomy face. At this moment, a girl came to Yang Hao and asked, "Brother Yang, how is Xiaojing?" Yang Hao looked at the girl, who had a hot body, beautiful face, an oval face the size of a palm, and moist and smooth skin. Characters: Zhou Jiasen. Realm: None. Appearance: 89. Yang Hao said to Zhou Jiasen, "What is your relationship with Xiaojing?" "I'm her best friend and roommate," Zhou Jiasen said with some fear when she saw Yang Hao's gloomy and cold face. "My sister, how did she faint?" Yang Hao asked again. "Tonight, she fainted right after taking a shower. I thought it was a minor illness, but when I sent her to the hospital, even the doctor couldn't find out what was wrong. So I thought about notifying her family." Yang Hao nodded after hearing this. The woman in front of me really didn't know about the goo, but who would use goo poison on such a lovely sister? Unable to figure it out, Yang Hao stopped thinking about it. In the following days, Yang Hao took care of Yang Jing in the hospital every day and helped her recuperate. Half a month passed before Yang Jing finally recovered and was able to be discharged from the hospital. However, Yang Hao was still a little worried about her, so he decided to find a connection and enter the Magic City University to investigate the truth. On the day Yang Jing was discharged from the hospital, Yang Hao sent his sister back to school. When he walked into the campus, he felt a strange atmosphere. With his keen intuition, he sensed that someone was secretly observing them. Suddenly, a figure caught Yang Hao's attention. He was a man dressed in black, with a sinister look in his eyes. Yang Hao decided to follow the man to see if he could find some clues. He followed carefully, through the alleys and corners of the campus. Finally, the man came to a remote laboratory. Yang Hao approached the window and looked inside secretly, and found many strange experimental equipment and biological samples inside. Just as he was about to investigate further, he heard footsteps and Yang Hao quickly hid. A woman came in and started talking to the man in black. "How are you doing with what you were told to do?" the woman asked in a cold voice. Originally, Yang Jing had been poisoned by a goo. "I don't know who cured her of the poison," said the man in black. Yang Hao was shocked when he heard this, but he did not kill them. He must play the long game, catch the big fish, and find out who is behind this. The next morning, Yang Hao used his connections to complete the admission procedures. The woman who talked to the man in black last night became a classmate. This woman looks ugly, but she has a hot body and the skin on her body is obviously different from her face. Character, Ji Xiaoxiao. Realm, Transformation. Value, 92. Seeing the beauty and name given by the system evaluation, Yang Hao knew that the woman in front of him was Miss Ji, who was known as the #1 socialite in Shanghai. Her current ugly appearance must be due to some special disguise method. Chapter 72, Entering the Imperial Capital. Yang Hao came and sat down next to Ji Xiaoxiao, and said to Ji Xiaoxiao, "Hello, classmate. I am a new student who just transferred here." Ji Xiaoxiao glanced at Yang Hao and ignored him. In the following days, Yang Hao monitored Ji Xiaoxiao every day. But she doesn't contact anyone except for attending classes and eating. She even ignored the handsome guy Yang who sat next to her all day. Until one day, Yang Hao saw her mysteriously walk out of the classroom. Yang Hao followed her from a distance until she arrived at a hotel. However, this hotel is Yang Hao's property, which Yang Hao obtained by signing in. Yang Hao called the hotel general manager and followed him to the security room. Following Ji Xiaoxiao's steps, Yang Hao saw her enter a room through the hotel surveillance. The person who opened the door was a woman who wrapped herself up very tightly. Yang Hao said to the manager, "Go check who was the woman who opened this room." The manager did not dare to delay Yang Hao's business and went to check. But when the manager came back, he told Yang Hao that a man. Yang Hao knew that the person who contacted Ji Xiaoxiao was the one who harmed his sister. Since the investigation is unclear, why not go and see for yourself? After disguising himself as a takeaway delivery man, Yang Hao arrived at the door of the hotel room. After knocking for a long time, no one opened the door, so Yang Hao called the hotel staff. There was only one man lying unconscious in the room. Ji Xiaoxiao and the woman disappeared. Looking at the window, Yang Hao knew that they left through the window. With an ominous premonition in his heart, Yang Hao rushed to the school without saying a word. Yang Hao rushed to the school anxiously, but found that his sister was not in the classroom. He looked around and asked his classmates if they had seen her, but everyone shook their heads and said they didn't know. Just when Yang Hao felt desperate, he suddenly received a mysterious text message: "If you want to save Yang Jing, come to the abandoned factory in the back mountain alone." Yang Hao went to the designated location immediately without any hesitation. There was a strange atmosphere in the abandoned factory, and Yang Hao walked into the depths cautiously. In a dim corner, he found Yang Jing tied to a chair, while the mysterious woman stood beside her with a smug smile on her face. At this moment, a gunshot rang out and a bullet flew towards Yang Hao's head. Yang Hao raised his hand slightly and held the bullet in his hand. Seeing Yang Hao catch the bullet with his bare hands without even looking at it, the mysterious woman was shocked. He put a dagger on Yang Jing's neck and said, "Let us go, or I will stab your sister in the neck." Yang Hao's eyes turned cold, and the next second, Yang Hao appeared behind the mysterious woman. A knife knocked her out. Ji Xiaoxiao, who was hiding in the dark, fired again. Yang Hao grabbed the bullet and moved instantly. He came behind Ji Xiaoxiao. After catching Ji Xiaoxiao, Yang Hao removed her disguise, revealing a beautiful face. Then she came to the mysterious woman again and removed her disguise. A face that was 99% similar to Ji Xiaoxiao appeared in Yang Hao's eyes. Yang Hao's heart was filled with confusion and shock. He looked at the two almost identical faces in front of him and was at a loss for a moment. "Who are you? Why did you kidnap my sister?" Yang Hao's voice was filled with anger. Ji Xiaoxiao and the mysterious woman looked at each other, as if they were communicating something. Yang Hao noticed their little movements, frowned slightly, and stepped forward to separate the two. No matter what your purpose is, don't even think about hurting my sister. Yang Hao clenched his fists tightly. At this time, Ji Xiaoxiao spoke up. Yang Hao, actually we are twin sisters. My name is Ji Xiaoxiao, and she is my sister Ji Xiaoyan. Yang Hao was stunned. He had never expected such an answer. The reason we approached your sister was because someone hired us to assassinate you. But later I found out that we were no match for you, so I kidnapped your sister. Ji Xiaoxiao explained. Yang Hao's expression gradually returned to calm. He looked at Ji Xiaoxiao, a complex emotion surged in his heart. Okay, since that's the case, just tell me who hired you. If you dare to lie to me, I guarantee you will have a hard time. Yang Hao said. Ji Xiaoxiao said, we don't know either. We are just assassins. The mission to assassinate you was arranged by the dark web. After listening to what the two said, Yang Hao took out 2 pills from the system space and said, take it. After hesitating for a long time, Ji Xiaoxiao and Ji Xiaoyan swallowed the pill. Stay with me from now on, or you won't live for 7 days. After dealing with the Ji sisters, Yang Hao sent Yang Jing back to school. Then she went to a hotel and got a room. Ji Xiaoxiao gave him a back massage and Ji Xiaoyan gave him a leg massage. Yang Hao operated the computer and began to hack into the dark web. After checking, he found that except for the funds coming from the capital, he could not find any information. Yang Hao leaned on the sofa and fell into deep thought. The Ji sisters also watched him silently. It seems that if I want to find out who is behind this, I have to go to the imperial capital. Yang Hao said to himself. Ji Xiaoyan heard this and asked softly, do you need us to join you? Yang Hao glanced at her and nodded. He knew that going to the imperial capital would be full of dangers, and having the Ji sisters by his side would help him relieve his loneliness. A few days later, Yang Hao and the Ji sisters set out on a journey to the imperial capital. However, Yang Hao seemed to be under surveillance. As soon as he got off the plane, he was spotted. However, Yang Hao has the cultivation of the peak of the martial emperor. He is not afraid of others attacking him, but he is afraid that the other party will not attack him. He pretended not to be aware of being watched and drove towards a remote place. The car drove to an abandoned factory and Yang Hao stopped. After he got out of the car, he waited quietly for the stalker to appear. Not long after, a group of men in black emerged from all directions and surrounded Yang Hao and the Ji sisters. Who are you? Why are you following me? Yang Hao asked coldly. I've been asked to take your life, one of the men in black said, gritting his teeth. Yang Hao raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Come on, let me see how capable you are. Before he finished speaking, Yang Hao flashed and rushed into the crowd in an instant. He clashed his fists and palms together with fierce moves, and each strike contained tremendous power. The men in black fell down one after another, and blood splattered everywhere. The Ji sisters watched from the side, admiration flashing in their eyes. In less than a moment, all the men in black were knocked to the ground by Yang Hao. Tell me, who sent you here? Yang Hao stepped on the last man in black and asked. The man in black trembled and said, I don't know. We are just following orders. Yang Hao's eyes turned cold and he pushed harder with his feet, causing the man in black to let out a scream. Forget it, let's not ask him. Let's leave here first. Yang Hao turned and said to the Ji sisters. Chapter 73, Taking Yanning Away. Yang Hao and his friends returned to the hotel and fell asleep under the comfort of Ji Xiaoxiao and her sister. At midnight, Yang Hao signed in again and obtained the gate to another world. Yang Hao thought about it and realized that the problems in the imperial capital could not be solved in a short time. So I used the gate to another world. Yang Hao was sucked into the black hole by a suction force. Bite. Welcome host to the world of Fengyun. Yang Hao discovered that he was at the entrance of the Fire Kailan cave at the foot of the Leshan giant Buddha. There was a little boy with long hair standing next to him. This boy was none other than Nie Feng. Looking up, 2 people were fighting, and there was a woman standing on top of the Leshan giant Buddha. According to the original plot, Yang Hao knew that this was the scene of the duel between Xiong Ba and Beiyin Quangdao Nie Runwang. The woman standing on the Leshan giant Buddha is none other than Nie Feng's mother Yanning. Yanning is a stunning woman, her beauty is like the bright stars in the night sky, unforgettable. She has long black hair that falls like a waterfall, soft and smooth, gently brushing her shoulders, exuding a charming fragrance. Her eyebrows are long and curved like 2 willow leaves, and her slightly upturned eyes have a hint of charm that makes people fall in love with her. Her eyes are bright and clear, like a pool of autumn water, deep and charming. Her eyes reveal a kind of gentleness and intelligence, which makes people feel her inner kindness and wisdom. Her nose is straight and small, her lips are rosy and plump, and her slightly upturned mouth corners carry a faint smile, making people feel extremely kind and warm. Her skin is fair and delicate, as smooth as mutton fat jade, and exudes a faint luster. She is tall and slender, with curvy figure and graceful posture, which makes people feel her elegance and nobility. Her clothes are fashionable and appropriate, always showing her unique taste and charm. Yanning likes strong people, and countless strong people in Fengyun are her subordinates. In order to follow a stronger person, she abandoned her husband and children. In today's words, she is just a beaker. Character, Yanning. Realm, none. Appearance, 93. Yang Hao watched the two people fighting in the air, as if he was watching children fighting. Soon, Xiongba defeated Nie Runwang. Just when Xiongba thought he could win the beauty, Yang Hao stood up and blocked his way. The voice was cold and said, "I want this woman." For Yanning, it doesn't matter who she follows, as long as he is strong enough, so she didn't say anything. Xiongba looked at Yang Hao and said coldly, "Asshole, you are looking for death." Yang Hao raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. "Just you? Are you qualified to fight me?" His aura suddenly burst out, like a mountain, pressing down on Xiongba so hard that he couldn't breathe. Xiongba was shocked. He never expected that the young man in front of him was so powerful. At this moment, Yang Hao flashed and instantly appeared in front of Xiongba, and slapped him with his palm. Xiongba quickly used his internal energy to resist, but it was useless and he was directly slapped away by Yang Hao. When Yanning saw this scene, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She originally thought that Xiongba was already very strong, but she didn't expect that Yang Hao was even stronger than him. Yang Hao walked up to Yanning and looked down at her. "Come with me." Yanning hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. She knew that following Yang Hao might be the best choice. Yang Hao took Yanning and turned to leave the Lesan giant Buddha. At this moment, the fire Qilin in the Qilin cave rushed out and was about to devour Niefeng when a figure appeared in front of him. This person was his father, Nie Runwang. The fire Kirin dragged Nie Runwang directly into the Kirin cave. Seeing this, Xiongba took Niefeng away. After Yang Hao took Yanning away, he did not move around in the martial arts world, but found a place to live in seclusion. Because he found that he could not defeat Fire Kirin alone. It seemed that this world of Fengyun was indeed absurdly strong. He had to find a safe place to sign in and improve his cultivation. Yang Hao has been in seclusion for more than 10 years. Yanning is really good at. No matter what, Yang Hao will not feel bored. Her body is more flexible than the beauties who practice yoga in later generations. No wonder he could make countless heroes bow down. Yang Hao has obtained a lot of skills by signing in during his seclusion, including the demonic sword skill, the 6 skills of Aohan, the 3-point return to Yuan Qi, the 10,000 swords return to the origin, and so on. Yang Hao practiced martial arts every day and raised his cultivation to the peak of martial arts. Yang Hao knew that at this level, he could not break through again if he worked behind closed doors. That day, after Yang Hao finished his training, he said to Yanning, "It's time for us to go out for a walk." Yanning smiled and did not comment. She knew her position. In front of the strong, she is just a plaything. She can't influence other people's decisions at all. The next day, Yang Hao took Yanning away from the secluded place and just arrived at a populated area. Yang Hao heard rumors about the 3 hall masters of Tiangxiaoui, Fengyi and Shuang. And just 3 days later, the Tiangxiaoui convened a martial arts conference, and Xiangba wanted to unify the Central Plains martial arts world. Yang Hao was not interested at all. He was interested in fighting against Fire Kirin. According to Yang Hao's own understanding, his current cultivation realm is the peak of the martial god, which is equivalent to the peak of the immortal on land, that is, the peak of the golden core in the novels of cultivation. The Fire Kirin is also in this realm. Yang Hao brought Yanning to the entrance of Qilin Cave at the foot of the Lesan giant Buddha and said, "Wait for me outside the cave. I'll go in and take a look." After saying this, without waiting for Yanning to answer, Yang Hao walked into the Qilin cave. Yanning looked at Yang Hao's back and actually showed a trace of reluctance. She likes strong men, but she is not an innocent girl. Yang Hao's strength is not only reflected in martial arts, but also in another aspect, which is the reason why she is willing to live in seclusion with him for more than 10 years. She followed the strong just for a better future, but she followed Yang Hao, that was the real happiness. Yang Hao entered the Qilin cave. The further he went inside, the higher the temperature became. Suddenly, a heatwave hit, and Yang Hao saw the fire Kirin not far ahead. Its whole body was covered in flames, and its eyes gleamed with a fierce light. Yang Hao took a deep breath, circulated his internal energy, and prepared to fight the fire Kirin. He approached the fire Qilin step by step, and each step was steady. The fire Qilin sensed Yang Hao's breath, opened its mouth and spewed out a huge ball of flame. Yang Hao dodged sideways, then used his magic sword technique to chop at the fire Kirin. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle, with flames and smoke filling the cave. Yang Hao continued to use various martial arts to deal with the fire Kirin. After a fierce battle, Yang Hao finally found the fire Kirin's weakness. He used all his strength to slash at the vitals of the fire Kirin. The fire Kirin roared and fell to the ground. Yang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. He successfully defeated the fire Kirin. Chapter 74 Swallowing Qilin Energy. Yang Hao looked at the corpse of the fire Kirin. He knew that the blood of the fire Kirin was a good thing. Naturally, he was unwilling to let it go, and he began to devour the blood energy of the fire Kirin. As the energy of the fire Qilin entered his meridians, he felt the blood in his body boiling. It was as if there was a flame burning his blood. As the blood energy of the fire Kirin combined with the true energy in Yang Hao's body, his cultivation level did not increase but decreased, and the qi in his body seemed to have been refined by the flames, becoming more solid. A black flame appeared on Yang Hao's skin. His eyes were crazy for a while, and calm for a while. Qilin blood is also known as crazy blood. Once it cannot be suppressed, the whole person will go crazy. As time passed, Yang Hao's breathing became rapid. He tried desperately to steady his mind and practice his cultivation method in an attempt to control this power. Sweat continued to drip from his forehead and his body began to tremble slightly. At this moment, a flash of enlightenment came into Yang Hao's mind. He realized that this was a test, and only by passing this test could he truly master the power of the fire Kirin blood. He clenched his teeth, concentrated his energy, and used all his strength to guide the energy of the flame and merge it with his own true qi. Gradually, the black flame stabilized and no longer raged violently. Yang Hao's eyes also regained clarity, and he felt a powerful force surging in his heart. Although his cultivation level dropped from the peak of the martial god to the middle stage of the martial god, but his foundation is stronger and his body is stronger. The reserves of true energy in his body are more than twice as much as before. Even now, he can beat 10 of his former selves. After swallowing the Qilin blood, Yang Hao looked at the Qilin cave and began to search. After searching for a while, Yang Hao found the dragon vein and the snow-drinking sword. There is no time in the cave. After Yang Hao walked out of Qilin cave, he found that Yan Ying had left. After all, Yan Ying is still an ordinary person. She needs to eat every day and it is impossible for her to wait for him outside all the time. Yang Hao searched several nearby villages but found no trace of Yan Ying. So he decided to go to Tyangxiaoui to have a look. However, as soon as Yang Hao arrived at Tyangxiaoui, he saw Niu Feng, who was wearing a groom's suit, fighting with Bu Jingyun. Yang Hao naturally knew why they were fighting. He looked at the woman in the red wedding dress. Like a flower blooming in the dark night, lying there quietly. The face is bloodless, but has a sense of broken beauty. Character, Yoruo. Realm, Early Grandmaster. Appearance, 90. Just as Bu Jingyun and Niu Feng were fighting fiercely, Yang Hao descended from the sky, picked up Yoruo's body, and flew away. Yoruo. The reason why Yang Hao did this was because he found that Yoruo was not completely dead, and he still had a way to save her. Yang Hao brought Yoruo to a secluded valley. He found a wooden house and gently placed Yoruo on the bed. Yang Hao used his unique medical skills to try to save Yoruo's life. He used his internal energy to activate the vitality in Yoruo's body. After some effort, Yoruo's breathing gradually stabilized and her face gradually regained some color. But Yoruo was still unconscious. Yang Hao decided to find some rare medicinal herbs to speed up her recovery. He set out on his journey again, searching for precious herbs. A few days later, Yang Hao returned with the collected herbs. He carefully prepared a decoction and fed it to Yoruo. Under his careful care, Yoruo finally slowly opened her eyes. Yoruo looked at Yang Hao in front of her, her eyes full of gratitude and confusion. Yang Hao looked at Yoruo and said, "I pulled you back from the gates of hell. From now on, you will be my woman." Looking at Yang Hao's handsome face, he thought of his father Xiong Ba. Yoruo said with a hint of sadness, "Stay with me, my father will not let you go." Yang Hao said contemptuously, "Don't worry, he can't beat me." In fact, Yang Hao also knew that Yoruo was not Xiangba's suicidal daughter at all. She is just a tool used by Xiangba to control the three leaders of Tianxiaoui. Yang Hao had a leisurely life, but after Yang Hao took Yoruo's body, the Tianxiaoui began to search for Yang Hao's whereabouts. A few days later, Yoruo recovered completely. Yang Hao used the sky as a matchmaker and the earth as a bed. After the wedding with Yoruo, just as they left the deep mountains with Yoruo, they met Bu Jingyun. Bu Jingyun saw Yang Hao and Yoruo walking together lovingly. His eyes flashed with fierce light and he said, "Let go of the girl." Yang Hao uttered a few words stiffly, "What's wrong with you?" Bu Jingyun stepped forward, opened his Paiyun palm and pointed it at Yang Hao. "She is the one I want to protect, no one can take her away from me." Yang Hao raised the corner of his mouth slightly and looked at Bu Jingyun with disdain. "Just you? Are you worthy of her?" Before he finished his words, Yang Hao flashed and rushed towards Bu Jingyun like a ghost. His speed was so fast that Bu Jingyun was caught off guard. Yang Hao punched out with a fierce force, straight to Bu Jingyun's face. Bu Jingyun quickly raised his palm to meet the attack, but Yang Hao's fist easily broke through his defense. Bang! Bu Jingyun was knocked back several steps, and his blood surged in his chest. He widened his eyes and looked at Yang Hao in disbelief. Yang Hao looked at him coldly. "I don't want to waste my time with you. If you keep pestering me, don't blame me for being rude." After saying that, Yang Hao turned around and left with Yoruo, leaving Bu Jingyun standing there, looking at their receding backs with a complicated expression. He never expected Yang Hao to be so powerful. He couldn't even withstand a single move from him. After Yang Hao left, he came to a small fishing village where a girl named Chuchu lived. Because Bu Jingyun had a broken arm and was washed here by the water, Chuchu's father saved Bu Jingyun but ended up killing himself. Yang Hao came here to take Chuchu and his father away. Yang Hao has the Qilin blood energy in his body, so he can easily sense the Qilin arm which also has the Qilin blood energy. Soon Yang Hao came to a thatched house and said to the inside, "Yu, come out and talk." As the owner of the Qilin arm, Yu had been hunted down many times before. That's why he came to this small village, hoping to raise the child. Now, when he heard someone calling him, he walked out of the thatched hut cautiously. He looked at Yang Hao warily and said, "Little brother, what do you want to talk to me about?" Yang Hao said straight to the point, "If you don't want to be involved in the disputes of the Tianxiaoui, take your daughter and leave with me." Yu looked at Yang Hao warily and asked, "Why should I believe you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Hao moved directly. It was just an ordinary grab. Yu didn't even have the strength to resist. "Do you think I have to lie to you? If I want to kill you, can you resist?" Yang Hao said in a cold voice. Yu knew that the world was dangerous, and with Yang Hao's current strength, there was really no need to lie to him, so he decided to take his daughter and leave with Yang Hao. Chapter 75 Duel with Zhu Wuxian. Yu called Yu Chu out. The afterglow of the setting sun shines through the gaps in the leaves and falls on the thatched hut, adding a bit of warmth to it. At this time, the door of the thatched hut slowly opened, and a beautiful woman who had just come out of the bath walked out. Her skin was as white as snow, with a faint blush under the setting sun. Her long black hair hung wetly on her back like a black waterfall. Her eyes are clear and bright, like a clear spring. Her lips curled up slightly, revealing a charming smile that made people fall in love with her. She was wearing a white robe with exquisite patterns embroidered on the collar and cuffs, which made her look more noble and elegant. She had a ribbon tied around her waist, which fluttered in the wind, adding a sense of elegance to her. She was wearing a pair of white cloth shoes with a blooming lotus embroidered on them, which made her look even more fresh and refined. She walked out of the thatched hut and came into the yard. Her movements were light and graceful, like a fairy descending to earth. It looks particularly beautiful under the sunlight, making people intoxicated by it. Character, Yu Chu. Realm, none. Appearance, 89. Yang Hao looked at Yu Chu and said to Yu, "Let's leave." Yu nodded, drove the boat away. Yang Hao found a quiet place in a forest and settled down with several people. Yang Hao said to Yu, "Can you control the Qilin arm now?" Yu said, "Now the Qilin arm is becoming less and less under my control. I don't know what's going on." Yang Hao said, "I will help you absorb the energy of the Qilin arm. From now on, your arm will be the same as that of an ordinary person. Are you willing?" For Yu, having an arm that completely belongs to him is something he would naturally be willing to do. So, Yang Hao grabbed Yu's arm and began to use his power to absorb the energy in the Qilin arm. It has to be said that concentration is the essence, and there is a lot of energy in the Qilin arm. As time went by, the energy in the Qilin arm was gradually consumed by Yang Hao. Yang Hao's cultivation level has returned to the peak of the martial god. Yu Yu felt a sense of relaxation in his arms, and the original discomfort disappeared completely. He moved his arms and found that his arms were finally under his complete control. Yu Yu's heart was filled with gratitude. He looked at Yang Hao, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. "Thank you, Yang Hao," Yu Yu said sincerely. Yang Hao waved his hand. "You're welcome. For me, the energy in the Qilin arm has benefited me a lot. However, although your arm has returned to normal, its strength will also decrease. You need to practice more in the future to improve your strength." Yu Yu nodded. "I understand. I will practice harder." The two smiled at each other and then returned to their residence together. In the following days, Yu Yu practiced hard under the guidance of Yang Hao and constantly improved his strength. Besides signing in every day, Yang Hao spends his time with Yorua. Occasionally flirting with Chu Chu Girl, life is very comfortable. However, the Jianghu was not peaceful at all. After the Tianxiaohui arrested the Clay Buddha, the people were panicked by the Clay Buddha's words. Success is due to the wind and clouds, and failure is also due to the wind and clouds. So he ordered to hunt down Niafeng and Bu Jingyun. However, the days with beautiful women passed quickly. Xiongba abolished his martial arts skills under the joint efforts of Fengyun. And Yang Hao also deceived Yu Chu Chu into his hands during this pleasant time. Everything was peaceful. Yang Hao didn't want to cause trouble and lived a carefree life. However, Yu Yu came back that day and told Yang Hao that Zhu Wuxin had invaded the Central Plains and his wife was a peerless beauty. After hearing this, Yang Hao decided to meet this absolute god. However, he went to Wuxinju Palace, but failed to find Zhu Wuxin. Instead, he found Yanning, whom he had not seen for many years. "Long time no see," Yang Hao said in a hoarse voice. "You are still alive," Yanning said to Yang Hao with some guilt. Yang Hao sneered, "After so many years, you are still so beautiful." Yanning lowered her head, not daring to look into Yang Hao's eyes. "Come back with me." Yang Hao stretched out his hand and tried to pull Yan Ying's hand. Yanning shuddered and dodged Yang Hao's hand. "No, I can't go back with you. I am already Zhu Wuxin's woman." A trace of anger flashed in Yang Hao's eyes. "He is a god. You are my woman. Yang Hao, don't force me." Yanning bit her lips, tears welling up in her eyes. Yang Hao's eyes turned cold. He said to Yanning, "Are you afraid that I can't beat Zhu Wuxin? I know you are powerful, but Zhu Wuxin has mastered his magical powers and is invulnerable to swords and spears. How can you defeat him?" Yanning said. Hearing this, Yang Hao stopped talking nonsense with Yanning, knocked her out directly, and carried her out of Wuxinju Palace. After returning to his secluded place, Yang Hao handed Yanning to Yorua and said, "When she wakes up, take good care of her and don't let her leave." "What about you? Are you going out again?" Yorua asked Yang Hao. "I should go meet Zhu Wuxin and see how powerful he is." Yang Hao left after saying this. After Yang Hao left, he did not go to Wuxinju Palace immediately, but went to Dao Huang's hidden place. He came here not to learn martial arts, but to have a second dream on his face. Yang Hao came to the Pig Royal family and found the second dream. Don't mention it, the second dream is really beautiful. Characters, Second Dream. Realm, Grandmaster Peak. Appearance, 91. Yang Hao also settled down in this valley. Every day, besides being attentive to the second dream, he would sign in. It was not until half a year later that, after Yang Hao's persistent efforts, Di Ermeng finally succumbed to Yang Hao's persistence. At this time, the martial arts world had already been in chaos because of the brutality of Wuxinju Weigong. The day after Yang Hao won the second dream, he decided to do harm to the Central Plains martial arts world. Yang Hao took the second dream and set out on the journey to the Wuxinju Palace. Along the way, they saw many people suffering from the war, which made Yang Hao's anger burn even more. After arriving at Wuxinju Palace, a fierce battle is about to begin. Yang Hao and Zhu Wuxin stood opposite each other, and the powerful aura emanating from them made the air around them seem to solidify. Yang Hao stood tall and straight, his eyes determined, and the sword in his hand flashed with a cold light. Zhu Wuxin was of burly build, with a ferocious face, and holding a pair of huge iron fists in his hands. The duel began. Zhu Wuxin took the lead in attacking. He flashed and appeared in front of Yang Hao in an instant, and his iron fist smashed towards Yang Hao with a whistling sound. Yang Hao was not in a hurry. He swung the sword in his hand and a stream of sword energy met Zhu Wuxin's iron fist. There was a loud bang as the sword energy and the iron fist collided, causing a powerful energy wave that shook the surrounding ground and cracked. Seeing that his first attack missed, Zhu Wuxun launched another attack. His punches came towards Yang Hao like a storm. Yang Hao relied on his superb swordsmanship and agile body to continuously resist Zhu Wuxun's attacks. For a while, the two fought to a standstill and the scene was very intense. At this moment, Yang Hao suddenly discovered a flaw in Zhu Wuxun. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and the long sword in his hand suddenly stabbed towards Zhu Wuxun's flaw. Zhu Wuxun was horrified and it was too late for him to dodge. He could only watch the sword pierce into his chest. Just as the sword was about to pierce Zhu Wuxun's chest, Zhu Wuxun suddenly roared, and a powerful force burst out from his body, knocking Yang Hao's sword away. Yang Hao was also shocked by this force and took a few steps back, with a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 76, Refining Phoenix Blood to Make Pills. Looking at the golden turtle cover on Zhu Wuxun, Yang Hao sneered. Others may not know, but Yang Hao has watched the original drama, so he knows where Zhu Wuxun's weakness comes from. Yang Hao flew up again, pulled out a 40-meter-long sword, and chopped at Zhu Wuxun's weak spot. Bang! The sound of metal collision was heard, the Zhu Wuxun shield door was broken, and an arm was chopped off by Yang Hao's Shuyin knife. Impossible, how do you know where my weakness is? Zhu Wuxun looked at Yang Hao unwillingly. Ha, go to the underworld and ask the king of hell. Yang Hao said, and chopped down again. Zhu Wuxun was split in half by Yang Hao's 40-meter-long sword, and blood gushed out. After Zhu Wuxun was killed, the Central Plains martial artists poured into the Wuxunju Palace, and the massacre began. After killing Zhu Wuxun, Yang Hao retired from the martial arts world with Yan Ying and others. Live a beautiful life that everyone envies and is full of life. Time flies, and several years have passed. Yang Hao's cultivation has not made any breakthroughs. But just when Yang Hao was living a comfortable life, a group of people from the underworld came to the place where Yang Hao lived in seclusion. The purpose of their coming is to invite Yang Hao to come out of seclusion, because there is a sect called Tianmen that is endangering the martial arts world. When Yang Hao heard about Tianmen, he knew that the leader of Tianmen was an old monster who had lived for 1,000 years. He combined all the martial arts in the world and created the Sacred Heart technique. Yang Hao didn't want to get involved in this matter, but Yan Ying persuaded him to get rid of the evil in the world. Yang Hao thought for a moment and decided to go to Tianmen to investigate. By the way, he wanted to see if he could kill the leader of Tianmen and extract the phoenix blood from his body. However, before Yang Hao could go to Tianmen, news of the Dragon Slayer came from the Jianghu. Yang Hao gave up going to Tianmen and joined the dragon slaying team. At the beach, a group of top martial arts masters are waiting. Suddenly, the sea turned upside down and a green dragon flew out of the sea. The green dragon was 100 feet long, its scales flashing with cold light, and a huge stream of water spurted out of its mouth, sweeping towards everyone. Everyone used their special skills to try to resist Qinglong's attack. Yang Hao dodged the water flow and swung the snow-drinking sword towards the azure dragon. The blade light cut through the void, making a sharp whistling sound. Qinglong sensed the danger and quickly dodged to the side, but his scales were still scratched by the blade. Seeing this, other masters also took action. For a moment, all kinds of light intertwined and illuminated the entire sky. The azure dragon roared angrily, stirring up a gust of wind that blew everyone around. Yang Hao steadied his body and looked at Qinglong with firm eyes. He knew that the battle would be extremely difficult, but he did not back down. After all, swallowing the dragon essence was his only chance to break through. Just when everyone was fighting with Qinglong, Yang Hao seized the opportunity. The Shuyin sword turned into a 40-meter-long sword and cut the Qinglong in two. A dragon essence as big as a football shot up into the sky, and all the masters scrambled for it. However, Yang Hao got there first, snatched the dragon essence, and disappeared into the crowd. Yang Hao has seen the original drama. Long Yuan was beaten into several pieces, then forcibly fused together, and finally exploded and died. But Yang Hao is different. He uses the heaven-devouring and earth-devouring art to devour the energy in the dragon essence and transform it into his own energy. The dragon energy is indeed powerful. After swallowing the dragon energy, Yang Hao's cultivation level was directly transformed from the peak of the martial god to the Yuanying realm. After breaking through the nascent soul stage, Yang Hao's cultivation level continued to rise rapidly until he reached the peak of the nascent soul stage. After his cultivation breakthrough, Yang Hao decided to go to Tianmen. After all, phoenix blood can make people immortal. Even if Yang Hao himself cannot use it, he can use the phoenix blood as medicine to make pills for his woman. Along the way, Yang Hao discovered that the Tianmen disciples were behaving strangely. Without thinking too much, Yang Hao knew that they were looking for Long Yuan. When he arrived at the foot of Tianmen Mountain, he met a mysterious old man. The old man looked no different from an ordinary person, but Yang Hao knew that he was Su Fu, the leader of Tianmen. Yang Hao and Su Fu looked at each other. Su Fu sensed the danger and took the first step. A thrilling battle was about to begin. Yang Hao stood tall and straight, with a firm look in his eyes, holding the snow-drinking knife, exuding a fierce aura. His swordsmanship was like a violent storm, and each move contained a powerful force that was hard to resist. Su Fu was very mysterious, wearing a black robe and with a gloomy face. He didn't have any weapon in his hands, but there was a strange light flashing on his body. Su Fu's martial arts were as profound as his magic. He could manipulate the elements and perform various powerful Taoist techniques. As soon as the battle started, Yang Hao launched a fierce attack. His broadsword turned into rays of light and slashed towards Su Fu. Su Fu was not in a hurry. His eyes changed and he cast a shield to block Yang Hao's attack. Then, Su Fu began to fight back. He muttered something and the light on his body became stronger and stronger. Suddenly, he shouted loudly, and Yang Hao felt his heart beating uncontrollably. Seeing this, Yang Hao quickly circulated his true energy to suppress the beating of his heart, while waving his sword and attacking Su Fu. The two men fought back and forth, neither giving in, and the battle entered a white-hot stage. Yang Hao's swordsmanship became more and more fierce, and Su Fu's sacred heart technique became more and more powerful. The valley was filled with the shouts of the two men and the sound of weapons clashing. Finally, Yang Hao found Su Fu's weakness and stabbed him in the chest. Su Fu was unable to dodge and was stabbed by Yang Hao's sword. His body swayed a few times and then fell to the ground. Yang Hao looked at Su Fu lying on the ground, picked up his body, and left Tianmen. Returning to the secluded place, Yang Hao took out the alchemy cauldron and placed Su Fu's body into it. They began to extract the phoenix blood from his body. Half a month later, Su Fu's body disappeared from the cauldron, leaving only about a bowl of phoenix blood. The blood was burning like magma. Yang Hao took out various precious medicinal materials and began to make pills. After 81 days, thunderclouds surged in the sky, and Yang Hao knew that he had refined a divine elixir. In order to protect the elixir, Yang Hao resisted the elixir's thunder tribulation with his own body. Although the power of the pill thunder tribulation is not as strong as the power of the cultivator's tribulation, but he still hacked Yang Hao to pieces. If Yang Hao didn't have super endurance and recovery ability, just this injury, I have to recuperate for at least many years. After the thunderbolt, 99 and 81 pills appeared on the alchemy cauldron, and the pills glowed with golden light. Yang Hao used a pill collection technique to store the pills into the system space. After putting away the pill, Yang Hao did not give it to Dr. Meng and others. He knew that he was just a passerby in this world. A few years later, Yang Hao knew that he could no longer indulge in the gentle countryside, so he chose to go back. A suction force appeared, and Yang Hao entered the black hole again, and reappeared in the Imperial Hotel. Looking at the sleeping twin killers in front of him, Yang Hao smiled gently. Yang Hao came to the French window of the hotel and looked at the busy traffic and bright lights of the imperial capital at night. Yang Hao's eyes narrowed into slits. Chapter 77: Solving the Young Family. The sky gradually brightened. Li Xiaoxiao opened her hazy eyes and saw Yang Hao standing by the window. Yang Hao saw Ji Xiaoxiao wake up and asked, "You woke up so early? It seems that you didn't work hard enough last night. I will have to arrange more work for you in the future." "No way, I'm so tired, I want to go on strike," Ji Xiaoxiao complained bitterly. "You and Xiaoyan should investigate carefully to find out who placed the order on the dark web. I want to see who wants to kill me." Yang Hao's voice suddenly turned cold. "Don't worry, I'll make it clear to you in 3 days at most," Ji Xiaoxiao said. Yang Hao nodded and said nothing more. After all, he had been in Fengyun world for decades. Some memories he still needs to touch. As time goes by, Yang Hao spends his days lying down except for his daily check-in. Now his businesses have spread all over the world, and he has hundreds of billions of cash in his bank account. 3 days passed in a flash, and Ji Xiaoxiao also found out that it was the Yang family in the imperial capital who attacked Yang Hao. As one of the 4 major families in the imperial capital, the Yang family has a so-called 80,000 master. When Ji Xiaoxiao found out that it was the Yang family who attacked Yang Hao, she was still a little confused about whether she should tell him. However, when she told Yang Hao the news, Yang Hao took them to the Yang family in the imperial capital without saying a word. Yang Hao arrived at the gate of the Yang family mansion, and the guard came up to him immediately when he saw him. "Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Yang family?" Yang Hao was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and kicked him away. "Yang Hao is here, call your family master out." When everyone in the Yang family heard the noise, they rushed over and were all surprised when they saw Yang Hao. "Yang Hao, you actually dared to come to our Yang family, you really don't know how to live or die." Yang Hao raised the corner of his mouth slightly. "I came here today to let you know the consequences of offending me." After saying that, he flashed and rushed into the crowd. He was seen punching and palming each other, and each move contained huge power, and the Yang family disciples were unable to resist at all. After a while, a large group of people were lying on the ground. Yang Hao looked at the scene in front of him, his heart calm. However, at this moment, a middle-aged man came out of nowhere. Yang Hao looked at the man. Wow, he actually has the martial honor realm. He looked down at Yang Hao and said, "You are my younger brother's son. You look pretty good." When Yang Hao heard what the person said, his brows furrowed into a Sichuan character. "Rows of black people?" appeared. The visitor saw Yang Hao's confusion and said to him, "Xiao Hao, I am your uncle Yang Xiong. Back then, your father." What he meant was that Yang Hao's father was amazing and was the best of the young generation in the imperial capital. However, he was not satisfied with the family marriage and broke with his family for a country girl. Then Yang Hao's mother became the target of the Yang family. However, at the critical moment, Yang Hao's father appeared, abandoned his martial arts, and expelled himself from the family tree. Only then did the Yang family let his parents go. Yang Hao looked at Yang Xiong coldly. "I didn't come here today to listen to your stories." Yang Xiong's face changed. "How can you talk to your elders like that, kid?" A hint of sarcasm appeared on Yang Hao's lips. "Elder? When you were trying to kill my father, did you ever think of yourself as the elder?" A trace of guilt flashed across Yang Xiong's eyes, but it was quickly covered up by anger. "Humph! Your father is ungrateful and deserves his own fate." Yang Hao was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, and rushed towards Yang Xiong with all his energy. The two men fought fiercely in an instant, and for a moment, Yang Xiong had no power to resist. After 2 moves, Yang Xiong was defeated. He said in disbelief, How are you so powerful?" Yang Hao looked at him coldly. "The Yang family is like an ant. How dare they hire someone to kill me?" As Yang Hao was about to attack again, a voice came from far away. "Stop." Yang Hao turned around and saw a white-haired old man walking towards him. Yang Hao asked in confusion, "Who are you?" "Dragon Team Leader Long Outyan," the visitor said arrogantly. Team Leader Long and the Yang family members all bowed. Yang Hao looked at the person who came. He actually had the cultivation of the peak of the martial god. He was worthy of being the highest leader of the Dragon Country's external organization. Yang Hao still admires those who protect their country. He said to Long Outyan, "Why are you stopping me from taking revenge? The old man of the Yang family is still guarding the southern border. How can I let you massacre his people?" Long Outyan said. "You mean, are you going to just let it go like this?" Yang Hao's voice turned colder. "Of course not. You can find whoever hired the murderer. It's up to you to decide whether to kill him or put him in the devil's prison," Long Outyan said. Yang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, thought for a moment, turned around and looked at the Yang family, and said coldly, "In this case, I will let you go for the time being. But if you dare to provoke me again in the future, don't blame me for being ruthless." After saying that, he took Ji Xiaoxiao and Xiaoyan away from the Yang family. Back at the hotel, Yang Hao was ready to let go of his grudges with the Yang family. Nothing happened in the imperial capital. Yang Hao plans to go to Shanghai to see his sister, and then return to Huadu. Just as Yang Hao packed up and prepared to leave, Yang Xiong brought his son to Yang Hao's hotel. Yang Hao saw Yang Xiong and said, "You are still not convinced and want to retaliate. Xiao Hao, don't say that. I brought this brat here to apologize today." Following the direction Yang Xiong pointed, Yang Hao saw a young man. The man's cultivation level was only at the level of Hua Jin. Yang Hao asked coldly, "How are you going to apologize?" "I've brought the person to you. You can kill or chop him up as you like," Yang Xiong said. Yang Hao glanced over and saw the young man trembling with fear. Yang Hao snorted coldly and said, "In that case, Xiaoyan, teach him how to behave." The young man kept begging, but Ji Xiaoxiao and Xiaoyan remained unmoved. They followed Yang Hao's instructions and beat the man up. Finally, the man collapsed to the ground. Yang Xiong felt very distressed watching him, but he did not dare to speak out to stop him. He could also see that his son's injuries were only superficial, and Yang Hao had not killed him. Yang Hao looked at everything in front of him, and the anger in his heart gradually subsided. He knew that the Yang family had learned a lesson from this incident and that they would not be in any trouble in the short term. Take him away, Yang Hao said coldly to Yang Xiong. Yang Xiong felt relieved and quickly left the hotel with his son. After resolving the Yang family's issues, Yang Hao could finally go to the Magic City with peace of mind. 2 hours later, the plane landed at the Magic City airport, and Yang Hao took a taxi directly to Magic City University. Yang Hao searched his pockets and found a student ID card from Shanghai University. Yang Hao went straight into the school and saw his sister Yang Jing playing with her best friend Zhou Jessen. Yang Jing saw Yang Hao and asked, "Brother, why are you here?" "I'm not worried that my sister was cheated away by a man, so I came to see you," Yang Hao said with a sly smile. "Brother, you are so bad." Yang Hao pouted and said coquettishly. Chapter 78, Wedding Robbery. Call your best friend to have dinner together tonight. She was the one who took you to the hospital last time. Hearing Yang Hao say this, Yang Jing nodded. After Yang Hao said goodbye to Yang Jing, he went to the hotel to book a room and arranged for them to stay. Yang Hao wanted to go out for a walk alone. When he arrived at the Magic City Square, a beautiful figure appeared in front of him. Yang Hao walked forward with a wicked smile and deliberately bumped into the woman. The woman saw Yang Hao and said in surprise, "Why is it you, you bastard?" Because she was so surprised, she spoke out her true feelings. "Hey, long time no see," Yang Hao said with a smirk. "Yes, then I'll see you later." The girl said this with a low voice. She would never see this bastard in front of her again. He bullied her in the bar bathroom and took away her lace panties without even leaving any contact information. Yes, this woman is Xiang Qingyao, the flight attendant Yang Hao met in the bar. Yang Hao also noticed Xiang Qingyao's displeasure and quickly changed the subject. "Why aren't you at work?" Xiang Qingyao's expression became even uglier, but she still planned to tell Yang Hao the truth. "I'm getting married." After hearing this, Yang Hao said "oh" in a stiff tone. At this moment, even if there were thousands of words to say, Yang Hao didn't know what to say. Xiang Qingyao noticed that Yang Hao was suddenly depressed, and she finally plucked up the courage to say, "Can you stay with me? I want to leave beautiful memories before marriage." Yang Hao nodded and dragged Xiang Qingyao directly towards the Magic City Hotel. After entering the room, Xiang Qingyao threw herself into Yang Hao's arms and hugged him tightly. Yang Hao could feel Xiang Qingyao's body trembling slightly. He patted her back gently and comforted her. "It's okay, everything will be fine." Xiang Qingyao raised her head and looked into Yang Hao's eyes, tears welling up in her eyes. "I'm so scared, I don't know what to do." Yang Hao looked at her distressfully. "Don't be afraid, I'm here. Whatever you want to do, I'll be with you." Xiang Qingyao wiped her tears and smiled. "Thank you. Let's go eat first, I'm hungry." Yang Hao brought Xiang Qingyao to the restaurant. They ate and chatted, and the atmosphere gradually became relaxed. After dinner, they went to the theater to watch a movie and enjoyed each other's company. As night fell, Yang Hao left Xiang Qingyao in the room and said to her, "Wait for me to come back." After that, Yang Hao left the room, absent-mindedly accompanied his sister and her bestie to have dinner, and then rushed back to the hotel without stopping. After returning to the hotel, all that was left was a crazy night. In the early morning, when Yang Hao woke up, he found that Xiang Qingyao was gone. All that was left was a strip of black lace and an invitation. The wedding will be held at the Magic City International Hotel at noon today. Yang Hao was stunned for a long time after holding the invitation, then he got up and rushed to the Magic City Hotel. At the Magic City Hotel, a grand wedding was taking place. Xiang Qingyao was wearing a wedding dress. Walking towards the center of the stage, after Xiang Qingyao came on stage, the MC said to the newlyweds, "Mr. Wang Chongchong, are you willing to marry Ms. Xiang Qingyao, no matter what?" "I do." The MC then turned to Xiang Qingyao and said, "Beautiful Ms. Xiang Qingyao, are you willing to marry Mr. Wang Chongchong, no matter what?" Xiang Qingyao looked towards the entrance of the banquet hall, but Yang Hao was not there. The sadness in her eyes became even stronger. She just opened her mouth and said, "I." Before he could finish his words, the door of the banquet hall was pushed open from outside. A tall figure appeared, with firm and powerful steps, and every step exuded unparalleled confidence and majesty. He was wearing a well-tailored suit with smooth lines and fine texture, which showed his nobility and taste. His face is cold and angular, and his deep eyes reveal an irresistible charm. He was surrounded by a group of followers who treated him with great respect, as if he were the center of the world. He raised his chin slightly, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, as if he knew everything around him. When he walked into the banquet hall, the entire space seemed to be filled with his aura. The guests unconsciously made way for him and followed his figure closely with their eyes. His every move is full of power and charm, which makes people fall in love with him. I don't agree. A domineering voice came out of his mouth, and he walked towards the bride domineeringly. Wang Chongchong saw this. He knew that Yang Hao was here to steal the bride. He lowered his voice and whispered in Xiang Qingyao's ear, "Think it over carefully. If you go with him, your father will be finished." His voice was very low, but Yang Hao heard it clearly. Yang Hao came to Xiang Qingyao and said, "Come with me." After that, he lowered his voice and whispered in Xiang Qingyao's ear, "No matter what happens, I will solve it for you. There is no need to put your lifelong happiness at risk." Hearing Yang Hao's words, Xiang Qingyao's eyes rekindled and revealed a bright light. She took Yang Hao's hand and rushed towards the door of the banquet hall. The two rushed out of the banquet hall, and Yang Hao took her directly to the presidential suite of the hotel. This hotel is the property that Yang Hao obtained by signing in. After entering the room, Yang Hao said to Xiang Qingyao, "Tell me, what's going on?" Xiang Qingyao said aggrievedly, "My father's company lost 200 million yuan. Wang Chongchong said that if I helped him, he would pay the 200 million yuan for my father, otherwise he would let my father go to jail." After hearing this, Yang Hao said in a cold voice, "You want me to sacrifice your lifelong happiness for just 200 million? You are nothing." Xiang Qingyao didn't say anything. She wasn't a greedy person, but she didn't want her father to go to jail because he had no money. Yang Hao saw through her thoughts and said, "Isn't it just 200 million? I'll help you pay for it." Xiang Qingyao was instantly happy when she heard what Yang Hao said. She said to Yang Hao, "Thank you. I really don't know how to thank you." Yang Hao raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a wicked smile and said, "I haven't tried the feeling of wearing a wedding dress yet." Xiang Qingyao understood immediately and said to Yang Hao, "You are so shameless." However, they didn't know that while they were in the presidential suite, the Wang family of Magic City also started to take action. Although the Wang family is not a martial arts family, they are indeed a business tycoon in Magic City and have some connections with government departments. It is also closely related to the bank. Xiang Qingyao's company was urged by the bank to borrow money, and various departments were investigating. When Xiang Qingyao found out about this, it was already noon the next day. She told Yang Hao about this, and Yang Hao immediately went to Xiang Group with Xiang Qingyao. What surprised Yang Hao was that the bank that came to ask for the loan was actually the bank where he had hundreds of billions of deposits. Yang Hao said to the business manager who came to collect the loan, "Change all the money on this card into 1 yuan coins and send them to me." Chapter 79 Personal Customer Service Manager. The manager saw the supreme black card in Yang Hao's hand. This card is only available to customers with more than 100 billion yuan in deposits. He quickly apologized to Yang Hao and said he would no longer collect debts from Xiang Group. Yang Hao also understood that he was just a wage earner and didn't want to make things difficult for him. After sending the bank manager away, Yang Hao started calling again, asking the relevant inspection departments to withdraw. Although Yang Hao has no connections on the surface, his subordinates do have. After solving the problem, Yang Hao directly invested 1 billion in Xiang Group. The crisis of Xiang Group was completely resolved. Just as Yang Hao was about to leave, Yang Hao's phone rang. It was the bank president who called. His meaning was very clear. His subordinates were ignorant and he invited Yang Hao to dinner to make amends. After repeated consideration, Yang Hao finally agreed. After all, banks are something that he would deal with frequently. However, Yang Hao did not intend to let go of the Wang family in the Magic City. He notified his companies to start putting pressure on the Wang family. Suddenly, dozens of leading companies in Shanghai began to target the Wang Group. All kinds of bad news were flying around, and coupled with Yang Hao's god-level hacking skills, the Wang family's previous scandals were all over the internet. It was just one afternoon. Wang's stock price dropped to the limit. In the evening, Yang Hao was invited to the Magic City International Hotel. As soon as he entered the box, Yang Hao saw that there were only 2 people in the room except the fat president. There is also a very beautiful woman. She is like a flower. She has black hair that falls on her shoulders like a waterfall, soft and shiny, and when she shakes it gently, it exudes a charming fragrance. Her skin was as white as snow, delicate and smooth, as if it could be blown away. Her eyebrows are long and curved, as fresh and natural as 2 willow leaves. Her eyes are bright and lively, like the twinkling stars in the night sky, deep and charming. She has a straight nose, rosy and elastic lips, and her slightly upturned mouth corners always bring a warm smile, making people feel extremely kind. She is tall and slender, and wears a well-fitting professional suit, showing her elegance and professionalism. Her fingers were long and slender, as flexible as a pianist's. Her voice is clear and sweet, as pleasant to the ear as a clear spring in the mountains, making people feel relaxed and happy when listening to it. Character: Lu Shishir. Realm: None. Appearance: 94. Seeing Yang Hao coming in, the president invited Yang Hao to sit down and introduced him to Lu Shishir. He also said that Lu Shishir would be Yang Hao's personal customer service manager in the future, the kind who would be available at any time. I can only say that these people are really working hard for their business and actually send beautiful women. Yang Hao extended his hand politely and shook hands with Lu Shishir gently, secretly praising her beauty and temperament. After sitting down, dinner began and everyone chatted while eating. The president kept praising Yang Hao's strength and expressed his apologies. Lu Shishir listened with a smile, occasionally interjecting a few words, appearing both intellectual and generous. During this time, Yang Hao noticed that Lu Shishir's eyes fell on him from time to time, and there was a hint of appreciation in her eyes. He had an idea and decided to test the other party. So, he deliberately mentioned some business difficulties to see how Lu Shishir would react. As expected, Lu Shishir is worthy of being a finance major. Not only does she have unique insights into these issues, she also put forward some practical suggestions, which impressed Yang Hao. As the communication deepened, Yang Hao discovered that he and Lu Shishir had many common topics, and the two became more and more compatible as they talked. Before they knew it, dinner was over and Yang Hao, the bank president, and Lu Shishir walked out of the hotel together. When they parted, the president asked Lu Shishir to stay. Lu Shishir was mentally prepared before coming, otherwise she would not have accompanied the president to such an occasion. Watching the president leave, Lu Shishir said, "Boss Yang, you've had too much to drink. Can I take you back to rest?" Yang Hao was stunned for a moment after hearing her words, then he reacted and said to Lu Shishir, "I am indeed drunk, please help me up." This meat was delivered to the door, it would be a waste not to eat it. Yang Hao was supported by Lu Shishir and came to a presidential suite. Lu Shishir took out the room card from her bag, and Yang Hao pretended to be drunk and stumbled into the room. Lu Shishir carefully helped him to the sofa and was about to get up to wash up, but her hand was grabbed by Yang Hao. "Shishir, you are so beautiful," Yang Hao said vaguely. Lu Shishir's face turned red instantly. She tried to break free from Yang Hao's hand, but found that he was holding it tightly. "Mr. Yang, you are drunk. I'll go get you a glass of water." Lu Shishir made an excuse and turned to walk to the water dispenser. Yang Hao secretly laughed in his heart. This Lu Shishir is quite shy. He decided to tease her again, so he continued to pretend to be drunk. "Shishir, don't go, stay with me for a while." Yang Hao's voice was filled with a hint of pleading. Lu Shishir's heartbeat quickened. She returned to the sofa with the cup of water and handed it to Yang Hao. "Mr. Yang, have some water." Lu Shishir's voice trembled a little. Yang Hao took the water but didn't drink it. Instead, he pulled Lu Shishir over and asked her to sit next to him. "Shishir, do you know? I always think you are very special." Yang Hao looked straight into Lu Shishir's eyes, with a hint of ambiguity in his eyes. Lu Shishir said to Yang Hao with a sweet breath, "Boss Yang, don't worry, I won't leave. Can you let me take a shower first? I want to join you too. Please help me wash." Yang Hao said coquettishly. Lu Shishir did not refuse. Time flies. That night, Lu Shishir finally understood the truth of what it means to be hard to make money and eat shit. She found a customer service representative and had to accompany her to the end even if she cried. However, for the bonus, she decided to stay with Yang Hao and be his personal customer service manager. However, Yang Hao did not let her sit idle, and asked her to sort out all her businesses during the day. At night? Those who understand will understand. After such a long period of signing in, Yang Hao has too many businesses in his hands. He had been suffering from no one to help him integrate it, and now someone finally came. How could he not use it? As time went by, Wang's stocks kept falling like a waterslide. When they themselves had no legitimate business means to oppose Yang Hao, they decided to make Yang Hao disappear. So the head of the Wang family took out a mobile phone from the safe in the study. There is only one phone number saved on this phone. After thinking for a long time, he dialed the number. After the call was connected, the head of the Wang family said, "I need your help." "Got it. I'll send someone to Shanghai as soon as possible." After saying that, the other party hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, the head of the Wang family said with a cold look in his eyes, "Yang Hao, I want to see if you have 3 heads and 6 arms." As for Yang Hao, he had no idea that someone was targeting him. "I still live a life of lying down and collecting money every day. Apart from signing in every day, I accompany beautiful women shopping. I am so happy." But the happy days have not lasted for a few days. Chapter 80, Accepting Liang Kuan as a younger brother. That day, Yang Hao just went out and felt that he was being followed. However, Yang Hao was a brave man and didn't pay attention to it until Yang Hao was resting at night. "I was just happy when I suddenly heard the sound of a lock being unlocked." Yang Hao quickly stood up and became alert. The door opened and a man with a black aura around him walked in like a zombie. Yang Hao looked carefully and found that this person was the stalker he felt during the day. The man had empty eyes and an expressionless face, and walked straight towards Yang Hao. Yang Hao's heart tightened, and he secretly practiced his internal energy to prepare for the response. The man rushed towards Yang Hao, and Yang Hao threw a tentative punch at the man. The man's body was as hard as steel. Under Yang Hao's powerful force, he took a few steps back. Yang Hao wanted to continue attacking, but at this moment, the man suddenly stopped, his body trembled, and then fell straight down. Yang Hao walked forward, looked carefully, and found that the man was no longer breathing. Yang Hao felt confused and realized that things might not be that simple. He decided to dispose of the body first and then investigate the matter further. A ball of fire appeared and Yang Hao burned the body to ashes. After dealing with the body, Yang Hao went back to bed. Lu Shishir beside him asked, "Brother Hao, are you okay?" "I'm fine," Yang Hao said with a gentle smile. "What about us?" Lu Shishir asked. She was interrupted just now, and she felt very upset both mentally and physically. Yang Hao uttered 2 words stiffly. At midnight, the voice of the system in Yang Hao's mind reminded him to sign in again. Yang Hao didn't think about it and signed in directly. Bite. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining the gate to another world. Yang Hao didn't think twice, he directly used the gate to another world. Bite. Welcome host to the world of Gangzong. After hearing this news, Yang Hao asked curiously, "System, the world of Gangzong is so weak, can I improve it if I come here?" Bite. Release mission, limit breakthrough. Mission requirements: the host must break through in the Gangzong world, otherwise he will be trapped in the Gangzong world forever. Yang Hao suddenly felt like cursing his mother. After all, he had just sensed it. The energy in this world is very thin. Even if he keeps meditating, he probably won't be able to break through for thousands of years. However, Yang Hao was still very curious about the world of Hong Kong. After all, in his previous life, he had watched a lot of Hong Kong action movies. There is a saying, Hong Kong action movies are getting better and better. Yang Hao looked around and realized that he was in Hong Kong Island in the 1980s, and he was actually in Temple Street. Looking at the streets, the dilapidated buildings, and the various alleys, there are girls in revealing clothes standing, sitting, or half lying in the alleys. Yang Hao was dazzled by what he saw. Hong Kong Island was indeed developed in the 1970s and 1980s. Although Yang Hao is eager for sex, he still pursues high quality after all. He doesn't like these street. Yang Hao walked into a nightclub, intending to have a drink and relax. He sat at the bar, observing the people around him. Suddenly, he saw a man sitting in a corner with a lewd look on his face and a bowl-cut hairstyle. Yang Hao approached the man curiously. The man raised his head and looked into Yang Hao's eyes. Yang Hao instantly felt a sense of mutual respect. It was obvious that he was not an ordinary person. Without waiting for Yang Hao to speak, the man said to Yang Hao, "What are you looking at? Have you never seen a handsome guy?" Yang Hao exerted his strength slightly, and the wine glass in his hand flowed out of his hand like sand. Yang Hao raised the corner of his mouth and said with a sly smile, "I didn't hear what you just said." Seeing this, the man immediately changed the subject and said, "Look at this lady boss, she has a pretty figure." He made an expression of great enjoyment, and Yang Hao shifted his gaze to look at. Sure enough, a woman with an overly plump figure appeared in front of Yang Hao. With this outfit, isn't this the nightlife queen, Sister Xia? Could it be that the nightclub I entered was the one managed by Sister Xia? Sister Xia is a legendary figure in the movie, Sneaking into Hong Kong Island. She started out working illegally, selling buns at a dinner shop, and was then tricked by the scumbag Alan into becoming a prostitute. Because of an unexpected pregnancy, she needed to rest, but she didn't expect Alan to beat and scold her, and even said that the child was not his. She was forced to continue working, and she met Neuro-Optics at work. Then she relied on her proud and tall figure to rise step by step and became the biggest nightlife queen in Hong Kong Island. Character, Xia Jia. Realm, none. Appearance, 84, protruding front and curvy back, still charming, no other highlights. Yang Hao was fascinated by the boy with the pot-cut hair and said to him, "What's your name? You are so lustful at such a young age." The pot-covered man said angrily, "Who said I was small? I am the leader of Hongqing TSZ Wan Shan. You won't tell me that your name is Liang Kuan, right?" Yang Hao asked curiously. "Yes, my name is Liang Kuan." Yang Hao looked at the little brat in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. How could this little boy who looked a little bit lustful now become the worst one in Hongqing when he grew up? While he is still young, why not make him your younger brother? Yang Hao said to Liang Kuan, "Be my little brother, and I will guarantee your safety." Liang Kuan gave Yang Hao a middle finger and said, "TSK, I am the leader of Hongqing." "Ha, so what if I congratulate you, Hall Master? You still can only secretly look at other people's perfect bodies here," Yang Hao said disdainfully. "You talk as if you are capable. The Chaozhou gang is no worse than our Hongqing. Why don't you go and take her down, and I will be your little brother in the future," said Liang Kuan. "Little brat, look at me," Yang Hao said, picked up a glass of wine, and walked towards Sister Xia. Yang Hao came to Sister Xia and said to her, "Beautiful lady, can I invite you to have a drink with me?" Sister Xia has never seen Yang Hao, who is as handsome as the reader. Her eyes are shining as she looks at Yang Hao's half-exposed chest muscles. He swallowed and said, "Of course it's no problem. I just don't know if you look strong, little brother, you are a silver gun with wax tip." Yang Hao was not angry, he just said a few words stiffly, "You have the right to speak only after you have used it." Sister Xia smiled and said, "Okay, go home with me tonight." After saying that, she took the wine from Yang Hao's hand and drank it in one gulp. When Liang Kuan saw this scene, his eyes almost popped out with envy. When Sister Xia went to get something, he came to Yang Hao and asked, "Is it that simple?" Yang Hao helplessly spread his hands and said to Liang Kuan, "You have extraordinary talent." "Asshole, women really like pretty boys," Liang Kuan said to Yang Hao unhappily. Yang Hao smiled and said, "You are already the leader of Hongqing. You can have any girl you want. Why are you staring at this middle-aged woman? It's different. She's the most expensive woman in Hong Kong Island." After saying that, Liang Kuan watched Sister Xia come out and left with a big laugh. Sister Xia came to Yang Hao, took his hand and asked, "Who was that person just now?" "My little brother." Chapter 81, Beating Up the Han Family. In the magnificent hotel room. The bathroom door slowly opened, and a wave of hot air hit me in the face. Yang Hao, wrapped only in a white bath towel, walked out of the steamy bathroom. He is tall and straight, with smooth and powerful muscle lines, especially the 8 abdominal muscles, which are clearly visible like sculptures. Each one is as angular as a tortoise shell and slightly raised, as if showing his strength and tenacity to the world. Crystal clear water droplets slid down Yang Hao's crew-cut hair, dripped onto his strong shoulders, then flowed down his chest and abdomen, forming tiny watermarks. These water droplets seemed to be telling us that he had just had a refreshing bath, making him exude a fresh and charming scent. Yang Hao's face has clear contours, delicate features, and a pair of deep eyes that reveal determination and confidence. His skin looked particularly white and healthy because he had just taken a shower. At this moment, he looked like a god who had just walked out of Greek mythology, handsome and charming. Yang Hao came to the bedside, lit a cigarette and said, "Do you still dare to say that I am a silver-plated spearhead?" "No, you are not, you are from the country," said Sister Xia unhappily. "What do you mean?" Yang Hao asked in confusion. "I'm a rough man, not good-looking," Sister Xia said, leaving Yang Hao alone in the wind. After smoking a cigarette, Xia Jia also washed up and came out, thinking back to the time when she paid for the room she booked last night. As a result, this boy showed no mercy to women and jumped up to. I feel aggrieved. In fact, it's not that Yang Hao doesn't want to pay, it's mainly because he just came to this world and doesn't have the currency of this world. After having breakfast together, the two parted ways. Yang Hao also went to Portland Street according to his memory. He has seen the movie. In the movie, during this period of time, both Liang Kuan and Did Be liked to play mahjong in a tea house on Portland Street. Yang Hao walked into the tea house and found an empty seat to sit down. He looked around and saw a familiar face. It was Liang Kuan. Yang Hao smiled and walked towards Liang Kuan, who also saw Yang Hao. Some resentful said, "You can also find this." In fact, Yang Hao is now a master of the nascent soul stage. His spiritual awareness is enough to cover most of Hong Kong Island. Finding someone is actually very simple. The reason why he came to this tea house based on his memory was because he was too lazy to bother. If the tea house couldn't find Liang Kuan, he wouldn't mind using his spiritual sense to search for him. He said to Liang Kuan, "Why, do you want to break the bet yesterday?" Liang Kuan said unhappily, "What are we? Short mules. We are the most honest and loyal. From now on, you are my big brother. From now on, if you ask me to chase a dog, I will never chase a chicken." Hearing what Liang Kuan said, Yang Hao forced a smile. At this time, Han Shi said, "Since you are a Kuan's eldest brother, we are short of one, why don't you come?" Yang Hao thought that he didn't have the currency of this world, so he decided to play with them for a while. When Yang Hao played mahjong with them, he was just looking at the cards. In addition, Yang Hao's brain's computing ability was limited. "I played 32 games in a row. Big B is fine, after all, he and Liang Kuan are both the leaders of Hongqing, so naturally they won't say anything." But Han couldn't sit still anymore and insisted that Yang Hao draw lots. Yang Hao didn't say anything. He slapped him directly and asked him to give him 500,000 yuan, otherwise he would kill him. Liang Kuan has seen how powerful Yang Hao is, so he naturally stands on Yang Hao's side. Han covered his face, angry but not daring to say anything. He took out his cell phone and asked someone to send him 500,000 yuan. Yang Hao took the money and looked at Big B and Liang Kuan. "Do you still want to play?" Big B and Liang Kuan looked at each other and said to Yang Hao, "I don't care. This is just a small amount of money." When Han heard Yang Hao ask this, he felt very aggrieved and said to Yang Hao, "What the hell are you playing with?" Yang Hao slapped him again. Han Shi clearly saw that Yang Hao's movements were very slow, but he just watched Yang Hao's slap fall down, and he couldn't dodge it at all. He also knew that Yang Hao was not simple. "Go away, and stay away from me from now on," Yang Hao said coldly. Now that they knew Yang Hao was extraordinary, Han Shi could only leave in disgrace. However, when Han Shi left, he was very angry. When he passed by a jewelry store, he saw Shi San-mei and Zhang Meirun looking at the jewelry inside through the glass. Han walked up to Zhang Meirun and said, "As long as you make me happy tonight, I will buy you anything you like." 13th sister had a feud with the Han family, and Zhang Meirun wanted to help 13th sister vent her anger, so she said to her old rules. The 13th sister nodded. Zhang Meirun said to Hanshi, "I don't want the things you bought. Give me 8,000 and I guarantee you will be in ecstasy tonight." "Oh, 8,000, do you think you have a gold border?" "Even if it is a gold border, it doesn't have to be so expensive," Han said unhappily. After all, gold was still very cheap in that era. "It's okay if you don't want to leave, 13th sister, let's go," Zhang Meirun said. Seeing that Zhang Meirun was about to leave, and thinking of the anger she had just received from Yang Hao, Han Shi gritted her teeth and said, "I'm going to see if you, the flower of Bolan Street, are worth the 8,000 yuan tonight." After that, he took out 8,000 yuan. Zhang Meirun took the money and put it in her bag. I followed Han to a small hotel. As soon as Han entered the door, he became very anxious. Zhang Meirun pushed him away and said, "The night is so long, wait for me to take a shower." Han said, "Why are you washing? Hurry up. After taking a shower, you will feel more comfortable, right?" After saying that, Zhang Meirun went into the bathroom to take a shower. She closed the door and did not forget to use the clip sound to seduce her. Seeing Zhang Meirun taking a bath, Han took out a bottle, poured out 8 pills, and said coldly after taking them, "Gao Yao, you were so depressed. I will make up for it tonight." However, Zhang Meirun was in the toilet and was worried. She and Hanshi had agreed to come up and 13th sister would report to Sir. However, what she didn't know was that when 13th sister was about to report to the Sir, she was controlled by the younger brother of the Han family. At this moment, Han, who had taken the pill, felt the drug's effect was very strong. I started knocking on the toilet door. Cui Chu called Zhang Meirun and Zhang Meirun was terrified. I looked at the toilet window. Although it was on the 3rd floor, it was better than losing my innocence. So he jumped out of the window. Although his movements were smooth and flowing, he was just an ordinary person after all. He sprained his ankle and limped away. Hearing the noise, Han came to the bathroom and Zhang Meirun escaped through the window. But now is not the time to seek revenge. He has taken 8 pills. If this is not resolved in time, he will probably explode. So he took out his cell phone and asked his younger brother to help him find a girl for a delayed date. However, after Yang Hao drove away Hanshi, he stopped playing mahjong. Instead, I planned to rent a house in Bolan Street to live in first. He had just finished looking at the house and was originally very dissatisfied, but when he saw 13th sister helping Zhang Mei run into the room next to the one he had just looked at, Yang Hao became interested. Character, Zhang Mei Run. Realm, None. Appearance, 90. Characters, 13th sister. Realm, None. Value, 75. Yang Hao directly rented the house next door to them, and then went to buy some necessary furniture. There is no way, Yang Hao just wants to make his life better. At midnight, Yang Hao had just signed in. The system was very powerful and directly gave him $100 million for an era. Just when Yang Hao was happy, he heard the voice of an old lady next door saying, "Arun, it's so late, why don't you rest?" Chapter 82, First Meeting with Zhang Tiansheng. Then came the sound of two little girls playing. The next morning, Yang Hao just got up and went out. I met 13th sister and Zhang Meirun. Zhang Meirun saw Yang Hao and whispered to 13th sister, "Look at this man, he's so handsome." "TSK, that silver wax spearhead, how can it be as powerful as my coke?" Their words naturally could not escape Yang Hao's ears. He deliberately unbuttoned two buttons of his shirt, vaguely showing his strong chest muscles. Yang Hao raised the corner of his mouth slightly and walked towards the two of them. "Good morning, little sisters." His voice had a hint of magnetism. Shasanmai and Zhang Meirun's faces turned red instantly. They lowered their heads, a little shy. Yang Hao smiled secretly in his heart, these two little girls are really cute. "Are you getting ready to go out?" Yang Hao continued to ask. "We are going to class," said 13th sister. "Oh, is that so? That's really a coincidence." Yang Hao said with a smile, "However, if you need any help in the future, you can always come to me." After saying that, Yang Hao left, leaving behind a handsome back. 13th sister and Zhang Meirun looked in the direction he left, feeling a little excited. After Yang Hao wandered around Hong Kong Island alone in this era. Just got home, there was a knock on the door. Yang Hao opened the door and saw Zhang Meirun. Her face was flushed and it was obvious that she had come from far away. She looked anxious and said to Yang Hao, "Can you help save 13th sister?" Yang Hao said, "Come in first, we'll talk slowly." She was just desperate and followed Yang Hao into his home. Yang Hao took out a bottle of cold drink from the refrigerator and said, "Tell me, what happened?" Zhang Meirun couldn't hide it either, so he explained in detail how he and 13th sister had played tricks on Hanshi. After listening to this, Yang Hao also knew that they captured 13th sister just for revenge. Yang Hao pretended to be serious and said, "The Han family is in the area of Bolan Street. Their power should not be underestimated. However, since you are my friends, I will not sit idly by." Yang Hao looked at Zhang Meirun with firm eyes. After hearing this, Zhang Meirun suddenly felt hopeful. "Really? That's great. But how can we save 13th sister?" Yang Hao pondered for a moment. "Don't worry, I have a way. It just depends on what you are willing to take as a reward." Zhang Meirun saw Yang Hao's aggressive gaze, she knew what Yang Hao wanted. After looking at Yang Hao's handsome face, I thought to myself, such a handsome man. I don't think I'm at a disadvantage. After a long time, Yang Hao walked up to Zhang Meirun and looked at her firmly. "Don't worry, have a good rest at home. I will definitely help you bring 13th sister back safely tonight." His voice was steady and powerful, as if giving people an inexplicable sense of security. Hearing this, Zhang Meirun's eyes sparkled with tears. She held Yang Hao's hand tightly, and was so excited that she was a little incoherent. "Thank you, brother Yang Hao. If it weren't for you, I don't know what I would be like now. I am really very grateful to you." Yang Hao patted Zhang Meirun's shoulder gently, smiled and consoled her. "Don't be polite, this is what I should do. Go home now and wait patiently for my news. Believe me, I will do my best to bring 13th sister back safely." After saying that, Yang Hao resolutely turned around and left the room, embarking on the journey to rescue 13th sister. His steps were firm, and his heart was full of determination and courage. According to the memory of the original drama, Yang Hao came to a dilapidated building. In the original drama, 13th sister was arrested on the roof of this unfinished building. In order to save 13th sister, the father of 13th sister went to the. As a result, he was accidentally killed by Han's men. Yang Hao came to the rooftop of the unfinished building alone and saw Han Shi with a dozen of his brothers. 13th sister was tied to a chair. Yang Hao said to Han Shi, "Let him go. I promise that no one will bother you in the future." "Alpaca, who do you think you are? Just because you have a little bit of kung fu, you think you are invincible?" Han Shi mocked. "Ha, I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it, so don't blame me," Yang Hao said, and disappeared on the spot. A few seconds later, there were more than 10 bodies lying on the ground, and 13th sister was stunned. "This is too amazing, but she hasn't had time to sigh yet." Yang Hao threw their bodies down the stairs one by one. Then he untied the rope on 13th sister and said, "Let's go, a run is waiting for you at home." As the biggest gangster in Boland Street, Han Shi had great influence in Boland Street when Boland Street was not yet under the control of others. After Yang Hao sent 13th sister back, he went to Liang Cohen's residence. Sure enough, lust is cultivated from childhood. When Liang Cohen opened the door for Yang Hao, he saw a woman on his bed. Seeing that the person coming was Yang Hao, Liang Cohen said to the woman, "Get lost now." The woman hurriedly put on her clothes and left. After the woman left, Yang Hao entered Liang Cohen's house. After entering, Yang Hao went straight to the point and said to Liang Cohen, "What place are you managing in Hongqing now?" Liang Cohen said, "Big B and I jointly manage TSZ Wanshan. TSZ Wanshan is economically backward, and there are no schools there, so it is easy to recruit students. It is also for this reason that Liang Cohen was so arrogant in the later period." Yang Hao said, "You should quit Hongqing. I will make sure that Hongqing will not cause you any trouble." Liang Cohen said, "I quit Hongqing, what can I do?" Yang Hao smiled and said, "You can make some pornographic films. I have decided to take over Portland Street first, and then Temple Street and TSZ Wanshan. As long as you don't take drugs, I can make you the leader of the biggest gang in Hong Kong Island." "Can I think about it?" asked Liang Cohen. "You don't have the right to choose. Remember, I am your boss." Yang Hao's voice became colder. Faced with Yang Hao's powerful aura, Liang Cohen, who has not yet truly grown up, immediately gave in. The next morning, Liang Cohen brought Yang Hao to Zhang Tianqing's residence. After knocking on the door, the servant brought the two in. Zhang Tianqing is accompanied by the romantic star Fong Jing. She is indeed a very famous female celebrity. Her appearance is still very resistant to beating. Yang Hao looked. Character, Fong Jing. Realm, none. Appearance, 85. Looking at these data, Zhang Tianqing's words are also confirmed. Filming a movie? Everything is fake. Yang Hao looked at Zhang Tianqing and said, "Mr. Zhang, I am here today to ask my younger brother, Liang Cohen, to quit the Hongqing society." Zhang Tianqing said, "Hongqing has rules. If you betray the society, you must be stabbed 3 times and 6 times. So Mr. Zhang is not going to give me face." Yang Hao's tone became colder. "The rules of the society are the rules. I don't want to give face to anyone and I won't follow the rules of the society. Otherwise, how can I convince others in the future?" Just as Zhang Tianqing finished speaking, more than 20 big men in black suits rushed out of his villa. The meaning is very clear, that is, to enforce the club rules on Liang Cohen. Yang Hao said coldly, "You are such a shameless person." After saying that, Yang Hao was like a sheep among wolves, fighting with more than 20 people in black suits. Yang Hao did not behave in a shocking manner, but fought with them like a master. More than 10 minutes later, Yang Hao knocked down more than 20 big men. Chapter 83 Fierce Battle. Yang Hao came to Zhang Tianqing and lifted him up like a chicken. And signaled to Liang Cohen to bring Fong Ting in as well. Soon, Yang Hao brought the man into the room. Yang Hao brought a chair and tied Zhang Tianqing to it. Then he grabbed Fong Ting from Liang Cohen's hands and threw her on the bed. "You two bastards, what do you want to do?" Zhang Tianqing struggled to break free. However, Yang Hao and the others ignored him, and Liang Cohen flattered him, "Boss." Zhang Tianqing just watched. When Yang Hao left, he did not kill Zhang Tianqing, but told him that he would wait for him in TSZ Wanshan. At this moment, Zhang Tianqing was overwhelmed by anger. The society leaders were immediately called to a meeting, and it was decided that each of them would send 3,000 people to besiege Liang Cohen and Yang Hao in TSZ Wanshan. On the other side, Yang Hao and Liang Cohen sat together, along with Liang Cohen's most trusted henchman Xia Chang and his younger brother A Bing. Liang Cohen also knew that after what happened today, he had no choice but to go all the way with Yang Hao. Yang Hao said to Liang Kuan, "Since you are my younger brother, I will not let you suffer any loss." "What to do, boss? You have the final say. We have no way out anyway," said Liang Kuan. "When we do this today, Zhang Tianchang will definitely bring people to TSZ Wanshan. The main hall masters who have been transferred away will be left with nothing behind," Yang Hao said with a sly smile. "Boss, do you mean we should give up TSZ Wanshan and go to other places?" Yang Hao nodded and said, "We give up TSZ Wanshan. Currently, Pot Lan Street and Temple Street are both ownerless. Sha Chang and Ah Bing will lead the people to take over these two places. You will be responsible for leading the people to Tun Mun. I only need 200 people to take over Qingkuei. Brother Hao, Qingkuei is Han Bin's territory. It is the most powerful place among these places. Are you sure you only bring 200 people?" Liang Kuan said in surprise. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing," Yang Hao said. The three of them nodded, and Yang Hao said, "Since everyone has no objection, we must enter each area as soon as possible. When Hongqing withdraws their people, we will start fighting." After Yang Hao finished speaking, several people went to make arrangements. They asked their subordinates to enter the various territories in batches. Although the fighting power of Liang Kuan's subordinates is not very good, there are quite a lot of them, more than 6,000 of them. Everything is ready, just waiting for night to fall. Around 10 p.m., the major branches of the Hongqing sect began to mobilize personnel to gather at TSZ Wanshan. As for Yang Hao, he waited until 11 o'clock when the Hong Kong Islandser got off work. Liang Kuan, Sha Chang, and Ah Bing led their men to attack. Bo Lan Street and Temple Street were not bad, they were occupied by some small forces. Sha Chang and Ah Bing led more than 1,000 people each, like locusts passing through. Those who surrender will be accepted as subordinates, and those who refuse will be beaten directly. It was much more difficult for Liang Kuan. Although 3,000 people were transferred to Tun Mun was a district with only Hung Hing and no outsiders, so naturally there were a lot of people. There were actually more than 2,000 people, but Uncle Bo was old and was soon frightened and fled with his brothers. When Qingkuei went there, Yang Hao led 200 people and was discovered by Han Bin and Long Kong as soon as they started to act. Han Bin personally led the remaining brothers to fight Yang Hao to the death. Yang Hao looked at the more than 2,000 people brought by Han Bin and sneered in his heart. If Yang Hao hadn't been afraid of being too shocking, he would have just chopped them all off with one blow. Yang Hao said to Han Bin, "Submit or die, you can choose one." Han Bin laughed when he heard this. "Who do you think you are? You want me to surrender with just these 200 men?" Without saying a word, Yang Hao flashed and instantly appeared in front of Han Bin. Before Han Bin could react, Yang Hao's hand had already grabbed his neck. "You?" Han Bin looked at Yang Hao in horror. "I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it," Yang Hao said coldly. At this time, Han Bin's face became extremely ugly. He knew that he had met a master. Under the threat of death, he finally chose to surrender. "I surrender," Han Bin said with difficulty. With Han Bin's surrender, the other brothers also laid down their weapons, and Yang Hao successfully took over Qingkuei's territory. However, when Zhang Tianchang received the call for help, Yang Hao had already taken over Temple Street, Bo Lan Street, Xingkuai, and Tun Mun. Yang Hao gathered his men and announced the establishment of the Longting Society on the spot, with Yang Hao as the leader, Han Bin and Liang Kuan as deputy leaders. Dragon is the leader of Xingkuai District, Sha Chang is the leader of Tun Mun District, and Ah Bing is the leader of Temple Street District. As for Bo Lan Street, it is currently the headquarters of the Longting Society and is guarded by Yang Hao himself. There is no other way. After all, Bo Lan Street is close to the Hongqing territory, and only Yang Hao can guard it in this situation. Seeing that it was almost dawn, Zhang Tianchang still did not dare to attack Yang Hao's territory in broad daylight. In just one day, Yang Hao was consolidating his forces, while Hongqing was mobilizing manpower. At night, 20,000 Hongqing troops arrived outside of Bo Lan Street. Yang Hao also selected 2,000 ruthless brothers from among all his brothers. This time, Yang Hao wants to make Longtung Club famous in one battle. The two sides were on the verge of a war. Yang Hao stood on the street, looking calmly at the enemy in front of him. The Hongqing troops took the lead in launching the attack, and the shouts of killing shook the sky. At Yang Hao's command, he led the 2,000 younger brothers behind him and went forward fearlessly. Killing took place and blood splattered everywhere. Yang Hao led the charge into the enemy formation, and the enemies fell to the ground one after another as their swords clashed. His strength is amazing, each of his swords contains huge power, and no one can stop him. On the other hand, more than a dozen of Hongxing's younger brothers fell down every time Yang Hao swung his knife. Although they are numerous, they can't hurt Yang Hao at all. Yang Hao was like an arrow shot out, wielding a long sword and rushing towards Big B. Soon Yang Hao arrived in front of Big B. This time he didn't ask any questions, but just raised his knife and killed him. Then I saw Big B's head as big as a bowl fall to the ground. Big brother! Brother B! Chen Hanan and others shouted. The death of Big B means that the fight is about to end. Under his leadership, the morale of the younger members of the Longting Society was boosted and they gradually gained the upper hand. The Hongxing troops began to retreat, and fear spread in their hearts. Zhang Tiansheng looked at this scene with a dark face. This battle became a stepping stone for the rise of Yang Hao and the Longting Society. However, Zhang Tiansheng, who was so humiliated, would never give up like this, so he contacted the Crow of Dongxing. The two agreed to meet at the Guti Hotel. After a conversation, Zhang Tiansheng promised that as long as Yang Hao could be dealt with, Tunman, Xingkuai, Temple Street and Potlan Street would all belong to Dongxing. The Crow naturally agreed. Then both sides went back to mobilize their troops. Yang Hao is also recruiting soldiers and horses. At night, Zhang Tiansheng once again gathered 20,000 people and headed towards Bolan Street. However, the Crows did not attack Tunman as agreed. Chapter 84 Zhang Tiansheng is backstabbed. While Zhang Tiansheng was fighting with Yang Hao, Crow, who was holding a hairy head, led the Dongxing people all the way from Tsim Sha Sui to Hongxing's territory. After Zhang Tiansheng got the news, he quickly led his men to retreat. He also knew that this was the only way to let go of Yang Hao and Liang Kuan's bullying of his woman. Otherwise, Hongxing may not be able to win the Hong Kong Island Lizu. Seeing Zhang Tiansheng retreat, Yang Hao did not chase him. Instead, he planned to develop. Although he is invincible and can destroy Hong Kong Island, he has no available people under him. If his territory is too large and his virtue is not worthy of the position, he will still cause a lot of trouble. The following days were very peaceful, and the Longting Society occupied Bolan Street and Temple Street. Naturally, they needed to be developed. Yang Hao asked 13 to manage Bolan Street and developed all the places on Bolan Street into a synonym for high-end. Temple Street is a messy place, and many girls were forced by me. Yang Hao sent the older people from Bolan Street to Temple Street through resource exchange. And brought the beautiful young girls from Temple Street to Potlan Street. Time passed quickly. With Zhang Meiran accompanying him every day, Yang Hao lived a pretty good life. Liang Kuan was completely led astray by Yang Hao, and devoted himself to loan sharking in his film career. The Longting Society is also growing stronger and stronger. On this day, Yang Hao came to Temple Street to inspect. The first thing I saw was a young girl arguing with an old woman. Yang Hao looked at the two of them and suddenly remembered, aren't these Fang Xiaoling and Sister Hong from that less popular movie? The story is very simple. Sister Hong is a brothel owner in Temple Street. Because of her job, her daughter was ridiculed in college. Even the school expelled Sister Hong because of her job. Then Fang Xiaoling became a movie star, but the director asked her to accompany the investor. Fang Xiaoling was targeted and was not allowed to play the leading role. In the end, Fang Xiaoling had to sing with her sponsor all night for the role. But the sponsor did not cherish her and gave her to a big client. Finally, Fang Xiaoling became the heroine of the next drama. In order to spend more time with her, Hong Jia applied to be an extra. But when filming the last fire scene, Fang Xiaoling was knocked unconscious by the male lead. Sister Hong was seriously injured in order to save her. Fang Xiaoling is very beautiful, with a melon seed face, wearing a JK Hong Kong style school uniform. Character, Fang Xiaoling. Realm, none. Appearance, 91. And she was still arguing with Sister Hong. Yang Hao guessed that she was not famous yet. Didn't Liang Kuan set up a film company? Although it was shooting erotic films. But you can go up and chat with her. Yang Hao came to the two people who were arguing, and Sister Hong saw that there was an outsider. She quickly shut up. Yang Hao said to Fang Xiaoling, "Hello, beautiful lady. I am a talent scout from Longting Films. I wonder if you are interested in making a movie." When Fang Xiaoling heard what Yang Hao said, her eyes lit up, but then she looked doubtful. Longting Films? I don't think I've heard of it. Are you really a legitimate company? Yang Hao smiled, took out his business card and handed it to her. Although our company was established not long ago, it is definitely formal. Look, this is my business card. Fang Xiaoling took the business card and looked at it. It had the words Chairman of Longting Film and Television printed on it. How about it? Think about it. If you're willing, we can sign the contract now. Yang Hao struck while the iron was hot. Fang Xiaoling hesitated for a moment and looked at Sister Hong beside her, who quickly nodded. Okay, I believe you. But I still need to ask my mother. No problem, here's my phone number. Yang Hao handed the business card to Fang Xiaoling. Once you've thought it over, feel free to contact me. After Yang Hao left, he was secretly happy. Hee, I found a treasure. This girl is really good, with such a figure, such skin, and such a small buttocks. As expected, the next morning, Yang Hao received a call from Fang Xiaoling and took her to Longting Film and Television Company, which Liang Kuan had just established. It really looks like that. Fang Xiaoling excitedly signed the contract with the unfair terms. The contract was simple. During the contract period, Fang Xiaoling could not have a boyfriend and must obey the company's arrangements. However, the penalty for breach of contract was as high as 200 million. As soon as Fang Xiaoling signed the contract, Liang Kuan smiled at Yang Hao and said, Fang Xiaoling, right? Go and audition with the chairman tonight. Okay, Mr. Pretty. After that, she was taken to the hotel by Yang Hao. When Fang Xiaoling knew Yang Hao's intention, she originally refused. But Yang Hao's words directly broke her defense. If you audition with me, I will be the only boss you audition with in your life. If you don't audition with me, you will become a tool for investment. Otherwise, you will pay 200 million yuan in liquidated damages. Fang Xiaoling saw Yang Hao's handsome face and thought it was better to give it to him than to those old and ugly rich men. After weighing the pros and cons, Fang Xiaoling agreed to Yang Hao's request. That night, she walked into Yang Hao's room. Yang Hao looked at the beauty in front of him and his heart couldn't help but be moved. However, he did not forget his purpose. He wanted Fang Xiaoling to be his willingly. Yang Hao said to Fang Xiaoling gently, Don't be nervous, relax. You just need to treat me as your lover and show your acting skills to the fullest. After hearing what Yang Hao said, Fang Xiaoling relaxed a little. As the plot progresses, Fang Xiaoling gradually gets into the role. Her eyes became soulful and her voice was filled with emotion. Yang Hao was deeply attracted by her performance and couldn't help but approach her. The next day, Yang Hao asked Liang Kuan to arrange a play for Fang Xiaoling. Yang Hao was very good to his own people. He only arranged Fang Xiaoling to be the beauty of the whole play. She would show off her perfect long legs, which is her perfect figure. As for what shouldn't be shown to others, Fang Xiaoling didn't reveal anything. With the completion of the first erotic film by Liang Kuan, it received a crazy box office success after its release. Hong Kong island societies are eager to get a piece of the action. Some people even kidnapped popular celebrities to make pornographic films. And it's completely leaking. As more and more pornographic films become popular, Hong Kong actresses begin to feel insecure. I'm really afraid that I'll be sleeping in bed one second and be kidnapped and filmed in a movie the next. One day, Yang Hao was strolling on the street when he suddenly received a call from Sister Xia. After Yang Hao answered the call, a resentful voice sounded from the other end. You little bastard, how long has it been since you last came to see me? Yang Hao thought about it. It has been a long time since I last visited this nightlife queen of Hong Kong Island. So he said, Sister Xia, I happen to have some time today. I wonder what you want to talk to me about. Little brother, since you have time today, come to my house for dinner tonight. Sister Xia said with a hint of joy. Yang Hao would naturally not refuse the invitation of the beauty. After agreeing to Sister Xia, Yang Hao still planned to buy some gifts. After all, it would not be good to go to a visit without bringing any gifts. Chapter 85 Lin Buhui. Yang Hao carried 2 kilograms of high-quality fruits and arrived at Sister Xia's house. Sister Xia had already prepared dinner. There was a beautiful young girl sitting at the table. She has an oval face the size of a palm, with plump and round facial soft tissue and smooth and clear facial lines. When she smiles, her apple cheeks are full and round, with a very distinctive dimple, which makes her look very sweet. Her eyes are big and bright, clear and expressive. The upper eyelid has a large curvature, the tail of the eye is slightly upturned, and the fan-shaped double eyelids and high brow bones make the eyes have a strong presence. Her nose is not particularly high, but it is very three-dimensional. The base of her nose is full and round, and the nose wings are narrow and thin. Combined with the dimples at the corners of her mouth, she looks very cute. Her lips are full and round, her lip shape is delicate, and her mouth corners are sweetly upturned. Her skin is very delicate and soft, like ambergris, highlighting her temperament and status. She is tall and graceful with charming curves. Character, Lin Buhui. Realm, none. Appearance, 89. Seeing Lin Buhui's personal information, Yang Hao knew that she was Sister Xia's daughter. Sister Xia was also worried about this daughter. In the original drama, Lin Buhui fell in love with the short mule Shuai Chao when she was young, but Xia Jia invited Hao Ge to drive him out of Hong Kong Island. Later, Shuai Chao made a lot of money in Southeast Asia and raised a group of his own men. Shuai Chao killed brother Hao. At this time, Lin Buhui had grown up. He has become a big star, so naturally he doesn't want to follow a short mule like Shuai Chao, who is slick and does all kinds of bad things. Shuai Chao adheres to the principle of destroying what he can't get, forcing Lin Buhui to commit suicide. However, Yang Hao looked at Lin Buhui, who was sitting there, and knew that she had not met Shuai Chao yet and was just fighting with someone at school. The school expelled Xia Jia because of her job and sent her back home. Since she hasn't met Shuai Chao yet, Yang Hao will naturally not let the tragedy that is about to happen to her again. He came and sat down at the dining table and said to Lin Buhui, "You are Buhui, right? I often hear Sister Xia mention you. My name is Yang Hao. I am older than you. You can call me Brother Hao." Yang Hao introduced himself with a smile. Lin Buhui glanced at him and thought, how can there be such a handsome man in the world? She said to Yang Hao, "Brother Hao, how did my mother tell you about me?" Yang Hao smiled and said, "Sister Xia said that you are smart and beautiful, and you will definitely find a good family in the future." Lin Buhui felt a little embarrassed when she heard Yang Hao praising her all the time. At this time, Sister Xia came over with dishes and said, "Xiao Hao, what are you talking about with Buhui? You look so happy." Lin Buhui was afraid that Yang Hao might say something wrong. He quickly said, "It's nothing, let's eat." After dinner, Lin Buhui said to Sister Xia, "Mom, can you accompany me for a walk?" "Buhui, your brother Hao and I have something to discuss, you go by yourself," said Sister Xia. Lin Buhui stuck out her tongue at Yang Hao, made a face, and then left the villa. Sister Xia watched Lin Buhui leave and no longer had to maintain her dignified and virtuous appearance. After Lin Buhui came back from his walk, Yang Hao was also ready to leave. Seeing Lin Buhui coming back, Yang Hao said goodbye to Sister Xia and left. After leaving Sister Xia's villa, Yang Hao did not go back. After all, the house he rented was too shabby. The reason why he rented there was all because of Zhang Meirun. Now he naturally has no need to go back to that shabby rental house. Yang Hao came to a hotel and booked a room. Just after taking a shower, I heard a knock on the door. Yang Hao wrapped himself in a bath towel and went to open the door. The door opened and a beautiful woman was standing at the door. Yang Hao asked curiously, "Who are you?" The girl looked at Yang Hao with disdain and said, "You asked Brother Cheng to let me come, and you still ask me who I am?" Yang Hao looked at the girl, with willow-shaped eyebrows, fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs. Character, Chi-Chi. Realm, none. Appearance, 85. Combined with the information provided by the system, and the Cheng brother mentioned by Chi-Chi, Yang Hao understood instantly, isn't this the second female lead in the unpopular movie Mong Kok City? The plot of this movie is very simple, so I won't introduce it here. Thinking of this, Yang Hao knew that Chi-Chi had walked into the wrong room. But before Yang Hao could explain, Chi-Chi walked in. The zipper of her bag just caught on Yang Hao's bath towel. The bath towel slipped off when dragged. The next second, she uttered a few words with difficulty, "I'm sorry, I seem to have gone to the wrong place." Yang Hao raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a sly smile. "It's okay, since you're here, why don't you stay?" "But Brother Cheng didn't ask me to come here." "Do you still expect your Brother Cheng to help you? He is so lazy." Hearing this, Chi-Chi couldn't help but think of Brother Cheng, who was idle all day and only knew how to. He never really tried hard, but always put the blame on others. Thinking of this, Chi-Chi couldn't help feeling angry and helpless. And a beautiful woman like me. But because of Cheng Ji's laziness and irresponsibility, life became difficult, and even having a full meal was difficult to guarantee. However, despite the dissatisfaction in my heart, but Chi-Chi did not immediately refute Yang Hao's words. She is well aware of the cruelty of reality and knows that if she wants to change the status quo, she must work harder. Although this job may make her a little harder, as long as she persists, she may be able to have a better life. Chi-Chi took a deep breath and told herself to be strong and not be defeated by difficulties. She decided to grit her teeth and keep going, believing that through her own efforts she would be able to get out of the predicament and live a better life. The next morning, Yang Hao got up early and prepared to go to Liang Kuan's film company to see. But before Yang Hao arrived at the film company, he saw a familiar figure. But no matter how much Yang Hao thought, he couldn't think of where he had seen him. Until that figure disappeared from Yang Hao's sight. Yang Hao just remembered that the figure who just left was from a movie he had seen called Central South Bodyguard. The figure just now was the male protagonist Su Zhengyang. The main story of this movie is about a wealthy businessman named Song Shi-Chang who was being targeted by his competitors. He invited Zhongnan bodyguard Su Zhengyang to protect his wife Yang Qianer. The story mainly describes how Su Zhengyang and Yang Qianer fell in love while protecting each other. Finally, Su Zhengyang killed the killer Wang Jianjun, and then Su Zhengyang returned to the north. Seeing Su Zhengyang leave, Yang Hao did not chase him. After all, with his ability, it was easy to find someone. Soon, Yang Hao came to Liang Kuan's film company. However, as soon as Yang Hao entered the door, he heard a quarrel inside. Yang Hao went over to take a look out of curiosity. Chapter 86 Little Stutter. As soon as Yang Hao walked over, he saw a stuttering girl saying something. Just by looking at her stuttering appearance, Yang Hao knew without a second thought that this woman was the little gangster girl in Young and Dangerous, the little stutterer. She was wearing a light pink coat, which revealed her beautiful back and her charming waist. The lower body is a super short denim skirt, a pair of straight and slender white long legs. Her big eyes and arrogant expression all embody her youthful aura. Character, Little Stutter. Realm, None. Appearance, 90. The person arguing with her was none other than Fei Hong from the Changle gang. Because of Yang Hao, Liang Kuan left Hongqing. There was no business relationship with Hongqing anymore, so when Fei Hong wanted Xiao Jieba to make a pornographic film, no one jumped out to save her. Little Stutter disagreed and started arguing with brother Fei Hong. Just as Fei Hong was about to slap the stuttering girl, Yang Hao appeared, grabbed his hand and said, "Beauty is not for hitting." "Who the hell are you? How dare you meddle in my brother Fei Hong's business?" Brother Fei Hong cursed. When Liang Kuan heard Fei Hong scolding him as his boss, he was about to take action but was stopped by Yang Hao. When the little stutterer saw someone helping him, he felt like he had found a savior. Grabbing Yang Hao's arm, he said, "He is my boyfriend." Yang Hao put his arm around the stuttering boy's waist and said, "Yes, she is my girlfriend." "Liang Kuan, do you have any objection to me taking her away?" How could Liang Kuan dare to object? He quickly stepped forward and said, "Brother Hao, as long as you are happy." Yang Hao nodded and said to brother Fei Hong, "Get out of here with your people, or I don't mind destroying your Changle gang." Brother Fei Hong ran away with his men in disgrace. Yang Hao said to the little stutterer, "Girlfriend, let's go." You. Who is your girlfriend?" The little stutterer said. "No, you said you are my girlfriend, right?" Yang Hao said with a smile. I was just seeking a strategy for my own benefit," the little stutterer said shyly. "But I took it seriously." Yang Hao smiled jokingly. When the little stutterer heard this, he suddenly became anxious. I didn't say, no. It doesn't count." Yang Hao couldn't help laughing out loud. "Let's go, girlfriend." As he said that, he naturally took the little stutterer's hand. The little stutterer's face turned red instantly. She lowered her head and let Yang Hao lead her away. After walking for a while, Yang Hao felt that the little stutterer's hands were slightly sweaty. He stopped and looked at the little stutterer. "What's wrong with you? Are you still scared?" The little stutterer bit his lip and shook his head gently. "I'm not afraid as long as you are here. It's just, why did you save me?" Yang Hao looked at the stutterer seriously. "Because I think you are beautiful. Although you are very beautiful, your breasts are too small." He paused and raised a smile. "But don't worry, I will try my best to make them bigger. After all, I am your boyfriend." The little stutterer's face turned even redder. She raised her head, her eyes flashing with a hint of surprise and emotion. Are you serious? You can really become bigger?" "Of course it's true." Yang Hao smiled and held the stuttering boy's hand again. "But this is a thankless job. You have to reward me well." The little stutterer nodded shyly. "I know. Don't worry, I will make you satisfied." The two smiled at each other and continued walking forward, their figures gradually disappearing in the sunlight. Before they knew it, they arrived at the entrance of a big hotel. Yang Hao said with a wicked smile, "Do you want to go up and enjoy the air conditioning?" "Ah. So fast, isn't it a bit bad? It's just that the weather is too hot. Let's go upstairs and use the air conditioning to cool down, Yang Hao said. Okay, the little stutterer nodded shyly. After entering the hotel lobby, Yang Hao found a sofa and sat down, while the little stutterer stood awkwardly beside him. Yang Hao patted the seat next to him and motioned for the stutterer to come over. The little stutterer sat down slowly, still some distance away from Yang Hao. Yang Hao had no choice but to reach out and pull the little Jiaba to his side. Why are you so far away from me? The little stutterer lowered her head and said nothing. Yang Hao ignored her and put his arm around her shoulders. The stutterer's body stiffened, but he didn't dodge. Yang Hao looked at the little stutterer's red ears, and his heart was moved. Let's get a room and rest for a while. Whom? All up to you. The little stutterer's voice was as soft as a mosquito's. Yang Hao smiled and stood up. Let's go and get a room first. He took the stuttering boy's hand and went to the hotel front desk to check in. After checking in, the two took the elevator upstairs. Entering the room, Yang Hao lay down on the bed directly. I'm so tired. I've been busy all day. The little stutterer stood at the door, looking at Yang Hao nervously. Then I'll go back first. After saying that, she turned around and was about to leave. Yang Hao quickly got up from the bed and held the little stutterer's hand. Why are you running away? Come and chat with me. Yang Hao pulled the stutterer to sit beside the bed. Yang Hao looked at her and suddenly smiled. You don't think I'm going to do anything to you, do you? The stuttering little face instantly turned red. I didn't. Then why are you blushing? Yang Hao joked, little stutterer, you are really cute. The little stutterer lowered his head and fiddled with the corner of his clothes with his little hands. Yang Hao reached out his hand, gently pinched little stutter's chin, lifted her head up, and made her look at him. Little stutter, I like you, will you be my woman? The stuttering little heartbeat quickened. She looked into Yang Hao's eyes and nodded. Okay. Yang Hao smiled. He leaned over. Brother Hao, you are lying to me. This air conditioner is not cool at all. The little stutterer said to Yang Hao with a sweet breath. We agreed to turn on the air conditioner in the room, but it's getting hotter and hotter. I'm sweating all over. Yang Hao doesn't want to be so hot, but his strength doesn't allow it. He shook his head helplessly and said, Next time I will definitely find a hotel with better air conditioning. No. There will be next time. At midnight, Yang Hao woke up and earned several 100 million yuan by signing in. The next day, Yang Hao decided to buy a villa. Anyway, the system told him. Being in another world is like going through a dungeon in a game. He is just a passerby, so he naturally cannot wrong himself. After breakfast with Xiao Jiaba, the two set off. When Yang Hao and Xiao Jiaba arrived at the sales office, a sales lady came up to introduce. You should know that in this era, the real estate in Hong Kong Island is basically controlled by the 4 major families in Hong Kong Island. So their sales staff treat people differently based on their needs. Yang Hao was dressed in a modest manner, so when he came in, the salesperson was still very enthusiastic. But when Yang Hao said he wanted to see the villa, his expression changed immediately. She thinks Yang Hao can't afford a villa. Chapter 87 Motorcycle Girl. Yang Hao could see the disgust in her eyes, so he immediately called their manager. The sales manager is a very beautiful and capable woman. She has long, shiny black hair, and her delicate face with light makeup makes her look particularly charming. Her eyes were bright and sharp, revealing a determination and confidence. Her lips were painted with light lipstick, and the corners of her mouth were slightly upturned with a barely perceptible smile. Her skin is fair and delicate, exuding a healthy glow. She wore a well-tailored black suit that showed off her tall figure and elegant temperament. The blazer featured a unique collar design that accentuated her slender neck and graceful collarbone. She paired it with a pair of slim-fit trousers, which made her long legs look even straighter. Her high heels added a few centimeters to her height, making her look more powerful. The figure is convex and curvy, just this perfect figure. Character Ah Zhu. Realm, none. Appearance, 88. With Ah Zhu's introduction, Yang Hao quickly completed the house purchase procedures. You can move in directly. At this moment, the little stutterer said to Yang Hao, Husband, can you help me with something? Yang Hao asked curiously, What is it? I will definitely help if I can. The little stutterer angrily told Yang Hao about how Chen Haonan forced her to eat barbecued pork buns. After hearing this, Yang Hao felt funny and angry. So, I called Liang Kuan and asked him to ask Chen Haonan and others to come out and deal with this matter. Soon, Liang Kuan called and said that he had made an appointment with them to meet at Yugui restaurant tomorrow. After the problem was solved, Yang Hao took the little stutterer to play in Bolan Street. In the original drama, Xiao Jieba likes to go to bars to play. Now Yang Hao brings her to Bolan Street and tells her that Bolan Street is his territory. The little stutterer began to let himself go. Yang Hao was afraid that something might happen to her, so he sat aside and watched her play. A motorcycle girl wearing a leather jacket and leather pants came up to Yang Hao and said, "Handsome, would you like to have a drink with me?" Yang Hao looked up and saw that the figure under the leather jacket and pants was so perfect. Absolutely, it's absolutely amazing. Character, Keen. Realm, none. Value, 87. Damn, isn't this Shanji's girlfriend who has a backer? I still remember when I watched the original drama, when Kuan's father Wei Yi appeared, Shanji almost peed himself. However, in the original drama, Kuan was a complete victim, set up by Liang Kuan and slept with Chen Haonan. But looking at this situation, in this Hong Kong film world, Kuan has not yet met Shanji. Otherwise, considering Shanji's lustful character, how could she still be a virgin? Okay. But I'll treat you, Yang Hao said with a gentle smile. Kuan didn't bother about who should drink the wine, and just sat next to Yang Hao. After the two of them drank a glass of wine, Kuan said to Yang Hao, "Are you interested? I'll take you for a ride." How can I refuse a beautiful lady's invitation? After saying that, Yang Hao asked someone to call 13th sister to look after the little stutterer. I left the bar with Kuan. The two of them got on the motorcycle. The locomotive was ejected under the crazy operation of Keen. Like a wild horse running free, the night scene on Hong Kong Island is full of speed and passion. Yang Hao felt the night breeze blowing on his face, and felt extremely happy. Kuan parked the car on a bridge, and the two of them leaned on the railing and looked out, admiring the night view of the city. "Thank you, I'm very happy tonight." Karen's voice was soft and gentle. Yang Hao looked at her with a smile, "Me too." Suddenly, Kuan came close to Yang Hao and whispered in his ear, "I can feel that you are different from other men." Yang Hao's heart moved, and he was about to speak, but was interrupted by Kuan, "But, we just met." There was a hint of confusion in her eyes. Yang Hao looked at her quietly. After a moment, he slowly said, "Have you ever heard of wild love?" Kuan smiled, a beautiful smile. Then she started the motorcycle again and drove away. Yang Hao looked at her leaving back, thinking deeply. Yang Hao knew that Kuan understood what he said. The reason she left was because she was not a casual person. Yang Hao stood alone on the bridge, blown by the sea breeze. Suddenly he thought of something, and then he released his consciousness to search. The moment his spiritual consciousness was released, Yang Hao couldn't help but feel that Hong Kong Island in this era was really in chaos. But soon Yang Hao found the person he was looking for. This person is none other than Su Zhanyang. Yang Hao soared into the sky and walked forward. Soon we arrived at Song Shichang's villa. Yang Hao landed outside the villa and knocked on the door. Soon the door of the villa was opened by Su Zhanyang. Seeing that it was a stranger, Su Zhanyang wanted to take action. Yang Hao interrupted him and said, "I came to you to discuss something." "What can we talk about?" "We don't even know each other," Su Zhanyang said. Su Zhanyang, Zhongnan's top bodyguard. Yang Hao raised his mouth. Start talking about Su Zhanyang's information. Character, Su Zhanyang. Realm, initial stage of dark energy. Su Zhanyang became more and more shocked as he listened to Yang Hao's words. "Tell me, what do you want from me?" Su Zhanyang said. "I need you to help me train a group of people." "Of course, I will use them. When Hong Kong Island returns, there will be no more dwarf mules in Hong Kong Island," Yang Hao said with a smile. Although Su Zhanyang had just arrived in Hong Kong Island, he also understood that the number of Hong Kong Island community groups was hundreds of thousands. Moreover, Sir Hong Kong is even more terrifying than gangsters, many of whom are corrupt and commit crimes. If Yang Hao can really make Hong Kong Island free of gangs, it will be a great achievement. He said to Yang Hao, "I can't make the decision on this matter. I have to ask my superiors for instructions." Yang Hao nodded. Not long after, Su Zhanyang came over with a mobile phone and said, "My superior has something to ask you." Yang Hao picked up the phone, and an old man's voice came from the phone and asked, "Why are you doing this?" Yang Hao thought for a moment, and said to the old man, "Old man, I am a dragon countryman, and I have dragon country blood in my bones. It is my honor to help my motherland. Okay, I'll let Su Zhengyang fully cooperate with you. Thank you, old man. Soon, Yang Hao gave the mobile phone to Su Zhengyang. After answering the phone, Su Zhengyang said to Yang Hao, I will obey the orders of my superiors and cooperate with you to the fullest. But what about my current mission? You can call her out and let her live in my villa. As long as she is with me, she will be absolutely safe. I don't believe it, Su Zhengyang said. Try it. Yang Hao narrowed his eyes. Good. The two fought for just one round. Su Zhengyang was defeated. He knew that he could not beat Yang Hao, and the gap was very big. So he went into the house and called Yang Qianer out. Yang Qianer has a beautiful face. She wears white pajamas, which shows her unique laziness and the softness of a woman. Character, Yang Qianer. Realm, none. Appearance, 90. Yang Hao didn't say much and took them to the villa he had just bought. Nothing happened that night. The next day, Yang Hao arranged for Su Zhengyang to give military training to his younger brothers. Because Yang Qianer lived in Yang Hao's villa, he did not go out until 10 o'clock in the morning. The little stutterer who had a lot of fun came back drunk. Yang Hao gave him some hangover soup. Just then, Liang Kuan called. When asked what time Yang Hao would go there, Big B and Chen Haonan were already waiting at the Gucci restaurant. Yang Hao saw that the stuttering girl had sobered up after drinking the hangover soup, so he asked her to go wash up. At the same time, they invited Yang Qianer to go with them. Chapter 88 Compensation of 1 million. When Yang Hao brought Xiao Jieba and Yang Qianer to Yugui restaurant, Liang Kuan, De Bi and others were already waiting in the private room. Yang Hao walked into the box, sat in the main seat, and said to Big B, your little brother bullied my woman, how do you solve this problem? Big B quickly stood up and said respectfully, Brother Hao, this must be a misunderstanding. I will ask them to apologize to my sister-in-law right away. After saying that, Big B asked Chen Haonan and others to apologize to Little Stutter. But Chen Haonan and his men were not willing to do so. Shanji said, we can't be blamed for this. She was the one who stole Brother Nan's car first. Yang Hao smiled and said, don't say it so harshly. What do you mean by stealing? It's obviously borrowing. Hearing what Yang Hao said, even the little stutterer complained, how can there be such a shameless person? When Chen Haonan saw to be winking at him, he knew that Yang Hao in front of him was not someone he could offend. So he said, Brother Hao, I'm sorry, we were wrong about this. Yang Hao nodded and said to Chen Haonan, as the saying goes, a man who knows the current situation is a hero. You are a good kid. Since you know you are wrong, let's talk about how to compensate. Finally, after negotiation, Chen Haonan compensated the stutterer 1 million to calm him down. Seeing that the little stutterer was satisfied, Yang Hao did not pursue the matter any further and they began to eat. Just when we were halfway through the meal, there was a noise outside the private room. Yang Hao frowned and said to Liang Kuan, go out and take a look. Liang Kuan nodded, and soon Liang Kuan came in with a hot woman. The woman is wearing the clothes of a Hong Kong-style tea house waiter. She looks like a waiter in a restaurant with backbone. Yang Hao frowned and asked, Kuan, what's going on? Liang Kuan said, just now a few hooligans bullied her, and the restaurant owner didn't want to offend anyone for her, so I helped her drive the hooligans away, and she insisted on thanking me. Yang Hao glanced at the woman, then said to Liang Kuan, please find a seat. He turned around and asked the woman, why did they bully you? The woman looked at Yang Hao gratefully and replied, I'm new here. When I was delivering food to them, they touched me and I accidentally knocked over and splashed on them. They wouldn't give in and wanted me to pay them 20,000 yuan, or they would let me stay with them all night. Yang Hao snorted coldly, where is your boss? With such a big restaurant, won't he help you? Hearing Yang Hao's question, the girl became even more upset. He said to Yang Hao, our boss told me not to cause trouble and to pay the money quickly, but I just came from the north, where can I get the money to pay? Yang Hao was shocked when he heard this. He knew she had no money, so he wanted her to pay him with her flesh. If Yang Hao hadn't been here today, someone would have succeeded. How is your boss usually? Yang Hao asked. My boss always touches me because I'm pretty, but I've rejected him several times, the woman said. Yang Hao initially guessed that the boss had sent some hooligans to cause trouble for her. So he said to Liang Kuan, go find those hooligans for me. Okay, Brother Hao. Yang Hao asked the woman again, what's your name? After all, Yang Hao is a person from the inland in his later life, so since he has met me, I will help him if I can. The woman said, my name is Chiodi. Can I stay with you from now on? Character, Chioti. Realm, none. Value, 92. Yang Hao thought about it and thought that it was okay to have more beauties around him. Soon, Liang Kuan brought in a few hooligans. Yang Hao asked them and found out that they were indeed sent by the restaurant owner. Yang Hao's eyes turned cold and he said, "Kuan, go find the boss. How can I allow such a boss to exist on my territory?" Liang Kuan quickly found the restaurant owner, and Yang Hao did not take advantage of him. Acquired this restaurant for $1 Hong Kong. Then he said to Liang Kuan, "Arrange a job for Chiu Ti." Liang Kuan looked at Chiu Ti. It would be a waste if he didn't go to film with such good looks. So he asked Chiu, "Are you interested in becoming a star?" After the final discussion, Chiu Ti decided to work at Liang Kuan's film company. Liang Kuan knew that she would be Yang Hao's person sooner or later, so he didn't dare to let her play a role that was too revealing. She and Fang Xiaoling acted as the face of the movie. After dinner, everyone left, and Yang Hao also took his people back to the villa. Just when Yang Hao was resting, Chiu Ti came in wearing pajamas. Yang Hao looked at Chiu Ti and asked, "What are you doing?" Chiu Ti said embarrassedly, "Thank you for helping me today. I have to go to shoot a movie tomorrow. I heard that the circle is very chaotic. I can't guarantee that I can get out of it safely, so I want to give you the most precious thing." Yang Hao did not refuse, although with him around, Liang Kuan did not dare to let Chiu Ti do anything excessive. "But they offer us meat. How can we not eat it?" The next morning, when Yang Hao woke up, Chiu Ti had already left. Maybe Yang Qianer came to Yang Hao's place, and the people who originally came to kill her became alert. They haven't taken action against Yang Qianer in the past 2 days. Yang Hao is not the kind of person who would sit there and wait for death, so he plans to lure the person out. On this day, Yang Hao took Yang Qianer to the street. Pretending to be separated from Yang Qianer, he asked Yang Qianer to walk into a secluded alley. He was observing in secret. Not long after, Yang Qianer came to an empty alley. Suddenly a figure appeared and walked towards Yang Qianer. As he walked, the man said, "Don't blame me if you go down. I have no choice but to take money from others and help them get rid of disasters." After saying that, he attacked Yang Qianer. At this moment, a finger force pierced his chest directly. How is it possible? How could there be such a powerful person in the world? Wang Jianjun said in disbelief. He is the king of the Southeast Asian mercenaries, and his kung fu has already reached the level of Huajin. I didn't even see how the other party attacked. I will have to suffer in the northwest. However, this scene frightened Yang Qianer greatly, although Yang Hao had told her in advance. But she was still frightened and screamed, and threw herself into Yang Hao's arms. The soft jade in my arms is still such a stunning beauty. Even Yang Hao, who had seen countless beauties, felt that he had difficulty controlling her. But finally, reason told him that now was not the time to do bad things. We should deal with Wang Jianjun's body first. He said to Yang Qianer, "Don't be afraid. Let's go back." Yang Qianer nodded. Just as the two turned around, Yang Hao threw out a ball of fire, setting Wang Jianjun's body on fire. Yang Hao patted Yang Qianer's back gently to comfort her. After her emotions calmed down a little, the two left the scene together. After returning home, Yang Hao realized that Yang Qianer was safe. He has watched the drama. The one who dueled with Su Zhengyang at the end was Wang Jianjun. Although Su Zhengyang won in the end, he was almost killed by Wang Jianjun, who came to kill Yang Qianer. Yang Qianer saw Yang Hao's complicated expression and thought that Yang Hao would send her back after seeing that she was safe, so she came up with a bold idea. That night, she walked into Yang Hao's room without hesitation. Chapter 89: Entering the Real Estate Market. Yang Hao looked at the stunning beauty in front of him without any extra words. The next day, Yang Hao just got up and got the news from Xiao Jiaba. Yang Qianer has returned to her villa. As time went by, Yang Hao earned more and more money every day, so he decided to enter the real estate industry. But before that, he must establish his own prestige. So he found Su Zhengyang to see the training results of his brothers. When Yang Hao learned that his 6,000 men were well trained, he decided to start with Hongxing. After all, Hongxing had a feud with him, and Yang Hao's first battle would naturally be Tzz Wanshan. After all, this was Liang Kuan's territory in the past. Yang Hao's first battle against Tzz Wanshan was also to let Liang Kuan know that he was not following the wrong person. Yang Hao mobilized his men to attack Tzz Wanshan at night. Tzz Wanshan is currently the territory of Big Brother B. As night fell, Yang Hao led 6,000 of his followers and marched towards Tzz Wanshan. After Brother Bigby learned the news, he quickly organized people to prepare for resistance. The battle was about to break out, and the two sides engaged in a fierce fight at TSZ-1 Shan. Yang Hao led the charge into the enemy camp, and the enemies fell to the ground one after another amid the flashes of swords and sabers. The morale of the 6,000 brothers was greatly boosted, and they followed Yang Hao to fight bravely. They cooperated well and used powerful moves, and soon gained the upper hand. Seeing that the situation was not good, Big Brother B tried to escape. How could Yang Hao let him succeed? He quickly stepped forward to block his way. Brother Big B, today is the day you die. Yang Hao shouted angrily and attacked with all his strength. Brother Big B had no way to avoid it. After taking the attack head-on, he vomited blood and fell to the ground. Yang Hao, you can't kill me. Don't you like women? I can give you my sister-in-law. Yang Hao recalled the original drama and found no information about Big B's sister-in-law. But Chen Haonan and his friends burned Fatty Li's magazine. The reason is that Fatty Li used Big B's sister-in-law as the cover and the sales report. I think Big B's sister-in-law is pretty good. Yang Hao said to Big B, I can choose not to kill you, but you have to quit Hongqing and join my Longting society. Big B didn't hesitate at all. Even if he hesitated for a second, it would be disrespectful to his own life. Following Big B's surrender, other members of Hongqing also surrendered. Yang Hao successfully took over TSZ-1 Shan, taking the first step towards swallowing up Hongqing. The news that TSZ-1 Shan was taken over by Yang Hao did not spread until the next day. When they learned that Big B had surrendered, even Chen Haonan and others he brought with him disliked him. At the same time, Hongqing issued a bounty order. Whoever could take back TSZ-1 Shan with his men would become the leader of TSZ-1 Shan. The rest of the people are fine. After all, the older leaders of Hongqing are all good at changing their attitudes according to the situation. Only Shan Ji beside Chen Haonan said, Brother Nan, let's take on this mission. Chen Haonan said, why are you taking it? Do you think Yang Hao is so easy to beat? Shan Ji said, no matter how hard it is to fight, you have to fight. You can't be the boss and not want your brothers to take the lead. The others also looked at Chen Haonan, and Chen Haonan knew that he had no choice but to agree. So he said, just fight me. So I took on the responsibility of reducing my belly at TSZ-1 Shan. However, when Chen Haonan mobilized his troops, Yang Hao also decided to attack Causeway Bay. Yang Hao led a group of brothers and marched towards Causeway Bay in a mighty manner. He originally wanted to catch Chen Haonan and his men off guard, however, he didn't know that at this time all the men under Chen Haonan and his men had gathered in Causeway Bay, numbering more than 10,000 people. When Yang Hao and others entered Causeway Bay, suddenly Chen Haonan led his brothers to surround Yang Hao and others. Yang Hao looked at Chen Haonan jokingly. Chen Haonan was shocked. Yang Hao's eyes were too aggressive. A bloody battle broke out and the two sides were fighting fiercely. Chen Haonan rushed towards Yang Hao waving a baseball bat. This time Yang Hao was determined to kill Chen Haonan. Seeing this, Shan Ji shouted and wanted to rush up to avenge Chen Haonan, but was dragged away by De Tian. Seeing that the big boss was gone, the younger brothers in Causeway Bay were taken in by Yang Hao. Hongqing lost 2 territories in a row overnight. What should he do with Yang Hao? So the two sides met at the Yugui restaurant. After Shan Ji got the news, he knew that there was no place for him in Hong Kong Island. So he prepared to go to Wanwan to look for his cousin. The next day at noon, Jiang Tianchang and other Hongqing executives gathered together, and Yang Hao brought De Bi and Liang Kuan to the meeting. Finally, they unanimously agreed to divide the territory, but Yang Hao was not satisfied with this. When Jiang Tianchang asked Fong Ting to come over to develop his own film career. In the following days, Yang Hao began to enclose land in the area under his management. Especially in TSZ-1 Shan, there are too many open spaces. However, just when Yang Hao was ready, Yang Hao found that he couldn't buy cement and sand. Yang Hao had no choice but to look for the 4 major families that monopolized sand, stone, and cement. However, the 4 major families had no intention of negotiating, but wanted the land in Yang Hao's hands. Yang Hao was so angry that he snorted coldly and completely fell out with the 4 major families in Hong Kong Island. After leaving the 4 major families, Yang Hao went directly to the governor's mansion. The current governor of Hong Kong is a hawksman who started out as a pirate. Afraid of death, greedy for money and lustful. Yang Hao went directly to the governor. I spent a lot of money, $500. You read that right, not 10,000, just $500. Ask the governor to issue an exclusive trade license. Why $500? Because Yang Hao put a knife on his neck. They were all forced. After Yang Hao got the certificate, he was not afraid of threatening the governor at all. After discussing with De Bi and Liang Kuan, Yang Hao decided to go to Pengcheng. On the one hand, it is to invest in Pengcheng, and on the other hand, it is to discuss building materials. When Yang Hao was about to leave, Xiao Jieba and his companions naturally wanted to go to Pengcheng with him. Yang Hao did not refuse and took them around to have a look. The next day, under the leadership of Yang Hao, a convoy of vehicles left Hong Kong Island. After more than an hour's drive, the group arrived in Pengcheng. Today's Pengcheng is at a critical moment for infrastructure construction. Longwei is indeed a country known as an infrastructure maniac. The whole city of Pengcheng changes every day. Of course, such crazy construction has also spawned many bad companies. There are also many entertainment venues, such as the Black Panther nightclub. Black Panther nightclub is a gathering place for mistresses. Every night, buses of beautiful women come here to pick up rich men. Many small business owners in Hong Kong like to travel to Pengcheng overnight, mainly because Pengcheng is cheap. Even if you keep a concubine here, it is only a few thousand Hong Kong dollars a month, which is just the cheapest salary of an ordinary worker for a businessman in Hong Kong. However, in this era where the average wage is only a few hundred yuan, many migrant workers have gradually fallen. Even some married, beautiful women choose to be mistresses. These people cheated Hong Kong people's money to buy cars and houses, and usually accompanied their husbands. They would only accompany Hong Kong businessmen when they came, and they would keep calling him husband, saying that he was their only man. Chapter 90, Chance Encounter. Yang Hao found a hotel to stay in. He rested for a day. The next day, Yang Hao went to the Pengcheng municipal government and learned that Yang Hao came to invest from Hong Kong Island. The Minister of Investment of Pengcheng City warmly welcomed him. This also strengthened Yang Hao's idea of investing. After all, the money he signed was hundreds of billions of US dollars. Since they couldn't use up all the money, they decided to invest 10 billion US dollars in the first phase. Of course, Yang Hao invested not only in real estate, but also in clothing, food, and transportation. Seeing that Yang Hao invested so much at once, the Pengcheng government directly gave him a 3-year tax exemption. After discussing the investment, Yang Hao went to the building materials company to discuss cooperation. After several days of hard work, Yang Hao successfully reached cooperation intentions with several building materials companies. These companies will provide him with quality building materials to ensure the smooth progress of the project. After finishing all these, Yang Hao took Xiao Jieba and others to play in Pengcheng for a few days and prepared to return to Hong Kong Island. There is no way. If a person has too many beauties around him, he will be envied. If Yang Hao was not strong, he might not be able to leave Pengcheng. However, during the half-month that Yang Hao was away, a very powerful master came to Hongqing. The territory that was originally negotiated was attacked again by Hongqing. Fortunately, with Su Zhangyang there, the Longting society did not suffer any losses. The first thing Yang Hao did when he returned to Hong Kong Island was to lead his men to attack Hongqing's territory again. The first battle was in Tsim Sha Tsui. The administrator of Tsim Sha Tsui was the territory of Prince, the first thug of Hongqing. However, with Yang Hao around, Tsim Sha Tsui could not be defended at all, and the head of the hall, the prince, was also killed by Yang Hao. Seeing Yang Hao taking down a district so easily, the East Star Crows couldn't sit still and wanted to get a piece of the pie. So he called his men together to attack Hongqing. After Yang Hao killed several of the hall masters who had been fighting, the rest surrendered directly. Although Yang Hao knew that they were afraid of death, there were still many management talents among them. Seeing that there was no way to save the situation, Jiang Tianshang and Shenyao wanted to flee Hong Kong Island, but was hunted down by Yang Hao at the port. After taking over Hongqing, Longting became one of the 5 major societies in Hong Kong Island. However, after dealing with Hongqing, Yang Hao turned his attention to Dongqing. Who asked the crow to come and share a piece of the pie? What's the difference between this and stealing his territory? Yang Hao led the Longting society to quickly launch an attack on Dongqing. The various hall masters of Dongqing responded to the challenge one after another, but none of them was Yang Hao's match. In a fierce battle, Yang Hao defeated Crow himself, which greatly reduced the morale of Dongqing. With the death of Crow, the territory of East Star has shrunk greatly. Just as Yang Hao was about to take advantage of the victory, Dongqing Camel invited Yang Hao to negotiate. The content of the negotiation was also very simple. It was to exchange the Yaoma tea land with Yang Hao for the other land he had taken from Dongqing, and ensure that Dongqing and Longting live in peace. Such a good offer. Yang Hao naturally had no reason to refuse. After the truce with Dongxing, Yang Hao devoted himself to Hong Kong Island real estate. As truckloads of building materials were brought in, the 4 major families in Hong Kong Island came to apologize to Yang Hao. However, Yang Hao did not give them any face at all, and disgusted them by saying, "I hold grudges, and I will do whatever you 4 major families do in the future." Yang Hao is confident that looking at what will happen in the future, he will definitely defeat the 4 major families of Hong Kong Island by using legitimate business means in this era. Yang Hao's real estate project progressed smoothly. He skillfully used advanced marketing strategies and construction techniques, and the properties were quickly sold out. His reputation spread quickly in the industry, attracting more investors and partners. In addition to his busy work, Yang Hao did not forget to improve his own abilities. He remembered that if he couldn't break through, he couldn't return to the real world. So he decided to train a group of loyal subordinates to lay a solid foundation for the future development of the Longting society. Time passed by little. On this day, Yang Hao was driving a sports car on the street. Suddenly, a woman in red appeared, and Yang Hao was so scared that he stepped on the brakes. However, even so, the woman was frightened. The documents in my hand fell to the ground. The woman possessed stunning beauty, her face seemed like a masterpiece carefully crafted by God. Her skin was as white as snow, with a hint of pink, delicate and smooth, and as warm as mutton fat jade. Her eyebrows are long and thick, and the slightly upward curve adds a bit of heroic spirit. Her eyes are one of her most charming features, big and bright, like a deep lake, clear to the bottom. There is a gleam of wisdom and gentleness in her eyes, which makes people fall in love with her. Her eyelashes are thick and curled, fluttering gently like a fan, adding a touch of mysterious charm to her eyes. Her nose is straight and has beautiful lines, which makes her profile more three-dimensional. Her lips are rosy and plump, and the slightly upturned corners of her mouth reveal a charming smile, making people feel her friendliness and confidence. Her hair was black and shiny, falling on her shoulders like a waterfall, emitting a charming fragrance as it swayed gently. She is tall and slender, with perfect proportions and curvaceous body, showing feminine elegance and charm. Character, Li Xinxin. Realm, none. Appearance, 94. Yang Hao quickly got out of the car and helped the woman pick up the documents that fell on the ground. But as soon as Yang Hao bent down, he saw Li Xinxin's cleavage. Yang Hao was stunned for a moment, and his hand directly grabbed Li Xinxin's hand. "No, let go of your hand quickly," Li Xinxin said. However, Yang Hao ignored her, and seeing no one answering, Li Xinxin looked up and happened to meet Yang Hao's eyes. Seeing Yang Hao's eyes, Li Xinxin quickly covered her collar. "You scoundrel!" Li Xinxin said, picked up the documents on the ground, and ran away crying. Yang Hao looked at Li Xinxin's tall back. "I can't help but sigh, Chen Haonan in the original drama is really good." Knowing that Li Xinxin had gone far away, Yang Hao decided not to get in the car and leave. However, as soon as Yang Hao got home, he received a call from Liang Kuan. "Brother Hao, the Crescent Thunder God wants to cooperate with us," said Liang Kuan. "Where is you?" Yang Hao asked. "Tomorrow at noon, there will be a restaurant called Gucci, which is our territory," said Liang Kuan. Yang Hao nodded, indicating that he understood. I hung up the phone with Liang Kuan. "What's the matter?" "It's comfortable to have a beautiful woman in my arms." The next day, noon. Yang Hao brought Liang Kuan and Debi to the Gyatiki restaurant. The Thunder God has been waiting for a long time, and there is a beautiful woman following him. Her appearance is very distinctive and unforgettable. Her face is a typical oval face with a pointed chin and smooth lines, giving her a delicate look. Her eyes are big and bright, revealing a kind of agility and playfulness. She has a plump figure, a slender waist, and long, white legs. Character, Ding Yao. Realm, none. Value, 92. Yang Hao looked at Lei Gongdao and said, "I wonder what cooperation you want to discuss by calling me here today?" "Lei Gongdao, I came here today to talk to you about the Macau casino." Yang Hao waved his hand and said, "No need to talk about it, I'm not interested." However, at this moment, Lei Gong's men took out their guns and pointed them at Yang Hao. "Lei Gongdao, Mr. Yang, I wonder if you are still interested now." Chapter 91, Secret Talk with Ding Yao. "Ha," Yang Hao said disdainfully, "Thunder God, if you dare to shoot, I guarantee that you will not be able to leave the Yochi restaurant." "Are you kidding?" With Yang Hao's current level of cultivation, he can even shoot a plane with his bare hands without any problem, let alone a gun. Lei Gong just wanted to scare Yang Hao. Seeing that Yang Hao was not threatened, he also asked his men to put away their guns. Yang Hao looked at Lei Gong meaningfully. Lei Gong knew that he had offended Yang Hao badly, but after all, he was the leader of the Wanwan Triad gang, so he spoke again. Mr. Yang, we'll talk if you're interested. Yang Hao nodded and said, let's talk about it when I'm interested. After that, Yang Hao took Bi and Liang Kuan away. That night, Yang Hao found out the hotel where Lei Gong was staying. Yang Hao came to the hotel in a mask and knocked on Ding Yao's door. Soon the room was opened. Ding Yao appeared in front of Yang Hao wrapped in a bath towel. Looking at the masked Yang Hao, he asked, who are you? Let's go in and talk. Yang Hao said with a smile. Without waiting for Ding Yao's invitation, Yang Hao went straight into the room. Yang Hao sat down on the sofa, poured himself a cup of tea, took a sip and said, you want to kill Lei Gong? Hearing Yang Hao's words, Ding Yao was obviously stunned. She really wanted to kill Lei Gong. And she has found a scapegoat, but she has not told anyone about it. How did you know? Ding Yao asked. Don't be nervous. I don't want Lei Gong to be alive either, Yang Hao said as he removed the mask. It's you, Mr. Yang, the leader of Longting, Ding Yao said in surprise. Let's talk about our cooperation, Yang Hao said. What do you want? Ding Yao asked. You are the one who can defeat Lei Gong. I will help you become the leader of the Sanlian gang, but you have to help me in the future, Yang Hao said, staring at Ding Yao's snow-white skin. I can promise you, but how are you going to let me take the leading position of the Tri-Union gang? Doesn't Lei Gong have a son studying abroad? If he can't come back, you have the final say over the Sanlian gang. Yang Hao's eyes narrowed into slits. You are so cruel. Ding Yao didn't expect that Yang Hao would make the Lei Gong family extinct with just one move. Ha, women are the most vicious. I am a man, so show your sincerity in cooperating. Bath towels slip off, beautiful and boundless. The next day, news of Lei Gong's death spread. The one who killed Lei Gong was Shan Ji, the leader of the Poison Snake Hall. Without thinking, Yang Hao also knew that Ding Yao succeeded. Yang Hao did not delay and went out in person, and soon found the pheasant. He was hiding in Daishoner's residential building. Although Chen Haonan died, Daishoner was lucky. Dafei surrendered and followed Yang Hao. Dafei's sister likes Daishoner, so Daishoner becomes a small leader of Longting. When Yang Hao arrived at Datian's house, Dafei's sister KK was not at home. There were only Daishoner and Shanji. When Yang Hao walked into the room, Shanji felt like he was going to die. He stopped running away, so he said, Brother Hao, right? I hope you can let De Tian'er go. Yang Hao looked like De Tian'er, and he clearly saw hatred in his eyes. Yang Hao doesn't want to cause trouble for himself, even if he is just an ant. He shook his head and said, you two have a strong brotherhood, so why don't you go to the underworld together? As soon as Yang Hao finished speaking, he saw De Tian'er rushing towards Yang Hao, holding Yang Hao's waist and saying, Shanji, go away quickly and don't come back again. Shanji took one look at Daishoner and knew that if he didn't leave, Daishoner would die. So he turned around and tried to run away. At this moment, Yang Hao moved. Yang Hao raised his hand and a stream of energy pierced through the pheasant's head. How could this happen? De Tian'er looked at Yang Hao in disbelief. Yang Hao narrowed his eyes and said to De Tian'er in a cold voice, if you are loyal to the Longting Society, I don't mind sparing your life. Unfortunately, you made the wrong choice. After saying that, Yang Hao slapped De Tian'er on the forehead. Datian's skull was fractured and he stopped breathing. After dealing with the pheasant, Yang Hao left the dilapidated residential building. Not long after Yang Hao left, KK returned home. Looking at the body on the ground, she called Dafei directly. After Dafei answered the phone, he knew that De Tian'er was dead, and he immediately called Yang Hao. Yang Hao answered the phone and said, ask KK to come see me. I want to understand the situation at that time and see if we can find the murderer. Dafei didn't think much about it and brought KK to find Yang Hao. They met at a nightclub on Bowling Lane. Nowadays, the entire Bowling Street is managed by 13th Sister, and Yang Hao rarely manages things. Not long after, Dafei brought KK to Yang Hao. Don't mention it, although Dafei is a little ugly, her sister is really nice. Not only does she have fair skin, but she also has a nice figure. Character, KK. Realm, none. Value, 86. After seeing KK, Yang Hao said to Dafei, you go out first, I will talk to her alone. The man who could destroy Hongxing, even the brave Dafei was afraid of Yang Hao's aura. After Dafei left, Yang Hao said to KK, you want the entire Longting Society to mobilize and avenge your husband. What reward can you give? After hearing what Yang Hao said, KK thought about it. She really couldn't come up with anything. But her most valuable thing is herself. So she said, as long as I can help Tian get revenge, I will be yours from now on. Really? It depends on your performance. Yang Hao said with a smirk. KK knew that Yang Hao was hinting at her, so she didn't say much and started to show herself. After a long while, Yang Hao wiped his hands with a piece of cloth, threw it directly on KK and said, "That's all. I will have someone investigate the cause of Tianer's death. Just wait for my good news." After saying that, Yang Hao left the box. After Yang Hao left, he called Liang Koan directly. "Brother Hao, what do you want me to do?" "Have someone keep an eye on Lei Gong's son. As soon as he returns to the country, notify me immediately." Yang Hao hung up the phone after saying this. "Since I promised KK to avenge Tian, I have to find someone to take the blame." As expected by Yang Hao, a few days later, Lei Fuhong returned to China with the help of some elders of the Sanlian gang. But just as he arrived in Hong Kong Island, Yang Hao received a call from Liang Koan. There are also the veteran members of the Sanlian gang who support Lei Fuhong. That night, Lei Fuhong died in the hotel. Along with him, the elders of the Sanlian gang who were unwilling to support Ding Yao also died. The next day, Yang Hao told KK that Lei Fuhong was avenging his father. When he sent people to kill Shan Ji, he also killed Tian. At the same time, he told her that Lei Fuhong had been killed by someone he had sent. As for Ding Yao, she completely took control of the Sanlian gang because of the death of Lei Fuhong and the elders who opposed her. At the same time, in order to help Ding Yao better establish prestige in the Sanlian gang, Yang Hao decided to take people to cooperate with the Sanlian gang and go to Haojiang. The management of the gambling table is one of the most profitable projects for the short mule in this era. But for Yang Hao, who can earn a lot of money by signing in, this income is no different from having it. However, Yang Hao has set his sights on the He family's casino ownership. After all, only the Macau casino is legal in Dragon Country. Chapter 92, The Storm in Macau. After discussing with Ding Yao, Yang Hao went to Su Zhengyang's training ground to select people. Yang Hao did not plan to bring too many people this time. After selecting 2,000 people, they went to Haojiang with Big B. After arriving at Haojiang, Yang Hao met up with Ding Yao. Ding Yao brought even fewer people, only 1,000. After meeting Ding Yao, Yang Hao asked Big B to arrange for the younger brothers to come. He went to the hotel with Ding Yao. However, just after Yang Hao entered the hotel, people from other Hong Kong Island communities also came to Haojiang one after another. Seeing this situation, the Haojiang community held an emergency meeting. Before every Gambling King competition, there will be turmoil in Macau. At this time, the Haojiang community would hold a meeting headed by Bucktooth Koi. Speaking of Bucktooth Colt, this is a legendary figure. Debuting with ruthlessness, he rose through the ranks from a small group of a few people, bit by bit. Every time there was unrest in Macau, it was led by Bucktooth Koi to compete with other foreign societies for the right to operate the gambling tables. However, Yang Hao was not aware of this. When he annexed Hongqing, he naturally also included Gongxi's assets. As for the affairs of the casino tables in Haojiang, he had always let his subordinates manage them and never asked about them himself. After dark, the streets of Haojiang were filled with the sound of gunfire. Speaking of this, I have to say that Macau is more chaotic than Hong Kong Island. Although Hong Kong Island does not manage the discovery of social groups, it has strict control over guns. Moreover, the fighting between the gangs in Hong Kong Island usually starts after the police officers in Hong Kong Island get off work. However, Haojiang is different. Perhaps it is because Haojiang is about to return. So no matter what you do, no one cares, as long as you don't use bombs. Yang Hao and Ding Yao are now in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the hotel and say, "Let's begin." Ding Yao, whose hands were controlled by Yang Hao, could also see the fighting on the streets of Haojiang. A new round of turf war has begun. Shouldn't we take action yet? Ding Yao asked Yang Hao. Let Big B lead the way, and just focus on what you have now. Yang Hao looked at the scene outside the window expressionlessly, thinking secretly in his mind. He knew that this fight was just the beginning and the real test was yet to come. As long as we focus on what we have now, we will be invincible. Yang Hao turned and said to Ding Yao. Ding Yao nodded slightly to show that she understood. She knew that Yang Hao had his own plans. Although she was a little anxious, she still chose to believe him. At this moment, Yang Hao's cell phone rang. After answering the call, his face became serious. Big B is in trouble. Other societies are trying to seize our territory. Yang Hao's voice was cold. I'll take people over to provide support immediately. Ding Yao volunteered. Yang Hao glanced at her, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. No need, just be careful, I'll be back soon. After saying that, Yang Hao took a group of his men and quickly rushed to the scene of the accident. When Yang Hao arrived, Big B was leading others in a gunfight, and the two sides were in a stalemate. Yang Hao joined the battle without saying a word. With his agility and superb marksmanship, he quickly knocked down several opponents. Seeing how brave Yang Hao was, the other party became timid and began to retreat. Yang Hao took advantage of the victory and led his men to pursue the enemy and force them to retreat. Boss, you're awesome. Big B gave a thumbs up. Clean up the scene and don't leave any evidence behind. Yang Hao ordered calmly. Looking at the people running away, Yang Hao noticed that there were people from Hong Kong Island among them. So he said to Big B, among the people just now, is there anyone you know? There are people from Lianqing, but I'm not sure if it was arranged by Chuiji, said Big B. Chuiji is the leader of Liansheng, but Uncle Deng has the final say on matters concerning Liansheng. Yang Hao looked at the person who disappeared from his sight and said in a cold voice, it seems that some people have grown old and it's time for them to go to Hades' palace. After daybreak, everything returned to calm. Yang Hao arranged for his brothers to rest. After all, the fight had just begun, and manpower was most needed at night. The next night, Yang Hao led his men directly to Lianqing's territory. Along the way, Yang Hao and his team did not encounter any obstacles and successfully arrived at the Lianqing Haojiang branch. Yang Hao kicked the door open, and the Lianqing members in the house were immediately panicked. Where's the chicken blower? Get him out! Yang Hao roared. A younger brother pointed upwards with trembling hands. Yang Hao's eyes turned cold and he rushed up with his men. In the office on the top floor, Chuiji was looking at Yang Hao in front of him with fear. Mr. Yang, what do you mean? Chuiji asked stutteringly. What do you mean? You sent people to seize my territory, don't you understand? Yang Hao responded coldly. Chuiji waved his hands quickly. This must be a misunderstanding. I definitely did not order anyone to seize your territory. Yang Hao was too lazy to listen to his explanation and interrupted him directly. Misunderstanding? Then why did your people appear in Haojiang? Don't think I don't know what you are planning. Today, I am here to warn you. If you dare to touch my things, you will bear the consequences. After saying that, Yang Hao raised his hand, and the younger brother behind him took the chicken away. Coming downstairs, Yang Hao looked at Lianqing's brothers and said, tell your Uncle Deng that Lianqing will not have a good future if he becomes an enemy of Longting society. After saying that, Yang Hao took his people away. He didn't bring many people with him, so he left some people behind and asked Big B to guard the territory belonging to the Longting society. Yang Hao led 1,000 people to directly fight against the local community in Haojiang. Yang Hao was already a pervert at the peak of the nascent soul stage. The damage from the gun was just a tickle to him. Yang Hao rushed to the front with a submachine gun in his hand. Yang Hao was as fierce as a god of war, and enemies fell to the ground wherever he went. His strength and momentum shocked the entire battlefield, and members of the local community in Haojiang began to retreat in fear. Under the leadership of Yang Hao, Longting society gradually gained the upper hand. However, just as the battle was becoming increasingly intense, a powerful force suddenly arrived. Yang Hao's heart trembled. He was fine, but his younger brother was not invulnerable. Looking up, he saw a group of people rushing towards the side. Seeing the crowd coming, the people from the Haojiang community breathed a sigh of relief. The leader is none other than the godfather of Macau, Bucktooth Koi. Bucktooth Jew brought people to join the battlefield, and the pressure was instantly put on Yang Hao's side. Yang Hao looked at his younger brothers behind him and said, follow me. Bucktooth Jew looked at Yang Hao, who was rushing in the front, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that this young man was so brave and not afraid of his own men at all. Boy, you're really brave. Bucktooth Jew said loudly. Yang Hao sneered, are you the Bucktooth guy? That's right. Bucktooth replied, today I want to let you know who is the boss in Haojiang. Before he could finish his words, Bucktooth Jew shot at Yang Hao with the gun in his hand. Yang Hao dodged the attack easily. Chapter 93, Gambling King's Battle. The next second, Yang Hao appeared behind Bucktooth Jew like a ghost. A palm hit the back of the buck-toothed horse's head, causing his skull to fracture and he fell to the ground. At Yang Hao's command, his brothers fought harder and harder, forcing the local societies in Haojiang to surrender one after another. Yang Hao recruited them directly, and after the news spread, the turbulent Haojiang River has become unusually calm. Those outside communities were watching and waiting. There was nothing they could do. Bucktooth Koi had been in Macau for so many years, but he was killed. They came to Haojiang to grab more gambling table management rights, not to lose their lives here. However, Yang Hao was not satisfied with the status quo. He knew very well that the world was dangerous and he had to continue to expand his power. So he began to rectify the internal situation, select loyal and capable brothers, and cultivate his own direct forces. At the same time, Yang Hao did not ignore external threats. He sent out spies to keep a close eye on the movements of other societies. Once he detects any sign of trouble, he will take quick action to strike first. However, when the Gambling King competition started, no society made any unusual moves. On the day of the Gambling King competition, thousands of people came to participate in the competition. Yang Hao, who possessed the gambling god skills given by the system, naturally participated in the competition. The competition begins. The first round is free gambling in the casino. The 100 people who win the most can participate in the semi-finals. The atmosphere at the competition was lively and the dealers were busy dealing cards. With his gambling god skills, Yang Hao easily won a large number of chips. His opponents all showed expressions of surprise and envy. It was quickly decided that the top 100 would participate in the semi-finals. The semi-finals are a one-on-one bet between 100 contestants. The losers are eliminated and the winners stay. Although the semi-finals were all top players, Yang Hao won easily. However, Yang Hao's actions have been noticed by others. The semi-finals are over, rest for one night and enter the finals tomorrow. However, just as Yang Hao was about to rest, there was a knock on his door. Yang Hao opened the door and found a man in red clothes standing outside. She has an exquisite and charming face, and her facial features are perfectly combined to show a unique charm. Her eyes were bright and lively, as if they could penetrate people's hearts and make people fall into them. Her eyebrows are long and graceful, and the slightly upward curve adds a touch of playfulness and agility. Her nose is straight and three-dimensional, making her facial features more distinct. Her lips are rosy and plump, and the slightly upturned corners of her mouth reveal a charming smile that makes people fall in love with her. Her figure is even more amazing. She has long legs with smooth and graceful lines, showing the feminine beauty and strength. Her waist is slender and powerful, just enough to be held in one hand, showing her elegant figure. Her breasts are full and firm, showing the sexiness and charm of women. Her shoulders are broad and flat, making her overall figure more symmetrical and coordinated. Her appearance and figure are perfectly combined, showing her unique charm and temperament. Yang Hao asked the woman in front of him, "Who are you? What's the matter?" "Hello, my name is Hai Tang, I do have something to discuss with you." Character, Begonia. Realm, None. Value, 92. Hearing her name and her appearance, Yang Hao knew that this was the eldest lady of the Donghu gang who wanted to avenge her father. Yang Hao smiled and said, "Come in first." Hai Tang didn't hesitate and went straight into Yang Hao's room. After entering, Hai Tang said straight to the point, "I will do the same to you. After you win Xiao Shaoqi in the Gambling King competition tomorrow, take his life." Yang Hao tapped the table lightly with his hand and said, "I don't know if I can win this, but if you want Xiao Shaoqi's life, as long as the reward you give is enough, I don't mind making Xiao Shaoqi unable to leave Macau." After hearing what Yang Hao said, Hai Tang said, "My father left me a legacy of $2 billion. If you can help me kill Xiao Shaoqi, I can give you all of it." Yang Hao smiled and shook his head, "You can go and investigate. Do I need this little money from you? So what do you want?" Hai Tang asked. Yang Hao stretched out his hand, pinched Hai Tang's chin with two fingers and said, "I only like beautiful women. Think about it carefully. Come to me when you have thought it through." Hai Tang smiled mischievously and said, "Do I fit the description of a beauty you mentioned?" Yang Hao examined it and nodded. Hai Tang continued, "I will use myself as a reward. Can you help me kill Xiao Shaoqi?" "Ha, of course, no problem, rest assured and take your reward." Whether he survives tomorrow night or not, Yang Hao laughed. The next day, the Gambling King competition finals began. Soon, only 3 of the 10 people remained, Yang Hao, Gao Jin, and Xiao Shaoqi. The first round is between Gao Jin and Xiao Shaoqi. Gao Jin and Xiao Shaoqi sat opposite each other, sparks flying when their eyes met. The game of cards began, and the two of them went back and forth, neither giving in. At the critical moment, Xiao Shaoqi suddenly revealed a strange smile. He seemed to see through the game and raised the bet with confidence. The audience waited with bated breath, and a tense atmosphere filled the entire venue. At the tense moment, Gao Jin ate a piece of expired chocolate. He began to turn the ring in his hand and changed the bottom card. Xiao Shaoqi began to whisper how he cut open Gao Jin's wife's belly and took out the baby. Gao Jin, who was sure to win, was unstable and failed to change the cards. Losing this round means Gao Jin will miss out on the championship. So when Yang Hao fought against Gao Jin admitted defeat and told Yang Hao to win against Xiao Shaoqi. During the intermission, Haitang came to Yang Hao and said, "Do you have the confidence to beat him?" Even the god of gamblers lost. Yang Hao smiled evilly and said, "Why, you regret giving the reward too early and want to take it back?" Haitang rolled her eyes and thought, "How can I get this back? Should I ask Yang Hao to do it again and take the initiative this time? The more I think about the moon nest egg, the more I think about the life of this nest egg." Although Yang Hao didn't know what was going on in her mind, he could see that she was unhappy. He spoke again, "Don't worry, even if I lose, he won't survive tonight." After the halftime break, the final match was between Yang Hao and Xiao Shaoqi. The two sat opposite each other at the gambling table, and the dealer began to deal the cards. At the beginning, Xiao Shaoqi's bottom card plus spade K, Yang Hao's bottom card plus heart K. Then Xiao Shaoqi spoke, and Yang Hao followed. Next, Xiao Shaoqi got the Q of spades and the J of spades. Xiao Shaoqi looked at the bottom card, the A of spades. He went all in, and Yang Hao also had the Queen of hearts and the Jack of hearts. His whole card is the Ace of hearts, and he plays poker with a smile. Yang Hao followed directly. Then he said to Xiao Shaoqi, "Here is $20 billion in cash. Bet your life again." Xiao Shaoqi has already seen the fifth card, which is the 10 of spades, the ceiling of all in poker. Isn't Yang Hao's action equivalent to giving him 20 billion? He naturally had no reason to refuse and agreed immediately. But he didn't see that when he agreed, Yang Hao showed a strange smile. Chapter 94 Help Haitang to take the top. Just as Xiao Shaoqi opened his trump card, Yang Hao exchanged his trump card with Xiao Shaoqi. Xiao Shaoqi laughed and said, "The biggest straight flush." However, when Xiao Shaoqi opened his bottom card, it turned into 10 of spades, JQK and A of hearts. Yang Hao slowly took out the ace of spades and said, "Sorry, I also have a straight, but my ace of spades is bigger than your ace of hearts." "Impossible, you are cheating," Xiao Shao said crazily. However, Yang Hao would never give him a chance. He took out a gun and said, "Admit defeat and leave your life behind." Yang Hao's eyes were cold, and he pulled the trigger without hesitation. The bullet pierced Xiao Shaoqi's forehead, and blood splattered on the card table. The people around were stunned. None of them expected that this gambling game would end in such a tragic way. Yang Hao put away his gun, walked to Haitang expressionlessly and said, "Let's go." The two figures disappeared into the night, leaving behind an atmosphere of shock and fear. No one expected that Yang Hao would actually shoot and kill Xiao Shaoqi in public. As time went by, the legend about this gambling game gradually spread. Yang Hao's name also spread in Macau and he became a legendary figure. Xiao Shaoqi's death did not cause any ripples. Although Haojiang is not an area wide, too many people die there every day. Haitang accompanied Yang Hao for 2 days and then planned to return to Wanwan. After Xiao Shaoqi was killed, the East Lake gang was leaderless, and she had to go back to take charge of the situation. However, Yang Hao understood that it was impossible for a woman to be so easily convinced, so he sent to Bi and Ding Yao to Wanwan to help Haitang. Yang Hao himself still had some things to deal with, so he stayed in Haojiang for the time being. That night, when Yang Hao was resting, there was a knock on the door. Yang Hao opened the door and a beautiful figure appeared. Yang Hao asked, "Who are you?" "My name is Ame, do you need a massage?" the girl asked shyly. Hearing this name, seeing her proud figure, Yang Hao couldn't help but think of the super unpopular movie Special Zone Slave in his previous life. The movie is mainly about the heroine Ame's husband. During the wedding banquet, she was breastfeeding her child and was seen by a short mule. Her proud figure attracted the other party in an instant. Then a mule wanted to do something to her, but was discovered by Ame's husband. Ame's husband accidentally killed a dwarf mule and was wanted. She and her husband sneaked into Hong Kong Island. As a result, Ame's son had a fever. Ame asked for help from Sir. However, at this time, Ame's husband came back after a phone call. She thought that Sir was checking the smuggled So he attacked Asur, and Asur acted in self-defense and killed Ame's husband. Ame had to be repatriated because she was an illegal immigrant, so she had no choice but to hand the child over to Asur. Ame, who was deported, followed others to work illegally in Haojiang in order to find her child. I ended up joining this darkest company. Thinking of this, Yang Hao said to Ame, "Do you want to go to Hong Kong Island? Can you help me?" Ame asked. Yang Hao knows women too well. She will only devote herself to you wholeheartedly if you have something she really wants. Otherwise it's just a show. Yang Hao smiled and said, "I definitely have a way, but while I'm in Haojiang, you have to be my personal assistant and help me get through life." "But the company won't let me go," Ame said. "Since I dare to keep you by my side, I will definitely be able to take care of your company. If so, I'd certainly like to." "Don't worry, I will settle your company tomorrow," Yang Hao said with a smile. The company she worked for was just a small club. For someone like Yang Hao, it was just a matter of talking. After getting Yang Hao's assurance, Ame entered Yang Hao's room. The next day, Yang Hao asked someone to come to her company's manager, Charlie. After a discussion with Charlie, Charlie finally gave in and gave Ame to Yang Hao. 2 more days passed. 60% of the management rights of the gambling table fell into Yang Hao's hands. Even though he had the management rights, Yang Hao was not satisfied. He went directly to the He family, discussing casino dividends with the He family. The He family did not take Yang Hao seriously at first. But when they learned that Yang Hao had taken control of 60% of the management rights of the gambling table in just a few days, their attitude changed. During the negotiation process, Yang Hao used coercion and inducement, and finally successfully reached an agreement with the He family. In the future, the He family will give Yang Hao 30% of the shares, but Yang Hao must be responsible for the safety of the casino. Yang Hao naturally had no objection. After killing Bucktooth, no one from either the Hong Kong or Macau communities would be an enemy of Yang Hao. After resolving the casino issue, Yang Hao took Ame back to Haojiang. It is no longer easy for Yang Hao to ask someone to go to Hong Kong Island. I have just arranged for Ame in Hong Kong Island, and have not yet started to help her find her former Asur. Yang Hao received a call from Big B. The content is very simple. There was a problem when Haitang took over the Donghu gang, and the other party had a master. After hearing this, Yang Hao put aside the matter of helping Ame find Asur and decided to go to Wanwan himself. The next day, Yang Hao set off for Wanwan, and Haitang came to pick him up in person. After Yang Hao learned the details, he found out that the Black Dragon Society of the island country had sent people into Wanwan, intending to devour the Donghu gang. Yang Hao's eyes narrowed into a line, and murderous intent filled his whole body. No matter how the internal struggle in Taiwan is, Yang Hao can choose not to intervene, but the island country Black Dragon will join. Yang Hao would not stand idly by when he learned that it was the Heaven and Earth Alliance that was cooperating with the Black Dragon Society and wanted to annex the other societies. Yang Hao directly summoned the Sanlian gang and the loyal female Haitang of the Donghu gang. Directly lead people to attack the Tiandi League headquarters. In just one night, Yang Hao defeated the Tiandi League, and even the 10 masters from the Black Dragon Society were killed by Yang Hao. There is no way, although these 10 masters are all masters of Huajin. But for Yang Hao, they are no different from ants. Soon, Wanwan was the head of 2 large societies. One is the Sanlian gang managed by Ding Yao, and the other is the Donghu gang ruled by Haitang. Yang Hao also became Wanwan's one-man show. However, just when Yang Hao unified Wanwan, an old man came to Hong Kong Island. Isn't he a member of the island community? It turns out that the old man was looking for Yang Hao because Yang Hao killed the people of the Black Dragon Society. The old man was also forced by the Black Dragon Society and had no choice but to find Yang Hao, and asked to marry his daughter to Yang Hao. Yang Hao was secretly delighted after hearing this. He had heard about the old man's daughter before. It was said that she was not only beautiful, but also considerate and kind. Yang Hao couldn't find any reason to refuse him, so he agreed to the old man's request and went to the island country to be with her daughter. Following the old man to the island country, when Yang Hao saw the old man's daughter, there is also a little bit of distraction, worthy of being the country with the most developed film industry. The old man's daughter is beautiful and has the softness that is unique to island women, which easily arouses the man's desire to protect her. Chapter 95 Marriage. Character, Nanako. Realm, None. Appearance, 90. Yang Hao was very satisfied with Nanako, so they held a wedding according to the customs of the island country. After the wedding, Yang Hao led his men to attack the Black Dragon Society. Although the Black Dragon is very powerful in the island country, it can't stop Yang Hao. After killing the Black Dragon Society's president, Yang Hao and his men quickly occupied the Black Dragon Society's territory. After occupying the Black Dragon Society's territory, Yang Hao also planned to play around in the island country. After all, some industries in the island country are too developed. Yang Hao's days, apart from accompanying Nanako every day, are spent in hot springs. However, on this day, when Yang Hao came to the Jingwa Shrine, the system suddenly prompted that there was energy that could be devoured. Yang Hao sneaked into the Yasukuni Shrine without thinking, and the energy that could be devoured was the in spirit of the island country's warmongering. Although devouring human souls is a bit excessive, Yang Hao does not feel any pressure at all when devouring these warmongers. After Yang Hao devoured all the evil spirits, the Jingwa Shrine suddenly collapsed. Even Mount Fuji erupted, and for a time, everyone on the island was in danger. Even the believers who worship warmongers. The Yasukuni Shrine's toilet collapsed, and their faith collapsed with it. Yang Hao played in the island country for a few more days, and then returned to Hong Kong Island with Nanako. During this period of time, many major events also happened in Hong Kong Island, but they basically had nothing to do with Yang Hao. The most important thing is to choose a new leader with Lianqing. The new leader is chosen between Lin Dongdal and Didi. When Yang Hao got the news, he called Didi directly. It is to help Big D take the leading position in Lianqing. Big D was naturally overjoyed when he heard that Yang Hao was willing to help. But when Big D heard Yang Hao's request, he couldn't sit still. Yang Hao actually wants to get Big D's wife. Just before Big D got angry, Yang Hao's cold voice sounded again. Big D, you have to think carefully. What will be the consequences if you fail to compete with the leader? Helpless, Didi had to agree, and that night, Didi sent Didi's wife to Yang Hao. A few nights later, the He Lianqing gang headquarters was brightly lit, and all the gang leaders gathered together. Under the gaze of the crowd, Didi and Lin Dongdal walked up to the podium respectively and began a tense and fierce debate. Big D spoke sharply, pointing out the problems with Lin Dongdal's management style, and promised that if he became the leader, he would lead He Lianqing to a more prosperous future. Lin Dongdal is known for his steadiness. He emphasizes the tradition and loyalty of He Lianqing, trying to win the support of more hall masters. Just when the two sides were in a stalemate, Yang Hao brought Nanako into the venue. His appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention, and the originally noisy scene suddenly became quiet. Yang Hao walked up to Big D, smiled slightly, and then said to the hall masters present, I believe in Big D's ability, he will be a competent leader. As soon as these words came out, it was like a magic needle that stabilized the sea, causing many hall masters who were still hesitating to express their support for Big D. Finally, Big D was successfully elected as the new leader of He Lianqing. You should know that Yang Hao's Longting Society has only been in Hong Kong for a few months. The community has more than 100,000 members. Became one of the best societies in Hong Kong Island. Besides, some of the elders in the club are smart, so they would never offend the leader of Longting Club for others. Moreover, they had offended Yang Hao and Haojiang and Lianqing, which pushed Big D to the top. This was just the right time to resolve the grievances between the two sides. After becoming the new leader, Big D was filled with gratitude to Yang Hao and expressed his willingness to cooperate with the Longting Society for a win-win situation. Yang Hao also readily agreed, and the two major societies began to develop together. Under Yang Hao's guidance, Didi changed some of He Lianqing's bad practices, strengthened internal management, and gradually improved He Lianqing's reputation. At the same time, the influence of the Longting Society in Hong Kong Island has become increasingly stronger, becoming a true overlord. However, the world is always changing. The rise of Longting naturally took away the interests of other societies. Many societies united and began to stir, including the number 1 society in Hong Kong, the Loyalty Trust, and the top 5, the Triads. Seeing that the Longting Society was developing so fast, they planned to unite and suppress the Longting Society. However, just as they negotiated the cooperation, Hongtai, which was once as famous as Hongxing, also planned to join in and suppress Longting Group. The Longting Society was besieged by 3 forces and fought back and forth. Yang Hao originally planned to attack. However, Didi and Liansheng came to support him. Yang Hao was not very interested in the killing of these men. So he didn't do anything, but some people gave him some color, and he opened a dyeing factory. Yang Hao did not take action, and the society headed by Zhang Exin. They started to seize Yang Hao's territory, and Yang Hao would naturally not allow others to bully him. So he started to gather people to counterattack with Liang Kuan. Yang Hao took action, and Lian Haolong, who was the best underworld master in Hong Kong, could no longer sit still. However, even with his master-level skills, he was unable to withstand Yang Hao's blow. After killing Lian Haolong, Yang Hao quickly gathered the. Even Lian Haolong's wife, Su Su, could not escape Yang Hao's clutches. After capturing Zhang Yixin, Yang Hao attacked Hong Tai again. Hong Tai disappeared from Hong Kong Island overnight. After Yang Hao dealt with Hong Tai, news broke that the leader of the triad, An Kuan, had died at home. Others don't know what's going on, but Yang Hao knows. So the next day, Yang Hao called Mei from the triad. Sister-in-law, An Kuan's death has something to do with you, Yang Hao said with a hint of malice in his voice. Who are you? Mei's voice was a little wary. Does it matter who I am? The one you should worry about is Ni Yongxiao, Yang Hao said coldly. Mei suddenly became worried. If the news that I killed Ni Kuan gets to Ni Yongxiao's ears, I guess Han Tan won't be able to protect himself either. However, at this moment, Yang Hao's voice came again. Do you need my help? Yang Hao asked softly. Mei was silent for a moment, then said, I need your help. After Ni Kuan's death, the triad is in chaos. I want you to support me and let me become the new leader. Yang Hao's mouth curled up slightly. He understood Mei's intention. Becoming the leader of the triad would not only allow her to control enormous power, but also consolidate her position in the gang. I can help you, but I have a condition. Yang Hao said slowly. What conditions? Mei asked. I want you to marry me. Yang Hao's tone was firm and unquestionable. Mei was surprised. She didn't expect Yang Hao to make such a request. But she quickly regained her composure and considered the pros and cons of the proposal. After a long while, Mei said, I can promise you, but we have to wait until I become the leader of the triad before we can hold the wedding banquet. Deal, remember my name is Yang Hao. After hearing this name, Mei could no longer sit still. Chapter 96 Goodbye Li Xinxin. Although Mei was frightened by Yang Hao's name, Yang Hao still had to do what he promised to help her become the leader of the triad. So after Ni Yongxiao took the leading position, Yang Hao revealed that it was Han Tan who killed Ni Kuan. After all, he is a senior. For someone like Yang Hao, as long as I like him, the senior doesn't exist. So Ni Yongxiao and Han Tan officially started a war. How could Han Tan, who was unprepared, be Ni Yongxiao's opponent? After several fights, Han Tan was killed by Ni Yongxiao. After the senior died, Yang Hao provided both manpower and money to let Mei lead people to avenge Han Tan. Yang Hao sat on the rooftop and watched the battle below. The reason he was there was not because he was worried that he could not win, but because he was afraid that Ni Yongxiao would escape and cause trouble. Soon, Ni Yongxiao's men were beaten back step by step. Mei rushed to Ni Yongxiao with his men, raised his knife and was about to chop him down. Yang Hao stood on the rooftop with a slight smile on his face. He knew that the battle was about to end. However, just as Mei's knife was about to fall, Ni Yongxiao suddenly made a move, snatched Mei's knife, and stabbed it into Mei's stomach with his backhand. Mei stared at Ni Yongxiao with eyes wide open, her face full of disbelief. Yang Hao was shocked. He didn't expect Ni Yongxiao to have this skill. He immediately jumped off the roof and rushed towards Ni Yongxiao. When Ni Yongxiao saw Yang Hao rushing towards him, he turned around and ran. But Yang Hao was extremely fast and caught up with Ni Yongxiao in the blink of an eye. Yang Hao kicked the knife out of Ni Yongxiao's hand, then grabbed Ni Yongxiao's neck. Do you think you can escape? Yang Hao said coldly. Ni Yongxiao struggled, but he couldn't break free from Yang Hao's restraints at all. Yang Hao squeezed hard, and Ni Yongxiao's neck made a crisp crack sound, and then he fell down softly. Yang Hao went to check on Mei's injuries. This was his woman, and he hadn't done anything to her yet, so how could he let her die? Should he kill her while she was still hot? But Yang Hao was not so heavy-handed. Although Mei is seriously injured, Yang Hao is a god-level doctor. Even if Mei only has half a breath left, he is confident that she can be cured. Yang Hao picked up Mei, quickly left the scene and rushed to his residence. He placed Mei on the operating table and used his superb medical skills to try his best to save her. After several hours of effort, Mei's injuries were finally stabilized. Yang Hao breathed a sigh of relief and sat aside tiredly. At this time, Mei slowly opened her eyes and looked at Yang Hao, her eyes full of gratitude and love. Thank you for saving me. Yang Hao smiled and shook his head. You're welcome, you're my woman, I certainly won't let anything happen to you. Mei blushed. Are you really willing to help me become the leader of the triad? Yang Hao nodded. Since you are my woman, isn't yours mine? Mei nodded slightly. I see. She held Yang Hao's hand and said, with you by my side, I'm not afraid of anything. Yang Hao looked at Mei and felt a warm feeling in his heart. Mei was discharged from the hospital. Yang Hao pushed her to the position of the leader of the triad. From then on, there was only one voice in Hong Kong, that is, Yang Hao had the final say, and everything Yang Hao said was right. After everything has settled down, Yang Hao plans to travel to the mainland again. Although Yang Hao's cultivation had improved a little after devouring the Yin spirit of the Yasukuni shrine, he was still some distance away from a breakthrough. But just when Yang Hao was about to go to the mainland, Liang Cohen called and said that his girlfriend had made an appointment with a beautiful woman. Ask Yang Hao if he wants to go with you. With a beautiful woman, Yang Hao naturally would not refuse, so he agreed. Soon, Yang Hao arrived at the agreed tea restaurant. Yang Hao saw Liang Cohen flirting with a little girl. I couldn't help but ask curiously, when did you meet her? Liang Cohen said, we just met not long ago, how about she is pretty? Yang Hao took a closer look and found that apart from being tender, there was really no significant feature. But still said, it's really beautiful. After answering, Yang Hao changed the subject and said, didn't you say you had a date with a beautiful lady? Where is she? It should be here soon, Zhang Xiaoyan said. Yes, Liang Cohen's girlfriend is Zhang Xiaoyan. As soon as Zhang Xiaoyan finished speaking, she heard a gentle voice saying, Xiaoyan, you are here so early. Teacher Li, come here quickly, we are missing you, Zhang Xiaoyan said. Yang Hao looked back and saw that this teacher Li was none other than Li Xinxin, whom he had met once before. When Yang Hao saw Li Xinxin, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect to meet her again here. Long time no see, Mr. Yang. Li Xinxin greeted Yang Hao with a smile. Yes, what a coincidence. Yang Hao smiled, but muttered to himself, could this be the beautiful lady? After everyone sat down, they started chatting. Yang Hao found that Li Xinxin was a very friendly person and he felt very comfortable chatting with her. By the way, Teacher Li, what are you busy with recently? Asked Liang Kuan. What can I be busy with? I just teach students every day, Li Xinxin replied. Wow, Teacher Li is so dedicated. Zhang Xiaoyan praised. As they chatted, the topic turned to the school's recruitment of temporary teachers. Because a teacher met a reader and was forced to take maternity leave, the school was officially short of teachers. Liang Cohen proudly talked about his knowledge and did not forget to brag about Yang Hao. Brother Yang is a highly educated talent. I guess your professors are not as good as him. Liang Cohen said. So awesome. Li Xinxin looked at Yang Hao in surprise, with admiration flashing in her eyes. No, I just know a lot more. Yang Hao said modestly. Mr. Yang is too modest. If there is a chance, I hope Mr. Yang can give me some advice on my homework. Li Xinxin said sincerely. It's not really about giving advice, but just communicating with each other. Yang Hao replied with a smile. The meal was very pleasant and Yang Hao and Li Xinxin also exchanged contact information. Seeing that Li Xinxin was going home, Yang Hao naturally drove her in his sports car. Li Xinxin appears to be steady on the surface, but is actually very wild at heart. After getting on the sports car, Yang Hao opened the convertible, and suddenly a car overtook Yang Hao. Li Xinxin yelled that she wanted to overtake. Yang Hao stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and the car sped away like an arrow. It didn't take long for them to overtake. Ah, we win! Li Xinxin cheered excitedly. Yang Hao looked at her happy expression and his mood also became cheerful. After sending Li Xinxin home, when she got out of the car, Yang Hao suddenly called her. Teacher Li, see you next time if we have the chance. Yang Hao said with a smile. Well, goodbye. Li Xinxin responded with a bright smile on her face. After the two said goodbye, they left reluctantly. The next morning, Yang Hao just got up and recalled every detail of last night. He and Li Xinxin definitely love each other. It's just that both sides need an opportunity to break through this window paper. Chapter 97, Being a Role Model. After this idea came out, Yang Hao decided not to leave Hong Kong Island for the time being. Moreover, Li Xinxin's school is short of teachers. With the knowledge gained from signing in, she is more than qualified to be a teacher. So Yang Hao prepared his personal profile and went to apply for the job wearing a white shirt. The application process was very successful. The Dean of Studies did not even look at Yang Hao's information and hired him directly. Yang Hao didn't think much about it and went to his class with his textbook. In the corridor, Yang Hao heard other teachers whispering, "This is the new head teacher of Class 1. I wonder how long he can last. I heard that the previous head teacher is still in the hospital." Yang Hao listened to their whispers and thought to himself, "It seems that this class I've taken over is a little difficult to lead." Thinking of this, Yang Hao couldn't help but reveal a smile like the crooked-mouthed Dragon King. Sure enough, before Yang Hao even entered the classroom, he could already sense the mischievousness of these students. There was a basin of water on the classroom door. As soon as Yang Hao opened the door, the water in the basin would pour out and splash on Yang Hao. But who is Yang Hao? An old monster in the nascent soul stage. Before he opened the door, he used his spiritual consciousness to lift up the water. After the door opened, the basin violated Newton's law and floated in the air. After Yang Hao entered the classroom and closed the door, he withdrew his consciousness. Yang Hao came to the podium and said, "Class, stand up." "Hello, teacher." Yang Hao nodded, raised his hand to signal the students to sit down, and then reached for the chalk on the desk. However, as soon as Yang Hao put his hand in, he saw a male classmate secretly laughing. Yang Hao's mouth curled up. How could he not know that someone had placed a snake in the desk? However, Yang Hao took out the chalk from it, and the snake remained coiled. When Yang Hao was giving a lecture, some students were whispering to each other. Yang Hao was not polite and threw a piece of chalk at the person. Someone was sleeping. He was also thrown with chalk by Yang Hao. Even though it's just a piece of chalk, it hurts when thrown at people with Yang Hao's power. At the end of the class, everyone listened to the class in a proper manner. Yang Hao said to everyone, "Get out of class, dismissed." After Yang Hao left the classroom, the student who put the basin came to the door of the classroom with some curiosity and asked, "It shouldn't be? Is it because the basin is too big?" As he said that, he opened the classroom door and poured a basin of water on his head, which immediately chilled him to the bone and made him feel excited. The boy who released the snake came to the desk and put his hand inside. The next second, he made a pig-like sound. I have to say, this guy was lucky not to release a poisonous snake. The bite hurts, but it won't kill you. Yang Hao returned to the classroom office and saw Li Xinxin correcting homework. Hearing someone coming in, Li Xinxin looked up. When she saw Yang Hao, she was surprised at first. Then he asked, "Why are you here?" Yang Hao smiled slightly, "I came here to be a teacher." He walked over to Li Xinxin and looked at the homework she was correcting. "How's work going?" "Yeah." Li Xinxin nodded. "Some students are naughty, but they are easy to manage." Yang Hao smiled and said, "I just went to class. My students are also very naughty." "Ah?" Li Xinxin looked at him in surprise. "You weren't tricked by them? How is that possible?" Yang Hao said confidently, "With their little tricks, they can't defeat me." Li Xinxin couldn't help but admire Yang Hao a little more. "Then you will have a lot of fun in the future." Yang Hao chuckled, "Don't worry, I can handle it. By the way, are you free tonight? Let's have dinner together." Li Xinxin blushed all of a sudden. "Okay." She lowered her head and continued to correct homework, but she was secretly happy in her heart. The day passed smoothly. After school, Yang Hao picked up Li Xinxin and left the school together. The two came to a restaurant and sat down by the window. Yang Hao ordered some dishes and started chatting with Li Xinxin. "Has anything interesting happened in school recently?" Yang Hao asked. "Well, several students achieved good results in the competition and everyone is very happy," Li Xinxin said with a proud smile on her face. "That's great." Yang Hao nodded. It must be a great sense of accomplishment for a teacher to see students making progress. The dinner ended in a pleasant atmosphere and Yang Hao sent Li Xinxin home. Downstairs of her house, Yang Hao couldn't help but give her a gentle hug. "Thank you for having dinner with me today. I'm very happy," Yang Hao said in a low voice. Li Xinxin shyly responded to his hug, "I'm happy too." After the two said goodbye, Yang Hao watched Li Xinxin walk into the corridor, feeling a little happy. He just hugged her and she didn't refuse. However, just as Yang Hao was about to leave, Li Xinxin turned around and said, "Do you want to go upstairs and have a cup of tea before going back?" How could Yang Hao refuse the invitation of a beautiful woman? Yang Hao followed Li Xinxin upstairs and into her home. Li Xinxin poured a cup of tea for Yang Hao, and the two sat on the sofa and chatted. The atmosphere gradually became ambiguous. Yang Hao couldn't help but hold Li Xinxin's hand, and her face suddenly turned red. "Xinxin, I've always wanted to tell you that I like you. Yang Hao looked at her affectionately. Will you be my girlfriend? Li Xinxin's heartbeat quickened. She looked into Yang Hao's eyes and nodded, I do. Yang Hao was overjoyed and hugged Li Xinxin in his arms. However, at this warm moment, a phone call came in. Yang Hao looked over and saw that it was actually Liang Kuan calling. Yang Hao knew that Liang Kuan respected himself and followed him, and would never call him for no reason. He answered the phone and said, You'd better have something urgent, or I'll make you suffer. Brother Hao, it's bad. Someone came to mess up the place. Even Brother Su was injured, said Liang Kuan. Yang Hao knew Su Zhengyang's strength, but he was actually injured. I guess no one in the whole Hong Kong island can be a match for him except me. Where are you? I'll be there right away, Yang Hao said. After Liang Kuan finished talking about his disciples, he hung up the phone. He said to Li Xinxin with some regret, I have some things to deal with. I will accompany you another day. After saying that, Yang Hao stood up and left. Although Li Xinxin was very reluctant to leave. But I can only watch Yang Hao leave. When Yang Hao left Li Xinxin's house, his originally gentle face suddenly turned cold. When Yang Hao arrived, several tables in the nightclub had been smashed. A lame man looked down at everyone and said, Is this all your Longting society is like? There's no need for us to exist anymore. After saying that, the lame man went towards Liang Kuan's head. At this moment, Yang Hao took action. The cripple's hand was hanging in the air and couldn't fall down. At the same time, Yang Hao's cold voice came. Who are you? Are you tired of living here, coming to my territory to cause trouble? My name is Feng Yuxiu, and I'm here because you killed my junior brother Wang Jianjun. Chapter 98 Meeting Ku En again. After hearing this, Yang Hao knew that the person in front of him was the villain in the martial arts world. But Yang Hao doesn't care about these things, and he doesn't have any regrets about talent. He took action directly. Who dared Feng Yuxiu to cause trouble in his territory? Moreover, he also wanted to avenge Wang Jianjun, who was killed by Yang Hao himself. Since Feng Yuxiu came to avenge him, there was no need to keep him. Therefore, Yang Hao did not hold back at all, even though Feng Yuxiu was at the level of a grandmaster. It was also reduced to ashes under Yang Hao's palm. After killing Feng Yuxiu, Yang Hao said to Liang Kuan, Go and find out where Feng Yuxiu is staying in Hong Kong Island. Yang Hao remembered that in the original drama, Feng Yuxiu took his wife Shuer to Hong Kong Island for treatment. But in the end, Yang Hao was unable to cure him. After Shuer left, Feng Yuxiu's character changed drastically. He started challenging martial arts schools across Hong Kong Island, and killed many veteran martial arts masters who opened martial arts schools in Hong Kong Island. Not long after, Yang Hao received a report from his younger brother and learned where Feng Yuxiu lived. Since Feng Yuxiu was killed, Yang Hao still planned to go see Shuer. If possible, save her. Soon Yang Hao arrived in front of a dilapidated old building. Yang Hao knocked on the door, and soon a pale-faced woman opened the door. She has a hot body and every inch of her skin exudes seductive charm. Her long, beautiful legs are straight and well-proportioned, and her slender waist seems so thin that it seems fragile, yet it contains amazing strength. Her figure is curvy and exquisite, like a piece of exquisite work of art, which makes people fall in love with her. Her beauty is unparalleled, her fair skin is as delicate as mutton fat jade, exuding a charming luster. Her face has clear contours and delicate and three-dimensional features, like a masterpiece carefully carved by God. Her eyebrows were long and curved, as light as 2 willow leaves. Her eyes are bright and clear, as deep as a pool of autumn water. Her nose is straight and small, as tall as a mountain. Her lips are rosy and plump, as beautiful as a blooming flower. However, her body was weak and fragile, as if a gust of wind could blow her down. Her face was as pale as snow, without a trace of blood, which made people feel distressed. There was a hint of fatigue and helplessness in her eyes, as if telling of her pain and misfortune. Although her body is weak, her beauty is still impossible to ignore. Characters, share. Realm, none. Appearance, 90. Looking at the beauty in front of him, Yang Hao didn't want to tell her the news of Feng Yuxiu's death. I was afraid that she would be sad, and her illness could not be cured by Yang Hao. However, now is not the time for treatment. The most urgent task is to help her change her living environment. How can such a beauty be allowed to suffer in such an environment? Yang Hao said, Feng Yuxiu and I are good friends. He has to leave for something and asked me to take care of you. Shuer didn't doubt Yang Hao's words. After all, she was so poor that no one would care about her. Yang Hao moved with Shuer to a villa with a quiet environment. Here, Shuer can rest and recuperate without having to worry about the pressure of life. Yang Hao used his medical skills to take good care of Shuer. He prepared precious herbs for her every day to help her regulate her body. As time went by, Shuer's condition gradually improved and her complexion became rosy. During this period, a deep relationship developed between Yang Hao and Shuer. They spent many wonderful times together, accompanying each other and supporting each other. However, Yang Hao always kept a secret in his heart the news of Feng Yuxiu's death. The closer they were, the harder it was for Yang Hao to tell Shuer that Feng Yuxiu was dead. And he was the one who killed her. Seeing Shuer's condition has improved a lot. Apart from coming to boil medicine for her every day, Yang Hao rarely comes to this villa. He was a little confused, not knowing whether he should tell her the truth. He continued to deceive her. Until one day, Yang Hao made medicine for Shuer again. As he approached Shuer, a dagger stabbed into his heart. Although Yang Hao had discovered it long ago, he did not try to dodge at all, because as a powerful Yuanying stage. Even if my heart is broken, it's just a minor injury. The dagger pierced the flesh, blood dripped down the dagger. Shuer cried and said, "Why don't you get out of the way?" Yang Hao covered his wound and said with a smile, "Because I owe you the truth." He took a deep breath and decided to confess everything. "Shuer, Feng Yuxiu is actually dead. I killed him." Shuer was stunned, tears welling up in her eyes. "I know? I ask you, why didn't you dodge?" Shuer spoke again. "Because I love you, if killing me can make you happy, I am willing to do so." Yang Hao said with a gentle smile. "I want to be quiet," Shuer said, and let Yang Hao leave. These days, Yang Hao has been very considerate to her. How could she not be touched? She has long fallen in love with this handsome boy in front of her, who is as handsome as the reader. But after all, it was revenge for her husband's murder. She really didn't know how to face it. Yang Hao did not force her, he should give her some time to digest it. Yang Hao went to see Li Xinxin. After not seeing each other for many days, Li Xinxin missed Yang Hao even more. Then, everything will fall into place naturally. The next day, Yang Hao decided to go to the mainland to relax. However, Xia Jia is busy expanding her nightclub. Little Stammer is busy helping Sister Xia, Haitang is still in Wanwan and hasn't come back yet. Others are busy making movies. They want to be stars in the future. Just when Yang Hao thought he was going to go to the mainland alone, a figure riding a motorcycle stopped in front of Yang Hao. "Get in the car, I'll take you for a ride." This person is none other than Koan. Yang Hao didn't say much and got on the motorcycle. After experiencing the speed and passion, the two came to a bridge by the sea to watch the night view. The sea breeze was blowing gently, and Koan and Yang Hao stood quietly by the bridge, admiring the night sea view. "Yang Hao, do you know? Sometimes, I feel that life is like this ocean, full of unknowns and challenges." Koan said softly. Yang Hao nodded slightly, but it is precisely because of this that life becomes more exciting. Koan turned to look at Yang Hao, with a determined light in his eyes. "That's right, we can't always avoid difficulties, but face them bravely. Just like my feelings for you, the more I don't want to face it, the more I miss you." Yang Hao smiled and said, "My feelings for you. I told you last time, I love you." "Thank you, Yang Hao. I love you too." Koan said shyly. Yang Hao gently held Koan's hand. "Are you willing to be with me now?" The two smiled at each other, and Koan said, "I do. I'm going to the mainland tomorrow. Do you want to go with me?" Yang Hao asked. "Go ahead. I heard that the mainland has been developing very fast recently. I'd like to go and take a look," Koan said with a smile. Chapter 99 Heading to Japan. The next morning, Koan and Yang Hao went to Pengcheng together. As soon as Yang Hao arrived in Pengcheng, the head of Pengcheng Investment Department came to greet him. During the meal, Yang Hao once again made a big move and invested $10 billion in Pengcheng. The money of this era is very powerful in buying land. With just 2 investments, Yang Hao became Yang Bancheng. Today, Pengcheng is still a small fishing village. After dinner, Yang Hao revealed a message that he wanted to visit various places in Longhua and invest in. Yang Hao's first stop was naturally the Magic City. In the later generations, the Magic City was extremely expensive. When Yang Hao arrived in the Magic City, he was naturally treated well by the Magic City. Yang Hao was very happy and invested another $20 billion to build factories and buildings. As long as he can get the land, Yang Hao will do anything. After staying in the Magic City for a few days, Yang Hao went to the capital of Dragon Kingdom. This time Yang Hao was even crazier, because Yang Hao developed the Dragon Kingdom's imperial capital, which possessed dragon energy, which could help him practice. Yang Hao directly invested $100 billion. After the investment, Yang Hao returned to Hong Kong Island. Another 10 years passed. During these 10 years, Yang Hao traveled to various countries and finally broke through to the out-of-body stage. However, Yang Hao was not in a hurry to return to the real world. He was waiting to see the prosperity of Hong Kong's return. During his time in Hong Kong, Yang Hao has been paying close attention to changes in the international situation. He knows very well that as his strength increases, there is still a long way to go in the future. At this time, Hong Kong Island is facing tremendous changes. Yang Hao decided to use his own strength to contribute to the prosperity of Hong Kong Island at this critical moment. He used his wealth and influence to actively promote the economic development of Hong Kong Island, invest in various projects, and help Hong Kong Island become an international financial center. At the same time, he has not forgotten his original intention and is committed to public welfare and helping those in need. Thanks to Yang Hao's efforts, Hong Kong Island ushered in a more glorious era. And he himself has also gained countless praises and respect in the process. However, for Yang Hao, this is just the beginning. After the return of Hong Kong Island, Yang Hao became the first richest man in Dragon Country. With this name, Yang Hao founded the Longting Chamber of Commerce and led the Chamber of Commerce. When everything settled down, Yang Hao chose to return to the real world. Yang Hao opened his eyes again and found himself back at the hotel where he and Lu Shishir were staying. Time flies, and the next day comes soon. Yang Hao began to let his men investigate what happened last night, and finally came to the conclusion that what happened last night was done by the Onmyoji from Japan. Yang Hao's men were unable to find out which Onmyoji family had done this. So Yang Hao decided to go to Japan. Yang Hao got off the plane at Donying Jingdong. It is the season when cherry blossoms are in bloom. Yang Hao walked on the streets of Japan, feeling the atmosphere of a foreign country. He was thinking secretly in his heart how to find the mastermind behind this. Suddenly, a breeze blew, bringing with it a faint scent of cherry blossoms. Yang Hao looked up and saw cherry blossoms falling like snow all over the sky, which was extremely beautiful. Just then, Yang Hao saw a man in a black kimono, exuding a mysterious aura. Yang Hao's heart moved and he followed quietly. The man walked into an ancient temple and Yang Hao followed closely behind him. There was a solemn atmosphere in the temple. Yang Hao walked carefully, fearing to alarm the other party. The man stopped in front of a wing room. Yang Hao hid aside and watched quietly. The man was seen making seals with his hands and muttering something. After a moment, a ray of light flashed and the man disappeared. Yang Hao was shocked when he saw this. He realized that this man was no ordinary person. This should be the Onmyoji unique to Japan, but Yang Hao did not go to alert the enemy. After all, Yang Hao couldn't afford to kill innocent people. If he really found out that it was the man's family who sent people to kill him, Yang Hao doesn't mind destroying his entire family. Just after Yang Hao left, he was still thinking about something. Looking at the beauty in front of me. She is a striking beauty with a full and mature charm. Her figure is voluptuous and curvaceous, and she exudes confidence and sexiness with every step she takes. She has a pretty face, smooth and delicate skin, and exudes a healthy glow. Her eyes are bright and charming, revealing wisdom and tenderness. Her lips are plump and sexy, and the corners of her mouth are slightly upturned with a charming smile. Her hair was silky and soft, falling gently around her shoulders, swaying slightly as she moved. She dresses appropriately and fashionably, showing her taste and style. Her manners are elegant and graceful, full of feminine charm and temperament. Character, Takahashi Mihue. Realm, none. Value, 92. Because of the collision just now, the coffee in Takahashi Mihue's hand splashed on Yang Hao. Takahashi Mihue apologized to Yang Hao. "Sir, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean it. My house is just in front. Please come to my house and I will help you wipe it." Yang Hao looked down at the stain on his white shirt and felt that it was indeed inappropriate to walk on the street like this. After all, he didn't want to attract unnecessary attention or trouble. So he nodded, agreed to Takahashi Mihue's proposal, and decided to go to Takahashi Mihue's home with her. Not long after, they arrived at the door of Takahashi Mihue's house. After Takahashi Mihue opened the door, she warmly invited Yang Hao in and quickly took out a set of disposable bathing suit and handed it to Yang Hao. Yang Hao didn't think much about it. He took the bathing suit and hurried into the bathroom to change. Takahashi Mihue picked up the dirty clothes that Yang Hao had changed and walked out of the room to deal with them. Soon Takahashi Mihue returned again, but this time Takahashi Mihue changed her clothes. She is wearing very cool clothes, which makes her figure more charming. Half-exposed body, white and full of mystery. She bowed to Yang Hao and said, "Sir, I washed and dried your clothes. To express my apology, I will give you a massage to relax you." Yang Hao nodded and lay down on the tatami. Takahashi Mihue's hands were very soft and delicate. She helped Yang Hao massage. Yang Hao felt that every cell in his body was very comfortable. After a long time, the massage ended. Takahashi Mihue rubbed her face with difficulty and said, "Yang Haojuan, I will go and help get the dried clothes." Yang Hao nodded. The massage provided by women in Tokyo is very comfortable. Soon Yang Hao changed his clothes. In order to thank Takahashi Mihue for her massage, Yang Hao decided to treat her to dinner. With such a handsome reader like Yang Hao's invitation, Takahashi Mihue naturally didn't want to refuse. Under the leadership of Mihue Takahashi, the two came to a sushi restaurant. Although Takahashi Mihue has been praising this sushi restaurant for its delicious food, Yang Hao disagrees. After all, the thousands of years of food culture of Dragon Country is beyond the reach of this tiny country. Although I don't like sushi, I still praise it for being delicious. After eating sushi, Yang Hao suggested going to the hot springs together. Chapter 100, Onmyoji appears. The hot springs in Tokyo are very good, and they are all private rooms. There is a tatami mat for rest in the private room, and a hot spring pool. Bathing in the hot springs here supports men and women bathing together. While bathing in the hot springs, you can also order some snacks and drink some sake together. Under the influence of alcohol, both men and women will relax their vigilance towards each other. It can be said to be a dating sanctuary. Of course, singles can come here, regardless of gender. As long as you are willing to spend money, you can find the right person to take a hot spring bath together. After Yang Hao and Takahashi Mihue took a hot spring bath together, at Takahashi Mihue's invitation, Yang Hao also experienced the bubble bath that only Japanese people can perform exceptionally. In the moisturizing bubble bath, Yang Hao felt relaxed all over, as if all his fatigue had been washed away. Afterwards, Takahashi Mihue took Yang Hao to a traditional Japanese restaurant. They sampled fresh sashimi, expertly crafted sushi and piping hot miso soup. While enjoying the food, the two shared each other's life experiences and interests. Yang Hao, who is as tall, mighty, and handsome as the author, appears as a prey, facing the short, weak Japanese men all day long. How can a woman not be tempted? As the communication deepened, Yang Hao discovered that Takahashi Mihue was not only beautiful in appearance, but also full of desire in her heart. She kept hinting that Yang Hao was the most handsome man she had ever seen. After dinner, they strolled through the streets of Tokyo. The neon lights at night illuminate the city streets, creating a romantic and mysterious atmosphere. However, at this moment, there was a knock on Takahashi Mihue's door. The knock was very urgent, as if the person outside the door had something urgent to discuss with her. "Hello? Who is this?" Takahashi Mihue asked in confusion, wondering who would come to see her at this late hour. Could it be a bad guy? "Mihue, it's me. Your father-in-law." Takahashi Mihue was startled when she heard the familiar voice. Why did her father-in-law come at this time? So he quickly asked Yang Hao to hide, and then went to open the door. Soon, an old man who was a fake fan entered the room. As soon as he came in, he touched Takahashi Mihue all over and said some unbearable words. Takahashi Mihue couldn't resist at all and could only look to Yang Hao for help. How could Yang Hao, who was behind the screen, tolerate Gao Xiao Meihui being abused by this wretched old man? So he rushed behind the wretched old man, knocked him out with a knife, and then looked at Takahashi Mihue in confusion. Takahashi Mihue naturally knows that there is no need to hide some things anymore. So she started to tell Yang Hao about her past. It turned out that Takahashi Mihue was married. At first, she had a good relationship with her husband, but it didn't last long. Later, her husband was transferred to work in another place in Beijing. "I can't come back once a month." Later, he threatened her not to tell anyone. After listening to Takahashi Mihue's story, Yang Hao couldn't help but sigh that she was indeed from Japan and really knew how to have fun. However, Yang Hao told Takahashi Mihue that as long as she killed her father-in-law, he could help her dispose of the body as long as she obeyed. Yang Hao guaranteed that no one could find her here. Gao Xiao Meihui hated him to the core, and Yang Hao used his mental power to speak. After hearing this, Takahashi Mihue took action immediately. Yang Hao immediately set fire to. The body was disposed of so cleanly that there was not even his scent in the air. After waking up, Takahashi Mihue was very scared, so Yang Hao naturally had to stay to comfort her. The next day, Yang Hao went to his own business in Japan, Gabby Films Company. In Japan, Yang Hao not only owns Gabby Films, but also Idao Films. He is also the largest shareholder of Tion, owning 80% of the shares. It is really awesome to have the godly rich system sign in. Yang Hao has shares in 60% of the industries in Japan. It can be said that Yang Hao controls 30% of Japan's wealth, which is equivalent to controlling the economic lifeline of Japan. No wonder the mysterious Onmyoji family in Japan wants to assassinate Yang Hao. However, these are all later stories. Yang Hao came to Gabby Film and Television Company. The general manager of the company is like a pug, treating Yang Hao like a god. I can only say that in Japan, if you have money, you can do whatever you want. At the same time, the class system in Japan is even stricter. Follow the company's general manager to watch the performances of major film and television actors. Yang Hao suddenly saw a female actress and said to the company manager, "This actress has good acting skills. Let her play opposite me tonight. She has a petite figure and curvaceous figure. She has a slim waist and long legs, and her body is well proportioned. She has a sweet and lovely appearance, with big eyes that are bright and charming. Her smile is bright, giving people a friendly and warm feeling. Her skin is fair, smooth and delicate, exuding a healthy glow. Her voice is gentle and sweet, with a unique charm. Her voice is soft and pleasant, with a gentle touch. Her voice is able to convey a wide range of emotions in her performances, making people feel her sincerity and passion." Character, Aoi Fukuro. Realm, none. Appearance, 89. The manager saw that it was indeed a well-known female artist from his company. He said to Yang Hao, "Yang understands, don't worry, I will arrange it right away." Yang Hao nodded and said, "You are very good. Don't worry, I will always support you to be the general manager. Thank you Yang Dong for the promotion." After explaining to the manager, Yang Hao stayed in the company's lounge. In the evening, the manager brought Aoi Bukom to the outside of Yang Hao's lounge and said to Aoi Bukom, "Teacher Aoi, this is the chairman of our company. She wants you to teach her how to act." As a well-known female artist in Japan, she would not refuse the request of the company's chairman. When guiding Yang Hao in acting, she was very attentive. Fukuro Aoi began to guide Yang Hao into the role, and her professionalism allowed Yang Hao to quickly immerse himself in it. However, at a critical moment, she would also guide Yang Hao to pay attention to micro-expressions. Gradually, Yang Hao felt that he was the next best actor, and Aoi Fukuro also kept praising Yang Hao for being extraordinary. She had filmed so many movies and TV series, and none of them was so simple. "It is simply a true portrayal of myself. It is so real. Unlike before, I always had to act by myself. This time, I just need to follow my feelings and it will be perfect to the extreme." After visiting the Gabby Film Company, Yang Hao plans to visit the Idao Film Company tomorrow. However, just as Yang Hao was about to rest, a group of men in black suddenly appeared in Yang Hao's room. They were dressed in gorgeous black robes, looking mysterious and solemn. The collar and cuffs of the robe are embroidered with exquisite bagua patterns. They wear a tall black hat on their heads. The shape of the hat is a bit like the hat of the Black Impermanence in the Dragon Kingdom legend. There is usually a golden sun symbol embroidered on the top of the hat. They usually wear a mask on their faces, which reveals a mysterious and terrifying atmosphere. The eyes under the mask are empty and lifeless. Chapter 101, Entering the University of Tokyo. Yang Hao looked at the costumes of these people and knew that they were the yin-yang masters who wanted to kill him. There was a black mist behind them, transforming into various monsters. Yang Hao knew that this was the Shikigami that Onmyoji cultivated, and this kind of Shikigami was most afraid of thunder magic. Yang Hao took a deep breath, his internal energy circulated, and lightning flashed in his hands. He flashed and rushed towards the group of Onmyojis like lightning. As lightning flashed, the Shikigami screamed and the black fog dissipated. The Shikigami behind the Onmyoji were scattered by the lightning, their faces turned pale. They never thought that Yang Hao could actually use thunder magic. Yang Hao took advantage of the situation and attacked continuously. For a moment, lightning flashed on the field and the yin-yang masters screamed. Seeing that Yang Hao had the intention to kill, they said in fear, "You can't kill us, otherwise the Ampere family will not let you go." Yang Hao started from obtaining the system. Naturally, he learned about the cultivation system of Blue Star. The lighthouse country uses genes to combine animals and humans to produce people with special powers. Eagle Sauce Country, a hidden vampire family, controls 70% of Eagle Sauce Country's wealth. They feed on blood and have a long lifespan. In Mousy Country, there lived a group of humans with amazing physical strength. They could transform themselves into wild wolves or wild bears. Although the Vatican is only a small country, they have the most powerful cultivation system in the West. They are believers of the God of Light and exchange their faith in the God of Light for power. The country of Japan has ninjas and ancient Onmyoji families. Ninjas are good at assassination, while Onmyojis are good at soul attacks. The Dragon Kingdom, the country with the most powerful ancient martial arts system in the world, had the most powerful chi refining masters in the world before the Qin dynasty. They could fight against the gods of the West. The War of the Gods was launched by the Western gods who were attracted by the resources of the Eastern Dragon Kingdom. However, the battle between the Qigong practitioners and the Western Shu gods caused countless casualties. However, war will destroy. This battle basically destroyed the Western god Shu, and it was also called the Twilight of the god Shu. However, because of this battle, the dragon vein of the Dragon Kingdom was broken and it officially entered the Dharma ending age. Qigong practitioners are unable to cultivate, and countless powerful people have broken through the void in pursuit of a higher realm. However, those who stayed behind could not make any progress and could only wait for death silently. In order to continue the inheritance, with the joint efforts of countless Qigong practitioners, the martial arts tradition was left behind. Hearing that the Ampere family would not let him go, how could Yan Hao be afraid? The highest level of Onmyoji is only equivalent to a martial arts grandmaster. But I am a powerful being. Even in the age of gods, I can kill the main god of the West. Looking at the yin-yang master who was threatening him, Yang Hao smiled and said, "You should thank me. I will definitely make sure your Ampere family is in good order down there." After saying this, Yang Hao turned into a beam of light, and dozens of yin-yang masters were separated from their heads. After dealing with the yin-yang master, Yang Hao no longer had any interest in sleeping. There is no other way. Yang Hao has already reached the state where he can live without food, water, or sleep. But because his cultivation was not cultivated by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth bit by bit. Moreover, he had only practiced for a short time, so naturally he kept the habit of eating, drinking and sleeping. The next morning, Yang Hao seemed to have nothing to do and went to a place to investigate. It's not that Yang Hao doesn't want to kill all the people in the Ampere family, but the yin-yang master is indeed very mysterious. No one can find the Ampere family's residence. Yang Hao was no exception, so he decided to play along and let the Ampere family send someone to kill him again. Yang Hao believed that as long as the Ampere family took action again, he would be able to find the Ampere family. When Yang Hao came to a film and television company, he was naturally treated like an emperor. After visiting the company, Yang Hao found two popular stars who were very suitable for his aesthetics. Her appearance left a deep impression on people. She has delicate facial features, big eyes that are bright and lively, and her eyes reveal a charming charm. She has a straight nose, rosy and elastic lips, and slightly upturned corners of her mouth, which bring a hint of sweetness and sexiness. She has a small and delicate face and a pointed chin, which makes her facial lines more beautiful. Her skin is fair, delicate, and silky, giving people a fresh and refined feeling. Her figure is perfect. She has a tall figure, long legs, well-proportioned body and smooth lines. She has a slim waist and plump hips, showing off her feminine curves. Her breasts are full and firm, giving people a sexy visual impact. Her figure not only shows the feminine beauty, but also exudes an aura of health and vitality. Her voice is also very charming. Her voice is gentle and sweet, with a unique magnetism. Her tone is gentle and her speaking speed is moderate, which makes people feel very comfortable listening to her. There is also a sexiness and temptation in her voice that makes people fall for it. Whether in movies or in real life, her voice is always impressive. Character, Hada Yui. Realm, none. Appearance, 88. The other one is a textbook example in terms of both appearance and acting skills. She has a delicate face, her eyes are big and bright, and her eyes reveal a charming charm. Her lips are rosy and plump, and the slightly upturned corners of her mouth give people a sweet feeling. Her hair is smooth and shiny, and is often styled into various charming hairstyles, adding to her feminine charm. Her body is perfect, she has long legs, a tiny waist and a nice bust. Her well-proportioned figure and charming curves make people fall in love with her. Her skin is fair and smooth, exuding a healthy glow, giving people a sense of maturity and vitality. Her voice is also a major feature. Her voice is sweet and pleasant, full of feminine tenderness and charm. Her voice often brings great auditory enjoyment to people and makes them intoxicated. Character, Muto. Realm, none. Appearance, 90. Night falls and the lights come on. Yang Hao, his manager, and his team members sat in a luxurious restaurant and had dinner together. This meal was specially arranged by the manager to celebrate Yang Hao joining the company and welcome him to Japan. The table was filled with a variety of delicacies, from sushi and sashimi to steaming ramen and tempura. Every dish was mouth-watering. Yang Hao and the manager chatted about work and life while enjoying the food. They talked about some topics such as film production, marketing, and actor training, and Yang Hao also shared his ideas and plans for future film projects with the manager. During the conversation, Yang Hao noticed two young and beautiful actresses at the table. They were artists under the company. As for beautiful women, Yang Hao would naturally allocate more managerial resources to give them more acting opportunities. So he took the initiative to communicate with them, asking about their acting experience and future development directions. He found that both girls had great potential, enthusiasm, and determination, so he decided to give them more support and encouragement. After dinner, Yang Hao returned to his hotel room and began to think about his next plan of action. After some investigation, he finally found clues related to the Ampere family's ancestral land. It turns out that the Japanese royal family is the only one in the whole of Japan who knows this best, because the Ampere family has been loyal to the Japanese royal family for generations. It can be said that the reason why the Japanese royal family can stand firm in Japan is all because of the Ampere family's protection over the years. Therefore, Yang Hao decided to find a way to get close to the Japanese royal family and obtain information about the Ampere family's ancestral land from them. With this news, Yang Hao also knew that it would be very difficult to get information about the Ampere family from the royal family. But according to the nature of the Japanese, if they could capture the princess of the Japanese royal family, it would be much easier to get information from her. After some investigation, Yang Hao also found out that Mikami Meiko was studying at the University of Tokyo. So Yang Hao used his influence in Japan to send himself to Tokyo University and became a fresh graduate of Mikami Meiko. Chapter 102: Meeting the Emperor. Yang Hao entered the University of Tokyo. Needless to say, the scenery of the University of Tokyo is beautiful. They were wearing simple and elegant black school uniforms, looking solemn and neat. A black suit jacket, paired with a white shirt and bow tie, and a miniskirt with cartoon patterns visible on the white underwear, shows the youthful vitality of a young woman. The snow-white and slender legs form a unique landscape of Tokyo University. Yang Hao looked at the beautiful legs all the way to the classroom, and his seat was right next to Mikami Meiko. Yang Hao came and sat down next to Mikami Meiko. They were attracted to each other at first sight. Although Mikami Meiko is a princess of the Japanese royal family, she has never seen a man as handsome as Yang Hao. This man not only has a good-looking face, but also has a slender and strong figure, and a strong sense of strength. Meiko Mikami has a small and delicate oval face with a round chin, giving people a sweet and lovely feeling. Her eyes are big and bright, revealing agility and playfulness. Her nose is straight, making her facial features more three-dimensional. Her lips are rosy and plump, and the slightly upturned corners of her mouth always show a charming smile. She has a hot and sexy body with a slim waist and long legs. Her breasts are full and firm, showing her feminine charm. She has a perfectly proportioned body and charming curves, and she can always show off her charming style whether she is wearing fashionable clothes or sexy swimsuits. Her voice is sweet and melodious, full of vitality and charm. Her voice is clear and pleasant, with a unique magnetism that makes people feel happy after listening to it. Whether she is singing or performing, her voice is always impressive. Character: Meiko Mikami. Realm: none. Appearance: 93. Yang Hao sat down and said to Mikami Meiko, "Good morning, classmate. My name is Yang Hao." When Yang Hao spoke, he had a gentle smile on his face, which made him look gentle and elegant. Mikami Meiko looked at Yang Hao with a little obsession in her eyes. After all, she had never seen such a handsome and gentle man. Yang Haojuan, good morning, my name is Mikami Meiko, nice to meet you, Mikami Meiko said, and stretched out her white and tender little hand. Yang Hao gently held Mikami Meiko's hand. The touch was soft and delicate, as if an electric current was passing through his body. He was secretly happy in his heart, but said calmly, "Ms. Meiko, nice to meet you, please take care of me in the future." Mikami Meiko blushed and took back her hand, whispering, "Please take care of me as well." At this time, the teacher walked into the classroom and started the class. Yang Hao and Mikami Mako were both listening to the class attentively. Occasionally their eyes met and they smiled knowingly at each other. After class, Yang Hao took the initiative to chat with Mikami Mako, and the two found that they had many common interests and hobbies. If we say that their relationship warmed up, it was naturally during a physical education class. Yang Hao is wearing a vest, showing off his flawless and muscular body. In addition, his basketball skills are first-rate, and his height stands out among the Japanese. How can it not attract the hearts of ignorant girls? Seeing Yang Hao sweating profusely on the court, Mikami Mako's heart was beating fast. After the game, Yang Hao walked over to Mikami Mako, handed her a bottle of water, and asked with a smile, "Mako, how was my performance just now?" Mikami Mako's face became red because of the exercise. She took out her handkerchief and wiped the sweat off Yang Hao's forehead before taking the water and smiling shyly. "Great, Yang Hao Jun." Yang Hao looked at her smile and his heart was moved. He mustered up the courage to invite her. "Jinzi, let's go to the movies together tonight." Mako Mikami was a little surprised, but more happy. She nodded and agreed. That night, the two watched a romantic love movie together. Whenever the movie gets sweet, the two of them get closer to each other. This has to be said that the Japanese are really bold. Until the movie ended, they strolled on the streets, enjoying the tranquility and beauty of the night. As he was walking, Yang Hao suddenly stopped and looked at Mikami Mako seriously. When their eyes met, Yang Hao said softly, "Jinzi, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend?" There was a flash of surprise and emotion in Mikami Mako's eyes, and she answered without hesitation, "I do, Yang Haojuan." After they confirmed their relationship, Mikami Mako, who is from Japan, took the initiative to invite Yang Hao to play in the esports hall. I have to say that the esports stadium in Japan is very atmospheric. After entering, there is actually a couple's box with pink lights inside. As soon as they entered, there was an ambiguous atmosphere spreading. Yang Hao and Mikami Mako were having a lot of fun in the esports hall. They fought side by side, cooperated with each other, and won several games. In the intervals between games, they chatted a lot, and Yang Hao even talked about his dreams to Mikami Mako. Although he talked about his dreams seriously, Yang Hao's hands were always rubbing her. As time passed, it got darker. Yang Hao looked at Mikami Mako and felt a warm feeling in his heart. He reached out and gently held her hand. "Maki, thank you for coming here with me today. The time with you is always so happy," Yang Hao said affectionately. A blush appeared on Mikami Mako's face. She lowered her head shyly and responded softly, "Me too, Yang Haojuan. I feel extremely happy to be with you." At this moment, a romantic music sounded in the esports hall. Yang Hao took Mikami Mako's hand and started to dance slowly. Their figures looked particularly warm under the pink light. After the dance, the two hugged each other tightly. The next morning, Yang Hao and Mikami Mako left. Mikami Mako looked reluctantly at the esports box, which witnessed her transformation from a girl to a woman. Another week later, Mikami Mako finally plucked up the courage and said to Yang Hao, "Yang Haojuan, I want to take you back to meet my parents." Yang Hao would naturally not refuse such a request. Following Mikami Mako, we returned to the imperial palace. When Yang Hao saw the contemporary emperor, he did not kneel down to pay homage, but sat on the same level with the emperor naturally. Yang Hao's action only infuriated the contemporary emperor. He said to Yang Hao, "You bastard, why don't you kneel before me?" Yang Hao smiled and said, "I am not from Japan. We in Long Country cannot kneel down and bow." "Bagayalu, don't you dragon people have a saying that when in Rome, do as the Romans do?" the emperor said in broken dragon dialect. "We in the Dragon Kingdom have a saying, reciprocity is the best policy. How about the emperor kneel down and pay homage to me first, and then I'll pay it back to you?" Yang Hao's eyes narrowed into slits, murderous intent bursting out of his eyes. The reason why Yang Hao did this was because just now, his consciousness found the Ampere family's clan land by itself, so there was no need for him to act anymore. He hates the Japanese. This is engraved in the bones of every dragon countryman. Chapter 103: The Queen Ascends the Throne. "Baga, you are so disrespectful to me. Our royal family will not agree with your relationship with Mako," said the Emperor of Japan. "Ha, so what if you disagree? The next emperor must be a female emperor," Yang Hao said, and attacked the Japanese emperor directly. With a click, the Japanese emperor had no vital signs. After killing the Japanese emperor, Yang Hao flew into the sky and arrived at a village at the foot of Mount Fuji. This is the Ampere family's home. As soon as Yang Hao landed, a voice came. "Who dares to trespass into my Ampere family?" As soon as the voice fell, a man in a black yin-yang suit came flying. I'm here to destroy your Ampere family. As soon as Yang Hao finished speaking, a group of yin-yang masters wearing yin-yang costumes appeared behind the man. Humph, destroy my Ampere family, go to the god of death, remember that it is me, Ampere Qingming, who will kill you. After saying that, he shouted again, set up the formation. As soon as Ampere Qingming finished speaking, a group of yin-yang masters surrounded Yang Hao. Yang Hao narrowed his eyes and shouted. The true energy in his body surged, and he directly overturned the yin-yang master who surrounded him. Then a sword energy was launched, and Ampere Qingming summoned the Shikigami to resist. However, with just a casual move, Ampere Harumi Shikigami made a ghostly howling sound and was killed instantly by Yang Hao. Ampere Qingming spat out a mouthful of blood and said with a grim face, "You forced me to do this." After saying that, Ampere Qingming muttered, "I will use the blood of the Ampere family as a guide to break the seal." A huge altar appeared behind Ampere Qingming, and it devoured the members of the Ampere family like a glutton. Even Ampere Harumi was visibly thinner, and his blood flowed into the altar through his urethra. The next second, a six-pointed seal appeared, and the seal was broken, and a towering giant snake emerged from the six-pointed seal. At this time, Ampere Qingming was like a dried corpse, and all the Ampere family members, young and old, men and women, had turned into bones and lay on the ground. Ampere Qingming said, "Lord Huasha, please kill the aliens in front of you." The giant snake looked at Ampere Qingtian and swallowed him in one gulp. Then he looked at Yang Hao, his lantern-like eyes made Yang Hao's heart tighten, and he actually felt a sense of crisis. Facing such a huge python, Yang Hao was not too arrogant, and his aura reached its peak. Although he was ready to take action, the snake also felt a sense of crisis from Yang Hao. Turning around and preparing to flee, Yang Hao didn't want to care about the giant python, but he saw the snake rushing into the city. It devours anyone it sees. At the same time, its strength is also increasing. Yang Hao had a bad feeling in his heart. The next second, Yang Hao understood what the giant python wanted to do. It turned out that even with the entire Ampere family offering sacrifices, the snake still had not recovered its peak. It wanted to devour more blood to restore its cultivation, and then devour Yang Hao. How could Yang Hao give it a chance? He flashed and blocked the way of the bewitching snake. He formed seals with his hands and used his unique skill 9 Yang True Fire. A ball of blazing flame burst out from his hand and rushed straight towards the serpent. The bewitching snake sensed the danger, opened its mouth and spewed out a black breath, trying to resist the 9 Yang True Fire. But the 9 Suns True Fire was extremely powerful and easily penetrated the black aura. However, the snake took advantage of this little time and turned around and fled again. Then run away and devour all the way. This immediately caused panic. Yang Hao chased after him, forming seals with his hands, and another flame was shot out. The flames burned on the snake's body, and the snake twisted its body in pain, trying to escape the attack of the 9 Yang True Fire. Every time it twists, it hits the surrounding buildings with its huge and hard body. It is so destructive that countless people died in just a few blinks of an eye. Yang Hao took the opportunity to take out a long sword from the system space and performed a set of fierce sword skills. As the sword's shadow flashed, deep scars were left on the body of the confusing snake. The snake fought back with all its might, and its tail whipped Yang Hao. Even though Yang Hao was strong, he was still slightly injured and spit out a mouthful of blood. Yang Hao also knew that the current strength of the bewitching snake was equal to his, and that its defense and strength were even better than his. However, the snake was too big and not very agile, so Yang Hao started a war of attrition with it. In the end, Yang Hao cut off the snake's head with a sword, but the fall of the snake's head created a crater in the ground, shocking the entire Japanese nation. Yang Hao flew in the air, waved his hand, and the corpse of the bewitching snake was collected by Yang Hao into the system space. In order to prevent others from seeing his true face, Yang Hao wrapped his entire body in true energy, sparkling in the sun. This scene was seen by the Japanese people, who knelt down and kowtowed, shouting, "Meet Amaterasu." After killing the bewitching snake, Yang Hao appeared in the Japanese royal family again. Yang Hao said in front of the royal family members, "Do you have any objections to Mikami Mako becoming the next queen?" However, after Yang Hao finished speaking, no one expressed their opinions. After all, as members of the Japanese royal family, they have their pride. However, Yang Hao spoke again, "If you don't let Mako be the queen, without my protection, and the Ampere family destroys the prime minister's office, do you think the Japanese royal family will still exist?" As soon as Yang Hao finished speaking, members of the Japanese royal family knelt down and paid homage to the new queen. There is no other way. The pride of the Japanese is only worth 2 cents. Let Mako become the empress. Yang Hao also controls a lot of wealth in Japan. If he can get the prime minister's office, then the whole of Japan will be Yang Hao's back garden. Yang Hao is still very interested in this country where short films rank first in the world. So in the following time, Yang Hao began to absorb the energy from the snake's body. After consuming the energy of the bewitching snake, Yang Hao began to investigate the power structure of the prime minister's office. After some investigation, Yang Hao finally understood why the prime minister's office was able to obtain military and political management rights with the support of the ape family. It turns out that the most important force in the prime minister's office is the support of the Koga family. The Koga family, the most powerful ninja family in Japan. Moreover, the Prime Minister's office has the support of the Miyamoto family, the only martial arts family in Japan. When talking about the Miyamoto family, we have to mention the Dragon Kingdom Tang Dynasty. The Miyamoto family is named after Miyamoto Musashi, who went to Longwood during the Tang Dynasty to learn martial arts from a master. Miyamoto Musashi is indeed a martial arts genius. He spent decades to become a martial arts god in the Dragon Kingdom. However, the Dragon Kingdom is home to many hidden talents. Miyamoto Musashi, who has become a martial god, thinks he is invincible and actually challenges various factions in the Dragon Kingdom. As a result, it was just a second-rate sect in the martial arts world. It severely injured Miyamoto Musashi and cut off his path to breakthrough. Unable to break through, the god of war Miyamoto Musashi returned to Japan and established the only god of war family in Japan, the Miyamoto family. Before his death, he told his descendants not to go to Dragon Country. When Miyamoto Musashi established the Wushin family, he naturally encountered obstacles. However, no matter whether it was the divine ninja or the god level on Myoji, they could not defeat the Wushin Miyamoto Musashi. At that time, Miyamoto Musashi dominated Japan. Chapter 104, Unification of Japan. After understanding the power structure of the Prime Minister's office, Yang Hao wanted to control the Prime Minister's office. The Miyamoto and Koga families must surrender or disappear. That night, Yang Hao went to the Miyamoto family. There was no other way. The Miyamoto family was the martial god family. His address is very easy to find. Yang Hao's purpose in coming to the Miyamoto family was very simple: to make the Miyamoto family surrender or disappear. Yang Hao came to the door of the Miyamoto family and knocked. An old man with a goatee opened the door. "Sir, what can I do for you?" Looking at Yang Hao. "Let your family master come out to see me," Yang Hao said in a cold voice. "Baga, you are looking for death." After saying that, the old man attacked Yang Hao. Yang Hao slapped the old man with one palm, and he fell to the ground and died. At this moment, Yang Hao decided to destroy the Miyamoto family, and thus a one-sided massacre began. Yang Hao shuttled through the Miyamoto family like a ghost, leaving no one alive wherever he passed. Soon, he found the patriarch of the Miyamoto family. "Who are you? Why are you killing my people?" Patriarch Miyamoto glared at Yang Hao. "I am here to make you surrender. If you are unwilling, then die with your people," Yang Hao said lightly. A gleam of determination flashed in the eyes of clan leader Miyamoto. He roared and pounced towards Yang Hao. Yang Hao dodged the attack from clan leader Miyamoto and kicked him in the stomach. Patriarch Miyamoto flew several meters away, spitting blood. "You are not my opponent, so why seek your own destruction?" Yang Hao said to the head of the Miyamoto clan. The head of the Miyamoto clan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and slowly stood up. "My Miyamoto clan would rather die than surrender." Yang Hao shook his head slightly. "If that's the case, then you can get on your way." After saying that, a cold light flashed in his hand, and he stabbed towards the head of the Miyamoto clan. After cleaning up the Miyamoto family, Yang Hao passed by a bathhouse on his way home. Yang Hao killed so many people tonight, he was going to take a bath to get rid of the bad luck. Yang Hao entered the bathhouse and was greeted by a young girl. Seeing Yang Hao so handsome, the girl stepped forward and said, "Sir, how can I help you?" Yang Hao took a look at the girl, who had an unusually plump figure and healthy wheat-colored skin. Yang Hao said expressionlessly, "Take a shower." The girl walked inside with Yang Hao, smiling, but she was thinking in her heart how to get close to this rich man. Yang Hao walked into the bathhouse, took off his clothes and jumped into the bathtub. The warm water made him feel extremely comfortable. He closed his eyes and enjoyed this moment of tranquility. However, he didn't know that a crisis was quietly approaching. Just when Yang Hao relaxed his vigilance, a group of men in black sneaked into the bath shop. They are ninjas from the Koga family. After learning that the Miyamoto family was destroyed, they secretly lurked here, waiting for Yang Hao to appear. Their purpose was simple, which was to assassinate Yang Hao. The leading man in black signaled his men to take action, and several people quietly approached Yang Hao. Suddenly, Yang Hao opened his eyes and noticed something strange around him. He quickly jumped out of the water, and the water droplets on his body instantly condensed into ice blades and shot towards the man in black. The man in black had no time to dodge and was pierced through the body by the ice blade, dying on the spot. Seeing this, the other men in black were terrified and turned around and ran away. Yang Hao did not pursue them. He knew that these people were just small fry and the really powerful ones had not yet appeared. At this moment, the bathroom door opened and the girl who had just received him came to Yang Hao's side. Yang Hao was relaxing in the bath. Suddenly a soft and smooth little hand was placed on Yang Hao's shoulder. "Sir, let me rub your back." Suddenly, just when Yang Hao was completely relaxed, a dagger stabbed directly into Yang Hao's waist. It was just that Yang Hao was too strong, and the dagger couldn't pierce Yang Hao's skin. Yang Hao slowly opened his eyes and said coldly, "The ninja of the Koga family is good, very good." After a long time, Yang Hao walked out of the bath, followed by a well-behaved and obedient woman. After getting dressed, the two left the bathhouse. The world outside was still bustling and noisy. However, a disinfecting aura emanated from Yang Hao's body, which meant that tonight was not an ordinary night. Under the girl's command, the two soon arrived at the Koga family. Yang Hao kicked open the door of the Koga family. Because they were the power of the Prime Minister's office, they had forgotten how a real ninja should live over the years, instead of just pursuing pleasure. After a round of massacre, the Koga family was wiped out. The next few days will be a power struggle between the royal family and the Prime Minister's office. Because of Yang Hao's existence, the Prime Minister's office was quickly defeated. The Japanese royal family is in power again, and the Prime Minister's office is in name only. On this day, Yang Hao and the Japanese Queen Mako have sex. Yang Hao once again obtained the gate to another world, and he used it without thinking. Bite. Welcome, host, to the prehistoric world. Hearing the system prompt, Yang Hao was stunned. What the hell is this primitive world? Saints are worse than dogs, in a world full of Daluo people. With my cultivation level at the out-of-body stage, I guess I can't even be considered a rookie. No matter what period it is, find a place to hide quickly. With this idea in mind, Yang Hao found a cave to hide in. By signing in every day, Yang Hao gets more and more items. In this primitive world, Yang Hao signed in with spiritual stones and skills. Time does not count in cultivation, 1,000 years pass in the blink of an eye. Yang Hao's cultivation had also reached the peak of the golden immortal realm. A voice interrupted Yang Hao's retreat. "I, Taoist Hong Jun, have become a saint today. I will preach in Zixiao Palace in 100 years. Hearing this, Yang Hao knew that the dragon and phoenix tribulation had passed, and Hong Jun and Luoho had fought, and Hong Jun won. But Yang Hao didn't care. He was already at the peak of the golden immortal realm. There is also a system sign in formation to block the avenue. As long as he stays here, no matter how great Hong Jun is, even if Pangu is still alive, he won't be found." Yang Hao continued to sign in and retreat. After 10,000 years, Yang Hao finally broke through to the great Tao Supreme Realm. The supreme state of the Tao, you can use the Tao law by raising your hand. He is several levels higher than Hong Jun, the strongest in the prehistoric world. Moreover, Yang Hao also felt that his cultivation level could not be improved in this world, so he decided to go out of the cave. The ancient world was vast and boundless. Yang Hao walked on the land, watching the various races busy. Unconsciously, Yang Hao arrived outside Janeo Island. Suddenly a figure appeared and said to Yang Hao, "Who are you and why did you come to my Janeo Island?" Yang Hao looked at the extremely beautiful woman and read before him. Characters: Holy Mother of Gold. Realm: Quasi-Saint Peak. Appearance: 93. Yang Hao was also wondering why he ended up at Tongtian Sect Master's Temple. "Since you are here, it is fate. Naturally, I will not watch Tongtian Laoer fall into the fire pit again." Then he said to the Holy Mother of the Golden Spirit, "I am Yang Hao, and I have come to pay a visit to the Holy Saint of Tongtian." Chapter 105, 3 Sky. "How dare you mention the Master's name," said the Holy Mother of the Golden Spirit. Yang Hao's aura was so strong that it was difficult for the Golden Spirit Mother to even stand. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother said in surprise, "How is it possible? How can he be so strong?" However, at this moment, a voice came, "Dao Yu, I wonder why you come to my Jinadeo?" The person who came was Tongtian Sect Master. He sensed Yang Hao's aura and found that he was much stronger than him. Yang Hao smiled and said, "Let's go in and talk." Tong Tian nodded and followed Yang Hao into the formation of Janeo Island. After entering the formation, Yang Hao said to Tong Tian, Dao Yu, can you feel if there is something wrong with your cultivation method? I don't know what you mean by this, please tell me clearly, said Master Tong Tian. Didn't Brother Tong Tian feel that after he broke through to become a saint, he was bound by the heavenly Tao? Yang Hao asked. I do feel this way, please help me solve this problem. People like me who practice cultivation should be above everything, but your practice is bound by the laws of nature and you become a chess piece of the laws of nature. Aren't you curious? Yang Hao said. How can I get rid of the shackles of heaven? Tong Tian asked. Yang Hao did not hide it either, and said to Tong Tian, Dao, strip your sainthood, resensing the laws of heaven and earth, and breaking through the sainthood with force. When Tong Tian heard this, he was shocked. Stripping the sainthood was an extremely dangerous move, and if he was not careful, he might die. But he knew very well that what Yang Hao said was true. If he continued to be bound by the laws of nature, he would never be able to break through. After thinking for a moment, a gleam of determination flashed in Tong Tian's eyes, and he decided to follow Yang Hao's advice. I saw him making seals with his hands, muttering something, and a powerful aura emanating from his body. A moment later, Master Tong Tian let out a long roar, and a ray of light shot up from his body and broke through the clouds. The light faded, and Tong Tian's breath became much weaker, but a relieved smile appeared on his face. He looked at Yang Hao gratefully and said, Thank you for your guidance. Now that I have broken free from the constraints of the heavenly Tao, I will work harder in the future to pursue true transcendence. Yang Hao nodded and said to Tong Tian, Since you have chosen the next path, I will not bother you anymore. I like your disciple, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother. If you have nothing else to do, you can let her follow me to the wildland to train. Tong Tian would naturally not refuse Yang Hao's request. After all, it was an honor for the Golden Spirit Saint to be able to follow Yang Hao. When leaving Janeo Island, Yang Hao was followed by a fiery red figure. Yang Hao turned around and said to the Golden Spirit Saint Mother, Where are we going next? Golden Spirit, do you have a place you want to go? The Golden Spirit Mother thought for a moment and said to Yang Hao, Why don't we go find Sanshao? When Yang Hao heard about the three heavens, he thought of the three flowers on the top of the head of the three heavens that were cut off during the conferred God tribulation. Since the Golden Spirit Mother mentioned the three heavens, Yang Hao also wanted to see how beautiful the three heavens were. So Yang Hao led the Golden Spirit Mother all the way to the Three Immortals Island. Arriving at Sanxian Island, I heard that my senior sister, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, was coming to see me. The three of them were very excited to come and pick them up. Yang Hao looked at the three of them. Yang Hao and the Golden Spirit Mother followed Sanshao into the island, which was shrouded in clouds and mist and was breathtakingly beautiful. They came to a palace which was beautifully decorated and had a mysterious atmosphere. Greetings, senior sister Jinling. Sanshao bowed. Sanshao, no need to be so polite. The Golden Spirit Mother said with a smile. After that, the Holy Mother of the Golden Spirit began to introduce Yang Hao to the three of them. Yang Hao looked at Sanshao, and she was indeed as beautiful as the legend said. He sighed in his heart, it is so rare to see a woman like this. Character, Yunxiao. Realm, Early Quasi-Saint Stage. Appearance, 94. Character, Xiang Shao. Realm, Peak of Daluo Jingxian. Value, 92. Character, Bixiao. Realm, Daluo Jingxian. Appearance, 91. In the following days, Yang Hao and the Golden Spirit Mother lived on Sanxian Island. In the following days, Yang Hao began to teach the four people how to practice. Under Yang Hao's careful teaching, all four of them made considerable progress. Especially Yunxiao, she was very talented and quickly grasped the essence of the skills taught by Yang Hao. One day, when Yang Hao was instructing four people in their practice, he suddenly felt a powerful aura. He looked up and saw a crack in the sky, and an old man walked out of it. The old man exuded a powerful aura and looked at everyone with cold eyes. Yang Hao's heart tightened, he realized that the other party had bad intentions. Yang Hao looked at the old man and knew without thinking that this man was the original. Yang Hao said coldly to Yuancher, You old man, you are so rude to come to Sanxian Island. As soon as Yang Hao finished speaking, he flew directly to the sky. Sure enough, as soon as Yang Hao arrived, he saw the original. Yuancher also saw Yang Hao and said coldly, I am a saint, who are you? Hearing the word saint, Yang Hao looked at Yuancher coldly, Saint? Is that so great? Yang Hao raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. Yuancher was furious. As a saint, he had never been looked down upon like this before. He made some hand gestures, ready to teach Yang Hao a lesson. Seeing this, Yang Hao flashed and disappeared from the spot in an instant. The next moment, he appeared behind Yuanshi and kicked him in the back. Yuanshi was shocked and turned around to resist. The two of them fought back and forth, launching a fierce confrontation. The surrounding space became distorted due to the fight between the two, and terrifying energy fluctuations continued to spread. The three sisters and the Golden Spirit Mother watched nervously below, realizing that the scale of this battle was far beyond their imagination. The reason why Yuanshi was able to fight with Yang Hao was because Yang Hao was afraid that he would use too much force and break the prehistoric continent into pieces. If it was in the chaos, Yuanshi wouldn't be able to take even one move from Yang Hao. After hundreds of rounds, Yang Hao gained the upper hand. Yuanshi also stopped. He knew he was no match for Yang Hao. So he said to Yang Hao, "Dao Yu, come visit me at Kunlun Mountain when you have time." But Yang Hao didn't want to pay attention to him. The reason was simple. Naturally, they support the human emperor, but Yuanshi is the main force that makes the human race without the human emperor. Seeing that the conferred god tribulation was about to arrive, Yang Hao planned to go to Chaoga to see. However, when Yang Hao arrived in Chaoga, the weather in the mortal world was extremely bad, and various disasters occurred in various places. Yang Hao went directly to the palace and found King Zhou Xin. Yang Hao said to Emperor Xin, "Do you still want Chen Tang's kingdom to be stable?" Emperor Xin naturally wanted to be a wise ruler. After all, he had not yet been deceived by Daji. He said to Yang Hao, "Of course I want Chen Tang's kingdom to be stable." Yang Hao nodded and said, "In that case, you can become my disciple. But the emperor cannot practice cultivation, otherwise he will be punished by the heavenly court." Chapter 106, Perfect State of Mind. Yang Hao looked at Emperor Xin and said unhappily, "You were born as the emperor of men, who dares to touch you?" The emperor is naturally protected by human beings, and even the saints cannot do anything to him. To put it bluntly, the conferred god tribulation was launched to allow the way of heaven to devour the way of man. As long as humanity flourishes, the laws of nature will not be able to swallow humanity, and the human race will become the most powerful race. After listening to Yang Hao's words, Emperor Xin was willing to take Yang Hao as his teacher for the sake of the human race. Yang Hao was not stingy and directly taught Emperor Xin the human emperor's secret. Practicing the human emperor technique is closely related to the luck of the human race. The stronger the luck of the human race, the easier it is to break through. Several decades later, Chaoga city became more and more prosperous, and Emperor Xin's cultivation reached the golden immortal realm. On this day, Emperor Xin led his ministers to the Nuwa temple to worship Nuwa. Even if Emperor Xin was at the golden immortal level, how could he escape the saints' calculations? The obscene poem was mentioned in the Nuwa temple, and Yang Hao was too lazy to care about it. Nuwa was furious and summoned the three demons from Xianyuan tomb to come to Chaoga to seduce Emperor Xin. Emperor Xin, who possessed the power of a golden immortal, recognized Daji as a vixen as soon as he saw her. So he told Yang Hao about this, and Yang Hao directly asked Emperor Xin to send Su Daji to his secluded palace. Emperor Xin brought Daji to the palace where Yang Hao was in seclusion, and said to Yang Hao, "Master, I have brought Su Daji to you." Yang Hao looked up and saw that she was indeed the most beautiful woman in Chen Tang, the daughter of Su Ho. Just this skin can turn people upside down, and a pair of charming eyes can make people's heart move. Character, Su Daji. Realm, Celestial. Appearance, 97. Yang Hao released his aura slightly and said to Emperor Xin, "You go, Su Daji, stay and help me practice." Emperor Xin bowed and said goodbye, leaving Su Daji with a puzzled look on her face. After Emperor Xin left, Yang Hao said to Su Daji, "How dare you, little vixen, come and ruin the fortune of our race?" Su Daji's eyes flashed with cunning, and she knelt on the ground pretending to be terrified. "Please spare my life, immortal. I was also instructed by the goddess Nuwa, and I had no choice but to do this." Yang Hao snorted coldly, "Ha! Nuwa? She actually dared to plot against the fate of our human race. She is so bold." Yang Hao pointed his finger and a ray of light shot towards Su Daji, instantly binding her. "However, since you have come to my door, don't blame me for being rude. You, a monster, are just the right person to help me practice." After that, Yang Hao started practicing martial arts, and then said to Su Daji, "Charm me and help me practice." Su Daji dared not resist and began to use the charm technique. But Yang Hao had already achieved the supreme Tao, and illusions were of no use to him. Sudaji naturally knew this, so she could only use Sudaji's skin to perform the most primitive charm technique. Yang Hao looked at everything in front of him. This was a challenge to his state of mind. Although Yang Hao's cultivation was high, his state of mind was the same as that of the readers. He could not resist this temptation at all. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Hao calmed down. She looked into the distance. At this moment, a beautiful figure appeared in his sight. She was half lying on the bed. The boy next to her is massaging her. Her skin was as white and flawless as mutton fat jade, delicate and smooth, exuding a faint luster. Her eyebrows are long and curved like two willow leaves, and her slightly upturned eyes have a touch of charm that makes people fall in love with her. Her eyes were bright as stars, deep and mysterious, as if they could see through everything. She has a straight nose, lips as delicate as cherries, and the corners of her mouth slightly upturned with a gentle smile. Her hair fell on her shoulders like a black waterfall, shining with a charming luster. She wore a gorgeous headdress inlaid with various precious gems, which further highlighted her nobility and holiness. She has a slender and well-proportioned figure, her posture is as light as a swallow, and she exudes an elegant temperament in her every move. She was wearing a white robe embroidered with exquisite patterns. It fluttered in the wind, like a fairy descending to the earth. Character, Nuwa. Realm, Saint. Appearance, 98. Yang Hao looked at Nuwa, who was resting in the Hua Palace, and smiled evilly. Sudaji looked at Yang Hao's evil smile and felt a little scared. It's not because of anything else, it's because Yang Hao is too strong. Even if she is a fox demon, she can't stand it. So she said, "Master Emperor, I have two sisters with me. I wonder if we can bring them into the palace together." Yang Hao naturally knew who she was talking about, so he nodded. With Yang Hao's permission, Sudaji sent a signal. Not long after, Jiji Jing and the Jade Pipa Fairy also came to the Shang Dynasty harem, the palace where Yang Hao practiced. Yang Hao took a look and found that their cultivation was not that good, but their appearance was okay. As a member of the Appearance Association, Yang Hao naturally agreed to let them stay. In the following days, Yang Hao cultivated his mind all day long. Until one day, Nuwa saw that Chaoga City was becoming more and more prosperous, and Emperor Xian was not stupid at all. So he went to Chaoga to check it out in person. However, as soon as Nuwa appeared, she was restrained by Yang Hao with the power of the Great Tao. Even though Nuwa is a saint, she cannot escape. After Yang Hao brought Nuwa back to the palace, he directly sealed her cultivation with the power of the Great Tao. Yang Hao said to Nuwa, "You should also help me cultivate my mind like them. I will release you when my mind is perfect." When Nuwa saw Sudaji and the others, she said angrily, "You beasts, you can't even do such a small thing." When Sudaji and her companions saw that Nuwa had also been captured, they finally put their minds at ease. She was afraid that if she failed to complete the task, Nuwa would attack their people. Now Nuwa had also been captured by Yang Hao. It seemed that they only had to cling to Yang Hao. No one will dare to bully me in the future. Yang Hao turned and left, leaving only Nuwa and the three demons in the palace. Although Nuwa was a saint, she was helpless at the moment. The three demons secretly rejoiced that at least their lives were safe. After that, Yang Hao often came to the palace and asked Nuwa and the three demons to help him cultivate his state of mind. Although Nuwa was resentful, she had no choice but to obey in order to regain her freedom. As time flies, Yang Hao's mood becomes more and more rounded and clear. One day, he decided to release Nuwa. When he released the restraints of the power of the Great Tao, Nuwa resumed her cultivation, her eyes filled with complex emotions. "Yang Hao, I will remember the humiliation you suffered today. But the cause and effect between you and me is over, and I will not pursue it any further." After Nuwa finished speaking, she turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Yang Hao looked at the empty palace, feeling filled with emotion. He understood that he had ultimately won the battle with the saint. And his state of mind was improved unprecedentedly during this special experience. After Nuwa left, Chaoga welcomed an old man named Zhang Zia. He set up a stall to tell fortunes all day long, but in fact he was trying to save Ji Chang, the Marquis of Shibua, who was imprisoned by Emperor Xian. Yang Hao directly asked Emperor Xian to cooperate with him and arrange for Ji Chang to be released. There is no other way. If Ji Chang is not released, the conferred God tribulation will not come, and Yang Hao will not be able to let the human way devour the heaven way. Chapter 107: Devouring Heaven. As long as humanity devours the way of heaven, the destiny of the human race will last forever. After Ji Chang returned to Shichi, he rebelled under the instigation of Zhang Zia and established the Zhou dynasty. The conferred God tribulation officially begins. The way of heaven is in chaos, even Hongjun cannot calculate everything in the world. The Zhou dynasty was established to attack the Shang dynasty. At first, the Shang dynasty was defeated, but after when Taisha invited Shingongbao to, Yang Hao knew that the Shang dynasty was in danger, but the outcome would depend on the final battle between the saints. However, Tang Tian had already abandoned his position as a heavenly saint, and it was unknown whether he could regain the great Dao of Hunyuan and become a Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian. As the people of Jiejiao fell into disaster, Emperor Xian's Shang and King Wu's Zhou each had their own victories and defeats. At this time, the war between the Shang dynasty and the Zhou dynasty entered a white-hot stage. Both sides sent out their strongest forces, and the battlefield was filled with the sound of killing. Yang Hao closely followed the development of the battle, waiting for the saint to take action. He believed that as long as Tang Tian broke through the Hunyuan Wuji Jingxian, he would be able to defeat the four great saints. Only when the four great saints were defeated would Hongjun appear, and he would be able to defeat Hongjun and allow the human way to devour the heavenly way. Just as King Wu led the disciples of the Chan sect and approached the city of Chaoga, Emperor Xian, who was already a golden immortal, came to Yang Hao and said, "Master, please help me." Yang Hao shook his head and said, "It's not the right time yet." As soon as Yang Hao finished speaking, he saw Tang Tian leading the Jiejiao disciples to set up the Wanxian formation outside Chaoga city and the Zhuxian formation. Because the three heavens and the Golden Spirit Mother were both taught by Yang Hao, the current 10,000 Immortals formation is much stronger than in the original drama. Tang Tian is no longer a saint of heaven, and without the restrictions of heaven, the power of the Zhuxian formation he set up is even more powerful. Because the Zhuxian formation was there, Yuanchi and Laozi invited the two saints from the west to jointly break the Zhuxian formation. The 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect also entered the 10,000 immortals formation. Yang Hao stood with his hands behind his back, looking calmly at the battlefield ahead. He knew that this would be a battle that would determine the fate of the three realms. Yuanchi, Laozi and the two saints of the west flew into the Zhuxian formation and engaged in a fierce battle with Tang Tian. For a moment, the sky and the earth changed color, and the wind and clouds were turbulent. In the 10,000 Immortals formation, because of the strength of the three sky gods and the Golden Spirit Mother, the 12 Immortals of the Chan sect were unable to break the formation. Tang Tian also fought with the four saints and ended in a draw. At this moment, Hongjun arrived and tried to break the Zhuxian formation. Just as Hongjun was about to make his move, Yang Hao moved, using the power of the Great Dao to attack Hongjun. Hongjun was seriously injured by the power of the Great Dao, and the Heavenly Dao also became weak because of Hongjun's serious injury. At this moment, Yang Hao attacked again and killed the four saints of the Heavenly Dao with the power of the Great Dao. At the same time as the coin, Yang Hao sent a message to Nuwa, asking her to abandon her position as a saint of heaven. As expected, after the death of the saint, the luck of heaven became thin. Yang Hao said to Emperor Xian, "Gather the luck of the human race and break through the saint realm." As Emperor Xian breaks through, the fortune of the human race prospers. Yang Hao controls the way of humanity to devour the way of heaven. As the heavenly Dao was devoured, Hongjun's cultivation began to decline, and he dropped to the level of a quasi-sage. As the disciples of the Chan sect were killed, the 10,000 immortals of the Jie sect led the Shang dynasty army and began to launch a general attack on the Zhou dynasty. The Zhou dynasty was finally defeated, the emperor was still alive, the conferred god failed, and the heavenly Dao swallowed. All the heavenly saints have died, and the three great human ancestors in the Fire Cloud Cave have broken through to the saint realm. From then on, the heaven palace disappeared, and the great era of the human race arrived. Yang Hao came to the underworld alone, and found the master of the underworld, Ho-Tu, deep in the 18 levels of hell. At the same time, Yang Hao used his great magical powers to help the soul of the Wu clan's ancestor Wu become a saint. From then on, the Witch clan was in charge of the 6 reincarnations, and the Human clan was in charge of the order of the human world. As for the immortals, because they failed to confer the title of God, they could only close the heavenly palace and disappear from everyone's sight. In the following days, Yang Hao's daughter taught Su Daji and others how to practice. Occasionally, I would discuss Taoism with Ho-Tu and Nuwa. Before I knew it, another 100 years had passed. Yang Hao looked at the prosperous human race and decided to return to the real world. When Yang Hao appeared again, he was in the sky above Japan. Because of the breakthrough in cultivation, Yang Hao's consciousness can view the entire blue planet. However, when Yang Hao was observing, he discovered that some nodes in this open world actually had hidden small worlds. There are some strange species living in these small worlds. Deep inside the volcano of Mount Fuji, there is a 7-headed monster sleeping. Yang Hao came to the depths of Mount Fuji and directly killed the sleeping monster. Then he planned to return to Dragon Country. After all, there were too many people he wanted to see in the prehistoric times. With a teleportation, Yang Hao returned to the Dragon Kingdom Magic City. The reason why Yang Hao chose to go back to the Magic City first is because Yang Hao is a person who holds grudges. He would not let those who wanted to kill him live. That night, the Wang family in the Magic City caught fire and no one in the Wang family was spared. There is no other way. Because the Wang family actually teamed up with the Japanese Ampere family to assassinate him. It's obvious that they are colluding with Japan. How could Yang Hao allow such a rubbish family to continue to exist? So the Wang family was destroyed. After the Wang family was destroyed, Yang Hao planned to stay in Modu with his sister and others for a few days before returning to Huadu. After all, there are people he wants to see there. During the few days in the Magic City, Yang Hao enjoyed the warmth of his family. However, he was always thinking about his old friends in the Flower City. Finally, he decided to set off to return to the Flower City. Along the way, Yang Hao was thinking about his future. After arriving in Huadu, Yang Hao went straight to the gathering place of his old friends. Yang Hao's Villa Number 1. When everyone met each other, they were filled with emotion. It was another happy day. Shi Shayan and others told Yang Hao about what happened during their separation. After staying in Huadu for half a month, Yang Hao decided to go to the imperial capital, because just now, Yang Hao received news from the woman. The imperial capital will hold this year's martial arts conference. Many hidden sects and families will send people to participate. Yang Hao naturally wanted to go and see this prosperous era. Although Yang Hao's current cultivation level can destroy a country in the blink of an eye. But he knew more about cause and effect, and he didn't want to kill unless it was absolutely necessary. Yang Haogang arrived in the capital, and the person who came to pick him up to attend the martial arts conference was actually his landlord's sister Morong Shui. Yang Hao smiled and said to Morong Shui, "Sister Shui, long time no see." "It's been a long time since we last met," Morong Shui said with a smile. Yang Hao and Morong Shui haven't seen each other for a long time, so when they meet, they naturally don't forget to talk about what happened during these days. It turns out that Morong Shui is the eldest daughter of the hidden Morong family. The reason why he appeared in Huadu was entirely because of the power struggle within the family. The two parties fighting for power were Morong Shui's father and her second uncle. Because of the fight between the two sides, for Morong Shui's safety, his father dragged his friends and sent Morong Shui to Huadu. Now that her father has succeeded in his fight for power, he naturally has to bring Morong Shui back to the family. The two of them spent the night reminiscing about the past. The next day, the martial arts conference was held at Longlin Mountain outside the imperial capital. The person who presided over the martial arts conference turned out to be the Dragon Country Guardian, the leader of the Dragon team, who had met Yang Hao once before. As the martial arts conference began, Yang Hao also saw the true strength of Dragon Country. Chapter 108: The City of Romance. The leaders of these hidden families and sects are all powerful warriors at the level of martial gods. However, Yang Hao was not interested in the competition between the younger generations of these hidden families and sects. At this moment, Morong Shui beside Yang Hao said, "Little brother, aren't you going to participate in the competition?" Yang Hao raised his mouth and said, "They are too weak." Morong Shui smiled. She couldn't tell what level of cultivation Yang Hao had. However, at this moment, a voice came. "We are too weak. Are you strong? Why don't you come up and have a fight?" Yang Hao looked over and saw a handsome young man looking at him with disdain. Yang Hao looked the handsome young man up and down, then said calmly, "Do you want to compete with me?" The handsome young man sneered, "Why, you don't dare?" Yang Hao shook his head slightly, "I just think it's a waste of time to compete with a small character like you." After hearing what Yang Hao said, the handsome young man became furious. "What a big tone. Since you are so arrogant, don't blame me for being rude." As he said that, he pounced on Yang Hao. Yang Hao dodged the handsome young man's attack with ease. Then, he struck the handsome young man in the vitals with lightning speed. The handsome young man screamed and fell to the ground. The people around were stunned when they saw this scene. They didn't expect that Yang Hao's strength was so strong that he defeated his opponent easily. A strange light flashed in Morong Shui's eyes, and she became more and more interested in Yang Hao. The handsome young man left the scene in disgrace and never dared to be arrogant again. The martial arts competition ended, and the leader of the Dragon team announced that all the younger members of the hidden families could join the Dragon team for training. Yang Hao was not interested in these, but Morong Shui, as the eldest daughter of the Morong family, had to join the Dragon group. After all, she will be the helmsman of the Morong family in the future, so she needs strong strength. Joining the dragon group will allow her to grow rapidly in dangerous situations. Seeing Morong Shui join the dragon group, Yang Hao thought for a moment and took out a pill and said, "In this critical moment, it can save lives." This elixir was made by Yang Hao, who reached the supreme state of the Great Tao. It can not only heal wounds, but also allow mortals to directly form elixirs. The reason why Morong Shui was not allowed to take it now was because no matter how good the elixir was, it was not as solid as her own cultivation foundation. "Thank you, little brother," said Morong Shui. Yang Hao waved his hand and said, "It's a small matter." He still had things to deal with, so he said goodbye to Morong Shui and left. Seeing Yang Hao walking away, Morong Shui put away the pill, which could save her life. Then she followed the large group to the dragon group base. At the dragon group base, Morong Shui trained hard to improve her strength. From time to time, she would take out the pill and look at it to relieve her longing for Yang Hao. Until one time when she was on a mission, Morong Shui encountered danger. The enemy was extremely powerful and she was seriously injured. At the critical moment, she remembered the pill Yang Hao gave her and took it without hesitation. The pill melted in her mouth, and a powerful medicinal force exploded in her body, quickly repairing her injuries and greatly increasing her strength. In the end, Morong Shui successfully completed the mission and returned to the dragon group base. But these are all later stories. After Yang Hao left, I received a call from France. Fortunately, Yang Hao signed almost all languages. The meaning of this call was that she hoped Yang Hao could go to France and continue to support her as the president of Donkey Brand. Yang Hao's signed businesses are all over the world, and he also has many businesses in France, but judging from the voice, the person calling is a beautiful woman. So Yang Hao decided to go to the romantic city, France. When Yang Hao arrived in France, he saw a luxury car parked at the door as soon as he got off the plane. The car window rolled down, revealing a beautiful face, who was none other than the former president of Donkey Brand. She came to pick up Yang Hao in person, which made Yang Hao feel flattered. The two got in the car and chatted along the way. Yang Hao learned that the former president was named Sophie and was a mixed race. Character: Sophie. Realm: none. Value: 92. The car drove to a luxurious manor and Sophie took Yang Hao in. Yang Hao was shocked by the luxury inside, and secretly sighed in his heart that it was worthy of being called a luxury goods empire. Sophie brought Yang Hao to the conference room and introduced the company's situation. It turned out that due to the change in Sophie's shares, she was no longer the largest shareholder of the company, so the other shareholders asked her to remove her from the position of president. After hearing this, Yang Hao also understood what was going on, but he saw that Sophie was very capable. Moreover, as Yang Hao holds absolute control of the company, it is up to him to decide who will be the president. Since Sophie has the ability, Yang Hao directly let Sophie hold the shares on his behalf and serve as the president of the company. Sophie was very grateful to Yang Hao, and also developed a strong interest in him. They say curiosity kills the cat. For France, the romantic city, some aspects are still relatively open. Sophie just had a crush on Yang Hao, and Yang Hao was handsome, so the relationship between Sophie and Yang Hao quickly heated up. Sophie, who originally only wanted to pursue her career, now obviously has one more thing in mind. When Yang Hao was traveling in France, Sophie was his tour guide. The two often went in and out of the hotel together, which made them get closer and closer. Yang Hao and Sophie spent half a month in Paris, and then they said goodbye. He also has to check on his other businesses, especially some entertainment companies. Yang Hao has to go and see if he has a good impression of her. After all, will an exotic star accept the unspoken rules? The fact is that chaebols have more privileges in this romantic country. Yang Hao walked into a large entertainment company, where he planned to start to understand the situation. Inside the company, he met a female artist named Lily, who was charming and had a shrewd look in her eyes. Lily took the initiative to approach Yang Hao, trying to please him. Yang Hao knew what was going on, so he talked to Lily calmly, wanting to see what her purpose was. During the chat, Lily hinted to Yang Hao that she would pay any price as long as he was willing to invest in her acting career. Yang Hao sneered in his heart. He saw through Lily's intention. He had seen many women like this who would do anything to get to the top. Yang Hao did not reject Lily, he just did not take the initiative nor refuse. The attitude was neither cold nor warm, which made her think she was successful, but there was still a gap. She wanted to give up, but she felt like she was going to succeed again. Yang Hao kept Lily hanging like this. As the boss of the company, he just wanted to have fun. That day, Lily couldn't hold back her temper any longer and said to Yang Hao, "Boss, can you invest in a movie for me?" Yang Hao still smiled and said, "Didn't I tell you? It depends on your performance." "Boss, isn't my performance good enough? Look how much weight I've lost." Yang Hao looked at Lily and couldn't help but recall that she did perform well. So he waved his hand and said, "I'll notify everyone right away. You will be the heroine of the next play." Chapter 109 Qin Huairu. After spending a few more days in Paris, Yang Hao was ready to leave Paris. On the night before Yang Hao was about to leave Paris, he signed in again and obtained the gate to another world. Yang Hao did not think twice and directly used the gate to another world. Bite. Welcome the host to the Sihiyuan. The next second, Yang Hao appeared in front of a courtyard. System, what are you doing here? Host, it's up to you to save thousands of girls. After the system finished speaking, without waiting for Yang Hao to refute, it arranged for Yang Hao to become a member of the glorious steel rolling mill security department, with a salary of 28.5 yuan. When Yang Hao knew his job, he cursed the system directly, saying that he was an all-round talent, but the system was a genius, and yet it arranged for him to be a glorified security guard. Since we are here, we should make the best of it. Yang Hao stepped into the courtyard. According to his memory, he came to his room. Damn it, the system actually made me and he usually neighbors. The man who loved the widow and spent his whole life in tragedy became his neighbor. However, before Yang Hao could think about it, a figure appeared and said to Yuzhu, "Silly Zhu, can you help me move the honeycomb coal?" Yang Hao took a look and felt that the fool was indeed. Her appearance is as graceful and charming as a painting of the Jiangnan water town. She is tall and slender, her figure is as light as a willow, and she seems to be carrying a breeze when she walks. Her skin is as white as snow, delicate and smooth, exuding a faint luster, and as warm as mutton fat jade. She has a pretty face with delicate and three-dimensional features. Her eyebrows are long and slightly curved, as light as two willow leaves. Her eyes are bright and clear, like a pool of autumn water, deep and charming. There is a deep sadness in his eyes, which makes people feel pity. Character, Qin Huairu. Realm, none. Appearance, 93. Just as Yang Hao was looking at Qin Huairu, thinking about how to save her from the fire pit, a voice came. "Who are you? What are you doing at my doorstep?" The person who spoke was Sha Zhu. He was jealous of Yang Hao because he was so handsome, so he naturally didn't have a good attitude. Yang Hao smiled and said, "I'm new in the security department, and I live next door to you." He Yuzhu's house has 2 large rooms, while Yang Hao has only a small house next to him. It's okay for 1 person, but it won't be able to accommodate 2 more people. After Yang Hao entered the room, he did not communicate with the people in the courtyard. He knew that everyone in this courtyard was talented and ordinary people could not compete with him. Nothing happened that night. The next day, Yang Hao went to work at the steel mill. As expected of the security department in this era, the treatment is good. Although the salary is not very high, it is leisurely. Just when Yang Hao was feeling bored while patrolling, a figure suddenly fell in front of him. Yang Hao went forward to check and found that he was suffocating and needed to be given emergency treatment immediately. Yang Hao didn't think much about it and gave him CPR directly, and also brought a trace of true energy. He didn't want to give an old man artificial respiration. Soon the old man woke up and said to Yang Hao, "Young man, you saved me." This man's surname is Yang, and he is the director of this steel mill. When Yang Hao heard this, he was like, "Oh my god, how could this unlucky guy be the one who saved someone?" Although this guy was very successful in the early days and was a very upright person, he was still taken away by Lao Lu. Yang Hao smiled and said, "My name is Yang Hao. It's just a small favor. Director Yang, don't worry about it." Director Yang patted Yang Hao on the shoulder and expressed his appreciation for him. Later, in order to express his gratitude, he took out another banknote, but was rejected by Yang Hao. Seeing Yang Hao's refusal, Director Yang did not force him to accept it, but praised him. "You are young and promising. Our steel mill needs talents like you." Yang Hao pursed his lips indifferently. This guy is just a glorious security guard in the security department. How can he be so young and promising? However, Yang Hao did not care. After saying goodbye to Director Yang, he started patrolling again. After get off work, Yang Hao found a deserted place and took some fruit, meat, rice, and noodles from the system space. Although Yang Hao couldn't eat, how could he not do something that could make the kids next door cry? The meat in his space is the meat of prehistoric monsters. This is what he collected in the prehistoric times. Although it is a lot, after all, a little less is better. Yang Hao carried rice, noodles, fruits, and meat back to the courtyard and happened to meet the third uncle Yen Bugue. He saw Yang Hao holding so many supplies and said to him, "Young man, you are new here, what is your name?" When he spoke, his eyes never left the fruit in Yang Hao's hand. In this era, fruits are rare and most people can't afford them. Yang Hao smiled and said, "My name is Yang Hao, I'm from the security department." Yang Hao said perfunctorily. Yen Bugue saw that Yang Hao had been talking and laughing with him, but he had no intention of giving him the fruit. "I couldn't help but curse in my heart, who taught this boy to be so ignorant of the rules? You will have a hard time in the future." After chatting with the third uncle for a while, Yang Hao returned to his room. Then he heated up the oil in a pan. With his cooking skills, he could smell the fragrance of the food all over the courtyard. At Jia Dongshu's home, Bang Gang smelled the fragrance and cried to Jia Zhang, "Grandma, I want to eat meat, it smells so good." Jia Zhang also smelled the aroma of meat, swallowed her saliva and said, "Ask your mother to get it for you." Qin Huairu rolled her eyes when she heard this. She didn't even know him, so why would she? But Bang Gung was more difficult to deal with, so she could only knock on Yang Hao's door. Yang Hao opened the door and asked, "Sister-in-law, what can I do for you?" "Well, can you give me some of your meat? It smells so good and my child is making a fuss," Qin Huairu said. "Of course not. I didn't buy much meat. Your child is crying so hard. Ask his father to buy him some meat." After saying that, Yang Hao closed the door. At this moment, He Yuzhu came out and said to Yang Hao's door, "Who is it? How can a neighbor be so stingy?" After that, he went back to the room, got a lunchbox, and said to Qin Huairu, "Take this back and give it to Banging." Qin Huairu was not polite and took the lunchbox and went home. Yang Hao had a meal at home. His meal aroused the appetite of many people. The next day, Yang Hao Gong went to work. "I heard a radio announcement that I was transferred to work in the infirmary of the steel mill. The salary has also increased, now 38.5. Yang Hao came to the infirmary, but there was no one there. He was alone, but Yang Hao was happy to be free, lying down with his eyes closed to rest. Yang Hao didn't know how long he had slept when suddenly there was a knock on the door of the infirmary. Yang Hao opened the door and saw a worker being helped over by his co-workers. The man's hands were covered in blood. Yang Hao knew it was caused by the machine. "It's not serious, but it looks a bit scary." He only had skin injuries. No bones were broken. Yang Hao quickly bandaged him, and then said, "Don't let the wound touch cold water recently, and remember to come to the infirmary to change the dressing every day." The man nodded. Chapter 110. I don't admit it, what can you do? After the man left, Yang Hao lay down and fell asleep again. This person lying flat is very comfortable. There are no other patients until the afternoon shift ends. The main reason is not that no one got sick, but that there was no one in the infirmary before. Yang Hao is so young, if he really gets sick, no one would be willing to watch him here. After Yang Hao got home from get off work, he saw the old man cleaning his bicycle as soon as he entered the courtyard. After a few pleasantries, Yang Hao returned home. After finishing dinner at home, someone suddenly knocked on Yang Hao's door. Yang Hao opened it and saw that it was none other than Qin Huairu. Yang Hao asked unhappily, "What's the matter?" "My mother-in-law fainted." "You are a doctor in the infirmary. Can you please help her?" Qin Huairu said. Yang Hao nodded. As a doctor, he could treat anyone as long as he had money. There was already a crowd of people around the place where Jia Zhang fainted. Yang Hao went over to take a look. This girl fainted from anger. It seems someone pissed her off. Yang Hao took out a silver needle and poked Jia Zhang a few times, and she woke up. The first thing she did when she woke up was to summon the spirit, and she kept calling for her old Jia to come up. Seeing that she was fine, Yang Hao interrupted her and said, "Ms. Jia Zhang, if you want to summon the spirit, wait a moment. Pay your consultation fee first." "How much?" Jia Zhang asked. 5 pieces, Yang Hao said. After Yang Hao finished speaking, Jia Zhang slapped her thigh and called back, "Old Jia, please come up and take a look. These people are bullying us orphans and widows. They charge $5 for a consultation. Please come and take him away." Yang Hao heard this and thought to himself, "Nah. Don't say you can't summon Lao Jia's spirit. Even if you do, can he take me away?" Thinking of this, Yang Hao clasped his hands together, and suddenly a gust of cold wind blew. The wind made everyone shiver. Yang Hao shouted, "Old Jia is back. Seeing you and your widow are pitiful, I am here to take you down together. Yang Hao yelled, and everyone ran away. Jia Zhang ran into the toilet in a hurry. Suddenly she slipped and fell into the urinal. Because I was too fat, I got stuck and couldn't get up. She could only taste the urine while calling for help. However, when others saw this scene, no one was willing to step forward to pull her away. It was not until she fainted from choking on her urine that Jia Dongshu rushed over and pulled Jia Zhang out. Looking at the unconscious Jia Zhang, Jia Dongshu said to Yang Hao, "Please, save my mother." Yang Hao looked at him with disdain and said, "I haven't paid you the 5 yuan consultation fee just now. What if I save you again and you refuse to pay me?" Jia Dongshu quickly took out 5 yuan and gave it to Yang Hao. Yang Hao took the 5 yuan and said, "You are her son, give her artificial respiration quickly." When Jia Dongshu heard this, he showed a look of disgust. The key point was that Jia Zhang's mouth smelled too bad. He Yushu, who was standing by, had been coveting Jia Dongshu's wife Qin Huairu for a long time. Why can Jia Dongshu, who only makes a little over 10 yuan a month, marry such a beautiful wife while he is still single? He fanned the flames and said, "Dongshu, you can't be unfilial. Hurry up and save Jia Zhang." After hearing what he Yushu said, Jia Dongshu definitely didn't want to be accused of being unfilial. In this era, being unfilial would break one's spine. So he took a deep breath and slowly approached Jia Zhangshi. But before he got close, the smell of urine entered his nose. He turned around quickly because of the fumes. He vomited violently and vomited out all the food he had eaten the night before. Just as Jia Dongshu finished vomiting, Jia Zhang also woke up. Jia Dongshu said to Yang Hao, "You little bastard, I actually lied to you." Yang Hao raised his lips and said with a smile, "You didn't listen to me, who can you blame? What else do you have to say? He will wake up even without artificial respiration." Yang Hao finished speaking, and he Yushu beside him burst out laughing. Seeing that Jia Zhang had woken up, the crowd had no more excitement to watch. Who would want to stay here and smell the urine smell? They all left. Yang Hao also returned to his room. At 2:30 in the morning, Yang Hao felt that there was another person in his bed. Surprised, "Why is it you?" He never expected Qin Huairu to appear on his bed in the middle of the night. You know, in this era, having affairs between men and women will result in death. I didn't want to come either. It was Jia Zhang who asked me to come, Qin Huairu said aggrievedly. When Yang Hao heard this, he didn't care who asked you to come. Since you are here, just enjoy it. The next morning, there was a knock on Yang Hao's door. Yang Hao looked at Qin Huairu, who was sleeping soundly, picked her up, and teleported her directly to Jia's bed. Then he teleported back to his room. Pretending to just wake up, he said, "Who the hell disturbed my sweet dreams so early in the morning?" Yang Hao opened the door. As soon as the door opened, Jia Dongshu rushed in and said, "Asshole, you dare to sleep with my wife, I will fight you." Yang Hao looked at Jia Dongshu innocently, "Don't slander me. As the saying goes, a thief takes the dirty tricks, and a cheating couple should be caught together. Why don't you find the person?" Jia Dongshu was skeptical and rushed directly into Yang Hao's bedroom. There was no trace of Qin Huairu. Just then, Qin Huairu heard the noise outside and got up to open the door. Jia Dongshu turned to look at Qin Huairu, only to see Qin Huairu standing at the door of his house with disheveled clothes, messy hair, and a blush on her face. Jia Dongshu was immediately furious. "Okay, you bitch, you teamed up with others to play tricks on me." As he said that, he was about to hit Qin Huairu. "Didn't we agree to wait for me to catch her cheating? Why did she go back by herself?" However, Qin Huairu was also confused. She remembered that last night, it was like this and that, and she was too tired. She fell asleep, and how come she woke up in her own bed? Seeing Jia Dongshu was about to hit Qin Huairu, Yang Hao quickly stepped forward and grabbed Jia Dongshu and said, "What's the matter? Talk it out. There's no need to fight." Yang Hao grabbed Jia Dongshu's hand and exerted a little force, and Jia Dongshu felt that his wrist was about to break. He quickly begged for mercy. "Brother, can you let me go first, we can talk it out." Yang Hao dodged Jia Dongshu's hand easily. "Don't mess around, talk it over nicely, don't just hit him." At this time, Jia Zhang also came over and started to throw a tantrum, rolling on the ground. "It's a misfortune for our family. You bastard actually forced my wife to death. I won't live any longer." Jia Dongshu became even more angry when he heard this. "Yang Hao, you slept with my wife, what else do you have to say?" Yang Hao sneered, "Your wife came from your own home, how can I sleep? Believe it or not, I will sue you guys." Although Yang Hao did sleep, could he admit it? Even if he went to the hospital for a checkup, Yang Hao could make the machine malfunction. Yang Hao's words made Jia Zhang and her son look at each other. Yes, Qin Huairu came out of his own home. How could he frame him? Jia Zhang and Jia Dongxu looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Yang Hao took the opportunity to say, if you have anything else to do, go find someone else. I don't have time to bother with you. After saying that, he closed the door. Chapter 111 Design Jia Dongxu. Jia Dongxu and Jia Zhangshi saw that Yang Hao ignored them. It was useless to throw a tantrum. So the two of them left dejectedly. Seeing them leave, the others knew there was nothing exciting to watch. Everyone went home to cook and eat breakfast before going to work. Infirmary. Yang Hao had just started work when he saw a woman helping a man to change the medicine. After chatting for a while, Yang Hao found out that the person who injured his hand yesterday was actually the workshop director of the steel mill. But his wife is the women's director of the steel rolling mill. Yang Hao quickly prepared the medicines and tools and began to change the man's dressing. He handled the wound with skill and gentleness, while talking to the man to get his take on his work. During the dressing process, Yang Hao found that the man's wound was recovering well, which made him feel relieved. After changing the medicine, the woman looked at Yang Hao with gratitude and praised his medical skills. At this time, the workshop director suddenly mentioned that the factory would hold an employee skills competition in the near future and hoped that Yang Hao could also participate. Yang Hao wondered why a doctor in the clinic like himself would participate in the employee skills competition, but he readily agreed anyway. After all, it's their good intention. Yang Hao spent another day slacking off in the infirmary. He was planning how to get Jia Dongxu offline early. After all, in the original drama, Jia Dongxu was killed because he went to the dark door with Su Damao and got sick. That night, Yang Hao just returned to the courtyard and saw Su Damao, who had just returned from showing a movie in the countryside. Yang Hao said to Su Damao, "You are Su Damao? Do you know me?" Su Damao asked doubtfully. "I don't know you, but I heard that you are the most handsome guy in our compound." "Look, I recognized you the moment I saw you," Yang Hao said with a smile. Su Damao was praised by Yang Hao. He spit on his palm, rubbed it, and smeared it on his hair. Yang Hao looked at this scene and exclaimed, "What a good fellow." But in order to be with Qin Huairu, Jia Dongxu must die. So he said to Su Damao, "Come to my house for a drink." Su Damao was only interested in taking advantage of others, so he naturally agreed. Yang Hao took Su Damao home and treated him to good food and wine. After a few drinks, Yang Hao began to ask Su Damao some questions. "Brother Damao, do you often go to the dark door? Is it fun there?" Yang Hao asked casually. Su Damao looked very proud. "Of course, the girls inside are so pretty." Yang Hao was secretly delighted and continued to ask, "Who do you usually go with?" Su Damao patted Yang Hao on the shoulder and said, "Brother, if you want to go, I can take you with me next time." Yang Hao naturally didn't want to go, so he said, "I'm not interested in this. Why don't you take Jia Dongxu with you when you have time? Look, their family is arguing again." As soon as Yang Hao finished speaking, as if to compliment his words, the voice of Jia Dongxu insulting Qin Huairu came from the Jia family. When Su Damao heard this, he smiled evilly at Yang Hao and said, "I'll take care of this matter, but when the time comes, remember to treat me to a drink." Yang Hao nodded repeatedly in agreement, and kept toasting Su Damao, getting him drunk. Finally, Yang Hao sent the unconscious Su Damao back home. After dinner, Yang Hao was just about to take a rest when he heard a voice from an old man on the loudspeaker, inviting all the staff in the hospital to attend a general meeting. Yang Hao knew that the reason why the uncle called a meeting of the whole courtyard was because of the old ladies in the 4 courtyards, the deaf old lady. Yang Hao came to the yard and saw that everyone was already sitting together. An old man stood up and said seriously, "I called you all here today because I have something to announce. It's about the life of the deaf old lady." Everyone was shocked. Without thinking, they knew that the whole hospital would be asked to donate again. However, Yang Hao did not want to make any special arrangements. After all, although the deaf old lady was not a good person, she was also a family member of a martyr. "So I joined everyone else and donated 20 cents. Seeing that Yang Hao only donated 20 cents, the second uncle said, "Young man, you eat meat all day, but you only donated 20 cents. Yang Hao smiled evilly and said, "Second uncle, I have no choice. My salary is too low and I can't afford to donate more." "Your salary is high, why don't you donate more?" The second uncle was choked and speechless, and no one else knew what to say. Seeing this, an old man hurried to smooth things over. "It doesn't matter how much the donation is, as long as it's thoughtful. Yang Hao sneered in his heart, these people are just hypocritical. He looked at Qin Huairu, only to see her lowering her head with a slightly red face. At this time, the third uncle stood up and said, I have a suggestion. From now on, everyone will take turns to take care of the deaf old lady every month. This will also reduce some of the burden. This proposal was approved by everyone, but Yang Hao directly opposed it. After all, he didn't want to take care of a nosy old lady. He said, didn't the deaf old lady say that who will take care of her in her old age? When she is 100 years old, whose rooms will belong to her? Speaking of the 2 rooms, an old man had already taken a fancy to them, so he said to everyone, the deaf old lady should follow me from now on. As soon as the first uncle finished speaking, the second and third uncles disagreed, so the 3 of them started arguing. Yang Hao quietly left the crowd. After the whole hospital meeting, Su Damao found Jia Dongxu and invited him to drink. After a few drinks, Jia Dongxu felt a little dizzy. So Su Damao took Jia Dongxu to a hair salon with simple decoration. As the saying goes, alcohol makes cowards brave. Jia Dongxu, who was a little dizzy, didn't even ask the price and followed the woman away. As the saying goes, gentle places are the home of heroes. Jia Dongxu earns only a little over 10 yuan a month, but he has never experienced being treated so gently. Just one time and I'm addicted. With Su Damao's guidance, Jia Dongxu opened the door to a new world. Even without Su Damao to lead the way, he still went there every day. As for Qin Huairu, although he slept with her in the same bed when he got home, he never touched her. After all, Bang Geng and Jia Zhang were sleeping next to him. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. After just a few visits, Jia Dongxu felt an unbearable itch somewhere in his body. That day, Yang Hao met Jia Dongxu and saw at a glance that he had been tricked. So he found Qin Huairu and said to her, you'd better not sleep with Jia Dongxu recently. Qin Huairu said unhappily, since the last time Jia Zhang asked me to go to your place, Jia Dongxu has not touched me at all. Hearing her say this, Yang Hao felt relieved. After all, although the medical conditions in this era are backward, some diseases can still be cured in the early stages. However, Jia Dongxu had no money and didn't know much, so he felt a little itchy, but he didn't take it seriously. Another half-month passed, and Yang Hao found Qin Huairu again and said, go and divorce Jia Dongxu as soon as possible. He has contracted a heart disease and there is no cure. Qin Huairu was scared when she heard Yang Hao say this. What should she do if Jia Dongxu infects her with the disease? Seeing that she had no intention of getting a divorce, Yang Hao spoke again, if you don't get a divorce, what will you do after Jia Dongxu is gone? Jia Zhang will torture you beyond recognition. Chapter 112 Qin Huairu Divorce. After hearing this, Qin Huairu began to think about it. Bang Geng is his own son, but he is not close to him. When Jia Zhang's sons were around, they were not nice to him. If Jia Dongxu is gone, he will probably be even meaner to him. For my future plans, I have to get a divorce. With this thought, I can no longer suppress it. So, Qin Huairu had a quarrel with Jia Dongxu that night when she returned home. The matter of Jia Dongxu going to the secret door was brought to light. At the same time, it was pointed out that Jia Dongxu had contracted a heart disease. I don't know who spread this news to the whole courtyard. In the end, Qin Huairu had no choice but to ask the street office to help. After the street office understood the situation, they naturally supported Qin Huairu's divorce. As for Bang Geng, Qin Huairu planned to take him away, but this guy was only willing to follow Jia Zhangshi. Qin Huairu was also helpless and could only give up the piece of meat that fell from his body. After Qin Huairu divorced, Yang Hao went to the black market, sold some items, and bought her a house in a courtyard house. Seeing Qin Huairu getting divorced, Xia Zhu thought his chance had come, and he showed his evil intentions to Qin Huairu all day long. Little did they know that Yang Hao and Qin Huairu lived their own lives during the day, but at night, Yang Hao would always send Qin Huairu some delicious food. Comfort her by the way. The days passed by in a dull manner. On this day, Xia Zhu went on a blind date. The woman who came was actually Lu Banqing's daughter, Lu Xiaoyi. Lu Xiaoyi has a palm-sized oval face, her skin is white and rosy, and she is wearing a yellow floral dress. Tall and plump. Characters, Lu Xiaoyi. Realm, none. Appearance, 94. However, how could Xia Zhu's blind date go smoothly? His mortal enemy Su Damao took action. Although Su Damao doesn't look good, his performance is the limit of this score. When it comes to exposing his shortcomings, no one knows Xia Zhu better than him. Although Xia Zhu is a little ugly. He was quite honest, but after hearing what Su Damao said, he immediately turned disgusted. Just at this moment, Lu Xiaoyi saw the handsome Yang Hao in the crowd, and Xia Zhu was even less attractive to her. Lu Xiaoyi squeezed out of the crowd and said to Yang Hao, Do you have a partner? After saying this, she realized something, blushed, and lowered her head. Yang Hao didn't think much about it and said to Lu Xiaoyi, I didn't. Do you have anything else to say? Lu Xiaoyi asked, What do you think of me being your partner? Yang Hao smiled and said, Of course, no problem. Well, can you come to my house for dinner tonight? Yang Hao nodded to show his agreement. At this moment, Xia Zhu also jumped out and said to Yang Hao, you can't be so blatant as to ruin other people's blind dates. Yang Hao smiled gently and said, Silly Zhu, some things cannot be forced. If the girl doesn't like you, you have to look for the reason from yourself. Yang Hao and Lu Xiaoyi smiled at each other and left. At night, Yang Hao came to Lu Xiaoyi's house. The two had dinner together and had a pleasant conversation. After dinner, Yang Hao was about to leave when Lu Xiaoyi suddenly called him. Yang Hao, my parents want us to get married as soon as possible. Lu Xiaoyi lowered her head shyly. Yang Hao knew that his father was about to get into trouble. In this era, capitalists might have to go to the farm for reform. Looking at Lu Xiaoyi's shy face, my heart couldn't help but be moved. He walked closer to Lu Xiaoyi, gently lifted her chin and asked her to raise her head. Xiaoyi, I have a good impression of you too. If you are willing, we can spend some time together and make a decision after we get to know each other more deeply. Yang Hao said gently. A glimmer of joy flashed in Lu Xiaoyi's eyes, and she nodded, Yes, I do. The next morning, Yang Hao saw the exhausted Lu Bancheng. After all, he had treated someone else's daughter like that, so he had to come up with some ideas. So Yang Hao asked Lu Bancheng to donate his property to the country as soon as possible. Then he took the gold bars and antiques from home to the port city. After hearing what Yang Hao said, Lu Bancheng was a little reluctant, but this was his only way out. In desperation, he transferred the small Western-style house in his home to Yang Hao. Reluctantly bidding farewell to Lu Xiaoyi, Yang Hao wrote some medical prescriptions for Lu Bancheng before leaving. He told Lu Bancheng to start a pharmaceutical company in Hong Kong Island. Lu Bancheng left, and Yang Hao also held a wedding with Lu Xiaoyi. From then on, Lu Xiaoyi was no longer a member of the Lu family. Even if the Lu family was liquidated, it would not be Lu Xiaoyi. The peaceful days came very quickly. A beautiful female announcer came to the steel mill and was voted as the most beautiful girl in the factory. But Yang Hao is also a married man, so he can't go to see the girl. Until one day, a young girl came to the infirmary holding her stomach. Yang Hao looked at the person in front of him. She is about 170 centimeters tall and weighs 50 kilograms. She has long, shiny black hair, which she usually ties into a high ponytail, making her look very capable. She has delicate features, fair skin, big, bright eyes, and a look of confidence. Her lips are rosy, and the slightly upturned corners of her mouth always show a gentle smile, which makes people feel very kind. She has long legs and a slender waist, and her body proportions are perfect. She has a full chest and round buttocks, showing a unique feminine charm. Her figure not only makes her more comfortable in dressing, but also makes her more flexible in movement. Her voice is very sweet, and her tone is clear and pleasant, as beautiful as a yellow oriole singing in a valley. She speaks at a moderate speed and in a soft tone, which makes people feel very comfortable listening to her. There is also a gentleness and kindness in her voice that makes people feel very warm. Character, Yu Haitang. Realm, none. Value, 92. Dr. Yang, I have a stomachache recently, can you help me take a look? Yang Hao said to Yu Haitang with a sly smile, Go lie down on the medical bed inside, I'll check you out. Yu Haitang nodded and lay down behind the curtain. After Yang Hao came in, he lifted up her clothes. Pressed on her belly. While pressing, he asked, Is this accessible? After a checkup, Yang Hao said, You have gastroenteritis. I'll prescribe some medicine for you. With Yang Hao's medical skills, there was no need for such an examination. However, Yu Haitang was indeed beautiful, so he helped to check it out. When Yang Hao examined Yu Haitang, a layer of true energy came into his hand, which was warm and considerate. Yang Hao prescribed the medicine and gave it to Yu Haitang, saying, After you finish taking it, come back for a checkup. Thinking about the warm feeling Yang Hao had just given her when pressing her lower abdomen. Yu Haitang lowered her head shyly, said okay, and left. Life is comfortable when you lie down. After Yu Haitang left, Yang Hao no longer had any patience. Start living a life of lying down until you get off work. As soon as Yang Hao walked out of the infirmary, he met the factory beauty Yu Haitang. Yang Hao smiled and said, "Miss Yu, what a coincidence, would you like to go together?" Yu Haitang nodded, and the two walked out of the steel mill together. Chapter 113 Arrangement of Work. Yu Haitang did not live in the courtyard, so Yang Hao sent Yu Haitang home. A few days later, Yu Haitang finished taking the medicine, and when she came for another checkup, Yang Hao naturally took care of it himself. After a thorough inspection, there was no problem. However, Yu Haitang was unwilling to do so and held Yang Hao's hand. And then it was like this, like that. It was comfortable and enjoyable at the moment, but it made Yang Hao very confused. After all, in this era, the investigation of promiscuous relationships between men and women is too strict. I have a Lu Shaoyi at home, what should I do? Online help, urgent. 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 However, Yang Hao knew that no matter what era, powerful people always had privileges. Especially those who were in high positions and had great power. It seems that I can't lie flat. However, as soon as he returned to the courtyard, Yang Hao saw that there was an extra person in Qin Huairu's house. She has a delicate face with distinct features and bright and lively eyes that seem to be able to penetrate people's hearts. Her skin is fair and delicate, as smooth as mutton fat jade, exuding a charming luster. Her long hair fell on her shoulders like a waterfall, and the slightly curled ends added a touch of playfulness and agility. Her figure is tall, slender, and well-proportioned. She has a slender waist and graceful curves, showing her feminine beauty and elegance. Her legs are straight and long, with firm muscles and smooth lines, which makes people fall in love with her. Her figure not only shows her health and vitality, but also exudes a kind of confidence and charm. Her voice is clear and sweet, like a clear spring in the mountains, flowing in people's hearts. Her tone is soft and gentle, making people feel extremely comfortable and relaxed. Her laughter is as clear and sweet as a silver bell, so contagious that people can't help but laugh along with her. Her voice is not only an auditory enjoyment, but also a spiritual comfort. Character, Qin Jingru. Realm, none. Appearance, 93. Seeing Yang Hao, Qin Huairu called him. Yang Hao asked curiously, "Huairu, what's the matter?" Qin Huairu said, "This is my cousin from the countryside. Can you find a job for her?" Yang Hao thought about it. That's right, Qin Huairu didn't have a job either, and she had been living in this courtyard. Without a job, people would always gossip about her. So he said to Qin Huairu, "I want to find a job for you all as soon as possible." In order to avoid gossip, Yang Hao said a few words to them and left. The only powerful person he knew was Director Yang. The next day, Yang Hao went to see Director Yang, but was told that Director Yang had gone to Boai Hospital. Yang Hao didn't think much about it and went directly to Boai Hospital. When Yang Hao arrived, he saw Director Yang standing anxiously outside the examination room. Yang Hao went up and said, "Director Yang, what's wrong with you? Why are you so anxious?" Director Yang said, "The old leader is sick." When Director Yang said this, Yang Hao knew what was going on. I guess he is a big shot in the Ministry of Industry. So he said, "I will help you cure this person, and you give me 2 worker quotas." Male or female? Director Yang asked. Female, Yang Hao said. Women can only do easy work, so they said, 1 in the kitchen and 1 in the finance department. Yang Hao smiled and said, "Deal." Soon, the door of the examination room was opened, and Director Zhang came out shaking his head. Director Yang quickly asked, "How is it?" Dean Zhang said, "I'm afraid it will be soon." Director Yang said, "Why don't we let this young man in to take a look? He was the one who saved me." Dean Zhang nodded. After Yang Hao entered, he saw a kind old man lying there. Although he looked kind now, these old men had been to the battlefield. They crawled out of the dead, and these old people have devoted their lives to this country. Although some decisions may not be perfect, there is absolutely no private message. How can it be like the afterlife? Yang Hao saw that the old man was suffering from the 5 signs of decline and there was no cure. He was probably beyond help. An old lady was silently shedding tears. Love in this era is really enviable. Director Yang said to Yang Hao, "How is it?" Yang Hao nodded and said to Director Yang, "No problem, but you all have to go out during the treatment." Dean Zhang asked, "Can't I observe?" "No. I hope Dean Zhang will forgive me for the secret of my sect not being passed on." Dean Zhang shook his head helplessly and went to talk to the old lady. After a conversation, he finally agreed to let Yang Hao treat him. Only Yang Hao and the old man were left in the room. A silver needle appeared in Yang Hao's hand, and he used his chi to move the needle. In an instant, countless silver needles were inserted all over the old man's body. Yang Hao took out a pill and fed it into the old man's mouth. Yang Hao continued to transfer his internal energy into the old man's body. After a while, the old man's face became ruddy. Suddenly, the old man coughed a few times and slowly opened his eyes. Yang Hao exhaled and took out the silver needle. "How do you feel, old man?" Yang Hao asked softly. The old man sat up and stretched his body, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Much better, thank you, young man." Director Yang and Dean Zhang rushed in upon hearing the noise, and were overjoyed to see that the old man had regained consciousness. "Yang Hao, thank you so much this time," Director Yang said excitedly. "You're welcome. I'm doing my best," Yang Hao replied with a smile. "By the way, I will arrange the things I promised you before as soon as possible," Director Yang said. "Then I'll have to trouble Director Yang." Yang Hao nodded. A few days later, Qin Huairu and her cousin successfully started work. When they started working, naturally some people gossiped about them, but Yang Hao acted as if he didn't hear anything. Qin Huairu and Qin Jingru were even more reclusive. They talked for a few days and nothing happened. However, with a beautiful woman like Qin Jingru in the courtyard, many single people naturally had evil thoughts. Among them are Sha Zhu and Su Damao. That night, Su Damao and Sha Zhu went to the toilet at the same time. Yang Hao discovered it and waved his hand, causing the toilet to collapse. But Yang Hao had no intention of killing anyone. When he pushed down the toilet, he also deliberately broke the squatting board of Su Damao and Sha Zhu. The two fell directly into the pit and had a full meal. Fortunately, an old man found them in time and had them pulled out of the pit. After the filthy Su Damao and Sha Zhu were rescued, it caused a sensation in the courtyard. Everyone blamed them for collapsing the toilet, while Yang Hao was laughing on the side. After Qin Huairu and Qin Jingru learned about this, they felt even more grateful to Yang Hao. They realized that Yang Hao not only helped them find jobs, but also protected them secretly. As the days go by, the relationship between Yang Hao and Qin Huairu and Qin Jingru becomes closer and closer. However, their relationship was not smooth, as various rumors in the courtyard lingered. Although there are rumors, no one has any evidence to prove what happened to them. There is no other way. Every time Yang Hao goes there, he teleports directly and will not be discovered at all. Chapter 114 Emily. Time flies. With the help of the Minister of Industry and the Director of Makoto Hospital, Yang Hao became the director of the medical department of the steel mill, earning a salary of more than 100 yuan. Although the salary has increased, Yang Hao is still the only one in the entire medical department. But he became the envy of everyone in the courtyard. One day, Yang Hao was lying down when there was a knock on the door. Yang Hao was a little surprised when he saw the person coming. It was none other than Yu Haitang. Yang Hao asked in confusion, "Haitang, why are you here?" Yu Haitang told Yang Hao that there was a fire at her cousin's school. Hearing this, Yang Hao did not stop and drove directly to the school. The fire was very serious. When Yang Hao arrived, it was already a sea of fire. A girl is walking among the crowd. She has a fresh and refined appearance, delicate features, fair and delicate skin, giving people a gentle and charming feeling. Her eyes are bright and lively, revealing a unique charm that makes people fall in love with her. Her lips are rosy and elastic, and the slightly upturned corners of her mouth always bring a charming smile that makes people feel extremely warm. Her figure is also outstanding. She has long legs, a slender waist and a plump chest, with well-proportioned body and beautiful curves. Her figure not only shows the femininity and elegance, but also exudes an aura of health and vitality. Her figure is envied by other women, just like a Japanese female star. In addition to her appearance and figure, she also has a very beautiful voice. Her voice is clear, pleasant, and infectious, making people feel very comfortable listening to it. Character, Yuli. Realm, none. Appearance, 88. Yang Hao looked at the tragic situation at the scene and quickly joined the first aid. Many students were injured in the fire. Yang Hao quickly joined the medical team to treat the injured. He found that many students were seriously injured and needed to be immediately transferred to the hospital for further treatment. So he organized the on-site personnel to carry the seriously injured onto the ambulance and contacted nearby hospitals to prepare for reception. During the busy rescue process, Yang Hao noticed the beautiful girl. He saw her bandaging and caring for the injured skillfully, with quick and accurate movements. Yang Hao secretly praised in his heart that this girl not only had outstanding looks, but also had such professional medical skills. He walked towards the girl and introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Yang Hao, and I'm here to participate in this rescue work." "You did a great job." The girl raised her head, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. "Thank you for your compliment. My name is Yuli, and I'm a teacher at the school." Yuli looked at Yang Hao's handsome appearance and she could guarantee that he was the most handsome and caring person she had ever seen. Thinking of this, my heartbeat quickened. Time passed. Yang Hao came to this world and the years passed. With the fall of some people, free trade came, and Yang Hao naturally became the first person to try it. "I gave up my monthly salary of more than 100 yuan and became a self-employed person." During this period, Lu Bancheng quickly became a medical tycoon in Hong Kong Island because of the prescriptions given by Yang Hao. The mainland needs medicines and foreign exchange. Lu Bancheng naturally took the initiative to cooperate, and finally got the opportunity to come back to see Lu Shaoyi twice a year. As time goes by, promiscuous relationships are no longer a crime. Yang Hao no longer hid his feelings and treated Qin Huairu and others openly. With the opening of free trade, Yang Hao created a huge business empire with his own abilities. He became the richest man in Longhua. Naturally, some people came to trouble him. There were even relatives who were officials who wanted to take advantage of him and seize Yang Hao's shares. But who is Yang Hao? Every time he comes, one dies that night, and the cause of death cannot be found. Not to mention finding the murderer. As time goes by, there are fewer and fewer parasites in the team. Yang Hao's business empire is getting stronger and stronger. Until one day, Yang Hao felt that the kingdom he had built could allow them to live a life of luxury and wealth, so he decided to return to the real world. Yang Hao appeared again, in the Paris hotel, on a huge bed. Lying on the bed was Paris superstar Lily. After seeing the night view of Paris, Yang Hao prepared to leave France and visit other countries' industries. The next day, early in the morning, Yang Hao boarded the plane to Yingjiang, but Yang Hao had just walked out of the airport. A bullet came at him. Yang Hao didn't think twice and caught the bullet with 2 fingers. Then he threw it back. On the rooftop of a building 1,000 meters away from Yang Hao, a man with a sniper rifle was crawling there. Suddenly the scope broke and a bullet pierced his head. Yang Hao didn't take these to heart. He knew that he had too much wealth in the Eagle country because of his daily sign-in. "I destroyed other people's interests, so as soon as I got off the plane, someone wanted to kill me." Yang Hao walked out of the airport without changing his expression, got into a luxury car that had been waiting for a long time, and headed for the location of his industry in Eagle Sauce country. The car drove into a luxurious manor. After Yang Hao got out, he walked straight into the meeting room. There were several men in suits sitting in the room. When they saw Yang Hao, they showed awe on their faces. Yang Hao sat down and listened to his subordinates report on the latest developments in the industry. He sneered when he learned that some competitors were trying to unite to suppress his industry. "Don't worry, proceed as planned. I want to see how capable they are." Just kidding, he currently controls 35% of the companies in the United States. "Even if these small shrimps join forces, they are still no match for me. Unless the American government wants to deal with me, no one can touch my industry. Even if the Eagle Sauce government wants to make a move, it has to ask Yang Hao for his consent. After all, he is a supreme being, and destroying Eagle Sauce is just a matter of a blink of an eye." As time went by, Yang Hao found out that the US government was not involved in the assassination. Since it is a business matter, it must be solved by business means. A financial storm swept across the entire Eagle Sauce country. Many industries, because Yang Hao and others use financial resources to compete. Many small businesses went bankrupt because of this fight. However, Yang Hao doesn't need to manage these things. His subordinates can solve them themselves. There are several big conglomerates in the United States, fighting back and forth in business. Yang Hao seemed to be fine, wandering around the streets all day. If you see someone you like, go up and talk to them. With evidence from various officials in hand. On this day, Yang Hao went to a bar and suddenly a beautiful woman came up to him and started talking to him. Yang Hao looked at the person in front of him. A heart-shaped face the size of a palm, and a curvy figure that is more mature than the average Asian. Character, Emily. Realm, Earl. Appearance, 91. Yang Hao gladly accepted the woman's invitation, and the two sat down at the bar. The woman is ostensibly a model. She started chatting with Yang Hao enthusiastically, and Yang Hao was gradually attracted to her. Chapter 115, going to the vampire castle. After a few drinks, Emily invited Yang Hao to dance with her. Yang Hao naturally did not refuse, and the two came to the dance floor. Swaying along with the soothing music, Emily slowly put her arms around Yang Hao's waist. The atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous. At this moment, Emily's lips approached Yang Hao's neck. She took a bite, and the next second, there was a crisp sound, and Emily's teeth were bleeding. A trickle of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Impossible, how could this happen? Emily said in surprise. She could never have imagined that this handsome man with such sweet blood in front of her was actually harder than steel and stone. I am a vampire lord, but I was beaten. Yang Hao pretended to be puzzled and asked, Emily, what's wrong with you? Seeing Yang Hao approaching her with a wicked smile, Emily instinctively stepped back and said, I'm fine, stay away from me. There was a barely perceptible cunning flash in Yang Hao's eyes. He pressed forward step by step, pushing Emily into the corner. What do you want to do? Emily's voice was a little frightened. Yang Hao raised the corner of his mouth, leaned close to Emily's ear and whispered, Don't you want to suck my blood? Why, are you scared now? Emily's face flushed instantly, and she tried to keep herself calm. Who is scared? I just didn't expect you to be so hard. Yang Hao smiled and reached out to gently wipe the blood from the corner of Emily's mouth. But your performance just now was really cute. After saying that, he let go of Emily and turned to leave. Watching Yang Hao leaving, Emily grabbed him and said, Let me take another bite and try. Yang Hao looked at Emily like a fool. He was joking. How could a dignified Tao Supreme be so weak as to say that a mere earl like you couldn't even bite him? Even your ancestor Haiyin couldn't be affected by the drug. However, Yang Hao still wanted to tease her and said, What good can I get from giving you a bite? After I embrace you for the first time, you will no longer be immortal, but will have a strong body like a vampire, Emily said. Oh, who do you think is stronger, vampires or zombies? Yang Hao asked curiously. I have to say, when it comes to the hardness of the body, zombies are naturally harder. It's just that the early zombies were not conscious, while vampires were no different from humans from the beginning. When Yang Hao mentioned zombies, Emily showed a frightened look. According to records, their ancestor Haiyin was bitten by Hanba and became a vampire. According to the vampire family's collection of books, there was once a corpse in a mysterious oriental country that wore red clothes all day long, known as Hanba. Because every time she went to a place, there would be thousands of miles of barren land, so she headed west. Arrived at Eagle Sauce country, which was still covered with snow at that time, but wherever Hanba passed, the snow melted. Some plants have lost their vitality. In order to prevent Hanba from harming people, the tribe at that time formed a death squad to surround and kill Hanba. However, Hanba's body is very hard, invulnerable to swords and guns, and immune to water and fire. At that time, the Eagle Sauce was still called the British Empire. When the king's daughter was born, a strange phenomenon fell from the sky. When she grew up, she had the ability to control elements, so she led the death squad to attack Hanba again. However, facing the sun never sets princess who controls the elements, Hanba just disdains and lets the elements fall on him. However, the vitality did not cause any harm to Hanba. At this moment, Hanba bit the princess of the British Empire. The corpse poison and the elemental power in her body changed, making her body extremely hard. The power has become extremely strong, but Hanba has disappeared. Later, the princess of the British Empire found that she liked black more and more, and she found that she would not grow old. Later, the king died and the princess became the empress of the British Empire. In order to keep her people alive forever, she killed them. The tribesmen bitten by her did acquire vampire powers, but they were too weak and afraid of sunlight. Later they found out that sucking blood could make them stronger, so they took the people of the British Empire as blood food. The people became blood food and naturally rebelled, but the vampires were too powerful. They couldn't defeat them at all. Later, the Pope of the Vatican traveled to the British Empire and found that these creatures living in the dark were afraid of light magic. So he helped the rebels hunt vampires and watched his own people being slaughtered. Haiyin naturally couldn't sit still, and was knocked unconscious by the birdman summoned by the Pope at the cost of his life. From then on, the vampires went underground and began to take revenge on the Church of Light. The British Empire also disappeared, and the Eagle Sauce government was established. So Emily is very scared when she hears zombies. Looking at Emily's frightened expression, Yang Hao asked curiously, What's wrong with you? I'm fine, little brother from the east, can you go to my family and see if you can save our ancestor? Emily thought that Yang Hao came from the mysterious East, and since she couldn't bite him, he must be very powerful. Yang Hao smirked and said, "What can I gain by saving your ancestor?" "The entire vampire race will treat you as their master," Emily said. Yang Hao nodded and agreed to Emily's request. There was no other way, because the vampire was too hot. Under Emily's guidance, Yang Hao came to the vampire's castle. After Emily told her father about Yang Hao, Emily's father Agil immediately convened a racial meeting. You know, Agyr was one of the 3 remaining princes of the vampire family who fought against the Church of Light. Agyr convened a racial meeting, and the other 2 princes naturally had to attend. Yang Hao followed Emily into the conference room. The 3 princes looked at the young Yang Hao with questioning expressions on their faces. "Is this the person you said can save the ancestor?" one of the princes said. Yang Hao smiled and nodded, "I can try, but I can't guarantee that I will succeed." Another prince sneered, "Humph, you little brat, how dare you say such arrogant things? We have tried various methods, but none of them worked." Yang Hao smiled faintly, "Just because you have tried a method doesn't mean I have tried it too. If you don't believe me, I can leave now." Agyr raised his hand to stop the prince, "Let him try. We have no other choice anyway." Yang Hao walked to Hai Yin's coffin and observed it carefully. She has long golden hair that falls on her shoulders like a waterfall, sparkling with a charming luster. Her eyes are big and bright, revealing a charming charm that makes people fall in love with her. Her eyebrows are long and thick, slightly raised, adding a touch of charm to her face. She has a perfect figure with a slim waist and long legs. Her breasts are full and firm, showing her feminine charm. Her buttocks are round and firm, with smooth lines, which makes people want to take a few more glances. Her body proportions are very harmonious, with every part just right, showing an incomparable beauty. Chapter 116, Destroy the Church of Light. Character, Hai Yin. Realm, Martial God. Appearance, 96. This was the most beautiful Western beauty Yang Hao had ever seen. He said to the 3 princes behind him, "I can save your ancestor." The 3 princes looked at each other, then knelt on one knee and said in unison, "Please, sir, save our ancestor." Yang Hao raised the corner of his mouth slightly, secretly happy that the plan was mostly successful. Yang Hao helped the 3 people up and said in a profound tone, "I can save your ancestor, but I must enter the place closest to her soul and wake her up, so you must go out, and none of you can disturb me during this period." The 3 princes hesitated for a moment, and finally gritted their teeth and said, "Okay, as long as you can save our ancestor, we are willing to protect you." Yang Hao was delighted, but he remained calm on the surface. He turned and walked towards Hai Yin, a barely perceptible cunning flashed in his eyes. In fact, there is no need for anything. With Yang Hao's cultivation level, he can directly use a spell to save the person. But who can remain indifferent when faced with such beauty? Yang Hao saw the 3 princes leaving with their men, so he began to treat Hai Yin. "Oh my god, where am I? How long have I slept?" When Yang Hao's magic fell, Hai Yin exclaimed. Without waiting for Yang Hao to speak, she saw the handsome Yang Hao and said, "Handsome Oriental man, who are you and what are you doing?" Yang Hao smiled and said, "I'm trying to wake you up. You've been sleeping for too long, don't move when you just wake up." "You can come in now," Yang Hao's voice came from the room. The 3 princes led their tribesmen in. They saw their ancestor nestling in Yang Hao's arms like a little girl. Hai Yin looked at them and said, "It's great that you are still alive. From now on, he will be the master of our vampire clan. No matter what he asks for, we must do our best to help him fulfill it." "Yes, ancestor," said the 3 great princes. Yang Hao counted on his fingers. It turned out that the one who had him shot was actually the current queen of Eagle Sauce, the Elizabeth family. So he said to the 3 princes, "I have a task for you. Bring all the women of Elizabeth's family here. I want to have a good talk with them. Elizabeth is the queen of the Eagle Sauce family, and all family affairs are decided by women. Of course, they also have the responsibility to ensure the purity of their bloodline and not to combine with anyone other than the white-skinned Eagle Sauce. So their princes are all hawkish nobles. If the queen gave birth to a black child, she would be hanged." The 3 princes took the order and left. Yang Hao looked at Hai Yin in his arms and asked softly, "Why did you choose to believe me?" Hai Yin smiled, his eyes sparkling, "Because I can feel your strength, I believe you can protect me and my people." Yang Hao smiled slightly and hugged Hai Yin tightly. He knew that he had one more responsibility and concern in this world. Soon after, the women of Elizabeth's family were brought to Yang Hao. They looked at Yang Hao, their eyes full of vigilance and confusion. Yang Hao looked at them calmly and said, "Do you know why I captured you?" The women exchanged glances, and one of the older women asked, "What are your conditions?" Yang Hao pondered for a moment and said, "You want to kill me, but you still ask me for the conditions." The women were silent for a while, and finally made an offer that Yang Hao couldn't refuse. Yang Hao smiled with satisfaction. He knew that with the vampire family around, the Elizabeth family would not dare to break their promise, and he would become the capital pillar of the Eagle Sauce country. The condition offered by the Elizabeth family is to give Yang Hao a daughter, so that his daughter can take over the Elizabeth family and become the next queen. Before Yang Hao's daughter was born, all of Elizabeth's assets were managed by Yang Hao. In addition to Yang Hao's own business in Eagle Sauce and the assets controlled by the vampire family, Yang Hao can be said to control 90% of the industry in the Eagle Sauce country. As for the Eagle Sauce government, if you dare to mess with me, I won't pay taxes, and they will be short of money to disband. After finishing these things, Yang Hao was resting that day. Emily came to Yang Hao's room. He said to Yang Hao, "Master, I am the result of your efforts now, can you let me take another bite?" "You can't bite it, my body is too hard," Yang Hao said helplessly. Even if Yang Hao tried to suppress his cultivation, after all, his body was at the level of the Great Tao Supreme. How could it be possible for him to be bitten by a tiny vampire? "But, Master, your blood is so fragrant, I want to taste it." Yang Hao smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, "You are so tenacious." After saying that, Yang Hao forced out a billionth of a drop of blood, which fell on a plate. Emily couldn't sit still when she smelled the strong scent of blood. She picked up the plate and licked it. The blood entered her mouth and her whole body felt like it was on fire and her skin turned red. After she completely digested this 1/1000th of a drop of blood, she actually rose from the Earl level to the Prince level. She said to Yang Hao obediently, "Master, you are so kind." "Thank you so much." After Yang Hao sent this clingy guy away, Hyein walked in. She came to Yang Hao and said, "Hao, can you help me and my people get revenge?" Yang Hao knew what she meant. She wanted him to help her destroy the Church of Light. However, Yang Hao did not like the hypocritical sect of the Church of Light. "No problem." Yang Hao agreed readily. He had long been fed up with those hypocrites of the Church of Light. A few days later, Yang Hao, along with Hyein and a group of vampire masters, marched towards the headquarters of the Church of Light in a mighty manner. A bloody massacre began. Yang Hao showed his terrifying strength and no one could stop him. The Pope of the Church of Light tried to use the holy weapon to fight against Yang Hao, but was defeated by Yang Hao in one move. At this moment, the Pope of Light began to summon angels. Hyein said to Yang Hao, "Stop him now." Yang Hao shook his head and said to Hyein, "Don't worry, with me here, even the bird people will surrender." As time passed, a golden light suddenly appeared in the sky, and a two-line angel walked out of the golden light. Yang Hao took a look. His strength was only at the nascent soul stage. He shook his head helplessly and said, "Too weak." Then, a flash of light that was invisible to the naked eye appeared, and the two-winged angel knelt directly at Yang Hao's feet. Yang Hao said to Hyein, "If you suck his blood, you can go further." Hyein didn't act pretentiously and directly sucked the blood of the two-winged angel. After sucking blood, Hyein's blood boiled, and Yang Hao knew that this was the rhythm of her breakthrough. "Don't bother her anymore," Hyein's face showed a painful look. After a long time, a stunning aura emanated from Hyein. Hyein broke through to the nascent soul stage. Yang Hao said to Hyein, "The Pope has left it to you to deal with." These two-winged angels came out of a small world. "I'll go in and take a look. You wait for me to come back." Hyein nodded. She believed that since Yang Hao dared to enter, he would be able to escape unscathed. Yang Hao rose into the air and came to the place where the golden light appeared just now. Chapter 117, Establishing the Dark Holy Church. Yang Hao waved his hand and a space crack appeared. Yang Hao stepped forward and walked in. The next second, Yang Hao appeared in a golden space. In the center of the space was a luxurious palace. Yang Hao teleported directly into the palace. Sitting on the main seat of the palace was a tall man with 32 wings. Below him stood 4 beautiful women with 16 wings. They have charming looks and enviable figures. They have pretty faces, delicate features, big bright and lively eyes, and their eyes reveal confidence and charm. Their lips are plump and sexy, and the slightly upturned corners of their mouths always bring a charming smile. They have hot bodies and curvy bodies. They have long legs, smooth lines and firm muscles, showing health and vitality. Their slim waists and plump hips form a perfect S-shaped curve that is amazing. Their breasts are full, showing off their feminine charm and sexiness. Their hair is smooth and shiny, usually long blonde or brown, casually draped over their shoulders, adding to her charming temperament. Their skin is fair and smooth, exuding a healthy glow. They have 16 white wings behind them, making them look holy and pure. Character: 16-winged angel. Realm: crossing the tribulation. Appearance: 95. At this moment, the 32-winged angel on the main seat spoke with a voice like thunder. "Who are you? How dare you trespass into my divine realm?" Yang Hao looked at the 32-winged archangel in front of him and uttered a few words in a stiff voice. "What can you do to me?" "How dare you?" the 32-winged archangel shouted angrily, because the entire space was rushing with the light element. His voice was like a law, and the whole space trembled. The 32-winged archangel finished speaking and attacked Yang Hao. However, the next second, the entire space stopped, and Yang Hao turned into a stream of light that was invisible to the naked eye, shuttling among the crowd. The next second, Yang Hao appeared at the same place again, holding countless angel hearts and angel wings in his hands. When everyone was able to move, all the males of the angel race were slaughtered by Yang Hao. Yang Hao was seen floating in the air again, his aura radiating outward, and the inner chi in his body enveloping the entire space. The next second, the heart of space appeared in Yang Hao's hand. Yang Hao once again uttered a few words: submission or extermination. At this moment, all the female angels could feel that as long as Yang Hao exerted a little force on his hands, the entire space would shatter and the entire angel race would be wiped out. For the continuation of the race, no matter how excessive Yang Hao's demands were, they were willing to. They all knelt on the ground to show their submission. After they knelt down, all they could see were white wings, which looked very spectacular. Yang Hao put the ball in his hand into the system space and left the angel realm. The exit of the God realm is the small ball in Yang Hao's system space. Yang Hao appeared again. Still above the Church of Light, looking at the originally white church. Yang Hao cast a spell, and the originally white church turned black. The original angel statue turned into a vampire bat with red eyes. The place where the word Church of Light was originally inscribed has become the Church of Darkness. After everything was done, Yang Hao came to Haiyin and said, "From today on, there will be no more Church of Light, only the Church of Darkness. Let Emily be the first pope." Haiyin naturally had no objection. She just wanted to be with Yang Hao. Even if it was her own people, she didn't want to ask too much. Because of her, her people were turned into vampires and were almost exterminated by the Church of Light. She still feels a little guilty. But now that Yang Hao has destroyed the Church of Light, it can be regarded as revenge for his people. In the following days, Yang Hao spent time in the Vatican. It must be said that this is indeed a tourist destination. It is also a place for encounters. It can be said that the small Vatican has countless beauties from all over the world every day. Yang Hao just stood there with his good looks. Dozens of people approached him every day. That day, after Haiyin fell asleep, Yang Hao signed in again. Yang Hao didn't think twice and used it directly. "Welcome, host, to the world of the legend of the Condor heroes." Hearing that he had come to such a low-level martial arts world, Yang Hao felt a little depressed. "To the system. Can I go back directly?" "Yes, host, but don't you want to save these tragic women like Munianzi and Hua Zhen?" Hearing the system say this, Yang Hao couldn't help but think of Mei Chao Feng, who was actually a very beautiful woman, but was deceived by a man for a while. Now that I'm here, let's save those women who have become tragedies. Yang Hao looked at where he was, and found himself in a forest. Yang Hao randomly chose a direction and teleported. The next second he appeared outside the woods. Yang Hao was just about to ask someone what the current plot was when 7 people suddenly came towards him. There were 7 people, 6 men and 1 woman, and their weapons and attire, so Yang Hao knew that they were the 7 freaks of Jiangnan. The 7 freaks of Jiangnan are really a bit strange. The men are all ugly, but the women are as beautiful as lotus flowers emerging from water, with intoxicating looks and charming figures. Her face was picturesque, her fair skin was as smooth as mutton fat jade, and had a faint blush. Her eyebrows are long and curved, as light as willow leaves, and the slightly upturned corners of her eyes have a hint of charm that makes people fall in love with her. Her eyes are bright and clear, like a bay of autumn water, deep and charming, as if they can see through people's hearts. She has a straight nose, rosy and plump lips, and slightly upturned mouth corners with a sweet smile, which makes people feel happy. Her figure is petite, yet graceful. Her waist is so slender that it seems as if it can be held in one hand, but it is surprisingly flexible. Her buttocks are round and plump, and the slightly upturned curve makes people's heart beat faster. Her legs are long and straight, with smooth lines, firm muscles, and full of elasticity and strength. Her steps were light and graceful, like a dancing fairy, which made people intoxicated. She was wearing a light green gown embroidered with exquisite flowers and butterflies, which made her look even more fresh and refined. Her hair cascaded down her back, the slightly curly strands fluttering in the wind and exuding a faint fragrance. Character: Han Xiaoying. Realm: early stage of acquired period. Appearance: 89. Looking at Han Xiaoying, who was only 17 or 18 years old, Yang Hao knew that the plot had not yet begun. In the original drama, Han Xiaoying, even in her middle age, could still make Ouyang's heart beat fast, which shows that her appearance when she was young was definitely a rare beauty. Han Xiaoying adopted Guojing along with the other 6 monsters from Jiangnan. Did I come to this world to start by changing Han Xiaoying's tragic life? Chapter 118: Han Xiaoying goes down the mountain. Yang Hao looked at the 7 people in front of him and said to Kujinwu, "I want to take Han Xiaoying away. Do you have any objections?" The 7 people looked at each other and said, "Who are you and why did you take our little sister away?" "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that Han Xiaoying will become stronger if she follows me," Yang Hao said with a gentle smile. "Don't even think about taking our little sister away while we're here." After saying that, the 6 of them attacked Yang Hao. At this moment, Yang Hao made his move. He turned into a stream of light. The next second, Yang Hao pressed the acupoints of the 6 people. It seemed that Yang Hao had never left the spot. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he said to Han Xiaoying, "Do you choose to go with me, or let me kill them?" I'll go with you, please let them go," Han Xiaoying begged. Yang Hao nodded and said to Han Xiaoying, "Let's go. You will meet again someday. I just hope that when you meet again, you will have enough strength to protect them." After saying that, Yang Hao picked up Han Xiaoying and stood up. Disappeared into the sky, and the acupuncture points on Kujinwu and others were also unblocked. Looking at the direction where Yang Hao disappeared, his eyes showed a complicated look. Since the plot has not yet begun, Yang Hao took Han Xiaoying directly to the top of Mount Huashan. Yang Hao stood on the edge of the cliff, Han Xiaoying stood behind him. Yang Hao sighed and said, "This is the place where the Huashan sword contest is held. I hope that next time, you will have a place among the 5 great masters. When you hear about the 5 great masters, you will realize that they are well-known figures in the martial arts world. Who among the people in the martial arts world doesn't want to be like them?" Seeing the desire in Han Xiaoying's eyes, Yang Hao pointed a finger at her forehead, and the entire 9 manual entered her mind. Yang Hao said gently, "Practice well. When you have achieved success, I will let you go down the mountain." Han Xiaoying is the descendant of the Yu-Girl sword. Her swordsmanship is divine, but she does not have a good inner strength, which leads to her mediocre martial arts. After that, Han Xiaoying devoted herself to cultivation at the top of Mount Huashan, while Yang Hao occasionally came to check on her progress and give her some guidance. Time flies, and several years have passed in the blink of an eye. Han Xiaoying's internal strength has greatly improved, and her swordsmanship has reached perfection. Her cultivation has reached the peak of the innate realm. It can be said that no one in the world of the legend of the Condor heroes can rival her. That day, Yang Hao came to see Han Xiaoying again. After several years of getting along, they already had feelings for each other. The originally bare top of Huashan Mountain was now planted with peach trees by Yang Hao. Now is the time when peach blossoms are in full bloom. Han Xiaoying is like a flower fairy, shuttling among the flowers. On a sunny day, Yang Hao said to Han Xiaoying coldly, "Xiaoying, you can go down the mountain now." There was a flash of excitement in Han Xiaoying's eyes, but also reluctance. She said to Yang Hao, "Brother Hao, I just want to stay with you and don't want to go down the mountain." Yang Hao saw through her thoughts and said softly, "The Jianghu is where you belong, and your 6 brothers are there." Han Xiaoying looked at Yang Hao for a long time, then uttered a few words, "I want to be Brother Hao's woman." Without waiting for Yang Hao to refuse, Han Xiaoying said, "Don't be in a hurry to refuse me, this is my only wish." After bidding farewell to Yang Hao, Han Xiaoying resolutely embarked on the journey down the mountain. Yang Hao looked at her leaving back, although he felt reluctant, but he knew that only by training in the martial arts world could her cultivation level be improved. After Han Xiaoying left, Yang Hao took a look at the top of Mount Huashan where he had lived for several years, and left without looking back. When she re-entered the martial arts world, the situation had changed. Mei Chaofeng and her junior fellow apprentice Chen Xianfeng had already stolen Huang Yaoshi's 9 manual. And the news came out that Chen Xianfeng was also killed in order to protect her. The whole world is looking for Mei Chaofeng, hoping to get the 9 manual from her. However, no one knew where Mei Chaofeng had fled to. However, Yang Hao knew about this, so he decided to go to Mongolia to see Gui Jing and Mei Chaofeng. Yang Hao went all the way north. He did not use teleportation or flying. Instead, he chose to ride a horse. By the way, I looked at the scenery along the way, stopped and walked along the way, and it took more than a month. Yang Hao arrived in Mongolia. When Yang Hao arrived in Mongolia, the first person he saw was a silly boy of 5 or 6 years old who was being taught a lesson by 6 old men. A middle-aged beautiful woman in her early 20s was smiling foolishly when she saw this scene. These 6 people are none other than the 6 weirdos of Jiangnan, and this beautiful woman is the anti-Jin hero, Gui Xiaotian's wife, Li Ping. Her appearance was absolutely beautiful, with skin as white as snow, delicate and lustrous, as if emitting a soft glow. Her face is chiseled, with smooth lines and a slightly upturned chin, revealing a sense of confidence and elegance. Her figure was even more amazing. Her long legs were straight and slender, with beautiful lines, as if they were carefully carved by an artist. Her waist is slender yet curvaceous, showing a feminine softness and charm. Her voice is gentle and magnetic, as if it can penetrate people's hearts. Every note is full of emotion and charm, making people intoxicated. Her voice is like the sound of nature, making people want to listen to her every word. Character, Li Ping. Realm, none. Value, 82. She is such a beautiful woman, but she has many hidden diseases. This is the picture of her when she came to Mongolia with Gui Jing in her arms. Yang Hao looked at it from a distance, but did not disturb it. His eyes were looking at a towering mountain. Yang Hao knew that Mei Chaofeng was hiding on this mountain, but she was usually not there during the day. Yang Hao flew directly towards the mountain, and with a sweep of his spiritual sense, he instantly found the cave where Mei Chaofeng was. After Yang Hao entered, he felt a gloomy atmosphere inside. There were piles of human skulls piled up into a small mountain. There is a 5-finger hole on each of the human bones. Yang Hao shook his head and sat down cross-legged. Time passed slowly until midnight, when a dark figure walked in from outside. Yang Hao looked at Mei Chaofeng now, his eyes were white, and the black of his eyeballs was gone. The fingers are white, like dry bones, and the real person looks extremely evil. However, before Yang Hao could make any move, Mei Chaofeng said, "Who are you? Come out." It must be said that the blind man's intuition is very accurate. Even if Yang Hao did nothing, he was still discovered by Mei Chaofeng. Yang Hao said gently, "Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you." After Mei Chaofeng and Chen Xinfeng obtained the 9 manual, they were hunted down all day long, and even their beloved junior brother was killed. How could she believe Yang Hao's words so easily? She used the 9 white bone claw and clawed towards Yang Hao. Yang Hao was helpless and pressed her acupoints directly. Then he said to Mei Chaofeng, "Although I can't save your junior brother, I can help you heal your eyes, teach you the complete 9 manual, and let you avenge him." Mei Chaofeng said in a cold voice, "Why are you helping me?" Yang Hao smiled and said, "I don't know. Maybe it's because you are beautiful." Chapter 119 Qingwan Pavilion. "As long as you can teach me martial arts and let me take revenge, I will give you everything," Mei Chaofeng said. "Take it down, you are just repaying kindness with enmity," Yang Hao said, and untied Mei Chaofeng's acupuncture points. However, he pointed a finger at Mei Chaofeng's forehead and taught her the complete 9 manual. "Practice well," Yang Hao said, and took out a pill. This pill can help Mei Chaofeng see the light again. As for her appearance, she would naturally restore her original appearance after practicing the 9 manual. From that day on, Yang Hao began to get busy. He went down the mountain during the day and approached Li Ping in the name of Gui Xiaotian's comrade. At night, she supervised Mei Chaofeng's practice. As Mei Chaofeng practiced, her appearance gradually recovered. Yang Hao and Li Ping became more and more familiar with each other until one day, Yang Hao proposed to treat Li Ping's old illness. Li Ping naturally had no reason to refuse. After curing Li Ping, Yang Hao said to Li Ping, "Sister Gua, don't you plan to find another man?" After hearing this, Li Ping said, "In my whole life, I just want to raise Jinger to adulthood." Yang Hao shook his head and said to Li Ping, "Your kid Gua is doomed to die. I'm afraid he won't grow up to be an adult." Li Ping, how to resolve? Find him a tough stepfather. Who's tough? Of course it's coming down. Li Ping is willing to believe it is true rather than false. In order to let Gui Jing grow up smoothly, she can only commit herself to Yang Hao. Yang Hao was not an ungrateful person. Since Li Ping had given him the reward, Yang Hao naturally taught Gui Jing martial arts. Although Guo Jing can be very powerful, he should at least be able to beat Yang Kong when he is 18 years old. Another 2 years passed, and Guo Jing's cultivation reached the peak of the acquired realm. It was more than enough to defeat Yang Kong. On this day, Yang Hao came to the top of the mountain where Mei Chaofeng was practicing. In the cave, Mei Chaofeng has turned into a super beauty. The black robe was changed into white, but the hatred in his heart did not decrease much. Her face is delicate and charming, with distinct facial features, skin as white as snow, and exuding a charming luster. Her eyes are big and bright, like a deep lake, revealing a mysterious and alluring charm. Her lips are rosy and plump, and the slightly upturned corners of her mouth reveal a sweet smile that makes people fall in love with her. She had a perfect figure, tall and slender, with curvaceous features. Her breasts are full and firm, her waist is slender and strong, and her buttocks are round and firm, showing the feminine beauty and sexiness. Her legs are straight and long, with smooth lines, and she walks lightly and gracefully, like a model. Her voice is clear and sweet, like the sound of nature. Her tone is gentle and pleasant, making people feel like they are in the spring breeze. Her laughter is hearty and cheerful, so contagious that people can't help but laugh along with her. Character, Mei Chaofeng. Realm, middle stage of innate. Appearance, 90. Yang Hao said to Mei Chaofeng, I should leave now. Are you ready? Mei Chaofeng knew what Yang Hao was talking about. He wanted to collect the reward for treating her and teaching her martial arts. Nodded shyly. After a long while, Yang Hao said to Mei Chaofeng, if you come down the mountain and meet a woman who is also practicing the 9 manual, do not attack her. Mei Chaofeng nodded, and the next second, Yang Hao flew into the air and disappeared into the darkness. When Yang Hao returned to the Central Plains again, a new force suddenly emerged in the Central Plains Martial Arts World Qinghuan Pavilion. It is said that the head of Qinghuan Pavilion is a woman with great martial arts skills and unparalleled beauty. Yang Hao thought about it and estimated that this force was created by Han Xiaoying. After all, there was no such force in the original drama, and he only taught Han Xiaoying martial arts. But Yang Hao didn't plan to meet her now. She had a more important person to meet. This person is the super beauty in the legend of the Condor heroes, Bao Shiruo. If nothing else, it's because she can't let the prince of the Jin dynasty be a licker and like the appearance of a father. Soon, Yang Hao arrived at the Wanyan Palace of the great Jin dynasty. It was too easy to find a place for someone to live. Yang Hao quickly found the room where Bao Shiruo was. It's no wonder that Bao Shiruo is a peerless beauty. No wonder Yang Tiexin is willing to die and can't forget her. Can the noble 6th prince of Dajin be willing to become a licking dog and be happy to be a father? She has outstanding looks, a hot body and a charming voice. She has a delicate face, her eyes are big and bright, and her eyes reveal a charming charm. She has a straight nose, plump and sexy lips, and her slightly upturned mouth corners always bring a charming smile. Her skin is fair, delicate, and silky, giving people a fresh and refined feeling. Her figure is perfect. She has a tall stature and long legs, and her proportions are very harmonious. Her breasts are full and firm, her waist is slim, her hips are round and her curves are charming. She has a hot and sexy body, full of feminine charm, which is irresistible. Her voice is also very charming, her voice is sweet and pleasant, full of magnetism. There is a tenderness and sexiness in her voice that makes people feel relaxed and happy after listening to it. Her voice is very suitable for the voice of, which can make people want to fight to the death. Character, Bao Shiruo. Realm, none. Value, 92. Yang Hao flashed and entered Bao Shiruo's room. Yang Hao had no intention of showing mercy to this kind of woman who was willing to serve a foreigner. There is only violence and oppression. Yang Hao grabbed Bao Shiruo's neck and pressed her against the wall. Bao Shiruo looked at the strange man in front of her in horror and tried to struggle but to no avail. If you don't want to die, shut up. Yang Hao said coldly. Bao Shiruo stopped struggling, his eyes filled with fear. Yang Hao let go of her hand, looked at her coldly and said, I want you to do one thing, otherwise. He made a gesture of wiping his neck. Bao Shiruo asked tremblingly, what's the matter? Yang Hao leaned close to her ear and whispered his request. After a long while, Yang Hao said to Bao Shiruo, you are very good. After saying this, Yang Hao disappeared into the night sky. After finding a random inn to stay in, Yang Hao was having lunch that day. Han Xiaoying appeared in front of Yang Hao with a group of women. Seeing Yang Hao, Han Xiaoying said, Brother Hao, it really is you. Xiaoying missed you so much. Yang Hao smiled and said, I miss you too. He looked at the women behind Han Xiaoying and asked, these are your sisters, right? Han Xiaoying nodded and introduced them to Yang Hao. It turned out that these women were homeless women. Han Xiaoying took them in because she felt sorry for them. As the number of people increased, Han Xiaoying founded Qinghuan Pavilion, which specialized in selling information. Yang Hao greeted them and invited everyone to sit down and eat together. During the meal, Yang Hao asked about the situation of Qinghuan Pavilion. Han Xiaoying told him that Qinghuan Pavilion was now somewhat famous in the martial arts world and had attracted many women to join. Yang Hao expressed his satisfaction with this and encouraged Han Xiaoying to keep working hard. After dinner, Yang Hao chatted with Han Xiaoying for a while and learned about her past. Although she was skilled in martial arts, it was not easy for a woman to establish a power. Chapter 120 Encounter with Ouyang Ku. Knowing Han Xiaoying's difficulties, Yang Hao decided to accompany her to develop Qinghuan Pavilion. So I followed Han Xiaoying to the Qinghuan Pavilion headquarters. The headquarters of Qinghuan Pavilion is located in a remote alley, a large mansion. After Yang Hao entered, there were actually 70 or 80 people, all of whom were the core members of Qinghuan Pavilion. They are in charge of the intelligence and economic lifeline of Qinghuan Pavilion. Yang Hao lives here. This stay lasted for 7 years. During these 7 years, Yang Hao trained dozens of postnatal masters and 7 or 8 innate masters. The Qinghuan Pavilion also became the largest intelligence organization in the entire Song dynasty. Even the color of the underwear worn by the emperor of the Song dynasty was clearly investigated. On that day, Han Xiaoying came to tell Yang Hao that her 6 brothers had returned to the Central Plains. Hearing this, Yang Hao knew that Guojing had returned to the Central Plains to compete with Yang Kong. Before the competition, he met Huang Rong. Yang Hao smiled evilly and said, "If you want to go see your 6 brothers, I won't accompany you. I have my own things to deal with." Han Xiaoying knew that Yang Hao was very mysterious, just like how he had been able to know everything in the world without leaving his house for the past 7 years. Even if Qinghuan Pavilion cannot investigate something, as long as you ask Yang Hao, he will definitely know it. Since Yang Hao said he had something to deal with, Han Xiaoying did not ask any more questions. Yang Hao arrived at Zuixinlo early, but before he finished his meal, suddenly a little beggar appeared in the store. Although she was wearing ragged clothes and had a dirty face, but nature can't hide her big, lively eyes. Yang Hao didn't need to think, the beggar being chased was Huang Rong. Seeing Huang Rong running towards him, Yang Hao grabbed her hand and said to the people chasing her, "She took things worth so much money from you. I'll pay for her." After Yang Hao paid for her, he ordered 2 roast chickens and invited Huang Rong to dine with him. After finishing his meal, Yang Hao left Zuixinlu. However, Huang Rong, who was dressed as a little beggar, followed him. Yang Hao did not expose her and treated her like a brother. Half a month later, Yang Hao and she came to a lake. Huang Rong took a bath in the lake, changed her clothes, and revealed her peerless beauty. A delicate face, fair skin, big eyes, high nose bridge and charming smile. Her long hair is draped over her shoulders, soft and shiny, giving people a gentle and elegant feeling. She is tall and slender with curvy figure. She has a full chest, a slim waist, round hips and graceful legs, showing a sexy and charming charm. Her figure is well proportioned, wrapped in an emerald green gown. Her voice is gentle and sweet, with a unique magnetism. Her tone is gentle and her speaking speed is moderate, which makes people feel very comfortable listening to her. There was a playfulness in her voice that made people feel moved. Character, Huang Rong. Realm, top-notch. Appearance, 94. Yang Hao looked at the beauty in front of him and pretended to be dumbfounded and said, "Excuse me, young lady, have you seen a little beggar? I lost him." Huang Rong burst out laughing, "Are you looking for me?" Yang Hao pretended to be surprised, "So you are a girl. I'm so sorry that I didn't realize it for so long." Huang Rong looked at him with a smile, "You did it on purpose." Yang Hao touched his head and admitted with a smile, "Who made Miss Huang so beautiful and unforgettable?" Huang Rong's face flushed, but she was unforgiving in her words, "You are just sweet talking." "But how do you know my last name is Huang?" Yang Hao smiled mysteriously, "Not only do I know your last name is Huang, I also know that you are the daughter of Huang Laoxia, the owner of Peach Blossom Island." Huang Rong's eyes flashed with surprise, "Who are you? How do you know so much?" Yang Hao avoided answering and changed the subject instead, "Where are you going, Miss Huang? If you have nowhere to go, why don't you travel around the world with me?" Huang Rong rolled her eyes and readily agreed, "Okay, then I will bother you for a while." In the following days, Yang Hao took Huang Rong to rob the rich and help the poor, and they were happy with what they got. That day, a young man in white suddenly stopped them. There were 4 girls following behind the young man in white, and it was obvious that they were of high status. The young man in white said to Yang Hao, "Boy, how about giving me the women around you? I will exchange them for the 4 of them." Yang Hao rolled his eyes. As the old saying goes, if you don't do stupid things, you won't die. Even if he didn't do anything, Ouyang Ko would have a hard time. Without waiting for Yang Hao to speak, Huang Rong said to Ouyang Ko, "Where did you come from, you scoundrel? Get out of here. The 4 of them will stay and be my maids." Ouyang Ko looked at Huang Rong with a wicked smile and said, "Young lady, as long as you can beat me, it doesn't matter if they send you to be their maid. If you can't beat them, don't blame me for taking you back." "Poof. I'm not afraid of you," Huang Rong said, and then attacked Ouyang Ko. Although Huang Rong has good talent, she is usually lazy and has not practiced martial arts well. Although Ouyang Ko is lustful, he has a good talent for martial arts. He inherited the talent of his father Ouyang Feng. The two fought for dozens of moves. Huang Rong was no match for Ouyang Ko. After angrily fighting with Ouyang Ko, he retreated to Yang Hao's side. She said coquettishly, "Brother Hao, please help me teach him a lesson." Seeing that Huang Rong had had enough fun, Yang Hao scratched her upturned nose with his finger and said, "Look, Brother Hao will help you vent your anger." After saying that, the next second, Yang Hao appeared in front of Ouyang Ko. With one palm strike, Ouyang Ko flew backwards dozens of meters, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Fell to the ground and couldn't get up. He knew that he was no match for Yang Hao, so he said to Yang Hao, "West Poison Ouyang Feng is my uncle. If you dare to hurt me, my uncle will not let you go." Yang Hao looked at Ouyang Ko with contempt and said, "As long as the Western Poison Ouyang Feng is here, I will beat you up. I won't kill you today, but I'll let you watch how I beat your uncle in the future." After saying that, Yang Hao said to Ouyang Ko's 4 maids, "My roamer has taken a liking to you, why don't you hurry up and follow me?" Yang Hao took Huang Rong and 4 maids away. Along the way, Huang Rong curiously asked Yang Hao about his life experience, but Yang Hao just smiled and said nothing. One day, they passed by a forest and heard that bandits often appeared there. Huang Rong rolled her eyes, wanting to tease Yang Hao. She pretended to be scared and hid behind Yang Hao. How could Yang Hao not know what Huang Rong was thinking, so he started to act along with her. Suddenly, a group of bandits rushed out of the forest, and the leader shouted loudly that he wanted to rob. Yang Hao pretended to be terrified, while Huang Rong laughed secretly. Seeing that Yang Hao was so timid, the bandits became even more arrogant. Yang Hao smiled secretly in his heart, and when the bandits approached, he attacked instantly, and in just a few moves he defeated the bandits. Huang Rong clapped her hands upon seeing this, and was filled with admiration for Yang Hao's skills. Unknowingly, the group arrived in Yanjing. Chapter 121, Meeting Ouyang Ko again. However, just as Yang Hao and his companions were enjoying their stroll, the crowd in front of them caught Yang Hao's attention. He said to Huang Rong, "Ronger, let's go over and take a look." Huang Rong did not refuse. Yang Hao came forward and found a woman holding an iron spear who had just knocked a burly man away. I only heard the woman's soft and boneless voice saying, "Who else?" She has a fresh and refined appearance, and she has a pair of bright big eyes that reveal tenderness and determination. She has a straight nose and slightly upturned lips. She always has a sweet smile, which makes people feel happy when they see her. She has a small and delicate face and a pointed chin, giving her a cute look. She has a hot and sexy body, she has a tall figure and long legs. Her breasts are full and firm, her waist is slender, her buttocks are round and firm, and her figure is perfect, which makes people fall in love with her. Her skin is fair, delicate, and smooth like jade, giving people a fresh and natural feeling. Her voice is sweet and pleasant, and her tone is clear and melodious, like a yellow oriole singing in a valley. There is a gentleness and kindness in her voice that makes people feel very comfortable. Character, Mooney Ansi. Level, second rate. Appearance, 89. However, at this moment, a man in gorgeous clothes appeared, jumped onto the stage and said, "Let me give it a try." After saying that, the man attacked Mooney Ansi. After more than 10 moves, Mooney Ansi was defeated. Yang Hao naturally knew that this was Mooney Ansi's martial arts competition to find a husband, but since Huang Rong was there, Yang Hao couldn't say it out loud. He said to Huang Rong, "This man's clothes don't look like he's from the Central Plains. We Central Plains people can't let him bully us." "Brother Hao is right," Huang Rong said. After hearing this, Yang Hao jumped onto the stage. Everyone was stunned when Yang Hao stepped onto the stage. I didn't expect such a handsome man to come to participate in the martial arts competition. With such a handsome face, what kind of woman cannot be fascinated by the reader? Yang Hao didn't care about the expressions of the people around him. He said to Yang Kong, "I'll meet you." Seeing this, Yang Kong took the initiative to attack, waving his folding fan towards Yang Hao. Yang Hao dodged Yang Kang's attack with a flash of his body. His attacks were as fast as lightning and his moves were so fierce that Yang Hao Kong was overwhelmed. Mooney Yancy watched Yang Hao's skills from the audience and was secretly delighted. She originally thought that today's martial arts competition would fail, and she would have to marry this nobleman dressed in a foreign style. I didn't expect that a handsome man like the auditor would suddenly appear. He is like a man sent from heaven. Yang Kong gradually fell into a disadvantage. He shouted angrily and exerted all his strength. But Yang Hao was not affected at all. He slightly turned his body and avoided Yang Kang's fatal blow. Immediately afterwards, Yang Hao kicked Yang Kong off the stage. Yang Hao looked at the people around him domineeringly and asked, "Who else?" There was silence all around. Anyone who knew a little bit of martial arts knew that Yang Hao had not used all his strength just now. The reason why they could fight for so many rounds was that Yang Hao was treating that nobleman like a dog. Seeing that no one spoke, Yang Hao prepared to step down and reunite with Huang Rong. But his pace was very slow, as if he was waiting for someone to catch him. As expected, before Yang Hao stepped off the stage, a soft little hand grabbed him. "You've participated in my mandatory marriage recruitment, and you're leaving like this?" Yang Hao pretended to be dumb and said, "What kind of martial arts competition is this? I don't know." As soon as Yang Hao finished speaking, people around him sighed. If the readers were here, they would definitely say to him, "Don't act stupid, or you'll get struck by lightning." Seeing that Yang Hao had caused public outrage, Huang Rong quickly stepped forward and said, "Let's go to another place to talk. There are too many people here." Mooney Yancy nodded and took them to the inn. After entering the inn, Mooney Yancy went straight to the point. "Young Master Yang, thank you for saving me today. But if you win the competition, according to the rules, you will be my husband." Yang Hao was stunned. He didn't expect Mooney Yancy to be so direct. Huang Rong was laughing secretly on the side. She saw what Yang Hao was thinking. Yang Hao scratched his head. Miss Mu, I actually have a crush on someone. I did that just now because I didn't want to see you being bullied by others." A hint of disappointment flashed across Mooney Yancy's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. "So what if I have a lover? Isn't it common for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Since young Master Yang won the duel, I will belong to young Master Yang from now on." Yang Hao nodded. This. Ronger, what do you think? After so many days of contact, Huang Rong knew that Yang Hao was an LSP. He just pretended to be honest and dull at the beginning to deceive her. But now I am his. What else can I do? So he said, "Since Sister Mu is willing, come with me to take care of your husband in the future." At this moment, there was a noise outside the door. "Hand over Mooney Yancy. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." Yang Hao scanned the area with his spiritual sense and found that the person coming was none other than Yang Kong, who was defeated by Yang Hao. However, he was accompanied by several martial artists. One of them was Ouyang Ko, who was dressed in a white robe. Yang Hao smiled evilly and said to Huang Rong and the others, "I'm going to go out and take care of something. Wait for me to come back." When Yang Hao walked out of the room, Ouyang Ko saw Yang Hao's devilish face. My legs started shaking unnaturally. You! Don't come over here!" Ouyang Ko shouted. Yang Hao narrowed his eyes and said to Ouyang Ko, "Take them away." Arrogant, one of the martial artists said. This guy had a lump on his head and pus on his feet. Although Yang Hao couldn't remember his name, he knew that this guy raised a big snake, which was a great tonic. Even if that stupid boy Guojing sucked its blood, he could practice martial arts to the level of an 8. If he gave it to his father-in-law Huang Lao Xie, he would definitely help him break through to the Grandmaster level. Don't! Before Ouyang Ko could finish, several people attacked Yang Hao. Yang Hao punched each kid and knocked them flying. Yang Kong finally realized how stupid he was to think that Yang Hao was only slightly better than him. Just call a few people and Yang Hao will be solved. Just as Yang Kong was imagining this, Yang Hao walked towards Ouyang Ko and him with a wicked smile. "Now that you guys have taken action, it's my turn." As soon as Yang Hao finished speaking, he attacked Ouyang Ko and Yang Kong. However, at this moment, an arrogant voice came, "Who dares to touch my nephew?" This is the child he and his sister-in-law had with great difficulty. How could they let others bully him? Yang Hao looked at the man, who was wearing a headscarf. He looked like a Westerner, and he was unkempt. No wonder he is so good at martial arts, but still single. "Oh Yang Feng, you dare to come here, I will beat you into a toad." Yang Hao's mouth curled up slightly. Looking at the old man holding the snake staff, he said. Oh Yang Feng had never been ridiculed like this before. He lay on the ground and began to make toad sounds. Chapter 122, Meeting the Cheap Father-in-Law. All godfathers who have read this, can you please give your godson a 5-star book review? It's terrible to have no traffic. Oh Yang Feng inflated like a doll. When it was full of air, he jumped up and rushed towards Yang Haofei with a palm. Yang Hao looked at Oh Yang Feng flying towards him, neither dodging nor avoiding. Seeing this, Oh Yang Feng was suspicious and thought that Yang Hao was cheating. He controlled his body and landed in front of Yang Hao. He inflated his body again like a rabid dog, making a quack quack sound. Everything was ready. Oh Yang Feng made another move, this time he deliberately missed. However, the next second, Yang Hao appeared in front of Oh Yang Feng's palm. Oh Yang Feng's palm slapped Yang Hao, as if it was slapping on a steel plate. With a crack, Oh Yang Feng's hand bones were broken by the recoil force and he flew backwards. Yang Hao said with disdain, "West Poison, that's all your strength." As he spoke, he walked towards Oh Yang Feng. You. Don't come over here. Oh Yang Feng begged tremblingly. Oh Yang Feng, I can spare you, just go back to your white camel villa. Next time I see you, I will make you a shark. After saying that, Yang Hao went back to the inn without even looking back. Oh Yang Feng saw Yang Hao leaving and said to Oh Yang Kor, let's go back. How did the Central Plains become so terrifying? Oh Yang Ko had already been frightened by Yang Hao. After hearing what Oh Yang Feng said, he said to Yang Kam, my young prince, I can't do anything about your problem. Let's just say goodbye. After saying that, he took Oh Yang Feng and ran away without looking back. After Yang Hao returned to the inn, Huang Rong came forward and asked, "You're back?" Yang Hao said, "Just a few small shrimps, it's okay." "Brother Hao, I want to go back to Peach Blossom Island to see my father," Huang Rong said. Yang Hao thought about it. It was time to go see his cheap father-in-law. So he said to Huang Rong, "We will set off again tomorrow. I have something else to do tonight." Huang Rong was tactful and didn't ask Yang Hao if he had anything else to do. After dark, Yang Hao sneaked into Prince Wanyan's palace again and stole a giant python. Then he went to Bao Shirua's room. He had no feelings for Bao Shirua. Nor would she show her gentle side. When Yang Hao was busy outside, they discovered that the giant python had been stolen, and began to mobilize the palace soldiers to search for it. However, no one expected that Yang Hao would be here with Bao Shirua. So no one came to disturb him, and the next morning, Yang Hao took Huang Rong and Moon Yancy on the boat to Peach Blossom Island. It took 2 days and 1 night to reach Taohua Island. As soon as they got on the island, the peach trees on Peach Blossom Island surrounded Yang Hao and his companions. Yang Hao knew that this was the formation Huang Lao Xie had learned from Chi Man Dun Jia. It's just a low-level formation, Yang Hao can break it in the blink of an eye. He led Huang Rong to break the formation, but Huang Yaoshi was waiting for them at the exit of the formation. When Yang Hao and Huang Rong went out to fight, Huang Lao Xie ignored Yang Hao and said to Huang Rong, "You ugly girl, you still remember to come back." Huang Rong was not angry after hearing this. She smiled and said to Huang Yaoshi coquettishly, "Daddy, this is my husband." After hearing what Huang Rong said, Huang Yaoshi carefully looked at Yang Hao. "You won't know until you see it. It's really shocking." The man in front of him was so handsome, even more suave than Huang Yaoshi. Just like the readers, they have the capital to eat soft rice and hard food. The thought of her beloved little cabbage being taken away by Yang Hao, a pig, made her feel. Huang Yaoshi said angrily, "Don't think that just because Ronger likes you, I will agree to you being together." Yang Hao hadn't said anything yet. Huang Rong disagreed. She said to Huang Yaoshi, "If you don't agree, I'll let Brother Hao beat you until you agree." "Haha, hit me. The person who can beat me hasn't been born yet in this world," Huang Yaoshi said. "Brother Hao, beat him up," Huang Rong said. After hearing this, Yang Hao shook his head helplessly and threw a slow punch at Huang Yaoshi. Seeing Yang Hao's slow punch, Huang Yaoshi mocked, "You still want to beat me up? You should go back and practice for a few more years." However, he regretted it the next second. Yang Hao's fist was enlarged in front of him, and he had no way to dodge it. Bang! The punch hit his right eye, causing Huang Yaoshi to scream in pain. Yang Hao's punch didn't actually cause much damage, except for a black eye. It was very painful. There will be no internal injuries at all. Huang Rong saw Huang Yaoshi with a black eye from the beating and said to Yang Hao, "Brother Hao, it looks asymmetrical, why don't you hit him again?" After hearing this, Yang Hao raised his fist and threw another punch. "You dare, little brat? I agree that you two can be together, why don't you stop it now?" However, Huang Yaoshi's shouting had no effect at all. A solid punch landed on Huang Yaoshi's other eye again. "Brother Hao, Daddy agrees that we can be together," Huang Rong said mischievously. Huang Lao Xie said unhappily, "Since you picked him yourself, take him to meet your mother." Huang Rong's originally playful expression suddenly became serious, and she said to Yang Hao seriously, "Brother Hao, let's go see mother." Yang Hao nodded and followed Huang Rong into a secret room. There was a strong smell of medicine in the secret room. Huang Rong came to a bed and said, "Brother Hao, this is my mother. She has been lying here since I was born, but my father always said that she would wake up." Yang Hao looked at the woman in front of him, who looked only in her early 20s. She has a delicate face with beautiful features. Her eyes are bright and lively, revealing a charming charm. Her eyebrows are long and neat, adding a touch of elegance. Her lips are rosy and plump, and the slightly upturned corners of her mouth give people a friendly feeling. She is tall and well-proportioned with smooth lines. She has long legs, straight and slender, showing her elegant temperament. Her waist is slim, highlighting her feminine charm. Her breasts are full and firm, showing her sexy side. Her skin is fair and smooth, exuding a healthy glow. Character, Feng Hung. Realm, none. Appearance, 97. Such a beauty was lying quietly at this moment, but for Yang Hao, saving her was as easy as having a meal. He said to Huang Rong, "Go out first. I can save your mother." Huang Rong naturally believed in Yang Hao, and she had never had maternal love since she was a child, so she really needed maternal love. "Brother Hao, just do your best." After saying that, Huang Rong quietly left the secret room. After Huang Rong left, Yang Hao took out a pill from the system space. This is made from the natural treasures he got from the prehistoric world. At this moment, he was glad that he went to the prehistoric world first, otherwise he would not have the ability to save Feng Hung. Feng Hung couldn't swallow anything, so Yang Hao could only give her the medicine mouth to mouth. The pill entered his mouth and turned into a stream of air, flowing through Feng Hung's entire body. The first thing Feng Hung saw when he opened his eyes was a young and handsome man kissing him. But before she could speak, Yang Hao's voice came, "I'll explain it to you later." Chapter 123 Ouyang Ku is offline. When Yang Hao walked out of the secret room, he saw dark clouds covering the sky above it. There were traces of lightning in the black clouds. Yang Hao knew that this was a punishment from heaven because he had changed his fate and saved Feng Hung. "Brother Hao, what's going on?" Huang Rong asked worriedly. Yang Hao shook his head and said, "Don't worry, it's okay." "Are you kidding? I am an existence at the supreme level of the great Tao. Let alone the heavenly Tao of this low-level martial arts world. Even the heaven of the prehistoric world can't do anything to me." Yang Hao didn't take it seriously at all. Yang Hao was seen stepping upwards, floating in the air, with a powerful aura radiating from his body. Perhaps the heavenly Tao sensed Yang Hao's aura, and the calamity energy that had just gathered dissipated immediately. The calamity dissipated, but at this moment, a voice spread across the peach blossoms, saying, "I don't believe you can keep her company forever." After the sound fell, the sky cleared up completely. At this moment, Feng Hung also came out of the secret room. When she saw Huang Yaoshi and Huang Rong, she was filled with emotion. "I was just a girl in my early 20s, but now my husband is in his 50s or 60s, and my daughter is as old as me. Who could accept this?" So she said to Yang Hao, "Did you save me? Hunger is willing to stay by your side as a slave." Huang Yaoshi said to Feng Hung, "Hunger, what do you mean? Don't you want me and Romer anymore?" "Pharmacist, I'm sorry, you just heard it. I will die if I leave him," Feng Hung said. Huang Yaoshi was speechless at this. "Not to mention myself, even if Wang Chongyang were alive, I don't think he would be able to resist. It doesn't matter who Hanger is with, as long as she is alive." Yang Hao looked at the lost Huang Yaoshi and had no intention of staying on Peach Blossom Island for long. He released a python from the system space and said, "Father-in-law, you know some medicine-making skills. This snake blood can be used as medicine to improve your cultivation." Huang Yaoshi knew that this was a treasure, so he naturally did not refuse. After bidding farewell to Huang Yaoshi, Yang Hao, Huang Rong and others prepared to return to the Central Plains. However, in such a short time, he missed the duel between Yang Kong and Guijing. In the duel at Zuixinlo, Guijing won, which also led to the Jin Kingdom attacking the Song dynasty earlier than in the original drama. However, the news reached Mongolia, and Hua Zhang and Li Ping were worried about Guijing's safety. They went to the Central Plains to look for Guijing. As luck would have it, the two beauties met the lecherous young man Ouyang Ke when they passed by the White Camel Villa. That day, Yang Hao was shopping with Huang Rong and a few others when he suddenly had a bad feeling. This is also the premonition of a person with a high level of cultivation. Yang Hao knows that someone related to him will get into trouble. So he calculated with his fingers and figured out that Li Ping was captured by Ouyang Ke and taken to Baitua Villa. Yang Hao said to Huang Rong, "I have to go take care of some things and will be back soon." Huang Rong nodded, and the next second Yang Hao disappeared from the spot, and when he reappeared he had already arrived at Baitua Villa. In a luxurious room in Baitua Villa, Ouyang Ke was forcing Hua Zhang to. However, the next second, a cold voice came. "If I had known this would happen, I should have killed you." Ouyang Ke was so frightened when he heard this voice that his whole body trembled. He looked back and saw the nightmare-like man standing at the door. Yang Hao waved his hand, and a sword energy shot out, directly cutting the aorta in Ouyang Ke's neck. His eyes widened, and he raised one hand, pointing at Yang Hao, wanting to say something, but no sound came out. Yang Hao looked at the girl on the bed. Her clothes were messy and her pretty face was flushed. She has a fresh and lovely appearance, with a pair of bright big eyes that reveal agility and gentleness. She has a straight nose, rosy lips, and slightly upturned mouth corners that always bring a sweet smile, making people feel extremely kind. She has a small and delicate face and a pointed chin, giving her a delicate look. Her hair is smooth and shiny, with long hair that falls to her shoulders, covering her jade-like skin. Her figure is petite yet curvaceous. Although she is not tall, her proportions are very good, with long and straight legs, a slender waist and plump hips, showing the feminine beauty and sexiness. Her skin is fair, delicate, and smooth like jade, giving people a fresh and refined feeling. Her voice is clear and sweet, like a silver bell. Her voice is gentle and sweet, full of affinity, which makes people feel happy when listening to it. "Save me," Hua Zhang said to Yang Hao. She was in great pain, and the sound entered Yang Hao's ears like the sound of nature. "I'll save you," Yang Hao uttered 3 words stiffly. After Yang Hao treated Hua Zhang, he was about to go out to look for Li Ping when there was a knock on the door. "Kur, I heard from the servants that you have been in the room for a long time. What happened?" Yang Hao opened the door and a pale middle-aged man appeared in front of him. He was none other than the Western poison Ouyang Feng. After losing to Yang Hao last time, he returned to Baitua Villa and began to work hard in seclusion. He wanted to avenge his past humiliation one day, but he didn't expect to see him here. When Ouyang Feng saw the scene in the house, he understood everything instantly. "Boy, how dare you kill my son?" Ouyang Feng's eyes were bloodshot and a powerful aura emanated from his body. Yang Hao looked at him expressionlessly, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. He brought this upon himself. Ouyang Feng laughed in anger. "Okay, very good. Today I will let you be buried with my son." After saying that, he attacked Yang Hao as fast as lightning. Yang Hao snorted coldly, and Ouyang Feng was shocked by Yang Hao's cold snort and bled from all 7 orifices. He looked at Yang Hao in disbelief and said, "How can you be so strong? I have already made a breakthrough. Even if Wang Chongyang is reborn, I can still fight him. How can a frog in a well understand how strong I am? You have lived long enough, go down and accompany your son." After saying that, Yang Hao grabbed Ouyang Feng's neck with one hand and lifted him up little by little. Ouyang Feng felt like he was floating in the air, and something seemed to be holding his neck. He had trouble breathing, and then slowly suffocated. After killing Ouyang Feng, Yang Hao directly found the room where Li Ping was imprisoned, and then took them away from Baitua Villa. Yang Hao did not take them directly to Yinjing City, but bought a carriage. Cultivate their relationship along the way. After arriving in Yinjing, Li Ping and Hua Zhang also met Guijing, but both of them had different feelings. Finally, the two confronted Guijing. Guijing was a reasonable man. He knew that his mother wanted to pursue her own happiness, and as a son, he could not stop her. "After all, my mother has worked hard to raise me for so many years, and I have been a burden to her for too long." As for Hua Zhang, Guijing always treated her as a younger sister and there was no romantic relationship between them. After Yang Hao settled Li Ping and Hua Zhang, he received an invitation from Temujin, the great Khan of Mongolia. It turned out that Temujin learned of Ouyang Ke's death and guessed that it was Yang Hao's doing. He wanted to take this opportunity to win over Yang Hao. When Yang Hao arrived at the palace, Temujin welcomed him warmly and expressed his gratitude to him. Temujin expressed the hope that Yang Hao could stay in Mongolia and become a Mongolian warrior. Although Yang Hao slept with his daughter, he felt that he was a Song citizen in his heart, so he naturally rejected Temujin's proposal. However, Temujin, as a proud leader of his time, naturally knew that when the nest is overturned, no egg can remain unbroken, so he readily agreed to the offer. Not long after, Yang Hao led the Mongolian cavalry into the battlefield between Song and Jin. On the battlefield, Yang Hao was like a god of war, killing countless enemies. His military prowess shocked everyone and made the Jin army terrified. Chapter 124 Lighthouse Country. With the addition of Yang Hao, the Jin kingdom quickly withdrew its troops. The Song dynasty regained its peace, and Yang Hao had nothing to do all day. So I brought everyone to Qinghuan Pavilion to live together. This life lasted for more than 10 years, during which time a sword contest was held on Mount Hua. All 5 of the natural masters were taken by the women trained by Yang Hao. On this day, Yang Hao finally chose to return to the main world. A ray of light flashed, and Yang Hao appeared again. Yang Hao has appeared in a manor in Fendigang. In the manor, the beautiful hyena was sleeping, and everything around her was exactly the same as when he left. The next morning, when Yang Hao saw hyena wake up, he said to Xian Hyena, "I'm planning to go to the lighthouse country. Do you want to go with me?" "Okay," Hyena said. So the two of them boarded the plane to the lighthouse country. Not to mention, the stewardesses on European and American planes have a unique charm. They are tall, but well proportioned, and they love to play fast and loose. Yang Hao would naturally not miss such a good thing. As long as the stewardess that Yang Hao valued, none of them escaped. There is no way around it. Yang Hao gave me too much. After several hours of flight, the plane finally landed in the lighthouse country. As soon as Yang Hao entered the lighthouse country, the top leaders of the lighthouse country held a meeting. Finally, it was decided to let the lighthouse country's supernatural bureau take action. They can't let an oriental face control the economic lifeline of the beacon country. That night, Yang Hao was having a happy dinner with Hyena. Suddenly 2 figures appeared in their room. They look exactly the same, you can't tell who is who. They have long golden hair that falls on her shoulders like a waterfall, and the slight curls add a sense of playfulness and agility. Their eyes are a charming blue, like a deep lake, which makes people fall into it. Their eyebrows are long and neat, and the slightly upward angle adds to her charm. Their figures are perfect. She has long legs, smooth lines and firm muscles, showing unparalleled health and vitality. Their waists are slender yet feminine, which contrasts sharply with their plump hips, further highlighting their sexy charm. Their breasts are full and firm, showing the maturity and charm of women. Their voices are gentle and sweet, like the sounds of nature. There is a hint of hoarseness in their voices which makes them sound more sexy and charming. Character, Catherine. Realm SS. Appearance, 89. Characters, Kashea. Realm, SS. Appearance, 89. You are Mr. Yang from the East. You are indeed a handsome man, Catherine said to Yang Hao. Who are you? Yang Hao asked doubtfully. We are from the Lighthouse Country's Supernatural Power Bureau. We have been ordered to come and kill you. But since you are so handsome, we can let you be a playboy, Catherine said proudly. It's my honor. Let's get started, Yang Hao said with a sly smile. After a long time, Catherine said, Dear Yang, it's time for us to send you off. Beautiful Ms. Catherine, I am really happy to meet you. It's a pity that you actually want to kill me. Otherwise, you will be my slaves and I will love you well. Yang Hao said, and attacked the Catherine sisters. Yang Hao was extremely fast and instantly came in front of the Catherine sisters. He stretched out his hands and grabbed their necks. You! Sister Catherine widened their eyes. They didn't expect Yang Hao to be so powerful. Yang Hao smiled slightly and squeezed hard, causing Sister Catherine's breathing to become difficult. Let us go. Kashea said with difficulty. Yang Hao did not let go, but picked them up. Since you want to die, don't blame me for being rude. Yang Hao said with cold eyes. After that, he threw the Catherine sisters onto the bed, ready to end their lives. No, Great Yang, we are willing to be your slaves. At the critical moment, Catherine begged for mercy. Yang Hao stopped what he was doing and said, Tell me, who asked you to assassinate me? We were sent by Arthur, the director of the Superpower Bureau. Yang Hao looked at the two people and knew that they were not lying, so he cast a spell. Soon a mark appeared between their brows. Yang Hao said, "Be good and do what you slaves should do. I will not treat you unfairly. If you dare to betray me, your souls will be torn apart." "Got it, master. Let Catherine serve you and let you rest." Yang Hao naturally had no reason to refuse. The next day, Yang Hao came to Apple. This is one of the industries that Yang Hao signed in at the headquarters in the lighthouse country. The president of Apple was very nice to Yang Hao, and he didn't really have any other skin color. Seeing that he was very respectful and capable of managing the company, Yang Hao did not convene a board meeting and still let him serve as president. The president of Apple invited Yang Hao to his home to express his gratitude. "When I came to the president's house, I could only say that the lighthouse national style was too tough. This is not a dinner, this is a naked party. But I have to say that this president has a good eye. His wife is not only beautiful. His temperament and figure are even more unique, and even the younger generation in his family are all stunning." Yang Hao enjoyed a sumptuous dinner at the president's house. After dinner, the president revealed a piece of news to Yang Hao that a rival company was trying to steal Apple's core technology. Yang Hao was disdainful of this and decided to deal with the problem himself. He used his high martial arts ability to sneak into the headquarters of the rival company and easily obtained their plans and evidence. After returning to Apple, Yang Hao handed the evidence to the president and told him how to deal with it. The president was amazed at Yang Hao's ability and respected him even more. After solving the Apple issue, Yang Hao plans to go to the Supernatural Bureau to see. The Supernatural Bureau is located in a remote canyon. Yang Hao had just arrived at the Supernatural Bureau when an old man stopped him and said, "Yang, you came from afar. I didn't go looking for you, but you came to my door on your own." Yang Hao looked at the old man jokingly and said, "Do you think you can kill me? Whether I can kill you or not, today is the day you die." After saying that, he attacked Yang Hao. However, his attack could not hurt Yang Hao at all. Instead, Yang Hao ended his life with a casual palm strike. In the distance, in the White House, the top officials of the lighthouse country saw this scene and were surprised and said, "How can he weld so well? Should we continue with the second step of the plan?" An old man with the rank of general asked. The first one looked at it and said, "Continue." Then several major military bases of the lighthouse country launched nuclear bombs towards Yang Hao's location. Yang Hao looked at the nuclear bomb flying towards him and detonated one directly. The power was too weak and it didn't even hurt Yang Hao. The remaining nuclear bombs returned to the original route and exploded at the lighthouse country military base. Yang Hao disappeared, and the next second, he appeared above the White House. Chapter 125, Fishing Enforcement. A huge hand fell from the sky, and the White House collapsed under the blow of the huge hand. Most of the high-ranking officials of the lighthouse country are trapped inside. Yang Hao used his own industry again, and the lighthouse government put pressure on him to re-elect the president. Finally, with the intervention of Yang Hao, a president who was pro-Dragon State was elected. And Yang Hao also signed another gate to another world. Use the gate. Byte. Welcome host to the Marvel world. The next second, Yang Hao appeared on an open space. "No way, you said Superman is a woman. Batman is also a woman. Spider-Man or a woman. System, are you sure you are not kidding me? This system never lies, it is indeed a woman. Marvel world, I, Yang Hansan, am here. Goddesses, are you ready to face my wrath? Since superheroes gather in this world, I will definitely cause trouble." So Yang Hao swept his consciousness, and the next second Yang Hao appeared in a city. Yang Hao attacked a woman and snatched her wallet. Just as Yang Hao was running into an alley, a man in a red spider suit blocked his way. Looking at this curvy figure, the system really didn't lie. The spider in this world is indeed a woman. They say big breasts mean no brains. I was fishing by myself, and sure enough, I attracted this huge Spider-Man. "Hey, bastard, hand over the stolen wallet," Spider-Man said to Yang Hao. Yang Hao raised his eyebrows, a teasing arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. He tossed the wallet in his hand and said jokingly, "Beauty, I stole this with my own ability, why should I give it to you?" Spider-Man's eyes were filled with anger. She pulled the web shooter tight, took an attacking stance, and warned, "Don't refuse a toast. Hand it over now." Yang Hao was not afraid at all. He even took a step forward and deliberately got closer to Spider-Woman, sniffing her scent. He smiled frivolously and said, "If I hand over my wallet, what are the benefits? For example, spend a night with me?" Spider-Woman obviously didn't expect the man in front of her to be so shameless. She was so angry that her face turned red and she raised her hand and waved towards Yang Hao. However, Yang Hao dodged her attack by slightly turning his body. Yang Hao chuckled, his figure flashed, and he disappeared from the spot in an instant. Leaving the angry Spider-Woman standing there, she gritted her teeth and vowed to catch the hateful robber. However, the next second Yang Hao appeared behind Spider-Man and hit her neck, and she fainted. Yang Hao carried Spider-Man and found a hotel that did not require identity information. Yang Hao untied her Spider-Man combat suit, and a beautiful face appeared in front of Yang Hao. She has long golden hair that falls on her shoulders like a waterfall. Her eyes are a charming blue, deep and bright, as if they can see through people's hearts. Her lips are plump and sexy, and the slightly upturned corners of her mouth reveal a charming smile. She has a tall figure and long legs, and her proportions are well proportioned. Her breasts are full and firm, her waist is slender, and her buttocks are round and firm, showing the beauty of feminine curves. Her skin is fair and smooth, exuding a healthy glow. Her voice is deep and magnetic, with a unique charm. Her voice is intoxicating. Character, Janina. Level, B. Appearance, 90. Yang Hao looked at the unconscious Janina and did nothing? Until she woke up, Yang Hao whispered in her ear, "You're awake. Who are you? Where is this?" Janina sat up in panic and tried to break free. Yang Hao sneered, "Don't waste your energy, you can't escape. What do you want to do?" There was a flash of fear in Jenny's eyes. Yang Hao walked to the window and turned his back to Janina. "I just want to discuss a deal with you." "Deal?" Janina asked doubtfully. Yang Hao turned around with a greedy smile on his face. "As long as you agree to be my maid, I will let you go." "Impossible," said Janina firmly. Yang Hao's eyes turned cold. "Then don't blame me for being rude." He slowly approached Janina and threatened. Janina stepped back nervously. "Don't come over here." Seeing her frightened look, Yang Hao said even more proudly, "Don't even think about running away. If you are caught by me, you will have to obey me." The next morning, Yang Hao opened his eyes. Janina said to Yang Hao, "I accept your proposal yesterday. I will be your maid from now on." How could Yang Hao be moved by a single sentence and directly give her the master-servant mark? "Just wait for me at home," Yang Hao said, and disappeared from Janina's sight. The next second, Yang Hao appeared in another city. This time, Yang Hao directly robbed a gold shop, but he did not run away after robbing the gold shop. Instead, he was waiting. Sure enough, not long after, he saw a black bat car parked directly in front of Yang Hao. She was wearing a bat mask, so her face couldn't be seen clearly, but her figure was very concave and convex under the leather bat suit. Yang Hao didn't wait for her to speak, and said, "You are here, come home with me." Batman said to Yang Hao, "Criminal, surrender." Yang Hao raised his lips slightly, wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hand, and said sarcastically, "Just you? You still want me to surrender?" After saying that, he flashed and rushed towards Batman quickly. Seeing this, Batman immediately launched a counterattack. The two men fought back and forth, and the fight was difficult to separate. Suddenly, Yang Hao seized the opportunity and kicked Batman in the abdomen. Batman groaned and stepped back. Yang Hao took the opportunity to grab the weapon from her hand, put it against her neck, and chuckled, "How about it, do you want to continue?" "Damn bastard, Jesus won't let you go," Batman said through gritted teeth. "If Jesus comes, I will let him call me dad and go back with me." After that, Yang Hao mentioned Batman and disappeared in front of everyone. After returning to his residence, Yang Hao took off Batman's battle suit. Batman's appearance finally appeared in front of Yang Hao. She has long blue hair that falls on her shoulders like a waterfall, sparkling with a charming luster. Her eyes are deep black, like black holes in the starry sky, which makes people intoxicated. Her skin is as white as snow, smooth and delicate, exuding a healthy glow. Her waist is slender yet powerful, showing her elegance and tenacity. Her legs are straight and long, with smooth lines, and she exudes confidence and charm with every step. Her voice is clear and pleasant, like the sound of nature. Her tone is gentle and infectious, and can easily touch people's hearts. Character, Stephen. Realm, A. Appearance, 91. Yang Hao made hand seals and said to Stephen, "You are my second maid in this world." After Yang Hao finished speaking, a mark appeared on Stephen's forehead. From now on, she must obey Yang Hao's orders and raise her hips. She cannot raise her chest. Chapter 126 Conquering Supergirl. After settling Steven, Yang Hao began to check on the other superheroes. Suddenly, within his spiritual awareness, he discovered a man wearing a blue battle robe with a large S on his chest that was particularly eye-catching. And outside the blue pants, I wear a pair of red underwear. She was flying with a truck on her shoulder. Yang Hao said to Steven and Jenny, "I'm going to go out for a while and we'll be back soon." After saying that, Yang Hao disappeared from the spot. The next second, Yang Hao appeared in front of the girl in blue carrying the train. "Hello, beautiful lady," Yang Hao greeted her with a smile, thinking that this superwoman was truly extremely powerful. However, before he could speak again, Supergirl suddenly dropped the train in her hand and rushed towards him. Yang Hao was startled and quickly dodged to the side. After Supergirl landed, she looked at him with confused eyes, as if she had lost consciousness. Yang Hao suddenly felt that something was wrong. He tried to use his spiritual sense to check on Supergirl's condition, but found that a powerful energy bounced his spiritual sense back. "What's going on?" Yang Hao muttered to himself. Just then, he noticed that Supergirl's suit was flashing with a strange light, as if it was fighting against some force. Yang Hao decided to subdue Supergirl first and then figure out what happened. He flashed and instantly came behind Supergirl, and with lightning-fast moves, he pressed several acupoints on her body. Supergirl immediately collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Yang Hao picked up Supergirl and prepared to take her back to the hotel. However, at this moment, Supergirl's eyes turned red and she attacked Yang Hao again. Yang Hao pressed down with his big hand, directly pressing Supergirl to her knees on the ground. Suddenly, a wave of mental power left Supergirl, and her eyes regained clarity. She has a delicate face, three-dimensional features, and deep eyes as bright as stars, revealing a mysterious and charming charm. Her lips are plump and sexy, and the slightly upturned corners of her mouth reveal a charming smile that makes people fall in love with her. Her figure is perfect, tall and slender with well-proportioned body and curvy curves. Her breasts are full and firm, her waist is slender, and her buttocks are round and firm, showing her feminine beauty and sexiness. Her skin is fair, delicate, smooth as silk, and exudes a charming luster. Her voice is also very charming, deep and magnetic, with a unique charm. Her voice is gentle and pleasant, as if it can penetrate people's hearts and make people intoxicated. Character, Jessica. Realm, S. Appearance, 94. Yang Hao saw that Jessica's eyes had regained clarity and asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. What happened to me just now?" Jessica asked Yang Hao. "You must have been controlled by a high-level psychic," Yang Hao replied with a smile. "What should I do next?" Jessica asked. "Come back with me, I will protect your safety," Yang Hao said, without waiting for Jessica to refuse. She held him and flew up, and soon they returned to the hotel. After returning to the hotel, Yang Hao's expression changed instantly. He said to Jessica, "I will help you find the mastermind who wants to control you, and you submit to me." Jessica looked at Yang Hao, a hint of hesitation flashed in her eyes. "I can promise you, but I have one condition." Yang Hao raised his eyebrows. "What conditions?" "I want to know your real purpose." Jessica stared into Yang Hao's eyes. Yang Hao smiled and said, "My goal is very simple, it is your perfect body. Besides, only if you follow me can I guarantee your safety." Jessica was silent for a moment, and finally nodded. "Okay, I promise." Yang Hao smiled with satisfaction. "That's settled. From now on, you are mine. However, before I find the mastermind behind this, you'd better listen to my arrangements." Jessica frowned slightly, but still said, "I will cooperate with you." Yang Hao turned and left the room, leaving Jessica alone thinking about something. Yang Hao began to expand the search range of his spiritual consciousness, and soon Yang Hao's spiritual consciousness was blocked outside a college. Yang Hao didn't know why this academy could block his consciousness, but since it could block his consciousness, it must be related to the person who wanted to control Jessica. So Yang Hao decided to go to the school to take a look. The next second, Yang Hao teleported to the interior of the academy. All the students in this academy are supernatural beings, and there is a natural formation below this academy that prevents people from using their mental power in spiritual consciousness. Yang Hao walked cautiously in the college, and the students here were looking at him with curious eyes. He walked to a secluded corner, ready to find someone to ask about the situation. At this time, a sweet-looking girl came over. "Hello, my name is Cassandra. Are you the new transfer student?" Cassandra asked with a smile. Yang Hao nodded. "Yeah, I just got here and I'm not familiar with everything yet." "Then I'll take you around and introduce you to the academy." Cassander invited enthusiastically. Yang Hao readily agreed and followed Cassander around the academy. During the conversation, Yang Hao learned that this academy was called Superpower Academy and was a place dedicated to training superpowers. By the way, have you ever seen a girl wearing a blue battle robe with an S on her chest? Yang Hao took the opportunity to ask. Cassander thought for a moment and said, "You are talking about Jessica, right? She is a celebrity in our college. But she didn't seem to come to class today. Do you know where she lives?" Yang Hao continued to ask. "Well, I'm not too sure. But you can ask her mentor, maybe he knows," Cassander suggested. Yang Hao thanked Cassander and had an idea in mind. He decided to look for Jessica's mentor to see if he could find some clues. However, when Yang Hao saw Jessica's mentor, everything became clear. Jakassi's mentor is actually an SSS level psychic. The reason why Yang Hao was unable to detect Jakassi at the beginning might be because of the academy's formation. And the one who wants to control Jessica is her mentor. Yang Hao thought about it and decided to go back and discuss this matter with Jessica before deciding how to deal with this mentor. Yang Hao returned to his residence and told Jessica what he had seen and heard. After hearing that the tutor was the mastermind, Jessica's face turned very ugly. "I have always regarded him as a respected teacher, but I didn't expect that he would actually." Jessica bit her lip, her eyes flashing with anger and disappointment. Yang Hao patted her shoulder gently and comforted her. "This matter has yet to be verified, and we cannot easily draw conclusions. Perhaps he has some unspeakable difficulties." Jessica took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. "No matter what, I want to ask it in person." The next day, Jessica approached her mentor and asked about the matter directly. The tutor denied it at first, but under Jessica's questioning, he finally admitted what he had done. It turned out that the reason why he controlled Jessica was because there was a strange power in Jessica's body. As long as he obtained it, he would have the opportunity to break through SSS and become a king-level superpower. In order to have more powerful strength, the mentor finally decided to attack Jakassi. Chapter 127 Journey to the West. After learning everything, Yang Hao decided to kill Jessica, his mentor. However, Yang Hao decided to ask Jessica before making a decision on whether to kill him. Yang Hao and Jessica returned to the hotel calmly. Yang Hao said to Jessica, "Jessica, what do you think?" "My mentor is an SSS level expert, and I am no match for him," Jessica said aggressively. She wants her mentor to die, but she is no match for him. Who wants to control her and extract the energy from her body? Yang Hao smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will let your mentor go to see the King of Hell tonight." That night, Yang Hao went to the academy and killed Jessica, the teacher. In the following days, Yang Hao accompanied Jessica and others every day. Because of the daily check-in, Yang Hao obtained the currency of this world. In the remote suburbs, Yang Hao bought a manor. Yang Hao has lived in this world for more than 20 years. Wherever there is a female superhero, there is Yang Hao. He captured the superheroes and marked them as slaves, regardless of whether they agreed or not. In this way, Yang Hao's manor is home to more than 20 superhero slave girls. After more than 20 years, Yang Hao was a little tired of it, but they also gained a lot in these 20 years. All of them broke through to become king-level superpowers under Yang Hao's guidance. It can be said that any one of them is invincible in this world. That day, Yang Hao said to them, "It's time for me to leave. You must help each other in the future." Although they were reluctant to follow Yang Hao at first, after more than 20 years of getting along, they naturally developed feelings for each other. But no matter how reluctant they were, Yang Hao still left. Yang Hao returned to the main world and appeared next to Hien. The president of the Lighthouse Nation is now Pro-Dragon Nation, and the Ability Bureau has been taken over by the twins Catherine and Kashaya. In order to consolidate their status, Yang Hao also helped them break through to the SSS level. After dealing with the matter of the Lighthouse country, Yang Hao decided to go to Xianghua to have a look. So he and Hien went to the Bear Kingdom, which was close to the Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, Yang Hao's arrival attracted an audience with the president of the Bear Country. As expected of a fighting nation, they are very good at drinking. If Yang Hao hadn't cheated, he might have been drunk by them. Moreover, it was very convenient for Yang Hao to handle his own business affairs in Xiong country. Except for the fact that some beautiful female executives of the company made Yang Hao a little tired, everything went very smoothly. After dealing with the affairs of the Bear Kingdom, Yang Hao returned to the Dragon Kingdom. On the plane to Longhua, Yang Hao was still very popular. As soon as he returned to Tianhai City, Longhua, Yang Hao received a call from Shi Shayan. Shi Shayan told Yang Hao that sister Su Mei was pregnant. After hearing this, Yang Hao rushed to Huadu without stopping. After a long separation, it is natural to have a close relationship. For them, it was just a few days since they last met, but for Yang Hao, they hadn't seen each other for 100 years. After seeing Shi Shaoyan, Yang Hao went to Gu's house. Now that Gu Wanqing is old, she has handed over all the company's affairs to her subordinates. Faced with the fact that he is about to become a father, Yang Hao decides to stay in Huadu until Gu Wanqing gives birth. Time passed day by day, and today Yang Hao actually signed into the gate to another world again. Yang Hao, who was a little bored in Huadu, directly used the gate to another world. Bite. Congratulations host for coming to the journey to the West World. The next second, Yang Hao appeared in Huagua Mountain. In front of him is a huge stone. Yang Hao looked at the stone with some curiosity. After checking it out, Yang Hao was sure that the one in the stone was Sun Wukong. But the next second, the stone exploded. A monkey jumped out of the stone. Yang Hao said to the naked monkey in front of him, "Little guy, are you willing to be my disciple?" "Are you awesome?" the monkey asked Yang Hao. "Normally, the best in the 3 realms," Yang Hao said with a smile. "What can you teach me?" the monkey asked Yang Hao. Yang Hao thought for a while and said, "Let me give you a name first. From now on, you will be called Sun Wukong." "Ha ha, I now have a name," said Sun Wukong as he ran and jumped. After Sun Wukong's excitement, he calmed down. He stared at Yang Hao and asked, "Can you really teach me some skills?" Yang Hao smiled slightly, a golden cudgel appeared in his hand, and he played with it a few times. This is what he just signed. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. "I am willing to take you as my master." From then on, Yang Hao lived in Huagua Mountain and taught Sun Wukong carefully, and Sun Wukong also showed great talent. Time flies. 5 years have passed in the blink of an eye and Sun Wukong has learned a lot. He has become a powerful person in the realm of Daluo Jingxian. One day, Yang Hao said to Sun Wukong, "Wukong, you have learned a lot, and it is time for me to leave." "Master, are you leaving now?" Sun Wukong asked reluctantly. "All good things must come to an end. If we are destined to meet, we will naturally meet." After saying that, Yang Hao disappeared. When he reappeared, he actually appeared in the Kunlun Palace of the Queen Mother of the West. As soon as Yang Hao appeared, a voice came, "Who dares to break into my Kunlun Palace?" Yang Hao looked at the woman who was speaking, who was wearing a white fairy dress. She has a fresh and refined appearance, her skin is as white as snow, and her facial features are delicate and 3-dimensional. Her eyes were bright and spirited, as if they could penetrate people's hearts. Her lips were rosy and plump, and the corners of her mouth were slightly upturned with a charming smile. Her hair is soft and shiny, often casually draped over her shoulders, adding a touch of casual and natural beauty. Her figure is petite yet curvaceous. Although she is not tall, her proportions are very harmonious. Her long legs and slender waist make her look even more charming. Her breasts are full and firm, showing feminine charm and sexiness. Although she has a petite figure, she is full of vitality and charm that makes people fall in love with her. Her voice is gentle and sweet, like a mountain spring, clear and pleasant. Her tone is soft and soothing, making people feel extremely comfortable and relaxed. There is a unique charm in her voice that makes people intoxicated by it. Characters: Queen Mother of the West. Realm: Mid-stage Quasi-Saint. Appearance: 94. Yang Hao smiled evilly and said, "Your man. How dare you?" Queen Mother of the West shouted and attacked Yang Hao directly. Yang Hao is at the level of the Great Tao Supreme. Even Hongjun is no match for him, let alone the Queen Mother of the West. The two fought, Yang Hao cast a spell and the Queen Mother of the West was immobilized. Yang Hao walked up to Queen Mother Shi and gently pinched her cheek. "You said you were so cute, what should I do?" The Queen Mother of the West was so angry that her face turned red, but she could not move. Yang Hao waved his hand to break the spell, and the Queen Mother of the West immediately shouted angrily, "Who on earth are you? How dare you be so rude?" Yang Hao chuckled, "Didn't I tell you that I'm your man?" Queen Mother of the West widened her eyes and said, "Nonsense. I am the head of the female fairies, how can I marry so easily?" Yang Hao smiled and said, "I know it's hard for you to accept it at first sight, but I fell in love with you at first sight. It's not up to you to decide whether you become my woman or not." Queen Mother of the West snorted coldly, "What do you want?" Yang Hao didn't care at all and looked at the Queen Mother of the West with a wicked smile, "You won't suffer any loss by being my woman." After saying that, he hooked the Queen Mother of the West's chin with his finger. Chapter 128: Stealing Chang'e. Well, now you believe it? Yang Hao, wearing a cloak, sat in the Yaoqi palace and said, "What do you believe in?" Queen Mother, she asked curiously. "I will be your man." Hearing this, Queen Mother of the West blushed. Although she has lived for countless years, she can still remember what happened last night. She was a virgin, and she was still very shy. Queen Mother of the West turned her head shyly, but a sweet feeling surged in her heart. She bit her lip lightly and whispered, This is not up to you to decide." Yang Hao raised the corner of his mouth slightly, stood up and walked to the Queen Mother of the West. He put his arm around her waist and smiled confidently, "But this is the fact. You and I have already had physical contact. Is there any other choice?" Queen Mother of the West's cheeks became increasingly hot. She struggled slightly, but was held tightly by Yang Hao. Their eyes met, and for a moment, the entire Yaoqi palace was filled with love. After leaving Yaoqi, Yang Hao went to the Moon Palace, which is said to be cold and desolate. However, it is indeed very cold here, and the Moon Palace is on the Tycoon star, so the yin energy is heavy and the chill in the air is thick. When Yang Hao appeared, he saw a woman with a cold face, talking to herself with a rabbit. Chang'e is a highly regarded mythological goddess, known to all people on the blue planet. She has a delicate face, fair skin, big eyes, a high nose bridge and rosy lips, which makes people can't help but take a few more glances. Her hair is smooth and shiny, and she often styles it into various fashionable hairstyles, showing her personality and charm. She has a tall and slender figure with well-proportioned figure and beautiful curves. Her long legs and slender waist are enviable. Her figure not only shows the feminine beauty, but also reveals a sense of health and vitality. Her voice is gentle, sweet, and infectious. Her tone is gentle and her speaking speed is moderate, which makes people feel very comfortable listening to her. There is also a unique charm in her voice that makes people linger on it. Character, Chang'e. Realm, peak of the celestial being. Appearance, 97. Yang Hao watched quietly for a long time before he said, "She is indeed a peerless beauty." Chang'e heard someone praising her, and it was a strange voice. Looking back, I was attracted by Yang Hao's appearance. Living in Guanhan Palace for many years, how could I not think about it? I knew that Chang'e just took the elixir to ascend to heaven. I haven't gone through the hardships of cultivation, so how can I not understand the human mind? If the Jade Emperor wasn't so ugly, she would have become his woman long ago. However, all the handsome ones that he liked were sent away by the Jade Emperor. This is the power of power. Chang'e said to Yang Hao, "Leave quickly, or the Jade Emperor will not let you go." "So what if he dares to provoke me?" "I will kill him," Yang Hao said disdainfully. "You know, the Jade Emperor is the #1 person under the saints, even Tathagata is not his opponent. The reason why Sun Wukong was able to cause havoc in the Heavenly Palace was just a trap set for the journey to the west." Chang'e asked curiously, "Are you really that strong?" "You will know if you try it," Yang Hao said, and then he flashed into Guanhan Palace. There was a flash of surprise in Chang'e's eyes. She didn't expect that Yang Hao could enter Guanhan Palace so easily. Yang Hao looked at Chang'e and said with a smile, "I know you are lonely here, why don't you leave with me?" Chang'e hesitated for a moment and said, "I can't just leave. This is the order of the Jade Emperor." Yang Hao sneered, "The Jade Emperor is nothing, I don't care about him." "I only care about you, Chang'e. Follow me, I will give you everything you want." Chang'e was moved by Yang Hao's words, and a glimmer of hope rose in her heart. However, she was still a little worried, "But I'm afraid of getting you into trouble." Yang Hao held Chang'e's hand and said firmly, "Don't worry, I am strong enough to protect you. As long as you are willing to follow me, no one can stop us." Chang'e stared at Yang Hao, her eyes twinkling. Finally, she nodded and decided to follow Yang Hao out of Guanhan Palace. Yang Hao and Chang'e teleported directly to the purple bamboo forest. As soon as he entered, the purple bamboo forest's formation fluctuated. "Who is it?" Guanyin shouted loudly. "Don't look for me anymore, I'm here," Yang Hao said to Guanyin. "Oh my god, DJ Buddha. How can there be such a handsome man in the world?" Guanyin blurted out, it seems that her heart is not clean either. But Guanyin looks very cool. She is very attractive in appearance, with big, bright eyes that reveal a charming charm. Her lips are plump and sexy, and the slightly upturned corners of her mouth always bring a charming smile. She has a small and delicate face and a pointed chin, giving people a gentle and sweet feeling. She has a hot body, with plump breasts and a slim waist, and her body proportions are perfect. Her skin is fair and smooth, giving people a healthy and energetic feeling. She has a curvy figure and looks stunning whether she's wearing sexy outfits or just plain clothes. Her voice is also very charming, her voice is deep and magnetic, and it sounds very comfortable. There is a gentle and sweet feeling in her voice, which makes people feel very relaxed and happy after listening to it. Character, Guanyin. Realm, Early Quasi-Saint Stage. Value, 92. Why did you come to my purple bamboo forest? Guanyin realized that she had said the wrong thing and quickly changed her words. I came to your purple bamboo forest to seek refuge, Yang Hao said, looking at Chang'e beside him. When Guanyin saw Chang'e, she was surprised and said, You stole Chang'e out? You are so brave. Huh, just tell me whether you will help or not. Yang Hao asked. No, I don't want to help. I really can't help. I've posted about that ugly Jade Emperor. As soon as Guanyin finished speaking, she heard a domineering voice coming from outside. Guanyin, who are you calling ugly? The Jade Emperor appeared in the purple bamboo forest the next second. Guanyin knew that she was no match for the Jade Emperor, so she quickly apologized and said, Jade Emperor, can't I just say that I am ugly? Yang Hao quickly stepped forward and said, Sister Guanyin, why are you afraid of this ugly monster? Guanyin rolled her eyes at Yang Hao and said, Do you know how Tythagata got that bump on his head? I know a duck, Yang Hao said. He called the Jade Emperor ugly, and was beaten by him. Hearing this, Yang Hao burst out laughing and said, He's ugly to begin with, and he doesn't even let people say that. The Jade Emperor glared at Yang Hao, Boy, how dare you be so rude to me? Yang Hao was not afraid, I just told the truth. At this time, Chang'e stepped forward and said, Jade Emperor, I followed this man voluntarily. Please don't make things difficult for him. The Jade Emperor looked at Chang'e, with a hint of jealousy in his eyes. Chang'e, do you know what you are doing? Chang'e raised her head and said, I know, but I have made up my mind. The Jade Emperor gnashed his teeth and said, Okay, very good. Today I will let you know what it means to be the strong and what it means to have power. After saying that, he attacked Yang Hao. Yang Hao looked at the Jade Emperor who was attacking him. Chapter 129, Suiyun Mountain Banana Cave. Yang Hao didn't dare to use all his strength, for he was afraid that he would use too much force and break the way of heaven. Yang Hao met the Jade Emperor's attack with a punch. Suddenly the space collapsed, and the Jade Emperor was knocked back several steps by Yang Hao's punch. Good, good, good. The Jade Emperor shouted 3 times and attacked Yang Hao again. Yang Hao dodged the Jade Emperor's attack. He knew very well that the Jade Emperor was a weakling and he had to deal with him with caution. Yang Hao secretly used up 10% of his strength and punched the Jade Emperor. This punch was full of momentum and power, and it rushed straight towards the Jade Emperor. Seeing this, the Jade Emperor did not dare to delay and immediately used his unique skills to try to resist Yang Hao's attack. However, Yang Hao's fist was so powerful that it broke through the Jade Emperor's defense and hit him heavily. The Jade Emperor groaned, took a few steps back, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Obviously, he did not expect Yang Hao to be so powerful. Just one punch seriously injured himself. Yang Hao was very satisfied with his punch. He did not kill the Jade Emperor with one punch. The Jade Emperor knew he was no match for Yang Hao, so he ran away. He had to complete the journey to the west, and then ask the old man to help him kill this arrogant guy. In this way, the heavenly Tao can devour the demonic Tao and become even more powerful. Master Hanjun can also succeed in merging with the Tao and become even more powerful. Guanyin did not expect that Yang Hao could actually beat the Jade Emperor away. He said to Yang Hao, How can you be so powerful? Yang Hao smiled evilly and said to Guanyin, Now that you know how powerful I am, are you interested in returning to secular life and becoming my woman? This is not good. If I return to secular life, Tythagata will beat me up so badly that I will have a big bump on my head, Guanyin said with some fear. Don't worry, if Tythagata dares to come, I will beat him up so badly that his body will be covered with bruises that will never heal, Yang Hao said with a smile. No way, I will return to secular life and be your woman, Guanyin said with a smile. At this time, Chang'e on the side said, You become his woman. What should I do? Who stipulated that he can only have one woman? A strong man should have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Yang Hao nodded, and then said to Guanyin, I will set up a formation for you in the purple bamboo forest. If I am not here, Tythagata will not be able to enter. After saying that, Yang Hao began to set up the formation. He set up a great Tao level formation, so even if old man Hanjun came, he would not be able to get in. After setting up the formation, Yang Hao said, I'm so tired, let's go take a rest. Okay. Okay. Don't move. Didn't you say you were tired? Take a rest quickly. After staying in the purple bamboo forest for a few days, Yang Hao said to Guanyin, don't leave the purple bamboo forest unless necessary. I'm going to be away for a few days. Guanyin nodded and watched Yang Hao leave. After Yang Hao left, she said to China, your cultivation is so low, you should practice hard, otherwise you won't be able to help at all in a situation like yesterday. Chang'e thought about it and promised Guanyin that she would practice hard. At this time, Yang Hao had already arrived at Princess Ironfan's banana cave in Suiyun Mountain. Yang Hao saw Princess Ironfan slamming her head in resentment. Yang Hao said with a smile, your old cow is not at home again? Who are you? How did you get into my banana cave? Princess Ironfan asked curiously. As for me, I am just a pervert who fell in love with your beauty. My name is not worth mentioning. Yang Hao replied with a wicked smile. She has a pretty face, delicate features, bright eyes, a straight nose and rosy lips. Her face shape is a standard oval face, with a pointed chin and smooth lines, giving people a very fresh and refined feeling. She has a very hot body too. Height 165 centimeters, weight 45 kilograms, measurements are 34, 24, 34 respectively. Her body proportions are perfect, with long and straight legs, a slender waist, plump hips and very plump breasts, giving people a very sexy and charming feeling. Character Princess Ironfan. Realm Early Daluo Jinxian. Appearance 91. Princess Ironfan blushed when she heard this and angrily said, shameless bastard. I will teach you a lesson. After saying that, she waved the palm leaf fan in her hand towards Yang Hao. Yang Hao slightly turned his body and avoided the fan-shaped attack. He quipped, why get angry, beauty? Why not enjoy the beauty of this world with me? Princess Ironfan pouted, I am the wife of the Bull Demon King. How can I be with a frivolous person like you? Yang Hao smiled and said, what's so good about the Bull Demon King? He is rude and reckless, how can he be worthy of a beauty like you? Princess Ironfan was moved when she heard this. Her relationship with Bull Demon King has not been smooth over the years. Bull Demon King is always busy with affairs and rarely accompanies her. At this moment, Yang Hao's words actually made her feel moved. Besides, Yang Hao is handsome, much better looking than that rough guy. I just don't know if he has the endurance of the old bull. Seeing that Princess Ironfan's expression had relaxed, Yang Hao took the opportunity to approach her and whispered, follow me, and I will make you happy. Princess Ironfan's body trembled and her eyes became blurred. Yes, Lanyo is fine, but he never comes home. Is it time for me to stay alone in the empty house for him? Once this thought came out, she couldn't control it at all. She said to Yang Hao, if you can withstand my 3 banana leaves fan, I will obey you. Saying this is just an excuse. But Yang Hao is at the level of the Great Tao Supreme after all, and the banana fan can't move him at all. Okay, I'll stand here and let you hit me. If you move a step, I lose. However, Princess Ironfan took out her palm leaf fan and began to dance. Although her movements were exaggerated. But Yang Hao didn't feel any wind at all. Yang Hao couldn't help but wonder, does he look so weak? After 3 slaps, Princess Ironfan said to Yang Hao, follow me in. Yang Hao went into the banana cave and said, your banana cave is really nice and warm. And the decoration inside is all soft. Only when you entered my banana cave did I no longer feel empty and lonely. Your entry made me feel much more fulfilled. I really don't know what your old cow is thinking. He doesn't even want to go home. Yang Hao gently hugged Princess Ironfan's waist and whispered, I will always be with you from now on, so you won't be alone anymore. A blush appeared on Princess Ironfan's face, and she leaned shyly in Yang Hao's arms. At this moment, there was a noise outside. Yang Hao let go of Princess Ironfan and walked to the cave entrance to check. He saw a group of little demons attacking the banana cave. It seems that the Bull Demon King has discovered that I am here. Yang Hao raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. He turned to Princess Ironfan and said, wait here. I will deal with them. After saying that, Yang Hao flew out and started a fierce battle with the group of little demons. Yang Hao defeated the little demons easily, and his strength amazed Princess Ironfan. When the Bull Demon King learned about this, he rushed over angrily. But when he saw Yang Hao, he felt an invisible pressure. Who are you? Why did you trespass into my banana cave? The Bull Demon King roared. Yang Hao smiled slightly, I'm here to take away what belongs to me. The Bull Demon King was stunned for a moment, then he understood what he meant. He stared at Yang Hao, his eyes filled with jealousy and anger. Don't even think about taking her away. The Bull Demon King raised the iron stick and rushed towards Yang Hao. A fierce battle is about to break out. Chapter 130. The journey to the west begins. Yang Hao punched Bull Demon Yang, causing him to see stars. Now I can take Princess Ironfan away, right? Yang Hao said contemptuously. Niu Moyang covered his face, his heart filled with anger and shame. How dare you, boy, attack me, he said, gritting his teeth. The corners of Yang Hao's mouth slightly raised, revealing a disdainful smile. I am only fulfilling my promise to take Princess Ironfan away. If you still have any dignity, you shouldn't stop me. After saying that, Yang Hao turned and walked towards Princess Ironfan and helped her up. Let's go, he said to her gently. Princess Ironfan looked at Yang Hao gratefully and followed him away. Niu Moyang looked at their departing backs and secretly swore in his heart that he must avenge himself. However, after Yang Hao sent Princess Ironfan to the purple bamboo forest, Princess Ironfan said, I heard that the jade-faced fox is pretty good. Since you like it, why don't you steal the jade-faced fox as well? Just help me vent my anger. The beauty has spoken, how dare Yang Hao disobey? Yang Hao just went to the banana cave and stole the Bull Demon King's wife. The Bull Demon King was still furious, and Yang Hao came to Moyan Cave in Jile Mountain again. A quick look revealed that the Bull Demon King was not at home. If I don't steal this house, I will be sorry for myself. Yang Hao flashed into the Moyan Cave. The jade-faced fox is resting on a white fox blanket. Yang Hao slowly approached, and suddenly the jade-faced fox opened its eyes. Seeing Yang Hao's unfamiliar face, he asked, Who are you? Why are you in my cave? Yang Hao showed a smile that he thought was handsome, and said softly, I'm here to take you away. A flash of surprise flashed across the jade-faced fox's eyes, but he soon regained his composure. Take me away? What is your purpose? Yang Hao approached her and whispered, Be loyal to the person who entrusted you with your duty. Follow me obediently, or you will suffer physical pain. The jade-faced fox sneered, Do you think I'm afraid of you? If Bison is not here, don't even think you can take me away. After saying that, a jade rui appeared in her hand and she attacked Yang Hao. Yang Hao dodged sideways and reached out to grab Rui. Then he used a freezing spell to freeze the jade-faced fox. The jade-faced fox has a very recognizable face. Her facial features are delicate and three-dimensional, her eyes are bright and lively, and her deep eyes reveal a unique charm. Her lips are slightly upturned, always with a charming smile that makes people fall in love with her. She was tall and slender, with perfect proportions and smooth lines. Her skin is fair and delicate, exuding a healthy glow. She has an elegant posture and graceful manners, and she exudes confidence and charm whether she is walking or standing. Her voice is gentle and magnetic, her tone is soft and her speaking speed is moderate, which makes people feel very comfortable listening to her. There is a unique charm in her voice that makes people intoxicated. Character, Jade-Faced Fox. Realm, Celestial. Appearance, 95. I didn't expect you to be wilder than a buffalo, but I like you so much. The jade-faced fox snuggled in Yang Hao's arms and said coquettishly. However, just as she finished her words, the mountain gate opened and the Bull Demon King appeared again. Asshole, why is it you again? The Bull Demon King looked at Yang Hao and said. Yang Hao did not plan to fight with the Bull Demon King again this time. He just picked up the jade-faced fox and teleported away. The angry Bull Demon King turned back into his original form and went crazy in Moyun Cave. It's all my fault. I made your Moyun Cave so dilapidated. Looking at the Moyun Cave destroyed by the Bull Demon King, Yang Hao said guiltily. It's okay. I won't live in Moyun Cave anymore. I'll just stay with you from now on, said the jade-faced fox. Yang Hao reluctantly took the jade-faced fox back to the purple bamboo forest. When Guanyin saw that Yang Hao had brought back another vixen, she angrily said, Yang Hao, what do you think my purple bamboo forest is? You bring all kinds of demons in there. Yang Hao had no choice but to smile and say, Sister Guanyin, I won't do that again next time. After thinking for a moment, Guanyin Bodhisattva said, Well, since this is your first offense, I will give you a lighter punishment. You must send the jade-faced fox back immediately and apologize to the Bull Demon King. No, Guanyin, I'm wrong. Your request is too much. Yang Hao said unhappily, this husband's authority must be corrected. Otherwise, how can I ask Sun Wukong to help me catch monsters? When Guanyin saw Yang Hao's cold face, she remembered that she was no match for Yang Hao. I quickly begged for mercy, Brother Hao, please let me go. You can bring as many fairies as you want in the future. You said this yourself, Yang Hao said without further ado. The journey to the west has not yet begun, and many demons are still practicing in the mountains. Yang Hao also settled down in the purple bamboo forest, where he lived for 500 years. That day, Guanyin came to Yang Hao and said, "The journey to the west has begun. Do you want to go out and take a look?" When Yang Hao heard this, he was so excited that he said, "Stay in the purple bamboo forest and don't run around. I'll go out and take a look." However, just as Yang Hao found Sun Wukong, the little white dragon swallowed the white horse. Yang Hao said to Sun Wukong, "My disciple Wukong, go find the Dragon King and ask him to compensate you with the white horse. Remember to ask him to give you the little dragon girl as a token of your respect for your master." Sun Wukong saw Yang Hao suddenly appear in front of him and said respectfully, "Master, where have you been? I have suffered so much these years. Do as I say. When the time comes, I will avenge you." After Yang Hao finished speaking, he disappeared again. Seeing Yang Hao leave, Sun Wukong went to the Dragon Palace. The Dragon King's third prince volunteered to transform into a white horse, but Sun Wukong disagreed. "I also want others to compensate a Dragon Palace princess." At first, the Dragon King disagreed, but Sun Wukong was stubborn and said that if he didn't agree to compensate Tang Sang with an extra dragon princess, he would not escort him to the west. At worst, he would be suppressed for another 500 years. After discussing with Tathagata, the Jade Emperor, in order to allow the journey to the west to continue, the Dragon King of the East Sea compensated him with the most beautiful princess. After Sun Wukong received compensation, Yang Hao appeared. When Sun Wukong saw Yang Hao, he said, "Master, look, I got you little dragon girl. Are you satisfied?" Yang Hao looked at the little dragon girl brought by Sun Wukong. She looked no different from a human except for the two small fleshy horns on her head. Xia Longnu has a charming appearance, her face is delicate and beautiful, and her facial features are perfectly distributed on her fair face. Her eyes are bright and lively, like a deep lake, which makes people fall in love with her. Her eyebrows are long and curved, adding a touch of gentleness. Her lips are rosy and plump, and the slightly upturned corners of her mouth reveal a charming smile. Her figure is tall, slender, and well-proportioned. She has an elegant figure and exudes a unique charm in her demeanor. Her shoulders are broad and straight, projecting confidence and strength. She has a slim waist and smooth lines, highlighting her feminine charm. Her legs are long and straight, and her steps are light and powerful, making people unable to help but look at them a few more times. Her voice is clear and pleasant, like a clear spring in the mountains, flowing in people's ears. Her tone is gentle and pleasant, making people feel extremely comfortable. Her laughter is hearty and bright, warming people's hearts like sunshine.